She awoke to find herself inexplicably transported to a world of beasts, where she had become notorious as a half-breed, compelled to inherit 8 beautiful yet resentful beasts. Husbands.As she delved into her memories. She discovered a profound animosity between the original owner and these beastly suitors, devoid of any warmth. Faced with this tangled mess, she resolved to draw a clear line. What did the original's grievances have to do with her? All she desired was to embark on a new, peaceful life. Yet as time passed, she began to perceive a subtle shift in her husband's attitudes. The once hostile gazes were gradually replaced by curiosity and intrigue, and the frigid relations began to thaw, hinting at the unfolding of a new tale. Chapter 1. What grievances and resentments? Xing Nuo lay on the hospital bed, a bewildered expression gracing her features, infused with complexity. The good news was that she had survived the plane crash. The bad news was that she had been transported to a beastly realm. The worst news was that her personal information now included 8 unfamiliar husbands. As the door to her room swung open, a man entered alongside a doctor. The man approached her bedside, crouching down to inquire softly, "Wife, how are you feeling?" His gentle voice drew Xing Nuo's gaze involuntarily towards him. She appraised him carefully. He was none other than her 1/8 husband, Lu Ming, an SSS-class male beastman from the Jose Lu clan. With a well-proportioned physique and hair tied back, cascading over his right shoulder, his pale face resembled that of a delicate beauty emerging from comic. However, the coldness in his deep brown eyes was chilling, as if they could freeze one with a mere glance, starkly contrasting with the warmth his appearance suggested. A sudden sharp pain pierced her head as a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Xing Nuo felt as though she were watching a television drama, observing the love-hate entanglement between the original owner and Lu Ming from a third-person perspective. It seemed there was only hatred in the memories. The original owner had tormented Lu Ming relentlessly, resorting to whips at the slightest disagreement. Were it not for the stringent laws here, and given her status as an S-class female, she likely would have perished 100 times over. What grievances and resentments were at play? Noticing Xing Nuo's prolonged silence, Lu Ming signaled to the nearby doctor. The doctor promptly understood and stepped forward to examine her condition. Physically, she is largely fine. She experienced considerable shock. It is best for her to rest in peace. Additionally, the latest report on her mental strength will be ready in 3 days. I will send it directly to your holographic brain. Lu Ming nodded. Thank you. As he watched the doctor leave, Lu Ming remained silent for a moment, suppressing the request he longed to voice. He retrieved a bowl of kanji from his spatial pouch. After gently testing the temperature, he offered it to her, saying, "Wife, it's time to eat." Xing Nuo straightened in bed, snatching the kanji from his hands and devouring it hungrily. Surprisingly, she felt as if she might starve to death. Lu Ming's expression shifted. Her cooperation left him wary of her intentions. The pain in his back flared anew. Within half a minute, Xing Nuo finished the kanji, wiping her lips. This kanji was truly unpalatable. Had she not been so ravenously hungry, she might not have managed to swallow it at all. It wasn't that the cooking was poor. Rather, the rice itself was subpar, resembling rice flour pressed in a grain form, lacking any inherent flavor. Rubbing her stomach, she found herself torn between continuing to eat or sourcing something from her system's farm space. This kanji is merely a placeholder, Lu Ming remarked, producing a light blue nutrient solution and inserting a straw into it. This is a newly released blueberry-flavored nutrient. Xing Nuo accepted it, sipping cautiously. The flavor of the nutrient was overwhelmingly rich. A large gulp might even make her teeth feel sweetened. As the nutrient entered her system, her energy began to replenish rapidly. Unconsciously, she yawned. It seemed she was experiencing a carb-induced haze, perhaps exacerbated by the recent influx of memories, as a wave of fatigue washed over her. Her eyes fluttered closed, and within mere seconds, she slipped into a deep slumber. Lu Ming was taken aback. He tapped on her holographic brain to access monitoring data, confirming she was merely asleep, and he let out a sigh of relief. Clenching his fists, he forcibly suppressed the urge to shake her awake. Thinking of Bai Xiao Yuan in the prison, he sighed softly, tidied the bowl, and exited the room. In a daze, Xing Nuo opened her eyes to find herself seated in a small flying craft. Have I traversed again? She wondered, perplexed. Or have I been kidnapped? As she pondered, her body moved against her will. She activated the flying craft, propelling it forward. The craft accelerated with alarming speed. Xing Nua's pupils dilated as the craft hurtled towards Lu Ming without any sign of stopping. "Move aside," she screamed, desperately attempting to brake, her hands twisting the controls in a futile effort to steer the craft away. Yet her body was utterly unresponsive. In fact, she pressed the accelerator harder. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Along with it came the jarring sensation of the craft colliding with an object. Xing Nua's face turned pale with terror as she gazed ahead. She had killed someone. With a scream, she shot upright in bed, trembling, and surveyed her surroundings. The room, both familiar and strange, was the very one she had just awakened in. Was it a dream? Everything that had just transpired was something she had previously witnessed from a third-person perspective in the original owner's memories. This time, however, she had experienced it firsthand. The sound of rushing air and the force of the collision felt so real, as if she had lived through it herself. This dreamscape was hauntingly vivid. Lu Ming strode into the room to find Xing Nua still shaken, her eyes glistening with tears. "Wife, do not be afraid. It was merely a dream." Lu Ming's voice resonated with a calming power that soothed her emotions. A gentle green energy emanated from his hand, brushing softly against her forehead. His voice was as warm as a spring breeze, and Xing Nua felt her fear dissipate considerably. Once her thoughts began to settle, she lifted her gaze to meet his cold eyes. Those eyes mirrored those from her dream, and a sudden surge of courage compelled her to reach out, lifting his garment. On his fair abdomen lay a faint scar, stretching across his belly. The scar was long, nearly bisecting his torso. She could scarcely fathom the severity of his injury at the time. Her fingers grazed the scar, her body trembling involuntarily. The sensation of the collision and the sound of impact flooded her mind once more. In that moment, she found herself unable to discern whether this injury was inflicted by her actions or those of the original owner. Lu Ming's body stiffened. Her cool fingers ignited a spark within him. He inhaled deeply, seizing her restless hand at her abdomen. "Wife." His fury had reached its zenith, and if she did not assuage him, her actions would become a torment. He understood that soothing him was a task she would never willingly undertake. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to push her away, he lowered his gaze and met her tear-filled eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Was she feeling sympathy for herself? Impossible. He was indeed losing his mind. Xing Nua was startled, quickly retracting her hand. "Did I hurt you?" "Wife, I am currently the only one at home. Wait for Yuan to return, and then you can punish me." Xing Nua blinked, slightly perplexed by his words. However, Yuan, he seemed to be one of her beast husbands. Chapter 2. The Female Protection Association. Among her 8 beast husbands, 6 were frequently away, leaving only by Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming at home. With this realization, Xing Nua questioned, "What has happened to him?" Lu Ming scrutinized her for a moment and said, "He transformed into a beast form and frightened you into unconsciousness that he has now been apprehended by the security team and taken to the detention center." Xing Nua rubbed her temples, memories flooding back. A massive, dark-colored tiger was seated on the ground, bound by specially designed chains, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Just a glance was enough to make one feel as though they were being dragged into the depths of hell. Swallowing hard, Xing Nua felt a twinge of anxiety. Is there any way to bail him out? The other party appeared somewhat off. It was highly likely that his rage levels had peaked. If this continued, he would become a mindless beast. However, bringing a beast in such a state home posed certain risks. The security team might not release him. Lu Ming was taken aback by her words that in previous instances, they had always been tortured nearly to death before being returned. This time, she actually wanted to bail him out? Could it be that the fox had some ulterior motive? Pushing those thoughts aside, he retrieved a document from his holographic device. "All you need to do is sign a letter of understanding. Are you willing?" Regardless, it would be better to bring him back from the detention center first. Xing Nua quickly signed her name. "You should bring him back as soon as possible." From her memories, that detention center was far from a pleasant place. Those held there were often individuals who had harmed small females or had gone berserk. They endured 20 lashes daily. They would only be released after serving their sentence, or if a small female signed a letter of understanding. In this world, The male-to-female ratio was exceedingly high, reaching an astonishing 20-to-1, leading to many exaggerated laws concerning small females. Lu Ming submitted the letter of understanding online to the security team. With the letter in place, even if he did not retrieve him immediately, Bai Xiaoyuan would no longer endure flogging. Xing Nuo leaned in to watch him operate the holographic device. Is it possible to bring him back today? It was already 10 in the evening, and those departments were likely closed for the day. A warm sensation emanated from his arm, and Lu Ming looked down to see her stretching her slender neck, her eyes nearly diving into the holographic device. Was it just an illusion? Why did it seem that since she awoke, her temperament had improved significantly, even showing no aversion to physical contact with him? Lu Ming leaned back slightly. I will go retrieve him. If anything arises, call me. Xing Nuo nodded. All right. Her obedient demeanor made Lu Ming somewhat suspicious that she was harboring some ill intent. However, Bai Xiaoyuan was indeed ill-suited to remain with the security team. He had returned to recuperate, and if he continued to be tormented, he might not even survive. After carefully instructing a few precautions, Lu Ming quickly departed. Xing Nuo got out of bed and locked the door. With a thought, she arrived in her farm space. Upon entering the farm space, Xing Nuo eagerly inquired, System, is the original owner my other half? The previous dream of colliding with someone had felt too real, so much so that she could not help but question this possibility. Detection complete. Your compatibility with this body is 100. Compatibility with the original owner's soul is 100. Preliminary judgment. You share the same soul. Just as I thought. Xing Nuo murmured. Could it be that the other half is my evil? Detection complete. Host has a dual soul body. Fusion function activated. Current overall fusion degree 0.001. The host's current fusion degree is too low, leading to symptoms of excessive sleepiness and physical weakness. Prolonged low fusion may result in soul detachment and death. Please ensure safety. Detection complete. The host's soul fusion degree increased during contact with Lu Ming. Please continue your efforts. Contacting him, Xing Nuo pondered aloud. She held a favorable impression of Lu Ming and naturally did not recoil from the idea of interaction. Now, the greatest concern was that Lu Ming seemed to be somewhat resistant to her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to attempt contact regardless, seeking to soothe Lu Ming. With her paltry fusion degree, she could easily lose her soul from a mere nap. Reflecting on the dream from today, perhaps once her fusion degree increased, she would also experience the memories of her other half firsthand. For a moment, Xing Nuo was lost in contemplation. The third-person perspective was manageable, but the first-person dream was indeed somewhat difficult to accept. Suppressing her worries, she glanced around the entire farm. Her farm space was not large, comprising only 30 plots of land, each measuring 2 by 2 meters. Adjacent to the fields was a modest 80-square-meter cottage. Nothing more. She retrieved a slice of fruit cake from the storage and exited the farm space. As she nibbled on the cake, Xing Nuo began to organize her present situation. In this world, females were revered while males were subjugated. To be more precise, males relied on the soothing presence of females to survive. As male beastmen aged, their bodies would be eroded by energy, leading to increasing beast-like traits and severity of the erosion. This energy could drive beastmen into fits of rage and heat. In severe cases, it could reduce them to mindless beasts. The mental strength of females had a calming and dissipating effect on this energy. The higher the level of the female, the more effective the soothing effect, and she was an exceptionally rare S-level female. Currently, SSS-level males could only be soothed by S-level or higher females. Glancing at her personal information, she noted that her 8 beast husbands were genetically paired by the mainframe. So far, they were merely legally recognized spouses. Given their lack of emotional foundation, it seemed she had a lower probability of being discovered. Recalling her actions in a half-hearted manner, she felt a wave of uncertainty. After finishing the last bite of cake, Xing Nuo proceeded to the restroom to freshen up. With a heavy heart, she brushed her teeth, her eyelids growing heavier. Suddenly, her vision faded to black, and Xing Nuo fell into a deep slumber. When she awakened again, 2 days had passed. Xing Nuo looked around in confusion. She saw 2 officials standing by her bedside, while Lu Ming sat pale-faced in a chair nearby. The door to the back room hung precariously, and the window had been shattered, leaving shards of glass strewn about. Xing Nua's gaze sharpened, fixating on the unfamiliar intruders. Who are you? Energy began to gather in her palm, ready to strike with an ice spike should they harbor any ill intentions. Lu Ming's gaze unwittingly shifted to her right hand, his calm eyes revealing a tumultuous storm. How could this be possible? How could a small female awaken supernatural abilities? The officials bowed to her. Esteemed small female, we are staff members of the Female Protection Association. We would like to take your statement regarding Mr. Lu Ming's alleged abuse. Chapter 3. Beast Husband. Lu Ming. Xing Nua's brow twitched, and she retracted her energy. Glancing at the timer on the wall, she felt uncertain. Have I been asleep for 2 days? A hint of mockery flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Her acting was quite impressive. He had been puzzled by her sudden change in temperament. But it turned out she planned to feign abuse to get both of them locked up. After pretending to sleep for 2 days, he had to admire her resolve. The official activated the recording device on the holographic device. Yes, you've been unconscious for 2 days. Xing Nuo rubbed her head. No wonder the system had warned her to ensure her safety. It seemed that merely being excessively sleepy could lead to dire consequences. The official asked, "Do you remember how you fainted? Also, who locked you in the room?" "It's extremely dangerous." Xing Nuo recalled the information about the Female Protection Association. This organization was established specifically to protect the interests of females, but as females became increasingly scarce, coupled with a catastrophic event 50 years ago, the organization had grown increasingly radical. Once the charge of abusing small females was established, they would likely never escape its repercussions. This is entirely different from revealing one's beast form. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is due to a recent breakthrough in my mental prowess. I merely fell into a deep slumber. I locked the door myself, as I wished to avoid any disturbances during my rest. Her words were not without merit. The merging of her two souls would inevitably lead to a slight increase in her mental capacity. Lu Ming squinted slightly, somewhat perplexed by her intentions. If they sought to confront her, it would suffice to establish that he had coerced her into signing the reconciliation document through forceful means. Both he and Bai Xiaoyuan would inevitably find themselves imprisoned, unable to emerge for several years. Was this not her objective? The staff exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. They were quite aware of what kind of person Xing Nuo was. Their mission was to apprehend Lu Ming, yet the circumstances seemed rather amiss. Are you certain? Do you feel any discomfort or anything amiss? Did you truly sign that reconciliation document of your own volition? Xing Nuo cast a glance at them. What else could it be? To presume Lu Ming's guilt without any evidence seemed rather presumptuous. The two individuals before her appeared to harbor unkind intentions. Let us take you to the hospital for a checkup. This will put our minds at ease. That is unnecessary, Xing Nuo replied, rubbing her neck. I simply wish to indulge in a leisurely sleep. Seeing her insistence, the two staff members could only acquiesce and turn to leave. After a while, Xing Nuo hesitantly inquired, "Do those two individuals harbor a grudge against you?" Since childhood, she had possessed a unique ability to sense the presence of both kindness and malice in others. The aura emanating from those two had left her feeling unsettled. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. I have no recollection. Very well, Xing Nuo shrugged, rising from the bed. Be careful. There is glass on the floor. Lu Ming quickly stood up, but the sudden movement caused sharp pain to radiate from his back, making him involuntarily gasp. A trickle of crimson seeped from his back. What is the matter? Xing Nuo hurried over, noting the blood oozing from his back, quickly staining his shirt. Lu Ming grimaced. It is nothing, merely a minor injury. Let us treat it first. Xing Nuo retrieved a small healing device from a nearby cabinet. While Lu Ming assessed her, he removed his blood-stained shirt, revealing a back marred by numerous whip scars. As a researcher who spent long hours in the laboratory, his physique bore a sickly pallor. The bright red blood flowed from the torn wounds, creating a stark and alarming sight. Xing Nuo inhaled sharply. This is utterly excessive. Her hands moved swiftly, directing the healing device towards his wounds. The gentle healing light enveloped the injuries, visibly mending them at an astonishing pace. Why didn't you seek treatment earlier? Are you not a Josei Lu? The Josei Lu were renowned for their healing abilities, each a natural-born healer. Rather than experiencing the anticipated agony from the opened wounds, he felt only the warmth of the healing energy. Lu Ming turned his head in disbelief to glance at his shoulder. Indeed, she was merely treating him. Lowering his gaze, he explained, "The injuries inflicted by the Female Protection Association cannot be treated without your consent. Furthermore, my rage levels are nearing a critical point that if he were to recklessly employ his abilities again, he might very well destroy his already fragile body and succumb to his fury." Having spoken, Lu Ming let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What purpose did it serve to confide such matters to her? It merely provided another means of tormenting himself. What was happening to him? Subconsciously, he had dared to seek her assistance. Xing Nuo appeared perplexed. "I merely took a nap. Would you also be penalized?" Given the medical standards here, surely they could discern whether she was asleep or unconscious. Lu Ming replied, "You locked the door, and they suspect I've been abusing you." Xing Nuo felt a twinge of guilt. If her previous injuries were indeed a result of her own actions, then Lu Ming's wounds were a consequence of her carelessness. "I apologize. I did not anticipate it would escalate to this extent." Lu Ming appeared taken aback, quickly responding, "There is no need for you to apologize. It was my oversight. I should have arranged for the smart butler to attend to you." Although it had been confirmed that she was asleep, she had still been clutching a toothbrush in her mouth. It was fortunate she had not fallen onto it. Had she tumbled forward, she might have met with a dire fate. Contemplating this, Lu Ming's expression grew somber. Perhaps she was not simply asleep after all. He needed by Xiao Yuan to investigate thoroughly. There was a strong possibility that something sinister had infiltrated this villa. After some time had passed, only faint traces of his injuries remained. With just one more treatment in an hour, he would be entirely healed. His fingers lightly brushed against his back, distinctly feeling the rigidity in Lu Ming's body. He recalled the mention of the rage levels earlier. Under normal circumstances, soothing a beastman's rage through the gentle touch of a female was undoubtedly the most effective and common method. Especially the burst of mental energy that arose in moments of excitement or agitation served as the finest means of alleviation and suppression for a beastman. Softly pursing her lips, Xing Nuo approached him. "Do not move." Lu Ming pressed a finger to a spatial knot and produced a whip, extending it towards her. "Mistress, your current strength may not suffice. Would you like to consume some nutritional supplements first?" Xing Nuo fell silent for a moment, abruptly recalling that when she had previously instructed them not to move, it signified her intent to take action against them. What sort of mindset had they possessed to remain here? Lu Ming offered the nutritional liquid, urging her to drink. Having been in a deep slumber for 2 days, she needed to replenish her energy, or her body would surely falter. Xing Nuo gently bit her lip, lowering her head until her forehead rested against his. Her mental energy surged forth. Chapter 4. Is this the soothing? In the presence of a familiar face, Lu Ming momentarily forgot to breathe. A wave of gentle spiritual energy surged into his body, and in an instant, he felt as though he were enveloped in a light rain. The delicate droplets fell upon him, nurturing his nearly shattered physique. It had been a long time since he had felt such ease. The overly soothing atmosphere compelled him to emit a soft groan. Xing Nuo stood upright, suddenly overcome with a sensation of dizziness. Purification rage value, 3 points. Reward purification value, 3 points. Overall soul fusion degree, 0301. Soothing rage value, system awakening. New system function detected. System fusion in progress. Required time for fusion, 1 hour. A glint of surprise flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. System, this awakening? Detection indicates the new system resides deep within the half-soul. It is a branch of the main system. A branch, indeed a delightful surprise. Xing Nuo exhaled in relief. The system's awakening was entirely unexpected. To her astonishment, simply soothing Lu Ming had increased the fusion degree by 0.3. If it could be reduced to the minimum, she should be able to restore the fusion degree to around 10. Regaining his senses, Lu Ming glanced at his light brain. Rage value, 93 points, originally at 96. The rage value had dropped by a significant 3 points. A rage value of 93 still posed a risk of beastification, but with the right suppressants. It would suffice for him to remain at ease for several months. "Thank you, my dear wife." Xing Nuo patted his shoulder. "It's nothing. Once you have rested well, I will help you lower it further." She was still feeling somewhat strained, having only just awakened after 2 days of sleep and was nearly famished. Taking the nutritional supplement from his hands, she closed her eyes and gulped it down. Lu Ming opened his mouth, intending to say, "There's no rush." But he swallowed those words and instead replied, "All right." He was unsure of her motivations for soothing him, but as long as she was willing, it was beneficial for both. He wished to live as a human, not as a mindless beast. Lu Ming stood up and bowed. "My wife, please rest. I will have the steward tidy the room." Xing Nuo glanced at her attire. "I'll freshen up first and change into something else." Lu Ming nodded and led her to the restroom. Before she could react, he squeezed some toothpaste onto the brush, carefully inspected it, and brought the toothbrush to her lips, open wide. Xing Nuo widened her eyes and quickly stepped back. "I'll do it myself." She was no child, and his demeanor suggested he intended to help her brush her teeth. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. "You encountered danger while brushing your teeth before. I cannot allow that to happen again." "That was an accident," Xing Nuo protested, somewhat indignant, not wanting to be treated like a helpless being. Lu Ming insisted, "My wife, you were fortunate this time. Risks must be avoided." She relented. "How about this? I'll do it myself, and you can watch from behind?" Lu Ming nodded, no longer insisting, and handed her the toothbrush. Only then did Xing Nuo breathe a sigh of relief, though being watched while brushing her teeth felt exceedingly awkward. Remembering the perverse individuals from the Female Protection Association, she swallowed her words about wanting him to leave. Even the system had warned her that she might experience unusual drowsiness in the near future. If she were to fall asleep again, Lu Ming might never escape the clutches of the Female Protection Association. Lu Ming attentively observed her actions, fearful she might engage in some mischief. It was only after she finished washing up that he eased his tension. Glancing at the time, he asked, "What would you like to eat for dinner?" "Anything is fine." Lu Ming's gaze darkened. Anything is fine implied that nothing was. He placed the long whip into Xing Nuo's palm and walked slowly outside. Xing Nuo was momentarily puzzled. What is going on? After their brief interaction, she found herself unable to comprehend his thought process. After pondering for a moment without clarity, her attention was soon captivated by the long whip in her hand. The whip, entirely black, was woven from layers of unknown bee skin, adorned with tiny scales embedded along its length. The entire whip resembled a long serpent. Under the illumination, the black scales shimmered with iridescent hues. Grasping the whip's handle, she flicked her wrist gently, causing the whip to twist like a nimble snake, its tail wrapping around the back of a chair. With another flick, she retracted the whip and swung it out again. The whip produced sharp cracking sounds, echoing with a faint dragon's roar. After a while, she reluctantly coiled the whip around her hand. Curiously, she ran her fingers along its surface. The feel was quite exquisite. The scales seemed to have undergone special treatment, appearing as if they had grown onto the whip itself. Her fingers glided over them without resistance. However, when she concentrated her spiritual energy on her hand, the whip's scales unfurled like blossoms, revealing their sharp and menacing edges. Xing Nuo's eyes gleamed with delight. She had always favored wielding a whip and had even sought training from a master of ancient martial arts. Although she could not yet deliver damage with the precision of her master, directing her strikes was entirely within her capability. Lu Ming stood at the door, forcing a bitter smile before turning to leave. After indulging in the whip for a while, Xing Nuo changed into comfortable loungewear and slowly descended to the first floor. The first floor served as a combined living room, dining area, and kitchen. She immediately spotted Lu Ming, donned in an apron, preparing porridge. Xing Nuo rushed over. "Porridge for dinner? I hope it's not too much. That porridge is truly dreadful." While she had no particular dietary restrictions, she found it hard to swallow unpleasant food. The thought of having to eat it again caused her expression to turn sour. Upon closer inspection, she was relieved to see it was merely a small pot, enough for just 2 bowls. Noticing her displeasure, Lu Ming gently explained, "You have been asleep for 2 days. Other foods are not suitable." Xing Nuo rolled her eyes. "Let me do it. This shouldn't be difficult." If she cooked herself, she could easily send Lu Ming away, allowing her to substitute the rice with her preferred pearl rice. Lu Ming quickly interjected, "My wife, that is too dangerous. You can sit outside." "Dangerous? How could making porridge be dangerous?" Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed on the pot of porridge as he calmly explained. Previously, a young female accidentally spilled the porridge and suffered severe burns over a large area. Xing Nuo quickly assured him, "I will be careful." Lu Ming replied, "The Female Protection Association just sent me a notice. I am currently under observation." Xing Nuo stepped back, raising her hand with her palm facing him. "You carry on. I'll go watch television." With that, she dashed towards the living room, angrily turning on the smart television. Her face was already puffed up with frustration. How annoying. The so-called observation period was a directive issued by the Female Protection Association in response to suspected incidents of abuse against young females. Any actions that could endanger the young females during this period could trigger mandatory measures, including the forcible arrest of male beastmen. This agreement, seemingly a restriction on male beastmen, also constrained her. After all, the definition of endangering actions included, but was not limited to, cooking, pouring water, using knives, handling scissors, and operating vehicles. In severe cases, even trimming one's nails could lead to penalties. Chapter 5. Surging Rage Values. Lu Ming unconsciously tightened his grip on the spoon in his hand, feeling fortunate that she had taken his words to heart. Considering her furious departure earlier, he feared that the evening might not go smoothly. Xing Nuo, in her irritation, pounded on the cushion when a delightful electronic sound resonated in her mind. Ding! System fusion successful. Basic function upgraded. Rewarded with a special seed. Tong Xianmu. System purification mall activated. System expansion function activated. Reward skill. Healing technique. Zidian Longying. Reward special skill. Eye of purification. Xing Nuo felt a refreshing sensation wash over her mind, and in an instant, she mastered 2 new skills. She opened a newly unlocked purification mall, which was divided into 2 categories, items and skills. Upon seeing an item in the center, Xing Nuo could hardly contain her excitement. Mental Source Stone. This stone merges with the body through a spatial anomaly, storing excess mental energy. Requirement: 100 purification points. Physical Source Stone. This stone merges with the body through a spatial anomaly, storing excess physical energy. Requirement: 100 purification points. Her current mental energy was only at 60 points. Even with meditation, the daily increase in her mental energy limit would not exceed 5 points. For someone as frugal as her, reaching capacity would mean loss. The ability to properly store excess mental energy was nothing short of a blessing, as she would no longer have to worry about running out. Most importantly, her skills were released using mental energy, allowing her to become a mobile artillery in the future. She couldn't help but envision scenes of her dominating her foes, and the joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. In her excitement, she even waved her arms. When Lu Ming emerged with porridge, he found Xing Nuo curled up on the sofa, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the television. Our reporter is at the Ancient Plant Base, where it has been reported that researcher who from the Ancient Plant Institute has signed a cooperation agreement with the Chiwa Merchant Association to jointly establish an Ancient Plant C buckthorn cultivation base. This will greatly benefit all beastmen and is expected to be the most significant research achievement in recent years. Let us remember the great individual, Hu Qingwei. Lu Ming placed the porridge on the table, listening to the news broadcast, his hands unconsciously clenching, his eyes fixed on screen. It felt as if a gaping hole had opened in his heart, momentarily causing him to forget to breathe. This was his glory. What he could hardly bear to accept was that Hu Qingwei was not adept at cultivating ancient plants. The sea buckthorn seeds would likely perish in his hands. Warning: rage level has reached 95 points. Please calm the female promptly. Taking 2 deep breaths, he attempted to steady himself. Watching the infatuated person in front of the television, the calmness he had just achieved began to waver again. Had she truly found joy in seizing his hard work, leaving him in agony? An impulsive thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should simply allow himself to be apprehended by the Female Protection Association. Warning: rage level has reached 96 points. Please calm the female promptly. Lu Ming bit his lip and abruptly drew a knife from the table, slashing it across his wrist. Pain surged, and the rising rage level, along with his emotions, began to subside. The news on the television continued. Hu Qingwei, everyone, please rest assured, we will successfully cultivate sea buckthorn. Through our research, it has been shown that this sea buckthorn can effectively reduce rage levels, and we will continue our research to expand its benefits. Irritated, Lu Ming tossed the knife onto the table, droplets of crimson blood splattering onto the floor, blooming like flowers. When Xing Nuo turned her head, she saw Lu Ming with his head bowed, bloodshot eyes fixated on the television. His wrist bore a long, bleeding wound. In a flash, she sprang from the sofa and hurried over. "What happened to you?" Lu Ming placed his hand behind his back, coldly replying, "It's nothing." This was hardly nothing. Ignoring his resistance, Xing Nuo grasped his sleeve and pulled his wrist forward. The injury was not merely an accidental cut. It appeared self-inflicted. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several faint scars on his wrist. She pressed her palm over his wound. Healing spell? Healing spell can treat minor injuries. Basic consumption of mental energy. 6. Guided by her mental energy, the surrounding wood elements slowly seeped into his wound. Under the influence of the energy, the wound gradually began to heal. Lu Ming remained silent, staring at his injury. Xing Nuo glared at him disapprovingly. "Why harm yourself?" Taken aback, she noticed something above Lu Ming's head. Rage level, 96 points. Taking a deep breath, Xing Nuo clutched his collar and pulled him down, her forehead quickly pressing against his. Familiar sensations flooded her mind once more. Lu Ming felt the anger and rising rage levels that had just surged begin to ebb away. Gained purification points, 15. Overall soul fusion degree, 1801. After a series of calming actions and a recently utilized healing spell, Xing Nuo's mental energy dwindled to 24 points. A wave of dizziness enveloped her, causing her body to sway involuntarily. Instinctively, Lu Ming reached out to support her. "Wife, are you all right?" Xing Nuo replied. "Why do you harm yourself?" With her question resurfacing, Lu Ming had no choice but to explain. The rage level increased too quickly. I could only suppress it through pain. Xing Nuo was further perplexed. "Has the Female Protection Association troubled you again?" Generally, the rage levels of beastmen do not exhibit significant fluctuations unless emotions have severely impacted their cognition. Lu Ming shook his head. "That is a thing of the past." "Are you hungry? Let's eat." Xing Nuo pouted in displeasure. "Lu Ming, I detest those who keep silent. If there's an issue, speak up. We can solve it together. If you don't wish to be with me, just say so. I will let you go." She was an S-class female, receiving monthly subsidies, and her own allowance was sufficient for her livelihood. Lu Ming sighed softly. A reduction of 15 rage points was no small favor, and even if she were merely a friend, he owed her greatly. How could he leave? Xing Nuo, annoyed, punched his shoulder. "Speak." Chapter 6. Is he a masochist? Lu Ming turned his attention back to the television. Following his gaze, Xing Nuo glanced at the screen, where a person was discussing something with documents in hand, standing in a vacant lot. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that person or the vacant lot? It can't be your ancestral grave, can it? It doesn't look like it." The person remained turned away from the camera, and she couldn't even see their face. Lu Ming appeared somewhat dazed. "Did you not see the news just now?" Xing Nuo shook her head in confusion. She had been too absorbed in browsing the system mall to pay attention to the news. No matter how significant the news, it paled in comparison to her mall. "Is it someone you know?" Lu Ming scrutinized her expression, trying to ascertain whether she was lying. She had been so excited moments ago. There was no way she could have missed the news. "That was Hu Qingwei." "Hu Qingwei? Who is that?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly, taken aback that she didn't even remember the person's name. Xing Nuo refocused on the television and examined it for a moment before stating, "Is that research on the resurrection of the sea buckthorn seeds your work?" In her memory, the original host had seemingly seized Lu Ming's research and carelessly tossed it to someone nearby, even coercing him to transfer it. Lu Ming nodded, contemplating for a moment before finally conceding, "Forget it. It's useless for me to keep those materials. I'll pass them to him later." Now, this research was under Hu Qingwei's name, and even if he wished to continue it, it would be quite difficult. In comparison, the cultivation of the extinct sea buckthorn was far more pressing. Xing Nuo felt a sense of frustration. "Keep those materials. If you don't need them, just destroy them." Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Are you certain? Yes. Xing Nuo nodded seriously and said, do not concern yourself with him. I am not well versed in the matters of the research institute. If possible, find a way to retrieve the research results. Do not allow him to waste them. Although she was not entirely familiar with Xing Yue's capabilities, the clay-like substance broadcasted in the news did not seem suitable for Shaji. Lu Ming scrutinized her carefully and, upon confirming her sincerity, nodded in agreement. All right, I will find a way. Xing Nuo grasped his wrist, her brow furrowed. In the future, do not engage in self-harming acts. If your rage value rises, come to me. Even if we are not together later, you can still seek me out. Regardless of whether it was for her care during this period or for the sake of their soul fusion degree, as long as Lu Ming did not harm her, there was truly no need for her to refuse him. After all, she did not need to appease the beast man through mating. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat complex. He was uncertain how much of her words bore truth. Reflecting on her past, he found it difficult to harbor any hope. Xing Nuo was aware that he could not trust her merely based on her few words. In the past, it was her half-body that had caused him the most pain. Lu Ming, I cannot change what has happened before. I will be cautious in the future, striving to prevent such things from occurring. Her current soul fusion degree was too low, and she herself was unsure if she would be overshadowed by her half-body. Lu Ming nodded, believing her to some extent, though only he knew the depth of his belief. Upon further reflection, this was indeed the first time she had assured him, which softened his gaze slightly. Observing Lu Ming up close, Xing Nuo could not help but reach out to touch the corner of his eye, exclaiming, Lu Ming, your eyes are truly beautiful. Previously, Lu Ming had looked at her with coldness, akin to a state of numbness. Now his gaze had softened, exuding an ethereal quality that uplifted her spirits merely by looking at him. Such eyes would surely be even more captivating if they were shed tears. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Xing Nuo quickly suppressed it. When did she acquire a demonic inclination? Lu Ming felt a chill surge through him, as if his very blood were freezing. His pale face gradually turned white. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the back of the chair, his already cool fingers turning pale from the exertion. Naturally, Xing Nuo noticed his unusual reaction. What is it? Why such a strong response to a compliment about your looks? Did I inadvertently reveal my true feelings? It did not seem so. Or perhaps he was the legendary masochist who only enjoyed being tormented by others. As this thought emerged, Xing Nuo shuddered and forcefully dismissed it. Lu Ming took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, and forced a smile. It's nothing. I will go wash up. With that, he stood, collected the knife from the dining table, and strode towards his room. Xing Nuo felt a pang of anxiety. Hey, you must not harm yourself again. Rest assured, I will not, Lu Ming replied, seemingly afraid that she might think too much. He placed the knife in the kitchen before heading upstairs. Xing Nuo muttered in annoyance. What a strange person. After adjusting her emotions, she redirected her focus to the food on the table. It consisted only of simple porridge and a boiled egg. The food in this world could only be described as being in a primitive stage. Due to environmental influences, there were hardly any green plants left. The food consumed throughout the galaxy was primarily synthetic nutritional liquid. After all, nutritional liquid is convenient, economical, and nutritionally comprehensive. Adult beastmen can sustain themselves on nutritional liquid for their entire lives. Cooked food had almost become a symbol of nobility and wealth. Taking a small spoonful of porridge, Xing Nuo's face immediately contorted in bitterness. The rice here was artificially synthesized, bland and tasteless, giving the impression of eating loose sand. After confirming that Lu Ming had indeed gone to his room, she retrieved a lunchbox from the farm warehouse. Upon opening it, she found it filled with brown pickled vegetable shreds, which she had prepared herself. She had sliced the entire ball of pickled vegetable, soaked it to remove excess salt, and then finally chopped it. Stir-frying it in oil produced an absolutely delightful aroma. For her, eating porridge without pickled vegetables felt almost like not eating at all. After scooping a few spoonfuls of the pickled vegetable shreds into the porridge and quickly stirring it, she hurriedly returned the pickled vegetable to the warehouse. There was no pickled vegetable in this world, and it would be quite difficult to explain if Lu Ming saw it. She consumed the porridge in large gulps, finishing it in less than half a minute. After rinsing the bowl with water to erase any traces, she finally picked up the boiled egg and leisurely enjoyed it. When Lu Ming returned from his shower, he found Xing Nuo seated on the sofa, browsing the marketplace, while the tableware had already been tidied away. He was somewhat incredulous as he entered the kitchen, only to find eggshells in the trash bin. Not only had she finished her meal, but she had also cleaned up the dining table. For a moment, he felt as if he were dreaming. Her earlier statement of "it's all fine" was truly just a casual remark and not an opportunity to punish him. In a daze, he approached Xing Nuo's side and saw that she was actually selecting nutritional liquids. Wife, is today's nutritional liquid not to your palate? Chapter 7. A Life Like Rice Weevils. Xing Nuo focused on the information in the marketplace and casually replied, "I wish to purchase some nutritional liquid specifically for restoring mental strength." She had been browsing for quite a while, only to find options that simultaneously restored both physical and mental strength. While such comprehensive nutritional liquids had their advantages, she currently only needed to restore her mental strength. If she supplemented her physical strength as well, her weight might increase dramatically. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. The little female's mental strength would only be significantly depleted during the soothing process. She was preparing for their consumption. "You need not force yourself so," he said. Xing Nuo replied, "I am not forcing myself. It is better to prepare such things in advance. It is just too hard to find. I have been searching for a long time." There was a hint of grievance in her voice. She could not understand why. In a world that places such importance on soothing little females, there were no nutritional liquids solely for restoring mental strength. Lu Ming sat beside her. Generally, little females can only soothe males during mating, which consumes a lot of physical strength. Nutritional liquids, specifically for restoring mental strength, fall under the category of medications. He tapped a few times with his fingers, and several types of special nutritional liquids appeared on the screen. If ordinary nutritional liquids restored mental and physical strength in a 1:1 ratio, these special varieties could achieve ratios of 2:1 or 3:1. The higher the ratio, the greater the cost. The 3:1 nutritional liquid was priced at nearly 500,000 star coins. With a twitch of her lips, she decided to temporarily abandon the idea. It was simply too expensive. With that money, she might as well buy a nutritional liquid extraction machine and make her own. Thinking of this, she quickly searched for a nutritional liquid production machine. If both energy stones were exchanged, nutritional liquid would be the largest consumable. It was still most cost-effective to make it herself. Lu Ming noticed her thoughts. "Wife, aside from the rapid restoration of mental strength, do you have any other requirements for the nutritional liquid?" Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment. "Not at the moment." Lu Ming replied, "Very well. I shall research some formulas later." Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled. "You can research formulas?" The gleam in her eyes momentarily distracted Lu Ming, and he instinctively nodded. "Wonderful!" Xing Nuo exclaimed excitedly, quickly purchasing a high-grade nutritional liquid extraction machine while patting Lu Ming's shoulder. "From now on, the formulas for nutritional liquids will depend on you. I currently want a basic formula, preferably as plain as water, so I can add flavors later. It should yield a substantial amount for recovery." Lu Ming assured her, "All right, no problem." Seeing him agree, Xing Nuo immediately leaned toward him, pressing her forehead against his, intending to soothe him a bit more. She had now regained nearly 10 points of mental strength and was capable of providing some comfort. Lu Ming promptly grasped her shoulders. "Wife, you have already soothed me enough today. It is best to rest for now to avoid straining your body." Xing Nuo expressed some dissatisfaction. "I have recovered somewhat." Her purification value, the degree of soul fusion. If it weren't for the lack of mental strength, she would have wished to max it out all at once. Her soft body pressed against him, causing Lu Ming's breath to falter for a moment. His Adam's apple bobbed twice as he stiffened, reluctantly declaring, "No." Xing Nuo puffed her cheeks and straightened her posture. "What's wrong? Why are you so indifferent to your berserk value? Normally, wouldn't they be eager to have it cleared?" Lu Ming exhaled. "The premise of calming is that it must not harm your body. My dear wife, one must not be hasty in all matters. My body will not be affected by the berserk value in the short term." Xing Nuo blinked. The system had mentioned that prolonged low fusion could lead to issues. However, if the fusion rate increased too rapidly, Would that also have its effects? Rest assured, host, there are no major problems. Even if the fusion is too rapid, you will only continuously recall events with them, which may affect your sleep. The thought of drowsiness coupled with poor sleep quality made her wonder if she would need to sleep for 20 hours every day. My dear wife, Lu Ming responded. Oh, it's nothing. Xing Nua yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. It was better not to mention sleep. The moment it was brought up, drowsiness washed over her. Concern flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Let us go to the hospital for another checkup tomorrow. Xing Nua's condition was indeed peculiar. She had just woken from a long sleep, and yet felt the urge to sleep again. She shook her head. I'm aware of my situation. I won't go to the hospital for now. Seeing her insistence, Lu Ming ceased to press the matter. Your room has yet to be repaired. For tonight, you may sleep in my room. I will take the room of a yuan. Only then did Xing Nuo remember that the doors and windows of her room had been dismantled. She followed Lu Ming to his room. The room was quite simple, equipped with only a desk, a wardrobe, and a bed. Nothing more. Had she not visited the first floor, she might have doubted if she had entered a bare shell apartment. It is rather modest. Please bear with it for a night, Lu Ming said, pulling back the covers. The bedding was freshly changed, reassuring her to sleep comfortably. Xing Nuo softly replied, Thank you. Lu Ming paused, straightening up. I have prepared the bath water. Would you like to soak for a while? Jing Nuo nodded, agilely. Realizing that it had indeed been several days since her last bath, and the thought of it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Ming led her to the bathroom, meticulously introducing the various items before stating, I will wait for you outside. Xing Nuo felt a bit embarrassed. Since waking up, she felt like a giant baby, relying on others for everything, even needing someone to arrange a bath for her. Immersed in the water, Xing Nuo comfortably closed her eyes. It was fine, after all. She was still unfamiliar with this place, so having someone to arrange things for her was preferable. Reassuring herself, she relaxed completely, playfully moving a little yellow duck in the water. She hadn't expected Lu Ming to have even prepared such a thing. My dear wife, I have placed your clothes at the door. The familiar voice startled Xing Nuo, causing her shrink back slightly. Noticing he had no intention of entering, she replied, All right. Lu Ming leaned against the door. My dear wife, if you feel any discomfort, please inform me immediately. Previously, when Xing Nuo had fallen asleep while holding her toothbrush, he could not guarantee that such a situation would not happen again, so he had to be as cautious as possible. Xing Nuo was also aware of her peculiar situation and replied, Understood. Seemingly worried she might suddenly doze off, Lu Ming would speak to her every few minutes. After changing into her pajamas, Xing Nuo shyly said, I'm really sorry for troubling you today. Having just bathed, a hint of pink adorned her cheeks, giving her a languid air. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, It's no trouble at all. You should rest early. Without waiting for Xing Nuo to reply, he swiftly exited the room, as if something were chasing him from behind. Chapter 8. The Contradictory Lu Ming. Am I really that terrifying? Xing Nuo found herself at a loss. Even now, she felt unable to keep up with Lu Ming's train of thought, completely oblivious to or incapable of understanding his ideas. Sitting on the bed, Xing Nuo crossed her legs and began to meditate. As her mental strength sank into the sea of consciousness, she felt a unique energy intertwining with her spiritual body, rapidly enhancing her mental strength. Meanwhile, Lu Ming hurriedly found himself in by Xiao Yuan's room, leaning against the door, a pained expression covering his face as he shielded his eyes. He should have been vigilant. Yet upon seeing her unguarded smile, he was irresistibly drawn to her, as if his body and mind were swayed by her emotions and movements. Since Xing Nuo had awakened, she seemed like a different person altogether. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Such simple words, which she could never have uttered before, now rolled off her tongue with ease. Though her mental strength was nearly depleted, she still thought of comforting him, a notion that would have been inconceivable in the past. Images flashed through his mind. One moment, it was Xing Nuo wielding a whip, leaving him battered. The next, it was her leaping into his arms to offer comfort. The two images intertwined. He should despise her. Yet, she was willing to overextend herself, even purchasing the most detestable nutrient solution, just to provide him solace. How could he harbor hatred? His feelings, of course, were unknown to Xing Nuo. After a session of meditation, she comfortably stretched. Mental strength limit increased by 3 points. Current mental strength limit, 63 points. Satisfied? Xing Nuo nodded. This progress was indeed significant. With a thought, she entered the system space. Having just finished meditating, she would not experience drowsiness for a short time, making it the perfect opportunity to familiarize herself with the new system. At a glance, the system space appeared unchanged in size or form. System. You mentioned the expansion feature was unlocked and provided a special seed, correct? No sooner had she asked than a screen appeared before her. Land, 2M times 2M times 8M deep. Each plot costs 1 million gold coins. River, 2M times 2M times 8M deep. Each plot costs 1 million gold coins. In addition to ordinary land and rivers, there are also mountains, rocky ground, etc. Basically, a 2M by 2M plot of land required 1 million gold coins. Xing Nuo glanced at her gold coin balance in the store. Just 1 coin short of 100 billion. The gold coins were earned from previous crop yields. And this was only the limit reached. Otherwise, the number would be even higher. Without hesitation, she spent 9 billion to purchase 9,000 plots of land. Looking at the vast expanse of land, her spirits soared. Opening her storage, she retrieved the special seed, Tong Tian Mu. Tong Tian Mu can transform and balance the energy within the space, stabilizing it. System. What does stabilizing the space mean? The farm space won't explode, will it? Rest assured, host, Tong Tian Mu acts as a spatial load-bearing wall. It can ensure the space does not collapse, and the energy it transforms can be used to reinforce the space. Xing Nuo hurriedly planted the Tong Tian Mu, fearing the loss of her system space, which was crucial for her future access to vegetables and fruits. System. Can this Tong Tian Mu convert electrical energy? Yes, it can handle any energy. However, considering that the Tong Tian Mu is still in seed form, it is temporarily not recommended to use excessively potent energy. Xing Nuo opened a shop and began purchasing seeds. Among all the seeds, the blue rose offer the highest cost-performance ratio. At a price of 10,000 for the seeds, they matured in 24 hours, yielding 25 blooms per harvest and could be harvested 5 times. Each bloom worth 100,000 gold coins. It was only through this purchase that Xing Nuo noticed a new line of text on the blue rose. Lan Mei Gui can effectively reduce the orc's rage value. As for the extent of this effect, the system did not provide a conclusive answer. Upon examining other seeds, it became evident that nearly every crop had been endowed with additional unique functionalities. Xing Nuo felt invigorated and resolved. I have made up my mind. This time I will fill the warehouse to capacity. It seems that due to the system's fusion enhancement, the newly introduced seeds occupy separate slots in the warehouse. Thus, the harvested crops are also counted as new slots. Each slot can now accommodate up to 999 units. Just imagining this is a monumental endeavor. System. Can you block the signals from intelligent devices? Previously, I only had 30 plots of land, which were easy to manage, but now there are over 9,000, and merely harvesting is no simple task. She planned to bring in several work robots, but feared that those machines might emit signals that could expose the farm's activities. Rest assured, host, it's not an issue. Signal blocking is one of the system's fundamental abilities. That is reassuring. Xing Nuo brushed the soil from her hands. Speaking of which, system, I can't shake the feeling that you've been more talkative today. The previous system seemed to reply in a fixed manner, but now there is a hint of emotion in your electronic voice. Following the system's fusion, a degree of intelligence has been added. Does the host not appreciate it? I do. Xing Nuo smiled. I'll be stepping out now. With a thought, she exited the system space. With these 9,000 plots of land, along with the previous 30, she was no longer concerned about food supplies. The critical issue now was to consume the food stored in the warehouse. She opened the door, glanced around to confirm that Lu Ming was not outside, and then cautiously slipped into the kitchen. She opened the storage cabinet containing the rice barrel. The rice inside looked long, slender, and plump, quite appealing. But only those who eat it would know. It appeared to be about 5 pounds. Xing Nuo took a small bag of pearl rice from the system S warehouse, grabbed a handful, and added it to the rice barrel, intending to mix the two types of rice to avoid detection. 2 handfuls seemed insufficient. She added 2 more. It still didn't seem enough. Adding 2 more, she finally realized that she had added 8 pounds of pearl rice. The barrel was almost full. She hurriedly transferred the rice into a new barrel and vigorously stirred it to ensure the two types were thoroughly mixed. With that, she no longer needed to worry. Lastly, she stored away the excess rice, leaving only 5 pounds in the barrel, feeling satisfied as she stood up, treading lightly upstairs. Xing Nuo paused in her steps and redirected her path to the door by Xiao Yuan's room. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. Through the faint starlight, the layout of the entire room came into view. Xing Nuo was momentarily speechless. Why were these orc rooms so simple? The room's arrangement was almost identical to Lu Ming's, the only difference being the size of the bed. The 4mx5m bed nearly filled the room. However, the moment she stepped inside, she sensed a wave of malice emanating from the bed. Chapter 9. A terrifying nightmare looming. Are you awake? Xing Nuo inquired cautiously. Lu Ming sat up, panting, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had just experienced a nightmare. In the dream, he was bound, and Xing Nuo, with a sinister expression, gouged out his eyes, tossing them aside as if they were mere trash. The eyes that fell to the ground, with pupils either dilated or fixed on him, seemed to accuse him of his helplessness. Pressing his left eye, the pain from the dream lingered in his flesh. Xing Nuo turned on the light and hurried over. Did you have a nightmare? Lu Ming lifted his head slightly, his expression still dazed. Had it not been for the sound of the door opening, he might still have been trapped in his dream. My dear wife, do you need something? Xing Nuo took out a handkerchief and offered it to him. I intended to secretly comfort you, but I didn't mean to wake you. In his memory, Lu Ming seemed to have served as a military medic and was thus highly vigilant, making it not too difficult to accept. Help me with the comfort? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. Wasn't she the one who came to gouge out his eyes? Considering he had just had a nightmare. Xing Nuo projected her mental energy outward, soothing Lu Ming's agitated emotions. Gained 1 point of purification value. Xing Nuo felt somewhat puzzled. Previously, her comforting had resulted in an increase in fusion rate, but why not this time? Did it require close proximity? With this thought, Xing Nuo climbed onto the bed. Her body draped over Lu Ming's, her forehead pressed against his, and once again released her mental energy. Lu Ming closed his eyes, feeling himself transported to a bamboo forest. With gentle raindrops falling upon him, he approached the bamboo grove, his fingers brushing against the bamboo leaves, and a faint bamboo fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The tension that had gripped him began to relax. It felt as if a certain energy within him was being unraveled, intertwining with the bamboo forest before him. Gained 14 points of purification value. Overall soul fusion degree, 3201. Exhaling a breath, Xing Nuo finally ceased her actions. After several prior experiences, she had discovered that whenever her mental energy dipped below 30 points, she would experience dizziness. She carefully controlled the amount. Lu Ming gazed at Xing Nuo with a complex expression. My dear wife. For a fleeting moment, he even wished she wouldn't be so kind to him. He feared this was merely a dream, and upon waking, she would revert to that demon. Compared to awakening from a beautiful dream only to fall back into a nightmare, he would rather remain in the nightmare. At least he would be spared from the torment of the disparity. Xing Nuo, listening to the system's prompt, felt elated. She now had 33 points of purification value, inching closer to her goal of exchanging for source stones. Xing Nuo scrutinized him. How do you feel now? Much better. Thank you, dear wife. Is your nightmare related to that research matter? I noticed that the one named Hu Qingwei seems incapable of planting sea buckthorn. If he fails to cultivate it, can he still retrieve the research? In truth, her seed shop had sea buckthorn seeds for sale, and they were of the enhanced variety. Even if the environment in this world was less than ideal with the system's enhancements, cultivating them would not pose a significant challenge. However, she recalled that sea buckthorn was considered an economic crop, primarily known for its sand-fixing properties. The taste of sea buckthorn is rather sour, and to produce juice from it, a considerable amount of sugar must be added. If the goal was to alleviate the rage value, then sea buckthorn was not the optimal choice. It is not about the research matter. Lu Ming shook his head gently, regarding sea buckthorn. I will think of another way. In comparison, successfully cultivating is far more important. They have spent their lives constrained by the rage value. Having such an ancient crop that can reduce it, he truly does not wish to give up. Naturally, he also hopes that this hard-won seed will not perish so easily. Xing Nuo was somewhat perplexed. Have you succeeded in cultivating it before? How do you know it can reduce the rage value? We have conducted research on the seeds. Certain components within them have the ability to suppress and eliminate the rage value. However, the specific effects can only be tested once they are cultivated. The components in the seeds are from before their dormancy, and they cannot guarantee that those effects will persist in a different environment. Oh, in any case, I hope you can cultivate it. After some contemplation, Xing Nuo added, if you encounter difficulties later, feel free to seek my assistance. If all else fails, I could secretly slip you a seed. With Lu Ming's capabilities, high-yield seeds should be cultivable. Lu Ming chuckled softly, knowing that Xing Nuo had no prior knowledge of ancient biology. So how could she assist? Very well. Should there be any issues, I will seek your help. Xing Nuo inquired, speaking of which, if we were to create medicine, wouldn't it be better to directly plant medicinal herbs? Their efficacy would be stronger, wouldn't it? Lu Ming replied, medicinal herbs are far too precious. Even if we have preserved some seeds, we cannot rashly use them. A failed restoration would result in a significant loss. Very well. Xing Nuo felt a bit of a headache. In the present day, ancient crops hold immense value, and the thought of selling what she cultivates appears perilous. My dear wife, I have come to terms with the research outcomes. You need not fret. Xing Nuo gazed intently at him. Yet you have been plagued by nightmares? Lu Ming offered a resigned smile. I merely dreamt of being punished by the Female Protection Association. It is nothing of great consequence. A moment's pause from Xing Nuo revealed that this indeed seemed to be her dilemma. I shall be more cautious in the future. You need not bear any burden. We have grown accustomed to it. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. His nightmares were not solely attributed to this. In the past few years, being punished by the Female Protection Association alongside Xing Nuo had become a commonplace occurrence for them. How could they still be haunted by nightmares over such matters? Yet, the thought of eye gouging was something he could not articulate. He feared that mentioning it could inadvertently spark a desire to engage in such acts. This was hardly advantageous for him. Xing Nuo awkwardly patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. I shall return to recuperate now. Please take good care of yourself. Without awaiting his response, she leaped off the bed. The situation felt exceedingly awkward. Now, facing Lu Ming, she felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed she must find a way to further study the various regulations of the Female Protection Association to avoid similar incidents in the future. Lu Ming hastily rose to escort her back to her room. You need not concern yourself with me. Please rest well. Xing Nuo waved her hand, urging him to sleep early. Unlike her, Lu Ming had work at the Research Institute during the day. Lu Ming nodded. You should also rest early. Xing Nuo closed the door and immediately collapsed on her bed. Lu Ming lingered by the door for a while before slowly making his way to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. After taking a few sips, his gaze fell upon the storage cabinet, where he noticed signs of tampering. Setting down his glass, he swiftly accessed the surveillance footage. The video revealed Xing Nuo sneaking into the kitchen like a thief, replacing the rice in the container. Chapter 10. The Discomfort of Half a Self. Lu Ming opened the rice container and, reaching in, examined a small handful of rice closely. With just a glance, he sensed something amiss. Artificial rice, having undergone high-pressure bonding, possesses an impeccably clean surface, unlike the grains in his hand that bore a slight dusting. Retrieving a small sealed bag from his spatial pocket, he preserved the rice sample. Upon returning to his room, he immediately commenced analyzing the rice. It was imperative to ascertain that it posed no harm to humans. If the rice proved problematic, he needed to rectify the situation at the earliest opportunity. In contrast to his anxiety, Xing Nuo was in high spirits as she returned to her room and promptly fell asleep. As her consciousness sank, she found herself in a dimly lit space. The area was vast, and in the distance, a figure began to drift towards her. Instinctively, Xing Nuo grasped a long whip for protection. Having had prior experience, she understood she was likely entering a dream. However, she was not as alarmed as before. As the figure approached, she was taken aback by its striking resemblance to herself. It dawned on her that this person was likely her other half. The other half scrutinized her in return. "Humph, I expected something extraordinary. You look rather ordinary." Amused, Xing Nuo replied, "According to the system, we share the same soul, hence our likeness." The other half turned her head with a hint of displeasure. "Humph. So you just awakened the system. What's so remarkable about that?" A shadow of envy flickered in her eyes, now merged with Xing Nuo. She could perceive everything Xing Nuo could. The peculiar ancient crops within the farm space made her mouth water simply by observation. Such natural greenery was incomparable to the artificial flowers and grasses of the present. Xing Nuo shrugged. "Truly, there is nothing remarkable. A significant portion of the system I possess now belongs to you, and I covet those special tools and skills as well. It is regrettable that the purification points are so scarce." The other half extended her hand. "I want strawberries and grapes." Xing Nuo, not one to be stingy, retrieved 2 boxes of strawberries and grapes from the system warehouse. As she handed them over, realization struck her. Is this not a dream? Is it the sea of consciousness? The other half plucked a strawberry and casually popped it in her mouth. "You only just realized? You're rather slow on the uptake." Xing Nuo stared at the strawberry in her hand, puzzled. Can food really enter the sea of consciousness? The other half scoffed. "No need to look so bewildered. These are merely manifestations of your memories, materialized through mental energy." "Very well." Curious, Xing Nuo studied her other half, noticing a difference from her previous memories. The other half's temperament seemed much calmer now. The other half reached out again. "I want cake, osmanthus cake, walnut crisps." Without hesitation, Xing Nuo opened the warehouse interface, presenting it before her. "Is there anything else you desire?" The other half's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed behind Xing Nuo, eagerly tapping on the compartments of the warehouse. The system warehouse resembled a game, filled with small compartments, each displaying images and basic information about the items, making it exceedingly convenient to locate. Before long, a plethora of food items accumulated on the floor. The other half swiftly gathered the food into her spatial pocket, seemingly afraid Xing Nuo would change her mind, and darted away. Xing Nuo found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Why did those items hold such significance? Exiting the sea of consciousness, Xing Nuo felt a brief sensation of disorientation. Rubbing her slightly dizzy head, she checked her attributes. Mental power, 2063. It appeared she had expended too much energy within the sea of consciousness. In the future, she must be more mindful when acquiring items. Quickly consuming a bottle of nutritional fluid, she meditated to recover. Upon awakening 2 hours later, she strolled down to the first floor, discovering congee and eggs laid out on the dining table. The robotic butler approached. "Master Lu Ming has gone to the hospital to visit by Xiao Yuan. He instructed you to rest at home. He will return shortly. Your customized nutritional fluid extractor has been installed in the kitchen. I can prepare whatever type of nutritional fluid you desire." Xing Nuo glanced at the time, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon. She sent the robotic butler off to prepare a standard nutritional fluid and sat down to eat. After replacing the rice, the congee's flavor had significantly improved. She casually accessed the marketplace and purchased 3 work robots. These machines possessed basic learning abilities, and once she demonstrated their operation, they would manage the tasks efficiently. The thought of her abundant crops filled her with delight. The door swung open, and Lu Ming stepped inside, noticing Xing Nuo dining. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Xing Nuo waved to greet him. "Welcome home." Lu Ming paused, quickening his pace. "Have you just awakened, my dear wife?" Xing Nuo smiled sheepishly. "Yes, I overslept." Concern flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. "Are you feeling unwell? You have been asleep for over 10 hours now. It is natural to feel dizzy after such a long slumber." Xing Nuo shook her head. "No, I assure you, if anything were amiss, I would inform you." Lu Ming remained apprehensive, placing his hand on her forehead. A green energy radiated from him as he meticulously checked her condition. After a prolonged moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. The fluctuations in Xing Nuo's mental energy were significant. This was likely the reason for her excessive sleepiness. However, the cause of such a condition remained unclear. Xing Nuo finished her egg. By the way, how is Bai Xiaoyuan? Has he recovered from his injuries? Lu Ming set aside his lingering questions and gently explained. His injuries have healed well. However, his rage levels have peaked. Peaked? Xing Nuo inhaled sharply. If his rage levels reach their maximum, he risks transforming into a beast devoid of reason. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyuan is a fierce Mo-Lan tiger, possessing tremendous attack power. Once he enters a state of beastification, it is highly likely that he will face immediate execution. Lu Ming bit his lip and knelt on one knee, saying, "Wife, I beseech you to help calm A Yuan. I am willing to pay any price, even if it costs me my eyes. I implore you to grant my request." Xing Nuo, with a piece of egg yolk lodged in her mouth, cough, cough. "Water, water." Lu Ming quickly rose, poured a cup of warm water, and held it to her lips, nervously patting her back. "Please, take your time." After downing the entire cup, Xing Nuo felt as though she had been rescued. Her eyes glistening with tears as she glared at Lu Ming. "What kind of horror story are you telling? What do you mean by even costing him his eyes? Do you think I would gouge his eyes out?" She was not a sadist. Upon recalling that she had complimented him on his beautiful eyes yesterday, she wondered if he had thought that she intended to harm him. She shuddered at the thought. No wonder his expression had been so strange at that time. Lu Ming, anxious, asked, "Are you all right?" Chapter 11. Bai Xiaoyuan Crisis. "Not good," Xing Nuo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "What on earth are you thinking?" "I am sorry." Lu Ming lowered his head, his previous tension dissipating instantly. Had he truly overthought the matter? Sighing in exasperation, Xing Nuo said, "Honestly, I meant it when I said your eyes are beautiful. I had no ulterior motives, do you understand?" "Yes." Xing Nuo scratched her head, understanding that such thoughts were not easily changed, and gestured for Lu Ming to sit down. "Let us set that aside for now. Is A Yuan's condition serious?" Lu Ming replied, "It has reached 99. Xing Nuo gasped. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." "Wait." Lu Ming hurriedly stopped her. "Wife, A Yuan's situation is special." Xing Nuo was somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by special?" Lu Ming meticulously explained. A Yuan's fury level is at 99. It is difficult for him to maintain his human form. Xing Nuo urged, "Then shouldn't we soothe him as quickly as possible?" Lu Ming continued, "Under normal circumstances, a small female can only calm a beast man through mating. If outsiders discover your situation, it could be dangerous. It is extremely rare to calm a beast man without mating. Historically, no small female has achieved this. Given Bai Xiaoyuan's current uncertainty, if this were to be exposed, those beastmen constrained by their fury levels would undoubtedly act, especially the powerful male beastmen. Although he is also an SSS-grade male beastman, he is not skilled in combat. The greatest issue now is that Bai Xiaoyuan's fury level is too high, and special hospitals do not easily release individuals under such conditions. Calming him can only be done at a special hospital." Xing Nuo swallowed hard, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you suggesting we pretend to mate?" Lu Ming nodded. "This is the most prudent approach. As long as we reduce the fury level to 95, we can bring A Yuan back." Xing Nuo grimaced. "I cannot. In 2 lifetimes." She had never had such experience. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Leave it to A Yuan when the time comes." Xing Nuo's eyes widened in astonishment. "He has experience?" In her memory, both Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming were also novices. Lu Ming lightly coughed. "It is basic education." It then dawned on Xing Nuo that, in this world, beastmen seem to learn how to serve their wives to prevent accidentally harming small females. A faint blush crept on her fair face as she responded softly, "Oh." Lu Ming kindly reassured her, "You need not bear any burden. I merely want you to mentally prepare yourself." Xing Nuo nodded. After a brief silence, Lu Ming added, "Wife, A Yuan truly loves you. Please make sure to soothe him." With Bai Xiaoyuan's fury level nearing 99, if Xing Nuo were to perform the soothing, the personnel at the special hospital would undoubtedly administer a special serum to maintain his human form. However, this serum has a significant side effect. It raises the fury level. If administered without calming Bai Xiaoyuan, once the serum's effects wear off, he would be unable to revert to human form and would completely beastify, becoming a mindless beast. Had it not been for Xing Nuo helping him alleviate so much fury these past few days, he would not have dared to suggest this. A thought can lead to heaven, while another can lead to hell. This gamble was immense. Xing Nuo said earnestly, "Since I have agreed, I will certainly do it. Let's go now. The sooner we soothe him, the safer it will be." Good. Before long, the two arrived at the special hospital. Standing at the door of the ward, a wary medic observed them, saying, given his current condition, he can only be injected with the serum. Once administered, there is no turning back. Are you certain you want to proceed? Xing Nuo was confused. What do you mean? Lu Ming carefully explained the serum's effects. Xing Nuo's expression darkened. This meant completely entrusting Bai Xiaoyuan's life to her. If she were to backtrack, Bai Xiaoyuan would meet his end. Were they truly so confident? Lu Ming felt anxious. Wife, do you agree? At such a critical moment, if she were to have second thoughts, everything would be over. Xing Nuo nodded firmly. Yes. I will soothe him. Lu Ming's face brightened. I will go speak to A Yuan. No need to go in. I disapprove. A commanding voice boomed from behind. Xing Nuo turned to see a nearly 2-meter-tall elder approaching, accompanied by a small female and 2 burly men. Lu Ming quickly bowed. Grandfather Bai Chengji, with a frosty expression and a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, said, Lu Ming, your life was saved by A Yuan. How dare you endanger his life? Lu Ming hastily explained, Grandfather Bai, the wife has already agreed to help A Yuan soothe his fury. We are here to save him. Bai Chengji's anger intensified. You dare to speak such nonsense? His powerful aura surged as he raised his enormous hand to strike Lu Ming. Xing Nuo gasped. Lu Ming's physique would certainly not withstand Bai Chengji's blow, especially since it was laced with lethal intent. Instinctively, she drew out her whip, which crackled with subtle electric energy, and lashed at Bai Chengji's wrist. Bai Chengji squinted, allowing the whip to strike his wrist, yet his massive hand continued its trajectory, landing squarely on Lu Ming's chest and knocking him back 3 steps. After halting his movement, Bai Chengji narrowed his eyes, not regarding Lu Ming, but scrutinizing his wrist. Just moments ago, he had sensed the electric power from the whip. How is this possible? How could a small female awaken electric power? It could only be attributed to the whip's innate features. After all, electrically charged equipment was not uncommon. Xing Nuo hastily supported Lu Ming. Are you all right? Lu Ming exhaled. Grandfather Bai did not strike too hard. Although his actions appeared frightening, he ultimately held back. I'm not seriously injured. Xing Nuo glared at Bai Chengji. Who do you think you are? A combat sequence ambush researcher. Do you have no shame? She had no particular impression of the person before her, but merely judging by his size and the speed of his earlier strike, she could tell that his combat prowess was formidable. Gripping her whip tighter, she realized that ordinary electricity would not affect him. It seemed she would have to find a way to leverage her newly learned skills to break through. Bai Chengji regarded Xing Nuo with interest. In this brief encounter, she was not as he had heard. Lu Ming quickly pulled Xing Nuo aside, explaining, Wife, he is A Yuan's grandfather. The one beside him is A Yuan's sister, Bai Xiaoqian. Xing Nuo felt somewhat dissatisfied. Even if he was A Yuan's grandfather, he should not directly resort to violence. After all, he had just attempted to kill Lu Ming. Although the murderous intent had been subtle, she had still sensed it. Yet, she could not fathom why he had chosen to withdraw his attack in time. Chapter 12. Mental level D? Bai Chengji let out a cold snort. You are not mistaken. I indeed wish to eliminate him. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed Bai Chengji effortlessly sending Bai Xiaoyuan flying with a single slap on numerous occasions, understanding that this was almost their customary greeting. Thus, when Bai Chengji approached, he had no intention of evading. Never had he anticipated that Bai Chengji would harbor murderous intent towards him. Grandfather Bai, is there a misunderstanding between us? Bai Chengji, with his hands clasped behind his back and a glacial gaze, replied, Are you planning to have her sue Xiaoyuan? Lu Ming nodded, indeed. Bai Chengji cast a sidelong glance at Xing Nuo. I believe she can calm Xiaoyuan, but I do not trust her abilities. From the moment he struck until Xing Nuo brandished her whip, it was almost instinctual. For a small female, achieving that was no easy feat regardless of her motives. She did possess the intention to protect Lu Ming. Thus, it was indeed possible for her to attempt to pacify Bai Xiaoyuan. Lu Ming, perplexed, implored, "Please clarify, grandfather Bai. What do you mean by not trusting Xing Nua's abilities? She is an S-level small female. This is common knowledge across the empire. Comparatively, others would likely be more skeptical about Xing Nua's willingness to comfort Bai Xiaoyuan." Bai Xiaoqian stepped forward. You must not have seen her mental energy assessment report." Lu Ming suddenly recalled that the hospital had indicated they would send Xing Nua's mental energy assessment report. He had been preoccupied with studying rice and caring for Bai Xiaoyuan, thus neglecting it. Remembering Xing Nua's intense mental energy fluctuations, he wondered if there was indeed an issue. He hastily retrieved and reviewed the assessment report. Xing Nua curiously leaned in a look. "Oh, D-level? Me?" Xing Nua's eyes widened in astonishment. Hadn't the previous assessments all indicated S-level? How had it suddenly dropped to D-level? Lu Ming's expression darkened. D-level? This was utterly inconceivable. If Xing Nua could calm him, she could not possibly be a D-level small female. Was there some underlying issue? Realizing this, Lu Ming quickly said, "Grandfather Bai, may I speak with you privately?" Bai Chengji scrutinized him with suspicion. "You're not trying to dismiss me, are you?" Lu Ming replied, "As you previously stated, my life was saved by Xiao Yuan. I would never harm him." Bai Chengji gestured to the side. "Let us go." With that, he strode toward an open area. "My lady, please wait for me here. I will return shortly," Lu Ming instructed before hastily departing. Bai Xiaoqian, hands on her hips, glared at Xing Nua. "Didn't he expect your scheme to be so easily unraveled? Are you regretting it now?" Xing Nua, with a flat expression, responded, "You think too much. I have no scheme." Bai Xiaoqian scoffed, still denying it. "I see you know your level has regressed. That is why you want to force my brother's hand. I assure you, I will not allow you to harm him." Xing Nua remained silent for a moment. His rage value must be at 99 by now. Bai Xiaoqian, momentarily losing her bravado, defiantly lifted her chin. "So what?" Bai Xiaoyuan's current condition was indeed dire, and he could completely beast out at any moment. Xing Nua inquired, "Have you found an S-level small female who can calm him?" Bai Xiaoqian weakly replied, "No." Xing Nua continued to press. "Have you discovered a method to reduce his rage value?" Bai Xiaoqian murmured, "No." Xing Nua asked, "Do you have a plan to lower his rage value?" Bai Xiaoqian was left speechless. Xing Nua, rolling her eyes, looked at her incredulously. "You have no solutions at all?" Bai Xiaoqian was equally frustrated. If lowering the rage value were that simple, would my brother be in this situation? Sometimes, she wished Bai Xiaoyuan were merely an S-level beast man. It would have been much easier to soothe him without being tied to Xing Nua. Xing Nua shrugged and casually sat in a chair, deciding not to waste her breath on the matter. Bai Xiaoqian, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, proposed, "How about this? Teach me to use the long whip, and I will overlook your intentions to harm my brother." Xing Nua retorted, "I never intended to harm him." Bai Xiaoqian expressed her dissatisfaction. "If you were to calm my brother, he wouldn't survive 24 hours, yet you claim you haven't harmed him." Xing Nua, feeling helpless, noted that Bai Xiaoqian seemed convinced she could not soothe Bai Xiaoyuan. "Do not forget, I was once an S-level small female. I have my methods." Bai Xiaoqian tilted her head, struggling with her thoughts, murmuring, "Could the report be incorrect? Generally speaking, unless a small female's body and mental suffered significant harm, once a small female's level was established, it rarely decreased. Even if it were to drop, it could not plummet from S-level to D-level. If it were a mental injury, it seemed it could still recover. Could she truly save Bai Xiaoyuan?" Meanwhile, in a secluded area, Bai Chengji crossed his arms and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" Lu Ming simply opened his personal information panel and presented it before Bai Chengji. Rage value 66. Bai Chengji was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lu Ming with uncertainty. "Are you certain this is accurate?" He was well aware of how severe Lu Ming's previous rage value had been. Now it was merely 66. Lu Ming solemnly nodded. "All thanks to my lady's efforts in soothing me over the past few days." However, the report made by Chengji recalled the previous assessment that had been sent to his light brain, which indicated D-level. If it were truly D-level, she could not possibly calm Lu Ming, who was an SSS level male. Lu Ming, having stowed away his light brain, stated with gravity, "Previously, The Female Protection Association attempted to forcibly take me away. My lady suspected they had a vendetta against me. Perhaps these two incidents are not mere coincidences. Initially, he had been indifferent to Bai Chengji's casual remark about whether they had a feud, but just moments ago, Xing Nuo had effortlessly sensed Bai Chengji's murderous intent, which could not be overlooked. Bai Chengji asked, "You suspect the Female Protection Association and the hospital are colluding to harm her?" First, they deliberately altered Xing Nuo's report to downgrade her level, then removed her protective members. This way, Xing Nuo becomes completely vulnerable. Lu Ming replied, "I still need to investigate the specifics." Bai Qingji pondered, if she were to sue Xiao Yuan, what would her chances of success be? Lu Ming responded, "As long as my lady is willing, it is not an issue. Over these past few days, I have personally experienced Xing Nuo's capabilities. I have complete faith in her. If she is willing, even the strongest beastman can be calmed." Bai Chengji fell silent for a while. "What about that sea buckthorn of yours?" Lu Ming regretfully shook his head. To effectively reduce the rage value, sea buckthorn must be cultivated in large quantities and then extracted for its essence. A few fruits would be ineffective. Xiao Yuan cannot wait that long. Chapter 13. Betting with one's life. Bai Chengji sighed this matter. "You should discuss it with Xiao Yuan and see what he chooses. With a rage value of 99 and no effective means to lower it, we can only gamble." Lu Ming affirmed, "Yes." Bai Chengji patted Lu Ming's shoulder. "I apologize for what just transpired." Lu Ming brushed it off. "I understand you are concerned for Xiao Yuan." Bai Chengji's gaze drifted to the distance, where a figure sat in a chair, momentarily perplexed. "In my memory, she would not assist you in calming him. Why has she agreed now?" "I am not sure either, but I can assure you it is not related to the mental report," Lu Ming replied. Bai Chengji nodded, noting that the report had not been pre-reviewed by Lu Ming, and Xing Nuo's expression at that time did not appear fabricated. Let us hope she remains steadfast. At the very least, during this meeting, my impression of Xing Nuo is quite favorable. It is a notion I had never dared to entertain, seeing a small female wielding power to protect her beastman. Lu Ming's gaze softened indeed. Bai Qingji seemed to recall something. Chuckling softly, if her instinctual protective target were Xiao Yuan, he would likely be overjoyed, rolling on the ground and weeping like a pig. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth as he addressed his grandfather. "Grandfather, perhaps it is best not to tease you any further." With matters resolved, the two ambled towards the door of the hospital room. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Chengji, Lu Ming stepped into the ward. Inside, a majestic tiger, deep blue in hue, almost verging on black, lay sprawled across the hospital bed. The creature was ensnared by silver, specially crafted chains that bound him firmly to the bed. Thick intravenous lines dripped potent sedatives into his system, striving to maintain his rage levels. Regrettably, his body had developed an immunity to the suppressants, rendering their effect negligible. With great effort, the tiger lifted his head. "Why have you returned?" he inquired, sniffing the air, his eyes widening as he turned his gaze towards the door. "I can smell the presence of my mate. Could it be?" Lu Ming approached his side, glancing at the data displayed before him. "Your mate intends to soothe you." Bai Xiaoyuan shook his head dismissively. "Such jesting is unnecessary. Just days ago, Xing Nuo fainted upon encountering my beast form. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly come to comfort me?" Lu Ming's expression turned serious as he revealed his information. "I speak no jest. Look, she has already calmed me. I am not like you. You are a Just Lu, while I am a tiger, moreover a mutated one. The Just Lu, in either human or beast form, possesses exceptional beauty. Even in beast form, they do not incite fear in the petite females. In contrast, our kind, tigers, lions, wolves, are fearsome in their beast forms, evoking terror in the smaller females. There are even strict regulations in Dixing prohibiting us from revealing our beast forms in their presence. Your mate is different now," Lu Ming urged softly. "When I brought you out from the security team, it was at her behest. Otherwise, how would they have released you? Furthermore, did you not previously state that she was the only one unaffected by your appearance?" Bai Xiao Yuan replied despondently, "Things have changed." Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no surveillance devices were present before lowering his voice. "Your mate can now soothe us directly with her mental energy without the need for mating. Bai Xiaoyuan's head snapped up, his gaze fixed intently on Luming. Are you certain? Luming nodded gravely. And this information, who else have you disclosed it to? I have only informed you, Luming replied. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaoyuan instructed, notify the doctor to prepare the H injection. The prospect of soothing a beast man without mating could create a sensational stir if made public. Should Xingnua attract the attention of those lunatics, the risk to her safety would be substantial. In the midst of this, the door to the ward swung open, and Xingnua peeked in. Bai Xiaoyuan's heart raced, and he intended to harness his energy to revert to human form. However, the moment he attempted to channel his energy, a sharp pain coursed through him, causing his body to weaken. Xingnua entered briskly, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Bai Xiaoyuan, a black tiger, one that was almost mythical. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Unable to resist, she reached out to stroke his head. It felt somewhat prickly. Oh, it isn't entirely black, she mused, leaning in closer to observe the deep blue hues beneath the black fur. The closeness brought Bai Xiaoyuan to immediate tension, his pupils dilating and fur bristling. Within mere moments, he appeared to have gained considerable bulk. Xingnua observed this transformation with intrigue, stifling a laugh. Although she should have been afraid of Tiger in such a state, the fact that he was restrained to the hospital bed diminished her fear. Bai Xiaoyuan, his skin flushing a soft pink beneath his fur, spoke in a deep, rumbling tone. Mate, I find myself in my beast form. It is most undignified. Xingnua playfully pinched his ear, her fingers discovering the softness of his fur. You cannot revert to human form now, can you? Is it that you do not wish to see me? Not at all. The ticklish sensation on his ears made Bai Xiaoyuan twitch. Xingnua's fingers began a playful chase around his ear, her eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, Luming had already informed the doctor waiting outside. The physician, upon witnessing the playful atmosphere in the ward, finally began to process the request and report it to his superiors. Bai Xiaoyuan cast a glance at the doctor outside. Also apply for the shock collar. Bai Xiaoqian, hearing his words, rushed into the room only to retreat in haste, shouting from the doorway, Brother, have you lost your mind? Luming was equally startled. You, that is far too perilous. The shock collar, as the name implies, delivered a powerful electric shock. This current was potent enough to lethally incapacitate a beast man like Bai Xiaoyuan. The collar was equipped with a device to monitor rage levels, and should the rage reach 100 points, the collar would activate, delivering a direct jolt to the heart. Xingnua recalled information about such devices and quickly interjected, There is no need for this. It is far too dangerous. Bai Xiaoyuan brushed his ears against her fingers. I no longer wish to remain in the hospital. Most critically, within the hospital, his bodily data was constantly monitored and uploaded to the system. With a shock collar, he could leave the hospital and the various monitoring devices would be removed. Moreover, the collar's data would not be uploaded. However, Xingnua remained apprehensive. What if someone tampers with the collar? That would mean entrusting your life to a machine. If it were to be hacked, it could spell disaster. Chapter 14. With the beast form, the doctor outside appeared anxious. Are you certain? Bai Xiaoyuan affirmed, yes. The doctor, trembling, proceeded to submit the application. Xingnua expressed her dissatisfaction. Isn't there another way? Bai Xiaoyuan replied sternly, Mate, I have my reasons. Luming understood Bai Xiaoyuan's intentions to protect Xingnua's secret. Mate, though the collar is dangerous, it is mechanically controlled and cannot be hacked. As long as the rage level drops below 95, the collar can be removed. Xingnua breathed a sigh of relief. If it were 95, she could manage that quite swiftly. Yet, recalling the previous mention of medication, she spoke up again, regardless. I'm not afraid of his beast form. If we have the collar, does that mean we no longer need to administer the medication? Those drugs would increase his rage level. And if a single injection were to push it to 100, it would immediately trigger the collar's function. Bai Xiaoqian, peeking through the doorframe, regarded Xingnua with a look of disbelief. You plan to be with the beast form? Bai Xiaoyuan's beast form was undeniably intimidating. If she was unafraid, that was one thing. But if soothing him required the use of his beast form, it would be perilous indeed. Xingnua's lips twitched as she caught Bai Xiaoqian's expression, realizing the implications of her thoughts. Oh no, My reputation is ruined. Looming, his eyes twinkling with humor, suggested, let us wait until we return home to administer the medication. It is wiser that way. He too was concerned about the potential effects of the medication on Bai Xiaoyuan. Before long, both the medication and the collar were approved. The black collar, against Bai Xiaoyuan's deep blue fur, was hardly noticeable. Xing Nuo reached out to touch the collar. Will be too tight? Bai Xiaoyuan shook his head. Not all. Are you truly not afraid of me? Xing Nuo affectionately stroked his head once more. Not in the least. From the very beginning, she had never sensed malice from Bai Xiaoyuan, and thus, fear was absent. As the chains binding him were released, Bai Xiaoyuan leaped down from the bed. His beast form towered over her, an imposing presence that was a stark contrast to his earlier, more subdued state. Bai Xiaoyuan kept his mouth shut, anxiously observing Xing Nuo, fearful that she might faint from fright. Let's return home, Xing Nuo encouraged, patting his leg. Given his towering height, she could no longer reach his head. With a twinkle in her eye, Xing Nuo rubbed her hands together. Shall we negotiate something? Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his gaze to her, indicating for her to continue. As the tempestuous energy within you subsides, may I have the honor of riding upon you? The mere thought of riding a tiger sends a thrill through her. Bai Xiaoyuan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. Is that not permissible? My apologies. The tail behind Bai Xiaoyuan stood erect, and he gently nudged her with his tiger head. It is indeed possible. You may ride as you wish. Really? Then it's settled. There can be no turning back, Xing Nuo exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, bouncing towards the exit. Bai Xiaoyuan followed closely, his towering form nearly obscuring any gaze directed their way. His tail occasionally brushed against Xing Nuo's waist, almost encircling her within a half-meter radius. Bai Chengji observed them depart with a smile. Otherwise, how could Xiaoyuan's love-stricken state be explained? Bai Xiaoqian, perplexed, replied, but wasn't she previously rendered unconscious by my brother's beast form? Bai Chengji's expression turned stern. This matter shall be investigated. Since Xing Nuo is willing to assist Bai Xiaoyuan, they are now family, and I will not allow her to be manipulated or bullied. Bai Xiaoqian promptly fell silent, realizing the gravity of Xing Nuo's previous fainting spell. Meanwhile, the trio settled into the flying vehicle. Previously, Xing Nuo had questioned the need for such a large craft, but now it became clear. Lu Ming pressed a button, causing all the seats behind them to retract, leaving only the seats for himself and Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaoyuan lay weakly against the seat's edge. With his fury levels nearly at their peak and lacking a strong suppressant, he felt as if every cell in his body clamored for release. Struggling to suppress the violent factors within, he found himself devoid of strength. Understanding his discomfort, Xing Nuo sat down, wrapping her arms around his tiger head and resting her forehead against him. Her mental energy flowed into Bai Xiaoyuan like a gentle stream, extinguishing the raging energy within him. He roared, as if attempting to expel the turbulence within. Purification value gained, 16 points. Overall soul fusion level, 4,801. Current total purification value, 49. Bai Xiaoyuan snapped back to reality, staring at Xing Nuo in astonishment. To his surprise, his fury level had dropped to 83 points in such a brief span of time. Even the current queen would struggle to achieve such a feat. Xing Nuo playfully tugged at his collar. Let us remove this thing. After pressing a button on the collar, it easily came off. The life-threatening device filled her with dread merely by proximity. Thankfully, with his fury diminished, it was a simple task to remove it. Bai Xiaoyuan tapped a spatial button, producing an identical collar. What are you doing? Xing Nuo asked, her eyes wide. Bai Xiaoyuan, slightly embarrassed, replied, My dear, this is merely a decorative item. Oh. Xing Nuo quickly adorned him with a newly retrieved collar. They were still in the flying vehicle, and it seemed remarkable that his fury had decreased so significantly in such a short time. Yet, how did he possess such a collar in his spatial inventory? Curiously, she pondered whether beastmen had a penchant for such adornments. Bai Xiaoyuan struggled to mask the blush on his cheeks. My dear, you must be weary. Perhaps you should rest for a moment. Xing Nuo retrieved a nutrient solution and drank from it. Soon they arrived home. Xing Nuo dashed into the living room. collapsing onto the sofa. After being out for a while, she felt genuinely fatigued. Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming exchanged knowing glances and began inspecting every corner of the house. Once they confirmed everything was in order, Bai Xiaoyuan concentrated, and within 3 seconds, he transformed back into his human form, towering nearly 2 meters tall with blood-red eyes. He exuded a commanding presence. His skin, unlike his beast form, was fair, and the black collar stood out starkly against it. Chapter 15. The Mischievous by Xiaoyuan. Xing Nuo reclined on the back of the sofa, her eyes sparkling. She couldn't help but admire her 2 beastly husbands. They were undeniably striking. The girl had indeed been well fed. Bai Xiaoyuan turned his head and found Xing Nuo's luminous gaze fixed on him. He strode over, "My dear, would you like to ride now?" Xing Nuo shook her head. "Let us wait until you recover a bit more. Besides, I'm not in a mood to move right now. I think I'll just go to sleep soon." Bai Xiaoyuan checked the time. It was only around 7 in the evening. Was she truly going to sleep this early? Lu Ming interjected. "Shall we wait for you to finish sleeping before dinner?" Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment. "Let us have it tomorrow instead. I just had the nutrient solution, so I'm sufficiently nourished for now. I can grab a small cake from the storage later if I get hungry." For now, restoring her mental energy through meditation was of greater importance. Bai Xiaoyuan approached her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Let us have you sleep at my place tonight." Xing Nuo instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Now that we're home, is there still a need for pretense?" Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. "It's best to have your scent around. Do not worry. I shall not force myself upon you without your consent." Xing Nuo felt a flush of warmth. Discussing such matters openly made her feel bashful. Bai Xiaoyuan securely cradled her and walked towards his room. "My dear, please sit here while I prepare the bath." Xing Nuo nodded, and once he entered the bathroom, she settled into a cross-legged position to meditate and recover. Meditating would expedite her mental recovery and increase her mental capacity, which was highly beneficial. Bai Xiaoyuan filled the bathtub, and during the process, he took a moment to cleanse himself. When he emerged dressed in fresh attire, he found Xing Nuo meditating on the bed. Given the circumstances, he refrained from interrupting her and quietly observed. It was astonishing how much she had changed in just a few days. Previously, she had been averse to anyone getting close, including him. Naturally, this transformation was a welcome change for him. After a brief recovery, she opened her eyes and met his crimson gaze. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed concern. "My dear, how was your recovery? Did this take a toll on you?" Xing Nuo rubbed her neck. "Not at all. I managed the amount well, and it won't affect my body. That is a relief." Bai Xiaoyuan felt a weight lift from his heart. "I have prepared the bath. You may cleanse yourself now." Xing Nuo agreed and swiftly entered the bathroom. Bai Xiaoyuan followed closely, handing her a towel. With one hand, he began to unfasten her clothing. Startled, Xing Nuo quickly stepped back. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoyuan draped the towel over his arm, stating earnestly, "I am here to assist you with your bath." Xing Nuo took the towel, pushing him away gently. "I can manage on my own. Please wait outside." Bai Xiaoyuan pointed towards the distant bathtub. "The fixtures here are quite elevated. It may be inconvenient for you to manage alone." Xing Nuo followed his gesture and indeed saw the towering bathtub, realizing she would need to climb in. Everything from the bathtub to the sink was designed at such a height, unlike Lu Ming's place, which was more accommodating. She felt a hint of frustration, as she had assumed all accommodations would be similar. Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze dimmed as he lowered his head and gently inhaled the scent from the nape of her neck. Xing Nuo instinctively recoiled, her fingers brushing against her neck. Feeling a ticklish sensation from his earlier action, Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled softly. "Wife, the water is already prepared. Allow me to assist you." "No." Xing Nuo promptly declined. Seeing her firm resolve, Bai Xiaoyuan reluctantly relented. He feared that if Xing Nuo truly became angry, it would lead to undesirable consequences reminiscent of the past. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a black eye mask from his spatial storage and placed it over his eyes. "Wife, I must ensure your safety. You cannot go out." Xing Nuo twitched her lips, sensing a hint of stubbornness in his demeanor. "Wearing that eye mask makes no difference. I can respond more promptly without it." After a brief internal struggle, she chose to remain silent. Having just removed her clothing, Bai Xiaoyuan reached for the shower head. After a quick rinse, Xing Nuo grasped his hand, cautiously stepping into the bathtub. I should have just used the shower from the beginning. Bathing is not only wasteful, but also requires extensive preparation. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled. You wouldn't be able to reach the shower switch. Xing Nuo shifted her gaze and indeed spotted the switch he referred to. The panel was nearly 2.5 meters off the ground. She ground her teeth in irritation. Why is it so high? Aren't you tired of being tall? Shouldn't the switch be at waist or chest height? Even if it were a bit higher, it should at least be at eye level. At that height, even you would need a stretch. It was evident that the design was flawed, not due to her height. Bai Xiaoyuan smirked. Fortunately, I intentionally placed it high. Xing Nuo's curiosity was piqued. Why would you do that? Bai Xiaoyuan replied nonchalantly, so I can attend to your needs. It's a pity I have yet to actually put this into practice. Xing Nuo felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. It's better not to indulge in such whims. What peculiarities had these beastmen learned in their daily lives? Bai Xiaoyuan's hand roamed the countertop beside him. Wife, would you like to add some toys? Xing Nuo narrowed her eyes. No, just a brief soak will suffice. The bathtub was infused with invigorating essence, a delicate rose fragrance wafting through the air. Logically, such scents should calm the nerves and promote relaxation. Yet the subtle aroma overwhelmed her senses, leaving her feeling dizzy and uncomfortable. Wife, Bai Xiaoyuan bent down and lifted her from the water, placing her on the nearby washstand, wrapping her in a large towel. Are you allergic to this fragrance? Xing Nuo massaged her temples. No, I'm not allergic to rose scent. Perhaps I'm just unaccustomed to it. She had planted thousands of rose bushes just yesterday, having cultivated the blue roses the most before her journey. Naturally, she wouldn't be allergic to rose flowers or their fragrance. Considering this world had scarce flora, she began to understand the root of the issue. It was likely these essential oils were entirely synthetic. Bai Xiaoyuan turned on the shower head. Let's rinse off this scent first. Apologies for taking the liberty of using it. This was his first attempt at such care. He had intended to use the oils to soothe her mental state, but it had backfired instead. Chapter 16. The Peculiar Bai Xiaoyuan, desperate to escape the cloying fragrance. Xing Nuo hastened her movements. In just 10 minutes, she had changed into her pajamas and seated herself on the bed. The effects of the rose oil had not lingered long, and her recovery was swift. Within mere minutes, her earlier discomfort had dissipated entirely. Bai Xiaoyuan, however, remained tense. He understood that the delicate female was not resilient, yet her reaction to merely assent had exceeded his expectations. Noticing her gradual recovery, his concern did not wane. Shall I take you to the hospital? Xing Nuo quickly shook her head in refusal. No, it's nothing. This is a normal response. I am completely recovered now. Bai Xiaoyuan remained unconvinced. Then let me call on Ming to examine you. No, Xing Nuo insisted, feeling embarrassed about becoming dizzy from the scent. She resolved to find a way to study plant essences. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she found it peculiar. Do you usually use such scents? From her recollection, this individual and his brother, Bai Xiaoze, were exceedingly rare 5-star generals, consistently engaged in combat against the insect race on the front lines. It was illogical for them to indulge in fragrances, as it would render them living targets. Bai Xiaoyuan accessed her holographic interface to review basic information, responding, I only use these when on the Imperial Star. Such items help to soothe the mind. I see. However, since they are chemically synthesized, it would be best to minimize their use, Xing Nuo advised with concern. Given her experience of dizziness, it was clear that the scents were not entirely harmless. It was merely that their robust physiques had not shown any adverse reactions. I will refrain from using them in the future, Bai Xiaoyuan decisively concluded. He too feared that residual scents could affect her adversely. Xing Nuo smiled. If you like, I can prepare some rose essential oil for you in the future. The blue roses in her spatial system matured within 24 hours, each plot yielding 25 blooms. Just one harvest could generate over 2 billion in revenue. Producing essential oil or hydrosol from a few thousand blue roses would be effortless, though she would need to find a way to incorporate preservatives, lest they spoil within days. Bai Xiaoyuan assumed she was merely recommending other brands of essential oil and did not delve further. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, wife. This was a trivial matter. Xing Nuo was genuinely interested in creating such products, but her previous environment had not been conducive to carrying sense. Consequently, despite her curiosity, she had never explored this avenue. As she contemplated her next steps, Bai Xiaoyuan made a new move. He knelt on one knee, tugging at his shirt sides with both hands. The buttons popped off, scattering in all directions. He draped the shirt over his arm, revealing his well-defined torso. Xing Nua's eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoyuan placed his hands on either side of her body. "Wife, my grandfather will undoubtedly come to check on me tomorrow. Just in case, please leave a few marks. The more conspicuous, the better." Xing Nua gasped. "What do you mean by marks?" Bai Xiaoyuan leaned in slightly. "Wife, bite me." Xing Nua pressed her hand against his shoulder, halting his advance. "Is that really necessary?" Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned grave. "Wife, your situation is quite unique. It is best to conceal it for as long as possible." He grasped her wrist, leaning closer, positioning his neck near her lips. Xing Nua hesitated for a moment. "All right, I will bite. Just let me know if it hurts." She sank her teeth into his shoulder, leaving a faint imprint. The soft mark barely made contact, yet Bai Xiaoyuan felt a surge of heat ripple through him, as if it threatened to consume him entirely. His breath quickened, and he inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the rising fervor. "Did I hurt you?" Xing Nua asked, suddenly feeling anxious. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at the bite mark, running his fingers over it with a hint of regret. No blood. Xing Nua sighed, poking his shoulder. "If you had drawn blood, you would need to go to the hospital for a rabies vaccine." Bai Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow, not comprehending her words. "That would be an honor. To be bitten by a female and draw blood is a glorious matter." "Huh?" Xing Nua was momentarily bewildered by this strange custom. Bai Xiaoyuan pointed to his carotid artery, his voice slightly husky. "Wife, here, I want more." Seeing his eager expression, Xing Nua chose to comply without further protest. Following his true sure, she bit down with greater force several times. She had to admit, the beastman's skin was remarkably tough. She exerted all her strength. It still found it impossible to break the skin. Bai Xiaoyuan contentedly adjusted his shirt, a flicker of restraint in his eyes. "Wife, you seem weary today. Please, take some rest." He understood that many matters should not be rushed. Now that Xing Nua had finally begun to accept them, they mustn't act too hastily and frighten her. However, casting a glance downward, he feared he would not sleep well tonight. Xing Nua rubbed her face and sat cross-legged. "Next time, let someone else handle this task." Bai Xiaoyuan replied with a hint of melancholy. "My dear, such matters cannot be delegated to others." Xing Nua sighed. "I understand." With that, she closed her eyes and gradually entered a meditative state. As her consciousness sank, she found herself in a familiar place. In the distance, Ban Shun was showcasing lychees while cradling a glass bowl. The ground was already littered with a pile of lychee shells and seeds. Xing Nua approached, smiling. "I currently lack the mental energy to conjure food." Previously, after calming Bai Xiaoyuan, her mental energy had yet to fully recover. Ban Shun huffed. "Why concern yourself with them? It's a waste of mental energy." Xing Nua casually seated herself on a chair. "After soothing them, I can gain purification points, which can be used to purchase skills." Ban Shun pouted, coveting those skills. "This wretched system should have informed me sooner. Had it done so earlier, I would have sought ways to appease the orcs for purification points, redeeming everything in the system." Xing Nua had already maximized the farm system, unlike Ban Shun's system, which was just beginning. Each time she reflected on it, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Yet, Xing Nua was not overly concerned. "By the way, are you familiar with Bai Xiaoyuan?" His attitude towards her was quite peculiar. Given Ban Shun's past interactions with him, one would expect him to want to keep his distance. Why was he instead seeking her out? After a day, she felt as though she had not yet pursued him, yet her favorability had already reached its zenith. Ban Shun was equally perplexed. "That guy is strange. Every time he looks at me, it feels as though he wants to devour me. I become infuriated just by seeing him." Xing Nua recalled Ban Shun's memories. "You seem to have struck him quite a few times." Chapter 17. Leaving a Mark. Ban Shun nodded. "So, he is indeed peculiar. When I hit him, he seems rather pleased. When I strike others, he is also quite happy. Eventually, I grew weary of hitting him." Xing Nua became uncertain. Could it be that he is a masochist? Who knows? Ban Shun scoffed. "Oh, by the way, don't show them any kindness." With your current soft demeanor, you will inevitably be bullied. Xing Nuo scratched her head. Well, he is still your beast husband, right? We can't just hit them at will. That would be domestic violence. Ban Shun stuffed a lychee into her mouth. They were assigned to me by the mainframe. Since they were given to me, how to deal with them is my prerogative. Regardless, they must endure. Xing Nuo shrugged, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. In this world, the little females were protected, and the orc's behavior towards them was often tolerated, even to the point of pampering them. Ban Shun expressed irritation. Why haven't you eaten anything these past few days? What is so enjoyable about that artificially made rice porridge? Since she shared a dual soul with Xing Nuo, she could feel everything Xing Nuo experienced, including the taste of food. Yet, until now, she had only consumed nutrient solutions, plain porridge, and eggs. Her favorite pickled vegetables and cakes had not crossed her lips again. Xing Nuo explained, these are simply not suitable to be consumed in public right now. Ban Shun retorted disdainfully, you plan to make essential oils for Bai Xiaoyuan, and yet you claim they aren't suitable for public consumption? Xing Nuo chuckled. The process of extracting essential oils will be contained within the farm space, not outside. Once extracted, unless one possesses specialized equipment, it cannot be detected. In truth, she harbored a desire to experiment. If someone utilized the essential oil to reduce their rage levels, would the system attribute the purification points to her? If so, she could learn all the skills available in the system. Ban Shun appeared confused. I have smelled roses before, and they were hardly pleasant. Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by the scent? Xing Nuo smiled as she retrieved several roses from her storage. Red, pink, orange, white, black, and blue roses were crafted into a bouquet. Ban Shun curiously leaned closer. Oh, this scent doesn't make me dizzy. Xing Nuo placed the flowers in her hands. Natural ones tend to be better. Ban Shun's eyes lit up as she leaned in to sniff. Indeed, it's far more fragrant than those so-called perfumes. Xing Nuo cautioned. Some floral scents can be quite overpowering, so do be careful. You cannot simply smell every flower. For her, magnolias were to be avoided entirely. When she had grown magnolias on her farm, she would always wear a mask, fearing the scent would overwhelm her. This reminder was also for the day when she might be replaced by Ban Shun, who might recklessly dive into the flowers. Understood, Ban Shun nodded. By the way, can this be eaten? Xing Nuo felt exasperated as she pressed her forehead. How does it feel like you only think of food? It's best not to eat fresh flowers. I'll make you flower cakes when I have the time. Ban Shun extended her hand. I want it now. Xing Nuo flatly refused. There's no stock left. I need to make them anew. After pondering, she focused her thoughts on recalling the flower cakes. Since this world materializes thoughts, whatever she envisioned should also manifest. In the next moment, a box of flower cakes appeared in her hand. The outer layer of the flower cake resembled stacked dough, and a gentle touch caused a few crumbs to fall. Just holding it, a faint rose fragrance wafted to her nose. Ban Shun quickly seized a piece of flower cake and bit into it. Almost instantly, a rich floral aroma burst in her mouth. Delicious. Xing Nuo laughed. Sensing Ban Shun's budding passion for food, she handed her the flower cakes. I shall take my leave for now. Her mental energy was not yet replenished, so it was best to restore that first. Ban Shun held the box of flower cakes, waving her hand. Xing Nuo sighed in relief. It felt delightful to coexist peacefully with Ban Shun. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyuan had taken a cold shower and made his way to the living room. Indeed, he found Lu Ming sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. He casually settled on the sofa. Lu Ming glanced up at him, his attention captured by the mark on Bai Xiaoyuan's neck. Did the wife give you that? He hadn't expected her to comply to such an extent. Bai Xiaoyuan tilted his head slightly, making the mark more conspicuous. Yes. Lu Ming discerned his underlying intentions and chose not to pursue the topic further. What are your plans moving forward? Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned serious. I will arrange for my trusted aides to protect my wife. You need to conduct another mental assessment for her. We must ascertain whether this so-called degrade condition is due to her or from the other side. Judging by how Xing Nuo could soothe them without mating, her mental strength must be formidable. She could not possibly be degrade. However, her recent fainting and current drowsiness were evidently abnormal. It was entirely possible for her mental energy to fluctuate significantly. if the reason lay within Xing Nuo herself, their danger would be considerably mitigated. If not, then Di Xing would be unsafe. Lu Ming's gaze turned grave. I mentioned this earlier, but the wife is reluctant to comply. Bai Xiaoyuan stated, if we conduct it at home, she should agree. Regardless, it was imperative to clarify Xing Nuo's condition. Lu Ming replied, all right, I will arrange it for tomorrow. However, even if we perform the test ourselves, it will take a day to receive results. The mental energy testing machine was not difficult to procure. He had one stored in his spatial pocket. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. At the Females Protection Association, I will arrange for someone to investigate the situation. We must prepare for the worst. Lu Ming's pupils contracted slightly as he solemnly nodded. Bai Xiaoyuan activated his holographic terminal and issued commands to his subordinates. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming spoke. The adult ceremony for my wife is approaching. How do you plan to arrange it? Bai Xiaoyuan lifted his gaze slightly. As her beast husband, I naturally must accompany her. At the same time, I will arrange for a small team of trusted individuals to follow us. In the coming days, do your utmost to help her restore her health. This excessive drowsiness is quite unusual. It makes me suspect whether it is related to her ability to remotely soothe others. After contemplating for a while, Lu Ming decided, then I will refrain from visiting the research institute these days, striving to improve my wife's condition. Previously, his research project focused on sea buckthorn, but since he had transferred that to someone else, his visits to the institute had become inconsequential. Moreover, his rage value had decreased too rapidly, and returning there might expose him. Chapter 18. Why does death seem so imminent? After discussing various matters, the two retreated to their respective rooms to rest. As Bai Xiaoyuan pushed open the door, he found Xing Nuo already lying in bed, sound asleep. He changed into his night clothes and quietly settled onto the edge of the bed, nearly on the verge of falling off. With his head resting on his arm, he gazed intently at Xing Nuo, still feeling as if he were in a dream. At times, he pondered whether his rage value had tormented him to the point of hallucinations resembling near-death experiences. His wife not only refrained from striking him, but also took the initiative to comfort him. She did not even disdain his beast form, but rather wished to ride him. It was the most beautiful dream he had ever experienced. Cautiously leaning closer, he pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. The familiar scent enveloped him, causing Bai Xiaoyuan to squint his eyes while an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. If this were a dream, he wished it would never awaken. Xing Nuo felt a force restraining her, making it impossible for her to turn over. The imprisoning power was immense, binding her as tightly as steel. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free, prompting her to bite down in frustration. Bai Xiaoyuan let out a muffled groan, helplessly observing the person beside him who was biting with her eyes closed. Did you dream of fighting with someone? He gently lifted her face, and indeed, even in her slumber, Xing Nuo furrowed her brows, appearing quite angry. She looked rather fierce. Bai Xiaoyuan slightly loosened his grip, readjusting his position to avoid hurting her. With the restraints lessened, Xing Nuo relaxed her expression and turned over. Bai Xiaoyuan wrapped his arm around her waist, once more securing her in his embrace. The following day, Xing Nuo awoke with a yawn, groggily surveying her surroundings. Throughout the night, she had felt as though something was binding her, preventing her from sleeping soundly. Consequently, her quality of sleep had been quite poor. Glancing at the time, she was astonished to find it was already noon. A hint of joy filled her eyes. Waking up at this hour surely indicated that her drowsiness had improved significantly. However, she did not expect to recover within a few days. After a refreshing wash, Xing Nuo held a cup of coffee in her left hand while munching on a meat bun in her right. These were all supplies from her storage. She truly wished to avoid the simple porridge and eggs. With Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming at home, even attempting to sneak some pickled vegetables would likely be challenging. It was better to have a hearty meal in her room before venturing out. As Bai Xiaoyuan entered, he caught sight of Xing Nuo with her cheeks stuffed, her eyes fixated on the bun in her hand, looking utterly famished. His expression changed. He recalled that poorly made buns could easily upset a small female's stomach. Seeing him approach, Xing Nuo instinctively hid the bun behind her. What brings you here? Bai Xiaoyuan replied urgently. Wife, you cannot eat the bun. Xing Nuo was momentarily puzzled. Why not? It's delicious. In a swift motion, Bai Xiaoyuan snatched the bun from her hands. However, upon doing so, he was surprised to find it much softer than he had anticipated, the meat appearing thoroughly stewed. Xing Nuo swallowed the morsel in her mouth. Why did you take mine? If you want it, I can make one for you next time. Bai Xiaoyuan sniffed the meat bun, confirmed it was safe, and casually popped half of it into his mouth. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This bun was indeed as he had assessed, soft and easily digestible. Such a bun posed no problem for a small female to consume. Xing Nuo's lips twitched. It's just a bun. Why steal mine? Bai Xiaoyuan confessed. Previously, a small female died after eating a bun. Huh? Xing Nuo felt a headache coming on. Were the small females here that fragile? At that moment, she suddenly remembered that females in this world typically transition from milk to nutrient solutions. Even if synthetic rice was available, they mostly consumed porridge. Due to their long-standing dietary habits, their stomachs preferred liquid foods that were easy to digest. If the bun's dough was not properly fermented, it would be rather hard to eat, and if undercooked, it could easily upset their stomachs. Rubbing her belly, Bai Xiaoyuan grew anxious. Are you feeling unwell? No. Xing Nuo quickly shook her head. Her gaze shifted to the coffee in her left hand. With a mere thought, she stored it away. Comparatively, the coffee was likely more irritating. Bai Xiaoyuan wrinkled his nose, his expression darkening once more. Wife, your body cannot tolerate coffee. Coffee, like rice, was also artificially synthesized and was often used by frontline soldiers as a stimulant. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a twinge of confusion. The rich aroma he had just detected seemed different from any coffee available on the market. Xing Nuo responded with a hint of exasperation. I'll be more careful next time. No, I need to have Lu Ming examine you. Bai Xiaoyuan scooped Xing Nuo up, cradling her in his arms, warning that the side effects of such substances were severe and could be fatal if consumed excessively. Xing Nuo was left exasperated. Could you please refrain from mentioning death so often? I'm not a porcelain doll that shatters with a fall. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression remained serious. Even beings like us, as beastmen, can die from excessive consumption. Xing Nuo blinked. Wait, really? Aren't you all human now? Hold on. Can you all not handle it? I won't die, will I? She recalled that coffee and chocolate were toxic only to animals. Were they not all beastmen? How could they experience side effects? Bai Xiaoyuan quickened his pace. Xing Nuo barely registered the blur before being seated on the sofa. Bai Xiaoyuan urgently called. Ming, my wife drank coffee. Come quickly and check. Lu Ming hastily abandoned his cup and rushed over, retrieving a machine from his storage to conduct an examination. It was only then that Xing Nuo noticed Bai Chengji and Bai Xiaoqian seated in the living room. Bai Xiaoqian leaned in, her tone filled with astonishment. You really have some nerve, drinking coffee. Don't you fear for your life? Xing Nuo grimaced. Can I say I didn't know drinking this would cause problems? She used to adore coffee, having a cup nearly every day. The thought of not being able to drink it anymore made her feel quite miserable. Bai Xiaoqian felt somewhat weary. Perhaps it's best to have my brother teach you more. Otherwise, who knows what you might eat that could be fatal. She had often been teased by her family for being a glutton, thinking she was already quite indulgent, only to find that the person before her was even more outrageous, daring to consume something as questionable as coffee. After all, such items required professional medical assessment, even for beastmen. Bai Chengji also appeared displeased, shoving Bai Xiaoyuan 2 meters away. Xiaoyuan, how can you care for someone and let her drink this? Have you forgotten that you nearly died the last time you consumed it? Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head. I was wrong. Xing Nuo's heart raced with anxiety. Is it really that serious? Bai Xiaoyuan is an SSS-level beastman, and he is nearly incapacitated by it. Given my frail physique, I might not survive. Chapter 19. She can get frustrated too. Bai Xiaoyuan noticed the fear in her eyes and quickly reassured her. Our circumstances are quite different. I consumed a special grade coffee concocted by the military, which has a significantly high concentration. The coffee available to you is much weaker. Upon hearing this, Xing Nuo felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that their bodies were not incapable of processing coffee. Rather, their tolerance was merely low. Thus, even if they drank an excessive amount, they would only need to rest a little longer. Lu Ming examined the information on the machine and smiled. It's nothing to worry about. You may not have consumed much. There are absolutely no issues. With his conclusion, everyone present relaxed. Xing Nua's eyes sparkled. Does that mean I can continue to drink in the future? Bai Xiaoqian looked at her with admiration. You are quite bold to still dare to drink it. Xing Nua sighed. You wouldn't understand. Lu Ming turned to Xing Nua. My lady, may I analyze the coffee you drank to determine if you can consume it again? Xing Nua hesitated for a moment, but eventually handed over the prepared coffee. After all, this body was not hers. It was better to test it first to avoid any potential issues. Lu Ming accepted the coffee, and a faint aroma wafted into the air. In an instant, he felt a wave of fatigue lift from him. How could this be? Such a rich fragrance seemed far superior to any brand he had encountered. As a coffee enthusiast, he had tried nearly every type available on the market, yet none had ever matched the richness of the cup in his hand. Bai Xiaoqian sniffed the air. Wow, this smells delightful. Xing Nua hurriedly cautioned her. You should refrain from drinking it. After all, being a feline species, Bai who is likely to be intolerant of caffeine. Bai Xiaoqian protested. If you can drink it, why can't I? Xing Nua took the water Bai Xiaoyuan handed her and replied leisurely. We are different species. Bai Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback, but did not argue. It was true that different species could have varying preferences and taboos. Bai Xiaoyuan sat next to Xing Nua. My lady, where did you purchase the buns you ate earlier? Xing Nua glared at him. You wouldn't deny me even that, would you? If I can't even eat buns, I will truly lose my temper. I can be quite fierce when provoked. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled at her expression. No, it's perfectly suitable for you. I was just wondering if Bai Xiaoqian might like it as well, so I wanted to buy some for her. Bai Xiaoqian's ears perked up. What kind of buns? Are they delicious? Xing Nua pointed at the space button and instantly produced a basin of buns, 20 in total. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. A yuan? Bai Xiaoyuan replied. I've tasted them before. Upon hearing this, everyone felt reassured. I want to hold back. Bai Xiaoqian grabbed a bun and took a bite, excitement flooding her face. This isn't hard at all. It's delicious. Xing Nua also took one, devouring a quarter of it in one bite. Is there any porridge? Lu Ming approached with a tray holding 5 bowls of porridge. Bai Xiaoyuan handed a bowl to Xing Nua and took one for himself as well. Bai Xiaoqian stuffed another bun in her mouth and asked, Hey, you still haven't told me where you got these buns. They are too delicious. I want to have them every day. Xing Nua mumbled with her mouth full. I made them myself. The moment those words left her lips, everyone froze, staring at her in disbelief. Xing Nua, momentarily oblivious to their astonishment, continued to eat heartily. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at the bun in his hand, regretting not having asked earlier while they were upstairs. As he contemplated this, he stuffed the bun into his mouth. After all, these were buns made by his lady, and he might not get the chance to have them again. He devoured the fist-sized bun in one bite, leaving Xing Nua astonished. She had made large buns. Lu Ming chuckled. There is no need for surprise, my lady. This fellow has spent too long in the military, and his eating speed has always been like this. Bai Xiaoyuan fixed his gaze on the basin of buns, his eyes gleaming with determination. He picked one up and thrust it into Xing Nua's hands, while shoving 2 more into his own mouth. Xing Nua couldn't help but laugh. If you enjoy them, I can make them for you again next time. But your eating habits are rather frightening. It's as if you're in a battle rather than merely eating. In contrast, Lu Ming ate with a certain elegance, gently tearing at the bun skin. Bai Xiaoqian, her cheek stuffed, asked, Can you teach me how to do that? I'll have my robotic butler learn. Xing Nua didn't refuse. Sure, but the buns must be hot to taste good. If they're cold, they won't be enjoyable. Bai Xiaoqian sighed. I feel that even this cold bun is tastier than the ones we had before. Xing Nua was curious. You've eaten buns before? I thought you wouldn't allow the little female to have any based on how tense you all seemed earlier. Bai Xiaoqian quickly shook her head. I haven't had any. Bai Cheng Ji pressed a button on a space button, producing a large bun the size of a clay pot. You'll see for yourself. Xing Nua reached out to take it. The bun felt heavy, and its surface was undeniably hard. When she pinched the outer skin, it showed no wrinkles, feeling as solid as stone. She knocked on the table. Thud! A light sound echoed. Xing Nua stared at the bun in disbelief. It bore no marks at all. Are you sure this isn't a model? holding the bun. She gestured with it in front of her. Her admiration for them surged like an unstoppable tide. What kind of jaw strength would one need to consume such a bun as a staple food? She casually stored the bun in her light-brained space button. Bai Xiaoyuan suddenly looked anxious. My lady, you cannot eat this. I know. Xingnua nodded, reassuring him. Don't worry, I want to eat it. Besides, I have those soft, fluffy buns. I would never consider this one. Bai Xiaoyuan seemed puzzled. Then what do you intend to keep it for? Xingnua took a bite of a warm bun. I think this could serve as a hammer. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled, relieved that Xingnua had no intention of eating the bun. Indeed, with more delicious options available, no one would choose to eat something so hard. I'll have some free time this afternoon. Let us stay home and make buns together. It's clear that Xingnua genuinely enjoys them. Xingnua eagerly nodded. Her supply of buns was indeed dwindling. That sounds great. She searched her mind for information regarding meat and felt reassured. Lu Ming spoke up. How many do you plan to make? We don't have much flour at home, so knowing the quantity will help me gather the necessary ingredients. Bai Xiaoyuan blurted. How about 5,000? Chapter 20. Progressing smoothly. Huh? Xingnua stared at him in astonishment. How many did you say? 5,000? Just the thought of it makes my hands tingle. Does this guy not realize how many 5,000 is? Is it too few? Bai Xiaoyuan scratched his head. Lu Ming laughed. A yuan, this isn't a battle. Even if my lady enjoys them, we can't have them every day. That amount would last her several years. Bai Xiaoqian raised her hand enthusiastically. I think that is a wonderful idea. The more, the merrier, especially for something so delicious. Bai Chengji nodded in agreement. I concur. Let us make more. After all, they can be preserved. Plus, with so many of us and the robotic butler, we can whip them up quickly. Bai Xiaoyuan turned to Xingnua. My lady, what do you think? Xingnua pondered for a moment. That could work. The preservation capabilities of the space button seem quite impressive. Baozi and cakes have never filled her warehouse, as her energy is indeed limited, making it impossible to produce hundreds of thousands. It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to store more. However, she possesses little interest in the artificially synthesized flour here. Lu Ming's gaze shifted as memories of the rice testing data flooded his mind. Wife, do you have a preferred brand of flour? Xingnua quickly nodded in affirmation. Lu Ming smiled. Then you shall prepare the flour. After a moment of contemplation, Xingnua readily agreed. Let us make the baozi for ourselves this time. The flour in her warehouse was milled from the wheat she cultivated, and according to its attributes. It did not diminish the orc's rage value, only slightly enhancing physical strength. It would likely be challenging to detect such a substance. Moreover, being in powder form, it would be less prone to exposure. Bai Chengji stated plainly, since it's your snack, of course, we won't share it with outsiders. Bai Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. I wouldn't let outsiders eat this. Lu Ming assured, rest assured, wife, we will keep the recipe confidential. We will not disclose it without your permission. Xingnua chuckled awkwardly. It's not that serious. Compared to the recipe, she was more concerned about the exposure of this ancient plant product. There was no longer any place in this world that cultivated wheat. Bai Xiaoqian hesitated. Is it really all right? If not, I can trade something for it. Xingnua quickly waved her hands. No need, it's just some snacks. It would be better if you could make them yourselves in the future. However, the flour I bought already has yeast mixed in, so you will need to add it if you make it yourself. Bai Xiaoqian patted her chest confidently. No problem. Xingnua finished her porridge. Let us get started. Bai Xiaoyuan lifted her effortlessly. How to proceed? Just instruct us. Xingnua patted him. I can walk by myself. Let me down. Ever since Bai Xiaoyuan returned, she felt as if she was always being carried around by him. Bai Xiaoyuan seemed to ignore her protests. Wife, what utensils do we need to prepare? Lu Ming approached with a smile. I'll take care of the utensils. Xingnua tapped on her spatial pouch and produced 10 bags of flour, each weighing 20 pounds. Let us start with these. Lu Ming opened the bags and then retrieved a large dough mixer with a diameter of about 2 meters from the spatial pouch. Xingnua gasped in astonishment. You have such a machine. It was clear that this was not a household appliance. Bai Xiaoyuan explained, it was used in the military before. It was often used to mix bath water. Lu Ming interjected, that was for medicinal baths, not regular baths. Besides, this machine is new. I would be crazy enough to use that for something meant for my wife. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "As long as you know." Lu Ming waved his hand. "Go outside for now. I'll clean the machine first. You two can prepare outside." Bai Xiaoyuan carried Xing Nuo upstairs. "Wife, you just finished eating. You should take a short nap. You didn't seem to rest well before." Her current state was reminiscent of the effects of coffee. Xing Nuo glanced at the two still at the kitchen door, but Bai Xiaoyuan dismissed her concerns. "I will take care of them. Your rest is more important now." Reluctantly, Xing Nuo acquiesced. Indeed, she had hardly slept well the previous night, and although she was awake now, she still longed for a bit more sleep. Bai Xiaoyuan gently placed her on the bed. "Just take a half-hour nap. The new machine needs to be adjusted as well." Xing Nuo nodded and, grasping his collar, pulled him down, resting her forehead against his. Bai Xiaoyuan protested gently, "Wife, you should really rest." Xing Nuo tightened her grip, declaring fiercely, "I don't care. I just want to comfort you. You can't escape." She had stated before that she needed to be assertive with them. Bai Xiaoyuan relaxed, finding it somewhat amusing. A surge of spiritual energy washed over him, bringing back a familiar sensation. This time, he found himself in a serene bamboo grove, where a tiny pond was visible not far away. It was little more than a puddle, not larger than the top of his foot, yet it emanated a soothing aura. Gentle raindrops fell, enveloping him in a misty ambience. Purification value gained, 17 points. Overall soul fusion degree, 6502. Mental power, 3165. Total purification value, 66. Xing Nuo observed the displayed attributes with great satisfaction. From her last night's training, she had increased her mental power limit by 2 points, bringing her total to 65. With 66 points in purification value, she needed just 34 more to exchange for a source stone. At this rate, she would only need to comfort them one more time. With a smile in her eyes, Xing Nuo settled down to meditate. Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat doubtful, remarked, "Wasn't it suggested that you rest?" Xing Nuo replied, "Meditating is more effective than just sleeping." Bai Xiaoyuan, still concerned, urged, "Wife, both Lu Ming and I have our rage values below 70. There shouldn't be any issues in the short term. You need not rush." Xing Nuo shook her head. "Actually, this is also for my own benefit. I feel a significant improvement in my mental power after comforting you. Besides, don't you feel uncomfortable during the process?" "Comfortable," Bai Xiaoyuan replied without hesitation, casting a cautious glance at her, fearing that it might not last. "You always provide a substantial amount of comfort." Sometimes, he would prefer his rage value to decrease by a mere point at a time, allowing for more comforting sessions. Xing Nuo reassured him, "Even if your rage value drops to 0, I can still comfort you. Even at 0, comforting you can enhance the soul fusion degree, so I would not stop." Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. "Really?" Chapter 21. That's a tiger. How are you so skilled? The widened eyes made Xing Nuo unable to resist pinching his ears. It's not such a big deal." The tactile sensation from her fingers made her feel a twinge of regret. They were not beast ears, lacking the delightful softness. As if sensing her thoughts, Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes shifted, and in the next instant, 2 fluffy ears appeared amidst his dark hair, with a long tail standing upright behind him. Xing Nuo excitedly played with his ears, relishing the texture, while a long tail gently coiled around her wrist, brushing against her. After a moment of play, she finally began her meditation. Before she knew it, half an hour had passed. Mental power limit increased by 1 point. Mental power, 4,366 points. A hint of surprise flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. This training speed exceeded her expectations. Generally, one could only enhance their mental power limit when their mental power was at its peak. Could this be the effect of a high soul fusion degree? Xing Nuo's gaze fixated intently on Bai Xiaoyuan, realizing the significance of soul fusion degree. Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat amused, remarked, "Now is definitely not the time. You must wait until your mental power is fully restored." He was unaware of Xing Nuo's sudden enthusiasm for comforting them, but it was imperative that she did not harm her own body in the process. Xing Nuo decided not to push further. She was accustomed to reserving some mental power for herself. After all, at the current pace, even without training, she would only need 3 hours. Bai Xiaoyuan lifted her gently. "Let us head outside." Xing Nuo playfully tugged at his ears. Didn't you say you were going to entertain Grandpa and the others? Upon opening her eyes, she found Bai Xiaoyuan right there, clearly having stayed by her side the entire time. Bai Xiaoyuan nonchalantly remarked, "They are all our people. There is no need for special reception." Xing Nuo momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Was their family truly so casual? Surely, they ought to engage in conversation at the very least. With Lu Ming around, that lad was far more popular than I. Last time, they were quite fierce and even assaulted Lu Ming. Their attitude has improved considerably this time. Xing Nuo couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment. She still harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Bai Changji's earlier display of hostility, acting without understanding the situation. However, considering they were also acting on behalf of Bai Xiaoyuan, it was difficult to direct her ire towards them. Bai Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow slightly, asking, "Did he frighten you? I shall speak to him next time." It was truly discourteous. Xing Nuo's lips twitched as she tapped his forehead. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Bai Xiaoyuan nodded earnestly. "Indeed." Feeling somewhat deflated, Xing Nuo lowered her head. It was evident their thought processes did not align. "Aren't you worried about Lu Ming's well-being?" Bai Xiaoyuan fell silent for a moment before responding seriously. "Moving forward, I shall be responsible for Lu Ming's physical fitness and combat training." "You are correct. He ought to possess a certain level of combat capability." "Excuse me? What did I ever say that?" Xing Nuo retorted, exasperated, as she lightly bumped her head against him. "Surely, we are not discussing the same thing." Bai Xiaoyuan cautiously eased her force, preventing her from hurting herself. "Doesn't the mistress wish for him to have combat abilities?" "Of course not. But one cannot place undue burdens upon him. He is currently at the Research Institute and hardly has time to rest. If you assign him physical and combat training on top of everything, he may very well collapse." Xing Nuo couldn't help but light a candle for Lu Ming in her heart. The reason Lu Ming had time these past few days was due to her previous fainting spell and Bai Xiaoyuan's hospitalization. Even now, he was constantly on the move, with little time for rest. The thought of adding training to his already packed schedule was daunting. Bai Xiaoyuan, however, remained unfazed. "Mistress, he occasionally supports the front line. Thus, this training is essential. It is far better to prepare him now than to risk his life on the battlefield." Xing Nuo recognized the validity of his point. After all, military medics must also face the battlefield. The insectoid attacks are relentless, and even the rear is not entirely safe. At that moment, the previous machine finished cleaning. Lu Ming was opening flour and pouring it into the mixer, while Bai Changji was cutting meat into chunks to toss into the meat grinder. Bai Xiaoqian was boredly watching television, and upon seeing them descend, she lay on the sofa, peering at them over the backrest. A perplexed expression crossed her face. Could someone explain why her elder brother exhibited such familiarity with revealing his beast form in front of the little female? Was he truly unafraid of causing her to faint again? In this world, only this particular little female could soothe him. He was taking quite the risk. She knew the little female had a fearsome reputation, but this was too audacious. After all, it was the ear of a tiger, particularly one belonging to the fiercest Mo-Lan tiger. Although, to be fair, he was still in a half-beast state. Upon reaching the first floor, under Xing Nuo's resolute demeanor, Bai Xiaoyuan finally set her down. However, his long, thick tail still subtly coiled around her waist. Bai Changji couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This kid is beyond saving." Bai Xiaoyuan feigned ignorance, shaking his ears. "Mistress, you need only give commands. There is no need for you to exert yourself." Lu Ming also chimed in. "This machine poses some risk. We are more than capable of handling it." Considering they were still in the so-called probation period, Xing Nuo relented, allowing Lu Ming to add water to the flour. After all, when kneading dough, one simply adds water if there's too much flour and flour if there's too much water. It would all work out in the end. As for the meat filling, she gestured for Bai Xiaoyuan to place the already minced meat onto the cutting board and pound it a bit to enhance the texture. This was a trick she often employed during her lazier moments. She also poured in some scallion and ginger water. By the time the first batch of steamed buns was ready, the sky was nearly darkening. Preparing a meal was no easy task. Xing Nuo mused as she held a raw bun in her hands. Bai Xiaoqian was grappling with a piece of dough, desperately trying to stuff the filling inside. Her hands were covered in juices, making the dough increasingly slippery. Frustrated, she slapped the bun onto the table, resulting in a thick pancake with a pool of meat juices surrounding it. Bai Xiaoqian exclaimed in exasperation, "This is too difficult. Jing no shiftet. You just need to use less filling." Pouting, Bai Xiaoqian replied, "But I think the meat inside the bun is especially delicious. I want more meat." The meat in the buns was exceptionally tender, quite unlike the broth she usually consumed. She fell in love with that sensation upon her first bite. Jing no, skillfully shaping another bun, remarked, "I actually prefer the skin of the meat buns. The dough soaked in meat juices is both soft and flavorful." Chapter 22, You So Big. How dare you act cute? Bai Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. "Then we shall share. You eat the skin, and I shall eat the meat." Xing Nuo momentarily found herself at a loss for words. To peel back the skin of the bun and extract the meat felt somewhat unappetizing. Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head slightly, an air of melancholy surrounding him. "I also enjoy eating meat." Xing Nuo cleared her throat. "Then you should eat more meat." Bai Xiaoqian shivered, staring incredulously at Bai Xiaoyuan. Had she misheard? Did it seem like her brother was acting cute? Had he taken some strange medicine? How could someone of his size, capable of crushing others with a mere flick, possibly act cute? Did he possess that skill? Bai Chengji rolled his eyes at Bai Xiaoyuan. This kid was becoming increasingly shameless. How could he dare compete with a little female for food? Lu Ming silently observed the unfolding scene. In a short span, the bond between these two was growing increasingly warm. Currently, it appeared even stronger than that of couples married for years with deep affections. With the first batch of buns emerging from the steamer, Bai Chengji and Bai Xiaoqian's eyes gleamed as they departed. They took with them 3 tiers of buns. Lu Ming carefully removed the buns from the steamer and placed them into a special insulated box, leaving the remaining ones for the robotic butler to handle. Their previous endeavor in making buns was merely for the experience. The robotic butler had already mastered these tasks. Jing no streched lazi addict. Bai Xiaoyuan broke off a small piece of the bun skin, dripping with meat juices, and offered it to her. "Mistress, try this." Xing Nuo took a bite, her eyes narrowing slightly delicious. Even though her skills had somewhat dulled, the taste remained delightful. Bai Xiaoyuan casually consumed the bun with a missing piece of skin, then picked up another bun, tearing off a piece of the juicy skin and offering it to her once more. Xing Nuo accepted without hesitation. "Don't you find it hot?" This bun just came out of the pot. She felt the heat from the small piece, and a larger portion filled with meat would undoubtedly be even hotter. "It's nothing. This temperature is manageable." Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. "Ah, Yuan, don't overfeed her." Bai Xiaoyuan stuffed the bun into his mouth, understood. Xing Nuo admired him. "I truly envy you all. High defense is a significant advantage. You don't have to worry like we do about what we can or cannot eat." Bai Xiaoyuan's tail wrapped around Xing Nuo's waist, inadvertently brushing against her. "Our abilities are your abilities." Xing Nuo stared blankly at the bun skin he offered her. "You do not resent me?" Bai Xiaoyuan replied earnestly, "Not at all. We simply hope that the mistress can remain as she is now." Unable to contain herself, Xing Nuo leaned in, resting her forehead against his. "Thank you all. Now that Bai Chengji and Bai Xiaoqian have departed, she naturally need not concern herself with anything further." Bai Xiaoyuan's arms encircled her waist, his hands hovering in the air. Fearful that the oil on his skin might tarnish her, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Purification value, 18 points. Overall soul fusion degree, 8302. Mental power, 3066. Current purification value, 84. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as the goal drew ever closer. It could be said that only one final step remained. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled, sensing that she had become somewhat addicted to reassurance. "Wife, I still have oil on my hands." Xing Nuo hastily descended from his lap. Bai Xiaoyuan's tail remained entwined around her waist, ensuring she would not fall. Lu Ming scrutinized Xing Nuo. "Wife, you seem to be in much better condition today." At this time yesterday, Xing Nuo had clearly shown signs of drowsiness. Xing Nuo nodded. "Indeed. However, your words make me feel sleepy again." Of course, she did not genuinely intend to sleep. Rather, she planned to return and cultivate a bit, striving to resolve her purification value today. Bai Xiaoyun immediately discerned her thoughts. You do not wish to sleep. You desire to cultivate instead. Xing Nuo giggled. In any case, for me, cultivation is preferable to sleep. Were it not for my frequent bouts of drowsiness, I would almost consider cultivating as my sleep. Thus, it would be quite effortless to increase my mental power limit by 10 points a day. Bai Xiaoyun inquired. Do you plan to learn tactical skills afterward? Looming, feeling a bit anxious, interjected. Yuan, this is not advisable. The little female is delicate and tender, unlike the strong male orcs in his army. What if she sustains hidden injuries? Xing Nuo, however, was full of interest. Can I learn? Bai Xiaoyun nodded. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Xing Nuo eagerly replied. I want to learn. Bai Xiaoyun stated. Very well, I will draft your training plan shortly. I shall be quite strict. Xing Nuo acknowledged. Yet considering the current situation, she proposed, my mental power is not very stable at the moment. I will need some time before commencing physical training. Bai Xiaoyun reassured her, there is no rush. Any training must align with your physical condition. Whenever you wish to learn, we shall practice then. Looming remained apprehensive. Is this truly fine? You must know that Xing Nuo rarely engages in activities like running. Suddenly learning combat skills may be too abrupt. Moreover, what if she is injured during combat with others? Bai Xiaoyun replied sternly. Combat training does not necessarily mean fighting with others. He certainly did not expect Xing Nuo to become an undefeated general. He merely hoped she would possess some means of self-defense. Looming understood that Xing Nuo's situation was unique. How about this? During the training period, I must be present. I will monitor the wife's physical condition to adjust the training plan as needed. Bai Xiaoyun nodded, agreed. Xing Nuo blinked, surprised they had reached a decision so swiftly. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Raising her hand apologetically, she added, I might need over a month. Bai Xiaoyun smiled. No matter. This is my first time drafting a training plan for a little female. A longer duration will yield a more refined plan. Looming's heart, which had just settled, surged with anxiety again, recalling that Bai Xiaoyun's previous training plans were tailored for SS-level male orcs. For them, the principle was singular, trained to the brink of death. Transitioning to training for a little female, would that even work? Looming envisioned Xing Nuo weeping while running under Bai Xiaoyun's stern commands. Shuddering, he quickly proposed, I will also participate in drafting the plan. Bai Xiaoyun readily agreed. No problem. Xing Nuo chuckled. You need not be so serious. After all, this matter is not urgent. Bai Xiaoyun replied. Indeed. I shall heed the wife's wishes. Xing Nuo declared. Then I shall return to my room. After bidding them farewell, she dashed towards her chamber. Chapter 23. Wife. Please do not forget your previous words. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the mechanical butler, the windows and doors of her room had been repaired. Seated cross-legged on her bed, she began to cultivate. Time passed slowly until a familiar voice roused her from her meditative state. Xing Nuo finally awoke from her cultivation. Mental power limit increased by 4 points. Mental power, 70-70, purification value, 84. Xing Nuo's expression brightened, and she quickly leapt from her bed. Although she understood the importance of patience, the imminent approach of 100 points in purification value made her anxious. Swiftly slipping out of her room, she arrived at the door of Bai Xiaoyun's chamber. Just as she intended to sneak inside, she hesitated, realizing their vigilance was quite strong. Her actions would likely not escape their notice. As this thought crossed her mind, the door opened. Indeed, Xing Nuo marveled inwardly. Wife. Bai Xiaoyun swiftly scooped her up and gently placed her on the bed. Are you unable to sleep? Or have you just finished your cultivation? Xing Nuo, feeling a bit shy, replied, I just completed my cultivation, so I thought I would come and offer you some reassurance. Did I disturb your rest? Bai Xiaoyun, clad in sleepwear, clearly appeared to have just awakened. A smile graced his eyes. Not at all. You're always welcome here, my wife. Xing Nuo offered an embarrassed smile, acknowledging that she was indeed interrupting his peaceful slumber. However, after today, she likely would not feel such urgency regarding her purification value. Foreheads touching, she released her mental energy. Purification of 20 points of rage value, gained 20 purification value. Overall, soul fusion degree, 10-30 mental power, 30-70. Purification value, 104 points, Bai Xiaoyuan regained his senses and glanced at his rage value. Since returning from the hospital, his rage value had dwindled to a mere 28 points in such a short span. With Xing Nuo's abilities, after 2 more sessions, he could completely reduce it to 0. In that moment, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Although Xing Nuo had stated that even after reaching 0, she would continue to provide reassurance, the frequency would likely diminish. Xing Nuo's eyes also gleamed with fervor as she had finally acquired the Source Stone. Realizing this, she patted Bai Xiaoyuan's shoulder. "I must return now." Bai Xiaoyuan quickly embraced her. "Wife, are you not staying here to sleep?" Xing Nuo vigorously shook her head. "No, I shall return to my room to rest." A clear sense of disappointment shadowed Bai Xiaoyuan's expression. "You have come all this way." Xing Nuo wriggled free from his grasp. "I have matters to attend to today." Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyuan's reaction, she swiftly dashed back to her room, locking the door behind her. Bai Xiaoyuan stood at the door, rubbing his nose. Could it be that she was frightened? Yet her expression did not seem so. Lu Ming emerged from his room. "Has the wife locked the door?" Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. "Yes. I shall remain here, waiting until she falls asleep before returning." Lu Ming acknowledged and turned back to his own room. Bai Xiaoyuan possessed keen senses. He could even hear the heartbeat of the person within the room. With him present, there was no need to worry for Xing Nuo's safety. Inside the room, Xing Nuo hurriedly accessed the exchange shop. "Do you wish to spend 100 points of purification value to exchange for a mental source stone?" "Yes." Acquired mental source stone. Mental source stone, capable of storing excess mental energy, allowing for the enjoyment of infinite mental power. Xing Nuo swallowed hard, her finger hovering over the mental source stone. The stone seamlessly merged into her forehead. In an instant, Xing Nuo felt as if she had gained an entire sea of mental consciousness, vast and boundless like a starry sky. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with delight. With this piece of spiritual source stone, once her mental energy reached its maximum capacity, any excess would be absorbed into the stone. When needed, she could retrieve it for use. Next, all she needed to do was exchange for a physical source stone. However, upon careful calculation, the combined frenzy values of Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming seemed insufficient for her to acquire another source stone. System: can I still obtain purification points after the frenzy is reset? Only by purifying the frenzy value can purification points be gained. However, the host need not worry. Orcs typically experience a mating season, during which their frenzy value tends to increase easily. Xing Nuo's lips twitched. She chose to remain silent. After consuming a vial of nutrient solution, Xing Nuo once again settled into a meditative posture. Yet, after a short while of practice, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep. A barely audible sound broke the silence. Bai Xiaoyuan approached the bedside, carefully laying Xing Nuo flat and covering her with a blanket. She seemed to be dreaming sweetly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Bai Xiaoyuan gently caressed her face, sensing that Xing Nuo was soothing them, seemingly with some ulterior motive, especially regarding the events of that evening. Seeing her so excited, he wondered if her objective had been achieved. Leaning down, he affectionately pressed his forehead against hers, closing his eyes slightly. "Wife, please do not forget what you said before." After a long moment, he straightened up and quietly exited the room. When Xing Nuo awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon the next day. She quickly checked her attributes. Mental energy, 70/70. Spiritual source stones, 75. Satisfied, she nodded. In just one night's time, she had effectively gained 2 blue bars. Moreover, the mental energy within the source stone could continue to rise. After a brief wash-up, Xing Nuo sauntered out of her room. Bai Xiaoyuan greeted her and lifted her with one hand, saying, "Wife, come and eat." Xing Nuo felt a bit exhausted. It seemed impossible to change his habit of carrying her so often. Once seated at the table, she wasted no time and began devouring the baozi. She was utterly famished at this hour. Lu Ming placed a box on the table, stating, "Wife, this is the nutrient solution I refined yesterday." Bai Xiaoyuan picked up a vial, frowning slightly. This nutrient solution is quite ordinary. It seems to lack even basic flavor. Lu Ming nodded. "This is the flavorless nutrient solution you specifically requested, akin to plain water. It is primarily aimed at restoring mental energy." Bai Xiaoyuan's expression shifted. As if a thought crossed his mind. He asked uncertainly, "Is it related to the soothing matter?" Lu Ming nodded, "Yes." Su sighed softly, "Wife, regarding the soothing matter, we are in no rush. Why must you force yourself?" Xing Nuo opened a vial of nutrient solution and took a sip. It lacked any flavoring, tasting much like water. It was mainly useful for her current significant fluctuations in mental energy, serving as a precaution. Lu Ming crouched beside her wife. "I would like to conduct another mental energy test for you. We can do it at home. What do you think?" Jing Nuo nodded. Since it would be conducted at home, the data would likely remain private, and she was quite curious about her mental energy level. Given her abilities, being able to comfort two SSS level orcs certainly indicated she was at least at S level. Yet, she had previously tested at D level, which was puzzling. Chapter 24. Exploring the Rooftop Garden. After finishing their meal, Xing Nuo eagerly anticipated the test. Lu Ming acted quickly, drawing a drop of her blood with a needle and placing a device on her head to collect a bit of mental energy. Once completed, he took the samples back to his room. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, "The test results usually take about a day. You probably won't have time today. Wife, do you have anything you wish to do today?" Xing Nuo pondered for a moment and smiled shyly. "It seems like I have nothing to do aside from practicing." In this world, she held no particular position and was not a student. Previously, her life revolved around wandering and attending various gatherings or devising ways to tease these orcs. She had little interest in those gatherings. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened. "Would you like me to show you around?" Xing Nuo replied, "But I don't really want to go out." Bai Xiaoyuan laughed. "Let's go to the rooftop." It then occurred to her that their rooftop was adorned with an open-air garden, boasting a decent view. "All right." Bai Xiaoyuan's energy surged, transforming into a large black tiger in an instant. "You crouch down, wife. Allow me to carry you up." Xing Nuo felt a rush of nerves and swallowed hard. "I've never ridden before." The tiger lacked a saddle. What if she fell? Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her, "Do not worry. I will be careful." Cautiously, Xing Nuo climbed onto his back, gripping the fur around his neck anxiously. Although she had longed to ride a great tiger, imagining it was one thing, executing it was another. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a thick tail wrapped around her waist. Instinctively, she touched the tail at her waist. Bai Xiaoyuan stood up. After being cradled in his arms for days, she had grown accustomed to the high vantage point. As he moved, the tiger's body felt alive beneath her, and Xing Nuo felt as if she were seated on a waterbed, swaying gently. However, the tail securely held her in place, preventing her from falling. After traveling a short distance, she completely relaxed, occasionally glancing around. The rooftop garden was filled with numerous potted plants, vibrant flowers clustered together, dazzling to the eye. Curiously, she reached out to touch a rose, only to find herself speechless. All the flowers before her were artificial. Some even had crystal droplets crafted from materials that reflected light under the sun. Leaning in closer, she noticed that the fake flowers emitted a faint fragrance. Bai Xiaoyuan quickly warned, "Wife, be cautious of the scent." In the past, she had been overwhelmed by those very scents. Regrettably, he wished he hadn't brought her up there. Xing Nuo recognized her own sensitivity and promptly withdrew her hand from the flowers. Bai Xiaoyuan suggested, "Let's head back down." This was my oversight. During the garden's construction, they had aimed for realism, ensuring that the flowers not only resembled real ones, but also included droplets, soil, and fragrances. Some flowers could even mimic the blooming process. Jing Nuo nodded. Though the craftsmanship of these artificial flowers was exquisite, they lacked the essence of natural beauty for her. Once back on the sofa, Xing Nuo swung her feet, suddenly struck by an idea. "Yuan, is it possible to open a shop completely anonymously?" Bai Xiaoyuan sat beside her. "Completely anonymously?" Generally, if someone is determined to investigate, it is quite difficult to remain entirely anonymous. "What do you intend to sell?" Xing Nuo felt a bit disheartened. "I haven't decided yet." Her storage contained an abundance of crops that needed to be cleared. With the current amount of farmland, if left unchecked, she would soon face a storage overflow. Naturally, these crops could be processed. For instance, roses could be made into essential oils, perfumes, flour cakes, and flour jams. Flour, of course, could be used for a variety of pastries. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "If it is baozi, there should be no issue." Xing Nuo rubbed her fingers together. The main concern is that the ingredients are somewhat unique. Bai Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow. Is there something wrong with the flour? Lu Ming descended from upstairs and seated himself on the opposite side. That flour is from ancient plants. I assent it? Xing Nuo stared at him in astonishment. How did Lu Ming come to know? Lu Ming chuckled softly. I was already aware that you had secretly exchanged the rice. After testing, the composition inside is identical to that of the ancient rice. Bai Xiaoyuan also expressed surprise. Such a thing exists? Lu Ming continued, wife. Do you intend to sell those wheat and rice? Xing Nuo smiled shyly. Aren't you curious about where they came from? Lu Ming replied gently. I understand this is your fortune. If you're reluctant to share, there is no need for us to inquire. Bai Xiaoyuan comprehended. So, is it easy to distinguish this rice and wheat from the artificially synthesized ones outside? Lu Ming responded. An experienced person can tell a glance. Xing Nuo felt a bit gloomy, so all my efforts were in vain. Lu Ming laughed softly. Actually, only the flour and rice are easily distinguishable. Once made into buns, unless there are professional instruments, it becomes quite difficult to differentiate. Xing Nuo's eyes lit up, so we can make processed products. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, wife. We are not lacking in money. You do not need to fret about making a profit. Lu Ming nodded. Wife, our salaries are decent. If you have this little hobby of opening a shop, you could certainly try starting a small one. I can assist you with it. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment. I plan to open a small snack shop to sell some cookies or the like. Lu Ming smiled. That is certainly feasible. But do not make it too large to avoid overexertion. Xing Nuo quietly asked, do you want seeds for rice and wheat? Lu Ming was taken aback. Is that possible? Ever since he learned that Xing Nuo had exchanged artificial rice for real rice, he suspected she must have rice. But he never imagined she would be willing to give him seeds for both. Xing Nuo retrieved 2 bags of 1-pound seeds from the warehouse and handed them to him. Are these enough? Lu Ming carefully accepted the seeds. Yes, this is more than sufficient. Holding the seeds, his expression was somewhat excited. This was the first time he had acquired so many ancient seeds. No wonder she previously mentioned that if there were difficulties in research, he could seek her assistance. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. It's just 2 bags of seeds. Look at how happy it makes you. Lu Ming shot him a glare and hurriedly took the seeds upstairs. Wife, I will start my research now. Xing Nuo blinked. It's the first time I've seen him so excited. Bai Xiaoyuan commented, that kid has such simple pleasures. The garden on the rooftop is his achievement. Chapter 25. Soothing unexpected joy. Xing Nuo understood the world's yearning for ancient crops. A yuan. Will there be dangers if ancient crops are brought forth? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, it depends. If they are ordinary crops, there is no problem, but some crops, like sea buckthorn, have the effect of reducing frenzy levels. Such crops might shake the foundations of some individuals, so caution is warranted. Xing Nuo acknowledged. Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat uncertain, asked, do you possess such crops? Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. Well, Bai Xiaoyuan ruffled her hair. No worries. If you truly have them, it's fine. We will protect you. However, you must consult with us beforehand, so we can prepare adequately. Now, they also needed to prepare in advance. Regardless, they could not allow those madmen to harm Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo nodded. All right, if I do decide to sell those, I will inform you first to help assess. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled in agreement. Xing Nuo leaned closer to Bai Xiaoyuan. Let me help you with some soothing. Bai Xiaoyuan reached out, pulling Xing Nuo into his embrace. She straddled his lap, wrapping one arm around his neck, her forehead already pressed against his. Her spiritual energy emanated throughout. Purified frenzy level 28 points. Obtained purification value 28 points. Overall soul fusion degree 131. Mental energy limit increased by 2 points. Mental energy 3072. Purification value 32. Xing Nuo's eyes shimmered with surprise. This was her first time enhancing her mental energy limit through soothing. This time, she intended to completely clear the frenzy level within Bai Xiaoyuan's body. Therefore, in addition to her own mental energy, she also mobilized the mental energy from the mental source stone, consuming a total of 60 points of mental energy. Could it be that after the purification value reaches 0, soothing the beast man would directly convert the purification value into the mental energy limit? To validate her thoughts, Xingnu once again released her mental energy. Used 16 mental energy to soothe the beast man. Mental energy limit increased by 8. Mental energy 3080. Xingnu exhaled. She hadn't expected such an effect. Regrettably, after clearing it, the soul fusion degree seemed to have not improved further. Bai Xiaoyuan looked at her with concern. Wife, you have consumed too much mental energy today. Xingnu excitedly patted his shoulder. I have made significant progress recently. This amount of mental energy is nothing. Although she had lost the opportunity to obtain purification value, the increase in mental energy limit was equally enticing. Most importantly, with a higher mental energy limit, her recovery speed would accelerate. Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Bai Xiaoyuan felt completely at ease. His little wife would surely continue to soothe him, regardless of his frenzy level. Playing with her hair with his fingers, Bai Xiaoyuan said, Wife, your coming-of-age ceremony is next week. You should rest well these few days. Coming-of-age ceremony? Xingnu was momentarily taken aback. She instantly recalled some details regarding the coming-of-age ceremony. This ceremony was essentially the family's annual evolution awakening ritual. Individuals of the same age would participate. During the ceremony, their bodies would be blessed by the beast god statue, enhancing their physical qualities and awakening new abilities. Young females could also transform into their beast forms. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. The Star Clan has already sent a notice. Ding no responded somewhat disinterestedly. She had little interest in this coming-of-age ceremony. The thought of traveling far made her feel restless, as if something would happen during the ritual. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her, we will arrange everything. Just focus on resting to ensure you attend the ceremony in the best condition. Xingnu knew little about the ceremony, and hearing him mention it piqued her curiosity. Does the state of being affect the outcome? Bai Xiaoyuan explained, the ceremony is essentially an enhancement of the body. The stronger the base abilities, the more abilities one gains. The power after transformation will also be stronger. Generally speaking, males gain physical strength, while females gain mental strength. Xingnu nodded, partly understanding. All right, then I will practice more these few days to enhance my strength. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, yes, but do not overexert yourself. Xingnu gave an okay gesture. Rest assured. Considering the current situation, Xingnu had a rough plan for her training. Accumulating mental energy and soothing these two beast husbands would allow her to increase her mental energy limit during meditation and also during soothing. Just thinking about it made her excited. Bai Xiaoyuan said, it's a pity you are somewhat sensitive to scents. Otherwise, certain aromas could also aid in mental energy recovery. Xingnu immediately thought of the blue rose in the warehouse. She quickly climbed down from Bai Xiaoyuan and opened the marketplace. If it truly worked, she could certainly give it a try. After searching for a long time, Xingnu found herself speechless to discover that the distillers here were all pre-made machines. There were no glass flasks or similar items. After contemplating for a while, she simply purchased the largest smart distiller available. From her memory, essential oils were produced in small quantities, so a larger capacity would facilitate operation. Bai Xiaoyuan, observing her order, asked uncertainly, Wife, what do you need this for? Xingnu winked at him, guess. Bai Xiaoyuan thought back to the earlier rice and wheat. Wife, could it be that you have flowers? Xingnu chuckled, flipping her hand to reveal a blue rose she had taken from the warehouse. Since her dual ancient crop situation has been exposed, it seems unnecessary for her to conceal anything further. Moreover, she feels no need to be wary of Bai Xiaoyuan, who is entirely willing to entrust his life to her. Bai Xiaoyuan took the blue rose, inhaling its delicate fragrance, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. This is a blue rose, Xingnu softly remarked while gently swaying her foot. Bai Xiaoyuan took a deep breath, the fragrance enveloping him, allowing his entire being to relax. Xingnu expressed her intention to use it for essential oil production, uncertain of the outcome. Bai Xiaoyuan carefully stored the blue rose, noting its potential to stimulate mental energy, suggesting that it could have restorative effects. He planned to have a Ming study it later. Xingnu pondered for a moment, realizing that a Ming would be focused on studying rice and wheat for the next couple of days, deciding to wait. She planned to give the blue rose to him only after he had cleared his rage value, fearing that if he used it to lower his rage, it would be a loss for her, as she needed more purification value. Bai Xiaoyuan agreed, saying, "All right, I trust your judgment." Subsequently, Xing Nuo purchased some peculiar extraction machines and paused her activities. Within an hour, these machines were delivered, and Bai Xiaoyuan expertly set them up while explaining their usage and precautions to Xing Nuo. After she diligently noted everything down, she stored the machines in her spatial pouch and swiftly returned to her room. Chapter 26. The Strange Mental Level. Bai Xiaoyuan walked leisurely behind her, but did not enter the room, opting instead to stand guard at the door. With a flick of his fingers on his spatial pouch, a blue rose appeared in his hand. Unable to resist, he lowered his head to take a gentle whiff. The faint floral scent lifted his spirits. He carefully tucked the blue rose into his chest pocket, his fingers delicately brushing over the petals, his mind racing with thoughts on how to preserve the flower. Regardless of the circumstances, he vowed to prevent it from wilting. Meanwhile, after closing the door, Xing Na entered her farm space, placing the blue rose into the distiller to create essential oil. She also added strawberries, oranges, watermelons, blueberries, and grapefruits into the juice extractor. Her plan was to mix these juices with the previously made nutrient solution flavored with boiled water, allowing for a delightful variety of beverages. Spending another 1,000,000,000 gold coins, she acquired 1,000 plots of land, commencing the cultivation of new crops. This time, her objective was straightforward: to plant every seed from her shop, prioritizing those that could restore mental and physical strength. After setting up the robotic butler, she returned to her room to practice. With the robots taking care of refinement and planting, she could fully embrace her role as an effortless overseer. Lu Ming's enthusiasm for crop research exceeded Xing Nuo's expectations. It wasn't until 2 afternoons later that he emerged from his room, sporting dark circles under his eyes, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, and his disheveled bangs framing a dazed expression. Xing Nuo, sipping a yogurt-flavored nutrient solution, regarded Lu Ming with a mix of concern and amusement. Even though rice and wheat were crucial, there was no need for him to exhaust himself to such an extent. He appeared as if he hadn't slept in 2 days. Bai Xiaoyuan approached him directly, asking, "Are you still holding up?" Lu Ming slapped his face lightly, trying to wake himself. "I'm all right," he replied. Xing Nuo's tone carried a hint of reproach. "You always say not to rush things, yet here you are, burning the midnight oil for research. You look like you could collapse at any moment." Bai Xiaoyuan looked at her speechlessly, saying, "My dear wife, you are no different. You have been equally diligent in your training these past few days, expending your mental energy only to recuperate and then comfort him." After several comforting sessions, he noticed a pattern. Each time Xing Nuo calmed him, his mental energy noticeably improved. This was a win-win situation as he yearned for comfort while she sought to enhance her strength. Xing Nuo chuckled, "I've been quite cautious, and besides, my progress has been significant." Bai Xiaoyuan tossed a bottle of water to Lu Ming. "What about you? Have you made any breakthroughs?" After taking a few sips, Lu Ming replied, "Yes, I have a solid understanding of the conditions for these rice and wheat. I believe I can successfully cultivate them." Xing Nuo responded, "That is splendid news." Lu Ming added, "I also discovered that long-term consumption of these rice and wheat may help alleviate the increase in rage value." Surprise digno cuestioned. Really? The system categorizes them as health-enhancing. How does that relate to rage value? Lu Ming explained, "We need to conduct further experiments to confirm this. I can't make any guarantees yet." Xing Nuo contemplated, wondering if all the plants in the shop possessed this capability. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, "Such matters require gradual verification. By the way, has your mental energy report been released?" Lu Ming froze momentarily and quickly accessed his light brain. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned serious. "How could you forget such a crucial matter?" Lu Ming apologized. "I'm sorry, that was my oversight." Xing Nuo shrugged. "These reports aren't that important, are they? After all, if I can soothe you, it naturally indicates an S rank. The report from the hospital seems more peculiar. What could this mean?" Lu Ming exclaimed, staring at the report in disbelief. Bai Xiaoyuan pushed past him to view the information, momentarily stunned. Xing Nuo leaned in. Did the machine not yield results?" Lu Ming remained silent for a moment before responding, "No, it has produced results. Xing Nuo glanced at the panel displaying the letters E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, her mind swirling with confusion. So what is the actual level? She questioned, unable to discern any differences among the letters. Lu Ming clicked through the report solemnly, stating, "Your level is E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS." Xing Nuo stared at him with wide eyes, utterly perplexed. Did he mean to say she had 8 levels? Bai Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow. This situation is unprecedented. Either the machine malfunctioned, or your mental energy is unique, causing it to elude detection. Lu Ming concurred. The likelihood of the machine being unable to recognize it is quite high. Xing Nuo pondered, could there be any side effects? Lu Ming replied, it's uncertain for now. I will find a more specialized device for further testing. Xing Nuo countered, I don't think further testing is necessary. I currently have no adverse reactions. After 2 days of recovery, she now only required 14 hours of sleep. Bai Xiaoyuan advised, it would be best to wait for more specialized equipment before conducting secret tests. It would put our minds at ease. Xing Nuo relented, very well. With the matter resolved, Lu Ming retrieved a nutrient solution from his spatial pouch and drank it. Once finished, Xing Nuo tugged at his clothing. Let me soothe you. Lu Ming protested, wife, I'm quite dirty right now. Xing Nuo firmly insisted, bending him down. No more excuses. She pressed her forehead against his. Purified rage value, 66 points. Gain purification value, 66 points. Overall soul fusion level, 1971. Mental energy, 92224. Purification value, 98. Standing upright, Xing Nuo felt a twinge of regret. Over the past 2 days, her progress had been remarkable, with her mental energy cap rising to 224. Yet, the purification value left her feeling somewhat disheartened, as she was just 2 points short. As soon as she gathers 2 more points, she can exchange for another piece of source stone. In that moment, a thought crossed her mind. Should she provoke them to boost their frenzy value? However, she quickly dismissed the notion. Bai Xiaoyuan retrieved a box of blueberry yogurt-flavored nutrient solution from the spatial pocket, inserted a straw, and handed it to Xing Nuo. Without hesitation, she took a generous sip. This nutrient solution was of her own concoction. According to the system's marketplace description, blueberries possess the ability to restore mental energy. So she had simply extracted concentrated blueberry juice, combined it with milk, and added it to the nutrient solution. Having always enjoyed blueberry-flavored milk, she now found it almost indispensable. Chapter 27. Forced Slumber. After a considerable time, Lu Ming finally emerged from his dazed state. Although he had just pulled an all-nighter for an experiment, he felt remarkably alert and radiant. Despite only a few days having passed, he felt as though it had been ages since the last time he had received comfort. Upon opening his personal information on the light brain, he discovered that his frenzy value had inexplicably dropped to 0. Xing Nuo waved her hand in front of him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Ming quickly shook his head. No, I have never felt as comfortable as I do now. Thank you, my dear wife. Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. You should get some proper rest first. Bai Xiaoyuan effortlessly cradled Xing Nuo in his arms. Don't worry about him. He can take care of himself. Xing Nuo retorted. That is not quite right. Staying up late for research is definitely harmful. It's best if I prepare some food to replenish him. Just as she finished speaking, uncertainty crept in. How did their kind replenish their bodies? When it came to nourishment, her mind was flooded with images of various meats. Pork knuckles, Christian carp soup, chicken broth, braised beef, and so forth. Yet Lu Ming, being a Jiusei Lu, rarely consumed meat. Bai Xiaoyuan replied. Generally speaking, various nutrient solutions are used. Xing Nuo pinched his ear. What kind of supplement is that? They already drink nutrient solutions. If they need to replenish their bodies with more nutrient solutions, that's rather dismal. Although, to be fair, using nutrient solutions for nourishment doesn't seem entirely incorrect. Lu Ming smiled as he approached them. My dear wife, I can manage with just the nutrient solution. Xing Nuo retrieved a strawberry milk-flavored nutrient solution from the spatial pocket and offered it to him. Then drink this. Lu Ming obediently accepted it, savoring a few sips. My dear wife, what would you like to eat? I can prepare it shortly. Xing Nuo replied. You should focus on resting. I can cook whatever I desire myself. And even if I can't, there's always Ayuan. After her appeals over the past couple of days, the Female Protection Association had eased their supervision over them, and they were now in a normal state. She could naturally prepare whatever she liked. Lu Ming remarked, "With your comfort, I have already recovered." Xing Nuo shot a puzzled glance at Bai Xiaoyuan. Is he incapable of sitting still? Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled, "Perhaps. I will arrange some physical training for him later so he can truly unwind. He doubts that after extreme training, he will still be restless." Lu Ming paused for a moment. "All right, I'll take a nap. If he doesn't sleep now, he might not rest for the next few days." Bai Xiaoyuan would truly take action. With that, he hurried back to his room. Once the door closed, Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, "My dear wife, the nutrient solution you gave him might prevent him from sleeping." Xing Nuo gasped, "Surely not. Considering the function of the nutrient solution," she pressed her forehead, "I hope he believes it is specifically for restoring mental energy. At least then, he would only fret about the cost, rather than being too agitated to sleep." Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled softly. "My dear wife, do not underestimate Oming. Lu Ming possesses an innate advantage with plants. He can almost instantly discern whether the seeds of crops can survive. Distinguishing the plant components from the nutrient solution is a simple task for him, especially since she had added concentrated juice." Xing Nuo glanced at Lu Ming's door. "Why don't you go keep an eye on him, ensuring he sleeps well? Given his physical condition, he should not be conducting research any longer." Bai Xiaoyuan readily agreed. "All right, I'll go." He gently placed Xing Nuo on the sofa. "Wait for me." With that, he swiftly made his way to Lu Ming's room, kicking the door open. Indeed, he found Lu Ming holding a dropper, extracting a sample of the blueberry yogurt-flavored nutrient solution. Bai Xiaoyuan's abrupt entrance nearly startled him into dropping what he held. Lu Ming complained, "Stop kicking the door, will you? What is the matter?" Bai Xiaoyuan strode over, raising his hand. Lu Ming suddenly found the world darkening as he collapsed to the floor. Bai Xiaoyuan effortlessly seized him by the nape of his neck and placed him onto the bed. He brushed off his hands and swaggered out of the room. Xing Nuo leaned against the back of the sofa. Curious, that was fast? From a moment he entered until he exited, it couldn't have been more than a minute. How did he come out so quickly? Bai Xiaoyuan languidly sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. A simple knockout will suffice. Xing Nuo looked at him in disbelief. That was a bit too harsh, was it not? She intended for him to persuade Lu Ming, not to resort to direct action. Bai Xiaoyuan stated bluntly, "That fellow forgets everything when he encounters something he wants to research. Even if he is forced to sleep, he wouldn't be able to settle down." Xing Nuo expressed her concern. "When will he wake up?" She genuinely feared that Bai Xiaoyuan's methods were too severe and might injure him. Bai Xiaoyuan assured her, "He will wake up by tomorrow morning." Seeing his confidence, she refrained from saying more, gently shaking her feet as her mind pondered how to obtain the remaining 2 purification points. Bai Xiaoyuan asked, "My dear wife, what are you thinking?" Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment before retrieving 2 miniature bottles from her storage. Inside the bottles were the essential oils she had refined over the past few days. Blue rose essential oil. Each milliliter can reduce an orc's frenzy value by 1 point. Red rose essential oil. Each milliliter can reduce an orc's frenzy value by 1 point. The bottles contained approximately 10 milliliters in total. If used entirely, it could reduce the frenzy value by 20 points. Bai Xiaoyuan leaned in slightly. "Is this blue rose essential oil?" "Yes." Xing Nuo nodded, believing it could lower an orc's frenzy value. She placed the blue rose essential oil into his hands. "This blue rose is for you. The one in my hand is red rose. Can you help me find someone to test its effects?" Bai Xiaoyuan appeared somewhat taken aback. "For me? This is too precious." He understood well that if the essential oil was genuinely extracted from plants, it couldn't be derived from just 1 or 2 flowers. Xing Nuo reassured him, "It's nothing. If you like it, I can refine more in the future." Bai Xiaoyuan carefully stored the blue rose essential oil before accepting the red rose from her. "Are you planning to find someone to experiment with the effects of this essential oil? Do you have any other requests?" Xing Nuo replied, "It would be best if it could be kept confidential. I have no other requirements." Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, "What about the price? How much do you intend to charge?" Xing Nuo smiled. "This bottle of red rose is practically worthless. I would give it away for free. Your bottle of blue is the true treasure. The blue rose is nearly extinct in both this world and the one from my past life. Even if it exists, it is often merely died. Chapter 28. The Most Suitable Teacher. By Xiaoyuan's eyes glimmered as he enveloped her in his arms. All right, I will arrange for someone to conduct the test shortly. Xing Nuo said, Thank you. I will return to my room to cultivate. You should handle it quickly. By Xiaoyuan expressed surprise. So urgent? Xing Nuo smiled shyly. I used quite a bit of energy comforting on Ming just now. It's better to recover sooner rather than later. Bai Xiaoyuan supported her as she stood. Very well. Once Xing Nuo was settled, Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly summoned his trusted deputy. Xing Nuo sat on the bed. A straw clenched between her teeth, hesitating to commence her training. A notification sounded. Purification of fury value. 10 points. Gain purification value. 1 point. Taking a deep breath. A glimmer of joy appeared in her eyes. It truly worked. Although the ratio was 10 to 1, it indicated that she could acquire purification value through crops. Given the uniqueness of this item, she realized that large-scale sales would require careful consideration. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Xing Nuo hurriedly dashed out. She thrust a bottle of white rose essential oil into Bai Xiaoyuan's hands, offering him a bright smile, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. Do you have anything else, my dear wife? After a moment's thought, Xing Nuo retrieved 3 more bottles of rose essential oil, saying, This should suffice for now. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded and turned to leave. Soon, good news echoed in Xing Nuo's mind. Purification of fury value. 40 points. Gained purification value. 4 points. Current purification value. 103 points. She quickly replaced her energy source stone. As the stone entered her body, her previously anxious mood calmed significantly. Although opportunities to use the energy source stone should be rare, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Moreover, with the stone in her possession, she could consume as much nutrient solution as needed without the fear of excessive weight gain. After finishing the nutrient solution, Xing Nuo immediately sat cross-legged to restore her mental energy. With the increase in her mental energy limit, her recovery speed had noticeably accelerated. During training, she could recover 30 points in 1 hour and 15 points when not training. Combined with the mental source stone, she could achieve at least 360 mental energy daily. This mental energy could be transformed into an increase in her mental energy limit through soothing the beastmen, conservatively yielding a daily enhancement of 100 points. The next day, Xing Nuo groggily rose from her bed, now accustomed to falling asleep mid-training. She glanced at the clock. It was already 10 a.m. Her sleep quality had improved significantly, now requiring only 12 hours. Satisfied, she stretched lazily. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, she found Lu Ming standing outside. Lu Ming bowed slightly, greeting her, Good morning, my dear wife. A smile graced Xing Nuo's face. Good morning. It seems Bai Yuan's timing is impeccable. It was indeed a genuine morning awakening. Observing that Lu Ming no longer bore dark circles under his eyes, she surmised that he had enjoyed a restful night. Lu Ming wore an expression of helplessness, unconsciously rubbing his neck, which still ached. That fellow was quite rough. Xing Nuo chuckled lightly. Does he often strike you? Judging by Xiaoyuan's adeptness, it was clearly not his first time. Lu Ming nodded. It's a tradition in their household. As they conversed, they descended to the first floor. Lu Ming expertly prepared breakfast. Compared to the initial fare of porridge and eggs, the breakfast now included meat buns, fried eggs, and bread. Xing Nuo glanced around. Where's Bai Yuan? Lu Ming replied. He is training in the training facility upstairs. He must be feeling quite pent up these past few days. Xing Nuo nodded. I will check on him shortly. Lu Ming felt a twinge of unease. Xing Nuo appeared eager, and he feared she might be tempted to engage in combat. If Bai Xiaoyuan were to strike her inadvertently, it could lead to dire consequences. My lady, you seem interested in combat, Lu Ming remarked. Xing Nuo nodded slightly. I wish to learn some self-defense techniques. Lu Ming's concern lingered. Perhaps I should teach you instead. Bai Xiaoyuan excels in offense, while I have learned some basic self-defense techniques and am more adept at subtlety, making me a more suitable instructor. In truth, if anyone were ideal to be Xing Nuo's combat mentor, it would be Lin Yeqi. a member of the Jiaolong clan, known for their agility in battle. Unfortunately, given his current state, a return was impossible. Xing Nuo agreed. That sounds good. Even without Lu Ming's suggestion, she was aware that by Xiao Yuan's fighting style would likely not suit her. Forcing herself to learn would yield no benefits. Lu Ming's worry dissipated. As long as Xing Nuo was willing to learn from him, that was sufficient. After swiftly finishing breakfast, they made their way to the training room on the 4th floor. Through the transparent windows, they could clearly see Xiao Yuan engaged in combat. His hands glimmered with energy, shaped into claws, as he relentlessly struck the robot he was battling. Sparks erupted from the robot, which seemed on the verge of disintegration. Sensing their presence, Xiao Yuan kicked the robot back to its original position and halted the fight. He gazed at his hands in surprise. The energy flow during this combat felt exceptionally smooth, a sensation he had never experienced before. Xing Nuo was puzzled. What is going on with him? Is he summarizing his combat experience? Lu Ming shared her confusion. It doesn't seem like it. Perhaps we should ask him once he comes out. Xiao Yuan temporarily set aside his thoughts and slowly exited the room. My lady, you are awake? Xing Nuo promptly voiced her curiosity. What was that about just now? Lu Ming also inquired. Was the training not going well? No. Xiao Yuan waved his hand, energy claws erupting from his fingertips. My energy has never flowed this smoothly before. It even aligns perfectly with my intentions. Lu Ming swiftly produced a device and attached it to Xiao Yuan's arm. Could it be due to the fury value being reset to 0? Xiao Yuan pondered. I'm not sure. He had nearly forgotten what it felt like when his fury value was at 0. He only knew that he felt remarkably at ease, as though his entire body had been oiled, moving with effortless grace. Lu Ming retrieved a special syringe. Let me draw some blood for analysis. Xing Nuo swallowed hard, sensing that Lu Ming resembled a mad scientist in a laboratory. Xiao Yuan grimaced yet complied, allowing Lu Ming to draw his blood. Aren't you also at 0 fury value? Shouldn't you study your own condition? If anyone was more sensitive to energy utilization, it would naturally be Lu Ming. Momentarily pausing, Lu Ming completed the blood draw and began to channel his energy, feeling the changes within his body. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes slightly. It does feel a bit smoother, but not significantly so. Chapter 29. The Ceremony of Adulthood. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but recall the moment when Xing Nuo soothed him. Could it be because of my lady? Xing Nuo blinked. Is it the soothing after the reset? When the fury value is present, I have purification value. When the fury value is absent, I can obtain an increase in my mental energy limit. Each time I soothe, I genuinely infuse mental energy into their bodies. Logically, these beastmen should experience other changes as well. Lu Ming bent slightly. My lady, could you soothe me once more? Xing Nuo readily obliged, pressing her forehead against his. Using 100 points of mental energy to soothe the beastman. Mental energy limit increased by 50 points. Current mental energy, 124274. Lu Ming opened his eyes slightly, gathering his energy once more. This time, he distinctly felt the difference in the flow of energy. Within a short time, his energy condensation speed had actually advanced a level. Xing Nuo, filled with curiosity, asked, how does it feel? Is there any effect? This is a tangible 100 points of mental energy, which could previously purify 50 points of fury value. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. The energy is condensing much faster. Xiao Yuan remarked. It is indeed thanks to my lady. Lu Ming added. It seems that your mental energy, once infused into our bodies, merges with our own, thereby assisting in accelerating our energy condensation. Xiao Yuan was not overly concerned with the underlying principle. My lady is truly remarkable. He bent down, preparing to lift Xing Nuo, but halted abruptly. Covered in sweat, he deemed it inappropriate to embrace her. I must wash up first. As Xing Nuo watched him depart, she slowly stepped into the training room. That machine won't suddenly attack me, will it? She inquired. Lu Ming chuckled. No, the robot has retreated. Wife, do you have any thoughts on the upcoming training? He asked. Xing Nuo scratched her head. Shouldn't I focus on physical conditioning first? My current physique is far from a specially trained one from my past life. Although I prefer using a whip, I have not trained my stamina at all. With my current body, I would likely collapse after running just 300 meters. Lu Ming replied, that's indeed necessary. But physical training cannot be perfected overnight. Let's take our time. First, let's start with some warm-up exercises. Xing Nuo nodded and followed his lead in training. Initially, she had planned to wait over a month before commencing physical training, but her cultivation speed had far exceeded her expectations. She could easily allocate some time for physical conditioning. Before long, Bai Xiaoyuan arrived once more at the training room. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Xing Nuo's life had become quite fulfilling. Rising at 9 in the morning, she would train for an hour after breakfast. Following that, she would soothe Lu Ming and Bai Xiaoyuan, enhancing their mental fortitude. In just 5 short days, her mental strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dressed in a brown robe, Xing Nuo gracefully descended from the spacecraft. Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming followed closely behind, accompanied by a small team of 15 individuals. Before the spacecraft stood an elder holding a serpent-shaped staff, quietly observing them. Xing Nuo hurriedly approached the elder and bowed. Greetings, Grandpa. Xing Xianwei smiled faintly. Welcome back. You must be tired. Go rest. He then turned his gaze toward Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming, his expression curious. Bai Xiaoyuan felt that things were somewhat similar to before, but he was now closer to Xing Nuo. The most significant change was in Lu Ming, who stood relaxed beside her, a feat that had been nearly impossible before. It had only been half a year since their last meeting, yet such a transformation had occurred. Could it be that Xing Nuo had provided them with comfort? Upon this thought, he infused energy into his eyes to assess their conditions. Indeed, he found that the violent energy levels emanating from them were nearly non-existent. His expression soured. You two have been reckless. Not long ago, their violent energy levels had exceeded 90, yet now they had been completely cleared. The mere thought of such a rapid change made him shudder. Lu Ming, catching his implication, chuckled sheepishly. We'll be more mindful in the future. Bai Xiaoyuan offered a slight bow. Your teachings are wise, Grandpa. Xing Nuo, aware of Xing Xuanwei's misinterpretation, quickly stated, Grandpa, I am heading to my room to rest. With that, she seized Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming and dashed toward her room. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled lightly, wrapping an arm around her, and in a flash, they had entered the residence's chamber. Lu Ming and the other team members swiftly followed suit. Xing Xuanwei's eyes displayed a hint of disdain. This boy remains as impulsive as ever. The steward beside him chuckled. Young Master Yuan becomes like this whenever Miss is involved. Xing Xianwei smiled. If there was one beast man among Xing Nuo's companions whom he trusted the most, it was undoubtedly Bai Xiaoyuan. Even after Xing Nuo's transformation, his feelings for her had not wavered. Tapping his staff lightly, he mused, pay more attention to Xing Nuo in the coming days and observe any changes. The steward bowed respectfully, understood. Meanwhile, upon entering her room, Xing Nuo flopped onto the large bed, rolling in satisfaction, though she was not prone to motion sickness. The several wormhole jumps had left her somewhat weary. Lu Ming entered the room slowly. Wife, there are 3 days left until the official ceremony. Would you like to explore the surroundings? Xing Nuo, feeling languid, replied, perhaps later. I want to rest a bit more. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed concern. Is it uncomfortable to sit in the spacecraft? We can purchase a better model later. Xing Nuo shook her head. I'm just unaccustomed to it. A little rest will suffice. Bai Xiaoyuan took a seat beside her, his mind already planning to acquire a military-grade spacecraft. The hallmark of such vessels is their stability, ensuring that even during wormhole jumps, there would be no jarring sensations. This time, they had indeed overlooked this aspect, as traversing wormholes was unnecessary in the Empire. Lu Ming added, I have a friend working at the Armaments Research Institute. He has devices to enhance stability. I just spoke to him, and he will send them over shortly. Bai Xiaoyuan suggested, I think we should just bring my vehicle. Xing Nuo sat up. Both of you need to settle down. Did I not say we should keep a low profile? If my vehicle is used, won't the whole world know it's us? After all, Bai Xiaoyuan's reputation is quite high. It's likely that the moment we disembark, a crowd will gather. Bai Xiaoyuan countered, but your well-being is of utmost importance. Xing Nuo, feeling somewhat exhausted, replied, I am fine. Bai Xiaoyuan clearly remained unconvinced. Let's use my vehicle on the way back. Regardless, I won't allow you to suffer again. Xing Nua sighed. It's such a hassle to keep switching. I truly am fine. Bai Xiaoyuan insisted, we will manage it. Xing Nua pouted, contemplating whether she should feign discomfort in the future. If they continued to make such a big deal over her well-being, she would soon feel guilty. Lu Ming retrieved a box of nutritional supplements from the spatial pouch and handed it to her. Wife, this supplement can alleviate some of your discomfort. Xing Nua took a large sip and quickly shifted the topic. Are there any interesting places nearby? If we keep discussing this, we might end up needing an entire battalion for our return. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, if we're talking about the most distinctive location, it would have to be the wetland garden within the estate. Xing Nua, biting on the straw, recalled information about the wetland garden. The situation in this world was quite similar. There was a lack of greenery. This place was no different. In her memory, the trees, shrubs, and weeds were all artificially made. Even the wooden staff held by Xing Xianwei was a replica. Thus, one can imagine the cost of creating a wetland garden in such a setting. Lu Ming explained the plants in the wetland garden are all replicas. However, they are arranged beautifully and are very popular. Each returning member of the Xing clan enjoys relaxing and playing there. Ding no blinket. Is it similar to the garden on our terrace? Bai Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, the scenery in the wetland garden consists mainly of trees and shrubs, with very few flowers. Intrigued, Xing Nua thought perhaps she could use this wetland garden as a template to replicate one in her own farm space. After a week of growth, the Tongtian tree in her farm had sprouted and grown to a height of 20 centimeters, now providing the support of a load-bearing pillar, eliminating concerns of spatial collapse. In recent days, she had been purchasing an additional 1,000 plots of land daily, ample enough to create some scenic features. Observing her newfound interest, Lu Ming offered, I'll prepare some snacks and a small boat. Wife, is there anything else you need to prepare? Xing Nua blinked. I'm good with whatever. She felt that the items in her spatial pouch and farm were already sufficient, requiring no additional preparations. Lu Ming gently suggested, let us set out in an hour. All right, Xing Nua replied, seemingly recalling something, and quickly added, make sure to bring the insect repellent. In her previous life, she was a mosquito magnet, and without repellent in the wetland garden, she would undoubtedly return covered in bites. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her, I have it here. Xing Nua let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Noticing there were no further requests, Lu Ming turned to leave. Bai Xiaoyuan flopped on a bed, pulling Xing Nua close. Wife, you should take a short nap. Xing Nua nodded and, as if remembering something, quickly asked, have you arranged for your subordinates? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, rest assured, I have given the list to my grandfather in advance, and their accommodations have been arranged. Xing Nua sighed in relief. That's good. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled, quickly sleep now. Xing Nua nodded and closed her eyes. The comforting aura emanating from Bai Xiaoyuan lulled her into a deep slumber within mere breaths. He instinctively tightened his embrace, lowered his head slightly, and gently twirled a strand of her hair, as if playfully teasing it like a tail, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. When Lu Ming returned after finishing the arrangements, he found them in this tender scene. Bai Xiaoyuan seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head with a fierce glint in his eyes. Once he confirmed it was Lu Ming, he relaxed. Lu Ming spoke softly, it's been 45 minutes. If she sleeps any longer, it may affect her rest tonight. Bai Xiaoyuan gently nudged wife. Xing Nua yawned and sat up with his assistants. Are we ready to depart? Lu Ming, holding a towel, gently wiped her face to help her awaken. How are you feeling? Xing Nua twisted her neck. After this brief rest, she felt much more energized. The discomfort from the earlier flight had completely vanished. She felt revitalized. Lu Ming handed her a bottle of nutrient solution. Then we shall set off shortly. Bai Xiaoyuan produced a simple necklace from the spatial pocket. It featured a slender black cord with a teardrop-shaped blue pendant, which appeared to contain some liquid upon closer inspection. He carefully draped the necklace around her neck. This is an insect-repelling charm. Do not remove it while outside. Xing Nua bowed respectfully. Rest assured, I will not take it off. She certainly did not wish to return covered in welts. Lu Ming handed her a hat to wear. With everything prepared, the group leisurely made their way to the wetland garden. For Xing Nua, this was her first return to the clan's territory, and she frequently glanced around in wonder. Apart from the initial manner, The territory of the Xing clan leaned more towards a garden design. Rows of ornamental trees lined the sides of the path, and every 100 meters, one could spot a small pavilion or grape trellis. Several pavilions were accompanied by artificial waterfalls. Her fingers brushed against the grape leaves above her head, which were crafted so realistically that it was hard to discern their artificial nature without a closer inspection. It was truly a pity. Lu Ming remarked, in truth, artificial plants have their merits. At least they do not wither. As long as they are not dismantled, such scenery will remain eternal. Bai Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Sitting in a pavilion during winter, watching the heavy snowfall amidst the green leaves, is an experience of its own kind. Of course, if there were genuine greenery, they would naturally prefer to admire it. The life force emitted by real plants could not be compared to the artificial ones. Xing Nuo felt a sense of anticipation. Just as they turned a corner, a group of beastmen approached, chatting and laughing. However, upon seeing the three of them, their smiles abruptly vanished. The beastmen seemed startled and quickly darted away. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in confusion. What was going on? Who were they? Why did they flee upon seeing them? The figures had vanished too quickly for her to discern their features. Were they truly that fearsome, like some kind of monstrous threat? As she pondered this, she suddenly realized that among the three, there indeed seemed to be a formidable beast, one that could instill fear with a single roar. Lu Ming hesitantly remarked, "It seems to be Xing Fanqing and a few of his friends." The figures had fled so swiftly that he had only caught a glimpse of a blurred silhouette. Both Bai Xiaoyun and Xing Nuo gazed at him with curiosity, asking in unison, "Do you know him?" The clarity in their eyes left Lu Ming feeling somewhat exasperated. "You truly do not remember him?" Chapter 31. This is my wife, not your little admirer. Xing Nuo tilted her head in thought. He seems to be a clansman, but beyond that, I have no strong feelings. As far as she recalled, Xing Fanqing was a distant cousin, and they seldom met. She could not even remember what he looked like. Bai Xiaoyun shook his head. No impression here either. Lu Ming sighed with fatigue. "Yuan, you nearly killed him during your duel. His father came, and you ended up beating the father too. That incident stirred the entire Xing clan, yet you conveniently forgot." Bai Xiaoyun nodded in realization. It is him, a real coward. Xing Nuo was curious. What led to the fight? What happened? Bai Xiaoyun replied candidly. He harbored inappropriate feelings for you and wished to marry you. Xing Nuo's mind was filled with questions. Had he chosen the wrong words? Did Xing Fanqing wish to marry her? Lu Ming affirmed, in the entire Xing clan, anyone who attempted to curry favor with you has been dealt with by Yuan under various pretenses, without exception. Bai Xiaoyun turned his head awkwardly. It is not as exaggerated as that. Xing Nuo understood, realizing that Bai Xiaoyun had been cutting down her potential suitors. She could only imagine how many he had eliminated over the years. However, she felt relieved by this pruning, as the idea of marrying someone from her own clan sent shivers down her spine. Bai Xiaoyun remarked, "Those fellows are quite weak. I recall one with SS-level strength. Yet he could not even match an A-level male beastman. The main issue is that they are too timid, afraid of getting hurt. Their reluctance to engage in battle is infuriating." Lu Ming agreed. They cannot unleash their true abilities. Xing Nuo inquired, "Did you face any opposition from your grandfather when you challenged them?" Those individuals were clearly wearing their family clan's attire, and it stands to reason that Xing Xuanwei would not allow others to bully his kin. Moreover, from their words, it seems the challengers were numerous. Bai Xiaoyun explained, "Wife, challenges between male beastmen are a means to enhance strength. Thus, as long as it does not result in permanent injury or death, others typically do not interfere." Lu Ming added, "When a Yuan challenged them, it was also with grandfather's consent. All the proper procedures were followed, and no one could find fault." Bai Xiaoyun scoffed. "It is just that the disparity in strength is too great, rendering the fights meaningless." Xing Nuo chuckled softly. "If the difference is so vast, you should take action yourself." Bai Xiaoyun expressed his frustration. "Why should I? They have thoughts about you, and several of them are still minors. A bunch of little brats with such ambitions." Xing Nuo pressed her lips together, suppressing her laughter. In truth, Bai Xiaoyun now resembled a child. Lu Ming shook his head, noting how Bai Xiaoyun became childish when it came to Xing Nuo. After warding off 3 groups of beastmen, they finally arrived at the wetland garden. A winding river flowed through the entire garden. Lu Ming released a delicate boat from the spatial pocket. Bai Xiaoyuan seated her in the middle, while Lu Ming sat opposite them. Once seated, Lu Ming began retrieving items from the spatial pocket. Various flavors of nutrient solutions, blueberry cookies, biscuits, candies, rose cakes. An orange jelly filled the small table in the center of the boat in no time. Xing Nuo grabbed a blueberry cookie and took a bite, savoring its sweetness. By the way, aren't those fellows my kin? Why would they have thoughts about me? Lu Ming poured her a glass of blueberry-flavored nutrient solution. They can be considered distant relatives. Bai Xiaoyuan, slightly displeased, spoke with an undertone of grievance. Wife, why are you so interested in them? Xing Nuo replied with a smile. I am intrigued by what you have accomplished. Bai Xiaoyuan's mood instantly brightened. During the challenge, a few even brought their elders to compete. In the end, I defeated them all. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words. Is there really such a disregard for martial ethics? Bai Xiaoyuan was completely unfazed. Regardless, I will send them back as many as they come. It's a piece of cake. You don't know, some of them wet their pants just from seeing me in my beast form. I easily took them down in my human form afterward, as the small boat leisurely drifted towards the exit. Xing Nuo listened to Bai Xiaoyuan recounting how he had challenged those individuals, and her heart began to blaze with excitement. She couldn't help but imagine herself, like him, cutting a swath through adversaries. Lu Ming kicked Bai Xiaoyuan's leg beneath the table, signaling him to tone it down a bit. If he continued like this, Xing Nuo might just want to join the fray. Moreover, after all, those individuals were also Xing Nuo's kin, and even if they deserved a good slap, it was inappropriate to mock them so openly. Bai Xiaoyuan noticed the gleam in Xing Nuo's eyes and cleared his throat. That's roughly how it went. Xing Nuo looked at him with envy. You are truly incredible. Even if she would be capable of combat in the future, her fighting style would undoubtedly differ from his. It seemed unlikely that she could engage in battles as exhilarating as Bai Xiaoyuan's. Her defensive capabilities could hardly sustain such fierce confrontations. However, once her mental prowess reached its limits, she could certainly act as a mobile artillery, providing firepower support. The brilliance in Xing Nuo's eyes made Bai Xiaoyuan unable to resist ruffling her hair. In the future, I will teach you how to fight. Lu Ming, feeling exasperated, pressed his forehead. This fellow was truly getting carried away. The individual before him was the wife, not just a devoted follower. Xing Nuo nodded vigorously. MHM. Lu Ming hastily shifted the topic, fearing that Bai Xiaoyuan might get too excited and start giving on-the-spot instructions. Although, if the wife looked at him with such eyes, he suspected he wouldn't be able to resist either. Wife, there are quite a few fish in this river. Would you like to try fishing? Xing Nuo turned her head and indeed spotted several palm-sized fish swimming in the water. Can we eat them? Lu Ming replied, yes, these fish are specifically raised for consumption. The administrator regularly clears out any that are unfit. Intrigued, Xing Nuo exclaimed, I want to try. Lu Ming took out 3 fishing rods from his spatial pouch, handing one to each of them. Baiting the hooks, Xing Nuo skillfully cast her line. She had enjoyed fishing in the past and could sit for an entire day after finishing her chores. Lu Ming and Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly followed suit, casting their rods left and right. As Bai Xiaoyuan's energy surged, he transformed into a semi-beast form, wrapping his long tail around Xing Nuo's waist to prevent her from accidentally falling into the water while fishing. Holding the fishing rod with one hand, Xing Nuo playfully flicked the tail around her waist with her fingers. She couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Xiaoyuan's tail had undergone special training, displaying remarkable agility. Lost in thought, she failed to realize that the tiger tail around her waist had fluffed up and the skin at its base had turned red. Yet despite this, the tail showed no sign of loosening its grip. Lu Ming cast a glance at Bai Xiaoyuan, noticing that the fishing line in front of him was being tugged wildly. Yet Bai Xiaoyuan seemed oblivious, firmly gripping his fishing rod. Chapter 32. Should the fish be stewed or grilled? A conundrum indeed. Shifting his gaze, Lu Ming saw that Xing Nuo was twirling her fingers, engaged in a game with his tail. None of them were focused on fishing. Lu Ming adeptly unhooked the fish he had just caught and placed it into a nearby bucket. Xing Nuo had been pushing herself hard in her training lately, and a fish soup would be perfect for her recovery. By the time their boat reached the exit, Lu Ming had already caught 5 fish, while Xing Nuo and Bai Xiaoyuan had caught none. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xing Nuo smiled at Lu Ming. Thank you for your hard work. As Lu Ming packed up the small boat, he replied with a grin, as long as you were happy. After all, they were merely here for leisure, not to fish for a living. Xing Nuo stored her fishing rod in her spatial pouch. Her space allowed her to purchase river water, and, someday, she could release some fish fry into it. Whenever she felt like having fish, she could simply fish from her space. Lu Ming, somewhat concerned, advised wife, make sure to stay close to us when you go fishing in the future, all right? He worried that Xing Nuo might sneak off to fish somewhere and end up dragged into the water by a fish. After all, the fish elsewhere were not as docile as those here. Xing Nuo raised her hand and softly said, actually, I can swim, and I have good diving skills. You don't need to worry too much. After all, I am part of the She-Snake clan. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. All right. It was indeed a trait inherent to her lineage. Bai Xiao Yuan swept Xing Nuo into his arms. Come on, let's go back and grill some fish. Lu Ming interjected. Wife, your body is more suited to consuming fish soup right now. Bai Xiao Yuan frowned slightly. What is so good about fish soup? Grilled fish is better. You drink nutrient solution every day. Nothing is more nourishing than that. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. According to ancient texts, fish soup has excellent restorative properties. Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed. You know that's ancient history. Today's nutrient solutions are rigorously formulated. They must be better than that fish soup. Lu Ming countered. Those nutrient solutions primarily restore mental energy. Only milk and similar products are meant for bodily nourishment. Fish soup is still superior. Bai Xiao Yuan insisted grilled fish is better. Fish soup can easily get bones stuck. It's too dangerous. Lu Ming replied, I will filter out the bones carefully. Xing Nuo raised her hand to suggest, what if we use 2 fish for soup and 3 for grilling? If we keep arguing, we might not reach a conclusion until nightfall. Lu Ming nodded, that works. Bai Xiao Yuan agreed, then it's settled. Lu Ming added, you are in charge of removing the bones. Bai Xiao Yuan waved dismissively, no problem. Xing Nuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since these fish are raised for eating, they shouldn't have many bones. Lu Ming shook his head and explained, these fish have good meat quality, but do have many bones. Xing Nuo was somewhat perplexed. Generally speaking, fish with many bones, no matter how delicious, would be hard to become popular. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. You forgot, your clan is a She clan. They swallow their food whole. The number of bones doesn't affect them. Xing Nuo conceded, all right, I had forgotten that. With a light shake of her foot, she realized that after the coming-of-age ceremony, she could directly transform into a snake. It felt rather peculiar, transitioning from walking on 2 legs to having none. She was uncertain whether she would even be able to move. As they conversed, they returned to their dwelling. From a distance, they noticed the butler standing at the door waiting for them. Xing Nuo called out, Grandpa Butler, is there something you need? The butler bowed to them. Miss Xing Nuo, I have come at the master's command to serve you. Xing Nuo quickly replied, thank you. But I have these 2 with me, which is sufficient. There will be many guests for the coming-of-age ceremony. Please take care of Grandpa and don't let him tire himself out. Along their way, they had seen numerous beastmen strolling along the path, and it was easy to imagine how many would attend the ceremony later. As the clan leader, Xing Xian would preside over the ceremony, and with so many responsibilities, he would surely be exhausted. The butler carefully observed Xing Nuo before smiling gently. Understood? I will report back to the master. He bowed to Xing Nuo and her companions before leisurely making his way towards the main residence. Lu Ming's gaze shifted, and he promptly discerned the butler's purpose. Let us proceed inside. Wife, what flavor of fish soup would you like? Sour cabbage and tofu fish soup, she replied. Lu Ming remarked, we don't have sour cabbage or tofu here. Bai Xiao Yuan interjected, I will send someone to Di Xing to purchase them. Lu Ming hesitated. I believe they may not have them either. As I recall, these items are all products of ancient crops, which would be absent in Di Xing. Xing Nuo chuckled. I have them. Come on. It's been ages since I've had these. For her, even sour cabbage and tofu were delightful. Naturally, their stock of these items surpassed others. Bai Xiao Yuan expressed curiosity. Sour cabbage and tofu? Surely, they are also ancient crops? Xing Nuo explained, tofu is made from soybeans. As for sour cabbage, there are various kinds, some made from cabbage and others from rapeseed. Bai Xiao Yuan asked, Isn't it quite laborious to prepare these? Let's find a time later to help you make a batch. Xing Nuo did not refuse. Sure, it's always good to stock up. She retrieved a block of brine tofu and a box of sour cabbage from the storeroom. Lu Ming took a light sniff of the sour cabbage, and the sour scent instantly revealed to him why Xing Nuo adored it. Just its aroma was enough to whet his appetite. Bai Xiaoyuan wrinkled his nose. Showing little interest in the two items, "Wife, let us go watch television outside. Leave this to a Ming." Xing Nuo was speechless. Lu Ming laughed. "Wife, you all can go rest outside. I will handle this." Bai Xiaoyuan promptly lifted Xing Nuo and exited the kitchen. Hey, you can't just do that." Jing Nuo protested. Bai Xiaoyuan stated, "The kitchen is quite high. It would tire you out. Besides, that lad enjoys tinkering in the kitchen. You can trust him." Xing Nuo rolled her eyes at him, wondering what he meant by enjoying tinkering with kitchen affairs. Previously, Lu Ming had only made porridge and boiled eggs, hardly indicative of a passion for kitchen work. Perhaps there had been slight changes in the past week. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. "Wife, haven't you noticed? This lad has spent more time in the kitchen this week than in the entire previous year. Isn't that a sign of enjoyment?" Certainly. The primary reason lay in the ancient crops Xing Nuo had mentioned. After she had disclosed her possession of seeds, Lu Ming's fervor for those crops had somewhat diminished. And once he finally tasted the fruits of their labor, he was willing to indulge. Now they had rice, wheat, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers, blueberries, and other crops. Chapter 33. The vinegar jar has been upset. Xing Nuo had indeed noticed this phenomenon. Perhaps we should purchase a few more butler robots. With them around, Lu Ming's workload would clearly decrease. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "Let him be. You must allow him to divert his attention from his research." Xing Nuo felt somewhat frustrated. "I only restrict his research time to 18 hours a day. That is quite lenient. I believe it should be limited to 8 hours. Calculating, if he worked full days, Lu Ming would only have about 6 hours of rest. Such a schedule could certainly categorize him as a research fanatic." Bai Xiaoyuan laughed. 8 hours would be torture for him. Xing Nuo sighed as she glanced at the busy Lu Ming. Will he change this bad habit once he gains more experience? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "One would hope so. Now, let's not worry about him. Instead, why don't we practice?" Xing Nuo was immediately drawn to his words. "All right." Bai Xiaoyuan effortlessly drew her into his embrace, allowing her to straddle his lap, their foreheads touching. Xing Nuo released her mental energy. Beep, beep, beep. 3 urgent sounds rang out. Bai Xiaoyuan halted his actions and opened the holographic screen. Upon seeing the information displayed, his brow furrowed slightly. He quickly sent a few messages in response. Xing Nuo hurriedly dismounted from him, her eyes reflecting some unease. It seemed something had gone awry. After a while, Bai Xiaoyuan turned off the holographic screen, yet his expression remained somewhat grave. Xing Nuo, feeling anxious, asked what happened. Bai Xiaoyuan sighed softly. "Xiao, Zhe has been injured." Xing Nuo inquired, "Is it serious?" Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. "He has already been taken to the hospital on Dixing. Grandfather and the others have gone to see him. He is not in life-threatening danger, but the greater concern lies with the insectoid army on the front lines. Although Dixing has dispatched a new commander to the front, repelling the insectoids may prove challenging." Xing Nuo expressed her unease. "Are you going to the front lines?" Bai Xiaoyuan shook his head. "Not yet. I have not received orders. If the situation at the front becomes dire, they will certainly find a way to deploy me." Xing Nuo suggested, "Let us go to the hospital on Dixing to see him. I can also provide him with some comfort." In truth, for beastmen, physical injuries are far less concerning than the dangers posed by their rage value. The medical standards in this world are exceptionally high. Even if one were to lose limbs, they could create corresponding mechanical prosthetics that function just like the original. However, the rage value cannot be diminished. It can only be suppressed through potent inhibitors. Bai Xiaoyuan stated, "There is no rush. His rage value is currently around 96 points. Your coming-of-age ceremony is more important." Xing Nuo was at a loss for words. Reaching 96 points, he could spike to 100 at any moment. How could he treat it as a trivial matter? Were they truly brothers? Bai Xiaoyuan gently ruffled her hair in a comforting gesture. "That lad is different from me. He has always been adept at managing his emotions. His rage value does not rise quickly. Moreover, once he enters the hospital on Dixing, He will be administered inhibitors to maintain his rage value. Xing Nuo still felt uneasy. What if we send him some essential oils? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, I will consider it. We will see. All right. Seeing his resolute attitude, Xing Nuo refrained from saying more. After all, she had previously prepared several bottles of special essential oils for him. If it came to that point, he ought to be able to manage without concern for Bai Chang's predicament. Bai Xiaoyuan said, your primary focus now is to prepare for the upcoming ceremony. Strive to enhance your strength. The stronger you are, the greater your enhancement following the ceremony. For them, nothing was more significant than the coming-of-age ceremony. Xing Nuo blinked. Shall we continue practicing? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded, resting his forehead against hers. This had become their routine in recent days. Whenever they practiced, their foreheads would be touching. Unbeknownst to them, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. Xing Nuo turned to see Lu Ming placing the last plate of grilled fish on the table. Bai Xiaoyuan let out a regretful sigh. Wife, one cannot practice with a distracted mind. However, she felt they had sufficiently practiced today. Though it was merely 2 hours spent waiting for dinner, she had significantly increased her mental energy limit by 50 points. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, that is a different matter. You are merely calming your practice now. When it comes to unleashing skills, distraction can lead to failure and could even result in injury. Xing Nuo replied, oh, I will be mindful of that in the future. When I do unleash skills, I will surely focus more. Bai Xiaoyuan contemplated. Perhaps Lu Ming could teach you some skills. His skills lean towards healing, which is quite suitable for you. Healing skills tend to be gentler, even if something goes awry. It is the recipient of the healing who suffers, not the caster. Lu Ming remarked, wife, you possess a water attribute, strong mental energy, and you already know healing spells, making you quite compatible with my skill set. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed surprise. Wife, you know healing spells? When did you learn that? Lu Ming beckoned the two individuals over to dine, responding, my esteemed wife will manage on her own. Moreover, she is likely adept in the art of ice-based skills. Xing Nuo gazed at Lu Ming in astonishment. She had never showcased her ice abilities before him, so how could he ascertain her proficiency in this domain? Her ice skills had been granted by the awakening system in her previous life and were the attributes she had practiced the longest and utilized the most. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a twinge of jealousy. It seemed his beloved favored that fellow after all. My dear wife, ice skills can easily cause self-harm. Perhaps we should reconsider learning them, he suggested. Xing Nuo was momentarily perplexed. Huh? Why the sudden change of heart? As a member of the Snake clan, her affinity for water skills was naturally stronger, and she knew she would excel with them. Additionally, she had a fondness for ice skills, particularly ice spikes, which were exhilarating to wield. Bai Xiaoyuan, feeling somewhat unreasonable, turned away and began to eat voraciously. Xing Nuo quietly inquired of Lu Ming, what is troubling him? Lu Ming chuckled, pay him no mind. He is merely a jealous soul. Xing Nuo couldn't help but laugh. He just suggested I learn skills. And now he's sulking? With the bond you two share, I thought he would be above such jealousy. Bai Xiaoyuan shot Lu Ming a glare, his expression sour. I am not jealous. Lu Ming nonchalantly replied, indeed, you are not. Xing Nuo offered Bai Xiaoyuan some tofu. I am learning skills to better protect myself. Bai Xiaoyuan, recognizing his own unreasonable stance, asked, my dear wife, shall we practice tonight? Xing Nuo quickly affirmed, of course. Chapter 34. The awakening ceremony commences. Time swiftly passed to the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. Xing Nuo sat upon a chair in the hall, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she gazed at the statue in the distance. The ceremony was held atop a mountain peak. At the summit, a colossal statue stood tall, a massive stone pillar entwined by a gigantic serpent. The finely crafted scales shimmered with iridescent colors under the sun. Its two lantern-sized eyes bore a thin veil, resembling closed eyelids. Surrounding the mountain's peak were rows of seats. Xing Xuanwei stood beneath the statue, holding a scepter, one hand pressed against his chest as he offered low prayers. As he prayed, a green light emanated from the scepter, cascading down to the ground and enveloping the entire statue. Upon the conclusion of his final prayer, the serpent appeared to open its eyes, casting a golden light upon the ground before it. Xing Xuanwei waved his scepter, announcing, males of the Beast clan, enter. As his words echoed, a small group of beastmen strode into the venue, each settling cross-legged in the illuminated area. A low, raspy hiss resonated from within the statue. Instantly, the beastmen were enveloped in golden light. The radiance seemed to provoke discomfort, as a few male beastmen displayed signs of distress. Within half a minute, two of them, unable to withstand it, began to writhe on the ground. Xing Xuanwei frowned slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. With a swift motion, he summoned tendrils from the earth that bound the writhing beastmen tightly, ensuring they could not cry out. Xing Nuo swallowed hard. Once this batch of beastmen transformed into serpents, it would be their turn. Upon closer inspection, she gasped. One of the wailing figures was none other than Xing Fangqing, someone she had encountered previously. She rubbed her arms and gently tugged at Bai Xiaoyuan and Luming. Is it really that painful? If the beastmen are suffering so, I can hardly imagine how I would fare. She was particularly averse to pain. Luming instinctively shielded her eyes. The coming-of-age ceremony is akin to a rebirth. Pain is inevitable. Bai Xiaoyuan stepped forward slightly, blocking some of her view. The light for young females will be relatively softer. It won't be as painful. Xing Nuo grimaced, trying her best to ignore the faint sounds of wailing around her. Was your coming-of-age ceremony like this too? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. Yes, quite similar. Luming elaborated. The intensity of energy varies among different clans. The Ayuan clan is the most perilous, while our Juslu clan is gentler, causing a greater impact on mental fortitude. Xing Nuo murmured softly. How peculiar. I can't find any videos of the coming-of-age ceremony online. Bai Xiaoyuan replied. That is to be expected. They are likely concerned it might frighten newly matured beastmen. If any feelings of trepidation arise, the risk of failure increases. Luming produced a vial of soothing nutrient liquid. My dear wife, please drink this to ease your nerves. Bai Xiaoyuan applied blue rose essential oil gently to her temples. The energy from the statue will diminish considerably after being expended by the male beastmen. When it is your turn, it should be much easier. When Qianqian awakened, it was quite smooth. Xing Nuo downed the nutrient liquid in one breath, took 2 deep breaths to calm herself, and considering the potential exertion ahead, retrieved 3 boxes of specially formulated high-concentration nutrient liquid from her storage. These liquids were designed to rapidly restore stamina and mental energy, and importantly, they did not induce a feeling of fullness. Observing her actions, Luming's expression turned slightly somber, yet he suppressed his worries, recognizing the uniqueness of this occasion. Bai Xiaoyuan nudged Luming. Do you not have any better nutrient liquids? Ones with a higher restorative capacity? Xing Nuo looked at Luming with eager anticipation. Do you have any? Don't worry about the quantity. Luming hesitated. I do, but the taste is abysmal. Recently, he had developed several restorative nutrient liquids using the ancient crops provided by Xing Nuo. Unfortunately, the numerous additives had rendered the taste quite unpalatable. After tasting just 30 milligrams, he felt as though he had seen his ancestors beckoning him. Xing Nuo blinked. What if we dry it and make it into tablets for easy swallowing? Or we could dry it and fill in empty capsules. Generally, palatable options can serve as drinks or health foods, while unpleasant ones can simply be consumed as medicine. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired with excitement. Is that feasible? If we can replenish stamina midway, the success rate will undoubtedly increase, and we may absorb more awakening energy to bolster our physical strength. Luming nodded immediately, swiftly retrieving a palm-sized machine, inserting a test tube into it. In less than a minute, the machine produced 5 tablets, each approximately 3 millimeters in diameter. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed disdain. Is that all? Such tiny tablets. A mere gust of wind might whisk them away. Luming retorted, these are concentrated essence. Just one will restore you to full strength. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure? Can my dear wife handle this? Luming affirmed, it's best to consume them once we enter the venue. Xing Nuo cautiously accepted. Thank you. Luming felt a tinge of regret. Had I known, I would have prepared more. Initially, he had deemed the taste too terrible for use as a nutrient liquid and felt there was room for enhancement in medicinal form, resulting in a mere 100 milliliters being concocted. Now, reflecting on his decision brought him considerable remorse. Bai Xiaoyuan quietly asked, Is it still possible to prepare more? Luming shook his head. It's too late now. Xingnua smiled. Having these is already quite satisfying. You see, these tiny tablets are so small that even 5 will not cause me to feel overly full. This is an exceptional boost to my stamina and mental energy. Luming rummaged through his spatial pouch, uncertain. What if we convert all the nutrient liquids we have into tablets? Once the nutrient liquids are transformed into tablets, they become the essence of essence. It is also more convenient to consume. Just looking at the numerous boxes of nutritional liquids makes Xingnua feel exhausted for Xingyinla. Bai Xiao Yuan remarked, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are warranted. We should gather as much as possible. Luming quickly placed the nutritional liquids into a specially designed dehydrator to create tablets. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of a few individuals nearby. Xingyinla, with a pale face, cautiously approached, asking, "Cousin, what are you doing? Are these painkillers?" Her beast husband immediately grew anxious, saying, "Wife, it is forbidden to use painkillers during the ceremony. If painkillers are used, it may lead to misjudgment regarding the participants' physical conditions. Forcing the ceremony could cause serious harm, resulting in greater loss." Xingyinla, exasperated, retorted, "So you expect me to endure the pain?" Her beast husband, pale as a ghost, wished to alleviate her suffering but recognized that this was an unavoidable step. Noticing the tension, Xingnua quickly clarified, "This is nutritional liquid, not painkillers." Xingyinla scrutinized her, momentarily doubting her hearing. "Nutritional liquid? What purpose does that serve?" Xingnua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head. "I am concerned about not having enough strength and fainting. If the ceremony is not completed due to exhaustion, that would be quite unfortunate." Xingyinla bit her lip in grievance. "Isn't it better to faint from pain? That way I wouldn't have to suffer constantly." She could not comprehend the necessity of this coming-of-age ceremony. Even without it, they could marry and pacify the beast men. As small females, they rarely engaged in fights and seldom transformed into their beast forms. The ability to beastify was redundant for them. Why must they endure such suffering? Seeing her hesitance, her beast husband grew increasingly anxious. Xingnua did not wish to discourage her, but felt compelled to speak. "If you fail this time, you may have to endure it again next year. Wouldn't that mean more pain?" Tears welled in Xingyinla's eyes. "I do not want to participate anymore." Having been pampered by her family since childhood, the only time she had felt pain was on her wedding day. Now, she was being asked to suffer for the sake of a coming-of-age ceremony. Just the thought of it made her feel incredibly wronged. Her beast husband hurriedly embraced her, clumsily wiping away her tears. "Wife, your experience will be much gentler. It won't hurt as much." Xingyinla sniffled, questioning, "Really? Did your coming-of-age ceremony involve being exposed to the statue's light with other small females?" Her beast husband fell silent, caught off guard. Understanding she had been deceived, she angrily clawed at his face. "You big liar." Xingnua, savoring the nutritional liquid, watched this exchange with amusement, rarely venturing outside. This was her first glimpse of other couples' interactions. Another beast husband stepped forward. "Excuse me, do you have similar machines available? I wish to purchase one." Clearly, acquiring a machine from outside at this point was impractical. They could only hope the other party had a spare. Luming retrieved another machine from his spatial ring. "Here, take it. Just make sure to wash it before use." "Thank you," Xingyinla said, gazing at the machine with longing. "Do I have to consume this too?" Xingnua reassured her, better to endure brief pain than prolonged suffering. "Moreover, consider this. If you fail this time, you will spend the entire year dreading the coming-of-age ceremony, living in fear every day. Wouldn't that be more unbearable?" After a moment of contemplation, Xingyinla took 2 deep breaths to calm herself, declaring, "I have decided. No matter what, I will complete it." Xingnua gave her a thumbs up. "You can do it. I believe in you." Xingyinla kicked her beast husband playfully. "Bring out all of my nutritional liquid." Understanding her intent, he pointed at the spatial ring, and the next moment, a large box nearly 2 meters long and 1 meter high appeared before them. As she slapped the box, it opened automatically, revealing rows of test tube-like nutritional liquids, each approximately 30 milliliters. "Cousin, these are specially formulated nutritional liquids, particularly effective in restoring physical and mental energy. Let us concentrate them. No need to worry about running out. Lu Ming extracted one of the nutritional liquids, the label prompting him to inhale sharply. Xingnua leaned in to take a look. That looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Although she was not well acquainted with the items in this world, the branched logo seemed recognizable, yet she could not recall where. Bai Xiao Yuan pulled out a vial, Song family. Though not a top-tier family, their nutritional liquids consistently rank first every year. Even the military procures from them. Xingnua blinked, finally recalling ISNT that the brand that costs over 500,000 star coins per vial. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Yes. The Song family originally specialized in restoring mental and physical energy, but in recent years, they have begun to venture into everyday products. The new flavors are quite popular among small females. Xing Yinla proudly placed her hands on her hips, of course. I personally selected them. Song Jingnian grinned. Thanks to my wife. Xingnua gazed at the box of nutritional liquids, refraining from reaching out. The price was rather exorbitant. This box alone could cost billions. Xing Yinla quickly urged, don't stop. Hurry and concentrate these into tablets. Cousin, you should join us. I can assure you that this batch of nutritional liquids is far superior to those on the market. Song Jingnian encouraged, come on, let's get to work. These nutritional liquids have been specially formulated and one to affect their bodies. Xing Yinla handed the nutritional liquids to Xingnua, saying, the red one restores physical energy, the blue one restores mental energy, and the green one restores both simultaneously. Xingnua accepted them. All right, I want to hold back. Lu Ming retrieved 3 more machines from his spatial ring. Everyone present began to work, pouring the nutritional liquids into the machines to form small tablets. Xing Yinla sat back in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. I truly cannot comprehend those merchants. Some nutritional liquids taste so awful, yet they do not make them into tablets. No, those substances are even worse than tablets. Xingnua could relate deeply. I feel those researchers must have lost their sense of taste. They likely cannot discern the flavors themselves. The first time she consumed the nutritional liquid, she felt as if her vision darkened. The flavors were so intense that she wanted to jump. With each sip, it was either sickeningly sweet or painfully sour. Drinking them was sheer torment. Lu Ming's ears perked up, pretending not to hear. When he researched nutritional liquids, if there were no specific requirements regarding taste, efficacy was prioritized, with flavors adjusted later. To his surprise, their grievances were quite pronounced. You feel the same way, right? Xing Yinla's eyes brightened as she opened her light brain. Cousin, let us become friends. We could discuss our insights on nutritional liquids. Xingnua naturally did not decline, adding her to her new contact group. Since her family dealt in nutritional liquids, perhaps she could order any necessary ingredients from them in the future. Xingnua casually popped the freshly made nutritional liquid tablets in her mouth. After all, with 2 sore stones, even a large amount of recovery would not induce negative effects, as long as she was mindful not to overexert her body. Song Jingyin produced a small box of nutritional liquids from his spatial ring and placed it into the machine. Xing Yinla's face immediately fell. That one tastes so awful. Why are you adding that? Song Jingyin patiently explained that this nutritional liquid is particularly easy to digest, and in fact, is more suitable for you. Now that it has been made into a tablet form, you need not worry about the taste. Xing Yinla muttered softly, but refrained from saying anything further. Since it has been made into a tablet, all that is required is to swallow it with water, completely alleviating any concerns regarding flavor. Soon, the adult ceremony for the male beastmen below came to a conclusion. Except for a few individuals who could not bear the initial discomfort, the others successfully completed the ceremony. However, the sight of those snake-like creatures, thick as a bowl, was still quite alarming. If someone with a fear of snakes were to encounter this, they would likely faint on the spot. Bai Xiao Yuan stood protectively in front of Xingnua, offering her a tablet. Please take a few. Lu Ming also shielded the remaining space. The recovery speed of these is quite good. Meanwhile, Sang Jingyan firmly blocked Xing Yinla's line of sight. Within moments, the two were surrounded. Xingnua was somewhat puzzled. What is wrong with you? Xing Yinla shot a disgruntled glare at her beast husband. What are you doing? Lu Ming explained. Newly awakened beastmen have poor control over their energy. Xing Nuo was even more confused. What does that mean? Bai Xiaoyuan stated directly. They cannot transform their clothing. Understanding dawned on Xing Nuo, and she quickly turned around. Just as she steadied herself, she became anxious. What will happen to me afterward? Lu Ming chuckled. We will come to fetch you. Little females can be brought back by their beast husbands. Xing Yinla quietly inquired. Is my clothing all prepared? Sang Jingyan gently reassured her. Rest assured, I have prepared your favorite plush cloak. Xing Yinla sighed in relief. That is good. A soft voice announced. The little females may now enter. Bai Xiaoyuan cradled Xing Nuo in his arms. My dear wife, I shall escort you down. Xing Nuo wrapped her arms around his neck. Please pay attention to me. I do not wish to embarrass myself in front of everyone. The mere thought of such a scene made her shudder. Bai Xiaoyuan laughed. Do not worry. We certainly do not want others to see you in that way. With a swift motion, Bai Xiaoyuan leaped into the air, floating down to the plaza below. Xing Nuo felt a nervous tightening in her arms. This was her first experience of flight. It was a sensation entirely different from being in an aircraft. Upon landing, Xing Nuo exhaled deeply. Bai Xiaoyuan handed her a glass of water. My dear wife, please take some nutritional liquid. Xing Yinla hurried over, offering her a small vial of tablets. Sister, this is for you. Do your best from here on. Thank you. Xing Nuo replied softly. Let us do this together. Xing Yinla shook her head. I am usually quite sensitive to pain. I fear I may disturb you. I shall go over there. With a wave, Xing Yinla followed Sang Jingyan to a relatively empty area. Bai Xiaoyuan handed the nutritional tablets to Xing Nuo. My dear wife, once the ceremony commences, all you need to do is sit cross-legged and relax. Jing Nuo nodded. I will do my best. Only after Xing Nuo sat cross-legged did Bai Xiaoyuan return to his position. Xing Nuo took several deep breaths to calm herself. Xing Xian glanced around, confirming that the 8 little females for this adult ceremony had all entered, and once his emotions stabilized, he raised the staff in his hand. The statue's eyes emitted golden light once more, enveloping the 8 little females below. However, upon closer inspection, the golden hue was noticeably fainter this time, occasionally interspersed with delicate green threads. Xing Nuo closed her eyes, feeling a surge of intense energy rising from deep within her body. In just a few breaths, that energy enveloped her entirely. Just as her body began to feel pain, a gentle energy counterbalanced the intense sensation. The 2 energies flowed within her, and she even sensed the 2 source stones being eroded by this energy. The intertwining energies gradually revealed another force within her body. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Fire Affinity talent. Reward, special ability, Burning Sky Flame, capable of refining all in the world. Xing Nuo felt a unique energy penetrate her body. After a brief moment, the energy within her seemed poised to erupt, surging outward uncontrollably. At this moment, the spectators around the platform looked on in astonishment. Xing Xian's expression turned grave as he observed her. Under normal circumstances, the awakening ceremony for adults, even for beastmen, would conclude in an hour. Yet now, for hours had passed. Xing Nuo's body seemed like an insatiable abyss, continuously absorbing the energy released by the statue. After 4 hours of release, the energy from the statue had become extremely thin, nearly invisible. Could it be that this energy was still insufficient for her awakening? Lu Ming struggled to maintain his composure. Yuan, what is the current situation with my wife? Bai Xiaoyuan's expression was serious. Generally speaking, the more energy consumed, the greater the growth. However, based on the previous amount, it has already exceeded my wife's capacity. Lu Ming asked, could it relate to our recent training sessions with her? They had long noticed that Xing Nuo possessed an exceptionally high level of spiritual power, which had increased rapidly in a short time, easily destabilizing her foundation. Bai Xiaoyuan took a deep breath. Do not panic. The statue's energy is nearly depleted now, so there should be no danger. His tone was relatively relaxed, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his emotions. At that moment, Xing Nuo below began to move. Her crossed legs twisted at impossible angles for a human, revealing her white serpent body. As the energy flickered, delicate black scales began to spread across her fair flesh. An hour later, Xing Nua's movements finally ceased. Congratulations on successfully awakening. Spiritual power limit increased by 2,000. Recovery speed increased by 200 per hour. The system store has been updated. Soul fusion degree increased by 5. Current overall soul fusion degree, 2475. She slightly opened her eyes, gazing at her hands in confusion. Wasn't it said that one would reveal their beast form after awakening? Chapter 37. Half-beast? Why am I a half-beast? How could this be possible? So much energy has yet to allow her full awakening? No, the energy is sufficient. It is just that she can only become this way. This is utterly ridiculous. After so long, she has awakened as a half-beast. The old patriarch must be distraught. The family has nurtured a waste for so long. An S-rank half-beast, how laughable. The irony lies with Bai Xiaoyuan and the others, tormented by a waste for so long. If she were in their position, she would flee at once. Xing Xian could not help but sway slightly. He had never anticipated that the one he held such high hopes for, Xing Nua, would awaken as a half-beast. A half-beast that is nearly at the bottom tier of the Imperial Star. Oh, divine beast, why treat their clan this way? A rare S-rank little female, reduced to merely a half-beast. He could already foresee how her beast husbands would treat her and how they would regard his family in the wake of this revelation. A sweetness rose in his throat. He suppressed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Channeling his energy, he projected his voice to every corner of the venue. The ceremony is complete. With the conclusion of his words, this adult ceremony came to an end. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly appeared beside Xing Nua, enveloping her in a large cloak. My dear wife, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Lu Ming produced a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid, placing it in her hand. You have worked hard. Xing Nua took a sip of the nutritional liquid. I feel quite well. It is just my legs feel peculiar. Looking down, she was taken aback. Below her waist had transformed into a serpent form, and her body seemed to move uncontrollably, her serpent tail twisting rhythmically. At that moment, she finally understood. I have become a half-beast. With her right hand gently caressing her face, she glanced at her arm, which bore no scales. Lu Ming retrieved a full-length mirror from the spatial pocket. Xing Nua examined her reflection closely and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, her current appearance was not terrifying. Aside from her waist down, everything else appeared normal. However, the serpentine tail left her feeling somewhat uncertain. She pointed at herself and mused. I must belong to the serpent clan, right? Why does my form resemble that of the legendary Nua? Lu Ming reassured her. It is possible that the statue's energy was insufficient, preventing your full awakening, thus resulting in this half-beast appearance. Bai Xiaoyuan scrutinized Xing Nua from head to toe and remarked, My dear wife, you look splendid like this. In fact, I prefer you in this form to a complete serpent. Lu Ming shot him a disapproving glance and stated, Let's return. Just as Xing Nua was about to leave, she felt her serpent tail twitch uncontrollably, a pained expression crossing her face. It seems I cannot walk. She lamented. Who could explain to her how a serpent walks? Bai Xiaoyuan burst into laughter and lifted Xing Nua effortlessly. With a swift motion, he wrapped her tail around his waist, declaring, This will suffice. We can practice walking when we return. Lu Ming added with a smile. There's a swimming pool at home. If you swim for a while, you will essentially learn to walk. Many skills are instinctively inscribed in our genes. Xing Nua is merely adjusting to her newly transformed serpentine form. Xing Nua clasped Bai Xiaoyuan's neck with both hands to prevent herself from falling. All right, let's go. With a powerful push, Bai Xiaoyuan propelled himself like a cannonball towards the viewing platform. The sudden ascent made Xing Nua instinctively retract her neck, her long tail tightening around Bai Xiaoyuan's waist. He swayed momentarily, an unnatural look crossing his face before quickly regaining his balance and landing steadily. Lu Ming floated behind them, effortlessly keeping pace. Xing Xian watched the scene with wide eyes, sensing that the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated. Was it genuine affection, or merely a facade? After all, Xing Nua had awakened as a half-beast. The bloodline of half-beasts was often impure, and more crucially, they typically possessed limited reproductive capabilities. Could they truly overlook this issue? Xing Xian gazed intently at the departing trio, silently praying that Xing Nuo would seize this singular opportunity. In contrast to his concerns, Xing Nuo and the others appeared quite relaxed. Upon arriving at their residence, Xing Nuo dismounted from Bai Xiaoyuan, her weight leaning heavily on his arm. Her tail flailed chaotically beneath her, occasionally striking Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming, causing them to wince in pain. Ouch! That hurt! Xing Nuo grimaced, her entire body swaying unsteadily. Just moments ago, her tail had inadvertently struck the table leg, nearly causing her to leap up in agony. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. Perhaps I should carry you. After contemplating for a moment, Xing Nuo replied, I don't wish to move. Please drag me along. Lu Ming quickly intervened. No, your scales have only just begun to develop. What if you injure yourself? Based on your recent exclamations of pain, the protection offered by these scales is still quite lacking. Bai Xiaoyuan bent down and scooped Xing Nuo into his arms. Lu Ming crouched, supporting her tail on his arm, my lady. Let us wait until your scales are fully formed before proceeding. It was not until Xing Nuo was submerged in the pool's water that she began to feel a bit more at ease. She propped herself against the edge of the pool, her tail splashing rhythmically against the surface. Lu Ming waded into the water, carefully inspecting her scales. Bai Xiaoyuan supported her gently, ensuring she did not sink. Xing Nuo sighed wearily. Can I revert to my human form? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. You can. However, you must learn to navigate with your serpentine body. Upon reflection, Xing Nuo acknowledged the logic behind his words. Typically, a beast's combat prowess in a transformed state far exceeded that of a regular human. Should she encounter danger in the future, lacking the ability to walk would be detrimental. Most importantly, she found herself rather fond of her current appearance and anticipated using it frequently. Contemplating this, she hesitantly inquired, now that I am a half-beast, do you truly not mind? In this world, half-beasts held a significantly lower status than full beasts. Those of lesser rank among half-beasts were often regarded as symbols of servitude. Bai Xiaoyuan's fingers lightly brushed over her scales. My lady, while I cannot speak for others, I genuinely do not care. Whether in beast form or half-beast, you will always be my wife. Lu Ming cautiously set her tail down. I share the same sentiment as Bai Xiaoyuan. Regardless of whether you are in beast or half-beast form, you are our esteemed lady. Xing Nuo responded, but half-beasts lack reproductive capabilities. Bai Xiaoyuan waved his hand dismissively. I am unconcerned. Lu Ming added, I too do not mind the matter of offspring. In this realm, beasts were influenced by a ferocity value from birth, forever constrained by its taint. As a 3S level beast, if you were to have children, the likelihood of them being 3S level would be the highest. The only beings capable of soothing a 3S level beast were S-level females or higher. In nearly a century, the only S-level female had been Xing Nuo. He could not bear the thought of his child suffering in despair from the moment of birth. Chapter 38. Who will divorce first? Seeing their earnestness, Xing Nuo decided against further dwelling on the matter, shyly swaying her tail. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyuan embraced her. Then it is settled. We shall move past this. You must not let concerns over being a half-beast trouble you. Xing Nuo nodded, yes. She would not allow such worries to cloud her mind. After all, the form of Nuo was quite beautiful. Lu Ming playfully pinched her tail. My lady, why not practice swimming here for a while? Xing Nuo suggested quietly. How about you two step outside? I can practice alone. As a member of the Serpent Clan, it was rather embarrassing that she could not even swim or walk properly. Bai Xiaoyuan replied firmly, not a chance. Lu Ming echoed, my lady, it is too dangerous for you to be alone. We will accompany you until you master it. Bai Xiaoyuan added, there is no shame in this. It is entirely normal after transformation. I recall a fellow who twisted himself into a pretzel during his first transformation. It took his father quite some time to untangle him, nearly breaking his horns in the process. Lu Ming appeared to recall something, a smile dancing in his eyes, indeed. Such is the nature of serpents. Xing Nuo gazed at them in disbelief, feeling as though they were mocking her, though she too found it rather absurd that she could become so entangled. Observing their resolute attitudes, Xing Nuo resigned herself to begin her practice. The sooner she mastered these skills, the sooner she would no longer feel embarrassed. As she honed her fundamental abilities, news broke that sent shockwaves throughout the entire Imperial Star. The sole S-level female, Xing Nuo, awakens as a half-beast. Confirmed by numerous sources, it was indeed true that Xing Nuo had transformed into a half-human, half-snake form. The news exploded across the Star Network. This was karma. She had committed so many misdeeds in the past. She was likely the first S-level female half-beast in history. It was said that her previous psychic energy level was only D-grade. How unfortunate for her beast husbands. Thankfully, her father had opposed her marriage proposal at the time. If she were unable to bear children and could not provide solace, her existence would hardly be worth living. Indeed, would her beast husbands decide to divorce her? I bet within a month, they will all be divorced. How could it possibly take a month? Given her past actions, if they remained married for 3 days, it would be a miracle bestowed by the beast god. I wager a week. After all, several of them are still missing. They will need time to return. I heard General by Xiaozhe is currently on Imperial Star. He will likely be the first to leave. Speaking of which, R&T generals by Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming right beside her, they should be the first to part ways. Researcher Lu Ming will probably be the first to initiate a divorce. Everyone knows he developed that sandthorn and inexplicably gave it to someone else. The same sentiment applies. I believe researcher Lu Ming will propose divorce first. I agree. It is said that no one believes that General by Xiao Yuan would divorce. General Yuan's situation is unique. His mind does not function quite normally. His thoughts revolve around 2 concepts, fighting and his wife. It is difficult to say definitively. For now, let's exclude him from consideration. I wager on the first being Lu Ming and the second General by Xiaozhe. Count me in. The online discussions are fervent, while Xing Nuo diligently practices in the water. After sinking numerous times, her innate instincts finally prevailed. She has learned the most basic technique of swimming. At this moment, she is swaying on the marble floor, moving her body as if swimming, traversing the ground with her serpentine tail. Bai Xiaoyuan gently supports her hand, saying, "Wife, you have made remarkable progress." Xing Nuo sways her waist, exclaiming, "I've finally mastered it. Can I revert to human form now?" Bai Xiaoyuan nods, "Yes, but it is advisable to frequently transform in a serpentine form in the coming days." Xing Nuo responds, "I leave." Having learned how to swim like a snake, she no longer feels averse to moving in serpent form. Using her snake body is incredibly swift, allowing her to cover long distances with a mere twist. It is indeed an exhilarating experience. Under by Xiao Yuan's guidance, she retracts the scales from her serpentine body and transforms back into legs. Her fair legs become partially visible beneath her robe. Bai Xiao Yuan quickly turns away, retrieving a cloak from the spatial rift to wrap around her waist. Xing Nuo tugs at the garment. This drags on the ground. "I can hardly walk." Bai Xiao Yuan effortlessly lifts her into his arms. "Your clothes are wet. It would be best to change in your room." Xing Nuo wraps her arms around his neck. "Would it be better if I wore a dress in the future? If I wear pants, the beast transformation might ruin them, so a dress seems more convenient." Bai Xiao Yuan replies, "It depends on your preference. Certain specially crafted fabrics can accommodate beast transformations." Xing Nuo gently sways her foot. "Oh, I'll consider it later." Looking around, she realizes that Lu Ming is inexplicably absent from the house. Bai Xiao Yuan softly explains, "Grandfather has summoned him for matters. He will return shortly." In truth, Xing Xianwei intended to find him, but considering Xing Nuo's unique circumstances, he sent Lu Ming in his stead. As for the purpose of Xing Xuanwei's summons, Bai Xiao Yuan can easily surmise. Upon returning to her room, Xing Nuo changes into a black knee-length dress and dons short boots. A notification chimes. "You have a new email." Sitting on the bed, she casually opens the email. "Dear Xing Nuo, I represent the Female Protection Association. Congratulations on the successful conclusion of your awakening ceremony. In light of the results of your awakening, according to the regulations of the Female Protection Association, semi-beast females cannot reside in the Imperial Star Center. The following decisions have been made. 1. Please vacate your residence in the Imperial Star within 1 week. After 1 week, the association will send personnel to reclaim the property. 2. Your monthly allowance of 1 million star coins will be terminated. Please take note. After reading it several times and confirming that she does not need to return her previous allowances, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. in contrast to her calm demeanor. Her semi-beast counterpart is infuriated. Those bastards, I will make them pay dearly. With a thought, Xing Nuo enters her mental sea and gently reassures, it's all right. There's no need to be angry. After all, we have ancient crops. Making money is not difficult. We have also established a small shop where we can sell snacks. Regardless, we will not starve. The semi-beast lashes the long whip in her hand. Those scoundrels are not worthy of eating what I make. Xing Nuo nods in agreement, yes. Let the robotic butler handle it. Moreover, we can devise ways to procure items that reduce fury levels. Using them on others will also increase our purification value. Even if the ratios are not ideal. The semi-beast acknowledges the previous matter, 10-1, I know. By the way, I can't fathom how we, as an S-class female, awakened as a semi-snake. Xing Nuo beams with a silly smile. I actually think it's quite nice. The semi-beast retorts, nice? It's a semi-beast. Chapter 39, The Moving Plan. By Xiao Yuan's subtle intentions, Xing Nuo twirls her fingers. Did you know? This semi-snake in my original world is a divine entity. Some say she is the empress of humanity. Others say she is the mother of the demon clan. And some claim she is one of the 3 creator gods. There are countless legends. The semi-beast regards her with skepticism. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Xing Nuo responds, we are fused. You can read my memories. The semi-beast rests her arm on Xing Nuo's shoulder, and soon, a stream of information fills her mind. Yuan Yang Yang. How impressive. She can mend the heavens and even create life. Xing Nuo laughs, so did I deceive you? She is indeed our deity. The semi-beast huffs twice, so we are not those unfortunate semi-beast humans. We are descendants of Yuan Yang Yang. Xing Nuo hastily crosses her hands, making a gesture of prohibition. No, no, no. We are at most the descendants of descendants or possess some bloodline. Do not claim to be Yuan Yang Yang. We cannot bear that weight. The semi-beast replies, look at you. So lacking in ambition. Xing Nuo replies, I am merely stating the facts. The semi-beast continues, however, just the thought of being a descendant of a deity excites me. I knew I was destined for greatness. One day, I will make those scoundrels in the Female Protection Association regret their actions. Xing Nuo expresses, I find that association rather strange. Let us not dwell on them for now. What matters now is finding a new residence. The semi-beast laments, I will likely need to seek those too. I have always been extravagant with money and have not saved anything. Moreover, I thought that place would surely be mine. So I did not prepare for alternative accommodations. She resolves that once she has money, she will buy several properties. Xing Nuo nods and emerges from her mental sea. Upon opening the door, she sees Bai Xiao Yuan standing at the entrance. Ah Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. Bai Xiao Yuan responds and follows her to sit at the edge of the bed. What is it? Xing Nuo shows him the email from the Female Protection Association. They require me to move within a week. I am currently unsure where to go. A hint of anger flickers in Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes. He understands that Xing Nuo's awakening as a semi-beast would have implications, but he did not expect them to act so excessively. Sensing his discomfort, Xing Nuo inquires, is the move troublesome? I could rent a place. With her farm space and spatial rift, moving should be easy. She merely wonders if it will be difficult to find a suitable house. She and the semi-beast have no experience in this regard. Bai Xiao Yuan gently rubs her head. It is not that complicated. There are 2 options. I have a mansion on the Imperial Star where we can reside, or we could live on my planet. However, it is somewhat remote. Oh, huh, your planet? Xing Nuo gasps, realizing it only after the fact. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckles. It was a reward for a victory in battle. I am the highest leader of that planet. However, it is quite secluded and sparsely populated. In terms of living conditions, the Imperial Star is undoubtedly more convenient. But the private defenses on that planet are superior. He actually hopes Xing Nuo will choose the latter. Xing Nuo rushes to the door, ensuring no one is around before closing it, then eagerly asks, can I plant things on that planet? Or decorate it with my preferred embellishments? Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes gleam with joy, of course. We will fill the planet with blue roses. Xing Nuo, recalling the delicate nature of blue roses, feels a pang of sympathy for his fantasy. Aside from her farm space, she truly doubts there is any other place suitable for cultivating blue roses. Rolling her eyes, She thinks, anyway, Ming is interested in ancient crops. Let him worry about it. By Xiaoyuan states, I will ask grandfather for a design plan for a wetland garden, and we can build one based on that. He can sense that Xing Nuo enjoys wetland gardens, but because they are all artificial, she seems somewhat disinterested. If those crops were genuine, she would undoubtedly be delighted. All right. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement, suggesting they first construct a grape trellis in the small courtyard. It would be the perfect spot to relax during the summer. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked that the planet also boasted hot springs and a vast ocean, presenting an exceptionally pleasant environment. Xing Nuo, filled with excitement, declared that she would reside there in the future. She was not particularly concerned about the remoteness of the location, as the express delivery industry in this world was remarkably advanced. Traversing long distances through several wormholes could be accomplished in mere moments. She then pondered about Ming's situation, questioning whether it would be convenient for him to work there. Bai Xiaoyuan considered for a moment before suggesting they inquire about his thoughts later. Ming had his own residence on Dixing, so it would be feasible for him to work there and return on weekends. Xing Nuo felt relieved, grateful that she did not have a fixed job. Otherwise, it would have been a headache. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled, reassuring her that having a job was not a problem since they also had a place to stay on Dixing, and their residence was quite spacious. Xing Nuo eagerly nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaoyuan then activated his holographic device, sending her information about their residence on Dixing. As Xing Nuo gazed at the array of addresses sent to her, she felt a bit speechless, realizing that her previous concerns were somewhat unfounded. Of course, not all the addresses belonged to Bai Xiaoyuan. There were others belonging to different beast husbands, whom she was unfamiliar with and had no intention of visiting. After saving the document, she shut it down. If she were to live on that planet with Bai Xiaoyuan, her visits to Dixing would likely become infrequent. Using Bai Xiaoyuan's residence occasionally as a hotel seemed quite pleasant. As she contemplated this, a sudden sharp sound echoed from outside the window, followed by a piercing alarm. With a wave of his hand, Bai Xiaoyuan activated a light screen that displayed the situation in the small courtyard below. A group of young beast men was playing soccer on the open ground below, and the ball that had just struck the window was now about to fall to the ground. Xing Nuo furrowed her brows, wondering how children had entered her private residence, which was surrounded by walls. Bai Xiaoyuan sent a message to his subordinates, and instantly, a figure appeared in the courtyard below. With a swift kick, the person sent the ball flying, which seemed to have a mind of its own as it struck one of the boys squarely in the stomach, sending him and the ball tumbling away. On the screen, the child landed and clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground. Xing Nuo whispered, questioning whether they had gone too far. The child appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, and that kick might leave him unable to stand. Bai Xiaoyuan coldly responded that they were merely teaching him a lesson. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached the child from around the corner of the courtyard, exclaiming, "Hey, how dare you outsiders hurt our kin? Who gave you the audacity?" Xing Nuo raised an eyebrow, realizing it was a familiar face. She wondered if the act was intentional or merely an accident. The individual who had emerged was none other than Xing Fangqing, whom Bai Xiaoyuan had casually tossed aside earlier. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned frosty, indicating that the boys seemed to have forgotten their previous encounter. Xing Nuo rubbed her wrist, feeling a surge of eagerness to confront him. She questioned whether she could defeat him in a fight. Bai Xiaoyuan, without hesitation, assured her that he would handle the situation. Xing Nuo persisted, arguing that he was merely a failure who couldn't even awaken. Surely she could best him. Bai Xiaoyuan explained that it was not about her ability to win, but rather the unnecessary act of dirtying her hands with such a worthless opponent. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words, recalling that Bai Xiaoyuan had fought him before. Bai Xiaoyuan lightly coughed, stating that he did not feel the need to care about reputation. Upon glancing at the information on the screen again, Xing Nuo lost interest, realizing that if fighting was off the table, it was better not to watch. With a thought, she transformed her lower half into a serpentine tail and coiled up on the bed, declaring her intent to cultivate. Bai Xiaoyuan waved his hand, dismissing the display. Fine. After issuing a few commands to his subordinates, he settled beside Xing Nuo, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, Lu Ming returned from outside, his expression reflecting his knowledge of the situation. Bai Xiao Yuan languidly reclined on the sofa, inquiring about his grandfather's response. Lu Ming wore a sardonic smile, stating that his grandfather was merely concerned about potential retribution from them. However, he had not taken drastic measures and did not plan to expel Xing Nuo from the family home. Bai Xiao Yuan was not surprised by this outcome. Xing Xinwei, as both Xing Nuo's grandfather and the patriarch of the Xing family, naturally had to consider the family's welfare. Lu Ming remarked that news about Xing Nuo would likely be disseminated to Di Xing. He inquired whether the other beast husbands had made contact. With 8 beast husbands in total, while the 2 of them were committed to staying with Xing Nuo, the remaining 6 might be less certain. Given that half-beast individuals face discrimination, coupled with Xing Nuo's poor treatment of them, the news might prompt them to leave hastily. Bai Xiao Yuan was indifferent, stating that it would be better if they departed. Lu Ming understood his mindset, suggesting he should at least reach out to his Zhe. Bai Xiao Yuan grimaced, explaining that the boy was currently at the hospital on Di Xing and doing well. There was no need to worry about him. He then mentioned that the Female Protection Association intended to reclaim their house and asked Lu Ming about his plans regarding living on Lan Baoxing with Xing Nuo. Lu Ming looked at him incredulously, feeling as though Bai Xiao Yuan had betrayed their brotherhood. He sensed that Bai Xiao Yuan intended to keep him behind on Di Xing. Bai Xiao Yuan maintained his composure, insisting that he was merely concerned about Lu Ming's convenience for work, hence the inquiry. Of course, he secretly hoped Lu Ming would remain on Di Xing, considering his heavy workload and Lu Ming's culinary skills, which aligned well with Xing Nuo's dietary preferences. Yet, he buried these thoughts deep within. Lu Ming shot him a look of disdain, asserting that he would go along as well. Xing Nuo would need someone to guide her in a new environment. Moreover, he questioned whether Bai Xiao Yuan's residence was truly suitable for habitation, as Lan Baoxing was relatively remote and sparsely populated, bordering on desolate. Bai Xiao Yuan had merely chosen a location to construct a mansion, which mostly housed various weapons. He confidently stated that at least it was safe. Lu Ming could not dispute this, acknowledging that Bai Xiao Yuan had designed it as a military base. He added that a living space for a small female should be more accommodating. Bai Xiao Yuan responded that the construction would be left to Lu Ming, as he intended to replicate a wetland garden. Lu Ming, seeing Bai Xiao Yuan give up on his initial thoughts, refrained from pressing further, acknowledging that replicating it was feasible. However, using real plants would require considerable time, especially for trees to grow to the height of a wetland garden, which could take at least a decade. He wondered if Xing Nuo would be willing to wait that long. Bai Xiao Yuan inquired whether it was impossible to hasten their growth. Lu Ming shook his head, explaining that cultivating crops on either Di Xing or Lan Baoxing was inherently challenging. Forcing growth would be tantamount to destruction. Bai Xiao Yuan replied that for now, Xing Nuo desired a grape trellis, and they could discuss the rest later. Lu Ming understood that Xing Nuo must possess grape seeds, and agreed to defer to her wishes. As long as Xing Nuo was willing to wait, using authentic crops would indeed be preferable. At the duke's residence on Yu Shui Xing, a man clad in a black trench coat lounged languidly on a chaise longue, appearing almost boneless, with his eyes partially closed. The occasional furrowing of his brow and the rise and fall of his chest revealed his current discomfort. Scattered around the chaise were several empty suppressants. Lin Yiqi tugged at his collar and requested, Xiao Nuo, lower the room temperature by another 5 degrees. A crisp electronic voice responded, Understood, master. The temperature has been reduced by 5 degrees. Warning, room temperature is too low. Please exercise caution. Lin Yiqi instinctively retrieved, retrieving a suppressant from his spatial pocket and injecting it into his neck once more. His rage levels had soared significantly, and with the mating season approaching, he knew it would not be long before his condition worsened. He could hardly envision the repercussions of that energy's backlash. My lord, something is amiss. A butler, appearing nearly 50, rushed into the room. Typically calm and composed, his face was now etched with panic. Lin Yiqi, with his eyes closed, casually discarded the empty suppressor onto the floor. What is all this commotion? The butler collected himself and bowed to Lin Yiqi. My lord, we have just received news that Xing Nuo's female has awakened in a half-beast form. Lin Yiqi slightly opened his eyes, responding with a measured tone, I understand. The butler continued, My lord, perhaps you should take this opportunity to divorce her. Although the genetic compatibility exceeds 95, which typically prevents divorce, she is half-beast and thus does not fall under this regulation. This time, it should be possible to separate. Lin Yeqi fell silent for a moment. Is there any news from Bai Xiaoyuan? The butler replied just now. General Bai Xiaoyuan released a message on his information platform. The wife is forever the wife. Researcher Lu Ming also issued a statement, expressing his allegiance to the wife. Lin Yeqi remained silent, taken aback by the unexpected responses of those two, particularly Lu Ming. Had he truly forgiven Xing Nuo, who had nearly taken his life? And then there was Bai Xiaoyuan. That insufferable cat was still alive. Bai Xiaoyuan's rage levels had long reached a critical point, and with his constant presence on the battlefield, one would assume he had already succumbed to his fury. The butler, equally perplexed, realized that Bai Xiaoyuan's rage levels undoubtedly surpassed Lin Yeqi's. There are even reports of Bai Xiaoyuan being hospitalized due to his excessive rage. It was said that this time, General Bai Xiaoyuan and researcher Lu Ming accompanied Xing Nuo for her awakening ceremony. Lin Yeqi closed his eyes. Investigate further into the details of the ceremony. The butler, feeling anxious, pressed, My lord, such an opportunity. Are you truly willing to let it slip away? Chapter 40. Will being too strong lead to becoming half-beast? Lin Yeqi replied coolly. Even if I were to divorce her, would it alleviate my current predicament? The butler suggested, at the very least, you could marry another female and ensure the continuation of your lineage. You are, after all, the most esteemed Jiao Long. Lin Yeqi waved his hand dismissively. Leave. The butler swallowed his words and bowed, retreating slowly. Lin Yeqi was a duke on this planet, and naturally, his title and estate would be inherited by his offspring. Without children, chaos would surely ensue. Contemplating this, he activated his holographic device, meticulously editing the information. His finger hovered over the send button, yet he hesitated. Lin Yeqi detested others taking liberties with his affairs. If he sent this out ultimately, he gradually deleted the message. Lin Yeqi's mating season had not yet arrived. He still had time to persuade himself. Meanwhile, Xing Nuo had awakened from her meditative state. Her fingers grazed her serpentine tail, and whether it was mere illusion or not, she felt that the scales on her tail shimmered more brilliantly. Could it be the influence of that energy? During her training, she had noticed that the two source stones contained an abundance of golden energy. This energy permeated her entire being as she cultivated. Host, that is the power of awakening. This ability can enhance a beastman's physical attributes and increase their combat strength. The amount of energy you have gathered this time likely surpasses that of several hundred beastmen combined. Xing Nuo smacked her lips in astonishment. These source stones were indeed remarkable. This energy must account for the storage capacity of the stones, hence the continuous accumulation. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. It's just that your deity statue is rather underwhelming, yielding such a meager amount of energy. Xing Nuo inquired softly, can that energy be replenished? It generally restores within a year. I recommend that the host continues to absorb energy next year. Xing Nuo twitched her lips. But that is awakening energy which others also need. It would be better for us to find a way to create one ourselves. Charging for an entire year to use for 5 hours. Calculating it, the deity statue's storage capacity was indeed lacking. Host, there are deity statues available for purchase in the updated shop. Xing Nuo quickly opened the marketplace to look. New Wan Yang Yang statue. Increases farm yield by 10. Enhances growth speed by 10. And improves all skill effects by 10. Requires 100 purification points. Baihu statue. Increases growth speed by 10. Enhances attack skill effects by 10. Requires 100 purification points. Jiosei Lu statue. Increases growth speed by 10. Enhances recovery skill effects by 10. Requires 100 purification points. After browsing for a while, Xing Nuo was somewhat exasperated. Just these 3? Host, do not be overly greedy. Consider the current size of your farm. With these statues, you will no longer need to worry about your crops. Xing Nuo asked, is there energy to absorb within them? The reason she desired the deity statues was that their awakening powers could enhance physical attributes. Given the current size of her farm, even without these bonuses, she had no shortage of crops. Of course, there is no problem, and the bonuses are even greater. Energy absorption is much faster. They are far superior to those useless items outside. Xing Nuo swallowed hard, glancing at her purification points. 3 points. It seemed unlikely that she could exchange for anything in the short term. After some contemplation, she realized she was not in a rush. Her 2 source stones had already accumulated a considerable amount of awakening power. Fully absorbing it would require quite a bit of time. By the time she finished, she figured her purification points would have increased as well. Compared to the deity statues, she even felt an urge to exchange for another source stone. These source stones were incredibly effective for storing energy. Bai Xiaoyuan entered from outside, finding Xing Nuo grinning while hugging her tail. He couldn't help but smile, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "My lady, your friend has come to see you." He knew how much Xing Nuo cherished her current half-beast form, and he hadn't anticipated her fondness would reach such heights. Xing Nuo, curious, asked a friend, "Is it Xing Yinla?" Since arriving here, she seemed to have only one friend. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. "Yes, she has come to see you to bid farewell." Xing Nuo quickly slid off the bed. "Let's go." Bai Xiaoyuan promptly interjected, "My lady, you are not yet adept at descending the stairs." He swiftly picked her up and carried her downstairs. In truth, with Xing Nuo's current proficiency, going down the stairs posed no significant challenge. However, he was concerned about the staircase's numerous sharp edges. Her scales were still too delicate. As he held her serpentine tail, he immediately sensed something amiss. The scales on her tail had evidently hardened considerably. Xing Nuo shrank back slightly. "Don't touch. It tickles." Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. "Your progress is remarkable." Xing Nuo raised her chin slightly. "Of course, my diligent training has not been in vain." Just then, she spotted Xing Yinla seated on the sofa, waving at her. "Cousin." Xing Nuo descended from Bai Xiaoyuan's arms and swam over to the sofa, settling comfortably. "Yinla, are you planning to leave the clan?" Xing Yinla nodded eagerly. "Yes. I usually live with Jing Yin and the others. I only return for family gatherings." Xing Nuo remarked, "We will likely be heading back in the next couple of days. You must come visit me." Xing Yinla replied, "Absolutely. Jing Yin, bring the gift over." From the spatial pocket, Sang Jing Yin retrieved a large box and placed it on the table. "This is the latest nutritional liquid we developed. Please don't find it lacking." Xing Nuo was somewhat puzzled. Why such an extravagant gift? The nutritional liquid from their family was quite costly. Xing Yinla excitedly explained, "Cousin, I have awakened water-based abilities, although I'm still quite weak. Jing Yin says it is exceedingly rare for young females to awaken abilities." Ding no understood. "So that is why. But this is your own ability. It has little to do with me." Xing Yinlu remarked, "Of course it is relevant. If it weren't for your suggestion to create the nutrient solution in tablet form, my stamina would have long since waned, and awakening any special abilities would have been utterly impossible." Xing Nuo chuckled. "That also pertains to your own efforts." Xing Yin looked across her arms and puffed out her cheeks slightly. "I'm not that impressive, cousin. It's entirely your merit. You must accept this token of gratitude." Xing Nuo conceded, "Very well, I shall not be modest then." Only then did Xing Yin Li's smile return. "By the way, cousin, have you also awakened a new ability? Is it also of the water element?" The individual before her was an S-class female, and despite the external claims of her currently being D-class, she remained unconvinced. She had personally experienced the transformation bestowed upon her by the divine statue. Given that Xing Nuo absorbed energy for 4 hours, it was certain she possessed even greater power. However, she could not fathom why Xing Nuo had transformed into a half-beast. Surely, one could not say that being excessively strong would lead to becoming a half-beast. Chapter 41. By Xiao Yuan is the least suitable. Xing Nuo nodded. "Yes, I have also awakened water abilities. Perhaps it has something to do with our serpentine lineage?" In truth, she had already awakened powers from 3 different elements. The first awakening through the system granted her water abilities. The second fusion of the system yielded wood abilities. The third awakening ritual unlocked her fire abilities. Xing Yin Lu became excited, smiling triumphantly at Sang Jing Yin. "See, I told you it was thanks to my cousin. It is because of her methods that I could endure for so long." Sang Jing Yin smiled gently, indeed. Xing Yin Lu clasped her hands together, and soon a water orb materialized in her palm. "Cousin, look, this is the ability I just awakened. The water orb, approximately the size of a ping pong ball, was unstable and occasionally morphed into various shapes. A glimmer of surprise lit up Xing Nua's eyes. Xing Lu displayed remarkable talent in manipulating energy, managing to condense a water orb so soon after her awakening. Truly impressive. Xing Lu chuckled shyly. This barely counts as anything. It would be quite difficult to inflict any pain. However, the flavor of this condensed water orb is delightful. If not for my insufficient mental energy, I would consider using it as a drink. Xing Nua suggested, if you seek more lethality, you could alter its form, transforming it from water to ice. Alternatively, you could apply pressure to the water, which would grant it some degree of offensive capability. However, both methods would likely demand considerable mental energy, which might be challenging for Xing Lu. Pondering for a moment, Xing Lu stroked her chin. That makes sense. Sans Jing interjected. Both methods impose a significant burden on mental energy. My wife is currently finding it somewhat difficult to execute. Xing Lu glared at him, puffing up her cheeks in annoyance. He always dampened her spirits. She had just been envisioning using a high-pressure water gun to strike something, and he doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Humph. I'll use you as a living target to practice my skills. Sang Jing chuckled. Very well. Given your current skill level, striking him would be akin to play, so he is not concerned. Xing Lu felt even more vexed. He was clearly underestimating her. Xing Nua raised an eyebrow, condensing a water orb the size of a ping-pong ball in her hand. In a moment, the orb transformed into a slender, elongated spike under her mental control. Within 2 breaths, the water spike glimmered with icy brilliance. With a flick of her intent, the ice spike shot forward. A crisp sound echoed as the spike collided with the protective barrier on the door, creating ripples before shattering into ice. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Such an attack could certainly injure some B-class beasts. Moreover, from the appearance of the ice spike, it was evident that it had not consumed much mental energy. Xing Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed at the door, exclaiming, "Cousin, this!" She had never imagined that a small female could unleash such an attack. It nearly overturned her understanding. Xing Nua smiled. With your mental energy, if you practice diligently, you should be able to achieve similar feats. The amount of water she had just condensed was even less than what Xing Lu had managed, and she had only produced that much for demonstration purposes. For her own attacks, she typically used either a marble-sized water flow to create an ice spike or a basin-sized amount to form an ice lance. Xing Lu anxiously rubbed her hands together. That, Xing Nua inquired with a smile. Would you like to learn? Xing Lu nodded eagerly. Is it possible? Xing Nua replied, of course. Cool me. I will teach you. She held a very favorable impression of Xing Lu. Even after her own transformation into a half-beast, she bore no disdain. Having even prepared a gift to celebrate her awakening, she was more than willing to assist this clan friend. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, there is an indoor training facility on the 3rd floor. I can lead you there. The training grounds typically feature data monitoring to assess physical conditions in real time, preventing irreversible injuries from excessive training. Upon hearing they were going to train, Sang Jing grew anxious. Wife, your mental energy has not yet recovered. Xing Lu waved her hand dismissively. What does that matter? I brought the nutrient solution. Without heeding Sang Jing's concerns, she hurriedly dashed up the stairs. The several male beasts present followed closely behind them to the 3rd floor. Lu Ming softly reassured. In truth, allowing them to train more is beneficial. Sang Jing expressed his worries. My wife's health is not robust. What if she injures herself? Lu Ming empathized. I initially shared your concerns. The thought of my wife training made me anxious. However, since she began exercising, I have gradually grown less worried. The key is that such training truly enhances her physical condition. Sang Jing shook his head. Our circumstances differ. You have the esteemed General Bai Xiaoyuan of SSS class. He can control the training intensity at will, ensuring that his wife remains unharmed. However, we lack experience in training. While they possessed combat experience, imparting that to others was an entirely different matter, and their training methods were certainly not suitable for a small female. Lu Ming bore a hint of restrained amusement in his eyes. He could not reveal that, in fact, Bai Xiao Yuan was the least suitable as a mentor for small females. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "We could certainly employ the training methods from our childhood to train the small female. Once her physical condition improves, we can gradually increase the intensity." Sang Jingyin paused and thought, childhood training? Right? Even if the small female's physical condition is lacking, a mature small female would still likely surpass their juvenile counterparts. As this idea sparked in his mind, he quickly inquired, "I recall that my childhood training primarily consisted of running and planking. Can these be taught?" Admittedly, those drills have been exceedingly monotonous, and they had been reluctant to practice them in their youth. Lu Ming affirmed, "Of course, as long as we manage the volume appropriately. Our aim is to strengthen the small female's body, not to prepare her for battle." Sang Jing Nian mused, "Strengthening the body? If that is truly the goal, it is rather simple. Even if I cannot manage, I can easily hire a tutor or a medical robot for constant monitoring." With this thought, his expression relaxed. They indeed had the potential to surprise. The fact that Xing Yin Lu could awaken water abilities already exceeded their expectations. And now the notoriously infamous Xing Nuo had also awakened water abilities. Furthermore, she appeared to have mastered them quite adeptly. Lu Ming agreed. Indeed. Sang Jingyin sent a friend request to Lu Ming. "In the future, if you need nutrient solutions, feel free to contact me. I will provide them at cost." Chapter 42, A Dogskin Plaster. Lu Ming accepted the friend request. "My wife enjoys experimenting with the flavors of the nutrient solution, so her ingredient needs may increase." Sang Jingyin inquired, "I wonder if Xing Nuo would be willing to work in our design department? Their insights would be immensely valuable to us." Lu Ming remarked, "I will discuss it with her later, but I estimate I won't have time in the near future." Sang Jingyin was aware of their current situation, responding, "You're welcome at any time." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." During their conversation, Xing Nuo was already seated on the ground, meticulously instructing Xing Yinla. With her hands cupped as if holding something precious, her eyes were fixated on her palms. The sphere of water in her hands continuously morphed under the influence of her mental energy. Before long, it transformed into a slender stick. Upon closer inspection, one could see delicate snowflake-like patterns swirling within the stick. Xing Nuo nodded in satisfaction, stating, "The basic process is flawless. You can practice gradually from here on." Mastering these techniques is not something that can be achieved in just a day or two. Xing Yinla withdrew her energy, shaking her head slightly as she felt a bit dizzy. "This is quite draining," she remarked. Xing Nuo nodded. "Indeed, once you become proficient, the consumption will lessen." Xing Yinla produced 2 vials of nutritional fluid, handing one to Xing Nuo. "Sister, I truly don't know how to thank you." Xing Nuo smiled. "It's nothing. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions in the future." Xing Yinla replied, "I will definitely practice diligently." With a hint of concern, Xing Nuo advised, "Remember, training should be gradual, do not rush." Xing Yinla patted her chest with assurance. "Don't worry, I will be careful." "Sister, can this technique evolve into something like a storm of needles?" She sensed that once she mastered this technique, the energy consumption would not be excessive, allowing her to conjure multiple ice spikes. "Of course," Xing Nuo replied directly, "but in actual combat, it's better to use weapons. These ice spikes are more suitable for ambushes. After all, no amount of ice spikes can compare to a single shot from a firearm." Xing Yinla tilted her head, contemplating the information about weapons, and lowered her head in disappointment. Indeed, her ice spikes could not possibly rival those firearms. Xing Nuo gently patted her shoulder as a form of consolation. "Do not lose heart. Once you master this skill, it will reveal some unexpected uses." Xing Yinla responded, "Regardless, I will practice it well." With a strong determination to learn the new skill, Xing Yinla resumed her practice after a brief rest. By the time they were ready to leave, she had nearly mastered the ability to produce ice spikes the size of chopsticks. Reluctantly waving goodbye, she said, "Sister, you must come to my house to visit in the future. I will prepare the best nutritional fluid for you." Xing Nuo replied, "I will definitely come." It was not until they were out of sight that Xing Nuo turned and returned home. Lu Ming poured her a glass of milk, saying, "Wife, you should take a moment to rest." Sitting on the sofa, she felt a sense of emptiness in the absence of Xing Yunla. After a gentle sip, she began to inquire about their upcoming plans. Due to the matters concerning the Female Protection Association, they naturally would not linger in the clan territory. They needed to return and move as soon as possible. After all, the flowers in the rooftop garden were the fruit of Lu Ming's labor and should not be left for the Female Protection Association. The following morning, Xing Nuo unusually woke up at 8. Changing into a set of shorts, she began to pack her belongings. Having only stayed for a few days, aside from the initial items she brought back, there were only a few newly purchased local specialties to pack. With the space tool, it took her merely 10 minutes to organize everything. After circling the room several times to ensure nothing was left behind, she exited the room. She couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of storage-type items, which truly are essential for both home and travel. Bai Xiaoyuan emerged from his room, stating, "I have nearly finished packing. We can head back." They hadn't brought much with them, so tidying up was a simple task. After a casual breakfast in the dining room, the three of them prepared to set off. Stretching lazily, Xing Nuo glanced at the time, surprised it was only 9:30. Lu Ming softly remarked, "If we leave at this hour, we will arrive home by 10:30. I have already notified the housekeeper robot to prepare lunch in advance, along with some cakes." Xing Nuo asked, "Shouldn't we say goodbye to grandfather and the others?" Lu Ming chuckled. "I already mentioned it to him earlier." "Good. Then let's go," Xing Nuo said, quickly standing up and heading towards the door. Bai Xiaoyuan draped a cloak over her shoulders and effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Wife, you should just rest today." Lu Ming followed behind, closing the door. Leaning on Bai Xiaoyuan's shoulder, Xing Nuo gazed at the house, wondering when she would return. Perhaps not until the influence of the beast men dissipated would she come back. Bai Xiaoyuan quietly inquired, "Wife, are you unhappy? If you prefer, we can continue to stay here." Xing Nuo shook her head. "No need. Staying here lacks meaning." Lu Ming suggested, "Wife, you might want to consider what you need to buy. If we live at a Yuan's place, there will be plenty to purchase." Bai Xiaoyuan expressed some dissatisfaction. "You need not worry about such matters, wife. We can directly procure anything lacking when the time comes." Lu Ming felt slightly exasperated, as he merely intended to shift Xing Nuo's thoughts. Bai Xiaoyuan continued, "Wife, let's take a look at some water-related items later." "Water-related items?" Xing Nuo's mind immediately conjured images. Were they going to sea? Bai Xiaoyuan laughed. "Not just the ocean, but also hot springs. Soaking in those hot springs is beneficial for the body." Lu Ming added, "Indeed, those hot springs can relieve fatigue. They are perfect for you, as you always train tirelessly." Xing Nuo found herself yearning for the idea. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and her gaze shifted towards a corner. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he followed her line of sight. There was a 90-degree turn there, yet nothing was visible. He sniffed the air, and the scent that reached him made him realize who was hiding there. A hint of impatience crossed Xing Nuo's eyes. Is this fellow like a stubborn adhesive? Bai Xiaoyuan, intrigued by her words, asked, "What is stubborn adhesive?" Xing Nuo puffed up her cheeks. "It's a type of ointment that is difficult to remove once applied." Lu Ming chuckled. "I thought it was about skinning a dog for medicine." Xing Nuo shivered slightly. "That would be rather cruel." Bai Xiaoyuan twisted his neck. "I think we could turn that corner into the kind of adhesive Ming mentioned." Lu Ming twitched his lips. "Regardless, he is still your kin. It's best to exercise some caution." Chapter 43. Shopping Spree. They intended to let the matter pass, but the others did not seem to share the same sentiment. Xing Fanqing emerged from around the corner with two companions, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Just as they were about to speak, a wave of murderous intent enveloped the three of them. In an instant, Xing Fanqing felt as if he were being crushed under a massive mountain, as if he would be flattened in the next moment. His body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably. The expressions of the two behind him mirrored his, filled with sheer terror as they gazed at Bai Xiaoyuan. Bai Xiaoyuan curled his lip disdainfully. Had it not been for the fact that they were Xing Nuo's relatives, he would have long since dispatched them with a single blow. Xing Nuo shook her head in disbelief. "How dare you come looking for trouble when you can't even complete the awakening ceremony? Just because you are members of the Xing clan? They should be aware, of course, that her temper was notoriously poor. If you truly provoke me, I would not hesitate to send you to the heavens." If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Xing Nuo regarded them with an expression of indifferent disdain, as if they were mere corpses. Xing Fanqing felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen. They were well aware of what kind of person Xing Nuo was. She was capable of confronting even her beast husband fiercely, with Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming clearly standing by her side, if she desired their lives. It would be almost effortless for her. Now, she has awakened as a half-beast, undoubtedly filled with a surge of anger. It is entirely possible that she might lash out at them directly. Xing Fanqing's face displayed an expression more grotesque than tears as he said, "Sister Xing Nuo, we did not mean to cause any trouble. We were merely passing by." The others quickly chimed in, "Indeed, we are just passing through. Everyone is heading back today, intending to catch some fish. We simply happened to run into you." He felt a wave of regret wash over him. They had previously harbored animosity towards Bai Xiaoyuan, planning to mock him, only to discover that Bai Xiaoyuan was completely indifferent to Xing Nuo's awakening as a half-beast. This was utterly astonishing. Xing Nuo let out a cold snort, scram. Xing Fanqing shivered and swiftly turned to flee. The other two hastily followed suit, scrambling away. Xing Nuo's brow furrowed tightly. These three were nothing more than a bunch of spineless cowards, and foolish ones at that. With such a lack of mental fortitude and strength, how dare they provoke Bai Xiaoyuan? Unable to contain herself, Xing Nuo voiced her inner doubts. Lu Ming chuckled. It mainly depends on her attitude. If you intend to protect those three, even if a Yuan is strong, he would think twice before acting against them. These three undoubtedly recognized Bai Xiaoyuan's reluctance to defy Xing Nuo, which emboldened them to provoke her repeatedly. After this outburst, it is likely that no one from Xing clan would dare to cause trouble again. "I'm not a vengeful spirit," Xing Nuo muttered. They had indeed harbored malicious intent. If it weren't for the reluctance of the two to act, she would have relished the opportunity to whip them or turn them into porcupines. However, the discrimination against half-beasts in this world exceeded her expectations. Previously, when Xing Fanqing provoked Bai Xiaoyuan, he did not exhibit any malice towards her. After awakening, however, they dared to act. Were those who failed to awaken truly more formidable than half-beasts? If not, why were they so bold? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. In their eyes, there will always be another chance next year. The distinction between full beast and half-beast is determined at birth, especially for male half-beasts. An S-rank female awakening as a half-beast is likely a historical first. Xing Nuo remarked, "Oh, that makes sense." Bai Xiaoyuan added, "In truth, failing the first awakening can be deemed a failure. The second awakening seldom yields significant improvement." Xing Nuo nodded in understanding, her thoughts drifting to her own system. The divine statue in the system shop could be purchased for merely 100 purification points. Would she be able to perform the awakening ritual daily? When should we visit Bai Xiaoza? According to Bai Xiaoyuan, Bai Xiaoza's rage levels were also exceedingly high. Once she calmed him, she should have enough purification points to acquire the divine statue. Bai Xiaoyuan casually remarked, "There's no rush with that." Xing Nuo felt a pang of frustration. She was indeed in a hurry. Lu Ming, with a reassuring smile, added, "We should be able to visit him at the hospital tomorrow." Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. "Our priority should be moving. That kid is injured. Even if we see him, he would merely be a burden." Xing Nuo looked at him in disbelief. Why did it seem that the bond between these two brothers was strained? Were they not twins? With such questions in mind, Xing Nuo and her companions finally returned home to the Imperial Star after 2 hours. The presence of the robotic butler ensured that the house remained unchanged since their departure. Bai Xiaoyuan entered the new address into Xing Nuo's light brain. "Wife, you can shop here while we tidy up." If he weren't concerned about Xing Nuo developing an attachment to their possessions, he would have eagerly whisked her back to his planet. Xing Nuo opened her light brain, gazing at the array of items displayed, and suddenly felt perplexed. In the past, she would buy only what she lacked. Now, faced with the task of purchasing directly, she felt utterly at a loss. Lu Ming placed a plate of cookies before her and handed her a list. "Wife, these are necessities. Please purchase as you see fit." Upon inspecting the list, Xing Nuo found it filled with kitchen and household supplies. With a clear goal, she launched into a shopping frenzy. By the time she finished selecting items, 3 hours had elapsed. Rubbing her stomach, she noted how full she felt. Peering at the cookies, she realized that the plate had not diminished significantly. Bai Xiaoyuan suddenly appeared from behind her. "Wife, are you hungry?" He tapped the space button, producing a plate of cookies and pouring them into the previous dish. She now understood why there were so many leftover cookies. Xing Nuo raised her hand to stop him. "I've had enough. I cannot eat anymore." Lu Ming descended from upstairs. "A yuan. How many did you pour?" Bai Xiaoyuan scratched his head. "Not many, just about 10 extra." Lu Ming was momentarily speechless. Was that considered few? Xing Nuo took a blueberry cookie and stuffed it into Bai Xiaoyuan's mouth. "You should eat some too." Bai Xiaoyuan seated himself beside her, delicious. Xing Nuo surveyed the surroundings, noting that the first floor had not yet undergone any significant changes. Lu Ming explained, "Today we are only moving items from the rooftop. The rest can be handled later." Xing Nuo understood their emphasis on the rooftop garden. "Oh, we will create a garden in the new place as well." "What flowers do you like?" Lu Ming replied with a smile. "Anything will do." Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. "Blue roses are beautiful. If they were to have a blue rose garden, he would relish lounging there every day." Chapter 44. "Wife, your tail is bullying me." Xing Nuo slightly raised her hand and made a gesture with her fingers spread wide. As her right hand closed, 2 blue roses appeared. These roses were trimmed to an appropriate length, and the thorns had been removed. "These are for you." Lu Ming, with a tense demeanor, awkwardly approached and stiffly accepted the blue roses. In contrast, Bai Xiaoyuan appeared more at ease, reaching out to grasp the roses and gently caressing the petals. He had already preserved a previous blue rose using a special resin, and this one could be attempted for drying. Xing Nuo felt a pang of helplessness. Ming, don't be so tense. Since the beginning, you have been completely still. I almost suspect you have been immobilized." Bai Xiaoyuan cast a glance at him, a hint of disdain evident. "If you don't like it, just give it to me." Lu Ming seemed startled and quickly placed the flower in his space button. "This is a gift from my wife." He was certain that had he hesitated even slightly, Bai Xiaoyuan would have snatched it away. After all, this was a blue rose. Even in ancient texts, blue roses were almost a lost species. The moment he acquired the blue rose, he realized it was a pure breed, not one of those dyed imitations. Xing Nuo chuckled. "When we go to Lanbao Xing, I will gift you a potted blue rose plant." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes." Bai Xiaoyuan protested with mild irritation. "That's favoritism." The blue rose was originally the first gift Xing Nuo had given him, yet now she was planning to gift a potted plant to Lu Ming. With a potted plant, it would imply that the flowers would be less likely to wilt. Xing Nuo gently rubbed his ears in reassurance. "These blue roses are quite delicate. I struggle to keep them alive. It would be better for Lu Ming to cultivate a more resilient variety before I gift you one. Or perhaps he could share some planting tips." Her own gardening often relied on the system's farm space, and she lacked experience with outdoor cultivation. Bai Xiaoyuan transformed his ears into their beastly form, aware that he was no expert in botany and chose not to dwell on it. "All right." Xing Nuo squeezed his ears. "Have you organized all the items from the rooftop?" Lu Ming sat down beside them. "Yes, everything upstairs has been packed. We will replicate these in the new residence." With a wave of his hand, a holographic screen appeared before them, displaying various styles of interior design. "Wife, please take a look at which styles you prefer." Xing Nuo gazed at the photos, momentarily lost in thought. "Are we going to redecorate?" The styles of the aforementioned photographs are predominantly grand and majestic, with some resembling palatial structures. Lu Ming felt a tinge of helplessness, as the initial buildings at Yuan's location were indeed quite expansive. If one desired smaller constructions, it would require more time. For the moment, a temporary renovation could be selected. Xing Nuo's fingers danced over the images. The rooms depicted all boasted heights of approximately 6 meters, with lengths and widths spanning several meters. Residing in such a dwelling would be delightful, allowing for an array of activities. However, over time, living alone in such vastness could evoke a sense of insecurity, leaving one feeling desolate. Lu Ming quietly explained the merits and drawbacks of various renovations to her. Xing Nuo listened attentively, her serpent tail seemingly possessing a mind of its own, gently writhing beneath her. The slender tip occasionally flicked about. Bai Xiao Yuan bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the serpent tail. At some point, the tip had slithered to his feet, the delicate end brushing against his pant leg and ankle. He stiffened, casting a sidelong glance at Xing Nuo, who remained engrossed in selecting a renovation style. He subtly shifted his foot, allowing the tail to graze more broadly against his calf. The cool sensation traveling up his leg sent a shiver through him, causing his breath to quicken uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress the unusual feelings coursing through his body. The agile serpent tail, responding to his movements, continued to caress his calf and ankle. "A Yuan, what do you think of this renovation?" Xing Nuo inquired. Upon turning her head, she caught sight of Bai Xiao Yuan, who was lowering his head and using his leg to nudge her tail. A blush crept onto her face. What on earth was he thinking all day? She reached out and playfully tugged at his beast ear. "Bai Xiao Yuan." Bai Xiao Yuan blinked innocently. "Wife? What is it?" Xing Nuo retorted. "Why do you even ask? What were you just doing?" Bai Xiao Yuan looked somewhat aggrieved. "Wife, your tail is bullying me." Xing Nuo felt a surge of frustration, incredulous at his words. "What do you mean my tail is bullying you?" Bai Xiao Yuan pointed at his leg. "Look, it came over on its own." Xing Nuo puffed out her cheeks. "Let me show you what it means to be bullied." She retracted her tail, only to strike back with greater force this time. The impact would undoubtedly sting. Seeing her anger, Bai Xiao Yuan quickly caught her tail. "Wife, I am wrong." Lu Ming shook his head helplessly, noting that Bai Xiao Yuan had been rather presumptuous lately. "A Yuan, we must focus on the matters at hand." Bai Xiao Yuan composed himself and turned his attention to the holographic screen. "Is this the renovation plan my wife intends to use? Might it be too cluttered?" The design displayed on the screen was minimalist, featuring marble floors and divided into several areas. In addition to the essential bed and wardrobe, it included a sofa, bookshelves, and a small bar, maximizing the room's functionality, excluding the kitchen. Xing Nuo transformed her tail back and remarked, "A large room that isn't filled feels odd when living alone." According to Lu Ming, this room spanned over 100 square meters, almost equivalent to an entire floor's area. Bai Xiao Yuan pointed to himself. "Wife, we could share a room. That way it wouldn't feel empty." Lu Ming cleared his throat, curbing Bai Xiao Yuan's possessiveness. "Your wife should have her own independent space. Residing in your estate is merely a temporary solution. We will construct a proper residence for her later." Bai Xiao Yuan shot him a glare. "Don't tell me you don't wish to live with your wife." Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Of course I do, but that is a different matter." Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed lightly. "Scrutinizing the images, since my wife likes it, let us proceed with this renovation. However, is that bed a tad small? It seems to be only 2 meters." Lu Ming nodded. "I too find a bed somewhat small. We can opt for a larger one. With your beast form, a bigger bed would allow for a more comfortable sleep." Bai Xiao Yuan suggested softly, "Wife, shall we change the bed to 5 meters? That way we won't fall off." Xing Nuo retorted, "I sleep very soundly and won't fall off the bed." Bai Xiao Yuan inquired, "Do you not like my bed?" Xing Nuo pondered, "It seems acceptable." After all, with her beast form and lengthy tail, a standard bed would likely leave her tail dangling to the floor. A 5-meter bed, like the one in Bai Xiao Yuan's room, would allow her tail to stretch comfortably, regardless of her sleeping position. Chapter 45. Peculiar nutrient solutions. Lu Ming noted down the requests made earlier. "Is there anything else you wish to modify?" Xing Nuo shook her head. "I cannot think of anything else." Lu Ming swiftly contacted the construction team. The renovations can be completed in a day or two. Given the minimalist design and considerations for the room layout, the overall time required will not be extensive. Bai Xiao Yuan tapped on the holographic screen. "We must prepare a special shedding pool as well." As he spoke, an oval-shaped pool appeared on the screen, surrounded by variously shaped stones. One side of the pool featured a sturdy tree. Observing the deep wrinkles in the tree's bark, Xing Nuo couldn't help but wonder if the tree had offended the designer. The bark was so deeply wrinkled that it seemed a finger could be inserted halfway. "What purpose does this pool serve?" Lu Ming explained. "This will assist you with your shedding process in the future. However, it would be best to have a specialist redesign it. There is no immediate rush." The pool displayed was specifically designed for the serpent clan. However, as a half-serpent, her scales could withstand the stones and bark, but her body could not. Those jagged stones would undoubtedly cause injury. Bai Xiao Yuan concurred. "Then we shall wait before proceeding." Indeed, half-serpent designs were scarce in the market, necessitating a specialized design. Xing Nua narrowed her eyes, touching her thigh. She was aware that serpents shed their skin to grow, but being half-serpent, would she also undergo shedding? Lu Ming discerned the confusion in her eyes. Wife, although you are half-serpent, you still possess serpent-like traits. Preparations are necessary. Xing Nua contemplated the information about serpents. So, does that mean I need to hibernate? Lu Ming chuckled lightly. Not at all. We have constant temperature systems in place everywhere. Hibernation is unnecessary. However, during winter, you may experience somnolence, which is likely instinctual. That's a relief, Xing Nua sighed. Then does tougher skin mean it's harder to shed? She still had considerable awakening power within her two source stones. In the future, should she acquire a divine statue, her energy levels would remain plentiful. Her physical attributes would noticeably enhance, with her scales being the most apparent. She worried that if her scales grew too tough, she might face trouble during shedding. Lu Ming reassured her, there will indeed be some effects. However, you need not be overly concerned. If shedding becomes truly difficult, there are special potions available to soften the scales and assist in the process. That said, such medications are generally not recommended, as they could hinder future growth. Bai Xiaoyuan also chimed in to comfort her. Typically, failure occurs in those who overeat, gain excessive weight in a short period, or possess insufficient physical strength to support the shedding process. Only then did Xing Nua feel reassured. That's good to know. In terms of physical strength, she was entirely confident, especially with a stamina source stone available to replenish her energy. This meant she could enhance her physical attributes without reservations. Putting aside the matter of the shedding pool for the time being, Lu Ming began selecting the kitchen style. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Fortunately, the house's renovation plans had been finalized. Bai Xiaoyuan also arranged for personnel to oversee the renovations, ensuring that everything would be ready for them to move in with their belongings. Lying lazily on the bed, she occasionally scrolled through images in the marketplace, which were filled with information about various nutrient solutions. She intends to seek out some high-selling nutritional liquids, using these flavors as a benchmark, and then combine them with some new flavors. The serpentine tail behind her hung lazily at the foot of the bed, even dragging on the floor, twisting idly, with a slender and occasionally flicking at the ground. Lu Ming entered holding a cup of milk and, upon noticing the information on her holographic screen, felt a tinge of curiosity. Wife, are you planning to purchase nutritional liquids? Ever since acquiring the nutritional liquid extractor, Xing Nua had not bought any nutritional liquids for quite some time. To his surprise, she had suddenly developed the desire to buy them today. Xing Nua shook her head. No, I plan to see which flavors of nutritional liquids are more popular. I intend to create several varieties. She regularly consumed numerous types of nutritional liquids and naturally hoped for an abundance of flavors. Otherwise, she would easily become tired of them. Lu Ming contemplated this and found it somewhat reasonable. There are indeed many flavors, but most of the popular ones simulate the tastes of ancient crops. Replicating them isn't so simple, considering the vast array of flavors available on the market. He knew that Xing Nua possessed some ancient crop seeds and even finished products, but both the quantity and variety were limited. Xing Nua nodded. I will select only those I can tolerate. For instance, I definitely cannot accept the cotton flavor. Can this even be consumed? She had scrutinized that nutritional liquid many times and had even confirmed with the store owner. Only after confirming that it was indeed a cotton flavor, rather than cotton candy, was she left utterly astonished. Cotton, aside from its use in clothing, she truly had no idea what its flavor might be. Lu Ming chuckled. That was previously used for making clothing. I think it should taste pretty much like plain water. People have an immense fascination with ancient crops. As long as the term ancient organism is included, even the most unpalatable flavors can achieve high sales. Xing Nua felt a bit of exasperation. These store owners really are quite deranged. Lu Ming handed her the milk. Wife, have some milk first. Xing Nua reached out to accept it. By the way, what flavor of nutritional liquid do you usually prefer? Lu Ming replied with a smile. I don't have any particular preference. Anything is fine. Xing Nua flipped her hand and retrieved a box of strawberries from the storage. This should also be suitable to create a nutritional liquid flavor. She plucked one and held it to his lips. This is a strawberry. Strawberry-flavored beverages had been exceedingly popular in her past life, yet her body had a peculiar reaction. Eating strawberries was fine, but consuming strawberry-flavored drinks often resulted in mouth ulcers, leading her to believe she was allergic to strawberries. Lu Ming stared at the strawberry momentarily, instinctively biting into it. Xingnu also took a bite. Isn't the taste delightful? This is incredibly delicious. If it weren't for her previous strange constitution, she would have long since produced a strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid. The sweetness that lingered in Lu Ming's mouth momentarily distracted him. It wasn't until he swallowed the strawberry that he regained his senses. His fingers brushed against his lips, where the lingering essence still seemed to reside. Xingnu gazed at Lu Ming with some anticipation. Can this be made into a natural nutritional liquid? Lu Ming nodded slightly. It should be feasible. Xingnu then offered him another strawberry. Then I shall entrust this to you. After speaking, she handed him another box of strawberries. Chapter 46. You favor one over the other. Lu Ming savored the taste of the strawberry, the natural vitality of it allowing him to relax completely. It was as if every cell in his body was affirming that he was meant to consume such things. Bai Xiaoyuan walked in from outside, somewhat displeased. You two are actually sneaking snacks. How outrageous. Xingnu casually handed him one. This is a strawberry. Have one. Bai Xiaoyuan obediently took it. This has a unique flavor. The sweet and sour taste, infused with a special aroma, tantalized his taste buds and left him astonished. Although he had previously consumed nutritional liquids that simulated strawberry flavors, the difference was staggering. Compared to the strawberry in his mouth, those so-called strawberry-flavored nutritional liquids were hardly worth mentioning. Xingnu remarked, this strawberry flavor is quite good, but I wonder how it will perform as a nutritional liquid. I hope it won't cause mouth sores when consumed. Ultimately, it all depended on Lu Ming. His gaze was drawn to the seeds on the strawberry. Can these be planted as seeds? Xingnu replied, possibly, but it would affect the yield. I have some quality seeds. We can plant them when we reach Lanbaoxing. Saying this, Xingnu plucked another strawberry and stuffed it into Lu Ming's mouth. Whenever it came to plants, Lu Ming tended to be rather stingy. If she didn't actively feed him, he would likely take them back to hoard. Bai Xiaoyuan casually settled on the bed. Wife, I want more. Xingnu handed him one. You can take it yourself. She fed Lu Ming because he would hesitate to eat, while Bai Xiaoyuan never had any such concerns. Bai Xiaoyuan cast a somewhat mournful glance. You truly are biased. Xingnu flicked him with her tail. If you keep complaining, I won't give you any more. Bai Xiaoyuan raised his serpent tail in his hand. All right then. Lu Ming shot Bai Xiaoyuan a glance, thinking that this kid was increasingly taking advantage of Xingnu's good nature, not fearing that she might get angry and revert to her previous self. Wife, I will study the strawberry flavor. If the yield is substantial, it will be easy. We can produce it today. If the yield is high, we can directly make concentrated juice and then add it to the nutritional liquid in a certain proportion, followed by sterilization. Xingnu attempted to reclaim her tail from Bai Xiaoyuan, responding, it's fine, no rush. Seeing that they had concluded their discussion, Bai Xiaoyuan quietly inquired, Wife, did you not fully absorb the awakening energy you had before? Xingnu paused her actions. Yes, what is the matter? Lu Ming stepped forward, carefully examining her condition. That energy can enhance physical quality, but unfortunately, it will gradually dissipate over time. Xingnu immediately understood, so it's best to absorb all this energy within the next few days? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. Precisely. This energy is incredibly precious. It can only be absorbed during the coming-of-age ceremony. Going again next year will diminish the effectiveness. Xingnu declared. Then I shall focus on practicing more in the next few days. It's not a big deal. She had been in a state of intense training, so continuing was hardly a burden for her. Bai Xiaoyuan added, actually, it would be best to include physical training. We push ourselves hard for several days after awakening. He could easily formulate numerous training plans for male beastmen with his eyes closed, but when it came to little females, he felt somewhat constrained, fearing that rigorous training might leave her with hidden injuries. Regular training would be manageable, but given the current circumstances, the best way to accelerate energy absorption was through extreme training. Xingnu did not find this objectionable. After all, physical training could indeed expedite energy absorption. No problem. I usually have nothing to do, and there's a training ground at home. Bai Xiaoyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Ming gently reminded, wife, it's best to engage in extreme physical training. All right, Xing Nuo agreed. My physical condition is actually quite good, so you need not worry too much. Is that the kind of training that involves taking hits? She had heard that martial arts training required enduring blows. Judging by their expressions, it seemed like they were about to establish this regimen. Bai Xiaoyuan grew anxious. How could you possibly do that training? Lu Ming added, currently, we can use the pressure room to achieve the effects of hit training with even higher efficiency and comprehensiveness. Xing Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't have to endure hits, then you too can help devise a plan. Lu Ming nodded. All right, Yuan, and I will discuss it. Bai Xiaoyuan felt somewhat unsettled. This training will be at least 10 times more intense than usual. Xing Nuo patted her chest reassuringly, declaring, rest assured, I will persevere. Lu Ming and Bai Xiaoyuan exchanged glances, and Lu Ming suggested, in that case, let us commence immediately. Each moment that energy dissipates equates to a loss. Generally speaking, given Xing Nuo's physical constitution, merely 2 days of training would suffice. Curiously, Xing Nuo inquired, is mental strength training not required? Lu Ming replied, your mental fortitude recovers and enhances rapidly, allowing you to absorb energy naturally. Your body, however, may lag slightly. Bai Xiaoyuan added, your mental strength has already far surpassed that of all the lesser females. While the lesser females experience growth in mental capacity, the disparity between your body and mental strength is significant. If this continues, your body may struggle to cope. Xing Nuo was aware of her swift progress in mental strength. If she desired, she could easily increase it by over 1,000 points in a single day. Yet, as Bai Xiaoyuan pointed out, mental strength and physicality are 2 halves of a whole, and an imbalance is indeed detrimental. Nodding gravely, she acknowledged, I understand, I'll be mindful. Naturally, this did not imply she would cease her training altogether. It merely meant that her focus on enhancing her mental capacity would be slightly moderated. Let us proceed to the training grounds, she declared, placing the milk on a nearby table. Lu Ming gently urged, please drink the milk first to replenish your strength. Reluctantly, Xing Nuo lifted the milk to her lips. She involuntarily grimaced at the overly faint flavor. It resembled the blueberry milk-flavored nutrient solution she was accustomed to. Yet, that was a nutrient solution. While this milk was so diluted it scarcely qualified as such. Lu Ming observed her reaction with surprise. Do you not enjoy it? Previously, Xing Nuo had favored the blueberry milk-flavored nutrient solution, leading him to believe she would appreciate milk as well. Xing Nuo replied with a wistful smile. It is somewhat too bland for my taste. Immediately regretting her words, she felt as if she had grown accustomed to their attentions, now beginning to be picky. She hastily lowered her head and resumed drinking. Chapter 47. Strengthening to Protect You? Bai Xiaoyuan casually seized the milk from her hand and gulped it down in one go. Lu Ming, somewhat helpless, remarked, wife, if you do not like it, do not force yourself. It is merely a supplement, not an obligation. His initial intention had been to please her by pouring a glass. Ding no smiled siepisli. I cannot waste it. Bai Xiaoyuan licked his lips, asking, royal supply milk? Lu Ming nodded indeed. This is currently the richest in flavor. For a moment, Xing Nuo found herself questioning her existence. Could it be that the breed of cows here produced inferior milk? Otherwise, how could such a diluted milk qualify as a royal supply? Or perhaps, the more diluted it is, the more precious? Confused, she decided to set aside her milk concerns for the moment. Let us focus on training. Bai Xiaoyuan produced a smart monitoring device and affixed it to Xing Nuo's wrist, effortlessly lifting her as they headed toward the training grounds. Xing Nuo wrapped her arm around his neck, playfully tugging at his ear. Within the confines of their home, Bai Xiaoyuan seemed particularly fond of adopting a half-beast form. It had nearly become a habit. Shaking his ears, Bai Xiaoyuan said, you will need to train in your beast form shortly. Xing Nuo affirmed, I am prepared. Since that energy is intended for awakening and greatly benefits my beast form, training in that form will undoubtedly yield better results. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled, his ears twitching playfully in response to her touch. Since Xing Nuo had awakened, she genuinely wanted to hear their voices and comprehend their words. This sensation surpassed even the joy of victory. Soon, they arrived at the training grounds. Xing Nuo deftly dismounted from by Xiao Yuan. Lu Ming approached the control panel, stating, "Wife, we will commence with the most fundamental pressure training. It will begin in 10 seconds. Upon activation, the room's pressure would increase." Xing Nuo nodded, relaxing her body slightly. Lu Ming swiftly adjusted the pressure to level 1, the most basic training intensity, safe even for lesser females. As the pressure training commenced, Xing Nuo felt the space around her grow heavier, akin to the impending onset of a thunderstorm. Bai Xiao Yuan instructed solemnly, "Let us begin with the most basic warm-up exercises." 3 hours later, Xing Nuo lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Even with the physical energy from the source stone, her body felt utterly limp. Her tail, now devoid of strength, lay limply on the ground, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She grasped Bai Xiao Yuan's arm for support, but her weakened limbs were unable to provide any assistance. Suddenly, her vision dimmed, and she collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. Bai Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming exchanged shocked glances, astonished by how far Xing Nuo's training had exceeded their expectations. Lu Ming gaped at the pressure gauge reading level 11. Disbelief etched in his features. Such intensity, he mused, would challenge even an A-level beastman. Yet, she was but a lesser female. Typically, the stamina of lesser females was their Achilles heel. Even an S-level lesser female struggled to surpass a D-level male beastman in physical endurance. Yet, Xing Nuo had persevered until this point. Bai Xiao Yuan carefully cradled her in his arms, proclaiming, "Our wife is truly remarkable." Lu Ming approached Xing Nuo's side, gently stroking her serpent tail, noting an increase of at least 40 points. The outcome of such rigorous training was indeed a testament to her efforts. He pressed a button on the spatial control panel, retrieving a barrel of specially formulated potion. Bai Xiao Yuan tenderly removed Xing Nuo's outer clothing and placed her in the barrel, stating, "Given her physical constitution, she can handle an increase." Lu Ming nodded, raising the pressure once more. Bai Xiao Yuan retrieved a towel, dampened it, and delicately wiped Xing Nuo's face. Lu Ming, not to be outdone, massaged her arms, striving to help her absorb the potion. Bai Xiao Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on Xing Nuo's face, ready to reduce the atmospheric pressure at the slightest hint of discomfort. Gently caressing her face, Bai Xiao Yuan's expression grew solemn. "Did the Females Protection Association frighten you during your previous fainting episode?" Since her awakening, Xing Nuo had engaged in high-intensity training, a feat almost unfathomable in the past. Their extreme training this time was indeed prompted by the awakening energy. However, such training required Xing Nuo's consent to proceed. This sudden pursuit of strength must have a compelling reason behind it. Lu Ming pondered. It cannot be said she was frightened, but I sensed a murderous intent from her at that moment. She had condensed ice-type energy, likely the ice spear technique she learned from Xing Yanluo. I am certain that if the Females Protection Association had exhibited hostility or made any threatening gestures, that ice spear would have been unleashed. Bai Xiao Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Could it be that she sensed something? For Xing Nuo to feel murderous intent, those from the Females Protection Association must have ulterior motives. Lu Ming seemed to recall something. Could it be that they directed hostility toward me? At the time, Xing Nuo specifically asked if I had any conflicts with them. Bai Xiao Yuan shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you suggesting that your wife seeks to grow stronger for your protection?" Lu Ming cleared his throat. "Previously, in the hospital, my grandpa misinterpreted my intentions to harm you, and thus directed hostility toward me. It was Xing Nuo who intervened to save me." Bai Xiao Yuan clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowing. "You, a male beast man, require your wife to protect you? How can you bear to say such a thing?" Lu Ming replied softly, "I am merely stating the facts." Bai Xiao Yuan, visibly displeased, scoffed, "Your wife's desire to grow stronger surely has other motivations." Lu Ming offered no rebuttal, acknowledging that the situation was indeed perplexing. Since Xing Nuo awakened, the changes have indeed been quite significant. Regardless, since the mistress wishes to grow stronger, we shall assist her. This extreme training has provided them with a tangible understanding of Xing Nuo's physical capabilities, allowing them to plan for the subsequent training. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded, and approximately half an hour later, he gently lifted Xing Nuo and placed her on a nearby chaise lawn. Lu Ming softly massaged Xing Nuo's serpent tail, aiding her in muscle relaxation. Thanks to the air pressure apparatus, even while asleep, her body would undergo fundamental exercises, thereby accelerating her physical cultivation. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Xing Nuo drowsily opened her eyes. The somewhat unfamiliar surroundings prompted her to sit up instinctively. As her gaze swept across the room, she realized she was still within the training facility. Lu Ming was seated before a machine, meticulously reviewing data. Bai Xiaoyuan rubbed her serpent tail and said, "Mistress, you are awake. How do you feel?" Xing Nuo, curiously swaying her tail and twisting her waist, responded, "I feel no pain at all. Under normal circumstances, after such intense physical training, one would surely be sore all of the next day. It would be quite an accomplishment just to rise." Quickly descending from the chaise, Xing Nuo found herself bouncing a few times. However, in her current form, with a human upper body and a serpent tail, Bai Xiaoyuan could only see her resembling a cobra, repeatedly raising herself, her tail flicking playfully. He chuckled, "Mistress, are you cosplaying as a cobra?" Xing Nuo blushed slightly and huffed. "Cobras are venomous. Are you not afraid I might bite you?" Bai Xiaoyuan leaned closer. "Not at all. Would you like to try?" Xing Nuo pushed his head away. "No, thank you." Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. "Mistress, we have prepared breakfast. You may wash up and eat." Jing no responded affirmatively. "All right. By the way, are we visiting Bai Xiaoze today?" She vividly recalled that Bai Xiaoze had been hospitalized due to an injury. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "Today, grandfather sent word that the lad has returned to the front lines." A trace of concern flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. His rage levels must be quite high now. Is he truly all right? Currently, the only items they had developed to reduce rage levels were a few types of rose essential oils, which could not be used at the front. In such an environment, if the rage levels escalated, they had no effective means of addressing it. Lu Ming reassured her. "Do not worry." He simply felt uneasy and went back to hand over some matters. He will not return to the battlefield and will be back soon. Xing Nuo scratched her head. "Perhaps we should find a way to research items that can lower rage levels. Such items could be useful in emergencies." Lu Ming replied, "Right now, your matters are of greater importance." Bai Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. "If it comes to an emergency, I will go retrieve him." With Xing Nuo's abilities, calming him would be an effortless task. Seeing that they were not overly worried, Xing Nuo decided to follow their lead. After all, Bai Xiaoyuan and Bai Xiaoze were brothers. They would not stand by and watch him come to harm. After a brief wash-up, Xing Nuo began munching on a baozi. This time, she even chose to eat in the training hall, hoping to enhance her physical qualities as much as possible. The familiar notification sound chimed in. Xing Nuo casually tapped to open it, revealing Xing Yin Lu appearing on the screen. "Yanlu?" Xing Nuo was somewhat surprised that the other party would directly initiate a video call. "What is wrong? You look rather unwell, as if you've been crying." Xing Yin Lu expressed her grievance. "Those guys went mad and made me run. I feel like I'm about to die." Xing Nuo instantly understood the situation. "I feel the same. Look, I'm still in the training room." Xing Yin Lu sniffled. "Mistress, do you have enough nutrient solution? I can have some sent over, along with recovery medicine." Xing Nuo chuckled. "I have enough for now. Once we get through this period, let us create some new flavors of nutrient solutions together." Xing Yin Lu slumped over the table. "All right." Xing Nuo reassured her, "We've only been training for a day or two. It will be over soon." Xing Yin Lu sighed. "Actually, I've noticed that exercising does indeed make one feel much better." Xing Nuo smiled. "Isn't it? Over time, you'll come to love that feeling." Xing Yin Lu looked at Xing Nuo with an expression that suggested she had something to say, but hesitated. Xing Nuo asked curiously, "What is on your mind? Do you need Lu Ming and the others to help you design a training plan?" As far as she remembered, Xing Yin Li's beast husband did not seem to have expertise in that area, so it was understandable if she did not know how to devise a training regimen. "No." Xing Yin Lu hesitated before whispering, "In 5 days, the royal family will host a banquet. Do you know about this?" Xing Nuo found it strange. "Is there an issue?" The royal family hold banquets quite frequently, as far as I recall, almost every month. You brought it up specifically. Could it be that this banquet concerns me? Seeing that she truly had no idea, Xing Yinlu explained, this time, the royal family has invited all the A-grade young females, seemingly intending to select a new wife for the third prince. Xing Nuo momentarily struggled to comprehend. What does this have to do with me? I haven't received an invitation. Xing Yinlu felt a bit exasperated, clutching her head in frustration. Mistress, that third prince is your beast husband. Xing Nuo exclaimed in surprise. Bai Xiao Yuan, smiling, sat down beside Xing Nuo. Mistress, have you forgotten? Lin Yiqi is the third son of the current queen, making him the third prince. Lin Yiqi. Xing Nuo suddenly made the connection that he was indeed one of her beast husbands. Xing Yinlu, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Mistress, they are actually trying to steal your beast husband. We must do something. Xing Nuo's lips twitched. Why did it seem that Xing Yinlu was becoming a bit fierce? This is something I awakened within my half-beast form. I cannot force him. It is best to respect his decision. Xing Yinlu, somewhat irritated, responded, Mistress, are you not angry at all? Xing Nuo replied, Everyone has their own choices. I will not impose my will. Moreover, I have never met Lin Yiqi and have no particular feelings for him. Based on my half-memory, nothing significant has transpired between us. Given my current circumstances, I understand if Lin Yiqi wishes to cut ties. Xing Yinlu puffed up her cheeks. Mistress, you cannot have such a mindset. Since he is your beast husband, he belongs to you. Anyone attempting to take him away is your enemy. Even if he wishes to leave, it cannot be allowed. Xing Nuo's lips twitched again. Please do not be so agitated. Seeing her mistress's nonchalant demeanor, Xing Yinlu felt a surge of frustration. After pondering for a moment, she proposed, Mistress, how about I capture that third prince and present him to you? She was certain that the royal banquet was an attempt to abandon Xing Nuo due to her being a half-beast. Hence they were seeking a new wife for the third prince. A half-beast lacked any significant advantages. It would be better for her to take action and then present him as a gift to Xing Nuo. Although she was merely an A-grade young female, her awakening of water-type energy was enough to dazzle others. Xing Nuo felt a bit weary. What do you take my beast husband for? Can he really be given away? Xing Yinlu nodded earnestly, of course. Xing Nuo pressed her fingers to her temples. I will handle matters regarding Lin Yiqi myself. Please do not act recklessly. Of course, if you have feelings for him, I do not oppose that. Just refrain from discussing gifts. Xing Yinlu felt a mix of emotions. Mistress, do you truly not want him? Xing Nuo replied, since he wishes to choose a wife, let him. I am not someone who must have him. Furthermore, our engagement was arranged by the mainframe and was not my intention. Very well, Xing Yinlu acquiesced, then I shall not attend. I will focus on my training instead. Xing Nuo chuckled softly. So you don't like him? Xing Yinlu nodded. I heard he is quite terrifying. I do prefer to avoid provoking him, if possible. Terrifying? A flicker of curiosity crossed Xing Nuo's mind as she recalled the information she had. He didn't seem so fearsome to her. He was rather good-looking and had an admirable physique. From memory, Lin Yiqi's 9-headed body proportion was exceptional. Xing Yan remarked. That's because you're an S-class female. My mother told me that at a banquet, she caught a glimpse of the third prince and trembled in fear, nearly transforming into her beast form. Xing Nuo turned to Bai Xiao Yuan, who should have some experience with such matters. Bai Xiao Yuan explained, it's instinctual. The Jiaolong clan inherently exerts a suppressive effect on serpentine beings. Your high spiritual energy level significantly diminishes this sensation. Xing Nuo was astonished. Well, I suppose I have been quite ignorant. Bai Xiao Yuan smiled. Such knowledge is typically acquired by combat-oriented beastmen, as it can yield unexpected advantages in battle. Furthermore, this ability can be controlled by SSS-class beastmen, and no one would use such a bloodline suppression technique on a small female. Xing Yinlu glanced at Bai Xiao Yuan. Cousin, you should also be cautious of the one beside you. His tiger aura is quite intimidating. Bai Xiao Yuan felt a bit wronged. He had never used such tactics against Xing Nuo. Wife, he said. Xing Nuo ruffled his hair. All right, it's normal for Yinlu to be afraid. As long as I'm not frightened, that suffices. Xing Yinlu gazed at Xing Nuo with sparkling eyes, as expected of my cousin. You aren't even afraid of the fearsome malevolent who. You must know that once, a beastman died of fright just from by Villainess roar. Cousin, you are remarkable. The intensity of the other S expression was overwhelming, and Xing Nuo found it hard to bear. Actually, it's simply because I know they won't harm me. Naturally, I am unafraid. Xing Yinlu replied, that may be, but that kind of aura is still quite daunting. Never mind. I suppose I don't need to learn this. None of my beast husbands are ferocious beasts, so I don't have to worry about this. After chatting for a while longer, they ended their communication. Bai Xiaoyuan quietly asked, Wife, are you truly not going to intervene with the banquet matter? If it succeeds, Lin Yiqi might really marry someone else. Xing Nuo opened her holographic device and clicked on the marriage section. It was completely empty. There was not even a divorce application. For a moment, Xing Nuo felt a surge of anger. If he wants to leave, let him go. I don't care. If both parties had already arranged a divorce through the mainframe, then Lin Yiqi could seek out several partners, and she wouldn't be bothered. However, they were still in a marital state, and the audacity with which he sought a consort was genuinely displeasing to her. Bai Xiaoyuan cautiously glanced at her. Are you upset because you are reluctant to let him go? Xing Nuo pointed at the holographic device. We aren't divorced yet, and he is already looking for a consort. Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze shifted. That could be easily resolved. You can apply too. He tapped a few times. Open Lin Yiqi's profile and send a divorce application. Xing Nuo widened her eyes. Is it really that simple? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. This is merely an application. Subsequent matters can be discussed once he consents. Xing Nuo remarked, but to apply for divorce just because of a banquet, what if there's been a misunderstanding? A video call request suddenly appeared. Xing Nuo reached out and tapped it. A figure clad in a black trench coat appeared on the screen. Lin Yiqi reclined in his office chair, exuding a languid aura. Xing Nuo greeted him. Have you received the application? Lin Yiqi's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze fixed intently on the screen. Xing Nuo was seated gracefully on a chaise lounge, with Bai Xiaoyuan beside her, an arm draped around her. Casting a challenging look at him, Lin Yiqi's expression darkened. Wife, are you seeking to divorce me? In such a short time? Had Bai Xiaoyuan and Xing Nuo grown so close? How could that be possible? However, seeing Bai Xiaoyuan sitting there, he deduced that this divorce application was undoubtedly related to him. Xing Nuo scratched her head. Aren't you looking for a new wife? Given that, wouldn't it be better to divorce first? Lin Yiqi lightly pressed his lips together. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. The royal family invited all A-class females to the banquet, and my sister is on the invitation list, intended to select a new wife for you. Lin Yiqi's expression shifted. That woman dares to act unilaterally. These past few days, he had been tormented by his fury levels, and now his mother was creating further trouble for him. Bai Xiaoyuan shrugged. You're a precious Jiao Long bloodline. Perhaps it's time to find someone else for procreation. Lin Yiqi sneered. If we're talking about rarity, isn't your Molon who even more unique? Historical records only mention you. Amidst the astonishment, Bai Xiaoyuan pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace and rested his chin on her shoulder. I am different. I have already been marked by my wife. Xing Nuo rolled her eyes at him. Don't do such things suddenly. Bai Xiaoyuan transformed into his half-beast form, his ears twitching and his thick tail wrapping around her wrist. Wife, I acknowledge my mistake. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words. Was this truly an acknowledgement of wrongdoing? It seemed more like he was taking advantage. Lin Yiqi silently observed this scene, fully aware of Bai Xiaoyuan's intentions. However, he was astonished that Xing Nuo allowed him to act so freely. Revealing one's beast form in front of a small female was considered highly disrespectful. Yet Xing Nuo was entirely unconcerned. At times, he even noticed her fingers playing with the tiger's tail. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at Lin Yiqi. The application has been sent. You can see for yourself. I need to assist my wife with her special training now, so I have no time to deal with you. Xing Nuo added, it would be best to give me an answer before the banquet. Lin Yiqi coldly responded, I have no intention of seeking another. Regardless of how much Xing Nuo detested him, he still had no desire for divorce. Even if he found another, it would not alleviate his situation. There were no other S-class small females left in this world. Xing Nuo decided to clarify matters. Actually, The news is accurate. I have awakened into a half-beast. You should know that half-beasts lack reproductive abilities. As a royal, you're likely bound by this. Lin Yiqi leaned back. I will handle it. Jing no smiled. There's still 5 days left. Take your time. I need to train now. Goodbye. Waving her hand, Xing Nuo ended the call. Chapter 50. Confrontation is instinct. Bai Xiao Yuan was in high spirits, wrapping his arms around Xing Nuo's waist. Wife, you should not forgive him for what that brat did. Xing Nuo playfully tugged at his ear. The banquet doesn't seem to concern him. It wasn't Tia's fault, was it? Lin Yiqi was unaware of the banquet matters, and since Xing Nuo's anger had dissipated, she had no intention of pursuing it further. Bai Xiao Yuan shook his ears. Wife, let us continue our training. Jing Nuo nodded. I leave. On the other side, Lin Yiqi sat in a daze against the back of his chair, his mind replaying the image of Xing Nuo waving at him with a smile. She was smiling at him. How could that be possible? In such a short time, what had happened to her? Why had her personality changed so drastically? Could it be that awakening into a half-beast made her realize the need for support? The butler's voice broke through his thoughts. My lord, this is the surveillance footage of Xing Nuo from the hospital. Would you like to see it? Lin Yiqi snapped back to reality. Play it. The holographic screen lit up again, revealing the hospital corridor surveillance. He saw Xing Nuo walking naturally alongside Lu Ming. He witnessed Lu Ming being attacked by Bai Chengji, and Xing Nuo swiftly wielded a long whip to protect Lu Ming. He observed that the usually intimidating Bai Xiao Yuan had transformed into a beastly form, its towering body nearly brushing against Xing Nuo, who seemed to indulge in the creature's closeness. Could this truly be his beloved wife? Unable to suppress his voice, he exclaimed, Ming Shu, am I being tormented to the point of hallucination? Xiang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, he had scrutinized the footage countless times, concerned about its authenticity, even enlisting another group to obtain additional surveillance data. Yet every clip depicted harmonious interactions. One particular recording captured Xing Nuo standing on tiptoe, her hands gently caressing the tiger's head, her expression a blend of anticipation and anxiety. From her lip movements, it seemed she even wished to ride the tiger. With a soft sigh, he remarked, Your Grace, just because Xing Nuo has a good rapport with them does not imply she shares the same with all. This time, as Xing Nuo lay unconscious, only these two were by her side. Perhaps it was the nature of fledglings that made her trust them more. Lin Yiqi murmured, The characteristics of fledglings? Xiang Ming, feeling anxious, replied, Your Grace, Xing Nuo is not suited for you. Have you forgotten the injuries you sustained before? Your dominance over her stems from your bloodline, while her desire to resist is also innate. He truly feared Lin Yiqi might act unwisely and seek out Xing Nuo again, for whether he could return alive would be uncertain. Ming Shu, please leave. I wish to be alone. Xiang Ming bowed respectfully and exited slowly. Lin Yiqi replayed the surveillance footage. Winning Xing Nuo's affection had once been a dream he cherished. She was an S-class little female, his only remedy. He recalled vividly that at his coming-of-age birthday banquet, his mother had announced their engagement. The joy he felt then remained etched in his memory. During that banquet, he had seen the obedient and charming Xing Nuo. Immersed in delight, he had failed to perceive the malice lurking beneath her sweetness. In just 2 short years, his body and mind had suffered grievously. Taking a deep breath, his fingers instinctively waved in the air. Xing Nuo smiled and waved at him. The brightness of her smile was something he had never encountered before. As the footage rewound, Bai Xiao Yuan in his half-beast form entwined with Xing Nuo came into view. If Xing Nuo were his, would she indulge him so? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yiqi stiffened abruptly. What was happening to him? The images continued to flash, and Lin Yiqi's thoughts spiraled. Before he knew it, several days had passed. Meanwhile, Xing Nuo was progressing methodically. After understanding her limits, Bai Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming felt reassured. Bai Xiao Yuan accompanied Xing Nuo during her training, while Lu Ming occasionally visited, focusing on renovations and moving. Currently, aside from their residence on the 2nd floor and the 1st floor, everything else had been relocated. Even on the 2nd floor, the other rooms had been mostly cleared out. Xing Nuo had absorbed nearly all the energy within her body. Even she found it hard to believe. The immense energy from the source stone had remarkably integrated into her being, as Bai Xiao Yuan and the others had stated. Her physical prowess now matched that of an A-class male beastman, although her physical strength had yet to align with her mental level. She was confident that she would soon reach S-class. In a large shopping mall, Xing Nuo wandered aimlessly, flanked by Bai Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming, who occasionally introduced her to various items. Considering their impending departure from Dixing, they had decided to visit the mall. After all, nothing compared to the experience of physical shopping versus virtual browsing. Observing the jewelry before her, Xing Nuo felt a sense of wonder. The inhabitants here truly adored plants. An astonishing 80% of the jewelry resembled botanical designs. Bai Xiao Yuan leaned slightly down and asked, "Wife, do you not fancy these ornaments?" They had completed a full circuit, yet Xing Nuo had yet to select a single piece, leaving him perplexed. Had she not previously insisted on taking everything? Xing Nuo shook her head. "Not at the moment, and I feel that I already possess an abundance of jewelry. There's no need to add more." The ornaments she had previously purchased were piled in storage, some still in their packaging. She estimated that she could wear a different piece every day for years without repeating. Lu Ming chuckled. "If that's the case, shall we explore another floor? The B District is hosting a food festival. Would you like to check it out?" Xing Nuo was momentarily astonished. There's a food festival here? It was noteworthy that the food in this world was rather primitive. Lu Ming replied gently, "There are indeed many specialties." Intrigued, Xing Nuo declared, "Let's go take a look." Bai Xiao Yuan lifted her effortlessly, and with a swift motion, he leaped through the window to the opposite side. Lu Ming followed calmly behind. Xing Nuo, wrapping her arms around Bai Xiao Yuan's neck, felt reassured by her previous experiences. She was no longer alarmed. However, using such a method for shopping felt somewhat extravagant. Upon landing on the first floor, Xing Nuo playfully tugged at Bai Xiao Yuan's ear. "We could walk, you know. Leaping like that might startle others." Glancing around, she noticed the bewildered expressions on the faces of passers-by. Bai Xiao Yuan, unfazed, replied, "Do not worry, a 1T bump into anyone." Xing Nuo tightened her grip slightly. "That's not the point." Lu Ming laughed. "Wife, the food festival is inside." Just as Xing Nuo intended to dismount from Bai Xiao Yuan, he firmly held her in place. "Wife, it's crowded here. Let me carry you," he insisted, to prevent her from being jostled. With that, Bai Xiao Yuan strode boldly toward the interior. Chapter 51. Exploring the Food Festival. Bai Xiao Yuan, Human Form Cleansing Device. Xing Nuo had yet to voice her objection when she beheld the food festival's vibrant atmosphere, swallowing her protests. The festival was set within the B building of the mall, spanning 5 floors. Upon entering, she found the space teeming with people, a stark contrast to the previous jewelry section. Their arrival drew the attention of the crowd. The fervent gazes directed at her maid Xing Nuo instinctively furrow her brow. She lowered her head, pulling the hood of her garment over her face. Her right hand instinctively gripped her whip. What was wrong with them? She felt like prey being eyed by predators, as though the throng might surge toward her at any moment. Lu Ming explained, "Little females are quite rare. Such situations often arise in crowded places." Bai Xiao Yuan, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Wife, whenever you go out, you must have us accompany you, understood? I despise the way they look at you." His eyes turned cold, and an imposing aura emanated from him, causing the crowd, previously fixated on her, to retreat hastily. Within 3 breaths, a clear space emerged around them. Bai Xiao Yuan paid them no mind and strode toward the nearest stall. Lu Ming, eyeing the items at the stall, expressed his surprise. "Is that stone honey?" Xing Nuo leaned in for a closer look, spotting a glass jar filled with pale, yellow crystals. "Stone honey? Is it a type of honey?" Lu Ming picked up a jar, explaining, "Stone honey is collected by stone bees for minerals. Its flavor is delightful and quite popular among little females. But it is rather scarce." Even on Dixing, Xing Nuo felt her understanding of the world being profoundly challenged. Honey could be harvested for minerals? Those stone bees must have exceptionally strong mandibles. Leaning closer to Bai Xiao Yuan, she whispered to Yuan, "Have the bees that collect flower nectar disappeared from this world?" Where her system had first awakened the farm, she had contemplated raising bees. However, back then, No matter how she cultivated, her land was only 30 blocks. If she were to keep bees, they would likely starve. She had to shell that idea. Now, her farm had grown immensely. Whether it is flowers, vegetables, or fruits, the presence of bees can significantly enhance yield. The warm breeze caressed by Xiao Yuan's ear, causing a faint blush to tint his cheeks. Collecting his thoughts, he murmured, "Yes, they're already extinct. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say they have evolved. They are now the Shihong." Xing Nua's eyes glimmered with surprise. Xiao Yuan elaborated. The bee's ability to gather nectar has transformed into a skill for harvesting energy. They extract natural energy from ores to sustain themselves. This energy can also notably enhance the capabilities of the beastmen. Xing Nua inquired, "But wouldn't it be toxic?" Xiao Yuan reassured her. The harvesting skill does not extract harmful substances. After pondering briefly while stroking her chin, Xing Nua questioned, "Can they regain their nectar-gathering ability?" Xiao Yuan immediately recalled the blue rose she had previously presented and hastily replied, "The Shihong could pose a danger to you." He feared that Xing Nua might entertain the notion of secretly raising the Shihong. After all, the Shihong's mandibles were capable of crushing rock, making it exceedingly perilous for a small female. Xing Nua playfully winked at him. "Have you forgotten? We were discussing renovating landboxing, weren't we?" Xiao Yuan realized the implication and felt a sense of relief. "I'm not entirely familiar with the habits of a Shihong, but we could certainly give it a try." He could easily send a few trusted individuals to rear the Shihong without concern for safety. Xing Nua appeared eager. "Let us give it a shot then." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Lu Ming, speaking gently, asked, "Boss, you must have Shihong available, right? Could you sell us a box?" Although their previous exchange had been light, he had caught on. Given the abundance of honey in front of him, the likelihood of raising Shihong was quite high. The boss turned his gaze to Xing Nua. "You have a small female. This could be very dangerous." Lu Ming chuckled. "We will use specialized protective enclosures for their care." The boss replied, "I do have a box containing 50 Shihong for sale. There is also a new queen among them. However, these Shihong are of a lower level and can only thrive in mineral-rich areas or when fed with finished ores. It would be a challenge for them to be self-sufficient." Lu Ming nodded slightly. "I am not purchasing the Shihong to sell stone honey. My primary interest lies in the fact that the small female is fascinated by them." The boss ceased further discussion and produced a palm-sized box. "The Shihong are all inside. The queen and king have just been born, so please exercise caution." Lu Ming carefully accepted the box. "Understood, I will be careful." He also selected a few jars of stone honey before completing the transaction. Xiao Yuan remarked, "Is this few enough?" In his understanding, altering a species would require numerous generations, and this small quantity could hardly serve as a basic sample. Lu Ming smiled. "In any case, we are merely attempting to raise them." Xiao Yuan suggested, "I believe it would be wise to purchase some domesticated Shihong from a large breeding facility. Domesticated Shihong exhibit lower aggression and will not attack unprovoked, making them easier to study." Lu Ming did not reject this idea, agreed. Xing Nua chimed in, "Are there other varieties available?" Lu Ming replied, "The Shihong have the lowest aggression. There are indeed other species. If you wish to purchase, you can place an order directly. I will select suitable varieties based on the conditions of landboxing for trial cultivation." Xing Nua asked, "May I take a look?" According to what they had said, there were approximately 50 Shihong in that palm-sized device, which seemed to be about the size of a large ant. Lu Ming handed her the box. "This is a shrinking device. The Shihong inside are actually much larger." Xing Nua peered through the viewing hole and was momentarily astonished. For the Shihong she saw appeared to be the size of a thumb. How large could the mature Shihong possibly be? Lu Ming explained. The Shihong typically measure around 10 centimeters in length. Xing Nua felt a twinge of discomfort. 10 centimeters was indeed longer than a finger, considering their somewhat plump form. Only large flowers, such as peonies or lotuses, could likely withstand the Shihong's activities. Would they be able to gather nectar? Lu Ming understood that given the current size of the Shihong, few crops could support them. They could be cultivated over generations. This is not an overnight endeavor. By selectively breeding smaller Shihong, it should be possible to develop a variety akin to the ancient honeybees. Xing Nua suddenly felt she had created a significant dilemma for herself or for them. Alright then. After all, Shihong are not the only option. Her primary interest in raising bees was still primarily their pollination capabilities. If all else failed, she could always consider acquiring a few small simulated bee robots. Chapter 52, Royal Banquet Invitation. Lu Ming placed the device into his spatial pouch and continued leading the way. Before long, Xing Nuo found herself holding a package of beef jerky. The jerky was roughly the thickness of a small finger. She took a piece and popped it into her mouth. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Although this beef was merely seasoned with salt and appeared unprocessed, it was remarkably tender. It was effortless for her to chew. She could easily tear off a piece with her fingers. This jerky was quite commendable. Xing Nuo plucked a piece and offered it to Bai Xiaoyuan. He chewed a couple of times before swallowing. Delicious. How much more do we have? We'll take it all. The shopkeeper beamed with pride. Tastes good, right? This was specially crafted for small females. The beef has been steamed to high temperatures and then simply air-dried. Lu Ming asked, how much do you have in stock? The shopkeeper chuckled. I also have a special machine for sale if you're interested. With it, you can make beef jerky for the small female anytime. And it can be used for other meats as well. Lu Ming glanced around and found it amusing. Are you selling machines now? The shopkeeper grinned. I sell jerky too. How much would you like? Lu Ming nodded. I'll take 500 pounds of jerky in one machine. Certainly. The shopkeeper quickly processed the order. Xing Nuo munched on her jerky and asked, did you invent this machine yourself? The shopkeeper replied, indeed, I enjoy tinkering with machines. My wife loves jerky but struggles to chew, so I created this machine just for her. Xing Nuo inquired, do you have any other peculiar machines? The shopkeeper answered, not much else, just some bone-removing machines, skinning machines, and feather-removing machines. Those are quite common on the market. Ding Nuo nodded, as she had seen similar machines in the marketplace. Lu Ming gathered their items. I know some researchers in this field. If you need assistance, I can help you connect. Xing Nuo acknowledged with a nod. The three continued their exploration. Little did they know, their activities had already made waves online, and within minutes, they had become a trending topic. What was happening? When did their relationship become so close? Am I seeing things? Did I just witness Xing Nuo feeding Bai Xiaoyuan? Surely. I must be imagining it. How could this be possible? I refuse to believe it. Is Xing Nuo really that cunning? No. I can understand Bai Xiaoyuan's infatuation. He has always been like that. But how could Lu Ming fall so quickly? Could it be that he is being particularly attentive because he knows he is a half-beastman? How devious. Indeed, he is merely a half-beastman. If my small female were to feed me, I doubt I could withstand it for long. Although I disdain you, I suspect I would falter as well. Just looking at that feeding photo makes me feel like I am developing a romantic obsession. No way. Would it be acceptable even if the other party is a half-beastman? Yes, a half-beastman is simply a slave. By the way, do half-beast females possess the ability to soothe their male counterparts? I am unsure. I have never encountered a half-beast female before. S-class half-beast female. It seems to be the first of its kind throughout history. From the radiant appearance of Yuan Shangjiang, one can ascertain that she is indeed capable of providing solace. However, wasn't it previously stated that Xing Nuo had been demoted to D-class? Such rumors are indeed misleading. Today, as Yuan Shangjiang stepped out for a leisurely stroll, this particular rumor was swiftly dispelled. It was heard that Yuan Shangjiang's fury had escalated to an astonishing 99, and ultimately, he had to apply for a strong electric collar before being discharged from the hospital. Is it possible that he resorted to using a strong electric collar? That seems rather extreme, yet it aligns with his customary behavior. By the way, has anyone heard of a divorce between him and her? No one has, it seems. Who says they're ISNT? The third prince is supposedly hosting a banquet to select a new consort, which surely implies a divorce has occurred. Indeed, it is rather surprising that he would be the first to part ways. It is quite normal, given the deep wounds inflicted previously. Discovering now that she is merely a half-beast, it would be odd for him to remain. The rarity of his bloodline is paramount, far more precious than that of an S-class female. Yet that cannot be true. Xing Nuo is an S-class female. Should a divorce occur, it would certainly be publicized across the internet. There have been no such reports, have there? The royal family is hosting a banquet, after all. That is a different matter entirely. It seems the official announcement of their divorce has indeed not been made. So, Does this imply that the third prince intends to select a new consort without first divorcing Xing Nuo? What kind of blind female would find him appealing? Is there no oversight from the authorities? This constitutes infidelity. What about the Female Protection Association? Let us not be absurd. Isn't the royal family synonymous with the official governance? Although I am not particularly fond of Xing Nuo, the royal family has indeed overstepped their bounds. They should at least wait until after the divorce to proceed. Consequently, many individuals flocked to the royal spokesperson's official social media account to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, the information circulating online was unknown to Xing Nuo, who was presently enjoying her outing. Xing Nuo noticed that although this world lacked in greenery, the culinary offerings were quite exquisite. There was an array of novel meats, fish, and marine delicacies. She even felt an urge to raise these creatures. Lu Ming's spatial pouch was nearly filled to capacity with various ingredients and foods. Upon placing a pack of fried fish into the pouch, Lu Ming found to his dismay that it was already overflowing. Xing Nuo bit into the fried fish with a satisfying crunch and suggested, "Perhaps we should head back." They had spent quite a sum on this outing, with Lu Ming purchasing exceptionally large quantities, totaling hundreds or even thousands of pounds. She began to wonder if he was arming an entire army. Lu Ming glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10 p.m. "Let us return tomorrow." Jing Noyestate. "But we must depart for Lan Baoxing tomorrow." Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. "That's easily arranged. I will have my subordinates transport our belongings first, and we can return after our shopping. Someone over there will manage the situation well." Xing Nuo nodded. "Then let us explore for half a day more tomorrow." Just as they were conversing, a notification chimed on their light brain. Xing Nuo opened it. "Oh, the royal family has invited us to tomorrow's banquet." Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed. "What do they want with us?" Lu Ming was equally perplexed. Wasn't this banquet organized to select a new consort for Lin Yiqi? Why then would they extend an invitation to Xing Nuo? Xing Nuo too felt bewildered. This is indeed strange. Should we attend? No sooner had she asked than Bai Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming's light brains chimed as well. Lu Ming opened his to find another banquet invitation. It appears they are taking this matter seriously. The trio's invitation indicated the royal family's stance. Chapter 53. That boy is quite dangerous. Bai Xiao Yuan snorted. This must surely be the doing of that little pest. Xing Nuo inquired curiously. Pest? Are you referring to Lin Yiqi? Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. Yes. Consort. That boy is quite dangerous. You must exercise caution around him. Oh, Ding no Blinket. Sensing that their relationship seemed rather strained, Lu Ming asked, "Consort, will you attend?" After a moment of contemplation, Xing Nuo replied, "I suppose I should go. Certain matters can be clarified face to face." Lu Ming's eyes reflected concern. "What if that boy files for divorce in front of you?" Bai Xiao Yuan snorted again. "He can certainly attempt it." Xing Nuo puffed her cheeks. "Then I shall refuse to divorce. I am curious to see if the royal family will select a wife for him while he is still married. In this world, the ratio of males to females is exceedingly high, and the royal family has consistently encouraged polyandry, maintaining strict regulations regarding male beastmen's infidelity. The current queen even serves as the highest authority of the Female Protection Association. She and Lin Yiqi are legally wed. At least on the surface, Lin Yiqi, as a member of the royal family, cannot be the first to commit such an act. Bai Xiao Yuan ruffled Xing Nuo's hair. "We can take the initiative. Being passive only invites trouble." Lu Ming cautioned, "This situation does not lend itself to such theories. Currently, it is merely speculation. We cannot draw conclusions just yet." Bai Xiao Yuan dismissed the concern. "Regardless, you are familiar with him. Reach out to ascertain his intentions. Should he dare to harm the consort in any manner, I will not hold back." The three of them reached a consensus on the matter. In the Ziluo Palace, the magnificent hall was adorned with rows of desserts and beverages. The decorations formed a circular enclosure around a central dance floor. Behind a sturdy stone pillar, Xing Yin Lu peeked at the entrance. With a puffed-out cheek, her aura was already fluctuating, teetering on the edge of an outburst. Sang Jingyin was already beating with cold sweat. Prior to the banquet, he had sensed that Xing Yin Lu would be exceedingly popular, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming attention. Within less than half an hour since their arrival, over 40 male beastmen had already approached her with flattery. Had it not been for Xing Yin Li's resolute demeanor, he would have struggled to cope. Feeling a bit exasperated, Xing Yin Lu scratched the pillar. Where's my cousin? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Initially, she had no intention of attending the banquet, but after news of her awakening abilities inadvertently spread, an influx of male beastmen had sought her out, leaving her little time to practice. Had it not been for the knowledge that the royal family had sent an invitation to Xing Nuo, she would have abstained from attending altogether. Sang Jing Yin moved closer to envelop her between himself and the pillar. Perhaps they had been preoccupied with moving recently, causing the delay. Xing Yan le puted. Had I known, I would have inquired about her arrival. Sang Jing Yin surveyed their surroundings, attempting to keep them inconspicuous. Didn't you confirm with her? Xing Yin Lu shrank slightly. I was hoping to see how she would assertively claim her beastmen. Sang Jing Yin was left speechless. He had thought Xing Yin Lu was certain her cousin would attend. What if Xing Nuo deemed an unfaithful beastman unacceptable and chose not to show? Moreover, the request from the Female Protection Association for Xing Nuo to relocate had already been made public by some well-meaning individuals. If Xing Nuo did not attend, the damage to the royal family's reputation would be considerable. Given her past temperament, she would undoubtedly seek to express her grievances. In contrast to their cautious demeanor, others appeared far more relaxed. A few young female beastmen sat on chairs savoring the desserts, their expressions lacking any excessive joy. Have you heard? This banquet seems aimed at selecting a consort for the third prince. Oh, we are aware. Had it not been for the royal invitation, I doubt I would have come. I heard the third prince is a flood dragon, quite intimidating. I've seen him before. His body is covered in bumps. A single roar could stun a crowd. That does not concern me. After all, he usually appears in human form, and I've heard he is exceptionally handsome in that form. It is primarily about his physique. A friend of mine who draws mentioned that he has a 9-head height ratio. I would love to have such a figure. It seems that slender races are more prone to such physiques. Slender? What does that mean? Like snakes, flood dragons, and elongated fish. That appears to be the case. Regardless, that is unimportant. He is still the third prince, a duke, and in 3S class male beastman. Future generations will undoubtedly be exceptional. Though I express this sentiment, I find myself lacking confidence in my ability to bear his children. The female companions present are all of a rank, unable to even pacify a 3S ranked beastman. The prospect of giving birth to a child bearing the bloodline of a Jiao long before Lin Yechi fully transforms into a beast seems utterly implausible. It is important to recognize that higher-ranked beastmen have inherently diminished reproductive capabilities. Sigh, I cannot fathom why Xing Nuo became a half-beast. Perhaps it is a punishment from the beast god, for she once derived pleasure from tormenting her beast husband. Surely, she will make an appearance here. I am genuinely curious whether the royal family will permit her to divorce. I believe, as long as her mental prowess remains at S rank, she should not encounter significant obstacles. As we converse, the doors of the palace swing open, revealing Xing Nuo, let in by Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming. Clad in a pale blue gown that shimmers with starlight under the illumination, she adorns her head with a princess crown. Its light blue gemstones resonating with the blue jewels around her neck. By Xiao Yuan and Lu Ming, dressed in white and gold-embroidered attire, attract the attention of the crowd as the announcer proclaims their arrival. Bai Xiao Yuan scans the assembly, confirming the absence of that troublesome insect. As his gaze sweeps over the attendees, those who have been observing them swiftly divert their attention. Lu Ming expresses confusion, noting that Lin Yechi, as the focal point of today's event, should have arrived by now. Xing Nuo stifles a laugh, pondering whether all those present have been stood up. Bai Xiao Yuan remarks that such behavior is indeed characteristic of that individual. Lu Ming adds that he has been unreachable since yesterday, hoping that nothing untoward has occurred. Previously, Lin Yechi had exhibited reluctance regarding this banquet, which he did not even organize, so it is entirely possible he might act in such a manner. Furthermore, as long as Lin Yechi himself does not attend, regardless of Xing Nuo's presence, public opinion can be subtly shifted. Xing Nuo inquires if this means their attendance may be inconsequential. Bai Xiao Yuan responds with a smile, indicating that there is not much at stake. Typically, banquets consist of dining and socializing. Xing Nuo once relished attending such gatherings, yet since her previous episode of unconsciousness, her enthusiasm has waned. Now tinged with unease regarding these affairs, Lu Ming reassures her, urging her not to feel burdened. Chapter 54, Secrets Revealed. As the trio engages in conversation, they arrive at the dining table, adorned with a magnificent 5-tier cake, alongside an array of smaller cakes, pastries, cookies, and various flavors of nutritional liquids. Lu Ming hesitates, cautioning, "Wife, these desserts tend to be quite sweet. While these treats may be delightful for other female companions, for Xing Nuo, they could be akin to poison." Glancing at the brown mini cake on the table, she bites her lip and mentally prepares herself. I shall give a try. She needs to familiarize herself with the sweet confections of this world and adapt her palate accordingly. Reaching for a small chocolate cake, she has barely scooped a portion when a panicked voice rings out. "Cousin, that is not for consumption." Xing Nuo halts her action. Following the sound to see Xing Yin Lu rushing toward her, her face obscured by cloth. The furtive manner of her approach raises doubts in Xing Nuo's mind about whether the cake she holds has been tampered with. As Yin Lu opens her mouth to speak, Xing Yin Lu hurriedly covers it. Xing Nuo widens her eyes, striving to prevent the cake from touching Yin Lu. Yin Lu nervously glances around, exclaiming, "Cousin, we must go behind there." Bai Xiao Yuan's expression grows grave, his sharp gaze scanning the vicinity, yet he finds no suspicious individuals. Lu Ming quickly inquires of the approaching Sang Jingyin, "What is the matter?" Sang Jingyin expresses exasperation. The wife has been overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Bai Xiao Yuan contemplates and deduces the crux of the matter. Has her secret been revealed? Sang Jingyin nods in resignation. Bai Xiao Yuan refrains from further comment. Let us proceed to the second floor. Sang Jingyin hastily guides Xing Yin Lu away, urging, "Wife, heed General Yuan's advice. We must go to the second floor." The second floor of the palace is a restricted area, accessible only to royal family members and dukes. Given their status, they can only ascend with Bai Xiao Yuan's escort. He gently wraps an arm around Xing Nuo as they make their way upstairs. Xing Yin Lu, cloaked tightly, glances around nervously, fearing an unexpected encounter. Witnessing this scene, Xing Nuo cannot help but laugh. "Are you off to steal lamp oil?" Yin Lu looks at her with a forlorn expression. "Cousin." Once seated on the second floor, Yin Lu positions herself in a corner, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Xing Nuo chuckles. "What has brought about this change in you?" The previous Xing Yin Lu was not so timid. After just a few days apart, "You seem intent on shrinking away." Yin Lu removes the towel from her face. "Cousin, news of my awakening abilities has been disclosed. Now, many male beastmen rush toward me. The most outrageous part is that a C-ranked beastman even flirted with me." Disclosed? Xing Nuo's gaze shifts toward Sang Jingyin. The revelation of Yin Li's situation should significantly benefit his business, for even Yin Lu herself believes she awakened her powers due to the nutritional liquid tablets. If Sang Jingyin capitalizes on the notion of enabling female companions to awaken their abilities, the trade in nutritional liquids is bound to flourish. Sang Jingyin appears weary. The wife inadvertently went live. Xing Nuo raises an eyebrow, perplexed by such carelessness. Yin Lu expresses her frustration. "I was demonstrating my simultaneous release of 2 ice needles to Yu when I discovered he was broadcasting." Bai Xiao Yuan interjects. "In truth, there are advantages to exposure. Should she form a union with the royal family, her future safety would be assured. In this world, only Xing Nuo is an S-ranked female companion, while other members of the royal family seeking marriage must settle for A-rank candidates. And Yin Lu qualifies as an A-ranked female companion. With her newly awakened abilities, she is bound to attract attention. Under the protection of the royal family, the risk of undesirable individuals targeting Yin Lu diminishes." Lu Ming nods in agreement. "Have you set your sights on any particular candidates? Considering age, the 3rd prince, 4th prince, 5th prince, and Duke Linden all appear suitable." Yin Lu replies, "For now, I have no intention of seeking another beast husband. I merely wish to cultivate my abilities. And Yin is quite formidable." Xing Nuo chooses not to delve further into this topic, recognizing that they must have their own considerations. As long as Yin Lu is not schemed against. "You mentioned that this is inedible." What is wrong with it? Yin Lu grimaces, displaying her distaste. It is excessively sweet. Consuming it feels akin to ascending to the heavens. Xing Nuo gasps. Surely it cannot be that bad? Is it truly that dreadful? Lu Ming agrees, given your usual taste. It is indeed somewhat difficult to accept. Taking a deep breath, Xing Nuo retrieves a cup of nutritional liquid from her spatial pouch. Yan le apir pesud, cousin. That is truly unpalatable. She cannot comprehend why they persist in trying it despite claiming it is distasteful. With a hint of melancholy in her tone, Xing Nuo explains, I plan to open a small shop where I may sell desserts. Thus, I need to learn about the popular sweets of this world. Although she and Yin Li do not particularly enjoy such overly sweet confections, many others do. Yin Li gives her a thumbs up. You are impressive. Xing Nuo scoops a small corner of the cake with her spoon and places it in her mouth. The moment she begins to chew, the cloyingly sweet flavor engulfs her palate. Almost immediately, her teeth ache as if pricked by needles. Within moments, all she can taste is sweetness. After swallowing the cake, she hastily rinses her mouth with the nutritional liquid. Her body involuntarily shudders. With a sense of despair, she queries, I am rather curious. Such sweetness, could it not lead to cavities and obesity? Just the minuscule morsel she had consumed, scarcely the size of a fingernail, had her feeling as though she had surpassed her sugar intake for the past several days. Lu Ming poured her another glass of milk and quietly elucidated. These cakes are made with a specially formulated synthetic syrup, whose sweetness far exceeds that of regular sugar, yet the quantity of sugar consumed is minimal, thus preventing weight gain. As for cavities, honestly, aside from the A-level little females, there are not many beastmen who can afford to indulge in cakes. Perhaps it is due to the fact that the flour used is all artificially synthesized, resulting in cakes that are quite dense. To ensure the cakes retain their fluffiness, they add some specially designed leavening agents. However, these leavening agents possess a bitter and sour taste, which can only be counterbalanced with high-sweetness syrup. Given all these factors, there are very few pastry chefs capable of crafting delicious cakes. Xing Nuo fell silent for a moment, realizing that such an unpalatable delicacy was seldom enjoyed by many. With a flick of her fingers on the spatial dial, Xing Nuo produced 5 4-inch cream cakes. The cakes, approximately 10 centimeters in height, bore a simplistic design, featuring a 10-centimeter base generously spread with cream, atop which rested a small rabbit-shaped creamy jelly. Chapter 55. The arrival of the dragon. Xing Yin Li's eyes instantly sparkled. She was certain that whatever Xing Nuo had stored away would surely delight her palate even more. Grabbing a spoon, she scooped a generous portion and stuffed it into her mouth. The rich flavor of the cream caused her eyes to narrow with pleasure. In the next moment, the adorable little rabbit was mercilessly bisected by her spoon. Sang Jing Yin pushed the small cake beside Xing Yin Lu, quietly observing her as she savored the dessert. There was no choice. The 2 male beastmen across from him were glaring at him with predatory intent, as if to say, dare to take a bite, and we shall break your legs. Lu Ming refrained from speaking, knowing that Bai Xiao Yuan would certainly give him a beating. Jing no siget tonten deadly. Nothing compares to homemade delicacies. What royal banquets! I should have known better than to attend. Xing Yinlu eagerly dug into the cake, exclaiming, Cousin, your skills are remarkable. This is delicious. Xing Nuo chuckled, isn't it? This is merely the simplified version. My favorite is still the fruit cake, but considering the crowd here, I have temporarily refrained from presenting it. Xing Yin Lu swallowed the cake, her eyes gleaming with longing. Cousin, when you come to my house next time, I want to try it. Xing Nuo smiled. Next time, I shall prepare it for you. Xing Yin Li's face lit up with joy. Absolutely. Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment and placed a few cookies on the table. Xing Yin Lu took a sip of her nutrient solution and inquired, Cousin, did you mention wanting to open a little shop? Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, I plan to open a dessert shop to sell various snacks. Xing Yin Lu responded with excitement. My husband Yu Yu is a star with considerable popularity. Let him endorse your shop for free. Yu Yu is. Xing Yin Lu replied, my beast husband. He can sing and dance, and he often acts too. His skills are impeccable. Xing Nuo pondered briefly. As for the endorsement, that will have to wait. My shop is not yet established, and whether it will be profitable remains uncertain. Xing Yin Lu dismissed her concerns. "I am certain your shop will be a great success. Just ask Yin Yin." Sang Jing Yin's lips twitched before he remarked. "Generally speaking, shops opened by little females tend to be more popular, so losses are unlikely." Xing Yin Lu pouted slightly, taking a piece of walnut pastry and stuffing it into Sang Jing Yin's mouth. He chewed lightly, the crisp sound resonating in his ears. After a gentle lick of his lips, still tasting the walnut pastry, he commented, "If this is what you are selling, there will be no problem at all. Just ensure proper promotion." Xing Yin Lu proudly lifted her chin. "I told you, my cousin creates delicious treats." Xing Nuo smiled. "I appreciate your kind words." Xing Yin Lu eagerly asked, "Cousin, when do you plan to open a shop? I will be your first customer." Xing Nuo sighed softly. "It will probably take some time. I am currently busy relocating, intending to settle in Lanbao Xing, which will require some time to arrange." Xing Yin Lu frowned in displeasure. "Those fools are truly blind. What of half-beasts? They can be tamed." Xing Nuo chuckled. "Let's not speak of them." Suddenly, a series of faint sounds echoed. Bai Xiao Yuan glanced down to discover a distress signal from the queen. Furrowing his brow, he stated, "Wife, I must step out for a moment." Jing Nuo nodded. "Please be careful." Bai Xiao Yuan paused, unable to resist ruffling her hair. He patted Lu Ming and, with a swift motion, leaped down the stairs. Xing Yin Lu, curious, asked, "What has happened?" Xing Nuo shook her head. "I am uncertain." Bai Xiao Yuan's demeanor suggests it is not a trivial matter. Lu Ming lowered his head, activating his light brain and switching it to combat readiness mode. Sang Jing Yin noticed his actions and discreetly pressed his own light brain. Xing Yin Lu bit into her peach pastry, producing a crisp sound. "Cousin, when you cook, have you ever considered using water created with abilities?" Nian Yin's test indicated it contained something unique. Xing Nuo replied, "I have not considered that. Does it have special effects?" Xing Yan le nujid sans Jing Nian, urging him to explain. Sang Jing Nian reluctantly clarified, "It may be related to the use of psychic energy. It seems those waters contain an essence of the female's psychic power. There are no other results yet." Lu Ming discerned the implication in his words. Such substances should be used with caution, lest they endanger Xing Yin Lu. Xing Nuo concurred, "We should keep that water for ourselves. Selling it would be extravagantly reckless." Xing Yin Lu blinked, uncertain. "Will I be in danger?" Their expressions do not seem reassuring. Xing Nuo nodded. "Consider the consequences if others were to find out. What if they can find you and demanded you produce water daily? Those black market traders are devoid of humanity." Xing Yin Lu swallowed hard. "I understand. I will be cautious and absolutely will not disclose this matter." Knowing that even Xing Nuo perceived danger, she decided it best to remain silent. After all, Xing Nuo's beast husband was no ordinary individual, with one five-star general residing in their home, alongside other princes and military leaders. Their formidable presence underscored the threat posed by those in the shadows. Seeing her comprehend the gravity of the situation, Xing Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. Such matters are often fraught with hidden dangers. A thunderous roar echoed from below. The four sprang to their feet. Sang Jing Yin's expression turned grave. That was the roar of a beast. Could someone be in a frenzy? Who dares to act so brazenly? At gatherings attended by little females, strict regulations are enforced, prohibiting anyone with a frenzy value exceeding 90 from participating unless in exceptional circumstances to prevent harm to the little females. Lu Ming's expression mirrored his seriousness. It is most likely Lin Yiqi. His high frenzy value is no secret, and given that he is the focal point of this gathering, his presence is unsurprising. Xing Yin Lu expressed her indignation. "He actually came. That third prince is nothing but a scoundrel." Xing Nuo advised, "Let us observe before making any judgments." Reaching the railing, they beheld a dragon crashing through the guards who lunged at it. It was indeed a dragon. Xing Nuo gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. She was aware that Lin Yiqi's beast form was that of a dragon, yet witnessing such a legendary creature in person felt surreal. The dragon's massive form, spanning several meters, effortlessly swept aside the approaching guards with a mere flick of its body. The sudden upheaval sent the guests below into a frenzy. Both male and female beastmen scrambling in a panic towards the second floor. Lin Yiqi was a 3S level male beastman, when in a frenzied state his attributes soared, making it virtually impossible for anyone below the same rank to contend with him. Chapter 56. Cousin, you are my deity. The imposing presence of the Jiaolong, exuding an aura of destruction, compelled Xing Yanle to anxiously retreat behind Sang Jingyan. Zuzji, he is terrifying. We must leave swiftly. In her grasp, Xing Nuo had already seized her long whip, her mental energy beginning to coalesce. The exit is barricaded by those individuals. We cannot escape. In mere moments, the space behind them was nearly filled with adversaries. Xing Yanle screamed, "Be careful!" Suddenly, the Jiaolong roared, rearing up and lunging towards the second floor. Lu Ming and Sang Jingyan quickly armed themselves, launching their attacks, but alas, the Jiaolong deftly evaded their projectiles. Lu Ming's expression grew grave as he hastily activated his holographic console, intending to don his mech suit. However, he paused upon noticing by Xiao Yuan rushing in. In that fleeting moment, the Jiaolong had already pounced upon the railing. Zidian Longying, Xing Nuo forcefully swung her long whip. Zidian Longying, a lightning-based skill, conjures a dragon-shaped, semi-invisible lightning for attack, requiring at least 16 mental energy. This skill had been bestowed upon her by the system earlier. By channeling her mental energy, she formed a faint dragon-shaped lightning for her assault. The color of the lightning was subtle, akin to a shadow beneath a storm, nearly imperceptible unless closely scrutinized. Yet, the control of Zidian Longying demanded mental energy. Thus, she decided to affix it to her long whip. Wherever the whip struck, the dragon-shaped lightning would follow, proving quite convenient. Just as she lashed out, the Jiaolong inexplicably halted its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Nuo struck its head with the electrified whip. The Jiaolong emitted a shriek, convulsing before collapsing heavily onto the ground with a resounding crash. At that moment, Xing Nuo noticed by Xiao Yuan gripping the Jiaolong's tail. With an impassive demeanor, he hoisted the creature's tail as if it were a whip, flinging it into a cage. He flexed his fingers lightly. At the instant Xing Nuo's strike connected with the Jiaolong, he felt a surge of electricity course through his hand, leaving it tingling. He glanced at Xing Nuo, who appeared somewhat shaken. Xing Nuo exhaled a long breath, relieved that Bai Xiaoyan had intervened. Otherwise, she might have been injured. She assessed her attributes, having realized that a mere simple attack against the Jiaolong would yield little effect. Hence, she had amplified her mental energy. One execution of Zidian Longying had drained nearly 500 points of her mental energy. Fortunately, her rapid progress meant that such a toll would have once drained her completely during her initial days. Purification value increased by 5 points, gaining 5 points of purification. Xing Nuo felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, momentarily dazzled. Bai Xiaoyuan appeared at her side. "Wife, are you injured?" Xing Nuo shook her head. "No, I'm fine." "But what about you?" Bai Xiaoyuan sighed in relief. "That creature cannot harm me. Apologies for my tardiness." Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively, feeling guilty as she continuously queried the system. "System, what has transpired? How can Zidian Longying possess the ability to pacify and reduce the berserk value?" "Host, it is quite simple. The lightning is composed of your condensed mental energy infused with your essence. The conductive properties of the lightning allow your mental energy to swiftly traverse the opponent's body. Though this mental energy has transformed into lightning, it still possesses the capacity to slightly soothe the beastmen. Of course, once you master it, you can automatically adjust the ratio for a purely offensive effect." Xing Nuo felt momentarily dizzy, pondering whether she should employ this technique again in the future. Observing her unusual demeanor, Bai Xiaoyuan seated her on a nearby sofa. Lu Ming quickly produced a calming nutritional liquid. "I apologize, this was my fault. I should have donned my mech suit immediately." Xing Nuo regained her composure. "Oh, it's all right. I wasn't injured or frightened, merely surprised that I knocked him out with a single strike. Should I refrain from using such techniques in the future?" Xing Yanle's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Zuzji, you are incredible. Not only were you unafraid of that vile creature, but you also fought back. You are more formidable than anyone else present." It was worth noting that, while everyone else in the palace had fled in terror to the second floor, Xing Nuo had boldly struck back. It was truly remarkable. Even more astonishing was that she had managed to incapacitate the Jiaolong with a single lash of her whip. Xing Nuo pressed her lips together, falling silent for a moment. Perhaps I have grown accustomed to striking him. She could not help but cover her face with her hands. Yet perhaps this was also why she felt little fear when the Jiaolong charged at her. Xing Yinla clasped her hands together. Zuzji, you are my idol. Jing Nuo, feeling somewhat exhausted, replied, let us not dwell on that. What about you? Were you hurt? Xing Yinla swayed her waist. No. I was hiding behind Nian the entire time. Xing Nuo felt a pang of guilt. I apologize for causing you trouble. If I hadn't been curious and stood by the railing, you wouldn't have been in danger. Xing Yinla chuckled. How could that be? Zuzji, you were simply too impressive just now. Bai Xiaoyuan confirmed her safety before stating, the banquet cannot continue. We should return. Xing Nuo nodded. All right. Xing Yinla expressed her regret. Zuzji, I will visit your home next time. Very well. Xing Nuo waved her hand. Bai Xiaoyuan led the group as they leaped from the second floor, departing swiftly. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Xing Yinla pouted with disappointment. It's all that useless creature's fault for making Zuzji leave so soon. Sang Jingyan sighed. Once they settle in, we can visit her again. I want Zuzji to teach me how to use a whip. Xing Yinla clenched her fists, brimming with excitement at the thought. Sang Jingyan remained silent, a pang of concern striking him. To think that a 3S level beast man like Lin Yechi could be incapacitated by Xing Nuo's whip in a berserk state. Could he, as a 2S level merchant who had not exercised in a long time, withstand such encounter? In that moment, he felt an urge to dissuade Xing Yinla from associating with Xing Nuo any longer, fearing she might learn this technique. Yet, observing Xing Yinla's exhilarated expression, he swallowed his words. Rubbing his temples, he remarked, Wife, let us discuss this later. We should return. With that, he lifted Xing Yinla and jumped down from the second floor. The stairwell was congested with individuals who had just fled, making passage troublesome. As Bai Xiaoyuan and Xing Yinla departed, the once quiet second floor erupted into chaos. Chapter 57. What kind of life did the third prince live? A young female voice cried out, Did I just see incorrectly? That small female managed to incapacitate a 3S level male beast man. Truly, the infamous Xing Nuo is astonishing. How is this possible? The Jiaolong is a 3S level beast man. Could it be that General Yuan intervened? No, I only saw General Yuan grabbing the Jiaolong's tail. I did not observe any other offensive maneuvers. This completely shatters my understanding of reality. That small female, even if she retains S-level mental energy, she is still a small female. This is unbelievable. I feel as though I'm still dreaming. However, that move was undeniably fierce. I refuse to believe there isn't some personal vendetta involved. Certainly, for someone like the third prince, a harsher approach is warranted. I cannot even fathom the kind of life he must have led before. In an instant, the males present shivered at the thought. Should they be struck in a similar manner, they could very well meet their demise. Meanwhile, at the Royal Hospital, Dr. Ryan stared at the report in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words to describe his feelings. A sudden pang of anxiety struck the queen. What has happened? Is it severe? Can he revert to his human form? The previous frenzy had been too intense, and she genuinely feared that Lin Yechi might not awaken. In such a case, he would be reduced to a mindless beast. A sense of sorrow enveloped her heart. Even a noble lineage like that of the Jiaolong, possessing a sacred bloodline, could not escape such tragedies. Dr. Ryan exhaled deeply. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. The third prince has merely fainted due to temporary exhaustion. The queen pressed further. What about his rage level? Can he maintain it? Ryan replied. Currently, the rage level of the third prince is 94 points. The queen felt a slight relief, but the next moment she froze, incredulously asking, How much? Ryan clarified, 94, which is a decrease of 5 points compared to the last assessment. We are still investigating the cause of this reduction. The queen felt momentarily dazed. She had not sought the comfort of other females. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan continued, This rage level may be related to the attack from the Xing Nuo female. A surge of frustration surged within the queen. What did Ryan mean by that? Surely, he could not imply that Xing Nuo's strike had somehow alleviated Lin Yechi's rage level. Observing the queen's expression, Ryan realized her thoughts and quickly added, "Your Majesty, we suspect that the Xing Nuo female may have awakened a special ability. There are signs that the third prince's body has been electrocuted." The queen narrowed her eyes, suddenly recalling Xing Yinla. Ever since the last adult awakening ceremony, the news of Xing Yinla awakening water-based abilities had spread throughout the entire Empire Star. Moreover, Xing Yinla shared a close relationship with Xing Nuo. Could it be that Xing Nuo had also awakened some abilities? Gazing at Lin Yechi in the treatment room, she found herself hesitating. A single strike could reduce the rage level by 5 points. If this were true, it would indicate that Xing Nuo's level remained at S rank, rather than the D rank presented by the Female Protection Association. A wave of indignation surged within her. How dare the Female Protection Association, established by the previous queen, lay hands on a young female? Was this yet another scheme orchestrated by that lunatic faction known as the Shadows? A murderous intent flickered in the queen's eyes. This matter must remain confidential. Keep a close watch on Yechi and report any issues to me immediately. Ryan promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. The queen turned and walked outside. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming had returned home with Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaoyuan plopped down onto the sofa, placing Xing Nuo on his lap. "My dear wife, was your attack on that vile creature also an awakened ability?" He distinctly sensed the electric power emanating from Lin Yechi, which was certainly not his own. Xing Nuo, recalling the system prompt from earlier, felt a wave of unease. "I think I may have caused trouble." Lu Ming chuckled in reassurance. "It's nothing to worry about. When he beastified and attacked you, you were merely defending yourself. Even if he hadn't attacked, you were his wife and have the right to discipline him." "No," Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. "I used the lightning ability, but since it was my first time, my mental energy wasn't too well coordinated. So, it might have inadvertently calmed him down." A blush of embarrassment crept onto her face. It was truly mortifying. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Bai Xiaoyuan, both astonished. They were aware that Xing Nuo had awakened water-based energy, but to discover she had also awakened lightning energy was unexpected. Could a young female truly awaken two types of energy? Bai Xiaoyuan was not surprised. He had understood the principle when Xing Nuo used her ice spear, utilizing her mental energy to draw in the energy from the air and transform it into the corresponding attribute. If the transformation was incomplete, it would naturally incorporate some raw mental energy. However, other attributes like water, ice, and earth were types of physical attacks that would not penetrate the body, thus not causing any other effects. In contrast, lightning could instantly invade the body, and simultaneously, the raw mental energy would manifest its original calming abilities. Xing Nuo poked him playfully. "What should we do now? Is my ability exposed?" Bai Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Although the electric attack on that vile creature may not be outwardly visible, precise medical equipment could still detect the issue. However, there is no need for concern. The higher-ups will maintain confidentiality. Lu Ming settled beside them. "This is not a grave matter. Given this situation, the royal family will likely not insist on your divorce." Xing Nuo felt a twinge of anxiety. "Is it really fine? I did knock him unconscious in public." Lu Ming chuckled lightly. He brought upon himself. "Even if this incident were to surface online, no one would blame you." Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. "He had attacked so many young females. He deserves what he gets." At that gathering, there were countless young females frightened by his actions. Lu Ming concurred. Regardless of the reason, causing a beast form to scare young females is a significant issue. Xing Nuo recalled that Bai Xiaoyuan had once been punished for scaring her into unconsciousness. Will this lead to severe penalties? Bai Xiaoyuan gently ruffled her hair. "He is, after all, the third prince. His life is not in danger. This incident may turn out to be a blessing in disguise for Lin Yechi." As Xing Nuo managed to calm him somewhat, a sigh of relief escaped Xing Nuo. "That is a relief." Bai Xiaoyuan gently held her hand, placing it on his collarbone. "My dear wife, please demonstrate that lightning technique on me." "Ah," Xing Nuo gasped, withdrawing her hand. "Don't joke around. That is an attack skill. It is a serious attack skill." Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. "I understand. I merely wish to test its power. Considering how you knocked Lin Yechi unconscious with one strike, the technique must possess considerable strength." Xing Nuo felt exasperated. "Are you a masochist?" Why do you insist on testing it? Chapter 58. This technique of mine is truly an attack skill. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled. My dear wife, I can clearly sense your mental energy. Thus, I can assist you in assessing the power and proficiency of the technique. Xing Nuo turned her head away. I don't need such testing. I can practice it on my own. The initial mental energy required for the Zidian longing technique is 16 points. With insufficient initial mental energy, the remainder is utilized to enhance the upper limit of mental energy, leaving her little opportunity to practice the skill. Lu Ming patiently encouraged her. My dear wife, Bai Yuan has exceptional physical qualities. As long as you exercise a bit of control, you won't be harmed. Bai Xiaoyuan once again placed her hand on his collarbone. My dear wife, the power of this technique should depend on the amount of mental energy you utilize, correct? I did not understand you. Seeing his persistence, Xing Nuo reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I will give it a try. This technique is called Zidian Longying, and I usually use it in conjunction with the whip. In a moment of urgency, I channel as much mental energy as I can, at least tenfold. Lightning began to coalesce in her hand, forming a faint, ethereal shadow. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, instantly enveloping him. The power of the current was minimal. It was intertwined with a hint of mental energy, causing his muscles, already tense from the electric charge, to relax swiftly. The mental energy, guided by the lightning, spread throughout his entire body. It is worth noting that even when Xing Nuo had comforted them by placing her forehead against theirs, the mental energy had only calmed their spiritual seas, not their bodies. Bai Xiaoyuan gasped lightly. The relaxation of his muscles after the lightning surged made him feel utterly supple. Xing Nuo hastily halted her actions, a touch of anxiety creeping in. Are you all right? Lu Ming, please check on him. She was momentarily bewildered. She had only used around 16 points of mental energy. How could the effect be so remarkable? Lu Ming quickly retrieved the instrument for examination. Bai Xiaoyuan wrapped his arms around Xing Nuo's waist, preventing her from leaving. My dear wife, I want more. Huh? Xing Nuo was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Your condition seems unusual. Bai Xiaoyuan gasped lightly, earnestly stating, just now, it felt incredibly pleasant. He even experienced a sensation of being completely rejuvenated. Xing Nuo's initial concerns swiftly evaporated, replaced by a surge of indignation. How dare you humiliate me like this? Her Zidian longing was an offensive skill, undoubtedly an offensive skill. Lu Ming, taken aback, inquired, comfortable? What is the situation? Bai Xiaoyuan, regaining his composure, replied, I feel as though my entire being is enveloped by mental energy, nourished from within. Xing Nuo puffed up her cheeks, declaring, I will soon master this. The system had assured her that with heightened proficiency, she could freely adjust the ratio of mental energy to lightning. When that time came, she would transform it entirely into lightning and electrify them. Lu Ming, intrigued, asked, May I give it a try? Xing Nuo, with a pained expression, looked at him reproachfully. This is indeed an offensive skill. We are aware, Lu Ming chuckled, wife. If this type of skill reaches a high proficiency, it should also allow for ratio adjustments. You can use us as subjects for experimentation. Their generosity did little to lift Xing Nuo's spirits. There's no way that could be. Bai Xiaoyuan squeezed her wrist, urging wife do it again. Reluctantly, Xing Nuo placed her hands on his shoulders and infused him with lightning once more, this time intentionally adjusting her mental energy, increasing its proportion while decreasing the amount of lightning. Bai Xiaoyuan's previously calmed breaths resurfaced, a gentle yet intense energy coursing through his body. Every cell tingled with a delightful numbness. He trembled slightly, his chest heaving with fervor. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming illusion that his heat cycle had arrived. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace, burying his face in her neck. Wife, once more. I crave more. This was the first time Xing Nuo encountered such a side of Bai Xiaoyuan, leaving her momentarily at a loss as she glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed the data on the holographic screen. Wife, Yuan is perfectly fine. He has sustained no harm. We can continue. I will monitor closely. Seeing that there was indeed no harm, Xing Nuo resumed her task. Since they had encouraged her to experiment, and there was no risk involved, She decided to proceed without further hesitation. Drawing upon her past experiences, she diligently practiced the process of converting mental energy into lightning. Her control over mental energy posed no significant issues. However, she lacked a clear understanding of lightning conversion. As she practiced, she began to grasp it better. However, Bai Xiaoyuan's condition was not as favorable. His limbs sprawled, his body limp like a noodle. His once steel-like arms now hung weakly, and his eyes reflected a dazed expression. Xing Nuo awkwardly chuckled. It seems I may have overdone it. Lu Ming retracted the holographic screen. His life signs are stable. A brief rest will suffice. The information revealed that Bai Xiaoyuan was in no danger, merely experiencing heightened excitement, and with his recovery capabilities, he would be back to normal in 10 minutes. Xing Nuo scratched her face, then I will go rest for a bit. Lu Ming walked alongside her. Allow me to help you remove your makeup. Surprised, Xing Nuo asked, You know how to do that? Lu Ming replied with a smile. I learned in school. Xing Nuo found herself somewhat impressed. Your school truly teaches everything. Nonetheless, she insisted, I can handle it myself. You should take care of Ah Yuan. He needs more attention in his current state. Lu Ming reassured her wife. He is guarded by his personal attendants outside. It is quite safe here. Reluctantly, Xing Nuo sat before the vanity, watching as Lu Ming delicately remove her makeup, skillfully undoing her hairpins. The entire process was so proficient that it left her astonished. By the time he had washed her hair and dried it, she marveled at his professionalism. After indulging in a hot bath, Xing Nuo languidly sprawled on the bed, her long tail dangling off the edge, occasionally twitching. System, why hasn't my mental energy limit increased this time? She had expended a considerable amount of mental energy using Zidian Longying, totaling over 600 points. Even with the lightning ratio, she should have gained at least some increase in her mental energy limit. Host, only by merging your mental energy with the recipient's mental consciousness can you increase your mental energy limit. You are currently using your mental energy to soothe his body, which does not yield an increase in mental energy. All right then, are you not curious about what this increase entails? Is there a surprise? Indeed, however, this function is intended for use with the exclusive divine statue. By soothing the recipient's body with mental energy, you can enhance the absorption speed of awakening energy, ultimately achieving a rapid increase in physical strength. In simpler terms, soothing mental energy enhances mental energy, while soothing the body boosts physical strength, correct? Precisely, host. Do your best. Chapter 59. The Females Protection Association comes to apologize. I still have no idea when I can exchange for the divine statue. The statue requires 100 purification points, and my current purification value is merely in single digits. An exclusive divine statue? Does that mean I must first exchange for the Bai Hu statue to gain energy by soothing Bai Xiaoyuan's body? Yes. The system recommends that you first exchange for the Bai Hu statue, especially since you have two Bai Hu husbands. Xing Nuo felt a bit disheartened. I had initially planned to exchange for the Nuo statue. Both are excellent options. It ultimately depends on your preference. However, in terms of functionality, the Nuo statue offers a more comprehensive array of benefits. Resting her chin on her hand, Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment. Well, I suppose I shall cross that bridge when I come to it. The main issue was that she currently had no purification points, so overthinking would only lead to unnecessary worry. After yawning, she sank into a deep slumber. The next morning, Xing Nuo rose from her bed, stretching her neck and waist, performing a few warm-up exercises. Changing into a set of athletic wear, she sashayed to the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, she realized she was in her human form. Quickly, she kicked her legs to the sides and opened the door, striding out of the room. Recently, her time in serpent form had been extended, and she often found herself walking in the wrong mode. Lu Ming stood by the door, bowing to her. Wife, good morning. Good morning, Xing Nuo waved to him. Are we heading to Lan Baoxing today? Is there anything else to pack? I can help. Lu Ming smiled, wife. Members of the Females Protection Association have arrived. Xing Nuo raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze toward the living room. There she spotted Bai Xiaoyuan seated on the sofa, with two young members of the Females Protection Association across from him. The two members huddled together, visibly trembling, their smiles more akin to grimaces. Lu Ming extended his hand, guiding her into the living room. Upon her arrival, the three seated individuals rose to their feet. Bai Xiaoyuan pulled Xing Nuo beside him. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Xing Nuo chuckled. Aren't we heading to Lanbao Xing today? I thought waking up early might allow me to help a bit. Lu Ming settled beside her. We have everything covered. Bai Xiaoyuan added. We wouldn't let you exert yourself. I have already made arrangements. Once we depart, we will package all of your belongings to take back. He had no intention of allowing anyone else to use Xing Nuo's possessions. The two members of the Females Protection Association bowed deeply to Xing Nuo. Performing a formal 90-degree salute, Xing Nuo, I am Miao Dong, a director of the Females Protection Association. On behalf of the association, I sincerely apologize to you. Xing Nuo reclined lazily against the sofa's backrest. Oh, and then? Miao Dong produced a document and handed it to her. This is the latest welfare package from the Females Protection Association. Lu Ming took the document from him, quickly scanning its contents. Monthly welfare has been increased from 1 million star coins to 10 million. 2 additional mansions will be provided. You may choose from those within the Imperial Star system. These benefits cannot be revoked by anyone. Xing Nuo was perplexed. I am merely a half-beast. According to their customs, half-beasts hold little status. Why will my welfare suddenly see such a dramatic increase, let alone a 10-fold one? Miao Dong quickly expressed his apologies, stating, I am truly sorry for the previous matters. We caused you trouble without conducting an investigation. I sincerely apologize. Following this, he performed a deep bow at a 90-degree angle. Xing Nuo gestured for him to stop, saying, Please sit down and elaborate. It is indeed true that I am a half-beast. Why have you suddenly enhanced the benefits? Miao Dong promptly seated himself on the sofa, straightening his posture and placing his hands on his knees. Xing Nuo, you subdued the rampaging third prince and saved countless A-grade females. You rightly deserve these benefits. Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head, adding, Your situation has spread online. Xing Nuo felt somewhat helpless. Well then, please accept these benefits. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly snatched the document from Lu Ming's hands and placed it in Xing Nuo's. Are you still planning to visit Lanbao Xing? Xing Nuo nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Lu Ming remarked, The wife has already consented. Do you have any further matters? Miao Dong's expression brightened, surprised at how simple the situation had become. He had prepared himself for a severe scolding before setting off. Thank you. He straightened his body again and bowed deeply. Xing Nuo, now with a furrowed brow, replied, There is no need for such grand gestures. If there is nothing else, you may leave. We still need to move. Miao Dong's previously joyful expression momentarily stiffened. You're moving? Does she still refuse to accept the new benefits? Xing Nuo confirmed, yes. We have already made arrangements over there and will not alter our plans for now. Lu Ming understood Miao Dong's concerns. This house will serve as a temporary residence. Miao Dong quickly bowed in acknowledgement and opened his holographic device, revealing a map on the screen. This is the current estate owned by the Female Protection Association. You may choose any with light points. Xing Nuo gazed at the densely packed light points, momentarily astonished. There are so many. A hint of sorrow flickered in Miao Dong's eyes. In the past, these could all be fully occupied, but now they are merely light points. After a lengthy observation, Xing Nuo, unfamiliar with the surroundings, stated, I would prefer a place with more open land, even if it is all barren. Miao Dong appeared puzzled, however. Areas with more open land tend to be more remote, which may lead to inconveniences. Xing Nuo replied firmly, It does not matter. After all, this house is in a prime location. The other houses can be anywhere. Miao Dong considered this, realizing that the house located in the center of Dixing was indeed quite exceptional. He worried that she intended to use the other locations for different purposes. He clicked on the holographic device. This location is rather remote, but the area is larger, approximately 50 square kilometers, featuring a 3.5-story building with an 80 square meter footprint. If you choose to reside there, we can assist you in constructing another building free of charge. Xing Nuo blinked, noting that it was indeed quite substantial. Ming, what do you think of this? Lu Ming nodded. While this location is somewhat isolated, the water resources are excellent, along with the mountainous terrain. It was previously intended for a young female of the Tiger clan. Xing Nuo declared, Then I shall take this one. This location should be suitable for farming. Miao Dong quickly marked it. Xing Nuo, I have heard you plan to open a small shop. Are you considering this place as the site? If so, we can help you set up a nearby delivery point for direct access. Xing Nuo scratched her head. That seems feasible, but there is no rush. Growing things to sell cannot be accomplished in a short time. Chapto Siti Adivan Atlan Baosing. Miao Dong nodded eagerly. Do you have any requirements for the second estate? Xing Nuo shook her head. Let us not choose for now. We can discuss it later if needed. Miao Dong bowed respectfully. Understood. You may visit the Female Protection Association anytime to select a new residence. With matters settled, Miao Dong took his leave. As he exited, he couldn't help but feel perplexed, wondering if he had completed his task or not. Xing Nuo had accepted the new benefits, yet they still needed to move. If word got out that they had forced other protected females to leave Dixing, the Female Protection Association would likely struggle to operate. He was suddenly overwhelmed with a headache. In contrast to their troubles, Xing Nuo and her companions were far more relaxed. They packed a few essentials and boarded the vessel bound for Lanbaoxing. The three arrived at Lanbaoxing, where they beheld a series of circular structures perched upon elevated ground. The perimeter of the complex was encircled by nearly 1,000 meters of open land. A light blue energy shield enveloped the entire cluster of buildings, giving the impression of a hemispherical castle. Upon landing, Xing Nuo frequently surveyed her surroundings. The buildings exhibited a robust architectural style, predominantly composed of gray metallic materials, occasionally shimmering with energy ripples. Unsure, Xing Nuo inquired, those small structures aren't all weapon launch pads, are they? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. Indeed, those are anti-aircraft gun emplacements. Xing Nuo fell silent, realizing why Lu Ming had previously said this place was unsuitable for habitation. Bai Xiaoyuan, tense, whispered, if you do not like them, I can arrange for their removal. Xing Nuo hastily shook her head. No. Why would we demolish them? It is beneficial to keep them. I was previously concerned about someone stealing what we grow. With these in place, I can feel much more secure. Bai Xiaoyuan finally exhaled in relief. As long as you are happy. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Actually, I would quite like to learn how to use these new weapons. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled. That's simple. I will teach you later. He naturally wished for Xing Nuo to possess more means of self-defense. While her abilities were formidable, they would not hold much against such weaponry. Thank you. Xing Nuo embraced him, feeling elated as she surveyed the area. But where shall we cultivate our crops? Lu Ming chuckled. We have already constructed a temperature-controlled room at the estate. We will start planting there for now. Xing Nuo suggested, let us go take a look. Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming readily agreed, leaving other matters to the robotic steward. Their task for the day was to familiarize Xing Nuo with the surroundings. Upon arriving at the temperature-controlled room, Xing Nuo's expression shifted slightly. Their so-called temperature-controlled room spanned nearly 500 meters in length and 20 meters in width. This was hardly a mere room. However, such a facility was perfect for her needs. The temperature-controlled room featured adjustable partitions every 3 meters, alleviating concerns about cross-contamination of scents. Most importantly, each partition had independent temperature and lighting controls. Lu Ming observed Xing Nuo excitedly exploring the temperature-controlled room, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. I never expected the wife to enjoy this so much. Bai Xiaoyuan also wore a smile. Indeed, we can build more of these in the future. Lu Ming nodded. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at him. I believe the wife knows more about ancient crops than you do. If you have any uncertainties, you may ask her. Had he uttered those words earlier, Bai Xiaoyuan would have found it hard to believe himself. Yet now, he genuinely felt that way. In terms of cultivating ancient crops, Lu Ming truly did not measure up to Xing Nuo. Lu Ming replied, yes, I will. Moving from one end of the temperature-controlled room to the other and back again. Xing Nuo had already acquired a notebook. The notes contained a simple diagram of a rectangular grid, constantly planning the types of crops for each section in her mind. She determined that the area closest to their residence could be dedicated to vegetables such as water spinach, cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants. Further away, she could plant smaller fruit trees like strawberries, blueberries, wild strawberries, and kumquats. Lu Ming wiped the sweat from her brow. There is no need to rush with the planning. There will be plenty of time later. Xing Nuo excitedly asked, will we also be able to open a ranch in the future? If large-scale crop cultivation is to be pursued in the future, it is imperative to manage the byproducts as well, such as corn stalks and sweet potato vines. This environment is vastly different from a farm space, where the remnants of harvested plants are absorbed by the system to enhance soil fertility. Outside, alternative methods must be employed. Lu Ming inquired, what do you plan to raise? Xing Nuo pondered briefly, perhaps chickens, cows, and pigs. Lu Ming sighed with relief. That's manageable. Xiao Yuan leaned in closer. Wife, what do you intend to plant? The blue roses. Among these ancient crops, he was particularly interested in this one. Xing Nuo scratched her head. Actually, it's not easy to cultivate. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. A yuan. It seems we'll have to wait for the blue roses. Xiao Yuan replied, that's fine. We can take our time. Xing Nuo pointed at the boxes in her notes. For flowers, I plan to plant them at the back. I will also raise stone bees back there. Lu Ming frowned slightly. That one do. If the stone bees manage to fly through the partitions, you'll be in danger. I will find another location for them. Just because stone bees have low attack power does not mean they won't attack humans. Xing Nuo gestured towards the long corridor, but there are so many partitions in between. They shouldn't be able to pass through all of them. Xiao Yuan contemplated for a moment. Raising them there is acceptable, but you must wear protective gear every time you go there. Xing Nuo responded, that's not an issue. I originally intended to custom make a few sets of special bee-proof clothing. Xiao Yuan said, we will arrange for the bee-proof clothing until the outfits arrive. You must not approach the apiary. Xing Nuo quickly nodded in agreement. That's no problem. Lu Ming exhaled slightly. It's getting late. We should return home. The group meandered back to their residence. Having previously studied the renovations, Xing Nuo felt a sense of familiarity despite it being her first visit. She stretched her tail and flopped onto the oversized sofa, draping her tail over the armrest, her eyes comfortably squinting. After wandering outside for so long, she was indeed quite fatigued. Xiao Yuan sat down beside her, unconsciously resting his hand on her serpentine tail. Wife, are you tired? Would you like to soak in a hot spring? Lu Ming activated his holographic device, confirming the information before softly saying, in about half an hour, we can go. Chapter 61. Shameless. I've yet to let my wife see it. They had also made modifications to the hot spring pool, establishing a shallow water area and enlarging the hot spring size. The renovations were complete, but a final check of the ingredients was still required. Xing Nuo hugged a cushion and quickly responded, all right, I will prepare some things. Xiao Yuan offered, I will escort you back to your room. No need, Xing Nuo said, springing up from the sofa and rushing toward her room. Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Why does it seem that after physical training, my wife has grown increasingly averse to being held? Lu Ming shot him a glance. She never liked it much to begin with. You were the one who always initiated it. Xiao Yuan turned his head. At least she hasn't rejected me. Lu Ming ignored him and began inspecting the kitchen equipment, placing previously purchased machines in the available spaces. Xiao Yuan expressed interest. Is my wife planning to open a small shop? Has this equipment been authorized? The machine before them was the beef jerky maker from before. The jerky produced was tender, making it suitable for small females and perfect for sale. Lu Ming nodded. The contract has already been signed. Anything we produce will not concern them. Xiao Yuan casually grabbed a piece of beef jerky and began to nibble on it. Lu Ming looked at him with disdain. Aren't you fond of eating it raw? Xiao Yuan retorted, I'm not savage. Don't slander me in front of my wife. Meanwhile, Xing Nuo transformed back into her human legs and hurried towards her room. In her current state, climbing the stairs with a serpentine tail was rather challenging. Excitedly, she flung open the door, only to freeze in place the next moment. A robust man stood in her room, casually wrapped in a short bath towel, his skin unnaturally pale, revealing faint veins beneath. He was drying his hair with a towel, and upon noticing her entrance, his movements halted. Instinctively, he adjusted his towel, a hint of pink spreading across his skin, rapidly coloring his face. In astonishment, Xing Nuo gasped and slammed the door shut, swiftly darting downstairs. Hearing her scream, Xiao Yuan rushed over and caught her in his arms. Wife, what happened? Gripping his shirt tightly, fearful of being thrown away during any sudden movements, she pointed at the door behind her. There's a man, a red one, no? A pink one. By Xiaoyuan promptly placed her in Lu Ming's embrace before kicking the door open. He immediately spotted the man who had let his towel fall. Shameless. I haven't even let my wife see it. By Xiaoyuan bellowed, launching a kick at the intruder. Bai Xiaozha's expression changed as he instinctively raised his hands in defense. The impact resounded as Bai Xiaozha crashed against the window, shattering it and propelling him out of the room. Bai Xiaoyuan followed closely. You'll pay for this. Bai Xiaozha, flustered, conjured a set of clothing to cover himself. What is your problem? He blocked Bai Xiaoyuan's incoming kick, feeling an unexpected heaviness in his arms. Bai Xiaozha was taken aback. Having fought with Bai Xiaoyuan since childhood, he was well aware of his brother's strength. However, after a few months without conflict, Bai Xiaoyuan's power had evidently escalated significantly. Just from that one kick, his arms had already grown numb. He quickly shifted his strategy to focus on evasion, suspecting that Bai Xiaoyuan might have reached a state of fury. Lu Ming, what is his fury level? Lu Ming stood by the window, observing the battle below, chuckling. It's already at 0. How is that possible? Bai Xiaozha exclaimed in surprise, just as an attack came his way. He hurriedly refocused and dodged. Now he finally understood the implication of Bai Xiaoyuan's message. Wife is doing splendidly. He felt an urge to curse. How could he encapsulate the situation with such a phrase? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that the wife could soothe a 3S level male beast? Shouldn't it highlight that she was willing to comfort them? If he hadn't temporarily stayed here, would Bai Xiaoyuan have kept him in the dark? Growing increasingly irate, he retaliated. To his shock, Bai Xiaoyuan's strength and energy management had both seen considerable improvement, almost to the point of being in a state of frenzy. Xing Nuo appeared through an undamaged window. Her curiosity piqued. Is that Bai Xiaozha? Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Yes, it appears he came here for a brief respite after returning from the front lines. Xing Nuo's mind began to conjure images of Bai Xiaozha. He and Bai Xiaoyuan were twin brothers. However, Bai Xiaozha was a mutated white tiger, while Bai Xiaoyuan was a mutated azure tiger. They bore a striking resemblance, though Bai Xiaozha was relatively leaner compared to Bai Xiaoyuan. Their most notable distinction lay in their skin tone. While Bai Xiaoyuan's complexion was fair, it exuded a healthy glow akin to a creamy white. Bai Xiaozha, with his pallid complexion, appeared almost sickly white. Were it not for the commotion of combat below, one might suspect he was afflicted with a terminal illness. Perhaps due to this unusual hue, Bai Xiaozha consistently wore a mask in public, which momentarily caused Xing Nuo to fail to recognize him. Letting out a breath, she remarked that she had indeed been startled. Lu Ming produced a device for remote scanning, and Xing Nuo curiously leaned in, observing 2 data graphs on the display. One was relatively stable, while the other resembled the tumultuous fluctuations of a roller coaster. What is this? Xing Nuo inquired softly. This is a comprehensive detector, Lu Ming explained. The graph on the left belongs to a yuan, and the one on the right is a zays. Xing Nuo blinked, concern creeping into her voice. Looking at this data, is Bai Xiaozha in critical condition? Lu Ming pointed to a rapidly oscillating red line, stating, this indicates the rage level, which, with his energy fluctuations, is approaching a critical threshold. Worry washed over Xing Nuo as she urged, we must make them stop. If he truly loses control, the transformation of beastmen into mindless creatures due to rage value surges was irreversible. After scrutinizing the readings for a moment, Lu Ming felt a modicum of relief. Fortunately, it's only at 98 points. Xing Nuo rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling speechless. Since when had Lu Ming appeared so nonchalant in the face of high rage values? With a smile, Lu Ming replied, I have confidence in my wife. Even a rage value of 99 is trivial before her, so 98 points is certainly manageable. He trusted Bai Xiaoyuan would not allow the situation to spiral out of control. Shifting her attention to the battle below, Xing Nuo noted that their fighting style was vigorous and engaging, delivering an exhilarating spectacle. From the storage, she retrieved a small bag of sunflower seeds, offering a handful to Lu Ming while casually cracking them open. How long do you think they will fight? She asked. Based on their past habits, it would likely last around half an hour. Lu Ming, distracted by the seeds, noticed they were roasted, emitting a complex aroma. He looked over at Xing Nuo, who was fixated on the outside, occasionally cracking a seed between her front teeth and discarding the shells into a small paper box. It was soon filled with empty shells. He took a seed, mimicking her actions, but regrettably, the shell shattered completely upon biting. The flavor lingered on his palate, prompting him to chew a few more, swallowing both the shell and the seed. By the time Xing Nuo turned back, he had already consumed a dozen seeds. Xing Nuo stared at him wide-eyed, extending the paper box from the windowsill. "You need to spit out the shells." A wave of regret hit her. She realized she had not informed him about the nature of the seeds, especially in a world where knowledge of plants was limited. Lu Ming popped another seed into his mouth, asking, "Is it poisonous?" He doubted it was toxic, or else Xing Nuo would not have offered it so freely. With a pained expression, she hesitantly replied, "Don't you find the shells hard and abrasive, with little flavor?" Lu Ming pondered, "Not really. I think the flavor is predominantly in the shell." There was some truth to his statement, leaving Xing Nuo unable to counter it. After all, her seeds were roasted in their shells, enhancing their flavor. Examining the seeds, Lu Ming wondered, "Is this indeed a sunflower seed?" Xing Nuo nodded, and seeing his enjoyment, she did not discourage him. "These are 5-spice sunflower seeds." Lu Ming furrowed his brow. "I recall reading that these are typically food for hamsters." "Indeed, but humans can eat them too. They are perfect for passing the time," Xing Nuo answered. Lu Ming imitated her, cracking a seed. It was true that, like Xing Nuo, he could nibble just a bit, and even if he consumed more, it would not satisfy his hunger, yet he could still relish the act of eating. As they continued to crack seeds, Xing Nuo remarked, "Sunflowers are quite beautiful, and we can save the seeds. We should plant some in the future." Lu Ming smiled gently. "Indeed, and you'll have to teach me how to cultivate them." With a shy smile, Xing Nuo admitted, "I'm not very professional in planting either." Although she had studied some cultivation techniques, much of her success relied on the farm space, given the sheer volume of plants she tended. Lu Ming reassured her, "I understand. We can take our time to explore this together." Xing Nuo nodded, knowing the temperature-controlled room would allow them to research their favorite crops at leisure. After a moment's thought, she handed Lu Ming a handful of roasted pumpkin seeds. The shells were softer than sunflower seeds, making them easier to eat without discomfort. After a brief period of cracking seeds, Bai Xiao Yuan flew up, carrying Bai Xiaozi. Xing Nuo gasped at the sight. Bai Xiaozi's face was grotesquely swollen, his eyes resembling that of a raccoon, and his entire body was bound by a metallic chain, rendering him immobile. "What a brutal display!" she exclaimed. Bai Xiao Yuan set him down, saying, "A Ming, he is in your hands now." Lu Ming sighed wearily. "Could you not have eased up a bit?" "You had previously assured Xing Nuo." Bai Xiao Yuan flexed his wrist. "I've made significant progress lately. I needed someone to spar with." Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief, approaching Bai Xiaozi, channeling energy to commence treatment. Xing Nuo, intrigued, knelt by Bai Xiaozi's side, stating, "Let me help reduce his rage level first." Placing her palm on his forehead, she unleashed a wave of energy and mental power, calming rage level by 1 point, gaining purification value of 1 point. Overall soul fusion degree, 2485. Xing Nuo smiled subtly. It seemed her recent advancements allowed her to gain purification value without the need for direct contact. With this thought in mind, she intensified her mental output. Bai Xiaozi slowly opened his eyes, meeting Xing Nuo's gaze as she pressed her hand against his forehead. Waves of mental energy flowed into his body, soothing the tumultuous energy within him. In a daze, he envisioned himself in a small bamboo grove, where a waterfall the size of a pipe cascaded from deep within, flowing into a clear spring. A raindrop splashed onto his face, followed by an increasing shower, enveloping the grove in mist. The fog danced like smoke, painting a serene picture. With his eyes closed, Bai Xiaozi felt all his pores open. Time seemed to blur until he gradually returned to consciousness, realizing he was lying on a bed. Lu Ming had retracted his healing apparatus, calmly stating, "Your injuries have been addressed. Your rage level has been reset to 0. You can rest easy now, having spent years on the front lines." Bai Xiaozi's hidden wounds could not be healed instantaneously. With disbelief, he activated his light brain, where the clear 0 flashed before his eyes. Reflecting on his earlier experiences, he hesitantly asked, "So my wife can soothe without mating?" Lu Ming nodded slightly, "Yes. This is known only to a few of us. If you ever decide to divorce, please keep this confidential. Bai Xiaozi was momentarily speechless. When had he ever spoken of divorce? I'm not like that brat Lin Yechi. Lu Ming's tone softened. What would you like to eat tonight? Bai Xiaozi straightened up, moving slightly. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Lu Ming tidied up his belongings and stepped outside. Bai Xiaozi took a refreshing bath and changed into comfortable home attire before slowly exiting his room. As he reached the staircase, his movements came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 63. Has your condition flared up again? In the living room, Xing Nuo was perched on by Xiao Yuan's lap, their foreheads touching as if engaged in a soothing ritual. To his astonishment, Bai Xiaoyuan was in a half-beast state, a pair of animal ears twitching intermittently. Bai Xiaozi felt perplexed. Had not Bai Xiaoyuan's rage level been reset? It was neither the mating season, so why the need for comfort? Xing Nuo paused her actions and glanced up at him. You're awake? Bai Xiaozi bowed slightly. Thank you, my lady. Xing Nuo smiled shyly. No need for formality. You must be aware of my soothing process. If you ever require it, feel free to seek my assistance. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Xiaozi's eyes. This was not the sort of thing Xing Nuo would typically say. He nodded faintly. Indeed. Afterward, he settled onto the sofa across from them. Bai Xiaoyuan pinched Xing Nuo's cheek in mild discontent. My lady, focus is essential during cultivation. Xing Nuo swiftly retrieved her face from his grasp. Stop it. There's no rush with cultivation. She quickly slid off him and sat beside him. Bai Xiaoyuan shot a glare at Bai Xiaozi. What brings you here? Have you also ventured in my lady's room? Bai Xiaozi poured himself a glass of nutritional liquid and replied nonchalantly, My room is under renovation. I sought the master bedroom. Previously, the master bedroom had always been Bai Xiaoyuan's domain, so he thought little of it. He was taken aback to discover it had now been given to Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. You'll cover the repair costs. Bai Xiaozi retorted. Was it not you who caused the damage? Bai Xiaoyuan countered. You trespassed. I acted in self-defense. Bai Xiaozi took a sip of the nutritional liquid. Very well. Bai Xiaoyuan continued. I have dismantled all other rooms. You can either sleep with Lu Ming or return to the Imperial Star. Bai Xiaozi stared at Bai Xiaoyuan, incredulous that the lad was trying to evict him. Has your condition flared up again? Bai Xiaoyuan lazily replied. This is my territory. I shall alter it as I please. I have no intention of building you a residence. Bai Xiaozi replied calmly. I can have another constructed beside it. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression soured instantly. Did I agree to that? I do not plan to allow you to stay here. Disregarding his protests, Bai Xiaozi shifted the topic. What transpired at the royal banquet? The incident where Xing Nuo had struck Lin Yechi unconscious had become widely discussed across the Imperial Star. Initially, he had assumed it was a coincidental collaboration between Bai Xiaoyuan and Xing Nuo. Now, he speculated that Lin Yechi had indeed been knocked out by Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. What else could it be? My lady knocked him out. Bai Xiaozi turned to Xing Nuo, noticing a hint of embarrassment on her face. With uncertainty, he asked, Did you employ your mental power during the attack? He was certain that Xing Nuo's whip had always been a physical attack. After all, he had endured his fair share of lashes, and those strikes had not been particularly potent, unless she had utilized a mental projection technique similar to before. Xing Nuo nodded shyly. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed again. That brat had it coming for daring to assault my lady. The most frustrating part was that it was during her debut use of the ZD Longying technique that she had unleashed it on that boy. Just the thought of it incensed him. Lu Ming brought a plate of freshly prepared beef jerky and placed it on the coffee table. My lady, this was just made. Please sample it and let me know how it tastes. This batch of beef jerky differed from the previous ones, as it contained special seasonings crafted by Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo tasted a piece, her eyes lighting up. The spicy flavor burst in her mouth, causing her to involuntarily inhale. Lu Ming, suddenly anxious, asked, Is it not to your liking? After sipping some nutritional liquid, Xing Nuo replied, It's delicious. Bai Xiaoyuan picked up a piece, wrinkling his nose. This flavor seems a bit overwhelming. Xing Nuo grabbed another piece. I added chili. It has quite a kick. Bai Xiaoyuan popped the meat into his mouth, the flavor prompting him to stick out his tongue in surprise. He quickly downed a whole tube of nutritional liquid. Xing Nuo laughed, her eyes crinkling with joy. It seems you cannot handle spicy food. What a pity, Such a delightful treat. Bai Xiaoyuan protested. I can eat it. Xing Nuo affectionately ruffled his hair. Don't push yourself. There are other flavors available. In matters like this, competitiveness is not permitted. Spicy food varies from person to person. Forcing it down could upset your stomach and ruin your taste buds. Lu Ming produced several more plates. What you just ate was moderately spicy. These are mild and slightly spicy. The slightly spicy one is the best. Xing Nuo selected a piece. This one is quite good. The spice level is just right. Even if I indulge a little, it won't cause discomfort. Bai Xiaoyuan sampled a piece and indeed found it less spicy. After one bite, he felt an urge for another. He stretched his body. Discomfort? Is that the sensation of warmth in the body? I wonder if it could awaken a fire element ability. Xing Nuo couldn't help but laugh. That's just regular chili. It couldn't possibly have such an effect. Discomfort refers to a physical state, like developing blisters in the mouth. Bai Xiaozi picked up a piece of mildly spicy beef jerky and took a small bite. Since Bai Xiaoyuan could not endure the moderately spicy jerky, he surmised he might not fare any better. After swallowing the jerky, he felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, invigorating his spirit. Xing Nuo expressed concern. You should stick to the plain flavors. It's not advisable to eat this while injured. Bai Xiaozi nodded slightly. Thank you, my lady. Something felt amiss. How could her transformation occur so rapidly in such a short time? Previously, she would carve characters on his body with a knife. And now she was worried about his health. Bai Xiaoyuan questioned, blisters mean discomfort? That's simple. Just take some specialized medicine. I've seen this condition too often. On the front lines, soldiers frequently suffered from it. Usually, it resolves itself in a few days. As long as the blisters aren't at the throat or near the chewing muscles, there's little to worry about. Jing no smilets. It's not entirely that straightforward. I've only heard of such sayings. After sampling several flavors, Bai Xiaoyuan settled on a mildly spicy beef jerky. This one is the best. The plain salted flavor was somewhat lacking, while the moderately and mildly spicy ones were overly stimulating. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. Usually, mildly spicy is sufficient. I'm well aware of my body. While I enjoy spicy food, too much is not advisable. Therefore, I initially only used moderate spice. Lu Ming felt a sense of relief. He had been worried about Xing Nuo overindulging in this new dish and causing health issues. It would be best to create this specific recipe moving forward. Chapter 64. Strength Earned Through Thought. Bai Xiaoyuan chewed on the beef jerky, somewhat displeased. My lady, are you planning to sell this? It sounded exhausting. He genuinely hoped Xing Nuo would not sell it. Such delicacies were only suitable for them. After pondering for a moment, Xing Nuo replied, I plan to teach the butler robots how to make it. They can handle production in the future. If I open a shop, the workload would be too much. It's better to train a few assistants. After all, only I possess the ancient crops. Her seasonings contained more than just chili. They included Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, star anise, cloves, cumin seeds, licorice, and more. She doubted anyone could replicate them. Upon hearing that she did not intend to make it herself, Bai Xiaoyuan ceased to press the matter. I'll have someone order a few robots. Bai Xiaozi interjected, I have 30 butler robots available. Shall I bring them over? Xing Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. How do you have so many? The learning capacity of the housekeeper robot is remarkably advanced. Possessing exceptional domestic skills right from its inception, typically, one is sufficient. Bai Xiaoyuan smirked, expressing that this fellow prefers solitude in his living space. Hence the estate is entirely managed by robots. I see. Xing Nuo murmured, given that there are 3 of us now, does that constitute a crowd? With such a disposition, it must be uncomfortable for him to reside in a military setting. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled, suggesting that it might be best to spare him the torment and allow him to return to his own estate. Bai Xiaozi regarded Bai Xiaoyuan with exasperation, convinced that the latter was being deliberately contrarian. Lu Ming, with a glimmer in his eye, remarked that aside from the basic capabilities of a housekeeper, Az's robot also boasts formidable combat prowess. Bai Xiaoyuan acknowledged this, stating that if the robot is dispatched, there is no need for human presence. Xing Nuo glanced at Bai Xiaoyuan and then at Bai Xiaozi, inquiring if there was animosity between the two. Bai Xiaozi nonchalantly picked up a piece of beef jerky, stating that while there was no real enmity, The other was simply too immature. Bai Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, warning if Bai Xiaozhe desired another beating. Bai Xiaozhe retorted calmly that Bai Xiaoyuan was relying on intellect to enhance his combat capability. Bai Xiaoyuan's ears perked up in response, interpreting the comment as a reflection of Bai Xiaozhe himself. Jing nuo loget blifuli rufing weidiao yuaners, suggesting there was no need for such bickering and proposing the construction of an additional residence so that he might occasionally enjoy a holiday there. According to their previous conversation, there was already a room for Bai Xiaozhe, and it would be unreasonable for him to lose his accommodation. Bai Xiaoyuan complied, suggesting they build another dwelling in the climate-controlled area, given that this fellow appreciates tranquility. Xing Nuo blinked. The proposed location was a fair distance from the current residence, indicating Bai Xiaoyuan was resolutely intent on pushing him away. Bai Xiaozhe shrugged, stating he would build opposite the hot spring. Bai Xiaoyuan, with a displeased expression, did not refuse further. As you wish. By the way, do bring a protective shield when you come. Bai Xiaozhe, somewhat puzzled, queried why so many shields were necessary in a place as barren as this, which had little to offer apart from the hot springs. After Bai Xiaoyuan's arrival, a 3S level protective shield had been established here, marking the highest level of protection in this realm. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked that if he suggested it, there was no need for further discussion. Bai Xiaozhe shifted his attention to Xing Nuo, asking if she intended to reside here long-term. Jing Nuo nodded angrily, questioning if it would be too much trouble. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her that there was no inconvenience. He would take care of it personally. Bai Xiaozhe shot Bai Xiaoyuan a glance before stating he would fetch 5 more. Was he planning to utilize them in the factory? Xing Nuo expressed her intention to cultivate ancient crops here, and once the scale was sufficient, to process them into various products for sale. Bai Xiaozhe, surprised, inquired if she meant sea buckthorn, the only crop known to be cultivable at present, discovered by Lu Ming. However, it was not limited to just sea buckthorn. Xing Nuo produced a platter of fruits from storage, including blueberries, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, and sugarcane, all of which were quite exceptional. The sugarcane, in particular, could yield sugar, making it ideal for desserts. Bai Xiaoyuan curiously picked up the sugarcane, savoring its subtle sweetness. Lu Ming took a small piece and bit into it, releasing a sweet juice. After chewing thoroughly, he swallowed it. Xing Nuo, suddenly anxious, urged him to spit it out, explaining that it was meant to be chewed and not swallowed whole. Bai Xiaoyuan, alarmed, asked if it was poisonous. Bai Xiao shapushed, realizing there was indeed a pit. Lu Ming chuckled, assuring Xing Nuo that his physiology differed from hers, allowing him to consume it without issue. Bai Xiaoyuan quickly comprehended, clarifying that Lu Ming was herbivorous, capable of digesting even the coarsest fibers with ease. He then popped the sugarcane into his mouth, reveling in its sweetness. Xing Nuo scratched her head, pondering the implications of their transformation into humans while retaining their innate instincts. Lu Ming nodded, suggesting that perhaps he was naturally inclined to consume such things, finding it particularly satisfying. Xing Nuo exhaled in relief, recognizing that she had already peeled the outer layer, and the sugarcane pulp seemed harmless. After finishing the sugarcane, Bai Xiaoyuan spat the residue into a bucket, exclaiming how delightful it tasted and inquiring if it was easy to cultivate. Xing Nuo, with a flourish of her hand, produced a robust piece of sugarcane, approximately 6 centimeters in diameter and nearly 5 meters long, its top enveloped in layers of leaves. Lu Ming accepted the sugarcane from her. This variety is impressive and quite sturdy. Xing Nuo beamed with pride, asserting that seeds produced by the system never failed to deliver. Pointing to the top of the sugarcane, she noted that it could be cultivated for seeds, and she would provide some cultivated specimens later, primarily to ascertain if they could serve as reserve seeds. At her behest, Bai Xiaoyuan cut off the leafy top, shaking the sugarcane in his hand. He asked how to handle the remaining portion. Xing Nuo retrieved a specially designed knife for peeling sugarcane, advising him to remove the outer skin. Bai Xiaoyuan frowned slightly, expressing concern over the potential danger of using such a tool, particularly given the hardness of the sugarcane, which could pose a challenge for someone of her delicate constitution. Bai Xiaozhe suggested having the machinery department create a specialized sugarcane peeling machine. He promptly opened his holographic interface and issued instructions to his subordinates. Such simple machinery was a matter of minutes for them. Xingnua's eyes lit up. Can you customize various machines there? Bai Xiaozhe affirmed, though the delivery time would depend on the complexity of the machine. Xingnua contemplated, stating that she was particularly in need of a sugar-making machine. She meticulously described the functions required, such as extracting juice from the sugarcane, boiling the sugar, and producing white sugar. Bai Xiaozhe noted the specifications, assuring her that it could be ready for delivery by tomorrow. So soon? Xingnua exclaimed, astonished at the rapidity of crafting a new machine. Bai Xiaozhe explained that one of the members in the machinery department had a particular fondness for creating devices with ancient functionalities. Xingnua felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing that her requirements were rooted in antiquity. Bai Xiaoyuan offered her the cut sugarcane, encouraging her to ignore Bai Xiaozhe's negativity. Xingnua took a bite, while Bai Xiaozhe also reached for a piece, savoring its fragrance and hastening his consumption. Lu Ming preserved the top piece for future use, declaring that the sugarcane was well-suited for large-scale cultivation. Xingnua affirmed that sugarcane thrives in warm, moist environments. Lu Ming noted to prepare the cultivation room in the climate-controlled area. Xingnua cautioned that there was no rush as the climate-controlled chamber lacked suitable soil, necessitating land, clearing, and composting first. Bai Xiaoyuan appeared puzzled, questioning the necessity of land, clearing, and composting, believing that growing crops was simply a matter of placing seeds in a box of soil. Xingnua confirmed that it was indeed necessary to till the land several times and incorporate fertilizer to enrich the soil for planting. She lamented the absence of chemical fertilizers here, suggesting that manure would have to suffice, while she had finished products of fertilizer stored in her farm space. It was unreasonable to rely on external crops while sourcing fertilizer from her farm. Bai Xiaoyuan hastily interjected that manure was not advisable due to potential viruses, noting that all locations strictly regulated its use. Lu Ming, equally troubled, recalled ancient texts indicating that chemical fertilizers had once existed, but the absence of ancient crops had rendered them obsolete, leading to a loss of the requisite technology. Bai Xiaozhe remarked that the name suggested it was a chemical product. He inquired if she knew its composition or if any finished products were available, believing that with current technology, they might replicate it if such materials existed. Xingnua's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have a small bag left, about 5 pounds. Can it be extracted? Under the gaze of her almost gleaming eyes, Bai Xiaozhe instinctively nodded. The specific timing depends on the components. After pondering for a moment, Xingnua replied, all right, I will place the fertilizer outside the door. You can pick it up when you have time. Lu Ming suggested, I'll contact the Research Institute and arrange for some nutrient soil to be brought over first. It's essential to study the nutritional components required for various crops. Xingnua acknowledged, right? With a flicker of her mind, she retrieved a potted plant from the warehouse. The pot contained 3 blue roses. This is the potted plant I mentioned I would give you. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together and carefully accepted it. Blue roses. Leaning closer, he took a gentle whiff of the roses, the vitality emanating from the crops bringing a moment of moisture to his eyes. His ethereal gaze became misty, resembling rippling water. Xingnua was momentarily entranced. Indeed, he looked remarkably handsome when he cried. Bai Xiaoyuan, feeling displeased, pulled Xingnua closer. Wife, is he really that good-looking? Lu Ming regained his composure, cradling the potted plant with care. Thank you, wife. Xingnua waved her hand dismissively. It's what I promised to give you. Bai Xiaoyuan shot Lu Ming a glare. Wife, I want a potted plant too. It doesn't have to be a blue rose. Understanding that blue roses were difficult to cultivate, he settled for a more attainable option. Xingnua contemplated. I do have some, but plants require regular watering. Are you sure you can manage? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Bai Xiaoyuan quickly nodded. No problem. Even if I lack time, there's the butler robot. Teaching it to water plants is a simple task. Xingnua pondered. Indeed, the robots here were quite capable. She stood up and waved her hand, conjuring a pot of lucky bamboo onto the table. The light blue oval pot bore the golden inscription Fortune and Treasure. 6 stalks of lucky bamboo were planted in 2 clusters, beneath which sat a panda figurine. Bai Xiaoyuan stared at the potted plant. Wife, what is this? Is that panda also a plant? This is called lucky bamboo. The panda is just for decoration. Bai Xiaoyuan flicked the panda away and gently touched the lucky bamboo. Bamboo? My panda. Xing Nuo hurriedly chased after the panda that had fallen. Bai Xiaoyuan, helpless, swiftly darted out to retrieve the panda from the ground. Xing Nuo, annoyed, kicked him. I gift you a potted plant, and you throw my figurine? Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat sullen, replied, that thing is an eyesore. Xing Nuo snatched the panda back from him. You can't just throw it away. I bought this figurine a long time ago. She tenderly wiped the impact marks off the panda. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, what is so appealing about it? It's fat, clumsy, and useless. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words, somewhat unconvinced. At least it's a bear. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. It fights for a minute and eats for 10 hours. Xing Nuo blinked. Oh, really? Isn't this world all about nutrient liquids? The panda shouldn't be eating all the time, right? Isn't it just a matter of taking a pill? Lu Ming chuckled. Their digestive systems aren't very good. The absorption efficiency is low. Oh, all right. Xing Nuo carefully stored the panda figurine away, preventing Bai Xiaoyuan from making another attempt. Bai Xiaoyuan asked, do you really like it that much? Xing Nuo nodded. Its fur is so soft and incredibly cute. If it weren't for their lack of compatibility, I might even consider raising one as a pet. Bai Xiaoyuan's mood brightened. What's the big deal? I'll have As make you a panda-shaped robot. As long as Xing Nuo didn't view the panda as a potential husband, everything was manageable. Bai Xiaozu affirmed, sure. Would you like the butler robot to have that function? Xing Nuo's mind conjured an image of a fluffy panda carrying a hoe, digging for bamboo shoots in the mountains. She eagerly nodded, yes, yes, yes. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a wave of jealousy wash over him, wondering why Xing Nuo seemed to prefer the panda. Xing Nuo pointed to the lucky bamboo on the table. This will be yours, but you must take good care of it. Bai Xiaoyuan patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I will nurture it well. Bai Xiaozu gazed at the lucky bamboo on the table, his mind flashing back to the moment he saw Xing Nuo comforting him. It resembled that comforting scene. Lu Ming explained, what appeared during the comforting process should be bamboo. The specific variety is still uncertain. Bai Xiaozu understood immediately. Chapter 66. Soaking in the hot springs together. Was that intentional? Xing Nuo inquired curiously. What scene? Did I exhibit something strange while comforting? Bai Xiaoyuan replied. What I saw was a bamboo forest in the rain, with a hot spring inside, very soothing. The other two nodded in agreement. Xing Nuo exclaimed, that is truly marvelous. I had no idea. Lu Ming added, the matters of mental energy are inherently fascinating. Xing Nuo also nodded, finding it incredible that merely comforting could yield purification values and enhance soul fusion. Before long, dusk fell. Xing Nuo stood at the door, feeling somewhat fatigued. She had forgotten that her door and windows had been broken by Xiaoyuan's kick. She couldn't help but wonder if she had an issue with doors and windows. On the very first day of her arrival, her door and windows had been damaged. Upon moving to Lan Baoxing, the same thing happened again. Bai Xiaoyuan followed closely behind her. Wife, the room probably won't be repaired until tomorrow. Let us sleep in my room tonight. Xing Nuo looked at him speechlessly, starting to suspect whether it was intentional. Bai Xiaoyuan led her into his room. To her surprise, the room had been adorned with various domestic items. On the table, there was a bobblehead of a snake and some paper, pens, and cups. While she was observing, Bai Xiaoyuan had already retrieved several swimsuits from the cabinet. Wife, it's still early. Let us go soak in the hot springs. Xing Nuo chuckled softly. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. She initially went upstairs to change clothes for the hot spring, but got sidetracked by Xiaozu's situation and completely forgot, choosing a set of emerald green swimwear. Xing Nuo followed Bai Xiaoyuan to the hot spring area. The hot springs were divided into several sections: an outdoor pool area, a beast transformation area, an indoor hot spring area, and a shallow water hot spring area. Wearing a one-piece bathing suit, Xing Nuo jumped straight into the shallow water hot spring. The hot spring was about 0.8 meters deep, a trivial depth for her. Twisting her waist, her legs transformed into a serpentine tail, joyfully swaying underwater. The The warmth of the hot spring quickly opened her pores, washing away the fatigue of the day. Xing Nuo leaned against the edge of the pool, her eyes comfortably squinting. Bai Xiaoyuan, clad in swim trunks, strode over and sat beside her. The hot spring felt almost unimpeded to him. Bai Xiaoyuan produced a small tray containing some nutrient liquids. Wife, it's best to drink some nutrient liquids while soaking in the hot springs. The springs here are quite warm, and you'll start sweating after a while. At such times, the nutrients are very beneficial. Xing Nuo waved her hand over the tray, summoning a fruit platter, and took a cup of nutrient liquid, popping a strawberry into her mouth. This leisurely day was truly delightful. Bai Xiaoyuan placed the tray at the pool's edge. Let us make it a daily routine to soak here. Xing Nuo responded with a soft murmur, her serpentine tail playfully stirring the water beneath her, exuding an aura of contentment. Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze shifted. Wife, let me check your tail. Xing Nuo plucked another strawberry, looking at him curiously. I feel perfectly fine right now. Bai Xiaoyuan replied solemnly. You absorbed awakening abilities earlier. Your physical constitution is rapidly improving, and once it reaches a certain level, you will shed your skin. Xing Nuo was somewhat astonished. Is that so? All right then. With a flick of her tail, the delicate tip twisted directly before him. She was quite unaware of her molting situation, lacking any experience. Bai Xiaoyuan carefully took the tail, his heated hand gliding over the serpent's length, inch by inch inspecting it. Despite being soaked in the hot springs, Xing Nuo's serpent tail still felt icy. The fine scales emitted a faint glow. As Bai Xiaoyuan's overly warm hand caressed it, Xing Nuo squirmed a bit, saying, Your hand is so hot. She felt as if her scales might be scorched. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. It will be all right soon. The serpent tail of Xing Nuo wriggled restlessly, the tip inadvertently brushing against Bai Xiaoyuan's waist. He took a deep breath, completely captivated by the coolness at his waist. Subtly, he drew her serpent tail toward him, and before long, it was half-coiled around his waist. Xing Nuo shook her tail, asking, How is it? I won't be molting right away, will I? From her recollection, serpent folk seemed to molt annually, and her curiosity was piqued. Bai Xiaoyuan snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Oh, not yet. It appears that there won't be any molting in the short term. Oh, Xing Nuo belatedly realized that her serpent tail was almost entirely draped over Bai Xiaoyuan's waist. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Bai Xiaoyuan smiled sheepishly. I couldn't help it. Xing Nuo quickly withdrew her serpent tail, puffing out her cheeks. Why do you always take advantage whenever you get the chance? Bai Xiaoyuan appeared unfazed. You are my wife, after all. We are married. Isn't this a normal thing? Xing Nuo swallowed hard. Indeed, they were nominally married, and legally so. Well, Bai Xiaoyuan interjected. I understand that you're still adjusting to this relationship. It's fine. We can wait. There's no rush. If our actions offend you, feel free to refuse, all right? His current rage level was at 0, and he had ample time to wait. He knew that ever since Xing Nuo awakened, she seemed like a different person. This transformation was something both Lu Ming and he welcomed wholeheartedly. They both wished for Xing Nuo to remain this way. Thus, neither he nor Lu Ming intended to rush things. Xing Nuo let out a slight sigh of relief, setting aside her last shred of worry. Imagine. Bai Xiaoyuan moved a bit closer. Wife, would you like to practice that Zidian longing technique again? The sentiment that had blossomed from his words dissipated immediately, leaving Xing Nuo feeling somewhat drained. Do you really like it that much? It felt as if his enthusiasm had surpassed mere comfort. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded earnestly. Wife, you might not understand. I feel like my body has changed after practicing. It's as if every part of me has been massaged. Xing Nuo irritated. Flicked him with her tail. One day, I will master it into a signature move. Then you will see what Zhou Xiao Shunlei truly is. She was determined that once she fully grasped it, she could utilize it for massage purposes as well. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. To reach that level, practice cannot be lacking. Observing the expectation in his eyes, Xing Nuo mumbled, Let us practice in the room later. Last time, Bai Xiaoyuan had fainted outright. She was genuinely concerned about being unable to move him if it happened in the hot springs. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened. Let us return now. Xing Nuo checked the time, realizing they had been soaking for half an hour. She quickly stood up. Bai Xiaoyuan produced a large towel, wrapping her up. You need to dry off first. Go change into some clothes. Chapter 67. No matter how comfortable you are, you mustn't bite. After changing into a set of loungewear. As soon as they returned to the room, Bai Xiao Yuan was eager to begin practicing. Xing Nuo contemplated for a moment, activating the Q system in her mind. System, help me exchange for the Baihu statue. All right, consuming 100 purification points, the Baihu statue has been exchanged. Current purification points, 6. Previously, after clearing Bai Xiao Z's rage points, her purification points had risen to 106. Now, with the statue exchange, only 6 remained. This was far from sufficient. In the store, there were 2 more statues available. Based on the Baihu statue and the Jiusei Lu statue, it seemed likely that a Jiaolong statue would appear in the future. Exchanging for all would certainly not be enough. Perhaps she could first create a batch of items that could reduce rage points for some trusted individuals. Bai Xiao Yuan pinched her cheek, bringing her attention back. Wife, don't lose focus while practicing. I know, she replied. Bai Xiao Yuan pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace, having her straddle his lap. Wife, I have an idea. Go ahead, she said. Bai Xiao Yuan guided her hand to a point on his spine, suggesting, try it here. Xing Nuo understood his intention and took a deep breath. Directly on the bone? Her previous techniques had been aimed at the collarbone, which posed no significant risk even if she lost control. But directing the power of lightning to the spine felt perilous. Just thinking about it made her anxious. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. You can set the power to the lowest level. Xing Nuo was puzzled. Why do something so dangerous? It could lead to paralysis. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. Wife, I'm not that fragile. Our Baihu clan's bones are recognized as the hardest. Xing Nuo pressed her finger against his spine. Are you sure this is safe? She herself lacked confidence. Bai Xiao Yuan lowered his head slightly, speaking tenderly. Wife, you must trust my judgment. At that moment, Xing Nuo was almost completely enveloped in his embrace, as if she could meld into him at any moment. Bai Xiao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he was not in his mating season. Otherwise, even the strongest willpower would crumble in an instant. I will begin now, Xing Nuo announced, unleashing her mental energy. Considering the unique position, she naturally increased the proportion of her mental power to ensure it could accompany the lightning into his body. Bai Xiao Yuan couldn't help but let out a groan, tightening his arms around her, trembling. His handsome face twisted slightly as he buried his face in Xing Nuo's neck. The faint scent of her body continuously eroded his willpower. Finally, he could no longer hold back and bit down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xing Nuo inhaled sharply, her hand trembling, halting her actions. Bai Xiao Yuan was startled, snapping back to awareness. He then noticed a bite mark on Xing Nuo's neck, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from it. Wife, are you all right? Sorry. What just happened? How could I be so rough? Xing Nuo quickly retrieved a mirror. Indeed, there was a large bite mark on her neck, deep enough to draw blood. Healing spell? She summoned green energy to mend her wound. Should I get shot? Bai Xiao Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. I'll go get a Ming. Saying this, he vanished in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, a figure clad in a lab coat appeared at the door. Lu Ming, wearing a white coat. Looked perplexed. What is the fuss about? Bai Xiao Yuan hurriedly explained, I injured my wife. Lu Ming rushed to Xing Nuo's side. Were you hurt? Xing Nuo, feeling utterly frustrated, replied, he bit me. It drew blood. Should I get vaccine? Bai Xiao Yuan felt profoundly awkward. He had simply been overwhelmed by pleasure and lost control. Lu Ming shot a glare at Bai Xiao Yuan. Wife, don't worry. The necessary vaccines were administered during infancy. Xing Nuo grimaced. Oh, that's a relief. Lu Ming placed his hand gently over her neck, and together with Xing Nuo, they performed a dual healing spell to swiftly restore her injury. The wound was minor, and with a bit of recovery, it was nearly healed. Lu Ming seemed a bit uneasy. Wife, stay at my place tonight. Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed. No way. That brat lives with you. Who knows what he might be thinking? Lu Ming stated directly. Let him share a room with you. It has been a while since the two of you communicated, and it is an opportune moment to discuss how to resolve the issues with the Chongzhu. Bai Xiao Yuan looked at Xing Nuo with a pitiful gaze. Wifey, I realize my mistake. Xing Nuo turned her head away. I will be staying at a Ming's place tonight. It's your fault for biting me. Bai Xiaoyuan leaned in. How about I bite you back? Xing Nuo lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his neck. Releasing him, she said, all right. Bai Xiaoyuan gazed at her expectantly. So tonight, Xing Nuo slid off the bed. I'm going to sleep in a minx room. The truth was, she was still uneasy since Bai Xiaoyuan had just lost control of his emotions. She was genuinely worried about staying here. If something were to trigger him again, it would be troublesome. She certainly did not wish to be bitten again. Just thinking about the bite force of a tiger sent a shiver down her spine. As for the subsequent training, it seemed a third party would need to be present. Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head in disappointment. Xing Nuo patted his arm. Reflect on your feelings from just now. You must learn to control yourself next time. Bai Xiaoyuan was taken aback and quickly nodded. All right, there won't be a next time. Lu Ming took Xing Nuo's hand and led her to his room. Bai Xiaoza was seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing them enter, he was momentarily perplexed. What happened? Wasn't Xing Nuo supposed to sleep in Bai Xiaoyuan's room? Lu Ming's lips twitched. That kid bit wifey and drew blood. Bai Xiaoza was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually exhaling a remark that reflected his usual demeanor. Whenever it came to Xing Nuo, his mind seemed to go haywire. Lu Ming sighed. Wifey is sleeping here tonight. Bai Xiaoza nodded. I will go sleep with that kid. Xing Nuo smiled shyly. You've been troubled because of me. Bai Xiaoza replied nonchalantly. No, it is that guy's fault. After exchanging greetings with the two, Bai Xiaoza left the room and entered the adjacent one. Lu Ming fetched a damp towel and helped Xing Nuo clean the blood from her neck. Wifey, please rest. I will wash up. Bai Xiaoyuan had dragged him from the temperature-controlled room, and he still had some dirt on him. Xing Nuo nodded and nestled into the bed. Lying on the blanket, she comfortably wiggled her tail. Lu Ming smiled. Wifey, would you like something to eat? Xing Nuo shook her head. I'm going to sleep soon, so no food for me. Lu Ming acknowledged her and entered the bathroom. Bang! A thud resonated through the wall. Chapter 68, to the training room. Xing Nuo straightened up. Her brow furrowed as she looked across the bed. The noise evidently emanated from Bai Xiaoyuan's room. Had they begun fighting again? Lu Ming emerged from a bathroom with a dark expression and strode to Bai Xiaoyuan's door. Sure enough, the two were locked in a fierce battle, even employing energy claws. At this moment, Bai Xiaoza was clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Ming infused his voice with energy. If you're going to fight, do in the training room. How can wifey sleep like this? He suspected that if he did not intervene soon, they would resort to beastly roars. With their loud voices, even the orcs would have nightmares for days, let alone the delicate females. Bai Xiaoyuan hurriedly halted his movements. Understood. Bai Xiaoza tugged at the fabric draping over him, to the training room. He also wanted to ascertain just how much Bai Xiaoyuan had progressed recently. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. I'm afraid of you? Come on. If I don't knock you down today, I am not your brother. Bai Xiaoza silently followed behind him. In terms of combat power, he was indeed no match for Bai Xiaoyuan, and being knocked down was almost a foregone conclusion. Lu Ming tossed a medical kit to Bai Xiaoyuan. Be careful. I don't have time to deal with the wounded today. Bai Xiaoza's expression darkened. Even though he knew he was at a disadvantage, there was no need for such comments. Bai Xiaoyuan, feeling flustered, exclaimed, Do not take advantage of wifey. Lu Ming replied, I am not you. Bai Xiaoyuan snorted and strode towards the training room. Today, I will make you realize that your brother will always be your brother. Bai Xiaoza remarked coolly, You cannot even control your own body. Do you not think that is a significant problem? Bai Xiaoyuan's expression stiffened. He felt as though he had been struck by an arrow. That was an involuntary reaction. Bai Xiaoza stated, You drew blood. This is not just an involuntary reaction. You should be grateful it was not in beast form. Otherwise, wifey could have been seriously harmed. In human form, the teeth are not as sharp, and the bite force is somewhat reduced. In beast form, however, it is a different matter altogether. Bai Xiaoyuan's body stiffened. I know, I am practicing control. Bai Xiaoza inquired. You have made significant progress recently, right? How have you trained? We need to identify the source. While they spoke, they had already arrived at the training room. Bai Xiaoyuan clapped his hands, raising the energy shield. He then explained the situation to Bai Xiaoza. Bai Xiaoza's eyes widened in shock. You mean to say that wifey has awakened at least 2 types of energy? She can utilize lightning energy and even assist you in enhancing your power? How is that possible? Previously, He had surmised that Xingnuo could use lightning energy to incapacitate Lin Yechi based on her ability to project her mental energy. How could she now also enhance power? Bai Xiaoyuan plopped down on a testing machine. Why would I deceive you? Ever since my berserk value is reset, each time wifey calms me, I can sense some unusual energy in my mental ocean. The energy within the mental ocean can strengthen my control over energy. As for my physical condition, I cannot guarantee anything yet, but for some reason, I feel it is related to my bloodline. Bai Xiaoza pondered for a moment. What did Lu Ming say? Bai Xiaoyuan answered directly. Even he believes that such matters require the assistance of machines. We have already arranged for people to purchase the appropriate testing equipment, and will subsequently build a hospital and research facility nearby. Considering Xingnuo's uniqueness, they have decided to shift their focus of living here. When they initially established Lan Baoxing, he intended to fortify this place into an impenetrable stronghold. Even in his absence, the base's automated defense system would be capable of carrying out its protective duties. Bai Xiaoza settled into another chair. If wifey truly possesses the ability to alter bloodlines, such defenses may be insufficient. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression also grew grave. Therefore, I will rely on you. Shields, anti-aircraft weapons, detection instruments, whatever you have, provide it to me. There must be no flaws in the defense here. Bai Xiaoza nodded slightly, understood. Bai Xiaoyuan twisted his wrist and retrieved a binding device from his spatial pocket, fastening it around his wrist. The binding device quickly extended, forming straps that wrapped around his body. Accompany me in a match. Ever since Xingnuo infused her mental energy into my spine, I have felt something amiss. Perhaps I can delineate the abnormality in my body through combat. Bai Xiaoza waved his hand and donned a tight combat suit. As soon as the outfit was on, Bai Xiaoyuan's palm was already swinging towards him. He swiftly sidestepped. Are you trying to kill me? Bai Xiaoyuan bounced twice. Do you think you were a sickly cat? You cannot even withstand that slap. Bai Xiaoza's lips twitched. Did this kid have no idea how much he had improved? Previously, when he received a strike from him, his arm had felt numb. Even now, with the binding device on, it did little to suppress his strength. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a surge of irritation, stopped dodging all over the place. Under the binding device, his speed was severely restricted, and he found it incredibly frustrating not being able to hit his opponent. Bai Xiaoza calmly evaded the sweeping leg aimed at him. I am merely helping you with training, not here to be hit. Bai Xiaoyuan adjusted his stance and charged at Bai Xiaoza once more. Bai Xiaoza countered at a steady pace, always managing to evade Bai Xiaoyuan's attacks before they could land. On the other side, Xingnuo lay on the bed, clutching a pillow, absorbed in the television series recommended by Xing Yanlu. Naturally, the protagonist of the show was Shi Yu, the beast husband of Xing Yanlu. He belonged to the He tribe and was a 2S, grade male beast man. As Xing Yanlu had mentioned, his appearance and acting skills were commendable. When Lu Ming entered, Xingnuo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did they fight fiercely? Lu Ming casually wiped his still damp hair and replied with a hint of exasperation. I've already sent them to the training room to spar. The training room is equipped with protective shields and soundproofing, so even if things get heated, it won't disturb us here. Xingnuo chuckled softly. Why do they always resort to fighting the moment they meet? It feels like Bai Xiaoyuan is always the one to initiate. Lu Ming found it amusing. They have been brawling since childhood. This time, a Yuan has made significant progress in his skills and has been eager to find someone to spar with. Naturally, Bai Xiaoze would seize this opportunity. Xingnuo remarked, it feels as if a Yuan is the younger brother. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. Dear wife, you must not let a Yuan hear that, or he will become anxious. Xingnuo stuck out her tongue, redirecting her attention to the light screen. Lu Ming tidied himself slightly before sitting at the edge of the bed. Are you planning to have Shi Yu as the spokesperson? Xingnuo rested her chin on her hand, her tone tinged with regret. It seems a bit beneath such a big star to endorse our small shop. Xing Yanlu said it would be a free endorsement, but they can't truly accept no payment. The endorsement fees for celebrities are considerable. With that money, she might as well buy a few more robots. Chapter 69. The terrifying vitality. Lu Ming lazily imitated Xingnuo's position on the bed. Dear wife, aren't you considering having a Yuan and the others as endorsers? Their popularity is not insignificant. Xing Nuo quickly shook her head. That one T do. After all, they are generals, and taking on such endorsements might tarnish their image. Lu Ming thought of someone, regretting that the person had not returned and probably dared not come back. Otherwise, with his looks, he would undoubtedly excel as a spokesperson. Xing Nuo turned off the light screen. Let us focus on getting the shop up and running first. Lu Ming activated his holographic computer. The shop has already been constructed. Uploading products will be simple. Just scan the marketplace with the holographic computer and set the prices. As for other costs, the platform will calculate them automatically. Xing Nuo leaned in to take a look, noticing the shop details. Xing food store, status, not operating, no information available. Products listed, 0 fans, 0. Lu Ming stated. The shop status can be changed now. Would you like to go live? Xing Nuo quickly shook her head. We don't have anything yet. Let us discuss it tomorrow. With a flick of her finger, a notebook appeared in her hand, outlining the products she planned to update. They didn't have many new items at the moment, so selling some small cookies seemed like a good idea, such as various peach crisps, cookies, baked slices, and small round cakes. Furthermore, she had previously taught the robotic butler how to make buns, so selling some buns would also be a good option. Lu Ming glanced at the time. Dear wife, it's getting late. Let's postpone the shop matters until tomorrow. Xing Nuo put the notebook away, considering the rampant growth of plants outside. Many items could only be dealt with once their defensive systems were established. For now, the shop could only engage in minor activities. The main goal was to deplete her inventory. Once they gained some recognition, she could discreetly sell items that would reduce the frenzy value. Tucking herself under the blanket, she had been pondering various issues and soon fell asleep. Lu Ming adjusted her blanket and lay beside her, his gaze fixed on Xing Nuo. After a while, he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Early the next morning, Xing Nuo climbed out of bed. After looking around, she surprisingly found no sign of Lu Ming. Following the guidance of the robotic butler, she arrived outside the training room. Through the window, she observed Bai Xiao Yuan fully clad in peculiar armor sparring with Bai Xiao Zhe. Xing Nuo could hardly believe her eyes when she checked the time, confirming it was indeed 8 in the morning, before shifting her attention back. Had they been fighting all night? Wasn't that an alarming amount of energy? Her arrival prompted both to cease their movements. Bai Xiao Yuan, panting heavily, was engulfed by fatigue. With a flick of his finger, he deactivated the restraining device, appearing as if he had emerged from water. Bai Xiao Zhe plopped down onto the ground, although he wasn't wearing restraints. The relentless barrage of Bai Xiao Yuan's attacks had left him unable to relax. The night-long battle had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Lu Ming turned off the pressure devices and opened the training room door. Dear wife. Xing Nuo peeked inside. What kind of training is this? Bai Xiao Yuan rubbed his arm. Just regular training. It was exhilarating. Bai Xiao Zhe felt the urge to roll his eyes, while Bai Xiao Yuan experienced excitement. He was the one suffering. I'm going to take a shower. Xing Nuo watched him leave, feeling a pang of sympathy. Being battered all night was indeed unfortunate. Judging by Bai Xiao Yuan's demeanor, he seemed to have no intention of stopping. Surely, they wouldn't need to fight every night? Bai Xiao Yuan sat on the ground. Dear wife, are your injuries all right? Xing Nuo nodded. I recovered immediately. It's nothing serious. Bai Xiao Yuan tugged at his clothing. Yesterday, I injured you, and I should be punished. Please punish me. Lu Ming shot him a disapproving look. You should wash off that stink first. What a sight. Bai Xiao Yuan touched his neck, feeling the dampness in his palm. Understood. I'll go immediately. With that, he quickly dashed toward the bathroom. The speed of his movement astonished Xing Nuo. Is their vitality truly that formidable? Her own stamina was robust, thanks to the presence of vitality source stones providing extra replenishment, but these two had none. Lu Ming shook his head. They are resilient and full of energy. They have toned it down a bit now. They used to be even more destructive. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Destructive? Lu Ming chuckled. Indeed, and it wasn't limited to their own home. They were so unruly that they ended up in the military. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with amusement. It seems we need to find ways to expend their energy effectively. Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings. This training room will likely need reinforcement. According to machine assessments, The protective shield may struggle to withstand Bai Xiao Yuan's full force attacks. Xing Nuo replied, let them handle the protective shield matters themselves. Bai Xiaoze has plenty of shields available. Adding 1 or 2 more isn't an issue. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. Let us head downstairs. Dear wife, what would you like to eat today? I'll prepare it. Xing Nuo replied. I've already instructed the robotic butler to make it. For breakfast today, we'll have meat buns, meat porridge, boiled eggs, beef patties, and a fruit platter. Naturally, the meat buns have been pre-prepared. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make them in time. Lu Ming felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize for overlooking your breakfast. Usually, I handle the arrangements. But today I was so busy preparing data for Bai Xiao Yuan and Bai Xiao Zhe that I neglected this. Xing Nuo reassured him. It's no big deal. The robotic butler is making breakfast anyway. Lu Ming sighed in relief. That's a relief. Xing Nuo reminded him. I could take care of myself. If you're busy in the future, just have the butler leave me a message so I know what you're up to. Soon, things would become hectic, and he needed to adjust his mindset. He had to research those new crops, manage the farming, and oversee the 2 brothers at home. They also had plans for building houses. Just thinking about it made her feel exhausted. Lu Ming took her hand. All right, I will be mindful. The 2 made their way to the kitchen, where the robotic butler was currently frying beef patties. In one basin, nearly 20 beef patties had already been placed. Jing Nuo, with her keen eyes, noticed a hint of green on one of the patties and promptly extracted it, saying, Ming, give this a try. The beef patty contained a dash of shredded green pepper, enhancing its overall flavor. Lu Ming quickly accepted it, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my dear wife. Xing Nuo also took one for herself and began to nibble on it. Chapter 70. The Puzzlement of Bai Xiao Zhe. Lu Ming took only a bite, and the flavors revealed that the filling was not merely beef. This is... Xing Nuo interjected. I added green pepper. What do you think? She had a fondness for green peppers, but their unique taste was not to everyone's liking. Thus, she had only prepared 6 green pepper beef patties. Lu Ming couldn't help but accelerate his pace, exclaiming, delicious. Bai Xiao Yuan strode in from outside, pulling Xing Nuo into a gentle embrace. Wife, I'm so hungry. Xing Nuo handed him a beef patty. Here, eat this. Bai Xiao Yuan gestured at the beef patty before promptly devouring it. The special sauce made his eyes sparkle. Wife, is this easy to make? Xing Nuo replied, it's manageable. If you like it, I can prepare more. Bai Xiao Yuan suggested, let the robotic butler handle it. After saying this, he held the basin of food in one hand while wrapping his arm around Xing Nuo as they approached the dining table. Lu Ming also brought the freshly cooked porridge to the table. After pondering for a moment, Xing Nuo grabbed several empty bowls and retrieved an assortment of buns from her storage. There were vegetable tofu buns, bamboo shoot meat buns, radish shreds buns, vermicelli buns, pork buns, pickled vegetable meat buns, shrimp buns, and chicken buns. 8 varieties in total, with 5 of each. Xing Nuo arranged the buns by type, saying, please try these. The ones with holes contain meat, while the ones without are vegetarian. Should they find them enjoyable, she could add them to the menu of her small shop. Lu Ming reached for a vegetable tofu bun. The 2 brothers naturally chose the meaty options. Bai Xiao Zhe selected a shrimp bun, while Bai Xiao Yuan opted for a chicken bun. Bai Xiao Yuan gave Xing Nuo a thumbs up, as expected of my wife. This flavor is truly delightful. If sold, it would undoubtedly be a hit. Bai Xiao Zhe took a gentle bite, the tender taste prompting him to take another hearty bite. His curiosity deepened as he recalled that Xing Nuo had been pampered by her family since childhood, and after marrying Lu Ming, he had taken excellent care of her. She had never set foot in a kitchen. Where had she learned these skills? He was certain that few could replicate the shrimp bun she had just made. It was no wonder she planned to open a small shop. She indeed possessed some talent. Xing Nuo occasionally suggested flavors of the buns. How about this? Lu Ming contemplated. We could start by selling pork buns, pickled vegetable buns, shrimp buns, and chicken buns. These ingredients can be procured directly. As for the other buns, being vegetable-based, do you have enough stock? Xing Nuo nodded. There's no issue with making buns. The vegetables used for the vegetarian buns are quite abundant, especially cabbage and radishes, with 1 large basket each. Her storage was nearly filled with these items. Bai Xiao Yuan stuffed the last meat bun into his mouth. Do these vegetables have any special properties? He recalled that the roses she cultivated had the ability to reduce rage levels, and blueberries had restorative effects on mental acuity. Xing Nuo replied, "None of these do." Bai Xiaozhe glanced at her, implying that many plants might possess unique functions. Remembering Lu Ming's previous research on sea buckthorn, which also had such properties, he wondered if she had many such items at her disposal. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suppressed it. It seemed implausible. Lu Ming reflected for a moment. "Let us start by selling 100 buns each today and gauge everyone's feedback." Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. "All right." Bai Xiao Yuan, somewhat apprehensive, advised, "Wife, just instruct the robotic butler directly." Xing Nuo acknowledged, "Understood. I do not intend to make them myself." Bai Xiao Yuan finally felt reassured. As long as Xing Nuo was not making them herself, he had no concerns regarding sales. Bai Xiaozhe proposed, "I believe it would be better to establish a dedicated kitchen." Their current kitchen was sufficiently spacious, but as the business scaled up, the increasing number of robots would soon render the space inadequate. Lu Ming added, "I think we should place it further away. Then, if my wife has any recipes, the robotic butler can come over to learn." Bai Xiaozhe responded, "I will arrange for a comprehensive kitchen to be brought over soon." Xing Nuo rested her chin in thought and ultimately concurred. If the small shop expanded, a new kitchen would indeed be necessary. The sooner it was built, the sooner it could be utilized. Bai Xiao Yuan declared, "Then it's settled. We will designate a specific area for the kitchen shortly." Bai Xiao O Shi remarked, "With my subordinates' capabilities, we can construct the kitchen and sugar factory within 2 days. As for the fertilizer, it's better to build that further away." Lu Ming added, "I have already contacted a friend from the Research Institute. They have developed some plant nutrient solutions based on the ingredients that can achieve effects akin to fertilizers." Xing Nuo's eyes brightened. "Really? What is the cost?" Lu Ming replied, "These are all synthetic materials, costing less than 1/10 of ordinary nutrient solutions." Xing Nuo proposed, "Then let us give it a try later." Bai Xiao Yuan, slightly anxious, inquired, "What about safety?" Lu Ming assured, "It's non-toxic. Even if it gets on your hands, it's fine. Just avoid ingestion." Xing Nuo, filled with anticipation, asked, "When will it be delivered?" Lu Ming replied, "It has already arrived, but the first batch is only about 1 liter." Xing Nuo marveled at their efficiency. The matter discussed just yesterday had yielded results today. "Let's go take a look." The group swiftly arrived at the temperature-controlled room. Xing Nuo blinked and noticed a row of glass houses nearby. "What are those?" She remembered they weren't there when she visited yesterday. Lu Ming explained gently, "That is the newly established temporary research facility." Xing Nuo gave them a thumbs up. At this rate, they could probably complete the development of this planet in no time. Upon entering the temperature-controlled room, they found rows of planting boxes inside. These boxes stood about 1/2 meter tall and contained soft soil. They were connected to thin water pipes, and a drainage system had been installed below. Once again astonished by their speed, Xing Nuo gently stirred the soil. "System, how is this soil? Can be planted?" "This soil has good fertility and is suitable for planting." Xing Nuo was somewhat surprised. She had assumed it would need to be nurtured for at least a few days before planting. Lu Ming asked anxiously, "Wife, how is it? Can we plant?" Xing Nuo confirmed, "It's fine, this soil." Lu Ming smiled. This soil was previously researched based on ancient texts. It was used to cultivate sea buckthorn seeds. There isn't much of it. Xing Nuo glanced at the rows of planting boxes, already filled with plants. "This is already quite good. After all, if we are to mass produce, we will need to plant outside eventually." With a flick of her hand, she purchased a variety of seeds. Chapter 71. Lu Ming's Dream. Wheat, rice, white radish, carrot, tomato, cucumber, cowpea, and cabbage seeds were among those she acquired. All these seeds have been upgraded and possessed some special functions. The final effects would need to be tested gradually. Lu Ming took the seeds, which were packaged with corresponding images of the crops, making them easy to recognize. Xing Nuo also took out several packets of rose seeds. These need to be planted with special care. The current trial results indicate that they can reduce rage levels. Lu Ming's expression turned serious as he carefully accepted the seeds. "I will plant them with caution." Xing Nuo then produced seeds for Sichuan pepper, clove, pepper, and dried ginger. Regardless of the circumstances, it is best to plant the seeds first. Bai Xiao Yuan cautiously prodded Xing Nuo, "Wife, take it easy. He sensed that if Xing Nuo continued, Lu Ming would surely lose his composure. Xing Nuo blinked, realizing that she had indeed overlooked this matter. Lu Ming tended to become frantic whenever plans were involved. She quickly added, "Let's discuss the rest later." Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself. For the first time, he felt a strong aversion to his own bad habits. "Rest assured, my wife, I will also pay attention to my health during the research." Satisfied, Xing Nuo patted him. "That's good. I have plenty of finished products and seeds, so you need not feel burdened. It's fine if they don't thrive." She had previously heard Lu Ming mention that the seeds in this world were in a preserved state. Consequently, they cherished these crops even more, and she worried about Lu Ming's psychological pressure. Lu Ming bent down and embraced Xing Nuo, expressing his gratitude. "Wife, thank you. Researching ancient crops is, without a doubt, the endeavor I desire most in this life." He yearned for the day when vibrant green ancient plants would once again flourish in this world. Xing Nuo's presence assured him that this dream might not be far from realization, even though he had prepared himself beforehand. The sight of these packages of seeds still stirred his emotions. He trembled slightly, holding Xing Nuo tightly. Bai Xiaoyuan scowled and glared at Lu Ming. However, upon witnessing Lu Ming's trembling form, he swallowed back the words he had intended to say. He turned away, focusing his attention on other equipment, fearing that he might impulsively intervene and separate the two. After a lengthy pause, Lu Ming released Xing Nuo. It was then that she noticed his eyes were slightly red. As someone who also enjoyed planting, she understood the joy of discovering new crops. Gently, she traced her fingers over his reddened eyes. "I will prepare some vegetables and fruit platters later. If there is anything you wish to eat, we can grow it together. It's not difficult." Lu Ming nodded. "Mem." Xing Nuo continued. "Many crops will emerge in the future, so you must be mentally prepared. These are merely basic household crops. As for other fruits, we can discuss them once this batch makes some progress." Given Lu Ming's efficiency, it should be swift. Bai Xiaoyuan drew Xing Nuo closer. "Wife, let us ignore this unambitious one. Come, let us explore other places." With that, Bai Xiaoyuan effortlessly lifted Xing Nuo and proceeded towards another climate-controlled room. Bai Xiaozhe patted Lu Ming's shoulder. "It seems our wife will bring us many miracles. You must adjust your mindset. You can't hold her back." The earlier situation was evident. Had it not been for Lu Ming's feelings, Xing Nuo might have produced even more crops. Lu Ming nodded seriously. "I will adjust as soon as possible." Bai Xiaozhe nodded and strode toward Bai Xiaoyuan. He was also very curious about how much wonder this once mischievous Xing Nuo could bring them. A roar of a tiger echoed from the climate-controlled room ahead. Bai Xiaozhe's expression darkened as he quickly rushed forward. As the door to the climate-controlled room swung open, his movements halted. He beheld Bai Xiaoyuan transformed into his beast form, carrying Xing Nuo as he roamed about. Bai Xiaozhe stared blankly at this scene, momentarily unable to comprehend. He had often heard Bai Xiaoyuan mention that Xing Nuo was unafraid of his beast form, but he had dismissed it as madness. How could a small female not fear tiger? Moreover, Bai Xiaoyuan was a notorious Mo tiger. Yet now, Xing Nuo was clearly demonstrating that she was indeed unafraid and even quite fond of it. At the very least, he could see the excitement in her eyes. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had just criticized Lu Ming's mindset, yet he was no better. Simply witnessing Xing Nuo ride Bai Xiaoyuan left him speechless with astonishment. Lu Ming approached and, after confirming that everything was fine, finally exhaled in relief. Bai Xiaozhe returned to his senses. "Does the wife enjoy his beast form?" Lu Ming replied with a smile. "Yes. When we visited the hospital to see a Yuan, she wanted to ride him." Bai Xiaozhe murmured, "What an extraordinary thought." Lu Ming continued. "Usually, a Yuan transforms into his half-beast form. It seems the wife particularly likes his ears." Bai Xiaozhe pressed his lips together, quietly observing the interaction. Finally, he could not resist pulling out his light brain and activating the recording function. Lu Ming did not stop him and slowly moved to one side of the climate-controlled room, inspecting the surrounding equipment. A notification pinged as Bai Xiaozhe glanced at his messages. "The construction team has arrived. I will attend to them. Do you want to meet them?" There would surely be much to build here in the future, and many aspects of daily life would depend on Lu Ming's arrangements. Lu Ming nodded. "I will go as well." Bai Xiaoze cast a lingering glance at the scene of Xing Nuo riding the Mo lawn tiger. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bai Xiaoze departed together. Although this group was referred to as the construction team, they were actually an engineering team under Bai Xiaoze's command, known for their expertise in constructing defense fortifications. Naturally, they were also quite capable in other areas. At the aviation port of Lanbaoxing, Bai Xiaoyuan's deputy had already brought the team over. The construction team consisted of 20 individuals, not including construction robots. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoze approach, the leader, Yin Xiang, promptly saluted. General Zhe, Yin Xiang here with the engineering team, reporting for duty. Bai Xiaoze returned the salute. The upcoming tasks are in your hands. Yes, Bai Xiaoze stated. I plan to build a vacation house by the hot springs. It need not be too large, but it should have a 3S level of protection. A hint of surprise flickered in Yin Xiang's eyes. It was known that Lanbaoxing already had a protective shield with a very high level of security. Why was there a need for additional protection? Bai Xiaoze sent over his list of requirements. These are my specifications. Yin Xiang quickly opened the document, only to find much of the information perplexing. In addition to the protective shield, there were numerous anti-air weapon launch stations. The standards for these weapons were alarmingly high. Following these specifications, it was evident that they intended to transform this place into a military base. Furthermore, there were plans for a climate-controlled room, kitchen, small factory, research facility, and more. For a moment, he doubted his own eyesight. Just as he was pondering, a dark figure approached rapidly from afar. Yin Xiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief and continued to do so. With his exceptional vision, he could still see that the dark figure was indeed Bai Xiaoyuan. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyuan was carrying Xing Nuo toward them. But was this the right scenario? Wasn't Xing Nuo always quick to scold Bai Xiaoyuan at any opportunity? Most crucially, how dared she ride Bai Xiaoyuan? Yin Xiang tensed, his gaze appearing somewhat dazed. As Bai Xiaoyuan drew nearer, a wave of primal fear surged within him. Yin Xiang unconsciously focused on Bai Xiaoyuan's neck. His pupils constricted, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Beneath Bai Xiaoyuan's nearly black fur, a black collar was intermittently visible with his movements. It was a shock collar. Bai Xiaoyuan was their hero. How could he be subjected to such humiliation? In an instant, the hairs on the back of Yin Xiang's neck stood on end, and he fixed his gaze intently on Xing Nuo. With one hand gripping Bai Xiaoyuan's fur, Xing Nuo narrowed her eyes, sensing an undercurrent of malice. Who are you? Her right hand subtly moved back, and a whip materialized in her palm. The Bai Xiaoyuan beneath her immediately sensed her unease. Lowering his body and fixing his gaze on the approaching figures, Bai Xiaoze spoke up. This is Yin Xiang, the squad leader of the mechanical department, holding the rank of lieutenant. Lu Ming strolled to the side of Xing Nuo, slightly obstructing Yin Xiang's gaze. Wife, they have come to install the protective shield this time. Xing Nuo nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave. Lu Ming cast a glance at Yin Xiang, certain that Xing Nuo must have sensed something amiss. Bai Xiaoyuan interjected. Wife, please make yourself comfortable. We shall return shortly. Although he was unaware of Xing Nuo's sudden desire to depart, he felt it prudent to heed her words. Yin Xiang clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Xing Nuo's body tensed, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Lu Ming instinctively placed himself in front of her. Yin Zhongwei, do you have something to say? Bai Xiaoyuan let out a warning growl. Yin Xiang quickly halted his advance. Xing Nuo is a female. I understand I have no standing to say anything, but General Yuan is our hero. I beseech you to treat him kindly. Xing Nuo was momentarily speechless. What are you talking about? Bai Xiaoyuan, too, was becoming exasperated. In what way has my wife mistreated me? Recently, Xing Nuo has not only aided in enhancing my strength, but has also frequently provided sustenance. An experience I have not encountered in many years. How does this translate into mistreatment in Yin Xiang's eyes? Lu Ming was equally perplexed. Have you misunderstood something? If not for the fact that Yin Xiang is a devoted admirer of these two brothers, I would have considered throwing him out. For a moment, he questioned whether the individual before him was capable of constructing adequate defenses. Bai Xiaoze also found the situation curious. From where did you draw this conclusion? Yin Xiang inhaled deeply and saluted Bai Xiaoze. General, I request your permission for the mechanical department to remove General Yuan's strong electric collar. He understood that Bai Xiao Yuan's character would prevent him from willingly removing the collar. Thus he placed his hopes on Bai Xiao Zhe. In an instant, all eyes turned to Bai Xiao Yuan's neck, where indeed a black collar was affixed. Xing Nuo lowered her head and reached to touch his collar. Is this the strong electric collar? Bai Xiao Yuan's face flushed crimson, though it was not overtly visible beneath his dark fur. I have adjusted its power. While it is indeed a strong electric collar, its intensity can be self-regulated. Upon triggering specific conditions, it emits a powerful current. However, this current would only incapacitate me in battle, not take my life. Bai Xiao Zhe turned away, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Finally, he could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Bai Xiao Yuan immediately bristled, swiftly placing Xing Nuo down and charging toward Bai Xiao Zhe. Bai Xiao Zhe quickly retreated. "You're just embarrassed." Bai Xiao Zhe paid no heed to his words and escalated his assault, landing a punch that sent Bai Xiao Yuan flying several meters away. It appeared that a brawl was once again underway. Xing Nuo placed her hand before her, eyes wide with astonishment. It had only been a few hours since their last altercation. Lu Ming chuckled. This time, he is likely to sulk. He knows that Bai Xiao Yuan wears the strong electric collar out of concern for unintentionally harming Xing Nuo in a moment of excitement. Yet, being confronted about it has genuinely irked him. Knowing the function of the strong electric collar, Xing Nuo felt warmth in her heart. No worries. I shall prepare something delicious to reward him later. Yin Xiang stood there, bewildered, and with his keen eyesight, he could see that Bai Xiao Zhe was at a disadvantage. Military doctor, this. Lu Ming patiently explained. A Yuan's rage has already been soothed. The collar was placed on him after he accidentally bit the wife yesterday. As Bai Xiao Zhe's confidant and Bai Xiao Yuan's admirer, he certainly did not wish for any misunderstandings to arise. What? Yin Xiang stood frozen, feeling as though his world had crumbled. How could this be? General Yuan would never bite a small female. The words he wished to express remained unspoken as he swallowed them back. If it were Xing Nuo, it was not entirely impossible. Could it be that Bai Xiao Yuan had intended a gentle gesture, only to misjudge the intensity? He scrutinized Xing Nuo, noting that she bore no visible injuries. Observing Bai Xiao Yuan from a distance, she appeared to be enjoying the spectacle without any semblance of fear. In that moment, his conviction strengthened. It was undoubtedly Bai Xiao Yuan's clumsiness that had transformed a tender approach into a bite. A complex expression crossed his face. Everyone knew that Bai Xiao Yuan was infatuated with pursuing his beloved, but surely he could not be so inept as to not understand the proper way to woo her. This was rather pathetic. It was one thing for a notorious female like Xing Nuo to be bitten, but even other small females would likely shy away for a lifetime if bitten. Xing Nuo shot him a glance. After Lu Ming's explanation, the malice emanating from him dissipated. She chose not to speak further, realizing that there had been a misunderstanding. Reaching into her spatial pouch, she retrieved some sunflower seeds and shared them with Lu Ming. How long do you think this will last? Lu Ming casually tossed a seed into his mouth. This time, it should take around 10 minutes. They fought all night, and even with breakfast, they have yet to fully recover. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Bai Xiao Zhe approached, sporting a pair of panda eyes. Chapter 73. Bai Xiao Yuan. He is truly astute. Bai Xiao Yuan scowled and swiftly scooped up Xing Nuo. Wife, let us return home. At this point, Bai Xiao Yuan had reverted to his human form. Xing Nuo delicately peeled back the collar at his neck and tugged at the small ring on the collar. This should be removed. It is quite dangerous. Reluctantly, Bai Xiao Yuan acquiesced, pressing a button to take off the collar. Xing Nuo stored the collar in her repository. I shall keep this. You must not use it again. Bai Xiao Yuan replied, I understand. Xing Nuo gently brushed his face. Next time, I shall have a Zhe watch over you. She recognized that Bai Xiao Yuan was concerned for his own safety and that next time he employed the Zidian longing technique, Bai Xiao Zhe could easily prevent him from going too far. Bai Xiao Yuan understood her intent, but her words resonated differently with the others present, who gazed at her with astonishment. They had not anticipated her to possess such prowess. Bai Xiao Yuan shot a glare at the others, hastily carrying Xing Nuo away, fearful that these oblivious individuals might disrupt his moment of happiness. Bai Xiaoze rubbed his bruised eye. This fellow is far too ruthless. Yin quickly offered a salute to Bai Xiaoze. I misjudged Xing Nuo. Please punish me, sir. Bai Xiaoze waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Let us set aside this matter and focus on constructing the protective shield. Yes. Yin Xiang promptly scurried away, anxious to avoid any repercussions from Bai Xiaoze. Presently, Bai Xiaoze was not in an enviable state. Lu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Your subordinate is quite entertaining. Bai Xiaoze scoffed. He tends to overthink. He failed to realize that while Bai Xiaoyuan might be somewhat love-stricken, not once had Xing Nuo genuinely sought to harm him. After all, she was far more astute than he. Meanwhile, Xing Nuo and Bai Xiaoyuan returned to their quarters. After all, entrusting the other matters to Lu Ming and Bai Xiaoze would yield no issues. Once seated on the sofa, Bai Xiaoyuan's face was still slightly flushed. The smile in Xing Nuo's eyes lingered as she playfully pinched his cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from him. What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it. Bai Xiaoyuan mumbled. I would prefer if you would just accompany me for a nap. Xing Nuo inquired. Are you tired? After witnessing his energetic fighting moments ago, she had assumed he was far from fatigued. Bai Xiaoyuan yawned and nodded slightly. I suppose. Xing Nuo suggested. Then let us retire to the bedroom for a while. I shall refrain from comforting you for now. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened. All right. Without another word, he lifted Xing Nuo and carried her back to his room. Gently placing her on the bed, he enveloped her in a bear hug, pressing her snugly against him. Xing Nuo squirmed slightly. Ease up a bit. Holding her like this, she was on the verge of suffocation. Bai Xiaoyuan slightly relaxed his embrace, his face close to Xing Nuo, his wife. I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. Xing Nuo replied. I have already returned the favor. Now get some rest. Once you are well rested, you can relieve Bai Xiaoze. He has been with you all night. Bai Xiaoyuan acknowledged with a sound, closed his eyes, and within 2 breaths succumbed to a deep slumber. The steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated beside her, inexplicably comforting. Xing Nuo gently closed her eyes, her consciousness drifting into her farm space. With the diligent efforts of 3 robotic stewards, her farm was now filled with a variety of crops, including ornamental trees and large ancient ones. Xing Nuo arrived at the center of the farm, where a tree over a meter tall swayed gently. The tree appeared rather peculiar, resembling a sphere from a distance. A hint of perplexity crossed Xing Nuo's face as she queried the system. Did you not say this is a tree? With such a growth pattern, it cannot possibly fill the space like a sphere, can it? This tree is only 1 meter tall and already resembles a ball. If it were to grow infinitely, the thought alone gave her a headache. Moreover, if her memory served her right, this tree was called Tong Tian Mu. It hardly resembled something that could reach the heavens. Host, when cultivating Tong Tian Mu, the lower branches must be pruned. This will allow for upward growth. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words, finally responding, shouldn't you have mentioned this earlier? Previously, the Tong Tian Mu was too small. Pruning it indiscriminately could lead to its demise. Now, the vitality of our farm is sufficient to sustain the life of the Tong Tian Mu. Xing Nuo approached a little closer. Yes, is still quite small. If I prune these branches, can they be replanted? Yes, but their functionality will be slightly diminished. That is good to know. When I have some free time, I will do some pruning. Currently, she was present in this space by thought alone and could not physically prune anything. At the current size of the Tong Tian Mu, it can already accept electrical energy and similar forms of energy. However, for cuttings, the seedlings may not thrive. Xing Nuo replied, that is fine. We can simply place the seedlings further away. I will bring a generator to place beside the Tong Tian Mu. After acquiring some additional land, Xing Nuo exited the farm space. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze. Xing Nuo rubbed her face. Are you awake? Why not sleep a little longer? Bai Xiaoyuan lightly touched Xing Nuo's forehead. My wife, do you not feel any discomfort? He had distinctly sensed that her heartbeat was unusually steady before suddenly quickening. Xing Nuo shook her head. No, why? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, it is nothing. Noticing the concern in his eyes, Xing Nuo quickly understood. Actually, I wasn't asleep. I was just lost in thought. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, what were you thinking about? I want to tell you. Xing Nuo sat up, glancing at the time, only to realize it was already noon. You should rest a little longer. I will prepare something to eat. Bai Xiao Yuan straightened his posture. I've already slept enough. Xing Nuo, somewhat skeptical, thought he had only slept for 2 hours. Is that truly sufficient? Before she could argue, Bai Xiao Yuan lifted her and carried her downstairs. A delightful aroma wafted from below. From a distance, she spotted Lu Ming bustling about in the kitchen. The dining table was already laden with 10 large bowls filled with various meats. Xing Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Are these for selling, or? With this quantity, even the few beastmen in the house couldn't possibly finish it all. Lu Ming emerged with the last bowl of beef, smiling. These are for the people from the mechanical department. They came to help, so we must show our appreciation. Xing Nuo leaned in for a closer look and noticed the meat had been prepared in numerous flavors. 5-spice, mildly spicy, moderately spicy, and so forth. The different flavors had varying quantities, with the moderately spicy being the least. Bai Xiao Yuan turned his eyes. My wife? What would you like to eat for lunch? I can make it. Both Xing Nuo and Lu Ming focused their attention on Bai Xiao Yuan. You can cook? As far as she remembered, Bai Xiao Yuan had never set foot in the kitchen, usually consuming only nutritional fluids. Lu Ming quickly interjected. Do not suggest such foolish ideas. Do you wish to endanger the lady? Chapter 74. A single slap to slay the dragon. Bai Xiao Yuan, recalling previous experiences, swallowed his retort. He indeed was not fond of the kitchen. Despite performing the same tasks, Lu Ming produced delicious meals while his turned out to be poison. Seeing his dejected expression, Xing Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. Let us not force it. Bai Xiao Yuan quietly suggested. My wife, you could teach me. I learned quickly. Did I not make the buns quite well before? Xing Nuo glanced at Lu Ming, as he was more familiar with Bai Xiao Yuan's capabilities. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Some physical tasks can be assigned to him, but leave the cooking to others. Very well. Xing Nuo chuckled lightly. Speaking of physical tasks, why don't we make some dumplings today? Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Xing Nuo immediately began instructing Bai Xiao Yuan on preparing the filling while she took out a bag of flour, intended to roll out some dumpling skins. Lu Ming took the flour. I will handle this. Having made buns before, he had some experience. Quickly cleaning the machine, Bai Xiao Yuan and Yin Xiang entered to find the three busy in the kitchen. Yin Xiang's gaze occasionally wandered towards the kitchen. The harmonious scene within made him question if he had entered the wrong place. Bai Xiaoze noticed his distracted demeanor and directly said, Take those meats on the table to the brothers. Yes, Yin Xiang immediately bowed in response. Observing the harmonious scene from a distance, he could not help but comment, General, did they not say Xing Nuo is quite fierce? Even a dragon could be slain with a single slap. Why is she so gentle? He could hardly fathom that he would one day use the word gentle to describe Xing Nuo. Yet in the kitchen, when Bai Xiao Yuan accidentally dusted her face with flour, she merely brushed it off, completely devoid of ferocity. Bai Xiaoze shot him a baffled glance. A single slap to slay a dragon? Where did you hear such nonsense? Yin Xiang widened his eyes. You do not know? This is common knowledge throughout the empire. At the previous banquet, Xing Nuo killed the beast-shaped third prince with a single slap. Bai Xiaoze's mouth twitched. Had such rumors spread so widely? Yin Xiang continued. It is said that the third prince was in a berserk state at the time. Even a 3S level male beastman might struggle against him. The combat prowess of a berserk beastman surges dramatically. Yet, Xing Nuo was merely a female. It is utterly terrifying. Yin Xiang glanced at Xing Nuo, then cautiously approached Bai Xiaoze. General, please be careful and do not provoke her. Your defense is not even as strong as the third princess. The scales of Long Yiqi are not merely for show. Aside from the turtle tribe, no beastman possesses a higher defense than Long Yiqi. The Baihu clan is more adept at offense. Bai Xiaoze regarded him with indifference. That is merely a rumor. Yin Xiang exclaimed, A rumor? Surely, that cannot be the case. I have seen the footage. I can assure you with these eyes that the video has not been tampered with. As a member of the Yu Yin tribe, my vision has always been my pride. Distinguishing the authenticity of a video is hardly a challenge. Bai Xiaoze felt somewhat fatigued. Did you not notice she was wielding a whip at the time? Yin Xiang's lips twitched. What difference does that make? A whip is merely an ordinary weapon. Bai Xiaoze replied calmly. There is a significant difference between having a weapon and not having one. For a moment, Yin Xiang felt an urge to open his head to see what was inside. What is the fundamental difference between slaying with a slap and slaying with a whip? It is all a matter of a single strike. Could it be that the General's mind has been affected by spending too much time with Bai Xiaoyuan? His expression turned serious. What if Bai Xiaoze's mind had indeed become muddled? What would they do? What about the insect tribe? Bai Xiaoze, upon observing his expression, realized that he was overthinking again. The third prince was not dead, merely unconscious. Yin Xiang gazed at Bai Xiaoze in silence, for in his eyes, there is little distinction between being fainted and being deceased. Bai Xiaoze rubbed his forehead and reassured, the mistress is currently in good health and poses no threat to us. Did you not witness that just moments ago? Yin Xiang glanced once more at the kitchen and noticed Xing Nuo appearing irked, pointing outside to indicate that Bai Xiaoyuan should vacate the kitchen. Her wide-eyed glare seemed capable of igniting flames. Yin Xiang instinctively shivered. How terrifying. Bai Xiaoze shot him a sidelong glance. You ought to mend your eyesight. He sauntered over. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyuan raised his hand in a pledge. Mistress, I assure you I will not cause any trouble. However, his face was smeared with flour, rendering him comically ridiculous. Xing Nuo scoffed, you'd best remain composed out there. Step 1 foot closer, and I shall throw you out. Lu Ming promptly shut the kitchen door. Xing Nuo collected the dough that had fallen to the floor, carefully removing the dirt from it. Such a waste. Lu Ming softly consoled. It's not a significant issue. The chicks we ordered will arrive today. We can feed them then. He turned and discreetly signaled to Bai Xiaoyuan. Bai Xiaoyuan immediately grasped his intent, quickly stepped aside, activated his light brain, and hastily ordered a batch of chicks. Bai Xiaoze looked at him speechlessly. You know flour is precious, yet you still display your skills. It was evident that Bai Xiaoyuan had attempted to showcase a newly learned technique, only to accidentally drop the dough. Even within their brief interaction, Bai Xiaoze discerned that although Xing Nuo had an abundance of food, she was rather parsimonious with those plants. It was not so much stinginess as it was a sense of cherishing, for whatever she brought forth was consumed entirely. Bai Xiaoyuan gently licked his lips without retorting. I acknowledge my mistake. However, looking at the images of the chicks on a light brain, I find myself at a loss. Which of these is easier to raise? Bai Xiaoze was momentarily taken aback. He too was unfamiliar with such matters, though he did know which insect species was the easiest to exterminate. Yin Xiang leaned in. General, do you intend to purchase chicks? What purpose do they serve? Without lifting his gaze, Bai Xiaoyuan replied, the mistress fancies them, so I need your assistance in selecting them. Yin Xiang scrutinized the information in the marketplace and quickly understood that Bai Xiaoyuan was utterly clueless about these matters. He softly inquired, are you raising the chickens for meat or for eggs? Bai Xiaoyuan blinked. They should be for eggs or perhaps both. Yin Xiang pointed at the information above. If for meat, choose this breed. If for eggs, opt for that one. When selecting, it is advisable to get more hens than roosters. Bai Xiaoyuan rapidly tapped on the screen. The mistress likely prefers eggs. We can acquire meat chickens later. Bai Xiaoze's mouth twitched. 10 will suffice. Why do you need to select 100,000? We have nothing at present. The more there are, the more the mistress will worry. Chapter 75, Urgent. The twin tigers depart. Their wasteland had yet to be cultivated, and now to raise chickens on such a large scale would only increase Xing Nuo's burden. Yin Xiang also cautioned, General, raising 100,000 chicks to maturity is no easy feat. A factory must be established. Bai Xiaoyuan quickly revised the order to 10, 1 male and 9 females. Once the order was placed, Bai Xiaoyuan finally exhaled in relief. I'm grateful for your assistance. Yin Xiang replied, it is my pleasure to assist you. Bai Xiaoyuan stowed away his light brain and glanced at the kitchen with a sigh. Indeed, he was not well suited for the kitchen. Yin Xiang scrutinized Bai Xiaoyuan. You're not injured, are you? Bai Xiaoyuan looked at him quizzically. Of course not. Do I appear injured? Yin Xiang muttered, but the third prince bore no injuries either. Bai Xiaoyuan understood his implication and broke into laughter. The mistress would not be so cruel as to punish me. That fellow had it coming. Reflecting on it now, Bai Xiaoze realized that Xing Nuo had been exceedingly cautious with Bai Xiaoyuan, fearful of causing him harm. Had he not insisted, Xing Nuo would never have resorted to such measures with him. Yet with Lin Yeqi, she acted without hesitation. Merely contemplating it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Bai Xiaozi cast a disapproving glance at him. How ambitious. He could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Previously, when Xing Nuo treated Bai Xiaoyuan in such a manner, he had sensed a hint of romantic affection. Now that Xing Nuo was so favorably inclined toward him, he feared that he might soon be consumed by such thoughts. Bai Xiaoyuan lightly snorted. "You are envious of me, are you not?" Bai Xiaozi replied nonchalantly. "I shall take a nap in your room. You can manage the mechanical engineering team." After being dragged by Bai Xiaoyuan for an all-night endeavor, he was truly weary. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded, "Very well." Seeing him acquiesce, Bai Xiaozi yawned and strode into Bai Xiaoyuan's room. As soon as he lay down, a familiar scent enveloped him. Bai Xiaozi sniffed, quickly realizing that Xing Nuo had likely rested here. Could it be that upon returning from outside, she had lounged here with Bai Xiaoyuan? The rapid changes within such a short time left him somewhat perplexed. Unconsciously, he nestled against the pillow, gently closing his eyes. The aroma wafting toward him evoked a feeling of complete relaxation. In the next moment, he descended into a deep slumber. In contrast to Bai Xiaozi's ease, Bai Xiaoyuan was anxiously peering out the window, frequently checking the status of the delivery on his light brain, fearful that the delivery robot might expose him. Witnessing his anxious demeanor, Yinxiang found himself at a loss for words. He opened his own light brain. "General, I wish to report on the progress." Bai Xiaoyuan settled onto the sofa, opened the documents sent by Yinxiang, and swiftly entered work mode. Yinxiang exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Bai Xiaoyuan was still acting normally. Xing Nuo peeked into the living room and observed Yinxiang reporting to Bai Xiaoyuan with trepidation. Blinking in confusion, she asked Lu Ming, "Why do I feel that a Yuan has an unusually formidable presence toward outsiders?" Many trembled upon encountering Bai Xiaoyuan, including Bai Xiaoqian, who belonged to the same clan. Yet she saw no reason to regard Bai Xiaoyuan as fearsome. Lu Ming chuckled. "Some traits are innate, I suppose. No need to concern yourself. You will get used to it." Xing Nuo nodded, her hands deftly rolling out dumpling wrappers. As Lu Ming fashioned dumplings, he remarked, "Mistress, this project entails a substantial workload. Subsequently, the mechanical department will be hiring some beastmen and robots. What they intend to build cannot be accomplished by a mere 20-person team in a short time." Xing Nuo replied, "Understood. Let's prepare ample provisions for them." Lu Ming elaborated, "Actually, they are accustomed to consuming nutrient solutions. These foods will merely serve as snacks. We can entrust them to the caretaker robot." An idea sparked in Xing Nuo's mind. Could we have them as taste testers? With more individuals partaking, they can help us adjust the product flavors according to their preferences, thus identifying our target audience. Lu Ming affirmed, "That is certainly feasible. I will collect the data later." The two engaged in casual conversation while crafting dumplings. Before long, evening fell. Xing Nuo cradled a bowl of steamed dumplings, seated on the balcony, observing the construction team laboring in the distance. In a brief span, with the assistance of those beastmen and robots, the new temperature-controlled room was beginning to take shape. Bai Xiaozi's residents had also been allocated a designated area. Their speed was indeed impressive, prompting a sigh of admiration from Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaoyuan reached over to snag a dumpling from the bowl and popped it in his mouth. This is still rather slow. Once the next construction team arrives tomorrow, the pace will double. Xing Nuo turned her gaze toward him and witnessed Bai Xiaoyuan snatching another dumpling. Could it be that devouring them whole was more delectable? Mimicking Bai Xiaoyuan's actions, Xing Nuo stuffed a dumpling into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster. Bai Xiaoyuan was instantly filled with anxiety. "Wife, you mustn't eat like this." Xing Nuo whimpered softly as she chewed vigorously. "I must say, such a hearty bite is indeed satisfying. Do not be tense. I am not an infant." After saying this, Xing Nuo stuffed another morsel into her mouth. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a slight headache. "Wife, this is quite easy to choke on, and if a Ming sees this, he will cut off my rations." Xing Nuo chuckled lightly, seemingly aware that Lu Ming had discovered Bai Xiaoyuan's Achilles heel. Ding, ding, ding. 3 soft beeps echoed, prompting Bai Xiaoyuan to quickly open his holographic device. Upon seeing the information displayed, his eyes darkened. Concerned, Xing Nuo inquired, "What is it?" Bai Xiaoyuan replied with a smile, "It's nothing. As has some matters to attend to. I shall go see." Xing Nuo nodded. Go ahead. Bai Xiao Yuan departed in haste. A flicker of unease crossed Xing Nuo's mind. Could there be an issue at the front lines? If memory serves, Bai Xiao Zhe had previously returned from the front. Now, with his fury levels diminished, he would likely return to the front line soon. What about Bai Xiao Yuan? Would he also be called to the front? In that moment, Ding nos vorius intensifiet. System, are there any crops in the marketplace that can effectively restore injuries and stamina? Host, there are some traditional medicinal seeds available in the marketplace. But to achieve the desired effects, they must be refined. Unfortunately, it won't be feasible in the short term. Siging Ding no lamented. If only there were crops that could yield finished medicines. Host, it's best not to dwell on such matters. With a sigh, Xing Nuo retrieved a bottle of nutritional liquid and began to drink. Before long, a message arrived on her holographic device. Wife, I have military duties to attend to and will be away for some time. I have transferred the planet's authority to Lu Ming. Should there be any matters, please let Lu Ming handle them. Bai Xiao Yuan. Wife, take care. Bai Xiao Osha. Chapter 76. Amulet. Bai Xiao Yuan's emotional struggle. Xing Nuo's gaze dimmed. The fact that both of them could leave together indicated that the situation was quite dire. Lu Ming approached briskly. Wife, shall we send them off? Xing Nuo quickly rose. Yes. Lu Ming transformed into his beast form with a surge of energy, his moon-white body adorned with two colorful antlers. Wife, hop on. I shall carry you. Xing Nuo climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. With a powerful leap, Lu Ming soared into the air, sprinting into the distance. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Lu Ming would be so adept at carrying someone. Seated atop him, she barely felt any bumps. Even as they leapt from the second-floor balcony, this experience was entirely different from riding Bai Xiao Yuan. It wasn't long before she spotted both men at the airfield. Bai Xiao Yuan swiftly approached, casting an annoyed glare at Lu Ming. Wife, you came. I apologize. This time, I may need quite a while. I had previously told Lu Ming not to bring you, to spare you the sorrow of parting. Yet here she was. Xing Nuo dismounted from Lu Ming. It's all right. Just be cautious. You mustn't get hurt. Bai Xiao Yuan couldn't help but pull Xing Nuo close. Yes, I'll be careful. Xing Nuo produced a slender twig, roughly 2 millimeters in diameter. She twisted it into a circle, fashioning a simple bracelet, which she placed on Bai Xiao Yuan's wrist. This is for you. I hope it can protect you. The twig was no ordinary one. It was a branch from the legendary Tong Tian Mu, which she had carefully collected. Although unsure of its stability-enhancing properties, she hoped it would offer them some assistance, at least providing a semblance of safety while traversing wormholes. Bai Xiao Yuan gently stroked the bracelet. Is this an amulet? Previously, he had seen similar amulets given by wives to their beast husbands, wishing for their safe return. He had once fantasized about receiving such a token from Xing Nuo. To his surprise, he had indeed received one. Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, it is an amulet. The front lines are perilous. You must take care of yourself and not recklessly rely on your high attack power. Bai Xiao Yuan's lips quivered slightly, understood. Concerned, Xing Nuo cautioned, you must also remember to rest. Do not exhaust yourself like last night. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly. Xing Nuo pondered, if anything arises, you may contact me. While I may not be able to assist with combat matters, I can certainly help with logistics. Bai Xiao Yuan continued to nod. Be meticulous, she urged. I will be, thank you, wife. As the departure time approached, Bai Xiao Yuan reluctantly bid farewell to Xing Nuo. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around, pulling Xing Nuo into an embrace, pressing his lips firmly against hers. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank, her entire body frozen in place. Bai Xiao Yuan released her. Wife, you must also take care of yourself. With that, he swiftly dashed into the departing spacecraft. Xing Nuo pressed her fingers against her lips, a flush creeping across her cheeks. This fellow, how audacious. Next time, I shall ensure he is thoroughly disciplined. There were still so many onlookers. Standing nearby, Yin Xiang involuntarily shuddered. Indeed, the female was quite formidable. He had no doubt that Xing Nuo could follow through on her threats, especially since Lin Yiqi's fate remained uncertain. Lu Ming reverted to his human form. Wife, shall we return? Jing no instinctively replied. Taking her hand, Lu Ming led her slowly back home. A pair of deer-like eyes quietly observed Xing Nuo. She was not genuinely angry. Did that imply it was acceptable? He smirked slightly. This fellow can be rather impulsive. He certainly deserves a reprimand. Xing Nuo puffed up her cheeks indeed. He always bullies others. Lu Ming gazed down at her slightly flushed face, realizing that the fellow's tactics were not without effect. Wife, would you like to visit the climate-controlled room? Xing Nuo eagerly nodded yes. Together, they arrived at the climate-controlled room. At that moment, various signs were posted in front of the small planting boxes, each detailing the names of the crops being cultivated. Xing Nuo crouched before one of the planting boxes. Have the previous seeds been sown? She was astonished at how quickly Lu Ming had acted. It had only been a few hours. Lu Ming squatted beside her, yes. Nearly all of them had been planted. Xing Nuo scrutinized the soil, noting its dampness, clearly having been watered. Leaning in for a closer look, she was amazed to find a thin, energy shield enveloping the planting boxes. When she reached out to touch it, the shield repelled her finger like a glass bubble. Lu Ming patiently explained, these are insect shields. They can also adjust humidity and temperature according to the plant's needs. Xing Nuo exclaimed, that is truly impressive. This is akin to having individual planting plots. She contemplated acquiring a few for herself, particularly for the rare Tong Tian Mu seeds, which could benefit from such protection. This way, she would not have to worry about the generator's impact on the Tong Tian Mu seedlings. After touring the climate-controlled room, Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only had all the crops been planted, but he had also meticulously recorded the data. Such efficiency astounded her. After all, today Lu Ming had been responsible for discussing the architectural layout with the construction teams while also managing their meals. To accomplish all this, including sorting and planting the seeds, setting up the protective shields, and recording the data, was nothing short of extraordinary. As she reviewed the materials Lu Ming had sent, Xing Nuo shared some of her own knowledge. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly passed, and it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Ming tidied up slightly before returning home with Xing Nuo. After freshening up, Xing Nuo proceeded directly to her farming space. Outside the modest dwelling within the space stood a large statue of a tiger, its body crouched in a fierce pose, as if ready to roar. Upon a cursory glance, the expression of the tiger bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Xiaoyuan. Realizing her thoughts, Xing Nuo lightly tapped her forehead and chuckled. It seemed that today, she had been sufficiently provoked by Bai Xiaoyuan to the point where even a tiger statue reminded her of him. The statue was positioned by the door of the small house, serving as a guardian akin to a stone lion. It was grander and more imposing. Her fingers brushed against the statue, and a surge of energy coursed through her body. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill. Zijianhuing summons purple lightning to form a tiger-shaped attack. Can be embodied or used as a detached attack. Skill bonus. King of Beast effect. Minimum cost, 16 divine points. King of Beast effect can intimidate lower-level beastmen, instilling fear. Bonus effect influenced by the power of the white tiger. Chapter 77. Xing Nuo, your husband truly is a vegetarian? Xing Nuo's lips twitched. It appeared that Zijian was quite versatile. However, the embodiment aspect? She swiftly entered the small house and stood before a mirror, directly utilizing Zijianhuing. A purple tiger rapidly coalesced, seemingly emerging from within her body. At first glance, it appeared as though her face had transformed into that of tiger. Yet, the energy was limited, and the tiger's form remained somewhat elusive. Despite being a faint silhouette, one could still sense an imposing aura emanating from it. Xing Nuo retracted the energy, lamenting that they had departed so quickly. If only she could gather more, the skill's potency would undoubtedly increase. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damned insect race. System, does the insecticide you produced work against those pests? The system space was indeed peculiar. Despite being sealed, pests would manifest on crops as soon as they were planted. The source of these pests was a mystery. This is uncertain. It should work on smaller ones, but the larger ones are problematic. The most troublesome aspect of the insect race is their strong reproductive capabilities, coupled with their rapid evolution. Even if this generation of insecticides is effective, after a few generations of breeding, it may become ineffective. This was indeed a cause for concern. The host may also consider purchasing additional supplies for future encounters with the insect race. Xingnua pondered this and found it reasonable, promptly accessing the marketplace to purchase 10,000 bottles of small insecticide. These insecticides were designed similarly to anti-wolf spray. Upon encountering pests, one simply had to press and spray. After placing the items in her spatial pocket, Xingnua climbed onto the tiger statue and began to meditate. Although she currently lacked ample power from the white tiger, awakening energy was a fundamental feature of the statue, making it suitable for her cultivation. Streams of energy flowed into her body, merging swiftly with her being. After some time, Xingnua opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach. She was famished. At this moment, her 2 source stones were once again filled with energy, sufficient for an extended period of absorption. Stretching lazily, Xingnua exited the farming space. Just as she stepped outside, a robot handed her a small note. "Wife, breakfast is on the dining table. I am currently in the temperature-controlled room." Xingnua took the note and hurried to the dining room. Sure enough, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Porridge, boiled eggs, beef buns, pork and cabbage dumplings, a small fruit platter, and a box of blue mold milk nutritional liquid. Sitting in her chair, she began to devour the food. After a night of cultivation, she felt ravenous, as if her stomach were touching her back. She managed to finish 3 buns and a small basket of dumplings in just 2 minutes. Drinking the nutritional liquid, her eyelids began to grow heavier. Oh no! The long-lost drowsiness had returned. Just as she prepared to return to her room for a quick nap, darkness enveloped her, and she fell asleep. The robot swiftly moved to catch her as she collapsed. Its eyes flickered with a sequence of codes before it gently cradled Xingnua and placed her into a small flying device in a corner outside. Time passed, and Xingnua wearily opened her eyes. All she could see was an expanse of darkness. Rubbing her aching head, she murmured, "System, how long have I been asleep?" "Host, you have been asleep for 11 hours. Xingnua was taken aback. 11 hours? That couldn't be right. She shouldn't feel this weak after such a short duration. "Host, you were drugged, not merely suffering from drowsiness." Xingnua's pupils constricted. "Do you know who did this? And where am I?" Blue Treasure Star had a very high security level. How could someone infiltrate it? The intruder compromised the butler robot, using it as an inside man. As for your location, you are on Yoshuaishing. Xingnu bit her lip, unease creeping in her gaze. The ability to hack into the butler robot indicated that the intruder possessed considerable skills. She conducted a brief examination of her body and found that her wrist computer was indeed missing. Her fingers grazed her neck, where a leather collar had been placed. Panic surged within her. "System, what is this? It can't be a bomb, can it?" "No, after scanning, it is a control collar that can remotely inject muscle relaxants." Muscle relaxants? It seemed she would not be in immediate danger. Xingnua felt somewhat reassured. "Can you contact Luming?" "You can reach by Xiaoyuan through the statue. But given the current insufficiency of the white tiger's power, it can only convey some unsettling emotions. Precise communication is unlikely. Then, that would be pointless. Inaccurate expressions would bear no significance. And besides, he was on the front lines. It was best not to distract him." Xingnua glanced around her dim surroundings, regretting the lack of light. She wondered if Luming had noticed her absence. Just as she was about to speak, the door to the room swung open. A faint light spilled in from outside, and soon after, an elderly man dressed as a butler entered. "Esteemed Xingnua, welcome to the Duke's residence on Yoshuaishing. I am the butler, Xiangming. It is a pleasure to serve you." "Xiangming?" Xingnua furrowed her brow, feeling as though she had heard that name before, but couldn't quite place it. "Why have you brought me here? What is your purpose?" A wave of anxiety washed over her. Had her calming ability been exposed? A flicker of concealed anger crossed Xiangming's eyes, realizing that Xingnua had no recollection of Yoshuaishing. This was the Duke's residence, yet she seemed entirely oblivious. His gaze hardened with malice, and Xingnua sensed the shift in his demeanor, her hand instinctively reaching behind her to grip a long whip. She was truly grateful that her whip had remained in the system's warehouse. Suppressing his anger, Xiangming stated, "Xingnua, I did not bring you here for any other reason. I simply hope you can appease the Duke." Xingnua retorted coldly, "You call this a request?" Xiangming replied, The situation is urgent. We had no choice but to take extreme measures. I hope for your understanding. Xingnua scoffed and turned her head away. I will not appease any duke. You should know my identity. My beast husband is not one to be trifled with. Xiangming's expression grew colder, further diminishing his impression of Xingnua. It seems you truly do not understand your beast husband. Lu Ming is of the Jiao Salu tribe, and he is a vegetarian. Xingnua's lips twitched, feeling a surge of frustration. Who told you that? What I mean is, if you dare to lay a finger on me, they will undoubtedly lay waste to Yoshue Xing. Xiangming's face darkened, while others might be uncertain. Bai Xiaoyuan would certainly go mad. The matter of Xingnua's disappearance is likely already known to them. With their intelligence and technological capabilities, locating this place would not pose a challenge. His time is running out. Chapter 78. Calling oneself master. Is that not peculiar? He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Xingnua, as a female, my Lord Duke is no ordinary man. Even your beastly husbands cannot act recklessly on Yoshue Xing. The Duke has been tormented by his desires to the point of desperation and can only impose upon you. Having said this, he bowed deeply. Xingnua felt an involuntary chill run down her spine, and in the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her neck, leaving her already rigid body feeling utterly weak. She bit her lip, acutely aware of the changes within her. Fortunately, this muscle relaxant did not impair her consciousness, nor did it hinder her mental faculties. At Xianming's signal, a robot approached, lifting Xingnua and carrying her toward the side room. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a damp atmosphere. A shiver coursed through Xingnua, her body bristling with discomfort. What was the temperature in this room? The robot set her down by the door before swiftly retreating. Locking it behind him, it was freezing. Xingnua crouched on the ground, trembling. A hoarse voice emanated from the corner. Xiaonua, lower the room temperature by 1 degree. Understood, master. Adjusted to 5 degrees. Please be advised that the room temperature is excessively low. Take care to keep warm. Xingnua's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. The voice that had just spoken sounded hauntingly familiar. System, was that voice Xiao, just now, similar to mine? Indeed, it appears to be an extension synthesized from your voice. Xingnua could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This meant that the other party had known her for quite some time. Could it be an unresolved debt from a previous encounter? She murmured to herself. Moreover, she felt that the man's voice was also strangely familiar, as if she had heard it before. Lost in thought, a cold voice interrupted. Who is there? A presence swiftly approached. Xingnua remained alert, fearing an ambush. In the next moment, a very familiar large head entered her line of sight. The head was covered in fine scales, and 2 small horns protruded from the top. The gaping mouth appeared capable of swallowing a person whole. Xingnua's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yechi, wife. Lin Yechi was momentarily taken aback. Xiaonua, turn on the lights. Instantly, the lights illuminated the surroundings and the center of the room. Only then did Xingnua realize the layout of the room. Rather than a standard room, it resembled a bathing chamber. In the center was an ice-covered pool with a gap in the middle. Beside the pool lay a chaise longue and several empty suppressants. Xingnua found herself at a loss for words, astonished at the dangerous nature of a beastman's mating season, requiring ice to alleviate their urges. The room's temperature was exceptionally low. Even an ordinary person would succumb to hypothermia after a short while. Struggling to support her body, she weakly collapsed back onto the floor. The potency of the muscle relaxant was overwhelming. She had no strength left. Lin Yechi observed this scene and understood. Xian Ming brought you here? Jing Nuo nodded. Could you notify Ming? Knowing he was nearby eased her initial anxiety. Based on their previous phone conversations, she was certain he would not wish her harm. Lin Yechi bent down, lifting Xingnua and carefully placing her on the chaise longue. He gently brushed the hair from her face with his long fingers. Why would my wife think I would contact that fellow? Xingnua bit her lips softly. I can help you calm down, but could you please contact Ming for me? I was suddenly brought here, and he must be worried. She knew Lin Yechi's rage was likely at a peak. Otherwise, he would not have lost control at the previous banquet. Reducing his aggressive tendencies might at least provide him some relief. You wish to soothe me for another male? Lin Yechi, almost boneless, pressed his towering form against Xing Nuo. His imposing physique nearly pinned her beneath him. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes, as if any unsatisfactory word from her would lead him to devour her whole. An invisible pressure enveloped her. While she did not sense malice from Lin Yechi, an undercurrent of danger lingered. "You may have misunderstood something," Xing Nuo quickly reassured him. "I did not mean it that way." Lin Yechi's fingers reached out, gently pinching her delicate earlobe. "Then what do you mean?" Xing Nuo hesitated, her gaze shifting. "That person, Xian Ming, poisoned me. I need to understand my current condition." Lin Yechi grasped Xing Nuo's wrist, bringing it to his face. Her delicate wrist bore a hint of blue, and her entire hand felt icy. He scanned his light brain, body affected by muscle relaxant. Time required for drug metabolism, 6 hours. Still 6 hours? Jing no inhaled deeply. Realizing Xian Ming had administered the drug excessively, if given the chance, she would ensure he experienced the same fate. "Did you hear that? It will subside in just 6 hours." Lin Yechi softly inquired, holding her hand against his face. The chill of her hand ignited a fire within him. Awakening a familiar sensation. His eyes glowed with a hint of crimson. Xing No noticed the change. "You, wife, I am in distress." Lin Yechi's voice, slightly hoarse, bore a touch of pleading. "Wife, please help me." "No." Xing Nuo instinctively recoiled. "I can assist you in calming your rage." Lin Yechi chuckled softly. "It seems my wife still does not comprehend the current predicament. You are unable to do anything." He leaned closer, gripping her chin, drawing nearer. Their lips met fervently. "So hot." Xing Nuo curled up, feeling as though Lin Yechi's warmth might scorch her. Instinctively, she pushed against him, only to provoke a more fervent kiss. A fierce glint ignited in her eyes. Zi Jianhuing, with a ferocious roar, a purple lightning dragon erupted from within her, lunging directly at Lin Yechi. They were pressed closely together, and this strike effortlessly struck him. Under the overwhelming current, Lin Yechi felt his body stiffen, the familiar sensation returning. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Purified rage by 5 points, gained purification value of 5 points, total soul fusion progress, 35-35. Xing Nuo felt the world around her darken, a sensation akin to nausea washing over her. She had knocked him out, yet Lin Yechi's weight bore down upon her. It was over. A corner of Xing Nuo's mouth twitched. Her desperate attack had inadvertently trapped her. Chapter 79. Does the wife prefer collars? At this moment, both were utterly powerless. And if this continued, she feared Lin Yechi might crush her. "Host, what should we do now?" Xing Nuo strained to turn her head, avoiding Lin Yechi's face. In doing so, she caught sight of the center of the pool. A thought struck her. She quickly concentrated her mental energy, and soon, a 2-meter-long ice spear shot forth from the water, swiftly landing beside her. With a flick of its tail, it swept Lin Yechi to the ground. Xing Nuo dispersed the mental energy from the ice spear. This single act of control had cost her nearly 300 points of mental energy. With the weight lifted, she felt a small measure of relief. She was no longer in danger of being crushed. The absence of warmth from Lin Yechi left her shivering in the cold room. "System, could you raise the temperature in the room?" "I lack that capability." Xing Nuo bit her lip, clinging to a desperate hope as she called out, "Xiao Nuo." "I am here, master." A grimace crept across Xing Nuo's face. Addressing herself as master felt utterly bizarre. This perverse entity. Now is not the time for contemplation. Find a way to escape. With great effort, Xing Nuo propped herself up, her body limp and devoid of strength. In her current condition, even crawling to the door seemed an insurmountable task. With a surge of mental energy, an icicle erupted from the water, lifting her and landing atop Lin Yechi. As she struggled, she retrieved a powerful electric collar from the storage and, summoning all her strength, fastened it around Lin Yechi's neck. Only then did she exhale in relief. With the collar in place, she finally possessed a means of counteraction should Lin Yechi attempt to harm her. After all, his 3S level strength loomed large. And without a surprise attack, she had little confidence in defeating him. She tapped on his holographic device, illuminating its screen. Her eyes gleamed as she quickly accessed the communication messages. Upon opening, she spotted an unread message. Has the wife been taken away by you? Recognizing the familiar avatar, Xing Nuo strained to shift her fingers, laboriously typing, "Ming, save me," just as she was about to send it. A searing hand grasped her wrist while another encircled her waist. "Wife, are you so eager to leave me?" Xing Nuo's pupils contracted in surprise. How had he awoken so swiftly? Under her astonished gaze, Lin Yechi systematically deleted the messages before shutting off the device. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, marveling, "I never anticipated my wife could awaken two types of energy." He had known of her lightning abilities, but was taken aback to discover her ice capabilities as well. Xing Nuo, feeling somewhat disgruntled, struggled against him. "Let me go." Lin Yechi merely tightened his embrace. "Is it my fault that you fell upon me? Wife, you smell divine." "What nonsense," Xing Nuo retorted angrily. "If you dare take advantage of me, I swear I'll turn you into a porcupine." Lin Yechi's gaze darkened. "Did you not just say you would soothe me? Merely taking advantage is insufficient." Xing Nuo rolled her eyes. "I've already soothed you. If you don't believe me, check your own data." When she had unleashed the purple lightning tiger shadow against him, she had considered his 3S status, knowing a simple electric attack might not incapacitate him. Thus, she had incorporated mental energy for soothing purposes, a tactic she had previously tested with excellent results. Lin Yechi loosened his hold slightly, a look of confusion crossing his features as he reactivated his holographic device. Rage level, 94. His previously high rage level had mysteriously diminished, though the combination of long-term suppressants and his heat cycle had caused a ferocious rebound. Despite the drop, it had surged back to 99, and now, astonishingly, it had decreased to 94. Yet he was acutely aware that his stupor would not last more than half an hour, and there were no visible signs of soothing upon her. How had she accomplished this? Xing Nuo gazed at the holographic display, perplexed. It was impossible. The last time she had attacked him, his rage level should have decreased by 5 points. How could it now be 94? Surely it was not possible for his rage level to spike so dramatically in just a few days. Xing Nuo blinked, a subtle excitement glimmering in her eyes. If it had risen by 5 points in such a brief time, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for purifying values. Just when she had been fretting over insufficient purification value, Lin Yechi closed the device and gently cradled Xing Nuo as he moved towards the inner chamber. Placing her on the soft bed, she instinctively curled up onto the covers. She had truly been freezing in the previous room. How could this man endure such cold? Is it very cold? Lin Yechi pulled the blanket over them, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Wife, did you not say you would soothe me?" Xing Nuo agasperated responded. "Isn't your rage level down?" Lin Yechi leaned in closer. "Not enough." Perhaps due to the decrease in his rage level, he felt slightly better. Although the heat from his cycle still tormented him, the urge to annihilate everything had diminished. Xing Nuo expressed her frustration. "I am utterly devoid of strength. Let's discuss this once I regain some." Lin Yechi chuckled lightly, aware that she was merely stalling. "Do you think Lu Ming will come to rescue you?" Xing Nuo cast him a curious glance and asked earnestly, "Why do you always mention others? I truly feel unwell." She was thoroughly fed up with her limp condition, utterly powerless. This lack of resistance incited her irritation. Lin Yechi lowered his head, his gaze fixated on her. He noticed the sincerity in Xing Nuo's eyes, tinged with subtle unease and distaste. He gently pinched her chin. "Does the wife dislike me?" Xing Nuo, perplexed by his reasoning, replied, "Not at all." Lin Yechi remained unconvinced, but seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he sighed. "Very well, you may rest for now." Xing Nuo lifted her chin slightly. "Could this collar be removed first? If it is not taken off, I will remain under threat. If I accidentally receive another shock, I am done for." Lin Yechi lightly toyed with the collar. "Does the wife not like this?" Xing Nuo rolled her eyes. "Of course I do not like it. Do you?" Lin Yechi's fingers brushed against the collar before he removed it. "I assumed the wife enjoyed wearing the collar, considering it was on me." Chapter 80. A body sparkling with energy, differential treatment. Xing Nuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I was not given a choice. Who knew if he would suddenly go berserk?" Given the current circumstances, she hastily redirected the conversation. "By the way, how did your rage level rise so quickly? It should have decreased last time." Lin Yechi relaxed slightly, his eyes narrowing. Last time, was it you who soothed me? At that moment, he had been in a frenzy, consumed by a singular thought, destruction. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, his body bearing the remnants of lightning damage and a slight reduction in rage level. Although Xingnua was reluctant to admit it, she nodded in affirmation. Yes, is my newly awakened ability. Lin Yechi murmured. When did your ice abilities awaken? Xingnua, puzzled, asked. Why are you so curious about my ice abilities? She recalled Bai Xiaoyuan had also shown interest in her ice capabilities, leading to a slight quarrel. Lin Yechi's hand lifted slightly, and with a mere gesture, a 3-meter-wide icicle floated in the air before he casually dismissed it. Xingnua gasped in astonishment. You are also of the ice element? Such a nonchalant display of skill was anything but ordinary. Lin Yechi smirked slightly. Indeed, I too possess ice abilities just like you. Xingnua exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let us discuss the application of ice abilities later. Though she had awakened her ice energy long ago, her practical experience was woefully inadequate. Lin Yechi held her gently, feeling a twinge of confusion. Xingnua's current demeanor did not suggest she was dismissing him. Rather, she genuinely wished to explore matters concerning ice abilities with him. Did she not reject him? Did she not harbor any dislike? How peculiar, what was happening? Xingnua observed that he seemed to be lost in thought and chose not to disturb him. A yawn escaped her lips, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Yechi's fingers gently brushed across her face. This meeting was remarkably akin to the one captured in the video, which felt exceedingly strange, almost as if she were a different person altogether. Wife Master, can I still trust you? His finger activated the holographic device, lingering on Lu Ming's message. After a prolonged silence, he turned off the device. He enveloped Xingnua in his arms, burying his face in her neck. Inhaling her fragrant scent, and the tormenting heat of desire gradually subsided. Time passed slowly. The effects of the medication within Xingnua's body began to wane. When she finally regained consciousness, the effects had mostly dissipated. As she felt the faint warmth emanating from her neck, she came to her senses, realizing she was with Lin Yechi. Lin Yechi opened his eyes, and the sight of her skin and the scent wafting from her nostrils elevated his mood. Wife Master, you are awake? Xingnua shifted her body, and in the next moment, she gasped, Quick, move away. My entire body is numb. At that moment, she felt as if her body were being pricked by 1,000 needles. How tightly did this jerk hold me? Tears welled in her eyes from the pain. Lin Yechi hastily rose, gently pressing on her arms. Xingnua could not suppress a pain cry. Don't move. His touch intensified her discomfort. Lin Yechi had no choice but to pull back her blanket and step back, allowing her some space to recover. He clicked his tongue. Why is your body so weak? He had hardly exerted any force, and yet she had become like this. Xingnua glared at him in anger. Isn't it your fault? Why did you hold me so tightly? Luckily, he was still human. If he were in his dragon form, she feared she would have been crushed. Lin Yechi chuckled softly. It was the first time she was angry without lashing out at him. It was rather adorable. Xingnua puffed out her cheeks in frustration, wishing to strike him right then and there. If it weren't for him, would she be in such a disheveled state? How dare he laugh? Lin Yechi cleared his throat. I'll be more careful next time. Xingnua pouted. She had no intention of giving him a second chance. She closed her eyes slightly, began to channel her mental energy throughout her body, hoping to alleviate her current predicament. Lin Yechi appraised Xingnua closely, perhaps because he was so near. He could actually sense her mental energy at work. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Her strength seemed to surpass his expectations. At the very least, when it came to the manipulation of mental energy, her proficiency was far beyond that of an average male beastman. If there was any area where she was lacking, it would likely be combat experience. He returned to the bed. For some reason, her mental energy drew him closer, compelling him to absorb it completely. Xingnua opened her eyes and glared at him. Do not hold me again. Lin Yechi reached out and pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to lie against him. How about this? Uncomfortable, Xingnua protested as she struggled to sit up, twisting her body and performing several stretching movements. After her earlier recovery, her body finally felt normal again. Rubbing her stomach, she realized she was famished. She felt as though she could consume an entire cow. "Where's my holographic device? Get back to me now." Lin Yechi replied nonchalantly. "It should be with the butler. However, my door is locked from the outside, so I cannot leave for the time being." "What?" Xing Nuo stared wide-eyed, uncertain as she glanced around. "This is your home, right? That guy is your butler? Does he dare to lock you in?" Lin Yechi leaned back with an air of boredom. "I instructed him to lock it. You know my situation. It's dangerous outside." Xing Nuo frowned. "I'm hungry." Lin Yechi composed himself, retrieved a box of nutrient liquid from his spatial pocket. Xing Nuo swiftly lunged for it, selecting an orange-flavored bottle and gulping it down with a grimace. Lin Yechi expressed mild dissatisfaction. "Did he not provide you with nutrient liquid?" Xing Nuo wrinkled her face, feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness. "Is there a milder flavor?" Lin Yechi selected a different bottle for her. Xing Nuo wasted no time and drank it quickly. Exhaling deeply, she exclaimed, "Finally, I feel alive again." Lin Yechi stored the remaining nutrient liquid away. "Wife master, you mentioned you would comfort me." Xing Nuo nodded slightly. "I can, but you must promise to keep my matters confidential." Lin Yechi's expression darkened as he scoffed. "Wife master, did you make such a request when comforting them?" Xing Nuo paused. "The situations are different. Lu Ming was gravely injured, yet chose to stay by my side, being the first person I saw upon waking. Naturally, I would feel some fondness. Bai Xiaoyuan would rather wear a collar that could kill him than disclose my secrets, so I wouldn't need to make such a request. As for Bai Xiaoza, I am not concerned. With Bai Xiaoyuan around, he should not expose my secrets." Lin Yechi murmured. "So, you did not make that request?" Xing Nuo replied directly. "They are not blabbermouths." Lin Yechi retorted. "So, do you consider me a blabbermouth?" Chapter 81. Bloodline Oath, Do Not Harm Me. Xing Nuo huffed. "At least they did not kidnap me, did not administer those bizarre drugs, did not hold a wife-swapping banquet, and certainly did not attack me." Lin Yechi fell silent. Indeed, the reason she was here was that she had been forcibly brought here and even injected with medication. Xing Nuo crossed her arms. "Thus, I can comfort you, but you must guarantee to keep my secrets. Nothing about me can be disclosed, not even to your mother." Lin Yechi's gaze locked on his Xing Nuo, trying to decipher her expression. She simply regarded him quietly. Internally, she resolved that regardless of the circumstances, she would not comfort him while he was lucid unless he made a guarantee. After a long pause, Lin Yechi sat up straight, drew a knife, and made a small cut on his wrist. Xing Nuo inhaled sharply. "What are you doing?" Lin Yechi stated plainly. "To swear as you commanded." "I, Lin Yechi, swear by my dragon bloodline to protect the secrets of wife, Master Xing Nuo, until death." His vow was remarkably simple, akin to stating he would eat. However, the blood on his wrist rendered it significant. The bloodline oath, once violated, would trigger the powers within him, causing him to become a frenzied beast devoid of rationality. In severe cases, it could even lead to his demise. Xing Nuo murmured softly, "I did not intend for you to go this far." Initially, she only wished for him to make a promise. Yet here they were, invoking a bloodline oath. Lin Yechi glanced at his still bleeding wrist and smiled. "Wife master, if you have any further requests, feel free to state them." An idea flashed in Xing Nuo's mind. "One more thing, do not harm me." Previously, Bai Xiaoyuan had mentioned that this person was quite dangerous. Since he had already cut his wrist, she seized the opportunity to secure her safety. Lin Yechi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He had not anticipated that Xing Nuo would perceive him this way. The wound on his hand gradually healed, yet he felt the pain intensify. He forced a smile. "If you do not wish to comfort me, then so be it." Xing Nuo bit her lip. What did he mean by that? Lin Yechi stood up. "Wife master, please rest well. I will step outside." "Wait." Xing Nuo grasped his other hand. "Since I have promised to comfort you, I will not go back on my word." Although he had not made the accompanying vow, he had already agreed to keep her secrets, and thus she felt obliged to fulfill her part. Indicating for him to sit back on the bed, green light emanated from her hands as she gently pressed it against his wrist. Lin Yechi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this Lu Ming's healing technique?" He retracted his hand slightly. "No need for healing." Xingnua shot him a glance. Be quiet and don't move. This is my own healing technique. Lin Yechi immediately halted his actions. You also know healing techniques? This is truly out of character for her. Doesn't she usually prefer to fight? How could she learn such healing arts? Xingnua snorted coldly. This technique is not difficult. Soon, the wound on his wrist had completely healed. I will now help you calm down. Xingnua's hand rested on his forehead, and in that moment, she was taken aback. Why has your fury level increased again? Before she lost consciousness, she had clearly seen that Lin Yechi's fury level had dropped to 94, but now it had inexplicably risen to 97. In just a few short hours, it had surged by 3 points. Lin Yechi placed his palm over Xingnua's hand. My dear wife, have you forgotten? I am currently in my mating period, and the previously suppressed fury level will rebound. The mating period grows increasingly fierce. Many beastmen have perished during this phase. They are not consumed by desire, but rather die from the rebounding fury energy that overwhelms them. Their mating period acts as nourishment for the fury energy, continuously enhancing its intensity. The higher the level, the more severe the consequences. I see. Xingnua lightly bit her lip, then said, let me help you calm it a bit. Her mental energy surged forth, swiftly entering his spiritual sea. In an instant, Lin Yechi felt a gentle energy flooding into his mind, as if he were enveloped in a swirling mist. The mist wrapped around him, gradually dissipating the intense heat of his physical energy. Purified 5 points of fury, gained 5 points of purification. Soul fusion, total progress, 3,545. Xingnua glanced at the data, noticing that this time the progress of soul fusion was somewhat diminished. However, considering that previously, after Baixiwen and the others had cleared their fury levels, it did not rise again. She was prepared. As long as the purification value could be refreshed, it would suffice. Xingnua withdrew her hand. All right. This time she had only reduced it by 5 points. Adding the previous calming, she now possessed a total of 16 purification points. She was truly eager to see how high his fury level would rise. If it could continue to increase, wouldn't it be the perfect tool for boosting purification value? Lin Yechi looked at her with some confusion. This experience was vastly different from before. The previous calming energy had been quite harsh, and he had almost prepared himself to faint. Yet this time it was a thoroughly enjoyable experience. He glanced at his fury level. 92. It certainly was calming. But why the stark difference? Lin Yechi compared the 3 instances of calming. Only then did he uncertainly ask, my dear wife, can your attack techniques also have a calming effect? Xingnua's face flushed bright red. Who said that? Attack skills, of course, only have attacking effects. Is your head broken? Lin Yechi's gaze focused on her face. That slight blush was hardly convincing. Xingnua, annoyed, tapped his forehead. No more wild thoughts. Lin Yechi grasped her hand. My dear wife, I still need calming. The previous sensation was simply too wonderful. He even felt an impulse to remain in that state forever. Xingnua replied directly, I'm a bit tired. Lin Yechi immediately understood her implication. She still wanted to buy time, waiting for Lu Ming to come to the rescue. With a helpless smile, he said, my dear wife, do you truly not wish to help me any longer? Xingnua extended her hand. Nutritional fluid. Lin Yechi was taken aback, instinctively pulling out a vial of nutritional fluid. Xingnua wrinkled her face, sipping little by little. It's truly awful. Even if you don't return my light brain, at least give me the spatial connector. This is simply unbearable. Lin Yechi couldn't help but retort. My skills are indeed lacking compared to Lu Ming's. Xingnua snapped. Then why don't you return the spatial connector to me? Lin Yechi took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger. Is mine that terrible? Xingnua nodded vigorously, as if fearing her point wasn't clear, and continued to nod. It's truly awful. Chapter 82. Furious. Can't you understand what others are saying? Lin Yechi was momentarily amused by her anger. After all, the nutritional fluid in her hands was top-notch, specially provided by the royal family. No matter how one looked at it, this nutritional fluid was far superior to Lu Ming's. How could she complain so much? Lin Yechi huffed. The door won't open. Xingnua, infuriated, kicked him. Hey, I've helped you reduce so much fury, And this is how you treat me? Do you want to starve me? Lin Yechi stared at the nutritional fluid in her hand. Don't you have some? Xing Nuo made a face of disdain. It's awful. After drinking this, I won't be able to eat for days. Lin Yechi pouted. Do you really want to leave this place so badly? Xing Nuo kicked him again. Can't you listen? I said. Even if you don't return the light brain, you can keep the spatial connector. Lin Yechi lightly bit his lip. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Xiao Nuo, inform the butler to bring the light brain over. Understood, master. Xing Nuo's eyes brightened, and she casually shoved the nutritional fluid into his hands. Since you like it, you might as well drink it. Soon, Xiaoming walked in. Seeing Lin Yechi seated on the bed, his expression had noticeably improved. He finally felt relieved. He handed the light brain to Lin Yechi. My lord, your fury level has not yet been completely cleared. The implication was clear. Once the fury level was emptied, he would return the light brain to Xing Nuo. Lin Yechi replied coldly, I know. Xing Nuo seized her light brain from his hands, swiftly activating it. Her fingers tapped on the spatial connector, and a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional fluid appeared in her hand. She took a hearty sip, her eyes glistening. Next time, she would definitely stockpile a plethora of nutritional fluids in her own warehouse. The nutritional fluids here were simply too dreadful. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm sounded. Lin Yechi casually opened the light brain, revealing a multitude of flying vessels approaching his estate. Xiaoming's expression changed. My lord, I'll go stop them. He hadn't expected Lu Ming's response to be so swift. He previously thought Lu Ming would take at least 2 days to arrive. By then, he could simply take the people to another location. It was surprising that within less than 10 hours, Lu Ming had gathered a mechanical army to come. Xing Nuo glanced at the screen. She recognized those flying vessels from her previous encounter on Lan Baoxing. Lin Yechi's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. With the insect race pressing in, Baik Xiewin and Baik Xios were completely occupied. As long as Lu Ming was dealt with here, Xing Nuo would have no choice but to remain by his side. Xing Nuo bit the straw, her eyes lighting up as she nudged Lin Yechi with her foot. Do you want to join us in going to Lan Baoxing? I could really use the manpower right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Nuo froze, sensing an undercurrent of murderous intent from Lin Yechi. Did he wish to kill Lu Ming? Did they have a feud? That seemed unlikely. Lu Ming had a good temperament, and didn't he seem like someone who would make enemies? Lin Yechi restrained his emotions. You want me to go to Lan Baoxing? Xing Nuo hesitated. I do have that thought, but only if you want to bully Lu Ming. Lin Yechi's eyes flickered with surprise. He thought he had concealed his feelings well, yet she had managed to detect them. Xiaoming grew anxious. My lord, that's not advisable. Lan Baoxing is the territory of the Baija brothers. Moreover, they're the ones who kidnapped Xing Nuo. They certainly won't let Lin Yechi go. It's too dangerous to go to Lan Baoxing now. Xing Nuo frowned. So what? Am I capable of harming him? Xiaoming was momentarily exasperated. Have you forgotten the numerous times you've harmed the Duke? Each instance, he was left battered and bruised. All because of your affection for him. Xing Nuo felt somewhat frustrated. After all, she hadn't been the one to do it. Though she and her other half share the same soul, the actions of the latter still weigh heavily on her, leaving her somewhat disgruntled. I will not treat him that way again. Moreover, it was merely a suggestion. Whether he accepts it is beyond my control. After witnessing Lin Yechi's murderous intent towards Lu Ming, she began to regret having made such a proposition. Xiaoming's resolve was unwavering, and a needleless syringe appeared in his hand. Should Lin Yechi truly intend to venture to Lan Baoxing, he would undoubtedly incapacitate him at the first opportunity. This time, he would not allow Xing Nuo to harm Lin Yechi again. As the aircraft drew nearer on the screen, Lin Yechi paused for a moment and declared, I will accompany you to Lan Baoxing. Xiaoming swiftly approached Lin Yechi, the syringe poised to strike. Lin Yechi's body stiffened, ready to retaliate. But upon catching sight of certain scene, his movements abruptly halted. Xing Nuo wielded a long whip, lashing it towards Xiaoming. Instinctively, Xiaoming sidestepped, evading the whip strike. In the next moment, the whip seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him relentlessly. With a sharp crack, the whip struck his hand, sending the syringe flying. Xiaoming felt a numbing sensation in his right hand, and within moments, His entire arm lay motionless. Seizing the advantage, Xing Nuo relentlessly swung the whip, now infused with the essence of Xidian longing. This time, the whip landed squarely on his neck. Xiang Ming staggered, his body convulsing before collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yechi observed this scene with a calm demeanor, yet waves of emotion began to rise within his eyes. His wife, it seemed, harbored a grudge. Xing Nuo snorted coldly, retracting the whip. Further strikes might prove fatal for him. Lin Yechi murmured, "Is my wife acting to protect me?" That moment had played out countless times in surveillance footage he had witnessed. He had even imagined what it would be like if he were the one being protected. Now, that fantasy had materialized. He felt an urge to rise and gently brush the whip. Xing Nuo instinctively concealed the whip behind her. "What are you doing?" Lin Yechi's gaze followed the whip intently. "Do you like it, my wife?" Xing Nuo gestured towards the whip. "You mean this?" "Of course I like it." A smile crept onto Lin Yechi's lips. "As long as you like it." Xing Nuo blinked, uncertain. "Is this a gift from you?" Lin Yechi's expression shifted. "Have you forgotten?" "My wife." Xing Nuo laughed sheepishly. "I suddenly fainted earlier, and upon waking, my memories were a bit muddled. I tend to lag a bit." Lin Yechi gently stroked her head. "This whip is indeed a gift from me. Just remember that." Xing Nuo exclaimed, "Let's go retrieve Lu Ming. We mustn't let things escalate." Lin Yechi activated his light brain, issuing orders to the Defense Department to refrain from any aggressive actions. Xing Nuo also activated her light brain, quickly contacting Lu Ming. Chapter 83. "The only reason you can take her away is that it is you." "Ming, I'm fine. My wife. That boy hasn't done anything to you, has he?" "No, nothing happened. We'll be out shortly. By the way, he intends to live on Lan Bao Xing." Lu Ming fell silent upon reading the message. He had not anticipated that Xing Nuo would manage to handle Lin Yechi in such a short span of time. A small sigh of relief escaped him. As long as she was unharmed, that was enough. At present, Lin Yechi was in a state of heightened aggression and could lash out at any moment. He feared for Xing Nuo's safety. He quickly issued a standby order to the mechanical troops. Xing Nuo closed her light brain. "Let's head outside." Xiang Ming struggled to rise. "Your Grace, you cannot go with her. It's too dangerous." Lin Yechi recognized his genuine concern for her. "Uncle Ming, I'm aware of what I'm doing." This time, Xing Nuo had changed significantly. He wished to make one final attempt. After all, remaining here would only lead to his demise. Xiang Ming understood the gravity of his situation and hastily added, "Then let me accompany you. After all, Lan Bao Xing lacks a steward, and I can certainly manage." Xing Nuo replied bluntly, "No, I dislike you." This man had previously kidnapped her, and she was fortunate not to have sent him to prison. How could she possibly allow him to remain by her side? Furthermore, she had just witnessed him attempt to assault Lin Yechi. He had grown arrogant, assuming the role of a decision-maker simply because of his age. Such a person cannot be allowed to linger. Lin Yechi stated sternly, "Uncle Ming, for your previous attack on me, you shall receive 30 lashes at the guardhouse." Xiang Ming quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, I will accept my punishment at the guardhouse." Lin Yechi continued, "You shall remain here. I will keep in contact with you." The worry in Xiang Ming's eyes could not be quelled. Yet once Lin Yechi had made a decision, there was no stopping him. He could only nod in agreement. Perhaps he could seek assistance from the queen. Only Her Majesty could intervene now. Lin Yechi led Xing Nuo outside. On their way, Xing Nuo absorbed the nutrient solution. Contemplating their next steps, Lin Yechi's aggression was high, and even if it were to subside, it could easily rise again. The mating period of male beastmen lasts for 2 months or even longer. During this time, if she could accumulate 10 points daily, she could exchange them for several statues. In that moment, Xing Nuo found herself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming comfort she would provide. Lin Yechi glanced at her. Ever since they left the room, she seemed lost in thought, her eyes slightly curved as if pondering something delightful. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger. Yet her smile cut through him like a knife. "Are you that eager to see Lu Ming?" Still absorbed in her own musings, Xing Nuo paid no heed to his words, preoccupied with the selection of new statues. Currently, there were 4 types of statues available in the marketplace: Yuan Yang Yang, Bai Hu Shun, Jiu Se Lu, and Jiao Long. Among them, she had already acquired the Bai Hu statue. 3 statues remained. Given Lin Yechi's physique, even with a significant amount of hidden aggression, he would likely max out at around 200 points. Consequently, she would have to determine the order of her selections. It seemed that the power of Jiao Long would align best with Zidian Longying, and it also resonated with her whip. However, she was equally excited about the statues of Nuan Yang Yang and Jiu Se Lu. In a moment, she found herself once again grappling with indecision. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Lin Yechi's emotional instability beside her. With a cold expression, Lin Yechi abruptly pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. One hand gripping her waist while the other grasped her chin, demanding in a low voice, "What is my wife thinking? Are you so eager to see Lu Ming?" Xing Nuo gazed at him in confusion. What? Realizing her current predicament, she noticed that she was indeed ensnared in his embrace. The pressure on her waist was uncomfortable, prompting her to squirm. "You need to let me go. This is unbearable." Lin Yechi remained unmoved, insisting, "What were you just thinking?" A surge of impulse welled up within him. If Xing Nuo were to utter Lu Ming's name, he would undoubtedly kill him. Xing Nuo narrowed her eyes in anger. "Lin Yechi, release me." She felt as though her waist might snap under his grip. Did this man not realize his own strength? Lin Yechi's gaze remained fixed on her. Only when Xing Nuo's spiritual energy began to stir, as if on the verge of pouncing, did he finally release her. He was unafraid of battling Xing Nuo. After all, should it come to that, she would not stand a chance against him. However, he did not wish for Lu Ming to witness such a scene. Once on her feet, Xing Nuo rubbed her waist. Even without looking, she knew it was likely bruised. Lin Yechi paused for a moment. "Did I hurt you?" He was aware that the petite female was delicate, and he had indeed restrained himself somewhat. Yet, judging by her expression, it seemed she had still been injured. With a swift motion, he pulled aside the fabric at her lower back, revealing a faint bruise. Xing Nuo was taken aback, swiftly pushing his hand away and exclaiming, "Get off me. It hurts." Lu Ming rushed in from outside, his voice filled with concern. "Wife master, what happened?" Upon noticing the injury on her waist, Lu Ming summoned a green energy in his hands, employing a healing spell to mend her wound. Lin Yechi's face darkened instantly, yet considering Xing Nuo's injury, he suppressed his anger for the moment, remarking, "You arrived rather quickly." Lu Ming replied gravely, "I have reported your abduction of the wife master to Her Majesty the Queen. You should contemplate how to explain yourself to her." Lin Yechi was entirely unfazed by this, accustomed to the idea of receiving a few lashes as punishment. Xing Nuo quietly inquired, "You didn't inform my Yuan and the others, did you? They are currently on the front lines and could be injured if they are not careful." She feared for their safety. After confirming that her injury was no longer a concern, Lu Ming responded, "I did not notify Yuan, but I did inform As. These mechanical troops were all temporarily reassigned by him." Xing Nuo nodded, realizing that it was indeed better to inform by Xiaoze, as he was comparatively more composed than by Xiaoyuan. Lin Yechi remarked coldly, "Living here is quite pleasant for the wife master. I have more comprehensive resources. This is, after all, a prosperous planet, only slightly less so than the Imperial Star. By Xiaoyuan's planet was never intended for a good quality of life. The living standards were naturally incomparable." Lu Ming's expression turned serious. "What is the purpose of staying here? To allow you to injure the wife master?" Lin Yechi retorted indifferently, "That is still better than being taken away at any moment." Lu Ming stated, "That is only because it is you who would take her." The butler robots on Lan Baoxing were all provided by Xiaoze. For convenience, he had left backdoor permissions during their creation, allowing them to be controlled in necessary situations. This backdoor was originally intended for their rescue, yet Lin Yechi utilized it to abduct Xing Nuo. Chapter 84. "I do not wish for anyone to be harmed, including you." Lin Yechi fell silent, fully aware that the butler could take Xing Nuo due to this permission. Xing Nuo glanced back and forth between them. "What is going on now? It seems the two of you are not quite on good terms." Lu Ming gently urged, "Wife master, let us return to Lan Baoxing." "All right." Xing Nuo quickly nodded, casting a glance at Lin Yechi. She found herself in a state of great indecision. Lin Yechi's emotions were too volatile. At times, She could not comprehend why he would suddenly become angry. Moreover, with his deep-seated animosity towards Lu Ming, she worried that he might cause trouble upon arriving at Lan Baoxing. Lin Yeqi noticed the conflict in her eyes. Is the wife-master going to abandon me? What was he truly anticipating? Despite knowing she was the type to break her promises, he foolishly hoped for her sincerity. Xing Nuo bit her lip, hesitating. Ultimately, just before Lin Yeqi was on the verge of exploding, she spoke. You may go to Lan Baoxing, but you must promise me the conditions I mentioned before. Lin Yeqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Conditions? What conditions? Xing Nuo stated earnestly. I want your assurance that you will not harm anyone on Lan Baoxing. And you must not bully Lu Ming. This man's emotions were too unstable. She had to ensure the safety of others. Lu Ming's gaze softened as he instinctively took her hand. Lin Yeqi's expression grew cold. This condition was trivial to him. As long as Xing Nuo soothed him, he would not lash out. However, what frustrated him was the realization that he had become this kind of figure in her eyes. Additionally, what was it about Lu Ming? This feeble creature that warranted her protection? His aura was unstable, as if ready to explode at any moment. Warning: your rage level has risen to 95 points. Please promptly calm the female. Warning: your rage level has risen to 96 points. Please promptly calm the female. Warning: your rage level has risen to 97 points. Please promptly calm the female. Lu Ming also grew vigilant, his left hand's light brain illuminating slightly, ready to don his mecha for battle. The information sent to Lin Yeqi from his light brain made Xing Nuo widen her eyes. The increase in rage was rapid, seemingly faster than Lu Ming's previous spikes. However, reflecting on the reasons behind his escalating rage, she felt somewhat exasperated. Is it really so difficult to refrain from harming others? After this time of understanding, she knew that rage levels could spike not only from beastification, but also from experiencing negative emotions. Lin Yeqi pressed his lips together, slightly turning his head away. No. Xing Nuo pouted. Since you are unwilling to guarantee it, I cannot take you with me. I cannot gamble with others' lives. Lin Yeqi's suppressed anger surged once more. So, you believe those strangers are more important than me? She was actually willing to abandon him for the sake of those unrelated individuals. This was utterly unforgivable. Warning: your rage level has risen to 98 points. Please promptly calm the female. Xing Nuo took a deep breath, determined not to let his rage escalate further. Otherwise, he would explode at any moment. Lin Yeqi, listen closely. I simply do not wish for anyone to be harmed. And that includes you, she said sternly. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Lin Yeqi stared intently at her. But you intend to abandon me. She was always so gentle with Lu Ming, always wishing to protect him. But for him, she might abandon him at any moment. Xing Nuo sighed softly. If you cannot ensure that, I will stay here to help you reduce your rage level to 0 before leaving. Lin Yeqi's emotions stabilized slightly. Even if I do not guarantee it, you would still be willing to calm me? Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, of course. However, if that is the case, I cannot take you to Lan Baoxing. A hint of regret surfaced in Xing Nuo's heart. Lan Baoxing was in desperate need of personnel and high-end combat power. Unfortunately, Lin Yeqi's emotions were too unstable. If he went, he would become the most unpredictable factor. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. The wife-master is concerned for safety and is not showing favoritism. Can't you understand even this? Lin Yeqi scoffed. He certainly understood, yet his displeasure remained. I assure you I will not harm anyone on Lan Baoxing, nor will I touch Lu Ming. Xing Nuo scrutinized him skeptically. Are you certain? Word must be backed by actions. Lin Yeqi nodded. I can indeed uphold this. He was not a bloodthirsty person. His previous anger stemmed merely from Xing Nuo's perceived bias. The memory of her earlier words echoed in his mind. I simply do not want anyone to be harmed, and that includes you. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Xing Nuo genuinely cared for him. Her words were not merely a facade to escape. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Nuo, observing that Lin Yeqi would likely behave more appropriately on Lan Baoxing. Wife-master, let us return. Xing Nuo nodded. Let us go. Lin Yeqi quickly followed. Wife-master, are you no longer concerned about me? My rage level is nearing uncontrollable. Xing Nuo replied directly. Do you expect me to calm you in this situation? Lin Yechi swallowed hard. Indeed, the expressions of those around them were quite telling. He quickly added, I was wrong. The three of them, along with the large troop, swiftly returned to Lan Baoxing. As soon as they arrived at their residence, Lin Yechi was somewhat impatient, pulling Xing Nuo close and gently pressing her onto the sofa. Wife master, can you now help me calm down? He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming, his eyes reflecting some dissatisfaction. Couldn't this guy be a bit more discreet? Xing Nuo patted his shoulder. Sit down first. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Yechi's expression shifted. Did she change her mind again? Xing Nuo, unfazed by his expression, spoke directly. I've been contemplating this matter. You are currently in your estrus period, and your fury levels are skyrocketing. I have devised 2 potential solutions. Would you care to hear them? Lin Yechi was momentarily taken aback, pondering if Xing Nuo intended to mate with him to soothe his agitation. Xing Nuo extended a finger. The first solution entails me completely resetting your fury levels to 0 in one go. The second option involves gradually alleviating your fury levels, allowing the suppressed fury within you to be released while I slowly cleanse it away. Lin Yechi, prone to negative thoughts, realized it was crucial to clarify the situation to him, thus enabling him to make an informed choice. Both Lin Yechi and Lu Ming quickly grasped her intent. Over the years, they had consumed an inconceivable quantity of suppressants, so much so that they had lost track. These suppressants forcibly compressed their fury within their bodies, intertwining it with their bloodlines. Eventually, during their estrus, this suppressed power would resurge. Lin Yechi inquired, is this feasible? No research had ever been conducted in this area. Typically, when confronted with elevated fury levels, their approach was to diminish it as much as possible until it was completely eradicated. The notion of utilizing the estrus period to draw out the fury had never been proposed. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment. In theory, it is plausible, but this method demands a high level of control from the female. It requires the female to maintain the beastman's fury at around 90 levels, ensuring that once the fury manifests, she possesses the capacity to cleanse it. Of course, with Xing Nuo's abilities, this posed no challenge. She could precisely regulate the purification amount. Xing Nuo remarked, although the latter method is slow, it can effectively cleanse the fury from your body. Lu Ming interjected, if you trust me, I can assist you with bodily monitoring. Lin Yechi sat on the sofa, weighing the pros and cons. Despite his disdain for Lu Ming, he had faith in his character. At the very least, he was certain Lu Ming would not resort to foul play against him. However, he felt ambivalent regarding the fury. He wished to swiftly escape the torment inflicted by the fury, yet he also desired to completely eradicate it. Given the vast quantity of suppressants he had previously consumed, he knew he could not endure another estrus period. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his head. I wish to attempt complete eradication. Lu Ming activated his holographic device. Please share your data with me. Lin Yechi promptly granted Lu Ming access to his personal health data. Lu Ming deftly extracted a drop of his blood and placed it into a device. Soon, the machine produced results. Lu Ming could not help but gasp. He had always known Lin Yechi was consuming a substantial amount of suppressants, but he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude. Judging by the drug content in his blood, he would need to receive dozens of injections daily. It was as if he were treating suppressants like glucose. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced, wife, please reduce his fury levels to 92. Lin Yechi suddenly felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Did he truly want to hear what he was saying? Asking Xing Nuo to reduce his fury levels to 92. Such precise data. Did he regard Xing Nuo as a testing machine, able to lower the levels at will? Xing Nuo signaled an okay with her hand. Her fingers swiftly tapped Lin Yechi's forehead, and her mental energy surged forth, purifying fury by 6 points, gaining 6 purification points. Current purification points, 22. All done. Xing Nuo clapped her hands, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. Lu Ming smirked, giving Xing Nuo a thumbs up. Truly impressive, wife. Your control over mental energy has become increasingly refined. From needing to press foreheads for comfort to now merely tapping with a finger, this progress is astonishing. Lin Yechi, coming to his senses, gazed at the data on the holographic device, utterly dumbfounded. 92 points. It genuinely transformed into 92 points, without any discrepancy. Could she indeed lower his fury levels as requested? For a moment, Lin Yechi felt as if he were still ensnared in a dream. Xing Nuo hurriedly approached Lu Ming's side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What do you think? Will his fury levels rise again? Lu Ming observed the fluctuating data. They will rise. The fury within his body is already beginning to rebound. Witnessing the excitement and eagerness in Xing Nuo's eyes, Lu Ming felt more assured in his deduction. Perhaps Xing Nuo's proactive soothing was the key to her becoming stronger. Lin Yechi regarded the two who were nearly entwined, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. As his fury levels surged, should she not focus her attention on him? Why did she always gravitate towards Lu Ming? Xing Nuo, noticing his gaze, quickly approached him. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Lin Yechi's emotions softened slightly. I feel a bit better. Although his fury still stood at 92 points, it was considerably more bearable than before. Xing Nuo patted his shoulder. Just hang in there. Once we clear the hidden fury levels, I will help you eradicate the remainder. Lin Yechi was taken aback, comprehending the implication in Xing Nuo's words. He gazed at her in astonishment. You can completely cleanse my fury levels in one go? It was worth noting that even after some purification, his fury still hovered around 92 points. Moreover, to eliminate the remaining fury, it was imperative that his levels remained above 90. Yet, according to her, she seemed capable of cleansing it all at once. Xing Nuo nodded. Indeed, it is not a difficult task. Just as she finished her response, she recalled that her previous soothing efforts were in increments of 5 points. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her face. While on Yushuei Xing, I had already envisioned a gradual approach to purging the fury. Lin Yechi, unusually refraining from pressing for further details. Acknowledge the circumstances, then. I shall rely on you, wife. With the ability to precisely regulate the soothing amount and to cleanse his fury entirely in one go. What was there to worry about? Yes, please adjust your emotions, Xing Nuo suggested. Our goal this time is to completely eradicate your fury levels. So a bit of negativity is acceptable. She almost wished for him to let his fury spike to 99, allowing her to continuously soothe and gather purification points. Lu Ming paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xing Nuo's exuberance was remarkably conspicuous. Clearing his throat, Lu Ming advised, if we are to utilize negative emotions to stimulate the fury levels, it would be best to employ restraint therapy. The power of the Jiaolong is exceedingly formidable. Should the fury levels escalate too rapidly, there is a significant risk of him beastifying. That would be perilous. Lin Yechi frowned slightly. Once subjected to restraint therapy, he would lose even the basic capacity for resistance. Lu Ming, aware of his apprehensions, did not press the issue. You manage it as you see fit. Currently, Lin Yechi still has a strong electric collar around his neck, so restraint is not an absolute necessity. Lin Yechi nodded, seeing that his emotions were relatively stable. Xing Nuo approached Lu Ming's side, peering at the data on the holographic device. Lu Ming patiently explained it to her. Lin Yechi observed the two nearly glued to each other, a tinge of bitterness rising within him. Why was Xing Nuo so unguarded with Lu Ming, yet treated him as if he were a stranger? Were they not all her beast husbands? Lu Ming and Xing Nuo exchanged glances before redirecting their focus to the holographic device. The line representing fury levels began to ascend. In no time, it had crossed a threshold, and Lin Yechi's fury levels surged to 93 points. Lu Ming opened the holographic device and sent a message to Xing Nuo. Wife, I have an idea. Xing Nuo found herself in a quandary. She was acutely aware of Lu Ming's intentions, yet it undeniably posed a significant risk. Chapter 86. This is akin to a benevolent benefactor. We can cultivate a closer rapport, thereby continuously elevating his fury index. Indeed, Lu Ming's approach aligned perfectly with her thoughts. Xing Nuo quickly responded, expressing her concerns. How perilous it is. What if he loses his composure and takes action against you? Given the previous circumstances, Lin Yechi's attitude towards Lu Ming had not been favorable. At times, Xing Nuo struggled to comprehend the source of his irritation. Lu Ming replied with a smile, reassuring her that although Lin Yeqi was disagreeable, he typically honored his commitments. Yet, Xing Nuo worried about the potential for him to lash out in a fit of rage. Lu Ming, not particularly adept in combat, would undoubtedly suffer if Lin Yeqi ambushed him. I shall remain in a state of readiness for combat, he assured her. However, Xing Nuo insisted that such a state would be exhausting. We can manage as we are. With a hint of disappointment, Lu Ming retracted his holographic device, realizing that this plan might not come to fruition. Nevertheless, upon observing the nearly linear surge in the Fury Index on the screen, his earlier doubts began to resurface. Given their usual interactions, it was likely that such stimulation would suffice to provoke Lin Yeqi. In a brief span of half an hour, the previously subdued Fury Index began to rise once more. Wife, reduce his Fury Index back to 92, he commanded. Xing Nuo promptly leapt onto Lin Yeqi, placing her hand upon his forehead to soothe him. The purification of 5 points in Fury resulted in a gain of 5 purification points, bringing her total to 27. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This fellow was indeed her patron. In just 30 minutes, she had amassed 5 points in purification value. Lin Yeqi reached out to touch her forehead, finding no fever. He was perplexed as to why Xing Nuo was so fervent in her attempts to soothe him, considering that she had previously been reluctant. It felt as though, in her eyes, he was not merely her beast husband, but rather a glimmering gold coin, prompting a cascade of speculations within him. Could it be that soothing him conferred some benefit to her? Xing Nuo gently removed his hand, stating, I am not ill. Lin Yeqi chuckled softly. Wife, do you wish to rest for a moment? Typically, it would be quite taxing for a small female to engage in soothing work. Xing Nuo retrieved a box of nutrient solution, declaring it was no trouble at all. Lin Yeqi extended his arm, seeking to draw her closer. However, Xing Nuo quickly dismounted, saying, let's wait until you can control yourself. You are in your rut, and I would prefer not to be marked again. The previous experience of being grasped at the waist had been too painful, and she wished to avoid a repeat. Lin Yeqi's expression darkened. Indeed, he was in a rut, fraught with uncertainties. Lu Ming closed his device, noting that Lin Yeqi's peak Fury Index had decreased somewhat. The next hour would be relatively safe. You should find a suitable place to settle, he advised. Lin Yeqi nodded and stood, inquiring whether he could occupy a guest room. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly that Ayuan had disposed of the furnishings in the guest room, but he would be able to stay. Lin Yeqi regarded him, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this how you treat your guests? Lu Ming replied with calmness. You may also choose to sleep outside. Lin Yeqi remarked. Xiaoyuan has left, so I shall sleep in his room. Lu Ming outright refused, explaining that there were confidential matters within, should he obtain by Xiaoyuan's consent. He would not object. Lin Yeqi's lips twitched. It was the first time he found Lu Ming so troublesome. Given by Xiaoyuan's character, how could he possibly agree to let him sleep in his room? He would likely wish to expel him upon learning of his presence. Jing no amkmordli shutkilet. Ayuan does not appreciate others staying there. Even As was nearly shown the door. Would you like me to have the mechanical troops prepare a temporary dwelling for you? The engineering troops could assemble a modular unit complete with water, electricity, and basic furnishings. Temporary accommodation would pose no issue. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Lin Yeqi's eyes. Wife, Xing Nuo immediately understood his meaning and quickly crossed her arms in protest. You shall sleep alone. Lin Yeqi sighed regretfully. Very well. I shall find a place by the hot springs. Lu Ming nodded. There were private rooms available there, and he could choose one. Lin Yeqi turned towards the hot springs, not particularly fussy about where he would stay, as long as there was a place to lie down. Xing Nuo watched him depart until he was out of sight before quietly inquiring of Lu Ming, what is his current Fury Index? After a moment of thought, Lu Ming replied, if controlled properly, it should be around 150. Jing no swallowed nervously. Yet, how could a situation differ so vastly from yours? Lu Ming gathered her close on the sofa, explaining that the Jiaolong were inherently jealous and had relatively violent temperaments. Under the influence of negative emotions, their Fury Index would rise more rapidly than others. Xing Nuo produced some sunflower seeds from her space and offered him a handful, saying she could sense it. He was perpetually angry. Lu Ming chuckled lightly, affectionately ruffling Xing Nuo's hair. However, his presence here is not without its advantages. You are in need of a 3S combatant. Currently, he holds no military position and has no pressing matters to attend to on Yushui Xing. He has ample time, which is why he is willing to assist Lin Yeqi. Xing Nuo's unique circumstances warranted a powerful protector, as Lu Ming feared for her safety in the absence of one. He found himself regretting having focused too much on other areas of research over the years, neglecting the cultivation of combat skills. Speaking of this, Xing Nuo felt a pang of frustration. She had been so easily outmaneuvered. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Wife, from now on, regardless of what transpires, you must have someone by your side, understand? Xing Nuo nodded, affirming her understanding. Lu Ming continued earnestly. As is crafting a custom mecha for you. It will significantly enhance your safety. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. Lu Ming chuckled at her enthusiasm. Wife, do you have a fondness for mechas? Xing Nuo replied, yes, I have long desired one. While her skills were formidable, she had little hope against firearms, especially given how many generations the weapons here had evolved. Lu Ming assured her that As was an expert in this area, and she could discuss any desired features with him. Xing Nuo scratched her head, suggesting that it would be best for As to make the arrangements. Lu Ming concurred. Very well. Xing Nuo softly added, by the way, this is a rare opportunity. Let me assist you in soothing yourself. Recently, Lu Ming had been exceedingly busy, hardly able to find time for relaxation. Lu Ming's gaze softened. Very well. Xing Nuo promptly settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her forehead against him. Lu Ming's fury index was low, only 1 point. Xing Nu easily cleared it away. She continued her soothing motions, employing her mental energy to calm his spirit sea. Time passed, and suddenly, Xing Nuo felt a strong force pulling her backward. She instinctively leaned back, and upon turning her head, her eyes met Lin Yeqi's, who was glaring at her with a fury index of 98. Chapter 87. Your face has contorted into a chrysanthemum. Xing Nuo blinked in surprise. His fury index was indeed rising rapidly. Lu Ming, somewhat displeased, swatted Lin Yeqi's hand away, admonishing him that such actions would hurt his wife. Lin Yeqi's eyes were bloodshot with rage, nearly grinding his teeth as he demanded, "What are you two doing?" Xing Nuo feigned innocence, stating, "We are soothing what's wrong." Lin Yeqi, now pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ming, declared that he had no fury index whatsoever. Xing Nuo nodded slightly before shaking her head. No, he did have a point of fury, but I cleared it away. Lu Ming could not suppress a chuckle. The number above Lin Yeqi's head jumped to 99. Xing Nuo hastily waved at him, urging, "Your rage level is about to explode. You must calm down." Lin Yeqi's breath was somewhat rapid as he pulled her into his embrace, demanding, "Soothe me." Xing Nuo reached out to touch his forehead. Lin Yeqi turned his head away defiantly, saying, "Not like that." Understanding his request, Xing Nuo realized he desired the same comfort she provided to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood up and accessed the monitoring data on his holographic screen, advising, "Do not make things difficult for the mistress. Your rage level is excessively high, which may endanger her." Lin Yeqi glared at Lu Ming with displeasure, asking, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Lu Ming replied directly, "The manner of comfort should be determined by the mistress. Do not act foolishly." Xing Nuo squeezed Lin Yeqi's hand, instructing, "Please sit on the sofa. I will help you lower your rage level." Reluctantly, Lin Yeqi sat on the sofa, anticipation evident in his eyes as he gazed at Xing Nuo. She placed her hand on his forehead, channeling her mental energy rapidly into him. Lin Yeqi's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. He was aware that despite being an exceptionally rare Jiaolong, he was not favored by the little females. However, the disparity in treatment was too apparent. Why was it that when comforting Lu Ming, she nearly threw herself into his arms with such intimacy, while he, who needed comfort even more, was left wanting? Lu Ming's rage level was merely 1 point. Why was there such a disparity? Lin Yeqi's aura grew increasingly unstable. The already rebounding rage level surged even more ferociously. Lu Ming focused intently on the data, occasionally casting his attention toward Lin Yeqi, thinking, this guy's thoughts are twisted. Xing Nuo gently patted Lin Yeqi's face, asking, "What's wrong? You look quite unwell." Lin Yeqi fixed his gaze on Xing Nuo, declaring, "Mistress, we are also a couple." Xing Nuo scratched her head, acknowledging, "I know." Lin Yeqi pressed down his overwhelming urge to destroy everything, continuing to complain, "You cannot be so biased." Xing Nuo retorted, "It's not the same. A Ming's emotions are stable. Just look at your face, it's almost twisted." Lin Yeqi, momentarily confused, asked, "Twisted?" He seemed to have some vague recollection, but couldn't quite grasp it. Xing Nuo chuckled and retrieved a chrysanthemum from the storage, saying, "See, just like this." Lin Yeqi gazed at the delicate petals of the flower, momentarily lost in thought. Though he seldom maintained his skin, surely he should not resemble a chrysanthemum. He began to question his existence. Lu Ming, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, remarked, "It is indeed quite apartment." Lin Yeqi shot him a glare, huffing, "Don't think I one-T hit you." No matter how unattractive he was not someone Lu Ming could mock. Xing Nuo, irritated, smacked him lightly, saying, "Do not resort to violence so easily." Lin Yeqi continued to ponder life. Was it truly appropriate for her to say such things? Had he imagined it? Lu Ming chose to ignore him for the moment, noting the data before stating, "His rage level has temporarily stabilized." Xing Nuo, observing the 34 points of purification value in the system, felt quite satisfied. Lin Yeqi, filled with expectation, asked, "Even after the rage level returns to 0, will you continue to provide comfort?" Without hesitation, Xing Nuo replied, "Yes. Whether it's a Ming or a Yuan, I will continue to do so after their rage levels return to 0. Lin Yeqi glanced at Lu Ming, who nodded in agreement, and then asked, "Can your mental energy handle it?" Xing Nuo confessed, "I will not hide it from you. I have always regarded comforting as a form of training. Therefore, regardless of your rage levels, I will continue." Lin Yeqi was momentarily taken aback, viewing comfort as training. This is unprecedented, yet seems quite reasonable. Xing Nuo's approach to comfort did not involve mating, but was a manifestation of her controlled mental energy. Over time, the precision of her mental energy control would undoubtedly improve. Once she confirmed his rage level was no longer rising, she continued, "Indeed, providing comfort enhances my comprehension of mental energy." Lin Yeqi murmured, "No wonder. No wonder those who previously despised the task of providing comfort suddenly became devoted to it. It turned out it could augment their abilities." He glanced at Lu Ming, sensing that despite the rationale, Xing Nuo's attitude toward them was distinctly different. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant look his way, advising, "Do not rush things." Lin Yeqi scoffed, "Mistress, what would you like for dinner? I will prepare it." Xing Nuo blinked, inquiring, "You can cook?" Lin Yeqi nodded slightly. "I am quite skilled at preparing fish." Xing Nuo immediately replied, "Then I want sour cabbage and tofu fish." Lin Yeqi looked puzzled. What are sour cabbage and tofu? I have never heard of them. Could it be that Lu Ming concocted these dishes? Lu Ming interjected, "I will handle dinner." Just as Lin Yeqi was about to retort, Lu Ming added, "You focus on ensuring the mistress's safety." Lin Yeqi promptly fell silent, nodding in agreement. "All right, no problem." Xing Nuo leaned forward and whispered, "Is there enough tofu and sour cabbage?" Lu Ming confirmed, there was still plenty left from last time. Xing Nuo attempted to follow him to the kitchen, but was stopped by Lin Yeqi. "Mistress, let Lu Ming handle it. That guy's skills are quite commendable." Xing Nuo was taken aback. She remembered how Lin Yeqi had previously been upset over whose cooking skills were superior. Why'd he change his stance now? Was his resolve so fickle? Lin Yeqi saw nothing wrong with his words, pulling Xing Nuo closer. "Mistress, you must be tired today. Would you like to rest for a bit?" Xing Nuo took out a fruit platter from the storage, responding, "I'm fine. This amount is nothing." Lin Yeqi inched closer to her, asking, "Mistress, can you adjust the power of your attack skill?" Xing Nuo eyed him warily. "Why?" Lin Yeqi explained, "It just feels like that skill is quite unique. Every time I wake up, there seems to be something different." Xing Nuo bit into an orange, retorting, "Until your rage level returns to 0, do not even think about it. I want to use that to comfort you." Lin Yeqi's expression darkened. "Indeed." She was treating him differently. Although they had not spent much time together, such evident bias was infuriating. Have you used it on Lu Ming? Chapter 88. Is this shop indispensable? You play on your own. Xing Nuo shook her head. No, you're the first. Later, it was a yuan. That skill is quite dangerous. Lin Yechi was taken aback. Dangerous? Surely not. It can at most induce fainting. Xing Nuo wore a grim expression. Even when a yuan's rage level was 0, he couldn't endure that type of comfort, let alone your current state. Lin Yechi, unsure, inquired. What do you mean by couldn't he endure? Could it be that Bai Xiao Yuan also fainted? Yet, Xing Nuo's expression did not seem to indicate that. Jing No, frustrated, implined. He said it was too comfortable, became overly excited, and even bit me. Lin Yechi was utterly stunned. How could that be possible? No matter how formidable Bai Xiao Yuan was as a 3S level beastman, what kind of comfort could provoke him to lose control and bite a little female? That was something that could only happen in a raging state, wasn't it? Xing Nuo stated firmly, so do not even think about it. I do not wish to be bitten again. Lin Yechi instinctively nodded. Yet, curiosity arose within him. What was that sensation like? Xing Nuo opened her holographic device and accessed the shop. Due to previous events, she had not had time to check on the store she intended to open. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. The shop had added 6 new types of buns, all of which were currently sold out. Besides the buns, there were also some small biscuits. The shop's message board had accumulated over 300,000 messages. When will the owner restock the buns? I'm dying for them. Owner, please add more spicy buns. I want to order 10,000 portions of mildly spicy beef jerky. I want to order 100,000 portions of moderately spicy beef jerky. Hurry and restock. These buns are simply delicious. Soft and fluffy. What have we been eating before? A stream of messages is urging for deliveries. Jingnoi somemhat puzlet. She has only sold about 100 of each type of her buns. Why is the message board so bustling? It shouldn't be. Lin Yechi leans against Xing Nuo, his body languidly pressing against hers. Have you opened a shop? Xing Nuo replies, I've always had this plan, and it's on Ming who is helping me manage it. However, it just opened yesterday. Why is it so lively? Lin Yechi points to a sign. It must be that your food is delicious. Those people have tasted samples. That's why they want the real thing. Jing No blinks, noticing for the first time the simulated taste logo at the bottom right of the product. With this logo, visitors to the shop can use their light brains to simulate the buns for tasting. No wonder it's so bustling. She and T thought of this method before. One could only say, truly commendable is Lu Ming. Lin Yechi's eyes also glimmer with curiosity. Wife, can you still make buns? Xing Nuo casually hands him a box of buns, gesturing for him to go play nearby and not disturb her. She browses through the shop's information and opens the order reservation section. To her surprise, there are numerous customers pre-ordering the spicy beef jerky. The largest order comes from Yinxiang, who has requested a staggering 100,000 jin. Xing Nuo is momentarily troubled. With such a quantity, she isn't concerned about the recipient having problems eating it, considering they have plenty of subordinates. The probability of sharing with brothers is quite high. The current biggest issue is that she has no idea how long it will take to produce this 100,000 jin. Besides Yinxiang's 100,000 jin, there are dozens of orders for over 10,000 jin each. This is just for the beef jerky. There are also buns. The quantities make her hands tremble. Lin Yechi leans closer to Xing Nuo. Wife, are you worried about not fulfilling the orders? Xing Nuo grimaces. These people have ordered too much. My factory hasn't even been built yet. Lin Yechi reaches out to tap on the light brain. Shall I help you cancel their orders? Xing Nuo swats his hand away. Don't be ridiculous. We need to keep these orders. Lin Yechi's expression instantly soured. Are you really going to personally make food for those unrelated people? Xing Nuo pouts. Why do you think so similarly to a yuan? These products are made by the butler robot. Bai Xiao Yuan is the same. As soon as he hears about her selling something, he thinks others shouldn't eat her cooking. Upon hearing it was made by the butler robot, Lin Yechi calms down a bit. Running a shop must be exhausting. Xing Nuo feels somewhat embarrassed. As she hasn't done much for the shop, it's all been Lu Ming's effort. Lin Yechi suddenly recalls that when Xing Nuo asked him if he wanted to come to Lanbao Star, she mentioned needing more hands. She might as well not open it. Such a small shop wouldn't earn much money. Lin Yechi advises, we all have shared accounts. You can just spend the money from there. Xing Nuo shakes her head. No, I have my own plans. Lin Yechi furrows his brow in dissatisfaction. Is it absolutely necessary to open? Xing Nuo gazes at the shop, contemplating how to incorporate items that reduce the fury value into her products. In fact, there's a more significant issue. System. If I reduce someone's fury value by only 0.00001 points, can I gain purification value? Yes, but the associated amount will be relatively small. A smile graces Xing Nuo's eyes. Less is not a problem. The main thing is that it will be more discreet. After all, consuming a portion that reduces by 0.01 or 0.02 cannot be detected by machines. Even if a blind cat stumbles upon a dead rat and notices a slight reduction in fury value, it could simply be interpreted as having eaten something delicious, leading to a pleasant mood and thus lowering the fury value. Ignored once more, Lin Yechi feels somewhat displeased. It's just a small shop. Why take it so seriously? He says somewhat mournfully, wife, why not let Lu Ming handle that little shop? Doesn't he like it a lot? Xing Nuo promptly shove a large bun into his mouth. You go over there and stay quiet. Don't disturb me. Lin Yechi, with his mouth full of buns, steps back dejectedly. He can clearly sense that Xing Nuo is now angry. If this continues, he anticipates not only being banished to the other end of the sofa, but possibly being thrown off Lanbao Star altogether. After contemplating for a moment, he heads straight to the kitchen. Lu Ming looks at him with displeasure. Aren't you supposed to be protecting the wife? What are you doing here? Leaning against the kitchen door, Lin Yechi keeps his gaze fixed on Xing Nuo. Is there something hidden about your little shop? Why are you so concerned? Xing Nuo was never one to care much about her career. Her greatest hobby was traveling, attending banquets, and tormenting them for fun. But now, she seems to value that little shop more than anything. Lu Ming's actions do not cease as he replies calmly. That shop is indeed very important to her. If possible, lend a hand. Lin Yechi squints slightly. What do you mean? What makes this shop so special? Chapter 89. I have a wife. What need for inhibitors? Lu Ming glances at him, hesitates for a moment before saying, I'm not entirely sure. Lin Yechi scoffs, not believing that Lu Ming genuinely doesn't know. Otherwise, why would he be so invested? However, he doesn't understand what makes such a small food shop so extraordinary. Lu Ming explains, your wife might sell ancient crops in the future. Your security task, 1 TB easy. Lin Yechi straightens his posture slightly. Ancient crops? Isn't that your forte? Are you planning to authorize the sale of sea buckthorn fruits to your wife? If it is indeed sea buckthorn, it could sway some madmen. And Xing Nuo's security level would need to be elevated. After all, research through existing means suggests that sea buckthorn may contain elements that reduce fury values. Lu Ming smiles. Your wife's abilities are not limited to that. She has many seeds of various crops. Lin Yechi's eyes brighten. Are you saying your wife might have even more powerful crops that reduce purification values? Lu Ming responds, it's possible. Lin Yechi begins to comprehend Lu Ming's actions. With the Bai brothers now gone, and he coincidentally encountering this opportunity, it's just a perfect chance to become a bodyguard? He crosses his arms lazily. You really know how to calculate. Lu Ming states, this is your own choice. Besides, it's not exclusively you. Xing Nuo has changed significantly. If both tigers were present, she likely wouldn't sell those crops with special functions. Without special functions, they're naturally safe. Given the planet's defenses, ordinary evildoers are no match. Lin Yechi's expression turns sour. He genuinely dislikes Lu Ming's always nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing can shake him. He snorts and strides towards Xing Nuo. This time, however, he does not disturb her, but instead lies languidly on the sofa. Presently, he is in his heat period, so it's best to move and think less. Remembering the previous incident with Bai Xiaoyuan, he feels a surge of energy that transforms his lower body into beast form. He can sense that Xing Nuo wouldn't fear his beast form. Moreover, Xing Nuo herself is also serpent-like, closely resembling his beast form. His long tail dangles to the ground, occasionally twitching. Xing Nuo briefly handles and replies to the shop's messages before shutting down the light brain. She focuses her attention on the system, opening the system space. This time, she intends to focus on seasonings. Following the system update, There are indeed many crops that can reduce fury values, such as soybeans, lychees, chrysanthemums, purple grass, Sichuan pepper, cloves, black pepper, dried ginger, fennel, sandalwood, and Ganoderma. Soybeans can be pressed into oil and made into bean products. As for Sichuan pepper, ancient fragrance, black pepper, and fennel, they are essential secret seasonings for various meats. She could discreetly develop her abilities. At the very least, she needed to acquire several specific statues in a short span of time. With a plan in mind, Xing Nuo felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Turning her head slightly, she noticed Lin Yechi sprawled behind her, his entire being resembling a languid cat, with half of his tail drooping. However, he appeared to be troubled by a nightmare, his expression slightly contorted. Focusing her mental energy on her eyes, she observed Lin Yechi's fury level rising, now at 95 points. Gently, she tapped her finger on his forehead, and as soon as her finger made contact, Lin Yechi abruptly opened his eyes, coldly fixing his gaze on Xing Nuo. His previously soft body instantly tensed. He seized Xing Nuo's hand, pushing her down into the sofa. His right hand firmly restrained both of her wrists, while his left hand had already grasped her neck. Lin Yechi, Xing Nuo called out. He snapped back to reality, quickly loosening his grip and rising from her. My wife, did I hurt you? Sitting up, Xing Nuo glanced at her wrist and was relieved to find no harm done. Lin Yechi, somewhat apologetic, said, I'm sorry. Xing Nuo scratched her head. It's nothing. I was the one being impulsive. It was evident that his reaction was purely instinctive. It seemed she would have to approach him only when he was fully conscious in the future. After confirming that Xing Nuo was indeed fine, Lin Yechi felt a slight relief. My wife, I have practiced counterattacks in crises. Please refrain from approaching me when I am unconscious. Xing Nuo quickly nodded, understood. Lin Yechi was momentarily dazed. Was she truly heeding his advice? Just moments ago, he had braced himself for a scolding. After all, he had genuinely hurt her. According to existing female protection laws, just that one action could have him dragged into the security team for 10 lashes. Was he dreaming excessively during his heat? Observing him in a daze, Xing Nuo waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Lin Yechi shook his head hastily. Nothing. Jingno de market. Your fury level is at 95 now. Let me help you calm down. Lin Yechi nodded slightly, turning around and placing his hands on his knees, sitting up straight with utmost seriousness. This posture made Xing Nuo momentarily chuckle. Ever since she met Lin Yechi, she had always felt he was a carefree individual, exuding an aura of languor. It was quite unusual to see him so earnest. As her fingers pressed against his forehead, her mental energy swiftly spread. Purified fury level by 3 points, gained 3 purification points, total purification points now at 37. Xing Nuo withdrew her hand with a cheerful heart. Lin Yechi rubbed his brow. Every time he accepted Xing Nuo's soothing, it felt as if he were indulging in a blissful dream, akin to residing in a paradise. The sensation was simply wondrous. He gazed intently at Xing Nuo, causing her to shiver slightly. What are you doing? Lin Yechi earnestly expressed, Thank you, my wife. Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Checking the time, she realized only 2 hours had passed, perhaps due to his deep slumber. His fury level had not risen significantly. Only 3 points, a stark contrast to the previous increments of 6 points. Lu Ming approached slowly, casting a glance at Lin Yechi. Did you bring any inhibitors? Both Lin Yechi and Xing Nuo looked at him. Xing Nuo inquired with confusion. What do we need that for? Can it help him eliminate his fury level? Lin Yechi, feeling displeased, replied, I have my wife. What do I need inhibitors for? His gaze towards Lu Ming turned fierce. This fellow had already won Xing Nuo's favor and now sought to push him aside. An unforgivable act. Chapter 90. Trusting Lu Ming. Lu Ming stated directly, You are currently in a state where your fury level can rebound at any moment, and you cannot control yourself while asleep. You must handle it yourself tonight. The rebound of the fury level could be particularly intense. Within one night, it could escalate to 99. Without using inhibitors, he risked transforming into a beast at any time. Lin Yechi snorted coldly, but did not argue further, though he remained somewhat irked. Lu Ming sat beside Xing Nuo. Was my wife previously troubled by the orders? Although he was in the kitchen, he still kept an eye on Xing Nua's situation. Xing Nua nodded. It feels like with our current production capacity, we won't be able to fulfill these orders for the time being. Lu Ming chuckled. The machines for production are actually not difficult. A temporary production line has already been established. We can now produce buns and beef jerky. Xing Nua's eyes lit up. So soon? Lu Ming nodded slightly. For additional machines for beef jerky have been reordered, and the machines for buns are complete. They will be operational by tomorrow. The main issue now is the flour in your possession. As long as there is enough flour, we can produce at any time. Xing Nua blinked and glanced at the warehouse, which still displayed a quantity of 999,9999. Each portion weighed a pound, which seemed sufficient. However, to be on the safe side, she decided to plant another batch of new wheat. By mixing the old and new flour, any special properties will be less likely to be detected. Rubbing her chin, a spark of inspiration struck Xing Nua. Ming, could we sell the buns to the military? The new wheat had the subtle ability to alter the body, making it the best choice for them. Moreover, the military was relatively safer. Lu Ming paused for a moment. My wife, if we sell to the military, the price may be lower than the market rate. Xing Nua waved her hand nonchalantly. I'm not really concerned about the money. I'm fine with just covering the costs. With her current monthly income of 10 million, she was not particularly short on funds. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. What do you think about supplying the troops of a Yuan and a Zhe? Xing Nua nodded vigorously. That would be perfect. She had considered this idea before, but hesitated to mention it due to their marital bond, fearing there might be taboos or restrictions. She also worried that if she brought it up, Xiao Yuan might find a way to fulfill it. If it conflicted with any prohibitions, it would indeed be counterproductive. Lu Ming asked, will the little shop still be open? Xing Nua confirmed, yes, it will remain open. The ordinary products will be sold outside, while those with special functions will be sold to them. This way, we keep the benefits within. Xing Nua's eyes narrowed with delight. Lin Yichi curiously asked, wife, are you planning to sell buckthorn to the military? To be honest, he found it difficult to imagine Xing Nua being able to cultivate other crops. After all, ancient plants were notoriously fragile and could perish at a moment's notice. Cultivating them was no small feat. Xing Nua pouted. Buckthorn isn't very palatable. It's too sour and somewhat sticky. I can't drink it without adding a lot of sugar. Lu Ming was not surprised by Xing Nua's comment, as Tess had confirmed that buckthorn was indeed quite sour. Lin Yechi regarded Lu Ming. Is it really inedible? Lu Ming nodded slightly. It was initially intended for cultivation to produce medicinal products. Lin Yechi scrutinized Xing Nua. Do you have anything delicious that can reduce fury levels? How could that be possible? Xing Nua casually swung her legs. I have all sorts of things. The specific effects will depend on Ming's research. My eyes are not instruments and cannot discern everything. Lin Yechi, intrigued, asked, wife, do you have any edible ancient crops? Do you want to eat? Xing Nua glanced at her warehouse and pulled out an apple for him. Try this. The crimson apple emanated a hint of sweetness. Lin Yechi furrowed his brows, remarking, this red is quite deep. Xing Nua looked at him in surprise. Are you afraid of red? Lu Ming glanced over. Go ahead and eat it. There's no poison. Xing Nua puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. You actually suspect I poisoned it? Then you shouldn't eat it. No. Lin Yechi quickly retracted the apple and took a bite. It's just that this is my first encounter with it. I had no doubts. He hurriedly signaled Lu Ming, asking for an explanation. Lu Ming softly clarified. This kid is a carnivore. He never eats plants. He doesn't even touch imitation fruit flavors. Only then did Xing Nua calm down. All right. After a few bites of the apple, Lin Yechi attempted to swallow it. Xing Nua quickly intervened. Stop, you can't swallow that. The seeds are toxic. Lu Ming remarked indifferently. The slight poison in the seeds is inconsequential for him. Lin Yechi chose not to swallow it, but continued to nibble on the apple. This thing is quite dangerous. Xing Nua admonished. This is a fruit meant to be eaten, not swallowed. I think I should provide you with some fruits that can be swallowed directly. Lin Yechi's eyes lit up with joy. Great. Wife, are there fruits that can be swallowed? Xing Nua flipped her hand and produced a fruit platter filled with strawberries, blueberries, and cherry tomatoes. Lin Yechi curiously picked a few to taste. The fruity aroma uplifted his spirits. Xing Nua also started nibbling. as Lin Yechi munched on the blueberries. He grew slower in his movements, uncertainly stating, "Why does it feel strange after eating this?" Xing Nuo directly replied, "Oh, this has been verified to slowly restore mental energy." Lin Yechi's eyes widened. How can that be? It's just a tiny thing the size of a knuckle. How could it have such a function? He turned his gaze to Lu Ming, who nodded in affirmation. In that moment, Lin Yechi felt as if the blueberry in his hand was radiating light. The ability to slowly restore mental energy was nothing short of a boon for them, the beastmen in their rutting season. With sufficient mental energy, they could resist the surging tide of rage. Xing Nuo gazed at Lu Ming with wonder. She realized that Lu Ming was indeed quite popular and trusted by others. Be it by Xiaoze or Lin Yechi, whenever there was a problem, their first instinct was to confirm with Lu Ming. Furthermore, Lin Yechi seemed to have harbored a significant animosity towards Lu Ming from the start. Yet this did not impede his trust. It was truly impressive. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. What else with that look? The admiration evident in Xing Nuo's eyes made him feel somewhat bashful. Xing Nuo smiled. I just think you're remarkable. They all seem to trust you. As for me, they are mostly skeptical. She understood. After all, the things she had done to them previously were quite excessive. It was unreasonable to expect them to trust her in such a short time. Chapter 91. Rather die than be bound for treatment. Lu Ming was aware of her situation. Lowering his head to gently kiss her forehead, "Wife, take your time with everything." He believed that once they truly understood the current Xing Nuo and witnessed her abilities, they would undoubtedly choose to trust her. Xing Nuo's eyes widened momentarily as she traced her fingers over her forehead, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "You too could be a bully?" Lu Ming asked earnestly. "Do you dislike this?" After a moment of thought, Xing Nuo slightly shook her head. "Not really. It's just a bit embarrassing in front of others." Of course, she didn't voice this. Lin Yechi immediately bristled, his tail-esque scales standing on end. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so devious despite your handsome looks." He swung his long tail towards Lu Ming. "Alarmet ding no transformet." Her dark serpent tail whipping out. Lin Yechi hastily restrained his strength. The two black tails collided, producing a loud sound. Lin Yechi's gaze darkened as his robust tail wrapped around Xing Nuo's serpent tail, halting his aggressive advance. Xing Nuo puffed up her cheeks in anger. "Did you forget what you said earlier? You want to harm Lu Ming. If you can't control yourself, you must leave Lan Bao Xing." Lin Yechi had an oddly volatile temper, often exhibiting tendencies to attack. He tightened his grip on their entangled tails, grumbling, "Have you even considered what he just did?" Lu Ming responded calmly, "You'll have to get used to it." Xing Nuo felt her face flush. Lin Yechi glared fiercely at Lu Ming, convinced he was doing this on purpose. How could one possibly get used to such a thing? Lu Ming casually twirled a strand of his hair. "Wife, I think he requires some binding treatment." Xing Nuo struggled to extract her serpent tail, feeling conflicted. Lin Yechi gritted his teeth. "Absolutely not. I will never accept binding treatment. I never want to experience being tied to a hospital bed again." After a moment's contemplation, Xing Nuo suggested, "What about a binding device meant for combat?" She recalled that Xiao Yuan had used such a device in battle, which felt like a weighted apparatus. It could suppress strength without harming the body. Lin Yechi turned his head away. "I don't like it. Wife, I will control my emotions. If I attack Lu Ming again, you can activate the shock collar." Xing Nuo was taken aback. "That is not my attack skill. A strike like that could seriously injure you." The shock function was pure electricity, not something she could repair with energy. Why, in Lin Yechi's eyes, was binding treatment more frightening than the shock collar? Lin Yechi nodded. "I understand. Please give the controller to Lu Ming." Though Xing Nuo found his reasoning puzzling, considering the unusual circumstances, she handed the controller to Lu Ming. Lin Yechi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Are you satisfied now? Handing over my life to someone else, just thinking about it makes me uneasy." Lu Ming accepted the controller. "I will use it prudently." Lin Yechi snorted. "I'm going to rest." With that, he flicked his tail and swiftly departed. Xing Nuo watched him leave, aware that beastmen did not take well to being controlled. However, she had to ensure Lu Ming's safety. Lu Ming gently wrapped his arm around Xing Nuo's waist. "Wife, thank you." How many times had she protected him? Whenever he was attacked, his wife would instinctively shield him, forgetting for a moment that she was a small female. Xing Nuo smiled bashfully. Was I too impulsive? Maybe using a whip would have been better. If Lin Yechi hadn't restrained his strength just now, I would have been injured. Her scales were not as tough as a dragon's. Lu Ming chuckled. Wife, I'm also a 3S beast man. I can fight too. He possessed the most advanced mech, specially tailored for him by Xiaoze after he was struck. However, the mech consumed a great deal of energy, limiting its use. Xing Nuo scratched her head. But I want to protect you too. Since coming to this world, Lu Ming had been an immense help to her. The thought of him being a 9-colored deer, gentle in demeanor, made it difficult for her to associate him with combat. She simply did not want to see him fight. Lu Ming felt his heart soften, unconsciously pulling Xing Nuo closer. Wife, thank you. The rapid, powerful heartbeat resonated in Xing Nuo's ears, clearly indicating that Lu Ming's emotions were stirred. She wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace. In the future, we will surely be better. Lu Ming's body stiffened, instinctively tightening his hold on her. Xing Nuo wore a pained expression, sensing that Lu Ming seemed unusually agitated this time. The embrace felt so tight that she could hardly breathe. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of her mouth, and she gently curled her right hand, pressing it against Lu Ming's waist. A surge of mental energy enveloped with a hint of electricity swiftly coursed through Lu Ming's body. Given that Lu Ming was a non-combatant, Xing Nuo naturally employed a strong mental force combined with a subtle electric current, the most potent version she could control. After several experiments on by Xiao Yuan, she had gained considerable experience. Lu Ming's eyes widened momentarily, and in the blink of an eye, he felt his body grow weak. He lowered his eyelids slightly, instinctively pressing himself against Xing Nuo, pinning her on the sofa. His slightly hurried breaths betrayed his restlessness. Wife, what was that just now? Jing Nuo shutked softly, Zidian Longying. How does it feel? Lu Ming's eyes nearly turned crimson as he murmured, It feels delightful. I want more. He finally understood why even someone with by Xiao Yuan's physical prowess could become dazed and uncontrollable. It was nothing short of ecstasy, an exhilarating sensation that massaged his very being. Xing Nuo's eyes crinkled with delight as she placed her hands on his shoulders, once more invoking Zidian Longying. Taking into account by Xiao Yuan's previous biting incident, she used a minimal amount this time, a gentle stream. Lu Ming could not help but emit soft moans, his ethereal eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. Xing Nuo lightly touched the corner of Lu Ming's eye. Ming, your eyes are truly beautiful. Each glance into those watery depths left her yearning for more. As soon as her compliment left her lips, Xing Nuo suddenly recalled that saying this before had startled him. Just as she was about to explain, Lu Ming grasped her hand and placed it on his face, saying, As long as you like it, wife. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Had Lu Ming overcome his fear of her? Chapter 92. His wife, so proactive. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck, propping herself up to plant a kiss at the corner of his eye. Lu Ming cradled her head, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. His wife was so proactive. He lowered his head, pressing his lips directly against hers. In that fleeting moment, he found himself unsatisfied with Xing Nuo's fleeting kisses. He craved more. With a flush on her cheeks, Xing Nuo gradually closed her eyes, surrendering herself to him. The kiss deepened, and she felt a delightful haze enveloping her. Suddenly, the urgent sound of the light brain interrupted. Warning, emergency call incoming. Lu Ming quickly released Xing Nuo, striving to calm his rapid breaths as he answered the call. The screen flickered to reveal by Xiao Yuan, his presence distorting the very air around him. Lu Ming inquired directly, General, what is your command? Bai Xiao Yuan had initiated an emergency call, likely regarding work matters, and Lu Ming knew he could not afford to be casual. Bai Xiao Yuan momentarily disregarded Lu Ming's hurried breath, asking, How is the wife? Has she returned safely? With a blush on her cheeks, Xing Nuo stepped into the frame. I'm back. Bai Xiao Yuan exhaled in relief. Lu Ming, why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? Lu Ming shrugged. I reported to As. Bai Xiao Yuan retorted, That is not the same. You should have notified me immediately. He was concerned, Recalling that Bai Xiao harbored reservations about Xing Nuo. What if help had not arrived? The mere thought of Xing Nuo falling into Lin Yiqi's hands filled him with dread. Xing Nuo laughed. Don't be angry. We were worried about you too. You're at the front lines. You must stay focused. Bai Xiao Yuan's irritation flared anew. Why tell that little brat and not me? Wife, do you think he is smarter than I am? Xing Nuo chuckled. He doesn't like me, so he can handle things calmly. Bai Xiao Yuan's annoyance dissipated significantly. Indeed, Xing Nuo was still concerned for him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, wife, you are making excuses for Lu Ming. According to reports from his subordinates, Xing Nuo had even lost her light brain at that time. How could she have contacted him? Xing Nuo scratched her face. Noticing Bai Xiao Yuan's resentful expression, she decided to channel her mental energy. At that moment, Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes widened. For some unknown reason, he sensed a faint emotion of longing. This feeling was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible, yet he undeniably felt it. Wife, what is this? Xing Nuo replied with a smile. It's a new ability I've learned. I can transmit emotions over distances. Bai Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. So, you could have called for help back then? Xing Nuo nodded. Well, you were the front lines. This technique, isn't perfected yet. I certainly didn't wish to disturb you. Bai Xiao Yuan frowned in displeasure. Wife, your safety is more important than anything. In the future, if you encounter danger, you must inform me immediately, understood? Though he understood that Xing Nuo was worried about him, he still felt a twinge of annoyance. His wife was in danger, and he was not by her side. The next time, he would ensure that pest faced consequences. Lu Ming stated seriously. Lin Yiqi is currently residing on Lan Baoxing. Bai Xiao Yuan's previously calmed emotions surged once more. What nonsense. That guy is extremely dangerous. How could you leave him there? He belongs in the prison of the security team for kidnapping a female. If the security team is too timid to capture him, I will do it myself. Lu Ming replied calmly. After this experience, I believe it would be wiser to keep a highly capable individual by the wife's side. Although that guy is unreliable, he possesses formidable strength. Unless Lin Yiqi encounters someone like Xing Nuo, who can seamlessly combine offensive and soothing skills, he is nearly unbeatable. Bai Xiao Yuan's expression turned serious. I heard they hacked the butler robot. Is that correct? Lu Ming nodded. He exploited a backdoor left by As. It wouldn't be easy for others to do the same. Bai Xiao Yuan shook his head, since it wasn't him directly using that method. It indicates that the backdoor is unsafe. I will have Xiao Zhe replace it. This backdoor has become a vulnerability, and I cannot allow this to happen again. Lu Ming had no objections. The risk of the backdoor being exploited by outsiders was indeed perilous. Bai Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, his unease growing. Is it truly safe to leave that kid behind? Lu Ming reassured him. He is wearing a strong electric collar. The controller is with me. So safety shouldn't be a significant concern. Bai Xiao Yuan's worry did not dissipate. That kid is notoriously fickle. You must ensure your own safety. In truth, Lu Ming was at greater risk. Lin Yiqi was currently in his rut, and his volatility would likely escalate, making him reliant on Xing Nuo. However, Lu Ming was different. Lu Ming nodded. Rest assured, I will be cautious. With a strong electric collar, I am confident I can subdue him. Bai Xiao Yuan resigned himself to the situation. We will return as soon as possible. Xing Nuo expressed her concern. You mustn't rush the matters at the front. Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes softened. Yes. Wife, when will your new technique be perfected? I am eager to connect with you mentally. Xing Nuo scratched her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That requires both of us to practice together. Bai Xiao Yuan blinked, his curiosity piqued. Is it a variant of Zidian Longying? During the practice of Zidian Longying, he had felt a surge of energy entering his body. At that moment, he had sensed that some form of his energy was exchanging with Xing Nuo's. Now it seemed likely that it pertained to some emotion or perhaps a sixth sense. Xing Nuo nodded, a tinge of regret in her voice. Unfortunately, you left for the front lines too soon, and I haven't practiced this technique much. She and Bai Xiao Yuan had practiced numerous times. Yet most of those occasions were devoid of the presence of the Baihu deity statue. Consequently, she had absorbed little of the Baihu's power, which was indeed a pity. Bai Xiao Yuan, with a smile in his eyes, remarked, This is simple. When I return, we shall practice daily. Lu Ming, with a hint of nonchalance, replied, "Practicing is fine, but you must wear restraints." The earlier incident whereby Xiao Yuan had lost control and bitten someone was still vivid in his memory, and he needed to prevent such a scenario from reoccurring. Bai Xiao Yuan pouted, "Restraints are no big deal." He believed that if Xing Nuo trained with him, he would certainly be able to manage himself. However, the thought of that tingling current surging into his body and continuously nourishing him made his legs feel weak. He estimated it would take considerable time to acclimatize. Lu Ming nodded. "All right, I will add a few training beds in the training room." Chapter 93. The water of prosperity does not flow to outsiders. By Xiao Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided, "Let's have Xiao Zhe handle this." Bai Xiao Osha, being part of the mechanical department, would undoubtedly produce higher quality products than elsewhere. As 3S level beastmen, they needed to ensure that the restraint beds manufactured could perfectly control them. "That works. It's not a problem." Xing Nuo found it somewhat amusing, saying, "You don't need to be so anxious. That earlier incident was an accident. Besides, as long as I control the dosage, it shouldn't be that severe." Lu Ming stated seriously, "This is for precaution." Bai Xiao Yuan added, "Wife, we can handle this." Xing Nuo could only shrug. Very well. With both of them having made up their minds, what more could she say? Bai Xiao Yuan leaned closer. "Wife, what happened to your lips?" Xing Nuo instinctively covered her mouth. "Nothing." Bai Xiao Yuan shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, and upon seeing Lu Ming's lips, he immediately understood. He could not help but shout, "Lu Ming." The loudness of his voice caused the screen to flicker. Xing Nuo flinched at the outburst, unable to suppress the urge to rub her ears. Even with the screen between them, it felt as though she had been struck by a tiger's roar. Lu Ming frowned in displeasure, reaching out to rub Xing Nuo's ears. "Are you all right?" Bai Xiao Yuan quickly reined in his emotions and nervously asked, "How are you?" In his moment of urgency, he forgot that the small female was delicate and could hardly withstand his boisterous voice. Xing Nuo shook her head. "I'm fine." Lu Ming, with a stern expression, activated the holographic device, limiting the volume to prevent Bai Xiao Yuan from suddenly going off again. Seeing that she was indeed unharmed, Bai Xiao Yuan expressed a hint of grievance. "Wife, why did you let him get away with that?" Xing Nuo found it amusing. "You did the same thing when you suddenly rushed over." Bai Xiao Yuan retorted, "You must have learned from me." He was certain that Lu Ming had gained the audacity to act boldly only because Xing Nuo was not upset by his earlier ambush. Lu Ming did not contradict him. Xing Nuo softly reassured, "All right, let us not get upset over such matters." Bai Xiao Yuan turned his head slightly, still somewhat unwilling to accept it. He had merely kissed her lightly, yet Lu Ming's demeanor suggested a far more profound intimacy. Lu Ming timely shifted the topic, lest Bai Xiao Yuan persist in his complaints. "Wife, are you considering selling special crop products? Do you have any thoughts on that?" Bai Xiao Yuan immediately thought of the magical blueberry-flavored nutrient solution. Although the recovery speed of this nutrient solution was not rapid, its long-lasting effects without burdening the body were its greatest strengths. "Is it the blueberry nutrient solution?" Xing Nuo replied candidly, "Not entirely. If produced, there could also be items like flour cakes. There are quite a few with similar functions." She was aware that Bai Xiao Yuan understood the benefits of flour cakes. Bai Xiao Yuan's pupils dilated. "Are you certain you want to sell this?" If memory served him right, the flour Xing Nuo cultivated could reduce rage levels. If such products could enter the military, it would be immensely beneficial for them. Xing Nuo asked softly, "Is that feasible?" Bai Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously. "Of course. Rest assured, we will keep this classified." Xing Nuo exhaled in relief. As long as they could procure it, you on the front lines cannot use perfume. I will make the flowers into flour cakes. However, she cautioned that the efficacy of such food might not be as potent, estimating that each cake could only reduce about 0.1. Bai Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. "What does it matter? As long as it can reduce it. You see, my subordinates are all gluttons. One cake wouldn't even satisfy their cravings. They could easily consume dozens and significantly lower their levels." Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. "All right." Lu Ming added, "We will prepare a list and testing data. You should also arrange the necessary procedures on your end." This was Xing Nuo's first collaboration with higher authorities, and he did not wish to leave any blemish due to haste. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, After discussing some order details, they concluded the call. Xing Nuo sighed with relief, finally settled. Lu Ming gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Next, our task will be quite demanding. Ding Nuo nodded. Various production lines need to be established. Lu Ming continued. If we are making flower cakes, we will need a large quantity of fresh flowers. Do you have enough time for that? Xing Nuo retrieved several flower cakes from the warehouse, handed one to him, and took a few bites herself. The raw materials are sufficient. The main issue is processing. By the way, I think I should move more roses over and transplant entire plants. She had already inspected the planting boxes, and although the land was temporarily unsuitable for cultivation, planting in the boxes posed no problem at all. Later, she would proceed with cutting and planting. The roses would soon flourish. Lu Ming was momentarily tempted, contemplating for a while. Ordinary roses will suffice. Jing no agirly nodded. Let's go now. Her impetuous nature made Lu Ming chuckle. He stood up and transformed into a 9-colored deer. I will take you there. Xing Nuo expertly climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. The constant temperature rooms had expanded by 3 during the day. In the distance, a construction team was erecting a new constant temperature room. Within the 2 additional constant temperature rooms, several robots were renovating the soil and periodically sprinkling it with nutrient solutions, which had been newly developed by the research team to effectively enhance soil fertility. Upon reaching the last 3 constant temperature rooms, Lu Ming retrieved a bracelet from his spatial pocket and secured it around Xing Nuo's wrist. This is a temporary shield made by Az, designed to withstand attacks from rock bees. He activated the shield, ensuring it was functioning properly before feeling reassured. He had kept the rock bees he had purchased in the final constant temperature room, where he had placed some raw ore. This way, the rock bees could harvest energy from the ore. To Xing Nuo's surprise, the last constant temperature room already contained rows of planting boxes. The soil in these boxes was tinged with a hint of moisture, clearly indicating it had been watered with nutrient solutions. Xing Nuo opened the warehouse and took out the roses, which had been freshly picked by the robots from the system's space. They had already been pruned a few seasons prior. Lu Ming swiftly took the roses from her and planted them in the planting boxes. Taking advantage of the moment, he called upon a robotic butler for assistance. Within a short time, one side of the constant temperature room was filled with blooming roses. The vibrant red roses swayed gently in the planting boxes. Lu Ming pressed a switch, and the water pipes in the planting boxes released a mist-like nutrient solution. Chapter 94, Busy Exhausted. As if drawn by the fragrance of the roses, a few rock bees lazily flew over. Their massive bodies landed on the flowers, causing the blossoms to bow under their weight. Lu Ming and Xing Nuo watched the rock bees with eager anticipation. The purpose of raising the Shurfing was to ascertain whether it possessed the ability to gather nectar. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 individuals, the Shurfing descended from the flower, occasionally rubbing its 2 front legs together. A surge of energy emanated from its forelimbs, and before long, a pale yellow energy orb, roughly the size of a soybean, materialized in its grasp. After performing a figure-8 dance in midair, the Shurfing flew towards the hive. Inside the hive, a designated nectar storage area had been established, extending outward with a slender tube. To extract the nectar, they merely needed to activate the tube's switch. Xing Nuo blinked, her eyes filled with astonishment. So this is the process of their nectar collection. This completely subverted her understanding of honey gathering. Typically, bees seem to consume nectar, ferment it in their abdomens, and then regurgitate it. However, this was a pure demonstration of skill, directly extracting energy. Lu Ming was equally surprised. It appears that the abilities inscribed deep within their genes are not easily diminished. These Shurfing are, in fact, products of the evolution of honey. Encountering flowers has not diminished their innate instinct to gather nectar. Crouching beside a plant box, Xing Nuo pondered aloud. Will their direct absorption of energy kill the flowers? Traditional bees gather pollen without affecting the crops themselves, but utilizing a collection skill complicates matters. Lu Ming quickly rose to his feet. I must investigate this further. He approached the recently harvested rows, a movement that startled the exuberant Shurfing. One by one, they charged towards Lu Ming with fervor. However, upon nearing him, approximately 1 meter away. They seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting their advance. Xinghua swallowed hard, and only after witnessing the Shurfeng unable to breach his defenses did she exhale in relief. Why are they so aggressive? No wonder they had previously prohibited her from raising them. Luming remained unfazed, calmly using his instruments to assess the situation. The Shurfeng exhibit a strong territorial instinct. Having just gathered nectar, they have already claimed this area as their territory. Xinghua cautiously approached his side. Is there any impact on the roses? Luming meticulously verified the data before allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, according to the instruments, collecting every hour typically does not cause harm. This is especially true since these roses are freshly planted. Once they take root, the frequency of collection will notably increase. Xinghua stroked her chin. Can the energy they extract be utilized? Luming replied straightforwardly. Generally, it requires about an hour of fermentation before it can be extracted. Of course, this is contingent upon retrieving it before they consume it. Given the current frenzy of the Shurfeng, they will likely devour the collected nectar at the earliest opportunity. Xinghua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If the gathered nectar possesses the ability to diminish the frenzy levels, it could open up a plethora of possibilities beyond merely floral pastries. Moreover, the extracted honey would undoubtedly be more discreet. Rubbing her hands together, Xinghua exclaimed, "Shall we plant more roses?" Luming glanced at the already abundant rows of roses and pondered whether she truly needed more. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xinghua hurriedly retrieved roses from the storage, this time not exclusively selecting red ones. She also included orange, white, and black roses. Additionally, she procured sunflowers. Observing Xinghua's enthusiasm, Luming lent his assistance. Before long, they had planted an entire section of flowers. It seemed that the Shurfeng, aware that these flowers were being cultivated by them, calmed down, transitioning from an aggressive stance to a working one, commencing nectar collection from the newly planted roses. Xinghua carefully placed a pot of magnolia in a corner, setting up a protective shield. The fragrance of the magnolia was overwhelmingly potent, which she found somewhat intolerable. By the time they concluded their floral endeavors, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Gazing at the 3 sections of temperature-controlled flowering plants, Xinghua's spirits soared. Now, enjoying the beauty of flowers outdoors was no longer an extraordinary occurrence. Luming strolled through the blossoms, exuding a languid demeanor. Unable to resist, he transformed into his beast form, lying on the ground to absorb the intoxicating scent of the flowers. Xinghua, with a flower pastry in her mouth, leaned against a planting box, secretly observing the Shurfeng as they flitted about, gathering nectar. In their energy storage bottle, a thin layer of energy liquid had already formed. Sensing the fragrance of the flower pastry in her hand, 2 Shurfeng approached, fluttering beside her as if yearning to collect. Xinghua blinked and placed the half-eaten flower pastry into a bowl. Indeed, the Shurfeng immediately descended upon it. The pastry was not merely composed of roses. The filling included rose jam, generously sweetened during preparation. The natural sugars were undeniably irresistible to bee-like creatures. Before long, the flower pastry was swarmed by Shurfeng. Luming ambled over to her side. Why do they seem to prefer this flower pastry? Xinghua chuckled. Perhaps it is simply sweeter. Luming considered this and nodded in agreement. Dear wife, it is getting late. You should rest. Xinghua inquired, and what about you? You are not planning to stay up late conducting research again, are you? She suspected that with so many fresh flowers, he must be preoccupied with thoughts of experimentation. Luming felt a twinge of embarrassment. I will be mindful of the time. Xinghua expressed her skepticism. Very well, I shall break protocol for today. I'm heading back to rest. Luming offered, I will escort you. Upon returning to her room and completing her evening routine, Xinghua nearly collapsed onto her pillow, utterly exhausted. The day's events had drained her, from returning from Yushuixing to soothing Lin Yechi and finally planting 3 sections of flowers. She felt as though she had never been so fatigued since her previous extreme training. Her body felt as if it were filled with lead, and even the slightest movement was a monumental effort. Wife, wife, Luming called out anxiously. Xinghua opened her eyes groggily and murmured, a Ming. Lu Ming held a towel, gently wiping her forehead, armpits, and neck. At that moment, Xingnuo was receiving in full drip. She sounded weary, her voice laced with weakness. "What is wrong with me?" Lu Ming pressed the back of his hand to her forehead. "You have developed a high fever." Xingnuo curled up slightly. Oh. Chapter 95. Ill again, ordered to stay in bed. Concern filled Lu Ming's eyes. Xingnuo had always been in good health, and her sudden high fever made him worry that it might be related to her previous fainting episode. He was troubled, as they had yet to determine the cause of her earlier unconsciousness. Xingnuo grasped his hand, her voice dreamy. "Perhaps I caught a chill." Lin Yechi's room was so cold. Lu Ming immediately connected the dots. Lin Yechi had been in a state of heat, utilizing low temperatures to maintain his awareness. Yet, such low temperatures were unbearable for Xingnuo. He cursed under his breath, wishing he could drag Lin Yechi out and give him a good thrashing. Xingnuo nestled into his embrace. "Aming, I am so thirsty." Lu Ming quickly retrieved a box of her favorite blueberry-flavored nutrient liquid and brought it to her lips while monitoring the data on his holographic screen. Lin Yechi lingered at the door, hesitating to enter. From Xingnuo's earlier remarks, he realized that she must have caught a cold and developed a fever due to the chill in his room. He felt remorseful for not taking better care of her. Lu Ming shot him a glare. "Go prepare a bowl of fish soup." Lin Yechi nodded eagerly and hurried to the kitchen. Xingnuo burrowed into his arms. "Who are you talking to?" Lu Ming remarked. "Just now, Lin Yechi was outside." "Oh," Xingnuo replied, her entire being clinging to Lu Ming like a koala. "Ming, I feel so sleepy." Lu Ming replied earnestly. "Finish your nutrient solution before you sleep." Xingnuo puffed her cheeks and drank the 2 boxes of nutrient solution, then drowsily lay back down. Lu Ming carefully observed her data, confirming that everything was normal before he sighed in relief. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, fearing that Xingnuo had exhausted herself in the constant temperature room and, compounded by her earlier exposure to the cold, had caused this sudden outburst of illness. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, carefully gauging her temperature. Sometime later, Xingnuo awoke once more. Blinking, she realized that she was cradled in Lu Ming's arms, her head resting on his arm. Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Wife, you're awake? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere?" Xingnuo sat up and asked, "What happened to me earlier?" Lu Ming explained, "You were ill and had a fever for 2 days." Xingnuo's eyes widened in surprise. So long? She had only felt exhausted, unaware that she had been burning with fever for such an extended period. Lu Ming lamented, "It was my oversight." Xingnuo shook her head with a hint of resignation. "This has nothing to do with you. Mink, I'm hungry. I want to drink the kanji you've made." Lu Ming replied, "All right, I'll make it right away." After a brief wash-up, Xingnuo went downstairs with her nutrient solution. At that moment, Lu Ming and Lin Yechi were busy in the kitchen, the air filled with delightful aromas. Xingnuo felt her stomach rumble in response. By the time she finished her meal, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Sitting on the sofa, she turned to Lin Yechi and said, "Your rage level has increased again. Let me help soothe it." Lin Yechi quickly shook his head. "No need. You should rest today. I can manage for a day or 2. His illness was caused by her, so how could he allow her to suffer during this time? Xingnuo decisively pulled him over and pressed him down onto the sofa, placing a hand on his forehead. "No more nonsense. I've said before, soothing you is also training for me." Lin Yechi stared blankly at Xingnuo. She was still unwell, her face bearing a pallor. Even in her weakened state, she was determined to find a way to soothe him. Her well-being was clearly more important. For a moment, Lin Yechi felt at a loss for how to express his emotions. Was it gratitude? Regret? He couldn't help but gently wrap his arm around Xingnuo's waist, hoping to make her a bit more comfortable. After calming his rage level to 92, Xingnuo gained 44 purification points. Though still far from 100, she was satisfied with this progress. Lu Ming set down his holographic device, monitoring his condition has stabilized somewhat. "We can soothe him again tomorrow. Based on current data, it should only take about 3 more sessions." Xingnuo nodded slightly, observing that the speed of calming his rage level appeared to be noticeably slowing. Lin Yechi looked at Xingnuo sincerely. "Thank you, wife." Xingnuo waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing." After a bit of movement, Lu Ming insisted that Xingnuo rest, forbidding her from doing anything. Xingnuo lay on the bed, feeling somewhat frustrated. Since her fever began, She had already slept for 4 days. She felt perfectly fine now, yet Lu Ming remained anxious, fearing that her previous illness might resurface. With a long sigh, Xinghua lay her head on the pillow, feeling utterly deflated. Lin Yechi approached her side. "Wife, are you bored?" Xinghua looked at him with a pained expression. "Do I not make it obvious?" Lin Yechi chuckled lightly. "That's simple. I'll take you out for a stroll." Xinghua eyed him skeptically. "Is it really okay?" Lin Yechi swiftly lifted Xinghua from the bed, declaring, "I've already asked Lu Ming," and he agreed. Xinghua's eyes brightened. At last, she could get some fresh air. Wonderful. Lin Yechi carried her and leaped out of the second-floor window. Xinghua, accustomed to such movements, showed no signs of panic, occasionally swinging her legs and visibly excited. She wondered when she could also move like them. Lin Yechi brought Xinghua directly to the constant temperature room. At that moment, Lu Ming was busy recording data on various crops using his holographic device. Xinghua jumped down from Lin Yechi's arms and hurried to Lu Ming's side. "How are the honey data?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Ming momentarily lost his focus, quickly snapping back to reality, and smiled. "The results are similar to what we expected. This honey has a calming effect on rage levels. Moreover, after being purified by the stone bees, its effectiveness surpasses that of using flowers directly." Xinghua exclaimed with excitement. "Then let us plant more flowers and leave those blossoms unpicked." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was thinking the same. Additionally, I conducted some experiments yesterday and discovered that these stone bees can gather energy not only from flowers but from any plant." Xinghua pondered for a moment. "Can the honey they collect be stored separately?" Lu Ming replied, "I've ordered additional hives for further research." Xinghua suggested, "If it doesn't work, we can also raise these stone bees separately. We could set up one constant temperature room for each type of crop, and the honey will automatically be sorted." Lin Yechi, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneeze. "Don't you find the floral scent here too strong?" He had only been there for a short while and already felt a bit dizzy, while they seemed unaffected. While Lu Ming was a Jiusei Lu, he could understand. But how is it that Xinghua, being from the Shi tribe, was not affected by the floral scent? Xinghua shot him a glance and quickly said, "Don't stand there. That flower is a magnolia, incredibly fragrant." Perhaps due to research, Lu Ming had removed the protective cover from the flowers, making the aroma particularly potent in that area. Lu Ming stepped forward, reattaching the protective cover and activating the ventilation system to disperse the excess floral scent. He momentarily expressed his distaste, saying, "You might as well not come here anymore. You can't even tolerate this mild floral scent." Lin Yechi replied with a frown, "Do you think I'm like you? Only you too can withstand such a strong aroma." Xinghua suggested, "Why don't you wait for us in the fruit and vegetable area?" Lin Yechi rubbed his nose. "No need. I can still tolerate these roses." Xinghua nodded in understanding. Lu Ming completed the data organization, saying, "Wife, we collected some honey. Would you like to try it?" Xinghua's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded yes. Lu Ming gently took her back home, retrieving a small vial of honey from the spatial pocket. The quantity was modest, around 50 milliliters, but sufficient for a cup of tea. Embracing her cup, Xinghua took a delicate sip of the honey water, her eyes squinting in pleasure. Delicious. Lin Yechi held a cup in his hand, slightly uncertain. "Can I drink it too?" Xinghua replied directly, "That cup probably won't lower your rage level much." She surmised that it would be difficult to reduce even a little. Lin Yechi took a tentative sip, the faint rose flavor spreading across his palate. The sweet taste instantly enveloped his taste buds, making him feel utterly at ease. The flavor was indeed delightful. Lu Ming reclined lazily on the sofa, feeling the weariness of the day dissipate after just a few sips. It seemed honey could also be purified for medicinal purposes. Lin Yechi leaned against Xinghua, feeling as if he had no bones left. Those stone bees in the constant temperature room probably won't produce much. Lu Ming nodded. "Yes, I've arranged for someone to procure more. Unfortunately, there are not many people raising stone bees at present. If it comes to that, I will have to find a way to cultivate another batch myself." Xinghua lightly bit her lip and said, "Ming, why not recruit some assistants? Your colleagues at the Research Institute must be interested in studying crops, right?" She felt that Lu Ming had far Too many responsibilities. If this continued, trouble was inevitable. Lu Ming looked at Xing Nuo in surprise. Can they really come? If those researchers were to arrive, Xing Nuo's secret would surely be compromised. Xing Nuo nodded slightly, yes. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming shook his head. Now is not the right time. We should at least wait until the defense system here is fully completed. Xing Nuo refrained from further comment, as she merely intended to express her thoughts. She trusted that Lu Ming understood better than she did when the right moment would be. As they were leisurely conversing, Xing Nuo's light brain chimed. She opened the communication with a flick of her hand. Xing Yin Lu was half leaning on the light brain, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Xing Nuo. Cousin, Yan Lu? It's been a while. Xing Yin Lu squinted her eyes, filled with curiosity. Cousin, has your little shop opened yet? Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, it has opened, but most of the time, a Ming is managing it. Upon hearing this, Xing Yin Li's eyes widened in surprise. When did it open? I had no idea. Xing Nuo felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I only found out afterward. She shared her shop information with Xing Yin Lu. Xing Yin Lu exclaimed, Cousin, I want to visit you. Is that okay? Xing Nuo chuckled, of course. That's not a problem. However, we're still in the initial construction phase here, so the conditions are a bit lacking. Xing Yin Lu waved her hand dismissively. That doesn't matter. Xing Nuo turned to Lu Ming. Will there be any procedures for them to come? Lu Ming replied, No, I can grant them access when the time comes. Xing Nuo nodded. Yin Lu, you can come over when the time is right. Xing Yin Lu leaned in closer, uncertain. Cousin, why do I feel like I've seen that bug? Xing Nuo smiled. He's currently recuperating here. Lin Yiqi's expression darkened immediately. Who are you calling a bug? Xing Yin Lu puffed up her cheeks. I'm referring to you. You can't even overpower cousin, yet you attack little females. You're nothing but a bug, a scoundrel. Lin Yiqi's aura flared up. How did I become a scoundrel again? Xing Yin Lu scoffed. You held a banquet to select a new wife. What else would you be called? And now you're shamelessly clinging to cousin. How brazen. Lin Yiqi felt a surge of frustration welling up in his chest. Unable to voice it, once that little female arrived on the other side of the screen, he could only imagine how difficult his days would become. Jing Nuo Amu said, Turn her head away, trying hard not to laugh. Lin Yiqi, somewhat aggrieved, called out, Wife, I'm wronged. The banquet was not something he had initiated. It was the queen who, knowing she was a half-beast, organized it without his consent. Xing Nuo coughed lightly. What she said is also factual. You did indeed host a banquet. Moreover, you even kidnapped me. Xing Yin Lu gasped. He dared to kidnap you, cousin? Why didn't you have him arrested? Kidnapping little females is a serious crime. Xing Nuo hurriedly waved her hand. There was some misunderstanding. It has already been clarified. Xing Yan de Honed, cousin. You are too lenient. Against such scoundrels, you should send him to the security team to teach him a lesson. Sang Jing Yin sat in a corner outside the screen, listening to Xing Yin Li's words, feeling somewhat speechless. Too lenient? Was that really about Xing Nuo? It was well known that she had a notoriously bad temper. He pressed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had a nagging feeling that if this continued, Xing Yin Lu would be influenced negatively. Just as he thought this, he recalled what he had just heard. Lin zi kidnapped Ding Nuo. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this were confirmed, it would be a serious crime. How could he dare to do that? For a moment, he was conflicted about whether to let Xing Yin Lu visit Xing Nuo. While he was contemplating, Xing Yin Lu had already arranged a time with Xing Nuo and ended the communication. She waved her hand in front of him. What are you thinking about? Sang Jing Yin cleared his throat. Wife, it seems Lu Ming is quite busy over there, and it's currently Lin Yiqi's mating season. We should refrain from disturbing them. Xing Yin Lu puffed up her cheeks in displeasure. But I haven't seen cousin in so long. Cousin agreed to let me come. Besides, cousin wouldn't he care about that scoundrel? Sang Jing Yin felt his headache intensifying. After all, Lin Yiqi was the third prince. Xing Yin Lu placed her hands on her hips. I don't care. I want to go. If you think we're bothering them, we could just bring some gifts. They need manpower. We can send some robots over. Chapter 97. Lin Yiqi's aggrieved desire to cry Sang Jing Yin found the situation rather amusing. General Zhe is an expert in machinery. They would surely use their own creations. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. Is the time set? Xing Yan le noded igoli. Cousin said we can go in 3 days. Oh, right, we can send some houses to them. Sang Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Send houses? Xing Yan le replied decisively. Cousin wants to open a shop, right? Given the conditions on Lan Baoxing, they must be lacking in housing. We can build a few factories for them. Sang Jingyan chuckled. All right, I'll arrange that. Xing Yan Lu added, we also need to prepare nutrient solutions. Let's choose the newest flavors developed. She was confident that Xing Nuo would enjoy those nutrient solutions. Sang Jingyan nodded in agreement. Xing Yan Lu sat on the bed, swinging her legs. Nian Nian, if I go to cousin's place, will those annoying guys stop bothering me? Sang Jingyan stiffened. Was Xing Yan Li's reason for going there really that? He gently embraced her. It's my fault. Xing Yan Li shook her head. I'm just a bit tired of it. I want to go out and clear my mind. Ever since her abilities were revealed, people had been coming to curry favor every day, and it had become quite bothersome. Sometimes, she even thought that Xing Nuo's bad reputation didn't seem so bad. At least no one dared to bother her. On the other side, after ending the call with Xing Yan Lu, Lin Yiqi's emotions showed no signs of easing. His face nearly contorted with frustration. Xing Nuo poked his face playfully. All right, stop being angry. Lin Yiqi responded. Does even my wife think I'm a scoundrel? Xing Nuo, struggling to suppress her laughter, said no. It seemed that Xing Yan Lu had truly dealt him a harsh blow. Yan Lu is just a child. You should be more understanding. You frightened her quite a bit when you beastified. Lin Yiqi pondered for a moment, seriously stating, if she didn't speak ill of me in front of you, I wouldn't hold it against her. Xing Nuo's gaze became somewhat elusive. That seemed a bit difficult. Xing Yan Li's misunderstanding of Lin Yiqi ran deep, especially regarding the banquet held to select a wife. At this rate, it might lead to chaos. For a moment, Xing Nuo felt a headache coming on. She hoped there wouldn't be a major conflict. The expression on Xing Nuo's face gave Lin Yiqi a sense of foreboding. Did she often speak ill of him? Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. Not really. Lu Ming interjected. She merely recounted what you did. Lin Yiqi shot a glare at Lu Ming. So it turns out it wasn't you who was scolded. Xing Nuo had already held some reservations about him. And if another person were to constantly whisper in her ear, would he still be able to live normally? Xing Nuo waved her hand. I have my own judgments. Just don't be angry. If you behave well, I'll be sure to comfort you more later. Lin Yiqi expressed his concerns. But what if I perform too well and catch her attention? Xing Nuo and Lu Ming both looked at him in disbelief. He was certainly overthinking. They were quite aware of how much Xing Yan Lu disliked him. Lu Ming shot him a sidelong glance. Then you can go with Xing Yan Lu. Lin Yiqi immediately blew up. How could I do something like that? Xing Nuo pressed her forehead wearily, stating, what I meant by asking you to behave better is that you should not anger her. Yan Lu is a delicate female and cannot withstand your aura. This was her greatest concern at present. Lin Yiqi, being a Jiao Long, naturally had a suppressive effect on serpentine beings. Furthermore, with his current state of arousal, his emotions were volatile. She feared that a moment of excitement from Lin Yiqi could unleash his aura and frighten Xing Yan Lu. Lin Yiqi lightly pressed his lips together, responding, I understand. I will temper my temper. If it comes to it, I simply won't show up. He was adept at concealment. And even if he did not present himself before Xing Nuo, he could still protect her from the shadows. Seeing him agree, Xing Nuo felt a slight sense of relief. Lu Ming activated the holographic computer, relaying the upcoming construction plans to the construction team. Lan Baoxing was in dire need of revitalization, with countless tasks awaiting completion. Currently, over 500 robots from a construction team were engaged in erecting structures. Changes were finally becoming apparent. As he perused the report on the holographic screen, a smile emerged in Lu Ming's eyes. Wife, the construction team has just reported that the northern farmland is nearly complete. Would you like to take a look? Jing Nuo, slightly puzzled, inquired, farmland? I do have plans in that regard, but it has only been a few days. Lu Ming chuckled. Yes, the robots have already cleared the land, and the channels and water sources have been repaired. We merely need to install a protective shield now. These shields would guard against most radiation and pests, proving indispensable for outdoor farming. He knew that Xing Nuo had long desired to cultivate crops outdoors. The temperature-controlled greenhouse was merely a compromise, especially with future large-scale planting. It would certainly need to be conducted outside. Xing Nuo sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, Let's go take a look. Lin Yechi, perplexed, wondered why she was so excited over a mere stretch of barren land. The trio soon arrived at the farmland, and Lin Yechi's confusion deepened. The farmland bore no remarkable features, merely a large expanse of land that had been turned over, divided into sizable plots by a network of water channels. A glance at those channels revealed pristine water, freshly laid, evoking a fleeting desire within him to take a dip. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with awe. The fields were astonishingly vast, stretching beyond sight. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the soil was moist, clearly having been treated with nutrient solutions. System assessments indicated that after a few days of nurturing, it would be ready for planting. The smooth progress far exceeded Xing Nuo's expectations. What surprised her most was that the paths within the field were not made of dirt, but consisted entirely of conveyor belts. Lu Ming elaborated on the subsequent plans. Presently, they were primarily cultivating roses. The roses in the temperature-controlled greenhouse had taken root, and soon they could find ways to propagate them. The thought of transforming this area into a sea of blossoms ignited a fervor within him. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement, though a hint of concern lingered in her heart. The roses she had previously brought from the farm had been enhanced by the system, maturing within merely 1 to 2 days. The subsequent cuttings would undoubtedly lack such rapid growth capabilities. Moreover, she was uncertain whether the newly planted roses would regress, fearing they might lose their effectiveness in reducing the Fury Index. Lu Ming smiled. The research facility within the temperature-controlled greenhouse is also nearly complete. I will record these crops in batches. Xing Nuo sighed lightly. There will be many crops. For tasks that robots can handle, let them do so. Lu Ming nodded slightly, understanding that as crops multiplied, he could not oversee everything personally. Fortunately, the programming for the robots was nearly complete. He would only need to review the reports compiled by the machines. Lin Yechi's gaze remained fixed on the two, his expression darkening. Since their arrival, Xing Nuo had not cast a glance in his direction, her attention solely on Lu Ming. Each time she looked, her eyes gleamed as though Lu Ming were a deity. Did she not react at all to his presence? His resentment intensified, nearly materializing into a tangible force. Xing Nuo rubbed her arms, feeling a chill, and turned to find Lin Yechi gazing at them with a sorrowful expression. In her eyes, a glaring 99 hovered above his head. Rubbing her eyes, she activated her purification skill once more, and the number remained unchanged. At a loss for words, she finally managed to utter, "Are you all right?" For a moment, she found herself admiring Lin Yechi. Bai Xiaoyun had been bettered in at a Fury Index of 99, yet Lin Yechi merely wore a sullen face, exuding coldness without any signs of losing control. Lin Yechi's number flickered, and he expressed his discontent. Not good. Lu Ming opened the holographic computer, glancing at his data in surprise. The value had surged to 99, yet Lin Yechi showed no signs of going berserk. This was indeed unexpected. Lu Ming suggested, "Let us head back." Xing Nuo had no objections, though she curiously scrutinized Lin Yechi, asking, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yechi, frowning, walked beside her. "No." "Huh?" Xing Nuo paused. "You feel fine?" Lu Ming, too, appeared astonished. According to the holographic computer's readings, Lin Yechi indeed exhibited a Fury Index of 99. Xing Nuo leaned closer to Lu Ming, whispering, "Could it be related to that cup of honey?" If there were any distinction in Lin Yechi's state, it undoubtedly stemmed from the honey water harvested from Surefoam. Lu Ming lowered his head slightly, confiding with Xing Nuo, "It's possible. We need to investigate further. I only assessed the basic substances previously and have yet to delve deeper." Given the current situation, it seemed the honey was more effective than they had anticipated. It was also plausible that her intervention had cleared some of the hidden Fury values. Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yechi. An overwhelming desire to restrain him for study surged within him. In that instant, Lin Yechi felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively eyeing Lu Ming with suspicion. His pupils narrowing. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Ming averted his gaze. "Nothing, just need you to provide a blood sample later." Lin Yechi scrutinized the duo suspiciously. Although their close proximity irked him, he had more pressing matters at hand. "Are you two hiding something from me?" Lu Ming examined the data closely. Although the Fury Index was nearly at its peak, The rationality metrics did not reflect an alarming level. Nothing much, just that your fury value has reached 99. Lin Yechi's pupils widened in disbelief, his body stiffening as he regarded Lu Ming. What did you say? Impossible. Apart from feeling irritated by your closeness, I have no adverse reactions. I don't even feel an urge to strike. How could this possibly equate to a 99? Xing Nuo softly interjected, for now. Try to remain calm. According to the data, your fury value is indeed 99. She was concerned that an emotional outburst from Lin Yechi might lead to negative consequences. Lin Yechi took a moment to compose himself, but the next moment, he gazed at Xing Nuo, astonishment clear in his eyes. He recalled that she had noticed his unusual state even before Lu Ming, while Lu Ming required the holographic computer to confirm the values. She had discerned it with just a glance. Under his intense stare, Xing Nuo instinctively rubbed her face, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Lin Yechi snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. "No, let's head back first. It's not appropriate to discuss anything while we're outside." He pointed his finger, and a suppressor appeared in his hand. With this in hand, at least he could ensure that he wouldn't lose control on the way back. The three of them understood the gravity of the situation and hurried their pace until they arrived home. Lu Ming skillfully drew a tube of blood and began his research. Xing Nuo placed her hand on Lin Yechi's head. Purification value gained, 7 points. Current purification value, 51 points. Xing Nuo withdrew her hand and quickly ran to Lu Ming's side, her curious eyes fixed on the data flickering on the screen, even though she couldn't comprehend it. Lin Yechi, unable to hold back any longer, lifted Xing Nuo by the waist and placed her on the sofa. She protested, struggling slightly. "What are you doing?" Lin Yechi retorted angrily. "You can't understand it, so why lean in?" Xing Nuo, feeling a bit defiant, replied, "I can learn. Those data points are crucial for our future beekeeping endeavors, as well as my purification value and my statue. It's very important." Lu Ming, putting away his holographic device, grabbed Lin Yechi. "Don't hurt her." Lin Yechi gritted his teeth. "Weren't you just looking at the data?" Lu Ming pushed Lin Yechi aside. "Let the machines analyze it. I've told you countless times, you shouldn't be rough with your wife." Lin Yechi scoffed. "I was already quite gentle." Lu Ming stated directly, "You frightened her." Lin Yechi's face turned as pale as if he had entered a dye house. He wanted to argue, but the suddenness of his action had indeed startled Xing Nuo, and her fleeting look of surprise was no deception. He pursed his lips, sulking on the sofa. Xing Nuo scratched her head. "Why are you angry again?" Lu Ming's words didn't seem problematic. She had indeed been taken aback, and Lin Yechi's strength was considerable, seemingly exacerbated by his estrus period, making him prone to losing control. She still felt a bit wary of his closeness, fearing she might get hurt again. Lin Yechi maintained a cold demeanor. "It's nothing." Xing Nuo sighed lightly. "Let's address matters directly. I detest it when you both keep things bottled up. I can't read minds." Sometimes, she pondered whether she should seek a way to read minds in the system, as it would prevent her from often being in the dark. Lin Yechi bit his lip, gazing at Xing Nuo. After much hesitation, he finally voiced his grievance. "You don't see me as a person at all." Xing Nuo momentarily gaped. "Huh? What are you saying?" Had she misheard? Chapter 99. Lin Yechi's complaint. Lin Yechi fell silent for a moment before continuing. "When you two are together, you completely overlook my presence. I feel like I'm invisible." Xing Nuo was momentarily speechless, awkwardly scratching her face. "I just need time to adjust." Lin Yechi was unconvinced. When Bai Xiaoyuan was around, "You never overlooked him, right?" Xing Nuo's gaze shifted, knowing their circumstances were different. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyuan was quite proactive and wouldn't allow himself to be ignored. Lin Yechi's expression darkened. "Are you still upset about the banquet?" They were clearly similar. Why did she still treat him differently after her transformation? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Such matters should take time. Why the impatience? Lin Yechi felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Then why was Bai Xiaoyuan allowed to? If Xing Nuo had awoken from a coma and changed, then during the hospital visit, it was only her first time meeting Bai Xiaoyuan. Yet she had been so close to him immediately. Jing no contemplated. "Actually, I wasn't angry about the banquet. It wasn't your event. The main point is that I discovered other functions of the Zidian Longing technique because of using it on you, which is quite beneficial to me." Lin Yechi's eyes lit up with hope. Really? Ding no nodded. Of course, I truly wasn't upset. My main concern was your emotional instability. Lin Yechi fell silent, realizing that his emotional volatility stemmed from her differential treatment. Speaking of this, Xing Nuo felt a bit troubled. I often feel like you get inexplicably angry. It was like that on Yu Shui Xing and remained so here. Lin Yechi pursed his lips, unwilling to speak. Xing Nuo continued, furthermore, I feel like I can't keep up with your thoughts. Lu Ming, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, leaned closer to Xing Nuo and whispered, wife. He asked, jealous. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. Jealous? Looking over at Lin Yechi, she was equally astonished. Wasn't his bond with his other half profound? Hadn't he retreated to his own planet to live? Jing Noijestantly pointed to herself. You like me? Lin Yechi's breath caught in his throat, feeling as though he might spit blood. Was his affection not evident? Could she be any more oblivious? Seeing his expression change, Xing Nuo quickly silenced herself. After some internal conflict, she finally asked, you like to pass me? If that were the case, she might need to learn from her other half how to be a bit fiercer. Or, if all else failed, perhaps let her other half occasionally take her place. After all, her other half was still her. Lin Yechi couldn't help but clutch his chest, coughing violently. His face shifted from white to green, then to red. Cough. Jing no instinctively leaned closer to Lu Ming. Did I say something wrong? Why does it seem like I'm about to give Lin Yechi a heart attack? Lu Ming stifled a laugh, gently ruffling Xing Nuo's hair. No, what you said is indeed a concern. After all, Xing Nuo's transformation has been quite significant. We need to clarify this. Lin Yechi took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. When he looked up, he saw the two almost pressed together again. His previously calmed emotions surged once more, and his violent instincts began to rise again. Lu Ming calmly interjected, wife is asking you. Just be honest. What good does it do to just get angry? Lin Yechi gritted his teeth. I like the current wife. Xing Nuo tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. But we've only known each other for a few days. She believed she lacked the ability to inspire instant love. Lin Yechi stared at Xing Nuo blankly, finally regaining his voice after a long moment. So, will you help me with the calming? What is the reason? If it was for self-preservation on Yu Shui Xing, then here, your willingness to calm me has remained unwavering. Just as he thought this, he realized that her soothing him seemed merely a means for her to cultivate, not because she liked him. In an instant, Lin Yechi felt as if he had lost all strength, leaning weakly against the back of the sofa. You never liked me, did you? Jing Noijestatated. Well, how should I put it? I didn't know your feelings before. Plus, it seems your family doesn't like me. So whether that will change is uncertain. I originally planned to help you with calming and then set you free. Lin Yechi murmured, is that so? Jing no replied. In any case, your estrus period is still long. Let's wait to address other matters until after it passes. Lin Yechi looked at Xing Nuo. My mother cannot make decisions for me. Xing Nuo sighed softly. Many things still need consideration. These matters aren't urgent for now. Lin Yechi replied earnestly, I understand. The most pressing matter is indeed the estrus period. He was not in a state to contemplate much at present. Xing Nuo gently reassured him, don't overthink it. Lin Yechi nodded, rising from the sofa. I'll go rest first. His violent instincts had just been soothed by Xing Nuo, so they should remain stable for the time being. After saying this, he didn't wait for Xing Nuo's response and headed straight to his room. Xing Nuo felt a bit awkward. It seemed she had been affected by the situation. It wasn't entirely her fault. She had never anticipated that Lin Yechi would actually have feelings for her. After all, how long had they known each other? Lu Ming watched as Lin Yechi departed, understanding his thoughts to some extent. Xing Nuo's sudden change was akin to a sip of water in the desert for them, evoking both desire and fear. He was afraid that this version of Xing Nuo might be fleeting. Gently caressing her hair, Lu Ming felt a rush of emotions, wishing for a moment of quiet contemplation. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. However, thinking of Lin Yechi's current state, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Had his rage levels stabilized? Although the visible rage had been cleared, the hidden ones were unpredictable. Lu Ming smiled and reassured her, you previously helped him reduce a significant amount of his rage. Given the quantity within his body, even if it rebounds, it shouldn't be too severe. Xing Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to know. Lu Ming reopened his holographic interface, meticulously examining the data. Curiosity flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. Is it related to honey? Lu Ming replied. Preliminary findings suggest that this honey has a calming effect on one's rationality. It could potentially be developed into a suppressive agent. Xing Nu was taken aback, astonished that simple honey could possess such properties. If transformed into a suppressive agent, the effects would surely be enhanced. As Lu Ming scrutinized the data, surprise danced across his features. The results exceeded his expectations. Chapter 100. Have you been missing him? The rose itself can lower rage levels, and after collection and refinement by the stone bee, these effects are amplified, also providing a calming effect. With long-term consumption, it could even enhance resistance to rage, thereby reducing its escalation. The two exchanged glances, confirming their next course of action: plant roses and cultivate stone bees. Lu Ming swiftly designated an area for the stone bee farm, taking into account their aggressive nature by ensuring protective barriers were in place. Xing Nuo, on the other hand, planted a vast expanse of roses on her farm. To achieve rapid and extensive cultivation, her farm was essential. It would take several months for crops planted outside to thrive and expand. After purchasing a batch of seeds and allowing the machines to plant them, she produced a packet of flower seeds for Lu Ming's examination. After an hour of labor, Xing Nuo felt her bones turn to jelly. Stretching her waist, she decided to head to the training room for some practice. By the window in the training room, Lin Yeqi quietly leaned against the wall, his gaze sweeping over the space. At that moment, Xing Nuo was seated cross-legged on the floor. The air pressure gauge on a distant machine displayed the number 10, a pressure level far beyond what a small female could endure. Yet, Xing Nuo appeared unfazed. When had she become so dedicated to her training? Unaware of Lin Yeqi's presence, she finished her practice and restored her mental energy before resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the holographic interface. After a brief moment apart, she found herself missing by Xiaoyuan, wondering how he was faring on the front lines. The insect race was brutal. He likely had little time to rest. Her fingers danced over the messaging bar repeatedly, ultimately deciding against sending a message. Lin Yeqi stealthily approached her from behind, his gaze fixed on her messaging interface, momentarily grasping her thoughts. Missing him? Startled, Xing Nuo turned to find Lin Yeqi standing behind her. Do you walk silently? You nearly scared me to death. Lin Yeqi sat down beside her. Wife, we should both be silent when we walk. Xing Nuo sighed, realizing he was right. In her beast form, she made no sound, and the same applied to the dragon. Glancing at his head, she confirmed that his rage levels had not spiked before asking, Did you come to see me for something? Lin Yeqi shook his head slightly. I saw you resting and thought to check on you. Xing Nuo responded with a simple, oh, momentarily at a loss for words. She opted to check on her shop's status. Lin Yeqi lowered his head, sensing that there wasn't much to discuss. Observing the ever-increasing number of messages on the board, he spoke. Wife, your shop's message board has so many messages. Perhaps I should arrange for someone to address them? Xing Nuo eyed him warily. How would you handle it? Given your character, you wouldn't just lock the message board, would you? Lin Yeqi clarified. I can assign a few of my more easygoing subordinates to help you with replies. They have nothing else to do at the moment. Ding nos liebst mich. It seemed she had misunderstood him. Nevertheless, the situation needed addressing. With her shop still small, as the customer base grew, a service representative would be essential. Lu Ming would not have the time to handle it himself. Pondering for a moment, she murmured, That does seem reasonable. Do you have anyone suitable? Someone amiable and articulate. Perhaps just one or two people. The rest can be managed by automated systems. Generally, ordinary inquiries could be handled by robots. Lin Yeqi nodded eagerly. There is one. He's Xiao, a 2S male beast man whose beast form is a crane. He was originally a diplomat but retired due to injury. Xing Nuo stared at him blankly. Lin Yeqi rubbed his face. What's wrong? Why do you look at me so strangely? Xing Nuo, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied. I just wanted to hire a customer service supervisor, and you're suggesting a diplomat for the role? That's quite ambitious of you. If I actually hired him, I wouldn't know how to manage him. Plus, he retired due to injury? Lin Yeqi stroked his chin. His expertise aligns perfectly. Xing Nuo took a deep breath, feeling frustrated. This isn't a matter of alignment. Don't you think it's overkill? Moreover, customer service can encounter all sorts of peculiar individuals. What if he gets upset? Lin Yechi, unperturbed, stated, "Wife, he is currently unemployed at home, so there is no issue of overqualification. As for encountering oddities, he has decent arguing skills. And regarding age, he is only 50, not elderly by our standards." Xing Nuo blinked, momentarily taken aback. People here lived long lives, typically reaching 500 years. At 50, he was hardly old. Was his injury severe? Lin Yechi nodded, sighing lightly. He was attacked by the insect race. His face was damaged. Xing Nuo expressed confusion. Someone with such a background could at least work as a translator. Lin Yechi confirmed. He does take on some translation work. His livelihood is secure, but I feel he is better suited for direct interaction. Hishio had become quite taciturn over the years. Xing Nuo tapped her fingers. I'll discuss it with Lu Ming. After all, he manages the shop's affairs. Moreover, if outsiders were to join, permissions would need to be granted by Lu Ming. She didn't know much about Hishio. Having Lu Ming oversee it would be preferable. Lin Yechi felt a mix of frustration and restraint. Wanted to voice his complaints, but ultimately holding back. All right. Xing Nuo quickly contacted Lu Ming. He responded with surprise. Hishio, you intend to hire him to manage the shop services? Xing Nuo hesitated. Yes, Lin Yechi mentioned he would be a good fit. He seems to have had a tough time, but given his background. Lu Ming remarked, if he is willing, it shouldn't be an issue. His capabilities are strong. Entrusting him with the shop's public relations and services is feasible. I can grant him access. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xing Nuo realized that Hishio was likely trustworthy. Then I will inquire with him. Lu Ming nodded, recognizing that he currently lacked the energy to manage the shop's messages. Having someone dedicated would indeed be beneficial. After hanging up, Xing Nuo nervously suggested, you should reach out to him and see if he would be willing to take on a part-time role. They won't be upset, will they? Lin Yechi quickly opened the holographic device and sent a message to someone. There's a customer service supervisor position available. Time is of the essence. Xing Nuo fell silent, sometimes finding it difficult to comprehend his thought process. Sending such a message, wouldn't the recipient feel deceived? And the phrase time is of the essence made the customer service supervisor position seem like a prestigious role. With the advanced robots they had, even this position could be filled by machines. Chapter 101. Only I lack a nickname. How biased. Soon, the other party replied. Hishio. Lin Yechi. Mainly responsible for dealing with individuals who can outsmart robots. Hishio. Time and place. Lin Yechi. Lan Baoxing anytime. Hishio. Received. I will arrive tomorrow. Xing Nuo could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment. Is it really appropriate to lure someone like this? Lin Yechi was somewhat perplexed. Isn't this exactly the kind of person you want? The regular consulting robots can handle standard inquiries, while Hishio is here to manage those whom the robots cannot prevail against. After pondering, Xing Nuo realized he had a point. But how will we calculate his salary? Lin Yechi contemplated for a moment. We can provide him with accommodation. Xing Nuo, exasperated, hit him lightly. I am discussing serious matters here. How could a figure of such stature help her manage the shop for merely accommodation? What was he thinking? Did he assume everyone had endless wealth like him? Lin Yechi grasped her wrist. My dear, I am not joking. We can find him a place to stay here, or even construct a small building for him. Xing Nuo puffed out her cheeks. That is certainly not an issue. What I meant was the monthly salary. Lin Yechi blinked, then chuckled softly. It seems my dear does not understand the allure of ancient crops for them. Trust me, if he comes, he won't even want housing. He might even be willing to pay for the opportunity to work. Xing Nuo inhaled deeply, grasping his implication. You plan to entice him with roses. Lin Yechi nodded. That fellow belongs to the He clan, and he is equally susceptible to the charm of ancient crops. The crux is that once he becomes the manager of Xing Nuo's shop, he will gain access to the products within, even without roses. The mere presence of those buns would be enough to drive Hishio wild. Lin Yechi uneasily inquired, can he really access those shop items? Xing Nuo nodded affirmatively. Of course, that's not a significant matter. Lin Yechi sighed in relief. That's good. Xing Nuo added. By then, we should also establish a rose garden. If he enjoys it and is not afraid of the stone bees, he can reside in the garden. Lin Yechi, recalling the secrets of the stone bees, replied, just give him a potted plant or a few aquatic plants. Xing Nuo blinked. We'll see when the time comes. After all, where he stays also depends on his preferences. Lin Yechi gazed at Xing Nuo and opened his mouth, finally softly calling out, my dear. Xing Nuo regarded him curiously. What is it? Speak plainly. Lin Yechi hesitated before saying, you call Lu Ming a Ming, so you should call me by my full name. Xing Nuo. Then should I call you a Qi? Lin Yechi slightly turned his head. That sounds too ordinary. Xing Nuo felt a bit of a headache. What do you want me to call you then? Lin Yechi pondered for a moment and then realized, shouldn't it be your choice? Xing Nuo rolled her eyes. Guang Guang, a Qi, Long Long, pick one. She was terrible at naming. A Ming, a Yuan, were just names she followed Lu Ming in calling. Lu Ming always referred to Bai Xiao Yuan as a Yuan, and she simply echoed him. Lin Yechi felt a wave of frustration. Then let's go with the Qi. The other two options sounded rather peculiar to him. He had just begun to mend his relationship with Xing Nuo, so it was indeed not the right time to make excessive demands. Seeing that he had no objections, Xing Nuo informed Lu Ming about He Xiu's arrival the next day. Lin Yechi leaned closer, observing the two converse. He truly could not comprehend how, after living together for so long, there were still so many conversations to be had. Lin Yechi endured for a while, but could not hold back any longer. My dear, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Could you soothe me? Xing Nuo leaned her head to glance at him. Your current rage level is only 93. You can wait a bit longer. Lin Yechi gazed at Xing Nuo in a manner of complaint. She was indeed biased. Xing Nuo rubbed her nose. Your situation is special. It's best to heed Lu Ming's advice. Lin Yechi dejectedly responded and retrieved a suppressor from his spatial pocket, preparing to inject it into his neck. Xing Nuo quickly intervened. Hey, what are you doing? Your current levels don't warrant that yet. Lin Yechi stated plainly. By tomorrow morning, it may rise to 99. I must be prepared, and this will help me sleep soundly. Xing Nuo pouted. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Clearly, he wanted to employ a tactic of self-inflicted suffering. Xing Nuo raised her hand slightly and pressed her palm against his forehead. Just a little reduction. Lin Yechi's eyes softened slightly, a rare gentleness appearing in his gaze. All right. A trickle of mental energy flowed into him. Lin Yechi closed his eyes, savoring the calming influence of the mental energy. His entire body relaxed. He couldn't help but anticipate the sensation of Xing Nuo using a substantial amount of mental energy on him without reservation. How delightful would that feel? Xing Nuo withdrew her hand, and a slight increase in rage levels was effortless for her. However, this time, Lin Yechi kept his eyes shut, as if relishing something. The slight curve of his lips indicated his relaxation. Xing Nuo tilted her head, observing his stable state, choosing not to disturb him. After all, as long as his emotions remained stable, he would not pose a threat. After a while, Lin Yechi slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, my dear. Xing Nuo smiled. It's no big deal. By the way, your friend is coming tomorrow. Would you like to arrange something? After all, He Xiu is more familiar with what he likes. Lin Yechi casually replied. I will send the information to Lu Ming later. He can handle the arrangements. I lack the authority here. This time, when he came, Lu Ming and Bai Xiao Yuan had revoked all his permissions. He didn't mind the leisure. Before long, midnight arrived. Xing Nuo held a saw, carefully trimming off the side branches of the Tongtian tree to ensure its straight growth. Over the past few days, the Tongtian tree had grown from a height of 1 meter to 2 meters. The branches sprouting were even as thick as a finger. This growth rate was astonishing, almost rivaling that of bamboo. Xing Nuo could not help but exclaim, that's quite normal. The vitality of the space is high, the land is fertile, and you've provided it with energy. It's currently growing at the fastest rate possible. Xing Nuo gazed at the Tongtian tree, eagerly anticipating its towering height of hundreds of meters. After collecting the branches and removing excess leaves, she planted them at the edge of the farm space. Having planted 10, Xing Nuo returned to her room, holding some leaves of the Tongtian tree, contemplating how to process them. According to the system-S assessment, the leaves were non-toxic and edible. However, how to consume them posed a dilemma. The quantity was too small to brew a cup of tea, and even making leaf tofu would yield insufficient for a single piece. Chapter 102. The Nightmare Returns. If she were to eat them raw, she found herself momentarily hesitant. Host, these leaves would also serve as beautiful decorations. The leaves of the Tongtian tree resembled maple leaves, tender and fan-shaped. The leaves would inevitably wither. The Tongtian tree can absorb energy to grow and maintain vitality. With a holographic device providing energy, these leaves won't wilt. Xing Nua's eyes sparkled. I will research how to use them later. The leaves in her hand varied in size, some as small as a fingernail, while others were as large as a palm. Using them as decorations would certainly pose no problem. The leaves served as decorations, prompting a need to consider the issue of reinforcement. After yawning and glancing at the time, she realized it was already 2 in the morning. Hastily, she tucked away the leaves, washed up, and lay down on her bed. The fatigue of the day washed over her, and, as she reclined, Xing Nua experienced a sensation of vertigo. In a fleeting moment, she found herself standing before a door. Was this another dream? Murmuring her thoughts, she felt no surprise at such a scene, having grown accustomed to it. Her body moved forward uncontrollably. The door to the room swung open. Upon seeing the sight before her, Xing Nua was momentarily taken aback. In the center of the room lay an elongated bed, upon which a jiao long was tightly bound by metallic chains. The chains were embedded deep within the crevices of its scales. Xing Nua's mind involuntarily recalled Lu Ming's words. Was this, indeed, the method of binding therapy? She remembered that Yin Yechi had vehemently rejected such treatment, preferring to endure the discomfort of a powerful electric collar. Was the confinement of the jiao long truly this cruel? The chains seemed to compress its body into segments. She sensed that if the chains were any thinner, they might very well slice the jiao long into dozens of pieces. Approaching the bedside, her fingers lightly brushed against the scales of the jiao long. The slightly raised scales pricked her fingers, almost as if they could draw blood. In the next moment, to her horror, her hand swiftly tore away a piece of iridescent scale, yanking it outward with force. The bloodstained scale was forcibly removed. Though small, the scale struck her as eerily familiar. The jiao long's body twitched slightly before settling into stillness once more. Xing Nua's hand reached out again, pressing against a new scale. Stop! She cried out, desperately wishing to halt her own actions. Yet her body remained beyond her control. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she lost count of how many scales she had ripped from the jiao long. At some point, a bloodied whip appeared in her hand. The scales shimmered with a rainbow of colors under the light. As her grip slackened, the whip fell to the ground with a muted thud. Tears streamed from her eyes, splattering onto the whip. The entire scene began to crumble. Suddenly, Xing Nua snapped back to reality, sitting upright. The lights in the room flickered to life. In a daze, she stared at her hands. Just moments ago, she had violently plucked the scales from Yin Yechi in her dream. It felt as though the warmth of blood still lingered on her hands. How could this be happening? Her hands grew increasingly blurred. Only when 2 drops of tears fell in her palms did she regain her senses. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she couldn't suppress a dry heave. Lu Ming entered the room, quickly moving to her side at the bed. Wife, are you all right? He swiftly retrieved the device, beginning to scan her condition. However, the data indicated that she was merely experiencing emotional distress. Covering her mouth, Xing Nua emitted several more dry heaves. Her entire body felt as though it had lost all strength. Lu Ming gently wrapped his arms around her, producing a soothing nutritional liquid from his spatial pouch. Drink some of this. Xing Nua reluctantly accepted the liquid, taking a few sips. Noticing her emotions had calmed slightly, Lu Ming softly inquired, "Did you have a nightmare?" Xing Nua nodded, tears continuing to fall. Lu Ming comfortingly stroked her back with one hand while using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears with the other. "Would you like to share what you dreamed about?" He did not wish for her to revisit those terrifying memories, yet some matters were best faced. Xing Nua sobbed softly. "I dreamed of tearing off Yin Yechi's scales." Lu Ming's gaze softened as he embraced her. "That incident is in the past. He is well now." Nestled in his embrace, Xing Nua shook her head gently. "His survival is merely due to fortune." Yechi's strong aversion to binding therapy is likely related to this matter. Lu Ming reassured her, patting her back. Fortunately, we are both alive. There is still a chance for redemption. Xing Nuo nodded, replying with a sniffle. Lu Ming's thoughts wandered back to the moment when Xing Nuo had awakened and instinctively touched his abdomen. Had she been dreaming then as well, recalling the moment of collision? A smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. His wife had indeed changed. Xing Nuo pulled away from him, looking earnestly into his eyes. Ming, if I were to revert to that wicked self in the future, you must stop me, even if it means killing me. Lu Ming was taken aback. Grasping her shoulders firmly, wife, do not speak such words. Jing no sniklet, Lu Ming promiseme. Of course, she would strive not to become that way. Lu Ming pursed his lips, silently gazing at her. After a long moment, he turned away. I will stop you. I cannot promise anything beyond that. This was the extent of what he could commit to. Xing Nuo wiped her nose, no longer pressing him. She believed that if Lu Ming truly resolved to do so, he possessed the capability to restrain her. Lu Ming gently wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Wife, please do not blame yourself any longer. Yechi's willingness to return with you indicates that he no longer harbors resentment. Xing Nuo understood Yechi's feelings towards her. However, recalling the events of her dream, she still felt a sense of guilt. Even if those actions were not entirely of her own volition, having experienced them firsthand left her fearful of losing control in reality. Taking a gentle sip of the nutritional liquid, Xing Nuo endeavored to calm herself. Lu Ming glanced at the time, kindly suggesting, Wife, it is only 6 o'clock. Let's rest a little longer. Xing Nuo agreed, instinctively tugging at the hem of his sleepwear. Will you stay and sleep with me for a while? Lu Ming smiled. Of course, that is no problem. Almost fully nestled in his arms, Xing Nuo asked, Ming, did it hurt you terribly back then? Lu Ming replied, it was bearable. Xing Nuo's voice still carried a hint of sobs. You are lying. Lu Ming said, Wife, there is no need to dwell excessively on the past. We're doing well now, are we not? Xing Nuo nodded. We will continue to be well. Lu Ming inhaled the fragrance of her hair, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Chapter 103. She wept for him, and the future is still long. Outside the door, Yechi leaned against the wall, the corners of his mouth lifting, his eyes crescent-shaped. He had never anticipated that one day Xing Nuo would shed tears for him. Peering through the slightly ajar door, he watched the two embrace. The momentary surge of emotion felt doused by a bucket of cold water. Xing Nuo cried for him. Logically, should he not be the one holding her now? How could Lu Ming have taken his place? It was utterly vexing. Just as he was about to storm in, he noticed a message from Lu Ming on his holographic device. Wife is currently experiencing heightened emotions. It is not advisable for you to come in, as it may worsen her distress. Yechi furiously jabbed at the holographic device, wishing he could puncture a hole in it. Wife cried because of me. Wouldn't it be better if I were there? She should know I'm doing well now. Lu Ming replied. Do you wish for her to feel guilty? Yechi scoffed, preparing to shut off the device. He then saw Lu Ming's message. The future is still long. Yechi's agitation lessened significantly. Indeed, the future was lengthy. Now that Xing Nuo was capable of feeling sympathy for them, what was the rush? Channeling his energy, he transformed into a Jiaolong, coiling himself into a ball, quietly resting at the doorway. At 10 in the morning, Xing Nuo finally awoke. Unconsciously, she yawned. Having stayed up too late and endured a nightmare, she felt utterly unrest. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Wife, did you stay up very late last night? Jing Nuo said. Offering an embarrassed smile, it wasn't too bad. Lu Ming remarked, you consistently insist that I refrain from staying up late to conduct research. I fear that Xing Nuo has spent the entire night planting roses. After spending these past few days together, he had begun to speculate about Xing Nuo's abilities. She likely possessed a spatial node that allowed her to enter and exit freely, and for days, she had been cultivating the land within it. Xing Nuo scratched her head. I'll be more mindful in the future. Lu Ming stated directly, I will have As create a few more butler robots. In the future, let them handle the farming tasks. Xing Nuo blinked at Lu Ming, momentarily bewildered. How did it seem as though Lu Ming already knew of the existence of the farm space? Lu Ming chuckled. Does my dear wife enjoy the portable farmland space? I'll have As make a few more for you. Xing Nua's eyes widened. Huh? Is that possible? Lu Ming pointed to the spatial node on her light brain. Do you remember the stone bee breeding box? It employs similar technology. Xing Nuo recalled that the stone bees were housed in a small box. According to their understanding, the box also utilized spatial technology. If the stone bees could survive, it implied that there was oxygen within. After pondering for a moment, Xing Nuo replied, "Oh, but it seems I don't need to purchase any more right now." Her system could directly expand the space, so there was no need for additional purchases. Lu Ming smiled. We could have As create a small one for you, to keep things discreet. Xing Nuo smiled shyly, surprised that Lu Ming had noticed the issue. However, it was true. She had produced an abundance of roses all at once, which was impossible without a similar space. Lu Ming suggested, let us head out. We have guests coming over today. Xing Nuo suddenly remembered, right? After changing her clothes, she made her way to the first floor. At that moment, Hishio was already seated on the sofa, though his expression appeared somewhat grim. Opposite him sat Lin Yechi. Xing Nuo quickened her pace and approached Lin Yechi's side. I apologize for being late. Initially, she had planned to greet them at the airport. A flicker of surprise crossed Hishio's eyes. From his recollection, Xing Nuo had notoriously bad temper and would not likely apologize for being late. Moreover, he had merely mentioned coming over today without specifying time. He stood up and bowed slightly to Xing Nuo. Greetings, Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo quickly waved her hand. No need for such formalities. Please have a seat. You must be tired from the journey. I truly appreciate your efforts. She took a moment to examine Hishio closely. He was tall and slender, dressed in a well-tailored suit, and wore a white mask that featured the outline of a half-bloomed vine flower in red thread. The mask was large enough to almost conceal his entire face. Hishio smiled gently. Thank you for your concern. It is an honor to visit Lan Baoxing. However, he could not help but wonder if this person was an imposter, given the drastic change in demeanor. Lin Yechi kicked Hishio with annoyance. Enough of that. It makes me uncomfortable just watching. Xing Nuo laughed. Consider this your home. To be honest, I'm not very adept at formalities either. Hishio chuckled, relaxing from his previously rigid posture. Then I shall be remiss. Xing Nuo retrieved a fruit platter from her spatial node and placed it on the coffee table. Did Aki mention anything to you about the small shop? Hishio nodded. Is it about service management and handling the message board issues? Xing Nuo affirmed, then added, actually, I would like you to oversee public relations as well. Once the shop opens, should any competitors become envious and attempt to undermine it, we need strategies to counteract that. Hishio nodded slightly. That is certainly not an issue. Xing Nuo smiled. By the way, these fruits may soon be available at the shop. Would you like to try them? Hishio's gaze shifted towards the fruit platter, recognizing most of the fruits from the database. However, this was the first time he had seen them in person. He reached for a strawberry, inhaling its delightful fragrance. He then glanced at Lu Ming for confirmation. Lin Yechi frowned slightly. What are you looking at Lu Ming for? I brought you here. Can I be trusted? Hishio couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had been taken advantage of more than once. Moreover, the fruits were presented by Xing Nuo, so who knew if they had been enhanced with anything special? What if he took a bite and ended up in trouble? He couldn't fathom how Bai Xiaoyuan was such a love-struck fool, and now Lin Yechi was acting similarly. Even in his rut, he shouldn't hastily hand over his resources to Xing Nuo. Was he not afraid of being used and then discarded? Lu Ming smiled gently. These fruits are exceptionally delicious. They are the shop's signature. Hishio felt slightly relieved. Is this a strawberry? Xing Nuo took a strawberry from the platter. Biting off a tip, yes, this type is large and flavorful, though the price will be a bit higher. Hishio was momentarily confused by her description of the strawberry's flavor, but seeing Xing Nuo eat one, he took a bite himself. The rich strawberry aroma flooded his taste buds. Chapter 104. Lin Yechi. Me, a customer service representative? Are you trying to kill me? Hishio's eyes narrowed into slits. The fragrance of such fruit was incomparable to any synthetic aroma. He stuffed the remaining strawberry into his mouth, observing as Xing Nuo disposed of the stem in the trash. He quickly grabbed another strawberry from the platter, his speed so swift it left an afterimage. Lin Yechi discreetly kicked him, shooting him a warning glare. Don't embarrass him. He understood that Hishio had a fondness for ancient crops, even transforming his bed at home into a plant-like structure. Yet his current behavior was simply unbecoming. Hishio scoffed. The man before him clearly did not comprehend the wonders of ancient crops. The vitality they held was beyond the understanding of such a pest. After swallowing the strawberry, Hishio declared, based on the conditions of the Empire Star, this strawberry could be priced at 1 million each. Xingnu nearly choked on her bite of strawberry. How much? Had she misheard? 1 million each? Surely he was joking. Lu Ming chuckled, seeing her surprise. Value lies in rarity. Given the flavor of these strawberries, they could drive people mad with desire. This price is not surprising. Xingnu felt somewhat exasperated. At such a price, very few can afford them, right? Her own subsidy was 10 million a month. But that was due to her status as an S-class female and her previous heroic deeds. Other A-class females likely received around 100,000 monthly, and many beastmen earned just a few thousand. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging for ordinary individuals to indulge. For a long time, ancient crops, even ancient food, have not been items for the common populace. Throughout the Empire Star, 99% of the population subsists on regular nutrient solutions, costing $10 a bottle. Sufficient for a day. Xingnu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She took a deep breath, hands on her hips. I have decided that in the future, I will ensure everyone can afford fruits and vegetables. Lu Ming's gaze softened. Yes, we will certainly achieve that in the future. This is also my dream. Lin Yechi regarded Xingnu, hands on her hips, and for a moment felt she was radiating brilliance. Hishio unconsciously adjusted his mask, as he seemed to grasp why Lin Yechi had requested his presence. Xingnu continued. However, given our current production capacity, it will take quite some time. Presently, Lan Baoxing only has the rose planting base. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. We can plant strawberries in the second climate-controlled room. Based on the characteristics of the strawberries, we can open it all up. He had considered this matter previously. The climate-controlled room was already equipped with sliding tracks, making it convenient for the robots to harvest. Jing nodded. Lin Yechi appeared puzzled. So, are we deciding to sell these strawberries? He held some reservations. Without a cultivation base, it meant that all efforts would need to be directed towards Xingnu's floral essence, which was untenable. Xingnu smiled apologetically, stating, at present, we cannot sell this. The production is insufficient. Lu Ming interjected, currently, our primary product is a variety of flavored beef jerky. He retrieved several types of beef jerky from the spatial pouch. Hishio tasted each one, his eyes sparkling intermittently. With the uniqueness of these products, they could easily become a royal exclusive. Lu Ming chuckled. We will certainly consider that for the royal court. Hishio rubbed his hands together. I have a rough idea now. That small shop has new products. Could you send me a sample? I will assist for free. Lu Ming replied with a smile. That is only appropriate. You ought to be familiar with the products of the shop. He then presented various buns before him. These are buns. Our current plan is to supply a portion to the military and sell small part. Xingnu glanced at Lu Ming in surprise. This matter had only just been agreed upon with by Xiao Yuan. It shouldn't have been decided so swiftly, right? Lu Ming smiled. All the procedures have already been completed. Xingnu gave him a thumbs up. So fast? I thought it would take at least a month. She was astonished that they had acted so promptly. Lu Ming continued. The shop's simulated tasting feature has been continuously operational. After sampling, they essentially confirmed their orders. Xingnu chuckled. It seems our craftsmanship is indeed well received. Lin Yeji conjured. Just the several million pre-orders from a small shop is enough to demonstrate its popularity. Xingnu's eyes widened as she instinctively opened the shop. The volume of orders was dazzling. Hishio jested. It appears you will need to increase your production lines. After tasting the buns and beef jerky, he was convinced that the small shop would undoubtedly flourish. Xingnu seemed intent on pursuing a civilian approach, but with their current manpower, even 8 additional hands might not suffice. Lin Yiqi remarked, that's simple. As long as Lu Ming gets the production line approved, we can set up a dozen lines today. Xingnu smiled. Once we have more products, there should be fewer orders, right? Hishio shook his head. Not necessarily. Your pricing is quite reasonable. As more products become available, the variety of orders will only increase. The shop is still in its infancy, and its recognition is low. Once the products gain fame, the order volume could potentially multiply by 1,000. Lu Ming nodded. We are prepared for that. We will rely on your support in the future. He Xiao acknowledged that is no concern. Analyzing public sentiment is naturally no challenge for him. Xing Nuo then presented him with a fruit platter. They subsequently discussed He Xiao's compensation, and the matters concerning the small shop were settled. Currently, the shop sells only 10 types of products, various flavors of beef jerky, along with several flavors of buns. The new beef jerky is made using Xing Nuo's secret spices, including fennel and Sichuan pepper, which help to reduce the berserk value. As these new and old products are sold together, the quantity that lowers the berserk value is naturally limited. Xing Nuo was somewhat surprised when He Xiao decided to live in the rose garden upon learning that they intended to cultivate a field of roses. Even upon knowing that they would be raising stone bees there, he remained resolute in his decision. However, Xing Nuo did not refuse as long as he was not afraid of the stone bees. After sending He Xiao off, Xing Nuo opened a small shop and began organizing its affairs. Lin Yiqi leaned in. Wife, grant me access as well. I have time to help you manage things. Xing Nuo eyed him suspiciously. Are you sure you are here to manage and not to create chaos? I still clearly remember your previous outbursts about canceling orders. Lin Yiqi replied, I didn't know the specifics then. It certainly won't happen now. Xing Nuo remained skeptical. Lin Yiqi stated, didn't Lu Ming intend for me to protect you closely? I have nothing better to do anyway. I can't just sleep all day. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I can grant him customer service access. Lin Yiqi shot him a glare. Are you sure it's appropriate for me to be in customer service right now? Chapter 105, Prohibition on Deploying Forces Against Negative Review Buyers. Even without prior experience in customer service, he knew that this role would encounter many peculiarities. Otherwise, Xing Nuo wouldn't seek external assistance. He was still in his rut and couldn't afford to be provoked. Lu Ming said earnestly, you forgot. Our goal is to unleash the berserk value hidden within you. This position is the most fitting. Lin Yiqi twitched his lips. What if I get so infuriated that I can't handle it? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. That won't happen. If you can't manage it, there's always He Xiao. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with amusement as she envisioned Lin Yiqi getting flustered by difficult customers. Lin Yiqi rolled his eyes. Fine. Since you, the doctor, recommend this method of treatment, I will heed your advice. Lu Ming glanced at him, wondering if this guy had changed or was merely hiding something. After a moment of thought, Lu Ming stated, prohibit deploying forces against negative review buyers. Xing Nuo's mouth fell open in shock. Did I hear that correctly? She looked at Lin Yiqi, wondering if he was truly that ruthless. However, this did seem like something he could do. Lin Yiqi's face stiffened, and he cleared his throat. Understood. Could it be that Lu Ming had mind-reading abilities? He had just been contemplating that if he encountered troublesome individuals, he might as well bring his guards and demolish their premises to avoid future troubles. Xing Nuo gasped. Are you really planning to attack someone? Lin Yiqi rubbed his nose. Of course not. I just have to be prepared for the worst, right? Xing Nuo gave him a thumbs up. You're impressive. Lin Yiqi's eyes lit up. So you agree? Xing Nuo smacked his forehead. What are you thinking? How can we do that? Lu Ming shook his head in exasperation. Such thoughts are unnecessary. If we proceed like that, how will the shop operate? Lin Yiqi conjectured, albeit with some lingering dissatisfaction, muttering about how someone else could get away with it. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. He was targeting pirates. Now, focus on your own matters. Xing Nuo regained her composure and activated the Eye of Purification. Why is your berserk value only at 97? Based on the previous growth rate, it should be at least 99, right? Could it be that the berserk value you concealed is already depleted? A hint of disappointment crossed her features. It seemed challenging to acquire 2 statues now, and she could only hope for the products from the small shop. Lin Yiqi pursed his lips, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Why did Xing Nuo seem somewhat disheartened? Wasn't a smaller increase in his berserk value a good thing? Thoughts of Xing Nuo's previous remarks about using soothing methods for cultivation flashed through his mind. He looked at Lu Ming, uncertain. How about you inject me with something to raise my berserk value? Xing Nuo smacked his forehead again. Stop messing around. Lu Ming regarded Lin Yiqi with surprise. It was important to note that the berserk value for beastmen is akin to an indelible toxin, and they could not possibly research a method to increase it. More commonly, Side effect from certain drugs would cause an increase in the berserk value. For instance, a drug that could force beastmen to maintain their human form had the side effect of raising the berserk value. He was taken aback by Lin Yiqi's suggestion. Was it merely to allow Xing Nuo to practice? Or did he not wish to disappoint her? Under Lu Ming's gaze, Lin Yiqi awkwardly turned away. Forget I said anything. Lu Ming chuckled. If I were to give you such a drug, my wife would punish me. Lin Yiqi secretly glanced at Xing Nuo, realizing that prior to this, he would never have believed Lu Ming's words. In Xing Nuo's eyes, Lu Ming was irreplaceable. How could one possibly punish Lu Ming for him? Yet now, he seems to harbor some belief in it. The current Xing Nuo is utterly transformed from before. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement, stating that such matters should not occupy their thoughts in the future, although she had contemplated inciting jealousy to elevate his rage levels. It differed vastly from the effects of a potion. Lin Yiqi narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning the notion of jealousy inflating the rage levels. Xing Nuo cleared her throat gently, offering to provide comfort. Ming, to what level will it be reduced this time? Lu Ming glanced at the information displayed on his forehead, replying, as before, a reduction to 92 will suffice. Xing Nuo paused momentarily, for she had intended to completely deplete Lin Yiqi's rage levels. Did Lu Ming imply that Lin Yiqi still harbored a significant amount of rage? Contemplating this, Xing Nuo placed her hand upon Lin Yiqi's forehead. Lin Yiqi, with a hint of melancholy, expressed, "Wife master, I wish to be close to you." His somewhat pitiful tone sent shivers down Lu Ming's spine. Xing Nuo blinked and nodded slightly, all right. She leaned closer to Lin Yiqi, resting her forehead against his. Her mental energy flowed through him, entering his mental sea. The system's voice resonated in her mind, revealing that she had accumulated 57 purification points. Lin Yiqi gently wrapped his arms around her waist, his entire body relaxing as if devoid of bones. He yearned to become a dragon, enveloping Xing Nuo completely. Xing Nuo exhaled, struggling momentarily before extricating herself from his embrace. Ming, how much hidden rage does he still possess? Can be measured? Lu Ming chuckled. Just a couple more instances should suffice. However, if Lin Yiqi were to serve as customer support, even a complete reset would still see him easily reach full capacity. Lin Yiqi quietly inquired, "Wife master, do you truly require rage points?" Lu Ming's gaze turned to Xing Nuo. She smiled a bit, but it's not so urgent now. Once the shop is operational, my rage points will stabilize. Lu Ming replied, "In that case, we can clear the rage points by tomorrow." "Yes, sounds good," Xing Nuo agreed. Lin Yiqi, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "After the reset, will you truly continue to provide us comfort?" Xing Nuo laughed, "Of course. It's not a big deal. The reason I hire help is to free up time for comforting you all. After all, providing them comfort would also enhance her mental capacity." Naturally, she wished for as much as possible. Lin Yiqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly awaited the moment when Xing Nuo would fully engage in comforting him. Lu Ming, smiling, announced, "Wife master, the engineering team has just informed me that they have completed the 4th temperature-controlled room. Would you like to take a look?" Xing Nuo quickly raised her hand. Yes. I want to see what is suitable for planting." Lin Yiqi glared at Lu Ming, his eyes nearly ablaze with irritation. This fellow must be doing it on purpose. He knew how much Xing Nuo cared about the fields and deliberately mentioned the new temperature-controlled room to divert her attention from him. Xing Nuo tugged at Lin Yiqi's hand. "Let's go." For a brief moment, Lin Yiqi was taken aback, gazing at her hand gripping his wrist. His body instinctively followed her lead. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile, the joy in his eyes refusing to fade. Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief. Lin Yiqi was unable to conceal his emotions. Chapter 106. Your happiness brings me joy. After a busy day, Xing Nuo lay on her bed, clutching a pillow. System, please report today as purification gains from the shop, considering that only seasonings sold could reduce rage levels, and that only 1/10 of the purification points would be credited if not personally comforted. Xing Nuo had agreed with the system to consolidate all purification points. Host, after calculations, today as purification points gained from shop sales amount to 12 points. totaling 69 points currently. Xingnua's eyes lit up in surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a substantial amount in just one day. Given the limited production line, the daily sales from the shop were naturally modest. However, once the production line was up and running, the purification points would only increase. With a stable income, she need not worry about which deity statue to exchange for. She desired them all. Humming a tune, Xingnua's tail occasionally swished behind her, the tip playfully flicking. Lin Yechi gently knocked on the door. Xingnua swiftly swam over to find him clad in sleepwear, awkwardly holding a pillow and standing at the threshold. Lin Yechi looked at her with hopeful eyes. Wife master, may I sleep here tonight? Xingnua glanced at the rage points above his head. After an afternoon of accumulation, it had risen to 94. Compared to before, this increase was quite insignificant. Xingnua nodded. Come in, but I must insist that you do not hold me. This fellow had immense strength. She had previously been rendered numb from his embrace. Lin Yechi stumbled slightly, feeling that not being able to hold her was akin to being barred from entering. His gaze turned sorrowful. Wife master. Xingnua crossed her arms, pouting one work. Lin Yechi pleaded, I will be gentle. Xingnua countered, don't even think about it. Lin Yechi resigned with a soft, all right, then I shall sleep on the floor. Xingnua looked at the nearly 5-meter wide bed, perplexed. The bed is quite large. We could each take a side. Lin Yechi replied despondently, I lack that level of self-control. Sleeping beside you while resisting the urge to hold you seems impossible. Xingnua relented. Very well, there's a large sofa over there. You may sleep there. Lin Yechi placed the pillow on the floor, twisting his body to shift into his dragon form. He felt that if this continued, he might become irate. Why did it seem like his wife was as unyielding as wood? Xingnua watched the dragon coil on the ground, twisting a few times to form a circle, using the pillow as a center, with his large head resting upon it. Xingnua was momentarily astonished, realizing she hadn't expected the dragon's beastly form to sleep in such a manner. The dragon blinked. Wife master, what's wrong? Xingnua inquired. Won't you get tangled up like that? If he coiled too tightly, wouldn't he end up in a ball? The dragon seemed to recall something. Sheepishly turning his head, I can assure you, I am the most agile among all elongated beings. Xingnua was momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing that he was particularly concerned about this matter, an idea sprang to her mind, recalling that someone had once rolled themselves into a ball, and it was his father who had to unravel them. Could that person have been him? The dragon instantly bristled. That was a thing of the past. I would never do such a thing now. Was it that foul cat who mentioned it? He was certain that by Xiao Yuan had malicious intentions, frequently speaking ill of him in front of Xingnua. Xingnua touched her nose. I was merely curious. Please do not be upset. I was once so inexperienced that I couldn't even walk properly. Lin Yechi's expression darkened. It was my fault. I should have stayed by her side back then. As they were of the same kind, had he been there to guide her, Xingnua would have adapted to her beast form swiftly. You weren't injured, were you? If one is careless, they can end up with many wounds. After all, when first transforming, scales are quite fragile. Xingnua, cuddling the pillow, lay her head upon it. Reply no, I wasn't hurt. I practiced in the water. Lin Yechi breathed a sigh of relief. At least they possess some common sense. Xingnua found it somewhat amusing. Ming mentioned that someone's combat experience would suit me well. She had felt this way since learning he was a dragon. And upon discovering he was also of the ice element, her conviction grew stronger. Lin Yechi quickly looked up. Wife master, do you wish to learn tactical skills from me? Xingnua nodded, about to speak when a sudden recollection of yesterday's dream darkened her eyes. Lin Yechi, intrigued, remarked, Then I shall find time tomorrow to teach you how to wield a whip. Xingnua buried her face in a pillow, her voice muffled. I'm not particularly inclined to practice this. At this moment, the mere sight of the whip conjured images of Lin Yechi's bloodied tail, rendering any thought of combat utterly impossible. Lin Yechi leaned closer, resting his face on the edge of the pillow. Wife, have you grown weary of me so soon? Xingnua lifted her head slightly, brushing against the dragon's face. That is not my intention. Lin Yechi countered, Wife, if you like that whip, it brings me joy. Tears welled in Xingnua's eyes. You are all fools. Lin Yechi playfully flicked her serpent tail. Perhaps so. Let's not dwell on unhappy matters. Tomorrow, I shall instruct you on the use of the long whip. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment. I shall practice the ice spear from the ice element. It has been quite a while since I last trained. Lin Yechi smiled. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Xing Nuo glanced at her tail. Finding that Lin Yechi had wrapped his robust dragon tail around hers, effectively ensnaring it. She tugged, but to no avail. Lin Yechi pretended not to notice her gaze and turned away. Furious, Xing Nuo exclaimed, "Are you treating my tail like a utility pole? Why wrap it so tightly? Release it at once." Lin Yechi loosened his grip slightly, excitement bubbling within him. "Wife, next time you use the purple lightning dragon shadow, do it just like this." Xing Nuo, now thoroughly exasperated, struck him lightly. "I am not a utility pole. Are you trying to harm me?" He seemed oblivious to his own strength. If he instinctively tightened his body while she used the purple lightning dragon shadow, she feared she would be crushed. Reluctantly, Lin Yechi released Xing Nuo, giving her tail a gentle tug. "Wife, I shall assist you with shedding your skin in the future." Xing Nuo blinked, curiosity piqued. "Have you shed your skin many times?" Lin Yechi nuzzled against her tail. "Since the awakening ritual, I have shed my skin almost annually." Chapter 107. Furious. "I wish to thump them all." Xing Nuo traced the scales on her waist, a hint of anxiety in her gaze, as a half-snake. "Will my shedding process differ from yours?" Lin Yechi dismissed her concerns. Based on the shedding experiences of male half-beastmen, it is actually quite similar. Hearing this, Xing Nuo felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as it did not pose a problem, she was content. Lin Yechi smiled. The most crucial aspect of shedding skin is the mindset. As long as you remain calm, you can successfully shed your skin. Some individuals become overly anxious before the process, causing them to crave food, which can lead to failure. Xing Nuo nodded. "I will try my best to relax, though I suspect it may be quite some time before I shed my skin." Lin Yechi leaned closer to examine her tail, a look of confusion crossing his face. Typically, after a formal awakening ritual, one would shed their skin within 6 to 10 months, yet there were signs of shedding on Xing Nuo's tail. How could this be? It was known that young females usually took around 9 months. Feeling perplexed, Xing Nuo poked his head with her finger. "What is it? Why do your eyes seem off?" Lin Yechi shook his head. "It is nothing. Perhaps I misjudged." He decided to consult Lu Ming the next day, questioning his own observations. It was unlikely for a young female to begin shedding within a month of the ritual. With this thought, he affectionately nuzzled Xing Nuo. "Wife, it is getting late. You should rest early." Xing Nuo glanced at the time, then turned and lay down on the bed. She needed to ensure she rested well. Otherwise, Lu Ming might end up managing her. Lin Yechi used his tail to pull the blanket over her. Soon, the day arrived when Xing Yanle was to come. Xing Nuo unusually woke up early. After tidying herself, she opened the door to find Lin Yechi, illuminated by his light brain, practicing punches in the air with astonishing speed. Xing Nuo peered in. "What is the matter? Who provoked you?" Lin Yechi took a couple of deep breaths, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Nothing much." Raising an eyebrow, Xing Nuo urged him to explain. He sighed. "I encountered a rather troublesome customer who complained that our buns were too soft and caused him to bite his flesh. He demanded compensation for the buns. I refused to humor him." Xing Nuo patted his head. "Do not be upset. There will always be eccentric individuals." Lin Yechi, feeling a bit dejected, pulled Xing Nuo into an embrace, seeking comfort. Since becoming customer service, he felt his experiences were limited, and he truly wished he could send them all away. Xing Nuo mentioned, "Yanle just messaged. She is nearing the aviation port. Are you going?" Upon recalling the sharp-tongued female, Lin Yechi quickly shook his head. "I will protect you from the shadows. I shall not make an appearance." Reluctantly, Xing Nuo acquiesced. "Very well." Standing at the aviation port, Xing Nuo watched a magnificent flying vessel land on the tarmac. As soon as it halted, Xing Yanle dashed out like a little bird. "Zuzi, Jing Nuo David Yanle." Xing Yanle enveloped her in a bear hug, the force almost toppling Xing Nuo. Lu Ming promptly supported her back. "Why are you so excited?" Xing Nuo asked, gently patting Xing Yanle. Smiling bashfully, she replied, "I missed you." She seemed to forget that Xing Nuo was a young female, not one of her beast husbands. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xing Nuo said, I prepared some food. Come, let us go eat. Xing Yinla clung to her arm. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is my other beast husband, Qiyu. Only then did Xing Nuo realize that, aside from Sang Jingyan, another person had joined them. Oi ebomed tochingno. Greetings dingno. Dingno nodded yellow. Unlike other celebrities, Qiyu was not wearing a hat or mask. His neat short hair and well-tailored jacket made him strikingly handsome. Yet he did not give off the usual celebrity vibe. After the introductions, Xing Yinla shook Xing Nuo's hand. Zuzi, I want cake. Jingno smilet. I know you love it. I prepared some especially for you. Xing Yinla nearly leaped with excitement. Let us go, let us go. They proceeded to the living room, where two robotic butlers placed a cake, approximately half a meter in diameter, on the dining table. The cake was adorned with cream-crafted flowers, with several small bunny-shaped milk jellies nestled among them. This was no ordinary cake. It was infused with honey from the stone bees, and layers of strawberries were hidden within. Xing Yinla's eyes sparkled. Zuzi, can I eat it? Xing Nuo chuckled, signaling the robotic butler to slice the cake. She placed a small piece in Xing Yinla's hands and took a piece adorned with a bunny jelly for herself. By the time they finished selecting their cake, the other males finally took their portions and joined them in the dining area. Holding the cake, Xing Yinla's eyes curved with delight. This bunny is so cute. Xing Nuo laughed. Are you reluctant to eat it? She recalled that Xing Yinla usually had no qualms about such things. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xing Yinla swiftly cut off the bunny's head and swallowed it whole. Such bunnies were meant to be devoured. Xing Nuo chuckled softly, confirming her expectations. Sang Jingyan's expression shifted to one of concern. When Xing Yinla encountered something she liked to eat, she often lost all sense of moderation. He feared she might overindulge. Before he could voice his worries, he glanced at Qiyu, who seemed to have abandoned all decorum, nearly burying his face in the plate. A plate of cake was left with only a smear of cream remaining. Sang Jingyan gently nudged him. What is your situation? Qiyu lifted his head, glancing at the untouched cake before Sang Jingyan. Aren't you going to eat it? Then let me have it. As he spoke, he reached out to take Sang Jingyan's plate. Sang Jingyan casually swatted his hand away. What are you thinking? The reason he hadn't eaten was that he was waiting for Lu Ming to give him a signal. This cake was prepared by Xing Nuo. If Lu Ming and the others got jealous, it would be they who suffered. Lu Ming chuckled. There's more over there. If you both like it, feel free to grab some. Just the two little females alone cannot finish such a large cake. Without a second thought, Qiyu headed straight for the dining area. Sang Jingyan smiled apologetically. How rude of me. Lu Ming glanced at Sang Jingyan with amusement. This cake tastes quite delightful. It will surely become a signature item at the little shop. Out of curiosity, Sang Jingyan picked up a piece of cake and delicately placed it in his mouth. The rich scent of cream combined with the fruity aroma of strawberries instantly tantalized his taste buds. Sang Jingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was certain that what he had just consumed was an ancient crop, specifically a rare variety of strawberry. Chapter 108. Comforting Lin Yechi before he could voice his thoughts. He heard Xing Yinla's voice. Sister, what is this red thing? It's so delicious. The cream of this cake is so fragrant, and the cake itself is delightful. Xing Nuo laughed. That is strawberry. Tastes good, right? Xing Yinla nodded vigorously, her gaze occasionally darting towards the cake on the distant table. Xing Nuo smiled. If you want to eat, go ahead and take some. However, save a little space. There is more than just cake. Xing Yinla agreed. Before she could walk far, Qiyu placed a piece of cake in front of her. Mistress, this cake is simply exquisite. He vowed it was the best cake he had ever tasted, especially the strawberries inside. He had a hunch that these strawberries were not imitations, but genuine ancient crops. Xing Yinla quickly took the cake and devoured it eagerly. After finishing his piece, Sang Jingyan felt a bit embarrassed. After eating another rabbit, Xing Yinla slowed her pace. By the way, sister, do you know who leaked the incident about you last time? Jing no paused momentarily. She had not thought much of the matter at the time, considering the number of people present. It must have been someone at the ceremony. Xing Yinla nodded. We found out it was Xing Fangqing who did it. Xing Nuo's expression turned complex. He didn't even make it through the ceremony. How dare he mock me? Xing Yinla tilted her head, pondering. To put it in Yin Yin's words, does putting others down make him feel better? Xing Nuo shook her head in disbelief. Truly a fool who knows no bounds. Xing Yinla leaned closer. Sister, should we deal with him? His family is involved in small renovations. Sang Jingyan chuckled. We are likely too late. Xing Nuo, curious, asked. Too late for what? Lu Ming replied gently. Yesterday, that Lin Yechi kid already arranged for someone to confront him. Xing Nuo was somewhat surprised. They had not mentioned this to her before. Xing Yinla puffed out her cheeks. Humph. At least he has a bit of conscience. This must be the only decent thing that scoundrel has done. Lu Ming ruffled Xing Nuo's hair. I will explain the details to you later. Jing no nodded alif. Xing Yinla took a plate the size of a head and sat aside, indulging in the cake. Such a rare opportunity required her to eat more. At that moment, the robotic butler returned with a large platter of various flavors of beef jerky, cookies, snacks, and a fruit platter. Xing Nuo picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, savoring it slowly. Her eyes involuntarily crinkled into crescent moons. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed osmanthus cake. Xing Yinla took a bite and quickly handed another piece to Sang Jingyan and Qiyu. This is so delicious. So fragrant. Sang Jingyan accepted it, but still wore a look of concern. Mistress, you have eaten quite a lot today. If you continue, it will surely take a toll on your health. Qiyu reached out to take it, stuffing it into his mouth. The floral aroma is exquisite. Xing Yinla's eyes lit up. Of course, it's made by my sister. It must be the best in the world. Xing Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Yinla's praise was simply too high. After their meal, Xing Nuo directly took Xing Yinla for a stroll around. After days of development, Lan Baoxing was beginning to take shape. Unfortunately, the planet was filled with robots, and there were hardly any humans. Standing outside the temperature-controlled room, Xing Yinla's eyes sparkled. Inside, various roses and some fruits were already growing. However, considering the stone bees inside, Xing Nuo did not allow them to enter. After a day of exploration, Xing Yinla felt as if she were dreaming, as Lan Baoxing had an abundance of crops. These were all items that only existed in the ancient world, and Xing Nuo had found a way to acquire them. For a moment, she regarded Xing Nuo as a deity. Otherwise, where could these items have come from? After arranging a place for Xing Yinla to stay, Xing Nuo returned to her own room. After a day of activities, she felt a bit fatigued. A tiny dragon slipped in through the window. Mistress, are you well? Xing Nuo turned her head to see a dragon, about 20 centimeters long, flicking its tongue at her. She exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yechi? Lin Yechi flicked his tail in discontent. Mistress. Xing Nuo picked up the dragon, examining it closely. You can actually transform to this size? Lin Yechi bashfully scratched his head with his tail. It's all right. I inadvertently learned it these past few days. Xing Nuo squeezed his tail. In this state, won't he be easy to get hurt? He is indeed quite small. Lin Yechi rolled in her hands. It's fine. My defense is slightly higher in this form. This shape conserves energy, and it feels like it aids in recovering from injuries better. Xing Nuo playfully poked at his body. When Lu Ming entered, he found Xing Nuo amusing Lin Yechi. Seemingly displeased by his arrival, the dragon couldn't help but hiss at him. Xing Nuo gently tapped his head with her finger. Achi, I've told you many times, don't scare people. Lin Yechi felt a bit downcast. Lu Ming had accompanied her all day, and now he was encroaching on his time, which was quite unfair. Indeed, it seemed that Xing Nuo favored Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at him. According to the analysis from the light brain, it is possible to clear his rage value today. Lin Yechi flicked his tail, suddenly reluctant to clear it. He hesitated. Mistress, even if it's cleared, you will still help us with soothing, right? Xing Nuo smiled, of course. Haven T, I've been helping Ao Ming with soothing these past few days. Given Lu Ming's busy schedule, she had taken the opportunity to assist him whenever she could. While he may not have a rage value, the nurturing of spiritual power during soothing could also help alleviate his emotions. Lin Yechi lamented. He is he, and I am I. It's different. Xing Nuo awkwardly touched her nose. Was he suggesting she was biased? All right, I promise you, even if it's cleared, I will still help you with soothing. Is that acceptable? Only then did Lin Yechi swim to the bed, his energy shifting as his body rapidly elongated. In less than 2 breaths, he transformed into human form. He gently wrapped his arms around Xing Nuo's waist. Mistress, I will trouble you now. Saying this, he pressed his forehead against hers. Xing Nuo closed her eyes, releasing her spiritual power. In an instant, Lin Yechi felt as if everything around him had transformed, as if he had entered a misty, deep forest. A magnificent waterfall cascades forth from the depths of the forest, flowing into a secluded pool nestled within the verdant grove. He approached the water's edge, and the warm air enveloping him indicated that this pool was indeed a hot spring. As he gently dipped his hand into the water, an overwhelming sensation washed over him, as if every fiber of his being were being tenderly massaged from within. How blissful! Chapter 109. The Comfort of Curling into a Ball. Lin Yechi could not restrain himself and transformed into a dragon, plunging into the hot spring. His diminutive form rolled joyfully in the water. Deep within, a fervent desire blossomed. He wished to remain there for eternity. Xing Nuo gazed in astonishment at the writhing figure on the bed. Lin Yechi had transformed back into a dragon, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, rolling about on the blanket. As he rolled, his tail inadvertently became ensnared, tying him into a knot. Lu Ming could no longer contain his amusement and erupted into laughter, influenced by his mirth. Xing Nuo too smiled. "Oh Ming, what is happening here? It's my first time witnessing someone transform into a beast during a soothing session." Lu Ming sat at the edge of the bed to prevent the little dragon from inadvertently striking him and remarked, "Do you recall our earlier conversation about how, during your soothing process, we were able to glimpse certain scenes?" Ding no no de diagiri. Lu Ming continued with a grin. "The stronger your abilities, the more elaborate the scenes become. This little fellow must be feeling so comfortable that he has ventured into the scene of the hot spring to frolic." The intricacy of that scene would adjust in accordance with the amount of mental energy Xing Nuo expended. Since their rage levels had been reset, Xing Nuo had been using a far greater amount of mental energy during the soothing sessions compared to the initial ones. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scene within. He could sense the progress Xing Nuo had made over the past few days. In those few days, Xing Nuo had maintained a remarkable restraint when soothing Lin Yechi, never exceeding 7 points. This was Lin Yechi's first complete scene experience. Xing Nuo chuckled softly. "I truly did not expect this." She glanced at the system's prompt. Purification rage value, 93 points. Overall purification value, 190 points. Her eyes lit up. System, collect today's shop purification value. Settlement complete. Today's shop revenue purification value, 15 points. Total purification value, 205. Xing Nuo smiled, finally amassing 200 points of purification value. Without hesitation, she exchanged it for a statue of a 9-colored deer. After a moment's consideration, she opted for a statue of the dragon instead. Given Lin Yechi's nature, he would likely pester her for soothing every day. She could also refine the techniques of the Zidian longing as much as possible. Lu Ming poked at the dragon, who remained blissfully lost in his dreams. In fact, due to the initial entanglement, he had now curled into a ball. Xing Nuo shifted her attention from the statue, chuckling at the sight. How would he extricate himself from this? Lu Ming remarked, "I suspect he will need some external assistance." With a twinkle in her eye, Xing Nuo retrieved her light brain and recorded the scene. Lu Ming looked at Lin Yechi with a touch of pity. This video would likely leave Lin Yechi feeling quite vexed for a while. Gradually, Lin Yechi emerged from that delightful sensation. As he attempted to move, he realized he was still in a ball-like state. In an instant, his mind went blank. Xing Nuo leaned closer, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Lin Yechi's condition exceeded her expectations. While others typically regained their senses after a soothing session, Lin Yechi seemed prone to lingering in that blissful state. He twisted slightly, only to find himself more tightly ensnared. "Not too good," he murmured, feeling utterly embarrassed. He had boasted to Xing Nuo that he was the most agile among his kind. Yet here he was a mere ball. Xing Nuo stepped forward to assist, gently untangling him. Even after being freed, Lin Yechi still appeared rather lethargic. Xing Nuo playfully poked his head, saying, "This is hardly a grave matter." The skin beneath his scales had turned a rosy hue. He grumbled, "I assure you, I won't let this happen again." This soothing experience had far surpassed his expectations. The sensation of his mental ocean being nurtured was the most exquisite experience he had ever encountered. Lu Ming cautioned, "You must adapt well to this. The soothing sessions from your wife will only intensify." Lin Yechi gazed at Xing Nuo, swallowing hard. He harbored no doubts regarding Lu Ming's words. The resetting of his state had left him dazed. If coupled with prior lightning sensations, he instinctively shuddered. Wife, I wish to try the electric method. He was genuinely eager to experience that unique form of soothing. Xing Nuo hesitated momentarily. If simple soothing left him a ball, using Zidian longing might turn him into an armadillo, rolling uncontrollably. Lu Ming, aware of her concerns, suggested, given your unique situation, if you wish to try, it must be accompanied by restraints. Lin Yeqi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why could Lu Ming maintain his human form while he had to be bound? Xing Nuo soothed him by rubbing his head. You've just cleared your state. How about you adapt a little first? Lin Yeqi reluctantly lowered his head, understood. Lu Ming shook his head in exasperation. This lad had no awareness of his own self-control. Xing Nuo glanced at Lin Yeqi, feeling a twinge of regret. She had intended to assist Lu Ming further with a newly acquired statue, but now that Lin Yeqi was in a mood, she could not provide Lu Ming with special soothing either. Lu Ming opened his light brain and sent a message to Lin Yeqi. According to He Xiu's report, someone was stirring trouble for the small shop. I believe it would be best for you to handle this. Lin Yeqi transformed into human form and opened his light brain. These rascals dare claim our shop's items are inedible? They seek their own demise. Lu Ming replied. Yan Xiang has traced the individuals behind the scenes. Lin Yeqi read the final message, his initial fury somewhat subdued. I understand. I will take care of it. With that, he exited the room. Xing Nuo regarded Lu Ming with curiosity. Who is scheming against us this time? Lu Ming chuckled. It's Haiwei Yin. Xing Nuo found the name somewhat familiar. Qi's rumor partner? Lu Ming laughed lightly. She is Haiwei Yu's sister, a well-known singer, and concurrently, a rival of Qiyu. Haiwei Yu? Xing Nuo blinked, suddenly recalling that Haiwei Yu was her beast husband, a 3S level male from the merfolk. In essence, was she seeking vengeance for her brother? In her previous life, she had shown no mercy toward Haiwei Yu, often resorting to violence or insults. To extract his tears, she had even administered special concoctions. Lu Ming nodded. There's a possibility. Qi and Yu share a close relationship, making him the most suitable to intervene. Xing Nuo agreed. Let us hope everything goes smoothly. After all, there is still a marital bond between me and Haiwei Yu. We cannot allow matters to become too strained. Lu Ming reassured her. Do not worry. It will be resolved by tonight. Chapter 110. Lin Yeqi. Wife, save me. Jing no atfnom nedget. Glancing around to confirm Lin Yeqi had indeed left before saying, Ming, let me assist you with some soothing. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very well. Xing Nuo spoke softly. This time, I intend to utilize Zidian longing. Lu Ming swallowed hard and lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Wife, please take it slow. Having experienced the power of Zidian longing, he genuinely feared he might be overwhelmed by such sensations. Xing Nuo gently pushed him onto the bed, her body atop his, their foreheads touching. I'm about to begin. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. He wrapped his arms around Xing Nuo's waist. And in such a position, even without the calming presence of lightning, he doubted his ability to restrain himself. Tendrils of lightning surged rapidly into his body. Lu Ming gently bit his lip, striving to control his emotions. The sensation of his entire being seemingly baptized by lightning and mental energy caused tears to involuntarily glimmer in his eyes. His throat constricted continuously. Lu Ming felt as if he were on the brink of madness. With the last remnants of his rationality, he refrained from tightening his embrace, fearing he might inadvertently harm Xing Nuo. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Ming felt a complete numbness enveloping him, rendering him utterly powerless. Xing Nuo's fingers lightly brushed against the corner of Lu Ming's eye. Perhaps it was too overwhelming. He found himself crying. How do you feel? Lu Ming gasped. His entire form resembling a languid cat sprawled upon the bed. His expression was somewhat dazed. Comfortable, I desire more. Xing Nuo pinched his ear. That may not be feasible. Let's wait until you return to normal. Lu Ming's current dazed appearance bore a striking resemblance to Bai Xiao Yuan from before. Given Lu Ming's abilities, it might take him over half an hour to recover. Xing Nuo shifted her focus to the farm space. At that moment, the 9-colored deer statue placed within the farm space emitted a faint glow. However, Xing Nuo was not in a hurry. Lin Yeqi strode in with large steps, and his previously calm demeanor instantly erupted. "Wife." Xing Nuo turned her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "Oh? Has it been resolved?" Lin Yeqi snorted coldly, striding to the bedside and lifting her from Lu Ming's side. Only then did he notice something was amiss with Lu Ming. He seemed to have realized something, which further fueled Lin Yeqi's anger. "Wife, I also desire special comfort." Xing Nuo felt conflicted. This is difficult to control. Lin Yeqi carried her to a nearby sofa. He retrieved a pair of handcuffs from his spatial pocket, positioned his hands behind him, and secured the cuffs. This should suffice. Xing Nuo momentarily felt a sense of disbelief. "How could you bring such things?" Lin Yeqi replied, somewhat disgruntled. "Isn't it because you all keep saying I lack control? I had someone specially make these. They can prevent my beast transformation." Xing Nuo scratched her head. He had gone to such lengths, making it difficult for her to refuse. "Then it's settled. If you encounter any issues, you must inform me immediately so I can halt." Lin Yeqi swallowed hard, nodding quickly. "All right." Xing Nuo gently placed her hand on his chest, and purple lightning surged through her fingertips. Lin Yeqi's body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed again, groaning, This is vastly different from the previous comfort or attacks." His breathing grew heavier. Xing Nuo remained somewhat apprehensive. "If it is uncomfortable, you must definitely speak up." Lin Yeqi instinctively nodded. Xing Nuo continued her comforting efforts. Lin Yeqi groaned again, and the handcuffs suddenly tightened, producing a crisp metallic sound. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Xing Nuo's eyes. It seemed Lin Yeqi had a higher resistance to the purple lightning dragon shadow. A smile crept upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her fingers gradually shifted, gliding around him. Lin Yeqi's already taut nerves felt as though they were about to snap. His amber eyes glistened with tears. His long legs uncontrollably stretched forward, only to be drawn back again. He was truly on the verge of madness. He had never realized his wife was so adept at teasing him. He gasped heavily, striving to maintain his composure. If he couldn't even control himself in such a state, Xing Nuo might genuinely cease to assist him. In a fleeting moment, Xing Nuo had already pressed her hand against his lower back. Lin Yeqi emitted a sharp moan. He panted, his gaze hazy as he looked at Xing Nuo. "Wife, save me." He felt that if he continued like this, he truly might perish. Xing Nuo discreetly withdrew her mischievous hand. Lin Yeqi's body turned limp, collapsing onto the sofa. Xing Nuo stuck out her tongue, her eyes twinkling with triumph. She caressed Lin Yeqi's face. "Rest well. The next comforting session will be tomorrow." She reached out and released his handcuffs. Lu Ming rose from the bed, massaging his still somewhat weak legs, feeling a surge of relief that Xing Nuo had not been overly demanding of him. After the relief, a sense of loss crept in. Considering his own physical condition, he doubted he could endure such experiences. Xing Nuo descended from Lin Yeqi. "Ming, are you all right now?" Lu Ming nodded. "However, you've expended considerable energy today. It would be better to wait until tomorrow." Xing Nuo replied, "All right." She glanced at Lu Ming, then at Lin Yeqi. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she suggested, "Why not carry him out? Given Lin Yeqi's current state, he certainly cannot leave on his own." Lu Ming laughed, "Sure." Although he still felt slightly weak, carrying Lin Yeqi was not a problem. He approached Lin Yeqi and hoisted him onto his shoulder, striding out of the room. He closed the door behind him. Lin Yeqi, still a bit dazed, protested, "Don't go out." Lu Ming pouted, "Let the wife rest. Your presence ultimately affects her." He deposited Lin Yeqi onto the freshly arranged bed in the bedroom. Rubbing his somewhat sore arms, he advised, "Don't disturb the wife any further today. Protection is just outside the door." Lin Yeqi's eyes were half closed. Understood. After confirming Lin Yeqi's condition, Lu Ming departed. After Xing Nuo's comforting, he felt remarkably invigorated, driven by a strong desire to find something to study. Meanwhile, after sending the two away, Xing Nuo returned to her farm space. Her hand brushed against the statue, and a surge of energy coursed in her body. New skill awakened. Purple lightning deer shadow, accompanied by the light of 9-colored deer. The skill possesses remote healing capabilities. Initial energy cost, 16. New skill awakened. Purple lightning Jiao Dragon. Accompanied by the might of the Jiao Dragon. The skill has a deterrent effect. And the Jiao Dragon carries a freezing effect. Initial energy cost, 16. Satisfied, Xing Nuo nodded. In addition to these skills, the statue also emanated awakening energy, beginning to nourish her body. Lin Yeqi, having recuperated slightly, arrived at Xing Nuo's door, sitting cross-legged on the ground with closed eyes, meditating. Chapter 111. The Cries of Lin Yeqi. In the guest room, Xing Yinlu leaned against the window, his eyes sparkling. "Did you all hear the lamentations of that wretched creature?" Sang Jingyan rubbed his nose. "Wife, let's not eavesdrop. We should rest." Qi Yu's ears twitched. For some reason, that cry did not sound like one of injury. Xing Yinlu expressed dissatisfaction. "He bullied our clan's sister like that." Sang Jingyan replied helplessly. "This is their family matter. It's best we don't interfere too much. Otherwise, Xing Nuo might find it difficult to manage." From today's events, it was evident that Xing Nuo valued Xing Yinlu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so readily shown them the ancient crops. He naturally hoped that their friendship would continue to flourish. In light of this, Xing Yinlu should be a bit more mindful of his words. Xing Yinlu puffed out his cheeks in frustration. "I understand. I'll try to speak less." Qi Yu carefully closed the window. "In any case, we came here for a vacation. Let's not concern ourselves with other matters." Xing Yinlu sighed. "It's a pity that our clan sister doesn't seem to have any intentions of making you her spokesperson." Throughout the day, they had not discussed the matter of representation. However, judging by Xing Nuo's demeanor, it appeared she had no desire to engage in such arrangements. Qi Yu smiled. "That's normal. Xing Nuo's shop has just begun. She is likely preoccupied with order issues and lacks the energy for anything else." Xing Yinlu nodded, recalling the astonishing orders for the small shop. "Our clan sister is indeed quite busy." Qi Yu chuckled. "In fact, there's a beast husband who would be more suitable than me to serve as her spokesperson." Xing Yinlu's eyes widened. "Who? Bai Xiao Yuan and Bai Xiao Zhe?" In terms of popularity, these two individuals are indeed quite renowned. However, she simply cannot associate them with the spokesperson role. Ijuedi marked. "No. There is another female named Hai Yu. Xing Yinlu tilted her head in contemplation. "What is the relationship between Hai Yin and him?" Qi Yu smiled and replied, "They are siblings." Xing Yinlu let out a slight sigh of frustration. "Well, it seems this spokesperson will be snatched by Hai Yin again." Qi Yu noted, "To be fair, they are family, so it is reasonable for her to endorse." Sang Jing chuckled. "Qi Yu's greatest rival is, in fact, Hai Yu. Hai Yin places immense importance on body management, to an almost obsessive degree. It is said that the nutritional liquid she consumes daily is meticulously formulated and rigorously proportioned. Having her endorse any food product would likely lead even her fans to doubt its credibility." Xing Yinlu blinked. "Does that mean we still have a chance?" Qi Yu replied, "It's hard to say. However, I will strive for it." Xing Yinlu patted his arm. "Do your best, but don't feel burdened. Even without the endorsement, it is fine. After all, we have benefited from the food prepared by our clan sister." Their competitors this time were indeed formidable. They could only do their utmost. Qi Yu nodded in agreement. The following morning, Xing Nuo stepped out of her room, feeling refreshed. She accidentally stepped on something soft, swiftly retracting her foot to find Lin Yeqi lying flat at her doorstep. Lin Yeqi transformed into human form. "Wife, good morning." Xing Nuo glanced at the doorway, puzzled. "Why did you sleep like that? Didn't you usually curl up to sleep?" Lin Yeqi's face flushed slightly, his eyes showing a hint of embarrassment. "I haven't planned to curl up anymore. The thought of having turned into a ball in front of Xing Nuo makes me feel quite awkward." A hint of amusement danced in Xing Nuo's eyes. "You still care about that. Accidents happen." Lin Yeqi sighed softly. "I am aware of that. However, the mere act of comforting caused me to lose control like that. I can't help but feel uneasy, fearing I may not be able to restrain my beastly nature next time and inadvertently harm you." After a night of cultivation, he had discovered a remarkable phenomenon. His control over energy had significantly improved. This was utterly astonishing. Xing Nuo smiled. "However, you truly surprised me yesterday. A Yuan could barely hold it together, and yet you managed to endure." The amount I used on you yesterday was far greater than what Bai Xiao Yuan had utilized. The corners of Lin Yechi's mouth lifted. Of course, I am a dragon, not some meerkat. Xing Nuo tilted her head in thought, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Indeed, Bai Xiao Yuan sometimes did exude a certain feline charm, the kind that was rare and clingy. Lin Yechi couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why did she smile so brightly when mentioning that bothersome cat? Wife, shall we go down for breakfast? Xing Nuo responded eagerly and dashed toward the living room. She looked around, only to find the entire space devoid of people. Where are Ming and the others? Lin Yechi explained. Sang Jingyin contacted a landscaping team. They have gone to conduct an on-site inspection. Xing Nuo recalled that they had previously mentioned plans to build a garden here and replicate a wetland park. They had been too busy to commence the project until now. Lin Yechi stated, this matter can be entrusted to Lu Ming. Let's eat. Xing Nuo casually grabbed a steam bun and took a bite. Just as Lin Yechi was about to speak, he received a message from Lu Ming. Upon reading the information, his expression turned cold and his eyes narrowed. He quickly typed a response. Xing Nuo asked, puzzled, what happened? Is there an issue? Lin Yechi smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Just a few subordinates causing trouble. I've already sent Xiang Ming to handle it. Xing Nuo did not press further. After taking a couple of bites of her bun, she looked up. After we finish eating, if we have time, I can help you with some calming again. Lin Yechi replied, sure, but during the day, let's keep it to ordinary soothing. Xing Nuo paused her eating, then nodded with a smile. It seemed he too had his fears. Lin Yechi scratched his head awkwardly. When Lu Ming returned with his team, Xing Nuo was engaged in comforting Lin Yechi, her forehead pressed against his. It seemed she sensed their arrival beforehand. Just as she was getting off Lin Yechi, Xing Yin, Lu covered her eyes with her hands, but her fingers left gaps that exposed her view. Xing Nuo's face flushed slightly. Yinlu, you are back. We were just about to look for you. Xing Yinlu nodded. Indeed, clan sister. Xing Nuo cleared her throat. Has the design for the new wetland park been completed? Lu Ming approached Xing Nuo with a smile, casually nudging Lin Yechi aside. The design plans aren't ready yet. But after surveying the terrain, the design team has a clear idea. They should be able to produce the designs within a month. Xing Nuo expressed her admiration. That is indeed quite fast. However, constructing this garden will likely take considerable time. Just the plants involved are quite troublesome. Although I have many seeds, most are more suited for vegetables, fruits, spices, and traditional Chinese medicine. Xing Yin Lu joked, this is already on the slower side. Xing Nuo nodded with a smile. By the way, have you had breakfast? Xing Yin Lu replied, yes, we have. Xing Nuo twisted her wrist, then let us go practice. I feel like I will make significant progress today. Sang Jing Yin glanced at the time, apologetically saying, we will be leaving shortly. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Why the hurry? Weren't you supposed to stay for a few days? Xing Yin Lu exchanged a glance with Lu Ming before explaining. We have some matters to attend to. Nian Yin suddenly received a large order, and we need to deal with it. With that, Xing Nuo felt it was pointless to insist. Very well then. She tapped her spatial pendant, producing several beautifully packaged cakes. Here, take these with you. Xing Yin Lu thanked her. Thank you, clan sister. In less than an hour, only Lin Yechi, Lu Ming, and Xing Nuo remained in the room. Lin Yechi said, wife, Hai Yu's rage level has also risen significantly. Can we invite him here? Xing Nuo, with an ice pop in her mouth, recalled, Hai Yu is your merman husband. She nodded, of course, that is not a problem. The same condition applies. As long as he agrees to keep it a secret, I will assist him in managing his rage level. Lin Yechi felt a sense of relief. Great. We will notify him. He should arrive by noon. A hint of surprise flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. This seemed rather urgent. Was his situation that serious? Lin Yechi shook his head. Not particularly. It should be around 96. Xing Nuo noted, that number is already quite high. A rage level exceeding 90 typically leads to negative effects on beastmen. At 96, one is essentially teetering on the brink of life and death. No one knows if they might explode in anger at any moment. Lu Ming chuckled. Thus, we will be relying on you, wife. Xing Nuo patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. By the way, does he need to be treated like a chi? Lu Ming replied, his heat period hasn't arrived yet, so we can simply reset it this time. Lin Yechi expressed his concern. Wife, you just helped me with calming. Perhaps you should rest instead. Don't overexert yourself. Xing Nuo blinked. This is nothing at all. Lin Yeqi swept her into his arms. I am worried. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment. Then I might as well rest at the training facility. Lin Yeqi's eyes reflected a hint of dissatisfaction. The training facility was meant for cultivation, and even breathing there could be exhausting, especially considering Xing Nuo was still in a half-state. Lu Ming possesses a deeper understanding of Xing Nuo's capabilities. You should heed your wife, he remarked. I shall contact Hai Yu. Lin Yiqi nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. With Lu Ming's endorsement, Lin Yiqi refrained from further comments and carried Xing Nuo to the training room. After watching the two depart, Lu Ming swiftly activated his light brain to send a message to Hai Yu. Within the training room, Xing Nuo produced a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid. As she consumed the nutrient solution, she transformed into her half-beast form, having absorbed a significant amount of awakening power the previous night. It was an opportune moment to absorb even more. Lin Yiqi scrutinized her carefully and, based on her training records from yesterday, activated the pressure apparatus. Xing Nuo reminded him, increase it by 5 levels this time. Lin Yiqi furrowed his brow slightly. Let me consult Lu Ming first. Without waiting for Xing Nuo's response, he promptly dialed Lu Ming's communication. Xing Nuo felt both speechless and amused. This fellow, who had previously harbored animosity towards Lu Ming, was now seeking his counsel even on trivial matters. After receiving Lu Ming's reply, Lin Yiqi adjusted the pressure device to the level Xing Nuo requested. According to Lu Ming, this setting was still not Xing Nuo's limit, thus he felt no apprehension. Upon completion, he transformed into a dragon and swiftly glided to Xing Nuo's side, his elongated body nearly enveloping her. As Xing Nuo absorbed the nutrient liquid, she could not resist extending her tail, playfully poking at his tail with its tip. When will you be free to teach me how to fight in beast form? Lin Yiqi raised his body and replied, you still need to help that fellow today. Perhaps tomorrow. Xing Nuo acknowledged, true, one cannot meet others while lying down. She was genuinely curious about Hai Yu. Does he really shed pearls when he cries? Despite numerous attempts, she had never witnessed the merfolk shed tears. Lin Yiqi responded, merfolk do possess such a trait. However, I have never seen that lad cry. As a 3S level male, if you're to cry, his tears should be quite beautiful. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Now I am even more curious. Lin Yiqi hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm, but felt it prudent to clarify, wife, he seldom cries. Xing Nuo chuckled, playfully poking him. What about using this method then? A surge of spiritual power, akin to a purple lightning dragon shadow, flowed into Lin Yiqi's body. He softened, his large head resting on Xing Nuo's shoulder. Xing Nuo withdrew her hand at the opportune moment. How was that? Lin Yiqi gasped, taking 2 deep breaths. Using this method, he would likely find it unbearable. Moreover, despite Hai Yu's strength, he is still a fish. A jolt like this might indeed evoke some pearls from him. Considering this, Lin Yiqi remarked, this time he only plans to stay for an afternoon. You can try using this method directly. Xing Nuo blinked in surprise. Just an afternoon? Why the rush? Lin Yiqi sighed. That lad is a workaholic, often overseeing the merfolk's forces. His absences are always brief. Xing Nuo felt a twinge of anxiety. All right then. But can I really use this method? Her curiosity about the merfolk shedding pearls was overwhelming. Lin Yiqi nodded solemnly. Although I only accepted this form of soothing yesterday, I can discern its significant benefits to our bodies. The sensation of every cell being soothed by spiritual power is unmistakable. I even have the illusion that if I were to receive this soothing daily, my lineage's capabilities could ascend a tier, potentially transforming from a dragon into a true dragon. Xing Nuo swayed her tail. Yuan mentioned this too. However, he could not specify the changes. Lin Yiqi chuckled. No need to rush. My wife can use me as a subject for experimentation. We shall explore this gradually. Chapter 113. Who called for help yesterday? Xing Nuo tilted her head in thought. Then, you will be responsible for persuading Hai Yu to accept this new form of soothing. It is likely that only you can explain it clearly. Otherwise, anyone would refuse if they knew they would be electrocuted. Lin Yiqi grimaced. Do we really need to inform him? Xing Nuo insisted. It's better to be clear. Lin Yiqi relented and activated his light brain to clarify the details to the other party. Haiyu sat in a chair, a look of confusion in his eyes. Was Lin Yiqi out of his mind? How could being electrocuted be soothing? Was that lad perhaps a masochist? After a moment of hesitation, he opened Lu Ming's communication channel. Is Lin Yiqi's mental state normal? Lu Ming replied, everything is normal. Is there an issue? Haiyu asked. He claims that being electrocuted can reduce his fury levels. Lu Ming responded, that is indeed my wife's ability. It is effective. I, Bai Xiao Yuan, and Lin Yiqi have all experienced this soothing method, and its effects are remarkable. Haiyu fell silent, struggling to believe the information relayed. Yet, he had seen Lin Yiqi's latest health report with his own eyes. The soothing method must be genuine. But would using electricity be considered normal? It was only upon arriving at the aerospace port of Lan Baoxing that he temporarily set aside his doubts. Regardless, he could ascertain the truth through experience. He did not believe Lu Ming would deceive him at such a crucial moment. Upon landing, Lu Ming waved to him from a distance. Your wife is currently in the training room. Let us head home first. Haiyu nodded slightly. Are you planning to relocate your research base here? He had observed farmland and temperature-controlled rooms while on the aircraft. Lu Ming smiled gently. All of this is the result of your wife's efforts. Haiyu gazed at him in confusion, wondering if this young man had been brainwashed or was simply love-struck. Lu Ming continued. Lan Baoxing plans to cultivate roses, wheat, strawberries, and other crops on a large scale. All these seeds were provided by your wife. Haiyu scrutinized him suspiciously. Are you certain she did not receive them from your research? Lu Ming replied. Do you think I could replicate that many seeds in one go? Haiyu countered. But she provided them? When did she acquire such agricultural talents? This was something he could not fathom, as Xing Nuo had never received any education in that regard. Lu Ming chuckled. Do not underestimate your wife. She is entirely different now. Haiyu smiled faintly, but only he knew to what extent he believed him. Lu Ming glanced at his legs. Why did you not bring your wheelchair this time? Haiyu replied, this distance is manageable, and I did not plan to stay for long. He had arrived with the mindset of extracting as much soothing as possible. If he could reduce it below 90, that would be ideal. In no time, they arrived at their residence. Xing Nuo and Lin Yiqi had already received the message and were waiting for them in the living room. Xing Nuo examined Haiyu from head to toe. He possessed a tall, slender figure, and his white hair bore a hint of misty blue. His inherently gentle face appeared somewhat melancholic against the backdrop of his hair color. Clad in a well-fitting suit, his slender waist was particularly accentuated. Haiyu bowed slightly to Xing Nuo. Greetings, my wife. Xing Nuo blinked, feeling an urge to cover her ears. Truly, he was a merman. She felt as though her ears might bear offspring. Lin Yiqi frowned discontentedly and pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. Wife, am I not attractive? Xing Nuo appeared mesmerized by Haiyu. Her expression slightly displeased as she glared at Lin Yiqi. He is handsome, and his voice is pleasant. Unlike your rudeness. Lin Yiqi immediately bristled. I should never have told him. Haiyu narrowed his eyes, perplexed. Had Lin Yiqi grown bold enough to speak to Xing Nuo in such a manner? He truly isn't afraid of Xing Nuo binding him and skinning him alive again? Lu Ming gestured, please have a seat. Haiyu nodded subtly and settled onto the sofa. What about the subsequent soothing? Lu Ming replied with a smile. We shall conduct it right here. Haiyu's lips twitched as he cast a puzzled glance at the two, recalling how Lu Ming had insisted he keep matters confidential. Could it be that Xing Nuo's soothing had a particularly unique effect? Xing Nuo broke free from Lin Yiqi's grasp, warning, just a heads up. If you act so abruptly again, I will retaliate. Lin Yiqi eagerly replied. Then please use the Z Dianlong Ying to strike me. Xing Nuo looked at him in silence, pondering whether using the Z Dianlong Ying would serve as punishment or reward. With a scoff, Xing Nuo approached Haiyu. Give me your hand. Haiyu, somewhat perplexed, removed his glove and placed his hand in Xing Nuo's. Xing Nuo cleared his throat. This might be rather intense, so please exercise some control. Lu Ming immediately grasped Xing Nuo's intention. Was he planning to use the Z Dianlong Ying to soothe Haiyu? However, considering that Haiyu was a mermaid, could he withstand it? He couldn't help but glance at Lin Yiqi, wondering if it was this fellow who had devised such a plan. Lin Yiqi pointed his eyes. Lu Ming understood instantly and subtly signaled for Lin Yiqi to keep an eye on Hai Yu, lest he beast out and injure Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo gently held the other's wrist, his gaze unconsciously drawn to Hai Yu's eyes. That fiery gaze instilled a sense of unease in Hai Yu, for he had encountered such a look from Xing Nuo before. Each time, it seemed to compel him to tears. A surge of anger welled up within him. He never expected Lin Yiqi to betray him. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, a faint current coursed through his body. This current, imbued with a potent mental force, surged into his body and spiritual consciousness. Hai Yu's body began to tremble slightly. As the influx of mental energy intensified, his breath quickened. Pleasant gasps escaped from his throat. Xing Nuo couldn't help but lean in closer, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips as his finger touched the other's shoulder. The intense stimulation caused Hai Yu to instinctively tilt his head back, his eyes glistening with tears. Gradually, the mist in his eyes thickened until two pearls, resembling the color of Hai Yu's hair, rolled down his cheeks. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly lunged for the pearls. The pearls were small, about 1 centimeter in diameter, their round surfaces radiating a soft blue luminescence. Upon closer inspection, Xing Nuo seemed to catch a glimpse of his own reflection in the pearls. Lu Ming handed Xing Nuo a clean cloth. "Perhaps you should place them here for now." Xing Nuo carefully set the pearls on the cloth, exclaiming, "They are truly beautiful." Lin Yiqi scoffed. "That's his only merit. It seems. He can't even handle this little bit." Lu Ming shot him an exasperated glance. Who was the one crying for help yesterday? Chapter 114. The little pearls belong to me. No one else can snatch them away. Lin Yiqi's face flushed with anger. That's not the same. Xing Nuo had employed a much stronger force than what Hai Yu could handle. Hai Yu, coming back to his senses, bore a look of confusion. What had just transpired? He felt as if being electrocuted had paradoxically made him more comfortable. Was this the sensation he was meant to experience? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. A stunning figure, approximately 1.8 meters tall, stood there, clutching her skirt with both hands and wearing nearly 10-centimeter high heels. She maintained her kicking posture for a moment before her anger flared upon seeing them. "Xing Nuo, how dare you bully my brother?" Lin Yiqi hastily interjected. "There's been a misunderstanding. My lady did not bully him." Hai Yu glared at him indignantly. "Lin Yiqi, how could you betray my brother's trust like this?" She pointed at the items in Xing Nuo's hand. "Look at what she is holding, and you still say she didn't bully him?" Xing Nuo instinctively hid the pearls behind him, swiftly storing them in his spatial pouch. After all, they were hard-earned treasures. Having helped him clear nearly 96 points of fury value, it was only reasonable to claim 2 pearls as compensation. Hai Yu, fuming, exclaimed, "You dare take them?" Xing Nuo replied firmly, "They're my rightful due." Hai Yu spoke up, "Sister, my lady did not bully me. She helped soothe me." Hai Yu rushed over, inspecting him from head to toe, and only after confirming he was unscathed did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Hai Yu replied earnestly, "I just feel a bit weak all over and somewhat disoriented, but otherwise I'm fine." Hai Yu immediately glared at Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo hastily waved his hands. He stated clearly that I did not bully him. Hai Yu ground her teeth. "His legs are weak. Can't you exercise some restraint? My brother is still young. Are you even human?" Xing Nuo tilted his head, momentarily unable to comprehend her meaning. Lu Ming cleared his throat. "You may have misunderstood. My lady used her awakened abilities to soothe him." Hai Yu's face flushed slightly. "Sister, my lady did not do anything inappropriate with me." "You've misunderstood." Only then did Xing Nuo realize, What do you take me for? This is the living room. The living room. And there are Ming and the others here." Hai Yu rolled her eyes. "So what if it's the living room? What's the big deal?" Xing Nuo's mouth hung open in disbelief, his eyes wide. Hai Yu waved her hand dismissively. "I meant for you to exercise restraint and not overexert yourself. The other matters are of no consequence." Xing Nuo remained speechless. Was this sister truly so fierce? Hai Yu activated Hai Yu's light brain to check his information. The fury value is zeroed? How is that possible? She understood that S-rank females with soothing abilities were typically quite strong, but it shouldn't be to this extent. The A-rank females could only reduce about 5 points of fury value at most. The purpose of Hai Yu's visit was to have Xing Nuo lower his fury value to below 90 points. Yet, it had been completely cleared. Xing Nuo grinned. I helped him clear it, and it won't affect his future marriage. Therefore, claiming 2 pearls is quite reasonable, right? Hai Yin looked puzzled. What do you mean it won't affect his future marriage? Are you planning to divorce? Xing Nuo scratched her head. Mainly, as you know, I am half-beast. If he wishes to marry another female, I won't obstruct him. Hai Yuyan's expression turned strange. What's wrong? She pointed to herself. What clan do I belong to? Xing Nuo hesitated. You two are siblings, so you must be mermaids, right? Hai Yuyan pointed to her unfortunate brother. And what about him? Her brother's luck had indeed been abysmal. Previously, her lady had not soothed him at all and had relentlessly tormented him. Just as he was finally soothed, she now considered leaving him. Xing Nuo grew even more uncertain. Mermaid? Hai Yuyan sighed in exasperation. Don't you see the problem? Lu Ming chuckled, coming to Xing Nuo's rescue. Mermaids are also half-human, half-beast. Although they currently appear human, once they enter the water, their legs automatically transform into tails. They have spent most of their lives in a half-human, half-beast state. Xing Nuo was somewhat skeptical. Isn't that different? They were always like that. I'm the one who has regressed. Hai Yuyan waved her hand dismissively. We don't care about regression or not. Jing Nuo oh. Hai Yuyan asked, Are you planning to divorce my brother? Xing Nuo clarified, I merely mentioned it. I will not interfere with his decisions. She held a favorable impression of Hai Yu. His appearance and physique were simply to her liking. She had always found it hard to resist such elegant types. Lu Ming felt the same way, as did Hai Yu. Finally, Hai Yuyan understood Xing Nuo's intention. She was concerned that Hai Yu might harbor ill feelings towards her, leading to thoughts of departure. After all, in the past year, Hai Yu had not remained by her side. Hai Yu gently rubbed her arms, finally feeling somewhat restored. Thank you, my wife, she said. Xing Nuo smiled lightly. It's nothing. If your fury value rises again in the future, feel free to seek me out. Hai Yu nodded slightly. I have matters to attend to the day, so I won't disturb you any longer. Xing Nuo acknowledged her response. Knowing from the beginning that Hai Yu did not intend to stay long, and thus she made no effort to retain her, Lu Ming stood up. I will see you off. He followed Hai Yu outside. His expression turned serious. I entrust you with a matter concerning Yuan. Hai Yu replied, Rest assured, I have gathered the forces of the Hai clan, and will soon rendezvous with Bai Xiaoze. However, he has vanished into a distorted wormhole, and even I cannot guarantee that I can accurately locate him. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. After all, Tsang Yun, he had also been swept away by a rampaging, twisted wormhole, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Their search for Hai Yu was somewhat a gamble. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoyuan had a habit of storing nutrient solutions, ensuring his combat effectiveness in the short term. Lu Ming said, We are aware of this. Just do your best. If possible, we will also find a way to send a Qi to assist you. Hai Yu gently shook her head. It will be better for him to stay here to protect my wife. Upon finishing her words, 3 pairs of mechanical wings erupted from behind Hai Yu as she moved towards her flying vessel. Since Bai Xiaoyuan had been missing for less than 24 hours, they still had a chance to detect his position through the spatial distortion. Lu Ming watched as she departed, then adjusted his emotions before returning to the living room. Xing Nuo wore a distressed expression. He has left. Hai Yu plopped down onto the sofa, her feet sore from the journey. I didn't come with him. Chapter 115. You must really dislike me. Xing Nuo was momentarily at a loss for words, so she simply placed a fruit platter on the coffee table. You should eat something. Hai Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the strawberries atop the platter. Seeing her attention captivated, Xing Nuo hastily turned to Lu Ming. Ming, how should I preserve this pearl? Lu Ming chuckled. No need to be so anxious. That pearl is quite resilient. If you like, I can have someone turn it into earrings for you. Xing Nuo hesitated. I'm a bit reluctant. Hai Yu rolled her eyes. What is there to be reluctant about? You can always help him again, next time to collect a few more. In truth, she was genuinely curious about the process of soothing him. Hai Yu was not a person who cried easily, In fact, she had always disliked it since childhood. Yet, she had cried simply from being soothed, which was truly astonishing. Xing Nuo expressed her frustration, but he seems to really dislike me. Whether he will come again is uncertain. Thankfully, this time they used a special soothing method. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even managed to obtain these 2 pearls. Lu Ming clarified, my wife has misunderstood. A friend of his is in danger and currently missing, which is why he left in such haste. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Lin Yechi interjected. He originally planned to go directly, but considering his fury value was too high, if the rescue required him to be Astify, it might provoke a rampage. I suggested he come here instead. The key is, they are uncertain how long this rescue might take, so they can only extend his endurance as much as possible. Moreover, your soothing can slightly enhance their capabilities, at least increasing their chances a little. Xing Nuo expressed her concern. What happened to his friend? Lu Ming and Lin Yechi exchanged glances before speaking. Preliminary analysis suggests he has been caught in a spatial storm within the wormhole. Lin Yechi added gravely, once a wormhole goes out of control, it is easy to be sucked into an unknown space. It is exceedingly dangerous. Worry flickered in Xing Nuo's eyes. Then Lin Yechi reassured her, don't worry. That boy is very sensitive to spatial energies. Even if there is a storm, he will be able to sense it in advance. Xing Nuo let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good to know. Lin Yechi opened his mouth, feeling somewhat unsettled. Why had Xing Nuo suddenly become so concerned about Hai Weiyu? Was it love at first sight? A wave of jealousy surged within him. Having won Lu Ming was already troubling enough, and now there was another competitor. Xing Nuo rubbed her arms. Why are you giving off such a cold vibe again? What's wrong? Lin Yechi took a deep breath, looking at Hai Weiyin. Do you have any skincare products? He resolved to take good care of himself. He could not allow himself to lose to someone as delicate as Hai Weiyu. Hai Weiyin, chewing on a strawberry, looked at him in disbelief. With that face full of blemishes, do you think skincare will help? Lin Yechi exploded. Where do I have blemishes? Hai Weiyin scoffed. Have you forgotten your beast form? It's so rough, it could be used as a whetstone. Lin Yechi refused to admit it. Xing Nuo tilted her head, contemplating, and nodded in agreement. The scales of a Jiaolong were indeed beautiful, but they felt very sharp to the touch, and the scales on his face were not nearly as appealing. Lin Yechi felt as though thunder had struck him. Was he being rejected by his wife? Xing Nuo smiled shyly. You look good in your human form. As for your beast form, as long as it looks powerful, that's enough. Lin Yechi's mood improved somewhat. As long as Xing Nuo didn't dislike him, he was fine. Hai Weiyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Males were so immature. Lu Ming bowed slightly to Hai Weiyin. Hai Mei Xing. Will you be staying here this time? Hai Weiyin pondered for a moment. No, I snuck out. My manager will probably come looking for me soon. She had rushed over after hearing her mother mention that Hai Weiyu would be arriving, taking her small flying vessel directly here. However, Xing Nuo's behavior had exceeded her expectations. Although she still became excited at the sight of the mermaid tears, she had genuinely soothed Hai Weiyu. Xing Nuo exclaimed in amazement. I heard you were a big star. Is it really okay to sneak out like this? Isn't it dangerous? Hai Weiyin shrugged. It's fine. I still had a bodyguard with me. I heard you open a small shop. After soothing Hai Weiyu, Hai Weiyin felt she could no longer give Xing Nuo a hard time. Xing Nuo nodded. Yes. It's a small eatery. Hai Weiyin offered. Do you need a spokesperson? I can recommend a few reliable stars to you. Xing Nuo quickly replied. I haven't decided yet. However, if I do need a spokesperson, I would probably prioritize Chiyu. Though she hadn't spent much time with Chiyu, she appreciated his easygoing and genuine nature. Hai Weiyin raised an eyebrow. You're actually interested in him? Lin Yechi smirked. My wife isn't interested in him, is she? Xing Nuo sat on the sofa. Curious, is there any negative news about him? Hai Weiyin replied. Not really. It's just that my wife tends to get overly emotional. Usually, she has a calm demeanor, but she can turn into a raging dragon when it comes to Xing Yanli's matters. His fans are more career-oriented. Xing Nuo felt somewhat relieved. As long as there were no issues with his character, it was manageable. Hai Weiyin glanced at her, hesitating before saying, I heard his wife has awakened a special ability. Xing Nuo asked, oh really? What about it? Hai Weiyin expressed uncertainty. Is that true? It's not just a trick, is it? Xing Nuo raised her hand, and with a flick, a 3-foot-long ice spear floated before her. She then retracted the spear. Yin Lu awakened an ice-type ability. Similar to this, Hai Wei Yan's eyes widened. She distinctly sensed the aura of mental energy from the ice spear that Xing Nuo had conjured. This was not something merely extracted from spatial, not for show. Feeling somewhat dejected, she said, I didn't expect that a little female could truly awaken a special ability. It seemed both Xing Yin Lu and Xing Nuo awakened their abilities during the awakening ceremony. And even if she wished to awaken an ability, it would likely be difficult for her. Lin Yiqi's gaze was intensely fixed on Xing Nuo. That recent movement was one he was exceedingly familiar with. He had previously employed that technique to showcase his ice elemental abilities to Xing Nuo. Remarkably, she had taken note of it. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Evidently, he was not merely a passerby at her eyes, observing her despondent demeanor. Xing Nuo could not help but offer encouragement. There will surely be other opportunities in the future. Hai Yue Yin collected her thoughts and replied with a smile. One can only hope. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment before suggesting, in fact, it wouldn't hurt to consume a bit more regularly. My wife enjoys nutrient solutions. He was aware of Hai Yue Yin's peculiar obsession with nutrient solutions, which had reached an extreme level of control. Continuing down this path could have detrimental effects on both her physical and mental well-being. Chapter 116. Has the white tiger gained another beast husband? Xing Nuo was puzzled by Lu Ming's statement, but chose not to respond. After all, her unabashed consumption of nutrient solutions was made possible by the presence of both mental and physical energy stones. For others, excessive consumption could likely lead to weight gain. Yet, Lu Ming must be aware of the potential for weight gain from overindulging in nutrient solutions. Xing Nuo scrutinized Hai Yue Yin, uncertainly asking, You aren't dieting, are you? Hai Yue Yin chuckled, Of course not. My nutrient solutions are crafted by specialized nutritionists. Xing Nuo nodded in understanding, realizing that she had overthought the matter. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Ming received a message from the airport. Your agent has arrived. Hai Yue Yin slowly stood, bowing to them. I apologize for the intrusion. Xing Nuo replied, Travel safely and take care. Hai Yue Yin retrieved a gift box from her spatial pocket. This jewelry, crafted from mermaid tears, is my token of apology for the earlier incident regarding the shop reviews. Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Misunderstandings can occur. Hai Yue Yin noted the change in Xing Nuo's temperament. She was much more amiable than before. Waving farewell, Hai Yue Yin departed briskly. Lu Ming hurried to follow. Allow me to escort you. Hai Yue Yin smiled and nodded. In this household, you are undoubtedly the busiest, appearing more of a workaholic than Xiaoyou. Lu Ming smiled warmly, gesturing slightly. After watching them leave, Xing Nuo opened the gift box. Inside lay a necklace, a pair of earrings, a bracelet, and a set of hairpins, all adorned with blue pearls that lay serenely in the box, their rounded surfaces emanating a subtle luminescence. How exquisite! Exclaimed Lin Yiqi. I shall assist you in putting it on. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Perhaps not. I still need to continue my training, and wearing these would be inconvenient. Lin Yiqi felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared he would miss the chance to adorn her. Lu Ming re-entered, gently stating, Wife, you left behind 3 sets of jewelry as well. I've arranged for the butler robot to store them. Would you like to see? Xing Nuo glanced at the time. Perhaps another day. Lu Ming continued, I have some matters to attend to in the laboratory. Please enjoy your training with the Qi. I will ensure dinner is prepared by the butler robot. Xing Nuo acknowledged him. As night fell and she lay in bed, Xing Nuo reflected on the day's events, which had been quite numerous. Moreover, the visitors to this place all seemed to be in a rush. Recalling Lu Ming's earlier words, she returned to the farm space. At that moment, the towering Tianing tree had grown significantly taller, with new branches sprouting horizontally. Xing Nuo commanded the robot to ascend and cut a few of the slenderest branches. While weaving the branches into a bracelet, something dark flickered before her eyes. Blinking in surprise, she wondered if it was a robot. Upon looking up, she spotted a small, black entity wriggling beneath the white tiger statue in the distance. Taking a deep breath, She swiftly retrieved her whip and approached, simultaneously issuing a warning command to the surrounding robots. As she drew near, the black bundle lifted its head. Xingnuo was momentarily stunned to find a small black dog lying on the ground, its body marked with various wounds. System: how did a puppy end up here? Host: upon investigation, this dog has been transmitted via the idol. Xingnuo inhaled sharply. Is there such a significant safety risk associated with the idol? Host: this teleportation function can be disabled. Please do so immediately. I wish to avoid any chaotic elements in the farm space. Understood. However, host, this puppy arrived through the Tianning Tree's idol and wormhole. The system does not receive any chaotic entities. Xingnuo paused, a sense of unease creeping in. Tianting? There are still Tianting trees outside? What troubled her more was the mention of the idol by the system. If anyone were connected to the idol, it would undoubtedly be by Xiaoyuan. Realizing this, Xingnuo rushed forward and picked up the small dog. Indeed, nestled under its body was a small segment of Tianting branch, precisely what she had crafted into a bracelet for Bai Xiaoyuan. Carefully grasping the Tianting branch, Xingnuo's eyes filled with a hint of panic. Clutching the puppy, she paid no heed to anything else and swiftly exited the farm space, heading towards Lu Ming's laboratory. Seeing her burst from the room, Lin Yiqi followed closely behind. Upon reaching the laboratory, Lu Ming was engaged in a serious video call with Bai Xiaoza and Hai Yueyo. Xingnuo stood anxiously to the side, pacing in distress. Lu Ming gestured towards her. Wife, is there an urgent matter? Bai Xiaoza on the other end could only momentarily set aside his concerns, redirecting his focus to Xingnuo. Upon seeing her, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Xingnuo clutched the dog in her arms, extending the Tianting branch toward him. A Yuan is in trouble. This is the bracelet I made for him. Lu Ming lowered his gaze, staring blankly at the dog in her arms. Xingnuo presented the branch before him. Ming, why does it feel as though the dog is more significant than the branch? Her gaze shifted to the video screen. As Lu Ming approached, she naturally caught sight of the two figures displayed. Upon seeing Hai Yueyo, Xingnuo understood. You all were already aware, weren't you? The one consumed by the wormhole was a Yuan, correct? With a soft sigh, Lu Ming chose not to conceal the truth any longer. Yes. We intended to inform you once we had conclusive results. Xingnuo inhaled deeply. You should have told me directly. I might be able to assist you. Lu Ming's hands glowed as he placed them on the puppy, beginning to heal its wounds. We will be more mindful in the future. Xingnuo gazed down at the puppy. Is there something unique about this dog? She sensed Lu Ming's particular concern for it. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. At present, it's uncertain. However, based on its aura, it appears to be Songyun, your beast husband, a 3S, class male from the Songlong clan. Xingnuo poked at the dog. It appears to be in a dire state. The two individuals on the other side of the video shared a solemn expression, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Yet, they remained silent, fearing that voicing their concerns might manifest them into reality. Lu Ming retrieved a medical bed from the spatial pocket, signaling for Xingnuo to place Song Yuni upon it. He swiftly commenced an examination. In the interim, Xingnuo addressed Bai Xiaoza, As, I wish to go to the front lines. Bai Xiaoza immediately grasped her intent and firmly replied, No, the front lines are perilous. If even a Yuan was ensnared by the wormhole, you must not go. Xingnuo pressed her lips together lightly. I might be able to locate a Yuan. Chapter 117. Healing Song Yuni. News of Bai Xiaoyuan. Bai Xiaoza expressed helplessness. Wife, you need not fabricate such falsehoods. We will not permit you to go to the front lines. There are too many uncertainties there. Even in the rear, safety is not guaranteed, let alone the front lines. Xingnuo earnestly stated, I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can ask a Ming. Lu Ming continued his actions, saying, The wife can indeed communicate emotionally with a Yuan from a distance, albeit in a very faint state. Xingnuo replied, At least I can sense his general direction. Hai Yu gently suggested, Wife, why not try to feel his position now? Let's see the results. Song Yun suddenly appeared on Lan Bao Xing, suspecting that the matter might indeed be related to Xingnuo. For a moment, Xingnuo was at a loss for words. She took a deep breath, gently closed her eyes, and emptied her mind. Then, she connected with Bai Xiaoyuan through the deity statue. In the depths of her consciousness, there seemed to be a layer of perception. Following her sensed feeling, Xing Nuo pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Over there." Bai Xiaozhe and Hai Yu's expressions grew more serious. After their investigation, they confirmed that the possible location of Bai Xiaoyuan was indeed in that direction. However, it was still too vague, and they couldn't ascertain whether Xing Nuo had truly sensed something or merely pointed randomly. After all, it had already been 10 minutes since she closed her eyes. Seeing their expressions, Xing Nuo felt somewhat disheartened, asking, "Did I point in the wrong direction?" Bai Xiaozhe replied, "We can't guarantee the specifics, but it's similar to our conjectured location." Xing Nuo's eyes brightened. "Then can I go?" Bai Xiaozhe replied directly, "No. It's too dangerous." Xing Nuo expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why not? I can find him." Hai Yu interjected, "Wife, there is actually another method. Your belongings are with Song Yun Yi, which indicates they have met before." Bai Xiaozhe nodded, adding, "So as long as we heal him, we can directly ask for the coordinates." Xing Nuo's lips twitched. She had completely forgotten about that. After all, there was someone knowledgeable present. She hurriedly ran to Lu Ming's side, anxiously watching him treat Song Yun Yi. "Do you need my help?" Her healing skills were quite proficient as well. Lu Ming nodded slightly. "I would appreciate the assistance, wife." Xing Nuo's hands shimmered with light as she began to mend Song Yun Yi's injuries. Lu Ming scrutinized the data on the holographic screen, his expression growing increasingly serious. Ultimately, he shook his head at the two figures on the screen. After testing, they discovered that Song Yun had fallen into a coma due to excessively high rage values, and before losing consciousness, he had utilized the power of beastification. In the end, he had become a mindless beast. Xing Nuo murmured, "How could this happen?" Bai Xiaozhe could not help but clench his fists. They had an inkling that something like this might occur, but witnessing someone they respected deeply become like this was undeniably painful. Xing Nuo asked, "What if I try to sue them?" Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. No small female has ever been able to sue the beast man turned into a beast. However, that was because females needed to mate to calm beast men, which Xing Nuo did not require. Lu Ming said, "You may give it a try." Xing Nuo placed her hand on Song Yun Yi's head, her mental energy swiftly flowing into his mental sea. As she attempted to soothe him, she realized something was amiss. Song Yun Yi's mental energy felt like a hollow void, devoid of life. Her mental energy surged in, akin to droplets falling in a desert. Lin Yiqi observed Xing Nuo with a furrowed brow. "Wife, try using Zidian Longying. When a beastman goes berserk due to high rage values, the energy from the rage not only destroys their mental sea, but also wreaks havoc on their physical body. The body likewise requires soothing and repair." Xing Nuo felt uneasy, but that move is beyond what even you can withstand. This dog might struggle with it as well. Lu Ming bit his lip, swallowing the words he wanted to correct. "You can try. I will monitor the data." Seeing Lu Ming had spoken, Xing Nuo did not hesitate, gently touching Song Yun Yi's body. She exerted extreme control over her mental energy, minimizing the lightning while maximizing the volume of her mental energy. Gradually, Song Yun Yi's body began to tremble. The others held their breath, watching this scene unfold. After approximately half an hour, Song Yun Yi's eyes fluttered open, gazing around in confusion. Lu Ming nervously inquired, "Song Shui, do you still recognize me?" He feared that what would awaken was merely a mindless beast. Song Yun Yi closed his eyes again. He wanted to speak, but found he lacked the strength to do so. Lu Ming swiftly pulled out several lines and affixed them to Song Yun Yi's forehead, connecting him to the holographic device. "Xiao Yuan." Bai Xiaozhe suppressed the anxiety swelling in his heart. "Do you remember the coordinates?" "LK star, coordinates X, 598775590, Y, 706342666. Bai Xiaozhe quickly noted the information. Song Yuni added, "That area is extremely chaotic. Ships below Class 3S must not approach." Bai Xiao O Shalutit understood. Song Yun Yi's eyelids grew heavier, and soon he succumbed to sleep once more. He had fought in that spatial anomaly for too long, suffering from prolonged nutritional deficiencies. Compounded by his berserk state, his body simply could not endure any longer. Lu Ming carefully prepared the nutrient solution for him, I will take good care of him. Bai Xiaozhe replied, I entrust him to you. Xing Nuo gently pursed her lips, noticing their intention to initiate a video call, and quickly said, Wait a moment. Bai Xiaozhe asked, Wife, do you have further instructions? He had already resolved that if Xing Nuo intended to go to the front lines, he would definitely oppose it. Xing Nuo retrieved a hand ring woven from Tong Tianmu branches from her spatial pocket. Holding the ring, she felt conflicted, uncertain about its efficacy. Previously, Bai Xiao Yuan had been swept into a distorted wormhole, indicating the ring's ability to stabilize space was limited. However, Song Yun had managed to teleport beneath the statue using this ring, suggesting it had some utility. Bai Xiaozhe's gaze shifted. Wife, does this hand ring possess any special functions? Xing Nuo sighed softly. I am not sure myself. It is said to stabilize space, but it seems its effects are average. Bai Xiaozhe earnestly remarked, whether it is effective can only be determined through experimentation. Xing Nuo nodded. Then I will arrange for someone to deliver it. For now, you should keep a distance from that wormhole. Bai Xiaozhe affirmed, understood. Lu Ming suggested, let Yin Xiang deliver it. Xing Nuo had no objections. Once the arrangements were made, both sides ended the call. Xing Nuo pondered for a moment, retrieving several more branches of Tong Tianmu and weaving them into another hand ring. She placed one of the rings on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming's gaze softened as he gently caressed Xing Nuo's face. Wife, rest assured, a yuan will be fine. Lin Yiqi added, that pesky cat has a strong survival capability. There is no need to worry about him. Xing Nuo responded affirmatively, continuing to give Lin Yiqi a hand ring before placing the remaining rings into a safe, which she handed over to the arriving Yin Xiang. Lu Ming kindly remarked, Wife, can't you sense a yuan? You should also be able to feel if he is safe. Xing Nuo hesitated for a moment, closing her eyes. System, can you assess the situation on a yuan side? Currently, there is no life-threatening danger detected. Everything is normal. Xing Nuo let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as his body was fine, that was enough. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming and Lin Yiqi understood a bit more. Lin Yiqi felt a pang of jealousy, but refrained from expressing it. Wife, you and that boy share a deep connection. Is it innate? Xing Nuo shook her head. It is an additional effect of Zi Dian Longying. Lin Yiqi's eyes brightened. Then can we do the same? Xing Nuo nodded. It is possible. But we lack the necessary cultivation for now, and there is no need to use it. Having spent every day together these past few days, there was no need for such remote communication. Lin Yiqi swallowed hard. I want to give it a try. Noticing that Xing Nuo's mood was slightly off, he sought to divert her attention. Xing Nuo could only gently close her eyes. Within the confines of the farm space, the statue of the dragon briefly glimmered. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yiqi felt a wave of concern wash over him. He couldn't help but gently embrace her waist, reassuringly saying, do not worry. That pesky cat will be fine. The only thing he is going for him is his resilience. Xing Nuo nodded softly. Lin Yiqi placed his hand on her shoulder, emphasizing, the most pressing matter now is Song Yuni. From the previous examination by Lu Ming, it appears that Song Yuni's rage level has skyrocketed, transforming him into a beast form. Whether he can revert to his original state remains a significant question. Xing Nuo shifted her focus, inquiring, will he be able to recover? Lu Ming examined the situation closely before responding. Based on the recent tests, there is indeed a slight possibility for recovery, albeit minimal. Whether he can return to his peak condition is still uncertain. After all, the bodily harm inflicted by the rage levels during beast transformation is largely irreversible. Historically, no beast has ever regained their sanity after such a transformation. The fact that Song Yuni can maintain consciousness is already miraculous. Xing Nuo reached out and gently rubbed Song Yuni's head, saying, I will spend the next few days soothing him. Since it seems effective, it is worth a try. Perhaps after a few more sessions, he may return to his human form. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, stating, given his current condition, he can only handle about 50 points of mental energy for special soothing at a time. Xing Nuo nodded. By the way, can he eat those fruits? Would they aid in his recovery? Lu Ming contemplated for a while, replying, we'll give it a try tomorrow. However, given his state, spicy foods like chili peppers should be avoided. Xing Nuo smiled. That is simple enough. We can offer him blueberries and lychees instead. There are indeed varieties of fruits that can help reduce rage levels. Lu Ming agreed, yes. Lin Yechi, curious, asked wife where lychees. He recalled that Xing Nuo often consumed strawberries. Xing Nuo thought for a moment and then fetched a box of lychees, a small crate of pears, and a large watermelon. The 20-odd pounds of watermelon made her hands tremble slightly. Lin Yechi quickly reached out to support the watermelon, asking, is this also an ancient crop? Lu Ming hurriedly assisted, placing the watermelon on a nearby table. This should be a watermelon. I never expected it to be this large. Xing Nuo cautioned, if we cut it open for study, it must be consumed the same day, as it spoils easily. I rarely indulge in such a large watermelon, and I usually can't finish it. The storage facility is quite efficient, but whenever I see such a massive watermelon in there, it feels awkward. With so many people at home now, I'm no longer worried about finishing it. While she was unsure about Lin Yechi's preferences, she was certain Lu Ming would enjoy it. Lu Ming nodded, taking out a device to scan it carefully. Wife, would you like some watermelon? Xing Nuo shook her head. We'll have it tomorrow. I have plenty in storage. You need not worry. Lu Ming replied, understood. Lin Yechi glanced at the time, suggesting, wife, it's quite late. Let us return to rest. Xing Nuo looked at Song Yuni on the sickbed and asked, will Ming be able to manage? Lu Ming gently reassured her, do not worry. We still have over 30 butler robots at our disposal. Xing Nuo stated, then I shall return to rest. Lu Ming affirmed, very well. Relax. He too felt a twinge of concern, worried that Xing Nuo might be unable to let go of Bai Xiaoyuan. Lin Yechi bent down and lifted Xing Nuo into his arms, saying, wife, your most crucial task now is to rest. If that lad returns and sees you looking gaunt, we shall be in trouble. Lu Ming chuckled softly. Indeed, his punches are no joke, especially after your training. Xing Nuo understood they were merely comforting her. Yes, I am aware. Lin Yechi carried her back to her room, carefully placing her on the bed. Xing Nuo whispered, Achi, I wish to sleep alone. Lin Yechi nodded. Very well, I shall remain outside. Should you need anything, just call for me. Xing Nuo acknowledged him. Once Lin Yechi left and closed the door, confirming he would not return, she swiftly shifted back to the farm space. She walked slowly to the statue of the white tiger, gently caressing it, murmuring a yuan. You must be safe. In a daze, Xing Nuo thought she heard an excited roar of a tiger. Blinking, she asked the system, did I just experience a hallucination? That was the white tiger responding to you from afar. It is not an illusion. Xing Nuo gently stroked the statue. System, can I use this statue to bring him back? The white tiger's power is insufficient, and he lacks the Tong Xianmu. Therefore, he cannot be transported back. Xing Nuo inquired, what if I were to transport myself there? Host, the white tiger's power is inadequate to transport an individual. The ability to transport that dog was purely by chance. Bai Xiaoyuan must have been nurturing the Tong Xianmu with his energy daily, allowing him to be transported through the white tiger's power. Jing no Siget. Their situation must have been perilous. One thing is certain. Their space was undoubtedly on the verge of collapse, twisted in a chaotic state. That kind of explosive energy is beyond what our current farm can withstand. Xing Nuo climbed onto the back of the white tiger statue, gently closing her eyes to begin her meditation. The statue served as a bridge connecting them. Perhaps, by spending more time in contact with it, she could strengthen their bond. She felt grateful that she could still assess Bai Xiaoyuan's condition through the system. Outside her room, Lin Yechi rested his head on the balcony window, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 119. News of Bai Xiaoyuan. No wonder Xing Nuo could produce those ancient crops. It turned out she possessed a small spatial biological box. Moreover, this biological box was likely one of her innate abilities. Only a power imbued with spatial attributes could cultivate something as stable as the Tong Xianmu. Though Xing Nuo expressed uncertainty about its efficacy, he could sense that the Tong Xianmu was capable of stabilizing space, albeit the branches might be too thin, affecting its effectiveness. Lin Yechi retrieved a hand ring from the spatial link and carefully placed it around his neck, channeling energy into the branches. To his astonishment, he found that the branches responded vibrantly to his energy input. Do they thrive on energy? Lin Yechi gasped in surprise, instinctively increasing the energy he supplied. An idea began to form in his mind. Could it be that these petite branches survive solely on energy? With this thought, he transformed into his human form, unfastened the hand ring, and began to delicately entwine it around his light brain bracelet. To his amazement, the branches contracted slightly before securing themselves onto the light brain. Lin Yechi hurriedly relayed this development to Lu Ming, knowing that plant research was more his forte. After stowing away the light brain, he cautiously infused more energy into the branches. Early the next morning, Xing Nuo arrived at Lu Ming's research lab. At that moment, Song Yuni lay on the sickbed, various sensors affixed to his body. Lu Ming sat nearby, scrutinizing the information on the light brain. Xing Nuo expressed her displeasure. Did you not rest all last night? He had previously mentioned utilizing the butler robots, yet here he was doing it all himself. Lu Ming stood, guiding Xing Nuo to sit on the nearby sofa. I managed to rest for a while earlier. Xing Nuo remained skeptical. Once Lu Ming immersed himself in research, he lost all sense of time. How could he possibly sleep? With a slight pout, she wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "Let me help you relax a bit. At least it might be more comfortable." Lu Ming leaned down, drawing closer to Xing Nuo. Then I must trouble my wife. As their foreheads touched, a surge of vibrant yet soothing mental energy rushed into Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness. Their energies intertwined, and in mere moments, Lu Ming felt his exhaustion from the previous night dissipate completely. He gently nuzzled Xing Nuo, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my wife." Xing Nuo sighed. "Ming, there is no need to be so distant with me." Lu Ming lightly curved his lips and gently placed a kiss on her forehead, replying, "All right." Xing Nuo turned her gaze towards the sickbed and immediately met a pair of ice-blue eyes. She quickly tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. "He has awakened." Lu Ming turned his head to see Song Yun lying there, his ice-blue eyes fixed intently on them. Lu Ming hurriedly approached. "Song Shuai, how do you feel?" Song Yun, he tilted his head slightly. "Much better." Although he was in a juvenile form, his voice was deep and somewhat frail, likely due to prolonged malnutrition. Seeing that he could speak, Lu Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. "That is truly wonderful." Xing Nuo squatted at the bedside, meeting Song Yun Yi's gaze. "Do you know what the place at Yuan entered is like? Is it very dangerous?" Song Yun Yi silently regarded Xing Nuo. Previously, he had spent a day with Bai Xiao Yuan, from whom he learned that Xing Nuo had undergone significant changes. He understood that Bai Xiao Yuan was somewhat infatuated and had a filter perspective on Xing Nuo's actions. However, he was aware that Bai Xiao Yuan would not act without reason. That planet had been overtaken by the insect race, although their level was not very high. Given Bai Xiao Yuan's abilities, it should not be too difficult to handle. However, this time, only Bai Xiao Yuan had been caught up in it. And although he had made every effort to rescue him, the raging value had transformed into a beastly form, leaving Song Yun Yi uncertain about Bai Xiao Yuan's current situation. Resting would be particularly troublesome. Xing Nuo couldn't help but press. So, he's the only one who got pulled in? Fighting alone would exhaust him. She recalled that the reproductive capacity of the insect race was exceedingly strong. Once a planet was occupied by them, if energy was sufficient, they could spread rapidly in a very short time. Once their numbers increased excessively, they would begin to consume one another and grow stronger. Song Yun Yi replied, "He possesses specially designed mech armor. He will be fine." Xing Nuo's concern did not entirely dissipate. "If I had known earlier, I would have given him more nutritional solution." Compared to the specially designed nutritional solution, regular food can only provide limited sustenance. Lu Ming ruffled Xing Nuo's hair. "Dear wife, do not worry. Yuan has lived on the front lines for a long time. He knows how to protect himself." Xing Nuo could only nod in agreement. Lu Ming glanced at the data. "Dear wife, why not provide some comfort to Song Shuai? It would help him recover more quickly." Xing Nuo promptly nodded, realizing that the person before her was the last one Bai Xiao Yuan had encountered. If he were to lead a team to provide support, it might be easier for him to locate them than others. Lu Ming first dismantled a few wires sensitive to electric currents before signaling Xing Nuo to proceed. Song Yun Yi's eyes filled with confusion, unsure of Lu Ming's intentions. In his current small beast form, how could he provide comfort? Just as he was about to voice his question, a hand covered his head. A gentle stream of mental energy accompanied by electric currents, swiftly spread throughout his body. The mental energy, imbued with exceptional restorative properties, rapidly mended his nearly damaged physique. A thought unexpectedly leaped into Song Yunyi's mind. Could it be that he regained consciousness during his frenzy because of Xing Nuo? This ability to directly transmit mental energy into the body was exceedingly rare. Song Yun-yi could not help but lift his gaze to Xing Nuo. Could this be the unique ability of an S-class little female? Lu Ming looked at the data on the light brain, confirming it before saying, "Dear wife, it is done." Xing Nuo timely withdrew her ability. The soft touch on her palm prompted her to unconsciously pet Song Yunyi's head. Perhaps because he was in a juvenile form, his fur felt like soft down. The sensation was entirely different from by Xiao Yuan. A shadow flickered across Xing Nuo's eyes as she wondered about by Xiao Yuan's current condition. Lu Ming gently remarked, "Dear wife, I just contacted Az and the others. They have received the Tong Tian Mu." Xing Nuo steadied her thoughts. That is good. This Tong Tian Mu can maintain its vitality with a slight amount of energy. Lu Ming extended his hand. "Look." Xing Nuo looked down and was surprised to find that Lu Ming had wrapped the Tong Tian Mu around the light brain bracelet. Her eyes sparkled. "Will this be useful?" Lu Ming nodded. The light brain constantly utilizes energy, and upon testing, this Tong Tian Mu can absorb the ambient energy, including thermal and electrical energy. The only unfortunate part is that while this can keep the Tong Tian Mu alive, it is challenging for it to grow. Increasing the energy input might actually cause the branches to wither. Perhaps in the future, we can find suitable soil for their growth. Chapter 120. The role of Tong Tian Mu. Lu Ming removed the branch from his wrist and wrapped it around Xing Nuo's light brain bracelet. Based on the results from by Xiao Zhe and the others' experiments, the branch's ability to stabilize space was quite decent. It could at least ensure that the body using it would not be harmed by distorted space. While stabilizing space, the branch would also absorb energy. Of course, if it absorbed too much, it would wither as well. Xing Nuo took another branch from her storage and handed it to him. "You should take one too. At least it will be of some use." Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of surprise. It seemed that Xing Nuo did not regard the Tong Tian Mu as highly as he expected. After all, it was something that could stabilize space. Lu Ming hesitantly asked, "Do you have many seeds of the Tong Tian Mu?" Xing Nuo shook her head regretfully. "I only have one. These are the lateral branches of the Tong Tian Mu. This Tong Tian Mu was a reward from the system upgrade. There are no seeds available for purchase in the marketplace. Moreover, I am unsure if it is due to the issues with cuttings. But the Tong Tian Mu cultivated from its branches cannot be further propagated. At most, they can only be cut down for use as tools." Lu Ming remarked, "It seems that the Tong Tian Mu has extremely high requirements for growth, needing a substantial amount of energy." Xing Nuo nodded. "It appears that someone has informed me that the Tong Tian Mu can only be planted in areas with robust plant vitality." Lu Ming ruffled Xing Nuo's hair. "Then let us strive to transform Lan Bao Xing into a place where the Tong Tian Mu can thrive." Xing Nuo's eyes curved with a smile. "Right." Lu Ming wrapped the branch of the Tong Tian Mu around his light brain bracelet and couldn't help but reach out to touch it, feeling the life force emanating from it. Simultaneously, he infused his own energy into it. The Tong Tian Mu seemed to relish the energy, causing the leaves on its branches to quiver slightly. Xing Nuo's eyes glimmered with astonishment. "As expected of you, this Tong Tian Mu appears to resonate perfectly with your energy." Lu Ming replied, "Perhaps it is due to the similarity in attributes. In fact, aside from him, how you use energy also harmonized well with the Tong Tian Mu." Lin Yiqi interjected, "Stop focusing on that for now. Let's eat something." He took out a large food box from the spatial pocket and placed it on the nearby table. Xing Nuo blinked. "Did you make this?" Lin Yiqi chuckled. "Of course not. I had the robotic butler prepare it. I also grabbed some jerky and buns from the storage." Ever since they opened the small shop, the food production line had ramped up, allowing them to enjoy beef jerky and buns at almost any time. Lin Yiqi casually placed a piece of beef jerky in front of Song Yun-yi. "Song Shuai, you should eat this." Xing Nuo momentarily felt speechless. He probably can't eat that. It's better to give him buns. Song Yun-yi currently resembled a small puppy of about 3 months old, and she wasn't concerned about him damaging his teeth. Xing Nuo took out a meat bun. carefully tearing it into several pieces and placing them on a plate before offering it to Song Yuni. Lin Yiqi scoffed, "Dear wife, he has merely regressed to a juvenile stage. He is not truly an infant. The jerky he has is specially processed and can be consumed even by little females." Lu Ming stated directly, "Song Shuai hasn't eaten for a long time. It's best to avoid the jerky. The buns are perfectly fine." Xing Nuo glanced at the torn meat on the plate, assessing its size. She intended to approach and tear the baozi into smaller pieces. However, Lin Yechi quickly stopped her, stating, "My wife, he is no longer a child." He pouted slightly and took out a knife and fork, directly cutting the already torn baozi into bite-sized portions. Xing Nuo was taken aback by this display of thoughtfulness from Lin Yechi. Seeing that Lu Ming did not oppose, Song Yuni began to eat the baozi. Satisfied, Lin Yechi retracted his utensils, knowing that with the baozi cut this way, Xing Nuo would not assist in handling them anymore. Xing Nuo also took a baozi and began to tear it apart. As Lin Yechi lowered his head, half of the baozi in Xing Nuo's hand disappeared into his mouth. Xing Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. "There are plenty more baozi over there." Lin Yechi turned his head away, saying, "I just want to taste it." Lu Ming tore a small piece of the meat baozi skin and held it up to Xing Nuo's mouth. She promptly took a bite. After finishing the remaining baozi, Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Lin Yechi and turned to tinker with the data. Lin Yechi rolled his eyes and swiftly grabbed a baozi from the table, mimicking Lu Ming's actions by tearing off a piece of juicy baozi skin and offering it to Xing Nuo. Naturally, she did not refuse, obediently eating it. Comparatively, she preferred the baozi skin dipped in meat juice, but refrained from being picky to avoid wasting food. Song Yuni consumed his meal at an astonishing speed, despite appearing calm. The meat baozi had vanished from the plate by the time Xing Nuo had finished a piece of skin. Xing Nuo softly inquired, "Do you want more?" She couldn't help but notice how small Song Yuni's frame was. He nodded. Lin Yechi directly intervened. "Lu Ming, how many more baozi can he eat?" Lu Ming replied, "2 more should suffice." Song Yuni's physique was quite frail, and overeating could easily lead to indigestion. Lin Yechi quickly retrieved 2 baozi, slicing them into small segments with lightning speed. He placed the baozi pieces before Song Yuni and returned to Xing Nuo's side to share the baozi with her. Song Yuni stared at the baozi in front of him, momentarily speechless. He wished to remind Lin Yechi that such tasks could be handled by the butler robot. There is no need for such a dramatic display while cutting them. After Xing Nuo had her fill, she approached Lu Ming, asking, "Is there anything I can assist with?" With the farm and shop staffed by butler robots, she could afford to relax for a day. Lu Ming kindly replied, "Wife, there is nothing urgent at the moment. However, if possible, you could provide some ordinary comfort to Song Shuai." After assessment, it was determined that mental comfort was now effective for him. Ding no nodded agility. Lin Yechi asked, "How much mental energy is needed for recovery?" After beastification, the orc's mental sea was essentially dormant. No matter how much mental energy was infused, it would be ineffective. He was concerned that if Xing Nuo forcibly used her mental energy for comfort, it might lead to her exhaustion. Lu Ming softly replied, "Approximately 100 points of mental energy can be used at a time. Song Shuai's situation is somewhat severe. Recovery won't happen in just 1 or 2 sessions. If it weren't for the fact that Song Yuni is still in his juvenile form and unsuitable for extensive special comfort, I would truly wish for Xing Nuo to use Zidian Longying." Xing Nuo nodded, "I understand." She approached Song Yuni's bedside, meeting his gaze. Song Yuni said, "You should rest for a while. You've already expended considerable energy." Xing Nuo replied, "That little expenditure is nothing to me." Chapter 121, Little Puppy. So pleasant to touch as Xing Nuo was about to say more, a soft sensation brushed against her from behind. Turning around, she saw Lin Yechi's upper body had transformed into that of a Jiao dragon. Lin Yechi wiggled his body, saying, "Wife, sit." Xing Nuo glanced at the Jiao dragon's tail he extended towards her, laughing, "Aren't you afraid of being sore from me sitting on you?" Lin Yechi chuckled, "Wife, don't underestimate me." She promptly sat down. Lin Yechi inched closer, half embracing her to prevent her from falling. Xing Nuo placed her hand atop Song Yuni's head, discreetly squeezing it. The sensation was truly delightful. Song Yuni slightly raised his hand and nudged his head against her palm, saying, "If you like it, feel free to touch." Caught her thoughts, Xing Nuo felt a bit shy and smiled. "I'm here to provide comfort." A surge of mental energy flowed into Song Yuni's mental sea. Considering he was in his juvenile form, Xing Nuo was cautious, infusing the energy slowly, like drops of water trickling in. These mental droplets fell into the mental sea, akin to drops in a desert, leaving only faint traces behind. As the droplets increased, a breeze seemed to awaken within the mental sea, dispelling the previous lethargy. Song Yuni closed his eyes, feeling the shifts in his mental energy. Xing Nuo withdrew her hand, exhaling deeply. Such meticulous control was challenging for her. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with joy. Based on this session, signs of revival were evident in Song Yuni's mental sea. With a few more sessions, recovery was assured. Lin Yechi glanced at the closed-eyed Song Yuni and softly whispered in Xing Nuo's ear, "Wife, let him rest." Xing Nuo nodded. Lin Yechi swiftly scooped Xing Nuo up and exited the research room. Xing Nuo blinked and, once outside the research room, asked why the rush to leave. Lin Yechi retracted his Jiao dragon tail and replied, "Wife, this is the first time he has received such a substantial amount of comfort. Let him savor it." "Oh," Xing Nuo responded, recalling how Lin Yechi had enjoyed the experience with his eyes closed for a long time. She then remembered that she hadn't greeted Lu Ming before leaving. Lin Yechi nonchalantly remarked, "He was focused the entire time. It's fine." After some thought, Xing Nuo sent Lu Ming a message explaining her departure. Once she confirmed there were no other matters, she returned to the training room. While consuming nutritional fluids, Xing Nuo stretched her snake tail as much as possible, allowing the pressure to enhance her body. This way, the awakened energy she had absorbed could swiftly integrate into her physique, improving her physical capabilities. Lin Yechi playfully tugged at Xing Nuo's tail, almost hanging on to her, saying, "Wife, you seem quite interested in Song Yuni." He found it perplexing. In terms of appearance, he and Xing Nuo were the most compatible, both being elongated serpentine creatures. Why was she drawn to others instead? Hai Weiyu was somewhat understandable, being a mermaid and half-beast type with scales, but Song Yuni and the others were entirely different types. Yet, Xing Nuo was particularly fond of them, especially Song Yuni, whose delicate little hands he had clearly noticed. They had hardly interacted at all. Xing Nuo smiled shyly. "Really? You must be mistaken." Lin Yechi complained, "No, I'm not. You just secretly touched him while he was still in beast form." Xing Nuo squeezed her hand. "Well, I just thought his newborn fur felt really nice." Lin Yechi's expression froze momentarily. "You touched him because his fur is nice to touch?" He feared that this condition was something he could never fulfill in his lifetime. Why did it sound as if Xing Nuo regarded Song Yuni not as a beast husband, but rather as a pet? Shaking off this thought, Lin Yechi leaned in. "Is there nothing else?" Xing Nuo eyed him suspiciously. "What else could there be? He's just a little beast. What kind of thought could I have?" Lin Yechi smirked. "True." Xing Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Were you just thinking something absurd?" Lin Yechi nudged her tail with his own. "Of course not." "Ding no fed. Then you must be feeling jealous over something ridiculous." Lin Yechi cautiously retracted his tail, sensing that Xing Nuo appeared somewhat irked. With a swift motion of his hand, Xing Nuo activated the protective shield. She exclaimed, "Today, you shall learn that some jealousy should not be trifled with. Prepare yourself." Upon finishing her words, she gestured once more, and a barrage of ice spikes soared towards Lin Yechi. He deftly twisted his body, evading the icy projectiles. The spikes, each as thick as a finger, ascended and collided midair, shattering into countless shards of ice which rained down upon Lin Yechi's head. Such an assault was of little consequence to him. What astonished him was Xing Nuo's remarkable control over the ice. Witnessing her being doused in ice made Xing Nuo burst into laughter. Lin Yechi raised his hand, and 3 ice lollipops emerged beside him. "Wife, would you care to practice a bit?" Xing Nuo replied. "Am I afraid of you?" "Not want to back down." She conjured ice lollipops of her own and sent them flying back at him. As lunchtime approached, Xing Nuo lay exhausted on the sofa, lifting her hand. "I can't go on. I'm utterly spent." Lin Yechi approached with a bowl of shaved ice. "Wife, have some ice." Xing Nuo replied, "I don't want to move. Please take it to a Ming." The bowl of ice in Lin Yechi's hands was a product of their earlier skirmish, a manifestation of their psychic energy. It would indeed be a pity to let it melt away. Furthermore, they had previously discovered that the ice she conjured possessed a faint soothing effect. Lin Yechi, torn by indecision, pleaded, "Wife, let us enjoy it ourselves." Xing Nuo buried her face in the cushion. "The matters concerning a Ming are far more important. If you won't go, I shall deliver it myself." Lin Yechi cleared his throat. "I must remain close to ensure your safety. How about I send it with the robotic butler?" Xing Nuo stretched her body and grabbed a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid. "Let us go together. I wish to see how things are progressing over there." At that moment, Song Yuni had already awakened from his tranquil state. Lu Ming reported on the examination results. Song Yuni stated, "I trust your assessments completely. You may handle my health matters." Lu Ming bowed respectfully, understood. Song Yuni added, "This is home. There is no need for such formalities." Lu Ming responded, "Yes, sir." He then stored away the report. "The situation regarding your disappearance has also raised concerns at the Imperial Star. Would you like to reach out to them?" Song Yuni replied, "I have been missing for quite some time. It would be best to wait a while before contacting them." Chapter 122. Lu Ming. "I am merely concerned for your well-being." Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. Although Song Yuni's return would reassure the populace, his current juvenile form could potentially yield adverse effects. Given Xing Nuo's abilities, he was confident that Song Yuni would fully recover within a week. Xing Nuo peeked in from outside, wary that they might be discussing something confidential. Her furtive demeanor prompted Lu Ming to chuckle. "Wife, you've arrived." Xing Nuo hurried inside. "I brought you some food." She took the bowl from Lin Yechi. "This is my practice creation." Lu Ming accepted the bowl. "Is this ice your own conjuring?" Xing Nuo confirmed. "These are the pieces that did not fall to the ground." She was concerned that Lu Ming might misconstrue the situation. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled her hair. "I merely worry that you are overextending your psychic energy." He was well aware of the vastness of Xing Nuo's psychic power. However, after spending the day calming them and practicing, he feared she might overexert herself by conjuring ice. Xing Nuo smiled. "Fear not, I know my limits. I shall take a proper rest this afternoon." Lu Ming obediently began to savor the icy treat, which contained bits of fruit, the cool and tangy flavor causing his eyes to narrow in delight. Lin Yechi gently wrapped his arm around Xing Nuo's waist, suggesting, "Lu Ming, perhaps you should conduct a checkup on the wife. I sense she may have overdone her training this morning." Xing Nuo turned her head to glare at him. "I did not. That sort of training is trivial for me." Lin Yechi insisted it would be wise to check. Xing Nuo felt an urge to strike him. Lu Ming, already fatigued from attending to Song Yuni, was now being asked to add to his workload. Lu Ming spoke slowly. "Wife, such an opportunity is rare. It would be prudent to undergo an examination." This time, due to Song Yuni's circumstances, he had already prepared the examination equipment. Xing Nuo inquired, "Will it be troublesome?" With all sorts of checks? She had undergone a physical examination in her previous life, and the complexity had nearly left her spinning. Lu Ming reassured her, "Fear not. The machines are calibrated. You need only lie down. We will scan you directly." Upon hearing this, Xing Nuo acquiesced. Having absorbed a significant amount of awakening energy in recent days, she indeed wished to ascertain her current physical strength. Lu Ming gestured for Xing Nuo to lie on the examination bed. As the machine powered on, energy beams rose on either side of the bed, enveloping it entirely. In this confined space of energy, Xing Nuo nervously extracted a whip. Lu Ming promptly soothed her, "Wife, do not be afraid. This is merely an energy display. It is illusory." Unable to resist, Xing Nuo reached out, and upon seeing Lu Ming nod, she poked the energy shield. As anticipated, her finger passed through the barrier, and her previously anxious heart calmed. Lu Ming controlled the machine to scan Xing Nuo's information. The more he observed, the more astonished his expression became. Song Yuni sat up from the examination bed, his gaze fixated on Xing Nuo. From Lu Ming's demeanor, it seemed that there might be an issue with Xing Nuo's health. Lin Yechi felt a surge of urgency, wanting to inquire, but the critical moment necessitated silence, leaving him pacing anxiously. Xing Nuo glanced at him, finding his nervousness somewhat amusing. He appeared even more anxious than she was. She did not believe she was gravely ill. After all, she was a system bearer. If there were any health risks, the system would alert her in due time. Noticing her bright eyes, which bore no semblance of concern for her health, Lin Yechi felt somewhat deflated. He crouched beside Xing Nua's examination bed, softly asking, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Xing Nua shook her head. "Not at all. I have always been in good health. You needn't worry." Lin Yechi couldn't help but retort, "Have you forgotten? You had a fever for several days last time." Their recent training had lowered the room's temperature considerably, and he worried she might suffer like before. Xing Nua looked at him incredulously. "Have you forgotten that last time I was affected by a muscle relaxant?" Song Yuni's eyes narrowed slightly. As a small female, how could she have used such a substance? Lin Yechi quickly interjected, "I misspoke." Lu Ming powered down the machine, smiling. "The wife's health is perfectly fine. In fact, it seems to be improving." What puzzled him was that a considerable amount of awakening energy remained within Xing Nua, yet to be absorbed. Once this energy was fully assimilated, her physical capabilities could ascend to a new level. Xing Nua promptly sprang up from the examination bed, declaring, "See, I told you there was nothing wrong with me." Lu Ming pondered, "There is still some awakening energy within you. It would be beneficial to focus on physical training for the time being." Lin Yechi gazed at Lu Ming in astonishment. "Are you certain there was no error in your assessment? It's been quite some time since Xing Nua's awakening ceremony. Logically, her awakening energy should be entirely absorbed by now." Xing Nua chuckled sheepishly. "Indeed, there are still remnants. After all, I've been training with you every day, absorbing quite a bit from the power of the Jiaolong and the nine-colored deer, not to mention the awakening energy from each deity statue. During every training session, that energy floods into my body, including the two source stones." Lin Yechi's brow furrowed slightly. "Wife, if that's the case, you should prioritize physical training rather than focusing on psychic power." Xing Nua curled her lip, expressing her discontent. "But my attacks are primarily based on mental strength." Lin Yechi stated directly, "The power of awakening is exceedingly rare and can directly influence your body." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He was certain that Xing Nua had completely absorbed the power of awakening she obtained from the Serpent Clan statue. Regarding the energy of awakening, the mistress should have her own considerations, and it would be unwise to push her too hard. He understood that Xing Nua had always leaned towards cultivating her mental strength. Lin Yechi, feeling a bit anxious, remarked, "Lu Ming, do you realize how crucial the power of awakening is?" Xing Nua hastily interrupted Lin Yechi. "Aki, there's no need to rush. In truth, the power of awakening is not as rare as you believe. I will continue to absorb it for my cultivation, and physical examinations are unavoidable. It would indeed be troublesome to make a fuss every time." Xing Nua casually mentioned the matter to them. Lin Yechi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Xing Nua smiled and replied, "Just the literal meaning." Lu Ming gently inquired, "Is there something similar to the family statue in your biological space? If so, it would explain everything." Xing Nua nodded. "Yes, but it's not serpent-related. The absorption effect is not affected." Chapter 123. The Terrifying Song Yuni. Lu Ming recalled the information displayed on the machine moments ago. After data comparison, it was revealed that the power of awakening you absorbed recently had a better enhancement effect on your body. Xing Nua nodded. "Indeed." A grotesque statue flashed into Song Yuni's mind. A white tiger? Although the image of the statue only appeared for a moment, he was certain he had not been mistaken. Xing Nua was astonished. "Weren't you unconscious at that time?" Song Yuni's condition had been dire, and Lu Ming had nearly sentenced him to death. Yet he still remembered the statue. All three turned their attention to Song Yuni. He replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a fleeting glimpse." Lin Yechi exclaimed, "You actually have a white tiger statue in your biological box? That brat by Xiaoyu and Wuden Ti have moved his family-S statue here, would he? Given by Xiaoyuan's personality, he could very well do that. However, he was puzzled. If it truly was the Bai family-S statue, it was odd that no one had come looking for trouble. Xing Nua looked at him incredulously. "Are you foolish? How could one bring their family statue here? I can't even use their statue. Statues like these are intended for family use only, embedded with anti-counterfeiting technology during their creation." allowing only those with the family bloodline to wield them. Lin Yechi realized this too. Moreover, the bi-family statue would be even more domineering. If the awakening power of a male beast man emerged, Xing Nuo would undoubtedly be harmed. Lu Ming's eyes darkened with concern. Mistress, the energy from the white tiger statue is rather fierce. Xing Nuo tilted her head, pondering for a moment. On the contrary, I find this energy to be more soothing than that of my family.As. The statues within the family are established for the entire clan, while the one purchased from the system is tailored for me. Thus, the compatibility is unmatched. Using it poses no burden at all. Xing Nuo glanced at her system. After assisting Hai Weiyu in calming down, her purification value had significantly increased once more. Now, with 99 points, she would be able to exchange for a statue again upon collecting purification value from the store. This time, she could finally obtain the statue of Nuwa that she had long desired. Song Yuni reflected on the information from recent times, uncertainly stating, "Your power of awakening was obtained from Bai Xiaoyuan, right?" Xing Nua's eyes widened. What did this person know? Seeing her astonished expression, Song Yuni realized he had guessed correctly. My appearance under the white tiger statue is indeed peculiar. If I am not mistaken, I must have been transported to the statue associated with by Xiaoyuan via that transcendent tree. The ability to convey emotions from afar that you mentioned earlier must also be facilitated through that statue. Xing Nuo swallowed hard, feeling a sudden urge to flee. Lu Ming cleared his throat. Song, please don't frighten the mistress. She is timid. Song Yuni replied. Some ancient families possess similar technologies. Unfortunately, the techniques for crafting these statues have since vanished. Xing Nuo was surprised. Ancient families? Could my statue have appeared in this world before? However, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible, as the statue was indeed her awakening in this world. Song Yuni endeavored to soften his tone. The information regarding those families is no longer ascertainable. Some say they went into seclusion, others say they perished. According to the records, the existing clan statues are all replicas of ancient statues. Xing Nu was immensely astonished. Such a thing actually exists? According to Song Yuni, the statue within her space was far superior to those outside. In the system's perspective, the outside statues were mere rubbish. Lin Yechi remarked with some dissatisfaction. Why is there only the white tiger statue? Mistress, did you craft that statue yourself? Xing Nuo grimaced. I lack such skills. Nevertheless, I have special channels to acquire statues. Lin Yechi quickly responded. Then, can you obtain another statue? What would it cost? I will pay. Xing Nuo tilted her head. Do you wish to absorb the power of awakening as well? She currently possessed the white tiger statue, the 9-colored deer statue, and the Jiao dragon statue. These 3 statues generated an extraordinary amount of awakening power daily. There was no way she could absorb it all. Perhaps in the future, she could share some while calming them down. The Jiao dragon waved his hands hurriedly. No, I just feel that there shouldn't be only the white tiger statue in your biological space. Don't you all agree? The thought of having only the white tiger in Xing Nuo's space displeased him. He too desired to place his exclusive statue there. Lu Ming found the situation amusing. This fellow's stinginess was surfacing again. Mistress, is it troublesome to acquire this statue? Song Yuni rested his forepaws casually, stating, She is all your statues. Xing Nuo felt a surge of frustration. Could this guy's observational skills be any more acute? Just from that one glance of transport, he could remember so much. She couldn't help but grind her teeth. What else did you see? Song Yuni replied nonchalantly. The transcendent tree, the ancient botanical garden. Xing Nuo inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling an impulse to silence him. Thankfully, her system functions resided within her mind. Otherwise, he might have seen through everything at a glance. Lu Ming expressed concern. Mistress, can you manage the ancient botanical garden? Xing Nuo had previously fallen ill from the exhaustion of tending to the crops there. Xing Nuo glanced at Song Yuni. He leisurely remarked, There are robotic caretakers. However, given the area inside, those 3 robots may not suffice. Lu Ming suggested, Then I will have As create more offline use robots. He understood that the place belonged to Xing Nuo as her safe haven, and naturally, he did not wish for any safety hazards to arise there. Xing Nuo nodded, though her expression was somewhat bitter. Lu Ming chuckled. Mistress, you can completely trust Song. He will not disclose matters to anyone else. Xing Nuo responded affirmatively and turned around. She must deal with by Xiao Yuan. Lin Yeqi smirked, wrapping an arm around Xing Nuo's waist. Mistress, what does that statue look like? Am I particularly majestic and imposing? He felt reassured about Song Yuni. Despite having revealed everything moments ago, it was only because they were all among familiar faces. Jing Nuo pinched his waist. You only think about those little schemes. Your statue is particularly small, just like a little snake. Of course, this was her jest. These past few days, Lin Yeqi had been the one by her side, providing the most support. Among the 3 statues, currently, only the statue of the Jiaolong exudes the most divine aura. Lin Yeqi, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "How did I end up as a mere snake?" He concluded that it must be due to his and your insufficient cultivation. Thus, we should engage in training. He seemed to grasp the principle behind the statue, realizing that the energy within was likely linked through calming or special soothing interactions. Considering that Xing Nuo had previously mentioned her ability to communicate remotely with by Xiao Yuan due to the Zidian Longying, chapter 124, his numerous younger brothers, all infatuated with him. Xing Nuo pouted angrily. No, I do not wish to train today. At this rate, she felt as if her very undergarments would soon be stripped away. Lu Ming retrieved a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid from the spatial pocket. Wife, please have some. The blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid could restore mental strength and naturally calm some emotions. Xing Nuo took the nutritional liquid, inhaling deeply with a frown. Song Yui, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Why the concern?" He recalled how Xing Nuo had previously revealed the Tong Xianmu and voluntarily shared information about the statues, suggesting it was not a secret matter. As for the botanical garden, she had shared the crops with them, indicating that it was not confidential. Why then did she appear so irate now? Xing Nuo glared at him, growing increasingly furious, and strode purposefully towards Song Yui. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what she intended to do. Suddenly, Xing Nuo pressed her palm against his neck, toppling him over to reveal his pristine belly. She fiercely scratched at his abdomen. Song Yui instinctively curled his limbs and wrapped his tail around, enveloping her hand with his belly. Seeing her plan succeed, Xing Nuo swiftly fled the room. Song Yui remained frozen, his body rigid. The skin beneath his fur quickly blushed a shade of pink. Lu Ming observed the scene with amusement, watching Xing Nuo depart. After a lengthy pause, Song Yui regained his senses and hastily flipped over, lying on the sickbed. Lu Ming, suppressing laughter, softly advised Song Shuai, "Your wife is a little female. You must consider her feelings." Song Yui, puzzled, responded, "It seems she had no intention of concealing these matters. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better to openly discuss it and have you assist in handling it?" Xing Nuo's abilities could indeed find their origins and alternatives. The more one conceals, the more one invites danger upon themselves. Lu Ming chuckled. For your wife to express herself is different from having her thoughts laid bare at a glance. Song Yui appeared momentarily stunned before resignedly stating, "She does not trust me, does she?" Lu Ming replied, "Your wife's abilities are indeed exceptional. She was recently kidnapped by Xiang Ming, which naturally leads to some unease." Song Yui squinted. "Xiang Ming? Isn't he Lin Yeqi's steward? How dare he act so?" Lu Ming nodded. Lin Yeqi is currently in a state of frenzy with heightened aggression. He has become somewhat extreme. Song Yui's expression darkened. "The defense of Lan Baoxing is insufficient. Contact my personal guards and have them come here." Lu Ming agreed, understood. This will also allow them to recuperate properly. This past year, Song Yui's personal guards had disappeared alongside him. When they evacuated from that distorted space, Song Yui's rampage had dealt them a heavy blow. According to news from Bai Xiaoza, they had scarcely rested, desperately seeking information about Song Yui. Previously, they had refrained from informing them, considering Song Yui's juvenile state. Song Yui nodded. "Their abilities are comprehensive. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to involve them." Lu Ming concurred indeed. He promptly contacted Song Yui's guard captain. "Mo bye-bye. Soon, A gaunt figure appeared on the light screen, clad in combat attire and holding a detector. Army doctor? Did you contact me with news of the military commander? Lu Ming stepped back slightly, revealing the person beside him. Mo Bai's eyes filled with despair. Commander. Song Yui straightened. Do not be so sorrowful. Bring your men to Lan Baoxing. Mo Bai's pupils dilated, his face lighting up with joy. Understood. However, he felt puzzled. Wasn't Lan Baoxing by Xiao Yuan's planet? Why would they be there? Song Yui clarified. My wife resides here. Inform your brothers to be cautious. Mo Bai quickly responded. Rest assured. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Song Yui, feeling uneasy, cautioned, tidy yourselves up a bit. Make sure to rest well today. His guards have been trapped in that alien space with him. Coupled with the intense battles, many were suffering from malnutrition. If they neglected their health further, they might suffer lasting injuries. Mo Bai chuckled. Do not worry. We will not bring you disgrace. After discussing a few more matters, they ended the communication. On the other side, Xing Nuo stormed into her residence like a raging bull, collapsing onto the sofa. Lin Yechi chuckled. Wife, do not be angry. He has undergone specialized training, possessing an impeccable memory. Xing Nuo, feeling utterly frustrated, lamented, I felt as if he saw right through me in an instant. Lin Yechi leaned softly against her. Yes, that fellow is indeed annoying. We shall simply ignore him. Xing Nuo playfully bumped her head against him. Do not lean on me all the time. Are you made of jelly? Lin Yechi flipped over, allowing Xing Nuo to lie upon him. Wife, I was wrong. Now that Xing Nuo was in a furious mood, he had no intention of teasing her. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. In her anger, Xing Nuo took a hearty swig of the nutritional liquid. She resolved that in the future, when bringing Bai Xiaoyuan back, she would keep her distance from Song Yui, avoiding him entirely. If she couldn't provoke him, she could certainly evade him. Lin Yechi retrieved a small bowl of yogurt smoothie from his spatial pocket. Wife, try this. Xing Nuo accepted it without hesitation, consuming it eagerly. After eating, her mood lightened somewhat. You mentioned he underwent specialized training? Lin Yechi nodded. Indeed, it involves unique training methods. To him, memories are akin to images. Xing Nuo felt a bit reassured. Those with remarkable memory capabilities indeed possess something special. However, she found it perplexing that Song Yui, in such dire physical condition, could still make accurate judgments. That was truly impressive. Lin Yechi produced an orange from his spatial pocket, breaking off a segment and holding it to Xing Nuo's mouth. Wife, that fellow's abilities are quite abnormal. We should limit our interactions with him. Xing Nuo took the orange, suddenly realizing, you seem to be rather reluctant to meet him. It appeared that Lin Yechi had not been keen on the idea from the outset, and it was only due to her insistence that they had gone. Lin Yechi nodded helplessly. That fellow has many younger brothers. We cannot provoke him. Xing Nuo's curiosity was piqued, knowing that Lin Yechi was rarely one to submit to anyone. Even when facing Bai Xiaoyuan, he would consider combat. Now, however, he claimed they could not provoke him. Who were his younger brothers? Lin Yechi sighed. Lu Ming, Bai Xiaoyuan, Bai Xiaoza, Hai Yueyu. Xing Nuo's lips twitched. Such familiar names. It seemed that all her beast husbands were infatuated with Song Yui. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a feeling of foreboding washed over her. What if, in the future, she found herself at odds with him? Lin Yechi nodded seriously. Yes, they will likely all side with him. Xing Nuo swallowed hard. Why do I feel as if I have adopted a patriarch? Chapter 125. A bunch of adorable animal enthusiasts. Lin Yechi chuckled softly. In that case, you're not wrong. If we speak of prestige, he is undoubtedly first. Xing Nuo grimaced, feeling that her future days would be challenging. Does he manage his household with a military approach? Lin Yechi replied straightforwardly. Isn't that normal? His residence is filled with veterans. Xing Nuo felt a wave of despair wash over her. Is it too late for us to run away? She indeed harbors an interest in militarized management. Yet that does not imply a necessity to lead a life governed by military discipline daily. Lin Yechi contemplated for a moment. Some plans must be formulated. At the very least, my planet is currently off limits. We must seek refuge elsewhere. Otherwise, not only would Song Yunin pursue us, but even Lu Ming could catch up. Furthermore, this is a pivotal moment for Bai Xiaoyuan and Xing Nuo may not depart just yet. If we wait until Bai Xiaoyuan returns to flee, it will likely be even more challenging. Xing Nuo sighed. Very well, let us continue as we are for the time being. If we are captured, she suspects Lin Yechi might end up as a dish of snake soup. Lin Yechi expressed some reluctance. Shall we not give it a try? Xing Nuo inquired with curiosity. Can you defeat him? Logically, the Jiaolong should be stronger than the Songlang. The Jiaolong is a legendary creature. Lin Yechi scratched his head. To be honest, I am no match for him. His skills were honed on the battlefield. Xing Nuo gasped in surprise. Then, can Yuan not defeat him either? Lin Yechi's face immediately fell. According to Xing Nuo's implication, she clearly believed Bai Xiaoyuan to be superior. In a straightforward fight, Bai Xiaoyuan could manage, but Bai Xiaoza could not. Oh, Xing Nuo handed him a strawberry. Do not lose heart. They all live on the front lines. So it is only natural for their combat abilities to be formidable. With Xing Nuo's reassurance, Lin Yechi's spirits lifted considerably, and the strawberry in his mouth seemed to taste even sweeter. Wife, can your Zidian longing truly enhance awakening energy? Xing Nuo nodded. More or less. The primary function is to facilitate energy exchange, connecting the statue with you all. Lin Yechi expressed some anticipation. Then let us commence our training. Perhaps I might encounter something. Lin Yechi's words were abruptly cut off as Xing Nuo puffed her cheeks and glared at him. I was only joking. Xing Nuo retorted. If you wish to train, I do not oppose it, as I can grow too. But refrain from uttering such things. Lin Yechi quickly nodded. Understood. He was aware that due to Bai Xiaoyuan, Xing Nuo likely harbored some shadows regarding these matters. Xing Nuo took a bite of the strawberry. We agreed. It is daytime now, so the quantity will be reduced. Otherwise, you will be unable to move. Lin Yechi promptly acquiesced and affectionately pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. Time swiftly passed to the next day. After collecting the purification value from the small shop, Xing Nuo exchanged it for a statue of Nuo. Early in the morning, she hurried towards the research institute. There was no choice. To obtain first-hand information on Bai Xiaoyuan, she needed to acquire it from Lu Ming. As she opened the front door of her home, she was greeted by two unfamiliar soldiers standing at the entrance. The two quickly saluted her. We greet you, Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo scrutinized them with suspicion. Who are you? We are subordinates of Song Shuai. I am Niu Qi, and this is Kong Yi. Xing Nuo was taken aback. His subordinates? Why aren't you at the research institute protecting him? At this moment, it is quite evident that Song Yunin requires protection more. That little one could be easily carried away by anyone. Niu Qi saluted. Rest assured, Song Shuai is personally protected by his deputy, Mo Bai. We are tasked with your protection. Lin Yechi carefully assessed their appearance and whispered. They truly are Song Yunin's subordinates. Xing Nuo nodded. We are heading to the research room now. Niu Qi responded. We are ordered to accompany and protect you. Xing Nuo said nothing further and strode towards the research room. Compared to the previous silence, the research room was now bustling with activity. Several beastmen were peering through the windows, intently observing the happenings inside. Curiosity glimmered in Xing Nuo's eyes as she swiftly dashed to the window. What is going on inside? What are you looking at? A male beastman looked down and spotted Lin Yechi leaning against the window. He momentarily dismissed the feminine voice he had just heard and focused on the esteemed military leader. At that moment, Lin Yechi was enveloping Xing Nuo in his embrace, shielding her from the external gaze. Lin Yechi looked at the situation within the research room, somewhat puzzled. What is so fascinating? The male beastman's eyes flashed with irritation. Third Prince, do not presume that your royal status grants you the right to humiliate others in this manner. Xing Nuo peeked out from Lin Yechi's embrace. I fail to see any issue here. The male beastman was taken aback, only then noticing that Xing Nuo was leaning against the window. You are Jing Nuo. Xing Nuo nodded, placing a finger to her lips. Sure. The male beastman quickly nodded and returned to the window. Understood. Xing Nuo inquired again. What were you just watching that had you so excited? The male beastman chuckled. Do you not find Song Shuai particularly adorable in this state? The beastman beside him also nodded. This is our first encounter with such a Song Shuai. He is simply too cute. Lin Yechi took a deep breath. Are you feeling bold? Watching your superior's embarrassing moments. Do you perhaps wish to be reprimanded? The two male beast men stiffened. Speaking in unison, we are patients. Lin Yechi scoffed. Does his dictionary even include the term patient? If it did, he would not have disregarded his 100 points of rage and forcefully transformed to save someone. It is known that at 95 points of rage, a beast man is considered a patient. At 99 points, they must be forcibly treated in a hospital. The two beast men immediately wilted. Suddenly remembering something, they hastily added, "It was worth it." This is the juvenile Song Yunin. Under normal circumstances, one would never see him. Xing Nuo recalled her bold actions from yesterday and felt slightly uneasy. Yesterday, I grabbed his belly. Will there be any issues? The two beast men exchanged glances, acknowledging her reputation as the fierce Xing Nuo, daring to do such a thing. The belly is indeed a weakness of the wolf clan. Direct contact could provoke retaliation from them. This is certainly not a problem. Lin Yechi took Xing Nuo's hand and placed it on his own belly. If my wife enjoys it, she may touch as she wishes. Xing Nuo, exasperated, gave him a light smack. I'm discussing serious matters here. The nearby male beastman chuckled. Fear not, Xing Nuo. I believe no male would be upset over being touched by their wife. Just as Xing Nuo was about to respond, Song Yunin within the research room turned his head. His ice blue eyes locked onto hers. Lu Ming also spotted Xing Nuo, quickly opening the door. Wife, why did you not come in upon your arrival? Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. I just arrived. Lu Ming ushered them into the room, and before closing the door, waved to the group of male beastmen outside, signaling them to depart. Aware of Xing Nuo's identity, the male beastmen chuckled and swiftly dispersed. Chapter 126. Do you have telepathy? Lu Ming apologized. They lack experience in interacting with young females. Did they not offend you? From their earlier exchanges, it did not seem so. Xing Nuo shook her head. It was fine. They were quite amusing, especially their desire to see Song Yunin's embarrassing moments. Prior to this, she had not anticipated that they would be so enamored. Xing Nuo turned her attention to Song Yunin. At that moment, a tall, slender soldier accompanied him at the side of the hospital bed. The soldier appeared quite gaunt, his body resembling a mere skeleton. The excessive thinness made his already fitted military uniform appear oversized. Xing Nuo immediately realized that this individual was a companion of Song Yunin who had fought alongside him in that alternate world. Prolonged malnutrition, combined with frequent battles, must have led to his current state. Mo Bai greeted Xing Nuo respectfully. Greetings, Xing Nuo. I am Mo Bai, Song Shui Aid, a 2S, level male beastman from the Grey Wolf clan. Xing Nuo returned the greeting. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Yunin, Mo Bai quickly took his leave. Lu Ming closed the door and walked slowly to Xing Nuo's side. Song Shui's condition has significantly improved. Xing Nuo nodded to acknowledge. Has there been any news from Yuan today? Lu Ming replied. Based on the information provided by Song Shui, we have already set out for that location. However, the spatial distortions, they're quite severe. We will need to wait a little longer. Xing Nuo's eyes reflected a hint of unease. Did this imply that even if they located the position, they would be unable to bring him back? Evidently, they were entirely at the mercy of the distorted space-time. Song Yun patiently crouched beside her, elucidating. We can forcibly create a space-time passage with our warship to facilitate his return. However, the duration of the passage is exceedingly brief and unstable. Should we encounter an attack en route, it is highly likely that we will be drawn into another anomalous space. Initially, it was through such a space-time passage that the exit was invaded by the insectoid species. Bai Xiao Yuan swiftly proceeded to secure their rear. Worry clouded Xing Nuo's gaze. Wouldn't the Tong Tian Mu suffice? Almost immediately, she found herself conflicted. The current Tong Tian Mu provided to them were primarily branches from the mother tree. She did possess some small saplings of Tong Tian Mu that she had cultivated herself. Lu Ming softly explained to her, they're still experimenting with the efficacy of the Tong Tian Mu. Zhang Yun yi regardet vingnuo, stitting, unterat. The most pressing issue at present is how to establish communication with Bai Xiao Yuan, due to the peculiarities of the distorted space-time. Even if an opening is created in the same location, it may manifest in different places under the influence of the warped space. The most reliable method is still to open a passage from by Xiao Yuan's world. Once we manage to escape from that realm, we can traverse back to any distance through the wormhole. Xing Nuo hastily declared, "Then I shall go." Lu Ming promptly rejected, "No. Your connection with Yuan is rather vague, making it difficult to convey precise information." Song Yun asserted earnestly, "Rather than sending you, it would be more prudent for the battleship of Hai Yu to be fully equipped and charge into that space to break through from within. Hai Yu's warship is sufficiently robust to withstand the spatial distortions. As long as adequate energy and provisions are prepared in advance, it should pose no significant issue." Xing Nuo appeared puzzled. "Is his warship superior to yours?" After all, Song Yun had been confined in that space for over a year. Even his warship was unable to emerge promptly. Others would surely be in greater peril. Lu Ming explained, "Commander Song had just concluded a fierce battle with the insectoid species, depleting the mothership's energy significantly. That was why he couldn't escape. Bai Xiao Yuan inadvertently ventured in, fortuitously replenishing the mothership's energy." Song Yun added, "Yesterday, they commenced the modification of their warships. A rescue operation can be arranged in the coming days." Lu Ming gently reassured, "Trust them, they'll be fine." Xing Nuo sighed softly. Even if she were to trust, anxiety would inevitably linger. Biting her lip, she pondered whether she should bring a pot of Tong Tianmu along. Although a single potted plant might not suffice to cover the entire warship, it should still provide some utility. After this period of cultivation, she had already nurtured several hundred pots of small Tong Tianmu. Song Yun interjected, "The current branches of Tong Tianmu are already more than sufficient." Xing Nuo paused, astonished by his insight into her thoughts. Song Yun chuckled, having inadvertently seen her farm and the abundance of Tong Tianmu therein. Deducing Xing Nuo's intentions was quite effortless. Xing Nuo pouted in mild displeasure. He was truly insufferable. Lu Ming, comprehending Song Yun's implication, inquired, "My lady, have you cultivated new Tong Tianmu?" Xing Nuo, feeling deflated, nodded yes. "The cuttings I produced are less than a forearm in height. The cuttings grow at a slower rate and absorb energy less effectively than the parent tree." Lu Ming remarked, "There's no rush. Let's first ascertain the capabilities of the branches." Xing Nuo conceded, realizing they appeared remarkably confident about establishing the space-time passage. Lin Yiqi placed the food from the spatial link onto the table. "By the way, are those outside your personal guards? Why are they still out on a mission in such a state?" Song Yun replied, "Let them recuperate here." Lin Yiqi was momentarily speechless. Bai Xiao Yuan's planet had hardly undergone any construction, only resembling a habitable location after Xing Nuo's arrival. It was laughable to recuperate in such a place. Xing Nuo remarked, "The rooms here may be insufficient. I shall instruct the engineering team to construct some houses in the rose garden. The roses help reduce rage levels, and prolonged exposure to their fragrance should yield beneficial effects. Furthermore, those returning from battle would certainly not fear the stone bees." Song Yun's gaze softened. "They all have personal accommodations. We can simply have them reside in the corners of the rose garden." He had previously heard from Lu Ming about the effects of those roses. Lu Ming smiled. "If my lady consents, we shall send them over to settle shortly, allowing them to manage the stone bees as well." Xing Nuo agreed. "Very well. Should we reserve some food from the shop for them?" She was unaware of the number of guards that had arrived, and the shop's current output might not suffice. Song Yun responded, "Aren't those items from the shop meant for sale?" Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively. "That little money is of no consequence. My aim in running the shop is merely to earn purification points. As long as I can break even, that suffices." The members of Song Yun's team had fought in that other world for so long. Their rage levels were undoubtedly very high. It was prudent to minimize them as much as possible. Chapter 127. My scales are the finest molting pooled Song Yun. He felt a wave of warmth wash over him. It was no wonder Bai Xiao Yuan held such profound affection for her. "We cannot allow you to suffer losses. I will arrange for procurement personnel to acquire supplies." Xing Nuo replied, "That works. Let the prices be the same as those for A Yuan and the others." Lu Ming retrieved the documents they had previously signed from the Light Brain and forwarded them to Song Yun. Once the foundational matters were settled, Xing Nuo approached Song Yun's side to offer comfort. Following the previous treatment, Song Yunyi's capacity to endure spiritual energy had noticeably increased. This time, he had utilized a full 150 points of spiritual energy. Song Yunyi's gaze became somewhat vacant, as his entire body was rendered immobile under the influence of the electrical currents. He had always known that Xing Nua's abilities surpassed those of an ordinary female, but he had never anticipated her strength to be this formidable. 150 points of spiritual energy precisely controlled. This was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Ming observed the data on the light brain, nodding in satisfaction. After 2 days of treatment, Song Yunyi's recovery speed had exceeded his expectations. Noticing Song Yunyi's dazed demeanor, Xing Nuo couldn't resist reaching out to stroke his head. The sensation was truly delightful. Lin Yiqi felt a twinge of jealousy. Did she enjoy petting his head so much? He quietly approached Lu Ming's side. I noticed the lady's serpent tail, showing signs of molting. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. That can't be. How long has the lady been awakened? Lin Yiqi responded, somewhat exasperated. Did you not examine this aspect during yesterday's check? Lu Ming fell silent. The previous examination indeed did not encompass the molting process, as it was far too early for Xing Nuo. Lin Yiqi stated, the lady's growth rate has already surpassed expectations. It cannot be assessed by common standards. Lu Ming acknowledged, I understand. This was indeed my oversight. Xing Nuo had absorbed a substantial amount of awakening power. Her growth process would be exceptionally rapid, and serpents would molt once they reached a certain growth threshold. Lu Ming approached Xing Nuo's side. My lady, I shall assist you in examining your body. Xing Nuo was momentarily puzzled. Did we not already conduct an examination yesterday? Lu Ming clarified. Yesterday's check was in human form. I will assess your beast form. Xing Nuo glanced at Lin Yiqi, certain that he had mentioned something just now. As her energy stirred, a black serpent tail emerged. Xing Nuo twisted onto the sofa. Her long serpent tail sprawled out. She shook the tip of her tail in confusion, sensing that it seemed less lustrous than before. Lu Ming produced a specialized lamp, lifting Xing Nuo's serpent tail with one hand. Under the illumination, the black scales revealed a subtle hint of grayish white. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ming's eyes as he observed the unmistakable signs of molting. Xing Nuo lowered her body slightly, inquiring, what is it? Is there an issue with my tail? Lu Ming replied, you are about to molt. Based on the scale patterns, it should occur within this week. Xing Nuo exclaimed in astonishment, molting? So soon? Lu Ming echoed her surprise. This is indeed the first time I have witnessed a young female molt at such a rapid pace. Xing Nuo quickly deduced that it likely related to the awakened energy she had absorbed. Is it truly safe to molt so quickly? It won't affect my lifespan. Will it? Lu Ming chuckled. If there is any impact, it would be a positive one. The higher the strength and level of a beastman, the longer their lifespan. Xing Nuo felt a sense of relief wash over her. That is good to know. Lu Ming continued. I will arrange a nutritional regimen for you, considering your remarkable progress. We will monitor your scales 3 times daily. Xing Nuo grimaced. Does this mean I have to stay in the infirmary all the time? Lu Ming, puzzled, asked. What is wrong? Xing Nuo replied. I was planning to train in the training room. Lu Ming said, you can engage in pressure training, but combat should be temporarily suspended. The scales could shed at any moment, and if a piece were to tear off during a fight, it would surely cause injury. Reluctantly, Xing Nuo agreed, fine. Lin Yiqi interjected, I will keep an eye on her. Lu Ming nodded. After all, Lin Yiqi had experience with molting, so he felt reassured in trusting her care to him. Song Yunin, snapping out his days, asked, is the specialized molting pool ready? Lu Ming sighed. The speed at which my wife is molting has surpassed my expectations, and the molting pool is not yet completed. As a half-beast, Xing Nuo had different requirements for the molting pool, which was still in the design phase. Song Yunin suggested, our warship has a shedding pool for serpents. He paused, realizing that the warship's pool might not be suitable for a half-beast. Can we make temporary adjustments? If it is within a week, the engineering team should be able to manage it. Lin Yiqi replied, no need for such trouble. I can assist her with the molting myself. Lu Ming, perplexed, asked, how do you intend to help? Lin Yiqi stated, my scales serve as the best molting pool. Lu Ming rolled his eyes in disbelief, silently observing Lin Yiqi. It was no wonder he cared so much about Xing Nua's molting. It was for this reason. Song Yunin understood his implication, his gaze darkening. Are you certain my wife would agree to this? Lin Yechi cautiously glanced at Xing Nua, who looked back at him with a confused expression, clearly not grasping his meaning. He cleared his throat. This is currently the best solution. Xing Nua's remarkable growth rate had left Lu Ming unable to ascertain when she would molt. Whether constructing a new molting pool or modifying an existing one, neither option was as reliable as Lin Yechi's proposed method. Song Yunin calmly declared, proceed with a three-pronged approach. Lu Ming, arrange for the acceleration of the molting pool's construction, and modify the pool on the warship as well. Lu Ming swiftly retrieved his holographic device, sending messages to the familiar engineering team. Song Yunin also issued commands to his subordinates via the newly created holographic device. Lin Yechi's eyes curved with satisfaction as he plopped onto the sofa, draping an arm around Xing Nua's shoulder. You are the first to molt so quickly. Xing Nua scratched her head bashfully. I didn't expect it myself. What about the awakened energy? Lu Ming chuckled. There's no harm in absorbing more of that energy. Xing Nua sighed in relief. All right, I can absorb the awakened energy from the Nua statue today. I wonder if it will bring any surprises. Lin Yezi, poulet dink no closet. Wife, you tend to overthink. You should change that. Xing Nua stared at him, speechless. It was not that she was overly concerned about her body's response. After all, her soul integration was not yet complete. What if the effects were severe and she met with disaster? Chapter 128. Song Yunin questions his existence. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lady, you must relax during such times. Xing Nua took a couple of deep breaths. I understand. Rest assured. Lu Ming continued to examine Xing Nua's other scales, confirming there were no issues before releasing her serpentine tail. Song Yunin suggested, I think it would be best for you to stay here for the next couple of days. This place has pressure equipment available. Staying here will also allow you to receive news about Xiao Yuan promptly. Lu Ming had been exceedingly busy lately. If Xing Nua remained here, it would save her a great deal of travel time. Lin Yechi glared at Song Yunin, suspecting ulterior motives. Keeping Xing Nua here was undoubtedly a strategy to foster a closer bond with her. The busy Song Yunin might impede her well-being. Jing Nuo nodded. Can your body handle the pressure equipment? Song Yunin looked merely 3 months old. She truly could not fathom how such a young pup could withstand the pressure apparatus. Song Yunin fell silent for a moment, resting his head on his paws, momentarily questioning his own existence. Did Xing Nua truly see him as so weak, unable to endure even the pressure equipment? Lu Ming stifled a laugh, sensing that Xing Nua's concerns had somewhat affected Song Yunin. Song Yunin, you are still in your juvenile form. It would be wise to exercise caution. From the data, it was evident that Song Yunin's physique was considerably stronger than that of other beastmen in their juvenile stages, yet it could not compare to that of an adult. Moreover, he was still in a recovery phase, where any misstep could result in lingering injuries. Song Yunin resignedly nodded, I understand. Xing Nua contemplated, I believe he has a point. It is rather cumbersome to walk back and forth every day. I shall stay next door. The frequent 3 times a day checks were indeed bothersome. Lu Ming gently agreed, very well. Lin Yechi felt he could not argue further. He was certain that Xing Nua's decision to stay was motivated by a desire to prevent Lu Ming from becoming overly fatigued. I will tidy up the room next door. Wife, let us go together. Xing Nua stood up, all right. Lu Ming followed her out of the room, opening the door to the adjacent infirmary. Currently, 5 temporary patient rooms had been constructed, considering the situation of the personal guard team. The engineering team was also hastily working on new rooms and recovery areas. The facilities within the infirmary were exceptionally well equipped, with sofas, dining tables, and other necessities prepared. As they entered, a robotic butler had already set up the bed. Lu Ming supplemented the bed with some temporary living supplies before being ushered out by Lin Yechi. Xing Nua transformed into her beast form, twisting her body to inspect her tail closely. Upon closer examination, she noticed that her tail had lost some luster, no longer shimmering as it had before. She reached out to touch it, unable to resist rubbing her fingers along the scales. Lin Yechi swiftly swam over, wife. You must not. Xing Nua, perplexed, asked, am I not even allowed to touch it? Lin Yechi nodded. It is best not to. During the later stages of molting, you are generally advised not to touch it for fear of tearing the scales. Xing Nuo felt a wave of frustration. She could sense that the days ahead would be rather uncomfortable. Lin Yechi elaborated, the scales beneath the outer layer are already growing. If you remove the outer layer, it could injure the new scales underneath. Xing Nuo, feeling dejected, slumped on the sofa. If I cannot move, it will be quite unbearable. Lin Yechi reassured her. Your rapid growth means you will only need to remain still for 2 or 3 days at most. Upon hearing this, Xing Nuo became curious. Then, how many days do others take to molt? 2 or 3 days already seemed excessive. She felt she might go moldy. Lin Yechi replied, typically, male beastmen take around 15 days to molt, spending the last week immobile. Young females take about 30 days. Xing Nuo was momentarily taken aback, feeling this was rather exaggerated. If she were to molt 2 or 3 times a year, she shivered at the thought. Fortunately, her awakening energy is abundant, allowing for a swift shedding of her skin. Lin Yechi observed her demeanor and temporarily swallowed the words he was about to utter. Xing Nuo's speed of molting is so rapid that the frequency of her transformations would surpass that of her peers. While this is undoubtedly a positive aspect, it may also adversely affect her quality of life. Lin Yechi turned his gaze and inquired, my dear wife, do you enjoy watching films? Ding no grimatset. If she were to remain in a stationary position for an extended period, she would indeed need a means to pass the time. She could not perpetually engage in cultivation. Lin Yechi activated his holographic device, introducing Xing Nuo to the latest films and dramas. Just as he switched on the device, Lu Ming entered from outside. Lin Yechi found himself somewhat speechless. Are you truly this idol? You were only gone for a brief while, yet you have returned. They had even relocated to this hospital room out of concern for his busyness. Xing Nuo couldn't help but poke Lin Yechi gently. What are you saying? Ming is merely worried about us. Lin Yechi, feeling vexed, returned to his seat. Lu Ming stated, just now, Zhe and the others have formulated a rescue plan. Xing Nuo immediately rose from the sofa. What did they say? Lu Ming replied, Yu has pinpointed the location and will pilot the 3S battleship to enter the space where Yuan is situated to bring him out. Considering the nature of this rescue mission, they will ensure they are well equipped with energy sources and logistical supplies. A hint of worry clouded Xing Nuo's eyes. The presence of a distorted space still harbors too many uncertainties. Lu Ming understood her apprehension and directly stated, my dear wife, you are currently at a critical juncture. We cannot permit you to go. Xing Nuo sighed in disappointment. Very well. What about the distorted wormhole? Lu Ming explained. Yu and his team plan to integrate the energy of the Tongxianmu into the battleship's offensive capabilities, thereby stabilizing the spatial corridor and prolonging its duration. They have been researching this method for the past few days, and they have finally achieved results. Xing Nuo asked, is there enough Tongxianmu? Lu Ming nodded. There is more than sufficient Tongxianmu. A slight relief washed over Xing Nuo as she observed Lu Ming's demeanor, which seemed to exude great confidence regarding the rescue operation. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled Xing Nuo's hair, saying, dear wife, please rest well. I will keep an eye on Song Yuni. Xing Nuo nodded, all right. After concluding their conversation, Lu Ming swiftly departed, returning to Song Yuni's hospital room. At that moment, a massive screen loomed before Song Yuni, divided into 2 images. On the left stood Bai Xiaoze, while on the right was Hai Yueyu. Upon seeing Lu Ming's return, Bai Xiaoze inquired, has the wife been reassured? They had specifically requested Lu Ming to convey this message, concerned that Xing Nuo might feel uneasy and, under Lin Yechi's persuasion, venture to the front lines, which would create complications. Lu Ming affirmed, yes, I have informed her. It is indeed a crucial time for her molting. Lin Yechi would not dare to act recklessly. Bai Xiaoze's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Didn't he, the wife, just awaken recently? Lu Ming replied, the situation is somewhat complicated. We shall discuss it in detail upon your return. There were other personnel present alongside Bai Xiaoze, and Lu Ming was keen to keep this matter confidential. Song Yuni directly asked, are you all prepared on your end? Bai Xiaoze responded earnestly, the coordinates have been confirmed, and energy replenishment is in progress. Chapter 129. The rescue operation commences. Highwayu added, "My Tissy ship is fully prepared, with 3 backup energy sources. The unmanned drones are also equipped." The unmanned drones were, of course, intended to counter any attacks from the insectoid species during their traversal through the distorted space. Lu Ming quietly inquired, "Are the beef jerky supplies ready?" Highwayu looked puzzled. Beef jerky? Isn't typically compressed nutrient liquid? These specially formulated nutrient liquids contain ample nourishment while occupying minimal space. However, beef jerky and similar foods are less suitable for military supplies due to their singular energy content and significant space requirements. They would be more appropriate as snacks at the base. Bai Xiaoza comprehended Lu Ming's concerns, stating, "It is unlikely we can supply them in bulk. It would be better to let them consume some before we depart." Haiyuio's expression shifted as she realized their intentions. Those beef jerky pieces likely possessed special efficacy. With only 10 minutes remaining before departure, there was no time to waste. Perhaps next time they could indulge. Bai Xiaoza promptly issued orders to his subordinates. It was too late to consume them now, but tossing a few packages over would not pose a problem. In the pitch-black void, an almost imperceptible vortex rotated slowly, its depths resembling a vast maw that devoured everything around it. Outside the vortex, nearly 20 battleships remained quietly stationed. Upon closer inspection, each battleship shimmered with a faint aura, designed to withstand the tearing assaults caused by spatial distortions. With a command given, the foremost 3 battleships unleashed white energy beams into the distant void. The previously distorted space was forcibly carved into a spatial corridor. Soon, a mountainous landscape emerged at the opposite end of the corridor, where several insectoids were engaged in mutual consumption. As the corridor opened, the remaining battleships fired powerful beams to help stabilize the passage. Haiyuio's battleship illuminated with a radiant glow, enveloping the entire vessel. With another command, the battleship surged into the corridor, racing towards its terminus. Sensing the existence of the corridor, the insectoids, previously preoccupied with consuming one another, abruptly halted their actions and rushed towards the passage. Haiyuiu observed the approaching insectoids with a calm demeanor, issuing no commands. As the insectoids neared their battleship, a multitude of energy beams surged from behind, striking the insectoids directly. In less than a breath, the insectoids vaporized into nothingness. Seizing the moment, Haiyuio's battleship surged through the corridor, entering another world. The battleship floated in midair. Haiyuiu quickly commanded her subordinates to release signals in search of Bai Xiaoyuan, simultaneously sending a message to Bai Xiaoyuan via her holographic device. Throughout this process, the 10 battleships outside the wormhole continued to fire beams, striving to maintain the opening. If fortune favored them, the newly opened passage would be in proximity to Bai Xiaoyuan, allowing for a direct retrieval. Time passed gradually, and concern began to creep into Lu Ming's eyes. It was evident that Bai Xiaoyuan's presence had yet to materialize. Was it a lack of signal, or were they simply too far away? At this juncture, they should have been able to locate Bai Xiaoyuan. Song Yuni commented, "They are likely being delayed by the insectoids. While the insectoids in that world may not possess great strength, their numbers are overwhelming. The aura emitted by those insectoids can also interfere with communication signals." Lu Ming's expression grew solemn. Regrettably, Xing Nuo and Bai Xiaoyuan could not communicate accurately at this time. Haiyuio's voice resonated from the holographic screen. "We have established contact with Bai Xiaoyuan. He is currently en route here." A slight relief washed over Lu Ming. As long as they could establish contact, that was sufficient. A head appeared at the window, quietly observing within. Song Yuni sensed something and turned to see Xing Nuo perched anxiously at the window, intently watching the holographic screen. He extended his claw, beckoning her closer. Xing Nuo cautiously pushed the door open, striving to minimize any sound that might disturb the 2 individuals on the opposite side of the screen. This was a critical moment for the rescue operation. Lin Yechi followed Xing Nuo into the room, his eyes reflecting surprise. He had not anticipated that they were genuinely engaged in a rescue mission. Lu Ming gently guided Xing Nuo to sit on the hospital bed, reassuring her, "Rest easy. We have already contacted Yuan. He is currently meeting with Ayu." A glimmer of joy appeared in Xing Nua's eyes. That is wonderful. Lin Yechi glanced at the holographic screen. Is there enough time? Based on the visuals on the screen, the stability of the distorted spatial corridor seemed to be waning. Xing Nua's gaze fixed upon the screen. Just as Lin Yechi had suggested, the beams emitted by those battleships were beginning to dim. Cang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yechi, pondering whether he was not causing Xing Nua undue concern. The 9 warships trailing behind served as reserves. Should the vessels ahead falter, the rear would promptly take their place. Xing Nua inquired, "Is there anything I can do at this moment?" After a moment's reflection, Cang Yi replied directly, "You might attempt to contact by Xiao Yuan and urge him to exercise caution and refrain from haste. If we can reach by Xiao Yuan, it indicates our location is correct. As long as he boards the warship of Hai Yueyou, we will be fine." Xing Nua looked puzzled. Shouldn't we prioritize reaching that location as swiftly as possible? What if both fleets run low on energy? Wouldn't we then be trapped? Luming chuckled. The Tong Tianmu provided has 2/3 aboard Hai Yueyou's warship. His vessel, having been modified, can carve a path on its own. Thus, as long as they rendezvous, we shall be secure. Xing Nua finally felt a sense of relief. She closed her eyes and began to reach out to Bai Xiao Yuan, striving to convey her emotions. Excited roars of tigers echoed within her mind, growing louder, as if resonating right beside her. Lin Yechi murmured, "Indeed, it seems this has had the opposite effect." Luming could only smile wryly. "It's not entirely counterproductive, I suppose." Xing Nua opened her eyes. "What is happening?" Cang Yi chuckled lightly. "That rascal is bellowing wildly. Even the warship has picked up the sound." Xing Nua frowned. "What is this fool doing? What if he attracts the insectoid swarm? In such a place, the quieter, the better. Yet he is shouting indiscriminately." Cang Yi shook his head, recognizing that such a bad habit would not be easily amended. "We'll have to give him some special training upon his return." Luming could not help but mourn for Bai Xiao Yuan, knowing Cang Yi's special training would not be a pleasant experience. Yet, he was curious about the nature of such training. Xing Nua puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, ceasing her emotional outreach to Bai Xiao Yuan. If this continued, he might very well attract half the insectoid population from across the planet. Amidst the anticipation, Bai Xiao Yuan appeared in the light screen, piloting his mech. Behind him swarmed countless insectoids. Hai Yueyou calmly issued orders, "Deploy attack drones." Numerous drones launched from the warship, hurtling towards the insectoids. In a mere instant, the insectoids displayed on the screen began to fall in layers. Chapter 130. Wife Master, did you miss me? Xing Nua swallowed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The flying machines appeared to employ laser emitters. The attack trajectories were nearly imperceptible as they dispatched the insectoids effortlessly. Her farm often faced various pests, and using pesticides directly would inevitably leave residues. This method of extermination was indeed ideal. She craved it immensely. Cang Yi glanced at her. "Do you desire it?" Xing Nua nodded instinctively, then chuckled awkwardly. "Can that be purchased? After all, it is military equipment." Cang Yi replied, "It can be. However, what do you intend to use it for?" "To eliminate pests," she stated. Cang Yi considered Xing Nua's farm space. If it were merely pests like stone bees, one could customize or directly purchase a civilian version. The military-grade weaponry would suffice for pest control, but excessive power might adversely affect the plants, as high temperatures could lead to wilting. Xing Nua conceded, "That is true." Lin Yechi added, "In any case, once Bai Xiaoza returns, he can handle it." Xing Nua nodded in agreement, quickly refocusing her attention on the light screen. Bai Xiao Yuan rushed to the forefront of the screen. "Wife Master, did you miss me?" Xing Nua frowned. "You should escape first." Bai Xiao Yuan excitedly responded, "Yes." Lin Yechi's gaze sharpened. "The passage is closing rapidly." Cang Yi commanded, "Reserve fleet. Fire the EK beams." At his command, the previously stationary warships surged forward, unleashing beams to maintain the spatial corridor. Hai Yueyou stated, "Mission accomplished, retreat." The warships sped towards the spatial passage. As if aware of their departure, the remaining insectoids frantically pursued them. Their overwhelming numbers overwhelmed even the recently deployed attack drones. With the insectoids flooding in, the previously stable spatial corridor began to warp with distortion, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hai Yueyou issued a direct order. Fire the EK beams to stabilize the space. His warship unleashed beams, expanding the nearly closed passageway. Haiyueyo closed his eyes momentarily, clasping his hands together. A melodious song resonated from his throat, while a branch of Tongtianmu coiled around the light brain on his left hand. The branch seemed to respond to his energy, emanating vibrant green energy. This energy surged outward with the song, merging with the surrounding space. The once unstable spatial corridor gradually calmed and stabilized. The warships accelerated, finally bursting forth from the spatial passage. The attacking ships outside quickly initiated their assault, exterminating the insectoids within the corridor. Until the drones also emerged, the last warship unleashed a colossal beam of light, annihilating the insectoids in an instant. Other warships simultaneously ceased fire as the spatial passage closed. The surrounding space gradually stabilized under the influence of Tongtianmu's energy. Xingnua momentarily forgot to breathe, marveling at their flawless coordination. Did we succeed? Song Yuni nodded. Yes, they have succeeded. Luming's anxious heart finally settled. Thanks to the wife-master-S Tongtianmu, it wouldn't have been so easy otherwise. The capability of Tongtianmu to stabilize space exceeded their expectations. Without such energy, even with numerous warships, they could not have maintained the passage, let alone fought within it. Xingnua shyly smiled. When will they return? Song Yuni replied. It should take another day or two. They still need to conduct further explorations of the space. Regardless, the insectoids in the alternate dimension must be dealt with. If left unchecked, they will become a menace. Fortunately, this rescue operation provides us with experience, so the next incursion will not be as perilous. Just as Xingnua was about to speak, Bai Xiaoyuan's large head appeared on the screen. Wife Master, why do you seem so haggard? Also, why do I feel like I heard Song Shuai's voice? Xingnua pointed at Song Yuni. Yes, that is your Song Shuai. Bai Xiaoyuan blinked. Song Shuai, why do you appear in your juvenile form? Is this a new trend? For their kind, the adult form could be quite intimidating. If they could revert to a juvenile state, it might indeed be advantageous. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyuan excitedly asked, Song Shuai, can you teach me? Song Yun was momentarily speechless, knowing Bai Xiaoyuan was likely contemplating how to attract Xingnua using his juvenile form. Luming helplessly remarked, Bai Yuan, Song Shuai has undergone excessive feral transformation. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned serious. Indeed, something must be amiss. How is your condition now? Song Yuni replied, Thanks to the wife master, I am well now. After a period of recuperation, I shall return to my adult form. That is good. Bai Xiaoyuan relaxed slightly, though confusion lingered in his heart. How did you end up on Lan Baoxing? At the time, Song Yun had been swept away by spatial energy. If Luming's words were true, he had transformed. How could he possibly be here? Song Yun replied nonchalantly. I was fortunate enough to land directly in a wife-master's chamber. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? That can happen? Understanding that spatial distortion could lead to teleportation anywhere, the chance of landing directly in Xingnua's room was infinitesimally small. Luming chuckled. It was all thanks to the wife-master this time. Otherwise, Song Shuai might have never returned to his juvenile form. Fortunately, Xingnua did not regard Song Yun as insignificant at that time. In moments of tension, she held him close. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, Wife, you are truly remarkable. Xingnua felt a touch of embarrassment from their compliments. Please, do not say such things. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Bai Xiaozhe appeared on another screen. Kicking Bai Xiaoyuan aside, you only create chaos. Unfazed, Bai Xiaoyuan scratched his thigh. You are just envious. I share a deep connection with my wife. Bai Xiaozhe's mouth twitched. Did this boy not remember that he was the first to share such a bond? As twins, they were accustomed to this connection. Nevertheless, the thought of Bai Xiaoyuan sharing such a bond with Xingnua stirred an unusual sensation within him. Haiyu stepped back slightly to avoid becoming entangled in the fraternal squabble. The rescue mission had concluded, and he intended to return as well. Song Yun expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help this time. Haiyu replied, No need for thanks. The wife has already compensated us. Xingnua pointed at herself, momentarily dazed me. Haiyu bowed to Xingnua, wife. May I settle on Lan Baoxing? It seemed Xingnua was considering a longer stay on Lan Baoxing, and he certainly wanted to pursue this opportunity. From their previous interactions, it appeared that Xing Nuo did not harbor any dislike for him. Bai Xiaoyuan immediately jumped up, no way. Who agreed to that? Having Lin Yiqi living there was already quite displeasing. Now Haiyu you want to come as well. Haiyu calmly stated, I just saved you. Chapter usual tusbir, linjevis vulnerabilit. Bai Xiaoyuan felt as if he had been struck by an arrow. The sensation of being indebted to someone was exceedingly unpleasant. Xing Nuo remarked, this is a Yuan's planet. As long as you can convince him, I have no objections. Haiyu responded gently, understood. It should not be difficult to get Bai Xiaoyuan's consent. Bai Xiaoyuan ground his teeth. If you wish to stay, let me give you a beating first. Haiyu laughed, that works. I am curious to see if the wife will feel sorry for you. Bai Xiaoyuan abruptly halted his movements. Xing Nuo observed this scene and silently mourned for Bai Xiaoyuan. It seemed he had been caught in a bind. Clearing her throat, she quickly changed the subject. Yuan, when will you return? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, I will leave the matters to them. I will set off back shortly. Xing Nuo's eyes brightened, great. How many days can we rest this time? Bai Xiaoyuan stated, since Az is handling everything, a month should not be a problem. Xing Nuo twisted her body. I will be shedding my skin in the next couple of days. I do not know how to manage it. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes. So soon? Xing Nuo confirmed. Ming mentioned it. My scales are dull and unattractive now. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her, that is not an issue, after shedding. They will shine and look even more beautiful. Xing Nuo replied, I know, but what if they grow unevenly? Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat impatient, declared, wife, I have already made arrangements. I will be home in about 2 hours. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with joy. All right, I will go pick you up. Bai Xiaoyuan quickly interjected, no, you are in the shedding phase. It is better for you to rest. Xing Nuo felt somewhat dejected. It seemed she truly could not move much for the time being. Lu Ming chuckled. The airport is very close. At your speed, it will only take a few breaths. Quite fast. Xing Nuo nodded, yes. Haiyu softly stated, Lu Ming, help me plan a location. I will have someone build a residence. He understood that Bai Xiaoyuan's character would not allow him to stay in the main residence. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. There's a hot spring next to the main residence. A little further away is the sea. Do you intend to live by the hot spring or by the sea? Haiyu replied, let's build one by the hot spring for now. Lu Ming nodded, understood. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed, I have not agreed yet. And you're already making arrangements. Haiyu inquired softly, is that not acceptable? Bai Xiaoyuan remained silent for a moment before impatiently waving his hand. You can stay. Haiyu's eyes sparkled. Thank you. I will also build a vacation villa for you at my place. Bai Xiaoyuan did not mind. He could swim, but the idea of living in the sea still repulsed him. After chatting for a while, they ended the communication. Lin Yiqi gently wrapped his arm around Xing Nuo's waist. Wife, let's go rest nearby. Jing Nuo nodded alif. Once Xing Nuo had left, Song Yun finally spoke. It seems the wife is particularly dependent on Xiaoyuan. Lu Ming had also noticed, indeed. Perhaps it is because of how Xiaoyuan risked his life to protect her that the wife is moved. Lu Ming recounted the events at the hospital in detail. Song Yun chuckled. It seems that boy has indeed found his opportunity. Lu Ming also smiled. With him around, the wife's emotions will be more stable, which is much better for her current situation. Song Yun nodded. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Xing Nuo sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate and adjust her state. Lin Yiqi settled on the sofa, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart as he observed Xing Nuo's reliance on Bai Xiaoyuan, just a few days apart. Yet the disparity felt immense. After all, it was he who had been protecting her all along. Struggling to control himself, he clenched his fists, his legs gradually transforming into the tail of a dragon, inching closer to Xing Nuo on the bed. The door to the room opened. Lin Yiqi finit. Snapping back to reality, his gaze fell upon Song Yun who stood at the doorway, small in stature. He opened his mouth, afraid of disturbing Xing Nuo, but halted his movements. Song Yun activated his light brain, tapping a few times with his tiny paw to send a message. Do not do anything you will regret. Lin Yiqi sat in silence on the sofa, his lips pressed together, seeing he had taken in the message. Song Yun put away his light brain and leaped onto the sofa. Lin Yiqi smiled wryly. Are you not afraid I will kidnap you? His voice was low, barely audible to the two of them. Song Yun-yi replied nonchalantly, I do not mind. I could carry out your father's authority. Lin Yiqi scoffed, sizing up Song Yun-yi's current state, understanding Xing Nua's perspective. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to pin him down. Song Yun-yi shot him a glance. You're not the wife. Lin Yiqi's eager hands instantly stilled. Song Yun-yi's words carried a clear warning. Should he dare to act, his hands would likely be twisted off. Are you not worried about the wife's feelings? Song Yun-yi challenged. Would you like to test it? Let's see if the wife will feel sorry. Lin Yiqi gritted his teeth. What are you doing here? Song Yun-yi explained. Xiao Ming went to pick someone up. I was told to come here for safety. Lin Yiqi retorted. Is this your attitude towards your bodyguard? Song Yun-yi replied. I heard that in your berserk state, even the wife cannot defeat you. You were knocked out with a single slap. Lin Yiqi felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, nearly choking him. He was well aware of this rumor, which had only become increasingly bizarre. However, how could Song Yun-yi have learned of it so soon after returning? Lu Ming did not seem the type to spread such tales. Song Yun-yi's eyes held a hint of concealed surprise as he observed Lin Yiqi's expression. This matter appeared to be true. His curiosity about Xing Nua deepened. There was a unique biological space, peculiar soothing techniques, and now, impressive combat abilities. Truly, she was an S-class little female. Lin Yi Sukolet, Hufing. Did you not also get knocked down by the wife with a slap? Song Yun-yi did not dispute this, indeed. The wife is quite gentle. To this day, he vividly remembered the sensation. Her retaliatory scratches on his abdomen were executed with remarkable tenderness. Lin Yiqi took 2 deep breaths. The wife is quite afraid of you. You're not so oblivious as to miss that, are you? Song Yun-yi glanced at him dismissively, as if you were not afraid of me. Lin Yiqi felt a surge of frustration, wanting to leap up and strike him, but upon meeting Song Yun-yi's gaze, he restrained himself. Having realized the events of yesterday, he should have urged Xing Nua and himself to flee. Suppressing his anger for the moment, he noted that his wife seemed somewhat apprehensive about militarized management. Song Yun-yi looked at him in silence. Why would you think I would employ militarized management? Lin Yiqi queried in astonishment. Haven't you always done so? Chapter 132. Preoccupied with jealousy, unable to accomplish anything. Song Yun-yi sighed softly. Forget it. Do as you wish. He felt he had overestimated Lin Yiqi's intellect. Regardless of circumstances, Xing Nua was merely a subordinate female and not under his command. Furthermore, she held no affiliation with the military. How could he possibly impose military regulations upon her? Moreover, work remained work and life remained life. He would not demand others to live in the same manner as they worked. Lin Yiqi, infuriated by his glance, could only endure as he watched Xing Nua practice. Turning away, he resolved to cease conversing with Song Yun-yi, lest he truly be driven to madness. Song Yun-yi lay lazily atop his paws. Influenced by his juvenile form, he had begun to sleep significantly more. Lin Yiqi crossed his arms. If you wish to sleep, then do so. Why force yourself to stay awake? Song Yun-yi squinted his eyes and fell asleep within 2 breaths. Lin Yiqi, fuming, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xing Nua awakened from her meditative state. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Lin Yiqi's face, which bore an expression reminiscent of someone who had lost 8 million. Song Yun-yi was also sprawled beside him. Xing Nua pointed at Song Yun-yi, silently inquiring, How did he end up here? Lin Yiqi, with a face full of grievance, responded through lip movements. He came to bully me. Xing Nua blinked in disbelief, wondering if she had indeed misperceived the situation. Opening her holographic device, she sent him a message. Lin Yiqi, thinking she hadn't understood, retorted indignantly. He specifically came to torment me. It drives me insane. Xing Nua's expression darkened, confirming that she had not misjudged after all. Zhang Yunyu vas bulin Lin Yiqi. Does he have such leisure? Lin Yiqi turned his head in frustration. Indeed, Xing Nua would not side with him. Xing Nua touched her nose. Don't be upset. You've always known his temperament. I was also angered yesterday. Lin Yiqi implored. Wife master. Now that Bai Xiao Yuan has been rescued, let's elope. Xing Nua's lips twitched. We shouldn't need to use the term elope. Lin Yiqi insisted. I do not wish to see him for even a moment longer. In his animated state, he failed to notice that Song Yun he had already opened his eyes. Xing Nua quickly gestured towards him. When Lin Yiqi turned around, he was met with Song Yun Yi's striking azure gaze, and for a moment, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Almost instinctively, he stood at attention. Just as he straightened his posture, he seemed to regain his composure, his face flushing slightly as he plopped back onto the sofa. Xing Nua silently observed this scene, her curiosity igniting. What had Song Yun Yi done to Lin Yiqi in the past to instill such fear? Song Yun Yi inquired, Wife Master, have you completed your training? Jing no nodded sitting somemhatstikly. Song Yun Yi cleared his throat. Wife Master, you are not my subordinate. There is no need to be so tense. Oh, Xing Nua felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed she had indeed been influenced by Lin Yiqi, becoming anxious herself. Wife Master, a loud call echoed from outside. Bang! The door to the infirmary was forcefully kicked open. Bai Xiao Yuan bursting from outside. A Yuan! Xing Nua exclaimed joyfully, quickly jumping from the bed. Bai Xiao Yuan lifted her with a sense of urgency, asking, Why are you here? Were you injured? Xing Nua wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm about to molt, they were worried. Only then did Bai Xiao Yuan relax. That is good to hear. Xing Nua buried her face in his neck, murmuring, You truly scared me this time. Bai Xiao Yuan gently pressed her back as he sat on the bed. I apologize for making you worry. Xing Nua straddled his legs, clinging tightly to him, afraid he might suddenly vanish again. Lu Ming entered from outside, somewhat helpless. Really, don't you fear disturbing the Wife Master-S training? Just moments ago at the air harbor, he had merely mentioned that Xing Nua was here, and Bai Xiao Yuan had instantly become agitated. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Wife Master, my apologies. I hope I didn't frighten you. Xing Nua relaxed slightly. Not at all. I just finished my training. Bai Xiao Yuan grinned. We are indeed in sync. I sense you were thinking of me in that world. Xing Nua puffed her cheeks, recalling his howls in that place, and felt a surge of anger. She bit down on his shoulder. Bai Xiao Yuan did his best to relax his body, taking a deep breath. Wife Master, are you angry? Xing Nua retorted. Of course. In that place, one must be cautious, yet you howl every day. The mirth in Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes could not be extinguished. You heard? Jing no nodded. Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he hadn't been mistaken. After emitting his roar in that world, he felt the comforting emotion from Xing Nua. Unable to resist, he lowered his head, pressing his lips firmly against hers. The sudden kiss left Xing Nua wide-eyed. Lu Ming exchanged glances with Song Yun Yi and Lin Yiqi, both sharing an expression of disbelief. Lin Yiqi, incensed, leapt up, ready to charge forward. Lu Ming swiftly grasped the nape of his neck, dragging him out. He also lifted Song Yun Yi, ushering both of them outside. Bai Xiao Yuan pressed Xing Nua onto the hospital bed, gently cradling her head as his kisses descended upon her. The weight of his kisses caused Xing Nua to let out a muffled whimper, her hands pushing against his shoulders in a desperate bid to create space. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Bai Xiao Yuan, seemingly unfazed, deepened the kiss, his assertive tongue exploring her, teasing her own. The aggressive kiss left Xing Nua defenseless, unable to resist as he guided her along. In another infirmary room, Lin Yiqi was nearly frantic. Lu Ming, don't you fear trouble? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. A Yuan knows his limits. Song Yun Yi stated directly. Lin Yiqi, you must adapt. The Wife Master has a total of 8 beast husbands. Lin Yiqi scoffed, sitting on the sofa. He understood that adaptation was necessary, a lesson instilled in him since childhood. Every male beastman knew they would one day serve the Wife Master alongside other males. However, knowing it and living it were two different matters. Lu Ming advised, trust a Yuan. Lin Yiqi sulked. Previously, the Wife Master provided him with special comfort, and he even bid her. What if he loses control again? Song Yun Yi recognized that Lin Yiqi was presently feeling psychologically unbalanced. The hospital bed has restraining features. Lu Ming retrieved a box of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid from his spatial pocket, handing it to Lin Yiqi. All right, stop sulking. Lin Yiqi accepted the nutritional liquid and took a hearty gulp. You've already kissed the wife master. Of course, you can remain calm. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had assumed that since the two spent every day together, Lin Yiqi had at least shared a kiss with Xing Nuo. To his surprise, they had not yet crossed that threshold. Were they merely training together all this time? Lu Ming and Song Yun exchanged glances, both reflecting the same incredulous expression. This fellow was too preoccupied with jealousy to accomplish anything. Chapter 133. My idol is not among your rubbish. Not long after, Bai Xiao Yuan entered, cradling Xing Nuo in one arm. What is going on? The atmosphere seems odd. Lin Yiqi rushed over, inspecting Xing Nuo closely, relieved to find she was unharmed. Bai Xiao Yuan kicked out in frustration. What do you take me for? Xing Nuo is currently in her molting phase. Even a slight exertion could cause injury. He could never bring himself to act during this sensitive period. Lin Yiqi scoffed. Then why are you holding the wife master? Put her down. Bai Xiao Yuan gently cradled Xing Nuo as he settled onto the hospital bed, carefully placing her upon his lap. Song Shuai, how is your health faring? He inquired. Song Yun replied nonchalantly. I merely require a few more comforting gestures from my beloved wife, and all shall be well. Bai Xiao Yuan scratched his head, pondering. Earlier on the warship, the situation was not made clear. What exactly transpired? He sensed that Song Yun had withheld many details at that moment. Considering the presence of numerous outsiders, he refrained from probing further. Song Yun stated plainly, thanks to your talisman, it transported me into my wife's biological space. Bai Xiao Yuan gasped in surprise. It possesses such functionality? Xing Nuo scoffed. The plain Tong Tian Mu lacks such capabilities. She activated her light brain and played a pre-recorded video. It is due to this statue. Did you not infuse your energy into the Tong Tian Mu previously? Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. Indeed. I aim to preserve it, unaware that it could absorb my energy. A smile crept onto his lips as he leaned in to kiss Xing Nuo twice. Wife, I did not anticipate that my statue would be within your biological space. The statue's aura was unmistakably his. Xing Nuo playfully nudged his face. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Bai Xiao Yuan promptly adopted a serious demeanor, of course. Xing Nuo then straightforwardly revealed, my Zijian Long Ying is complementary to that statue. It can gather beastly energy, and your essence is linked to the statue. Bai Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment. So, our mutual understanding is also due to this statue? Xing Nuo tilted her head. That seems plausible, to be honest. I'm not entirely certain. Song Yun softly inquired. What then is the nature of your awakening energy? Jingno amply ned. The statue's fundamental function is to convert surrounding energy into awakening power. Song Yun's expression darkened. Nonsense. It appeared that his previous judgment had been misguided. He had assumed that the awakening energy was drawn from Bai Xiao Yuan, with the comforting gestures acting as a buffer to shield her. However, if the statue itself absorbed the awakening power, it could potentially burden her body and even cause irreversible effects. Bai Xiao Yuan's gaze also grew somber. Wife. The awakening energy within the Bai Hu statue exerts a significant strain on the body. Typically, during awakening ceremonies, male beasts awaken first to consume some of the awakening energy, allowing the subsequent awakening of the female beast to be less taxing. Xing Nuo's audacity in creating a statue to absorb awakening energy was reckless, disregarding her own health. She instinctively shrank back, feeling that her words had ruffled their feathers. Did Ming not test that? Those energies do not affect me. Bai Xiao Yuan turned his gaze to Lu Ming, who retrieved the testing data for a meticulous review. According to the data, there was indeed no adverse effect. Xing Nuo contemplated briefly before stating, you can understand that these statues are tailor-made, unlike the common ones outside. Bai Xiao Yuan's concern remained unabated. He was all too familiar with the awakening power of the Bai Hu clan. The initial energy was beyond what Xing Nuo could withstand. Regardless of her reassurances, he could not shake his unease. Lu Ming bit his lip, momentarily seized by the impulse to enter Xing Nuo's biological space for research on the statue. However, he refrained from voicing this desire, recalling that Xing Nuo was quite protective of her biological space and might not permit his entry. Bai Xiao Yuan said directly, wife. Perhaps we should refrain from absorbing awakening energy for now. I will protect you. His concern was palpable. What if she were to be harmed in her biological space? It would be powerless to assist her. Xing Nuo, feeling somewhat helpless, wrapped her arms around Bai Xiao Yuan's neck. A surge of energy quickly flowed into his body from her brow, enveloping him in warmth, erasing his fatigue from battle. Moreover, this energy felt strikingly familiar, awakening energy. Bai Xiao Yuan instinctively tightened his hold around Xing Nuo's waist, his pupils involuntarily slitting. This was the awakening energy of their Baihu clan, albeit notably gentler. If their awakening energy was akin to a Category 12 typhoon, this energy was merely a gentle breeze. Xing Nuo paused. How does it feel? This is what I absorbed. Without any alteration. Bai Xiao Yuan appeared momentarily stunned. How can this be? Xing Nuo replied. After all, it is custom-made, tailored to my body's capacity. Lin Yiqi focused intently on Bai Xiao Yuan. Is it truly non-stimulating? Bai Xiao Yuan affirmed. The awakening energy, just now, is certainly within the threshold that a female can tolerate. Xing Nuo beamed, of course. I am not a masochist. If it were truly unbearable, I would have no reason to absorb it daily. Bai Xiao Yuan replied with resignation. That may be so, yet the energy of awakening power is inherently mysterious. Worry is inevitable. Xing Nuo assured. Should any issues arise, I will inform you. Song Yun sighed softly. It seemed she would not reveal the statue to them for the time being. They could only keep a vigilant watch over her health. He exchanged a glance with Lu Ming, who nodded in agreement. From that moment onward, Xing Nuo's health would be their primary concern. Lu Ming glanced at the time. Perfect timing. Let us conduct a health check. Xing Nuo's expression soured. So, soon? Bai Xiao Yuan reassured. The data check is swift. Lu Ming added gently, this time, let us proceed with a beast form examination. Xing Nuo summoned her energy, transforming into her semi-beast form. Bai Xiao Yuan carefully placed her onto the hospital bed, positioning himself at the bedside. Although he was aware that her health was unlikely to be severely compromised, the thought of her having absorbed the Baihu awakening power left him unsettled. A gentle light enveloped Xing Nuo once more. Having experienced this before, she was no longer fearful, patiently awaiting the results. After a while, Lu Ming announced, the health of the wife is excellent, far more robust than that of typical females. Xing Nuo sat up. See, I did not deceive you. My body is in fine condition. Chapter 134. Wife, please be a tad gentler. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded at her. From now on, whenever you encounter any issues, particularly regarding energy absorption, you must inform us first. Understood? Jing no responded understood. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiao Yuan suggested, wife, since you can customize statues, I believe it would be prudent for you to create a serpent-themed statue. Statues of our kin would align more closely with the body and facilitate easier absorption. Xing Nuo chuckled, of course. I also fashioned a half-serpent statue. Song Yun Yi's eyes glimmered with surprise. If he recalled correctly, during his previous fall, she had not possessed a half-serpent statue. Could she truly create one herself? Yet, he found himself puzzled. If she could create a half-serpent statue, why had she initially chosen to craft the Baihu, Jiaolong, and Jiusei Lu statues? Song Yun inquired, do those statues possess special functions? He feared that the unique capabilities of those statues might be more enticing to her than the awakening power, prompting her to prioritize their creation. Xing Nuo instinctively shifted behind Bai Xiao Yuan, clearly disliking Song Yun Yi. Bai Xiao Yuan shielded Xing Nuo, Song Shui. Do we not mention that those statues could facilitate our mutual understanding with the wife? Song Yun Yi replied coolly, there should be other functions as well. Bai Xiao Yuan expressed concern. Wife, could the additional functions impact your health? Xing Nuo assured, not at all. It merely enhances my Zidian skills. A vivid image sprang to Lin Yiqi's mind. Can your Zidian transform into other forms? Perhaps a tiger form? At that moment, Xing Nuo had previously attacked him in her Baihu form. In his memory, that form exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Xing Nuo remarked, this is the purpose of the statue. The number of statues is equivalent to the number of forms that can be assumed. A vivid image of Xing Nuo transforming into a tiger flashed through by Xiao Yuan's mind, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Wife, I wish to see it. Jingno, not one to refuse, summoned her mental energy, and a majestic purple tiger erupted from her being. The tiger let out a thunderous roar, exerting a pressure that enveloped everyone present. Bai Xiao Yuan growled lowly in response, resonating with the purple tiger's presence. Song Yun Yi's eyes lit up. This strike of Xing Nua's carried the unique pressure of the Baihu clan, which could potentially affect even A-grade male beastmen. With further training, Xing Nua might even contend with A-grade or even S-grade beastmen. Bai Xiao Yuan, filled with joy, spun Xing Nua around, exclaiming, "Wife, you are incredible." It was no surprise she could wield his aura. It was truly astonishing. Startled by his exuberance, Xing Nua clung to his neck, saying, "Stop, stop, I'm getting dizzy." As she twirled, her long tail nearly wrapped around by Xiao Yuan's legs. He quickly ceased his actions, though his expression remained animated. Xing Nua caressed his face. "Why are you so excited?" "It's just the purple tiger form." She genuinely did not understand. Bai Xiao Yuan replied, "Wife, your ability to harness my tigers might signifies a higher bond between us. We are one." Xing Nua didn't find this particularly remarkable. After all, their marriage was predicated on their strong connection. Song Yun perceived her confusion and elaborated. The higher the compatibility, the greater the likelihood of producing exceptional offspring. Given their genetic compatibility, their future children would likely be at least 3S grade. Xing Nua blinked, "But I'm a half-beast." Bai Xiao Yuan confidently stated, "I believe it brings you joy that you can utilize my abilities. We are one." Xing Nua's eyes gleamed with delight. Hee, this skill's power will only grow stronger." Bai Xiao Yuan proposed, "Shall we practice?" Xing Nua eagerly nodded yes. Lu Ming, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "What method of practice?" After all, their wife was not one to be trifled with. Xing Nua directly answered, "We'll practice using the Zdian long form." Lu Ming glanced at Bai Xiao Yuan. "Can you handle that?" He still recalled the incident where Bai Xiao Yuan had bitten someone. Xing Nua chuckled, retrieving a pair of handcuffs from her spatial pouch. "We'll use these." Lin Yechi immediately grew anxious. "No, those are mine." Xing Nua blinked, a hint of regret in her eyes. "All right then." Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed. "Those handcuffs won't restrain me." Lin Yechi, frustrated, retorted, "What is there to be proud of? Who was it that bit the wife?" Lu Ming sighed. "Then let us use the restraints on the hospital bed." Fortunately, Bai Xiao Yuan did not object to the idea of being restrained for treatment. Bai Xiao Yuan cleared his throat, understood. With that, he carried Xing Nua back to the hospital room they had just left. Lin Yechi, uncertain, pondered according to our wife. If she has our statues in her space, can they also transform into our forms? Lu Ming nodded. It should be possible. Lin Yechi ground his teeth. That kid Bai Xiao Yuan is too cunning. He simply doesn't want us to see our wife in other forms. Lu Ming chuckled. There was no rush. As long as Xing Nua continued to offer them her special comfort, they would eventually witness it. Comparatively, he preferred to privately observe Xing Nua employing that skill. Song Yun rested his chin on his paws, a hint of wistfulness in his gaze. Among them, he was the only one without a statue. Given Xing Nua's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would receive one anytime soon. Lin Yechi's legs transformed into a dragon tail. "I still don't feel at ease. I'll keep an eye on them." Among the three, he possessed the highest combat strength. If Bai Xiao Yuan lost control, he would be the only one capable of stopping him. Song Yun, he expressed his concern. "Are you sure you can control yourself? This fellow might end up fighting if he saw Bai Xiao Yuan and Xing Nua being too intimate." Lin Yechi, exasperated, waved his arms. "Are you really that at ease?" Song Yun, he shot him a glance. "At least Xiao Yuan is safer than you." Just the thought of this guy having previously kidnapped Xing Nua irritated him. Lu Ming patted Lin Yechi's shoulder. "Trust a Yuan." Meanwhile, Xing Nua followed Bai Xiao Yuan back to the hospital room. Under her curious gaze, Bai Xiao Yuan lay on the hospital bed, pressing the activation button. 8 metallic restraints shot out from either side of the bed, securing his neck, arms, wrists, waist, thighs, and ankles. These bindings effectively curtailed Bai Xiao Yuan's resistance. He adjusted his breathing slightly. "Wife, it's ready." Xing Nuo was somewhat speechless. Did he really need to be restrained like this? Taking a look around, she climbed onto the bed, straddling his abdomen. Bai Xiaoyuan gulped. Wife, please be a bit gentler. It had been some time since he had received special comfort. In such an intimate position, he wouldn't dare to practice if not for the restraints. Xing Nuo leaned fully against him, her hands grasping his ears. You gave the Tong Tian Mu to Song Yun Yi, and he transferred it to my space, exposing his secret. Therefore, I must punish you. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Did it go under the statue? Xing Nuo affirmed, pouting slightly. That guy's a pervert. He figured out the situation in my space with just one glance. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. Fear not, wife. If he bothers you, I will take care of him. Xing Nuo pinched his ear. He is your direct superior. Bai Xiaoyuan transformed into his half-beast form. What of it? I can still give him a good thrashing. Xing Nuo stuck out her tongue, her fingers lightly brushing over Bai Xiaoyuan's Adam's apple. Regardless, I still intend to punish you. Bai Xiaoyuan swallowed hard. The rolling of his Adam's apple pressed against her fingers. Please, wife, punish me. Today, it seemed he would not be able to rise from the bed. Xing Nuo's fingers sparked with a hint of electricity, her mental energy surging forth. Bai Xiaoyuan emitted a soft whimper from his throat, unable to control himself as he tilted his chin up, allowing her fingers to make broader contact. Xing Nuo's eyes brightened, her fingers gliding slowly, trailing along his Adam's apple. Her fingers descended slightly to his chest. Bai Xiaoyuan felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Although Xing Nuo was not exerting much mental energy, the sensation, like raindrops, was faint yet tantalizing. This teasing sensation made his body yearn for more. His fair skin gradually flushed with a rosy hue, and even the skin beneath his dark blue ears turned red. When had his wife learned to be so mischievous? His hands unconsciously balled into fists, striving to relax his body. Xing Nuo's lips curled into a smile as she intensified the mental energy in her grasp. Bai Xiaoyuan's body, which had just begun to relax, tensed up once more. The restraints on the hospital bed were pulled to their limits before being pressed back down by the bed's specialized mechanism. Xing Nuo carefully examined the restraints, ensuring they were soft and cushioned before feeling reassured. Bai Xiaoyuan swallowed again, his rapid breaths revealing his current instability. Wife, don't worry about that. It won't harm me. The interruption of sensations left him feeling restless, causing his tail to flick in agitation. Xing Nuo lightly bit her lip, her fingers gripping the buttons of his shirt, slowly unfastening them. Bai Xiaoyuan felt as if he might explode. He longed to tear his shirt apart. Jing no smirket, her left hand slipping beneath his shirt, electricity coursing through her fingers as she did so. Bai Xiaoyuan's body tensed instantly. His jaw clenched as he endeavored to steady his rapid breathing. Yet, Xing Nuo seemed to be in a playful mood, her delicate hands, brimming with an energy that drove him to madness, continually glided across his chest, sometimes gently, sometimes with more pressure. At times, she would even give him a gentle twist. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and Bai Xiaoyuan felt like a fish stranded on land, gasping for air. He was somewhat relieved that in his current position, Xing Nuo could not directly inject her mental energy into his spine. Otherwise, he would have surely been overwhelmed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt her mischievous hands moving downward, sliding over his abdominal muscles and lower. She seemed intent on continuing. Wife, please don't, he thought. Xing Nuo was in her molting phase and could not endure such teasing. If this continued, he would truly lose control. Her fingers traced circles on his lower abdomen. You're quite solid here. It must be uncomfortable to sit. Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head to gaze at Xing Nuo, who was perched upon him. If only she would adjust her position slightly. He shut his eyes, striving to forget the vivid images that had just surfaced in his mind. Unfortunately, the more he tried to forget, the clearer they became, with Xing Nuo in his mind crying out in fear. Noticing his distraction, Xing Nuo promptly halted her actions and pinched his ear. Are you still going to recklessly give the Tong Xianmu to others next time? From deep within his throat, Bai Xiaoyuan managed to utter a one-T dare. This declaration echoed with a resonance that mirrored Xing Nuo's voice. That's more like it, she replied. Bai Xiaoyuan panted as he attempted to regain his strength, but a seed of doubt blossomed within him. When a day truly arrived, would he be able to restrain himself from harming Xing Nuo? Xing Nuo lowered her head and kissed the corner of his mouth. Do you need to rest for a bit? Bai Xiaoyuan appeared to have been stimulated beyond his limits. He couldn't help but lift his head, rubbing his face against Xing Nuo. I still want more. Xing Nuo's fingers danced upon his chest as if playing a piano, observing how Bai Xiaoyuan's breathing altered in rhythm with her touch. A smirk graced her lips. Shall we try soothing the spine? Bai Xiaoyuan quickly shook his head. Let us skip that this time. His body had reached its limits. Any further soothing would drive him to madness. Xing Nuo refrained from teasing him further. After a while, Bai Xiaoyuan's expression became somewhat dazed, his body nearly at its breaking point. At last, Xing Nuo ceased her movements, pressing a button on the switch to retract the restraints. Bai Xiaoyuan slumped onto the hospital bed, his strong limbs devoid of any strength. Xing Nuo poked his face and rolled her eyes. Yuan, next time, let us try the tiger form. The tiger form carries the effect of the king of beasts. I wonder if this ability will have a reciprocal effect when fused with Bai Xiaoyuan. However, for the initial use of the tiger form, it would be wise to have Lu Ming observe from the sidelines to monitor Bai Xiaoyuan's physical condition. Bai Xiaoyuan instinctively agreed. All right. As he regained focus, a glimmer of curiosity ignited in his eyes. Tiger form? Xing Nuo chuckled softly. Indeed. We'll have Lu Ming help monitor your condition. Let us give it a try. Bai Xiaoyuan replied. Is monitoring truly necessary? After all, it's my own ability. Xing Nuo countered. Having monitoring brings peace of mind. By the way, did you absorb the awakened power I infused earlier? She had been so preoccupied with the special soothing that she had forgotten this matter. Bai Xiaoyuan, having recovered a bit of strength, attentively felt the energy within his body and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I've actually absorbed it all. Even though this awakened energy was relatively mild, it shouldn't have been absorbed so swiftly. Could it be that Xing Nuo's mental energy had accelerated the absorption process? Xing Nuo was not particularly surprised. That's normal. This awakened energy is much easier to absorb than that statue of yours. Bai Xiaoyuan stared at Xing Nuo in astonishment. Wife, are you a deity? Only a deity could possess such energy. Xing Nuo laughed lightly. What are you thinking? Bai Xiaoyuan gently wrapped his arms around Xing Nuo's waist, burying his face in her neck. I genuinely believe you are a deity. Chapter 136. Wife, I'm merely a normal male. The warm breath against her neck made Xing Nuo feel a tickling sensation. She pinched his ear. You haven't been resting properly these past few days, have you? Do you need to take a nap? The mere thought of the insect-infested planet sent shivers down her spine. Bai Xiaoyuan turned his body, placing Xing Nuo beside him, allowing her to rest her head on his arm. Wife, will you keep me company for a while? The hospital bed was already cramped, and with Bai Xiaoyuan's size, the two were nearly pressed against each other. To prevent her from slipping off, he supported her half on his body. Xing Nuo transformed into her half-beast form, her entire tail draping over him. Bai Xiaoyuan let out an excited low growl, his hand resting on her tail, but recalling that she was still in her molting phase. He let it drop. Xing Nuo guided his hand to her waist. Just sleep. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded and closed his eyes. He slept for nearly 2 hours. Upon awakening, he gazed at Xing Nuo's sleeping face, gently caressing her cheek. The light from his holographic device emitted a soft glow. Bai Xiaoyuan sighed, reluctantly withdrawing his hand to check the messages. A message from Lu Ming appeared. It's getting late. Time for dinner. For the first time, Bai Xiaoyuan felt that the habit of eating was quite inconvenient, truly a waste of time. He gently shook Xing Nuo. Wife, do you want to have dinner? Xing Nuo nestled her face into his chest, drowsily responding, her tail instinctively wrapping around his leg. Bai Xiaoyuan quickly replied to Lu Ming. Wife is still asleep. Lu Ming responded. Letting her sleep more will affect her rest tonight. Bai Xiaoyuan had no choice but to rouse Xing Nuo. Wife, it's time to get up. Xing Nuo yawned, hanging onto his neck. So noisy. Bai Xiaoyuan took a damp towel and gently wiped her face. There's no helping it. Ming has given orders. He naturally had to obey commands concerning Xing Nuo's well-being. As she slowly emerged from her drowsy state, she stretched, and a slightly open neckline caused by Xiao Yuan to lose focus. Xing Nuo quickly lowered her hand, slapping his face. No peeking. Bai Xiaoyuan had no choice but to sit up obediently, feeling somewhat wronged. Wife, I am a normal male. Xing Nuo shot him a disapproving look, flicking his forehead. Humph. Did Ming say we should go over? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. Yes, he mentioned it's time to eat. Xing Nuo glanced at the time, realizing it was already 6 in the evening. What were they waiting for? Let us hurry over, she said, and without hesitation, she slid off the hospital bed. Bai Xiaoyuan felt his heart leap. He swiftly caught her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Wife, you should refrain from walking in beast form for now. Your scales are extremely fragile. Even a slight brush could strip away a layer. Xing Nuo clung to his neck, looking quite displeased. Molting is such a hassle. Bai Xiaoyuan supported her waist with one hand and her tail with the other. This is a sign of growth. Other beastmen would envy you. In such a short span, Xing Nuo had entered her molting phase, nearly a miracle. If word got out, many would be envious. Xing Nuo exerted a bit of force, grasping the tip of her tail. After a brief nap, a visible grayish-white hue had appeared at the tail's tip. She blinked, slightly in disbelief, and examined it closely. Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head, unable to hide his astonishment. That's quite fast. At this rate, you might be done in 3 days. Xing Nuo nodded, as if recalling something, hastily checking her face. I hope this part doesn't team molt. Bai Xiaoyuan kissed her reassuringly. Rest assured, places that are not covered by scales won't team molt. Due to this reason, the defenses of these skins are somewhat more vulnerable. The combat capability of the half-snake beastman is consequently severely affected. Xing Nuo let out a sigh of relief, expressing her satisfaction. Bai Xiaoyuan carried Xing Nuo to the adjacent sick room. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lin Yiqi, and Hai Yu were seated on the sofa. Xing Nuo looked at them with a hint of surprise. How come you're also here? Hai Yu stood up and bowed to Xing Nuo. Greetings, esteemed wife. Xing Nuo, feeling a bit shy, scratched her face. No need for such formality. Please sit. Lu Ming gestured slightly, and a nearby robotic butler placed some food on the coffee table. This could be considered a welcome feast for AU and a yuan, albeit rather hastily arranged. So I hope you don't mind. Hai Yu smiled. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyuan, holding Xing Nuo, sat down on the sofa. Is it all right for you to eat these things, esteemed wife? Lu Ming rose, bringing Song Yun Yi to the coffee table, replying, Rest assured, there is no problem. Bai Xiaoyuan reached out, holding a piece of mildly spicy beef jerky to Xing Nuo's lips. Lu Ming was quick as well, cutting the beef jerky into small pieces and placing them on the plate in front of Song Yun Yi. Lin Yiqi picked up a piece of fish, offering it to Xing Nuo. Esteemed wife, try the fish I made. Xing Nuo blinked and glanced at Hai Yu across from her. Lin Yiqi, somehat displacit, remark it. Esteemed wife, why are you looking at him? Hai Yu chuckled. Esteemed wife, I actually enjoy fish the most. Xing Nuo awkwardly smiled, lowering her head. She took a bite of the fish. She had forgotten that in the world of fish, larger ones devour the smaller ones. Lin Yiqi looked at her with expectation. How does it taste? Xing Nuo gave him a thumbs up. Delicious. Lin Yiqi's eyes crinkled with joy. If you like it, I shall make it every day. Bai Xiaoyuan scoffed. Esteemed wife prefers sour fish. This is clearly just ordinary braised fish. Xing Nuo's praise was merely a courtesy to Lin Yiqi. Lin Yiqi replied, I am aware of that, but we have run out of pickled vegetables. The only one who has the ingredients for making it is Xing Nuo, and we don't know how to do it, so we had to substitute with braised fish. Xing Nuo quickly added, this is also tasty. Lin Yiqi said, esteemed wife is too kind. Bai Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes and served Xing Nuo some vegetables. Since this welcome feast was a last-minute decision, there was naturally not much food. Most of it was from small shops. Fortunately, these were mostly Xing Nuo's favorites. After tasting a bit, Hai Yu ceased his actions, as he generally preferred raw fish and was not particularly fond of cooked food. Apart from the beef jerky, he found little interest in the offerings. With Bai Xiaoyuan and Lin Yiqi feeding her, Xing Nuo quickly became full. When offered more food, she decisively made a stopping gesture. I am full. You all can eat. Bai Xiaoyuan tightened his arms unconsciously. I have had nutrient solution and am not hungry for now. Lin Yiqi glanced at the fish on the table, also losing interest. I too have had nutrient solution. Xing Nuo was momentarily speechless. Was she the only one taking this so-called welcome feast seriously? Chapter 137. By Xiao Yuan, I also want to miniaturize. By Xiao Yuan chuckled, esteemed wife. Once your molting period is over, we shall prepare a grand banquet together. Xing Nuo could only agree. Well, then I will prepare more food at that time. Bai Xiao Yuan responded, let us cook together then. Lin Yiqi scoffed, you? Just don't burn the kitchen down. Bai Xiao Yuan shot a glare at Lin Yiqi. You talk too much. Song Yun finished the last piece of beef jerky before saying, Xiao Yuan, your culinary skills are indeed somewhat perilous. In critical situations, Bai Xiao Yuan would rather eat raw than go near a fire. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. That is why I need esteemed wife to teach me. I believe I can learn. Xing Nuo pondered. If there is a dish that is relatively easy, it seems like jiao huaji would be good. If one were to be honest, making jiao huaji is quite difficult to make delicious. However, achieving something edible should be easier than other dishes. After all, the exterior of jiao huaji is wrapped in leaves and mud, and even if the cooking is subpar, it would at least not turn into charcoal. Bai Xiao Yuan became intrigued. Then let us prepare this. Do we not catch some chickens earlier? Let us just slaughter them for a meal. Lu Ming suggested, at that time, it would be better to buy clean chickens. Xing Nuo was busy feeding those chickens, just waiting for them to lay eggs. Furthermore, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the eggs laid by the chickens now tasted significantly better than before. Bai Xiao Yuan did not mind much. That works. Xing Nuo took out a box of nutrient solution, sipping it slowly, her gaze drawn to Song Yuni. Normally, kittens and puppies tend to get their faces dirty while eating. However, after Song Yun finished his food, he was spotless. At this moment, Song Yun was bent over drinking nutrient solution. Bai Xiao Yuan noticed her captivated attention and inquired, how is Song Shuai's condition? How long until recovery? Lu Ming replied, he can recover to human form within a week, but to reach peak condition will take at least a month. This was still an optimistic outlook. Now with Xing Nuo's molting period, it might take even longer. Song Yun raised his head. There is no hurry. Let it take its course. The situation at the front has stabilized, so recovery can be gradual. Hayu, you express some concern. You are currently in the juvenile stage. Do you need more personnel for safety? Song Yunyi's personal guards were not at full strength, and it would take considerable time for them to return to peak condition. Song Yun reassured, no problem. Xiao Bai and the others can handle it completely. Hayu, you expressed his worries. Will this affect your standing in their eyes? The reality was, Song Yun appeared quite small and akin to a cute pet. Lin Yiqi scoffed, you are overthinking it. With his ferocity, how could there be any impact? Song Yun fell silent for a moment, wondering if he was truly so terrifying. Hayu paused and smiled gently indeed. I was being overly cautious. Given Song Yunyi's past reputation, it cannot be so easily diminished by mere appearance. Bai Xiao Yuan, feeling a pang of jealousy, nudged Xing Nuo, esteemed wife, why do you keep looking at Song Shuai? Xing Nuo shrank slightly, I am not. She reached out and secretly pinched Bai Xiao Yuan. Bai Xiao Yuan lowered his head, a look of grievance on his face, not understanding why Xing Nuo suddenly seemed upset. Could it be that Xing Nuo had truly taken a liking to Song Yuni? In terms of looks, he did not believe he was inferior. Xing Nuo puffed her cheeks and pinched him again at his waist. Do not draw at Song Yunyi's attention. Bai Xiao Yuan placed his hand over hers on the back of her hand, leaning down to speak in a voice only they could hear. Esteemed wife? Xing Nuo quickly replied, do not think too much. I just think it is impressive that he can eat without getting himself dirty in that state. Bai Xiao Yuan's expression stiffened momentarily, his gaze drifting slightly towards Song Yuni. The sight of the 3-month-old puppy did not inspire much awe. Everyone present fell silent. A pair of slightly unusual eyes were fixed on Song Yuni. Song Yun lifted his head, glancing at them. The crowd immediately shifted their gaze, each picking up the nutrient solution to drink. Xing Nuo's expression soured. It seemed her voice had been too loud, and they had all heard. Angrily, she pinched Bai Xiao Yuan again. Bai Xiao Yuan took a deep breath. Esteemed wife, I was wrong. However, he also began to understand that Xing Nuo seemed to be influenced by Song Yunyi's abilities and was a bit afraid of him. Xing Nuo gently tugged at Bai Xiao Yuan's clothing. We have finished eating, let us return. She felt that if they stayed any longer, Song Yun, you would say something else. It would be better to leave early. Song Yun's eyes sparkled with amusement as he addressed his wife, Qi Zhu. Xing Nuo promptly straightened her posture, responding, yes. After a brief silence, Song Yun reassured her, Qi Zhu, there is no need for you to feel anxious. This is not the military. Xing Nuo managed a shy smile, replying, oh. Song Yun endeavored to soften his tone. You are currently in your molting phase, so it is best to refrain from any form of soothing for the time being, regardless of whether it is ordinary or specialized. Such efforts are quite taxing on your mental energy. At this moment, conserving your spirit and stamina is paramount. Xing Nuo blinked in confusion. But your body requires special soothing to recover. Song Yun replied, I have regained my rationality and it will not impede my duties. Xing Nuo scrutinized Song Yun's diminutive form, skepticism flickering in her gaze. Given such a tiny stature, how could it not affect his work? Even in a civilian role, those little paws would struggle to type. Lu Ming added, we briefly discussed this earlier. It would be best to postpone the soothing until after your molting. Reluctantly, Xing Nuo nodded, very well then. Since you are not in a hurry, I shall refrain from insisting. Indeed, the molting process holds greater significance at present. However, gazing at Song Yun's small figure, she felt an overwhelming urge to pet him. Once he recovered, such a precious little creature would be out of reach. She seldom dared to touch him otherwise. Bai Xiao Yuan glanced at Song Yun before turning to Xing Nuo, whispering, Qi Zhu, I will explore ways to facilitate a juvenile transformation for you to pet at will. The texts were undoubtedly correct. Small females had an irresistible attraction to adorable things. He was confident that his juvenile form would rival Song Yun's. Xing Nuo's cheeks flushed. Was her affection so evident? Juvenile form. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Lin Yeqi. He quickly activated his holographic interface. Can you teach a Yuan how to miniaturize? Lin Yeqi scowled. Why would I teach him? Since Xing Nuo favored juveniles, such a skill should remain solely his expertise. Chapter 138. Unabashedly exposing his belly. Lu Ming replied, if the body is too large, it will concern Qi Zhu. She requires someone to watch over her 24 hours a day. Even the slightest contact in the later stages could potentially disrupt the molting process. If one could miniaturize, they could provide close protection without being overly intrusive. Lin Yeqi furrowed his brow, somewhat reluctant. Lu Ming continued, you can negotiate with a Yuan using this. Let him alternate guarding Qi Zhu with you. Lin Yeqi's eyes brightened as he grasped the implication. Understood. Lu Ming smirked, shutting down the holographic interface. From here on, the two would discuss matters amongst themselves. He anticipated that it would not pose a significant issue. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly carried Xing Nuo back to their room. He observed the message from Lin Yeqi, falling momentarily silent. He had not anticipated that Lin Yeqi possessed the ability to alter his size. Qi Zhu, have you seen Lin Yeqi's juvenile form? Xing Nuo nodded, yes. I recall helping him soothe himself. He curled into a ball. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. That lad remains as foolish as ever. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with mirth. He nearly fell into depression back then. Bai Xiaoyuan jested. That is typical. Only those who cannot control their bodies would contort themselves into a ball. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at his interface, beginning to negotiate with Lin Yeqi. Ultimately, he closed his eyes as energy surged from him. In a short while, he transformed into a beast form approximately 20 centimeters in height. Xing Nuo's eyes widened. Swallowing hard. You did it yourself? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. Yes, I just learned this skill. What do you think? Is it charming? Xing Nuo scooped Bai Xiaoyuan into her embrace, one hand ruffling his fur. It seemed that his smaller size had rendered his fur even softer. Bai Xiaoyuan squinted contentedly, wagging his tail. This exchange was truly worthwhile. Xing Nuo couldn't resist scratching Bai Xiaoyuan's chin, back, and belly, feeling an insatiable urge. Should I try using Zidian? Bai Xiaoyuan quickly shook his head. Your current condition is not suitable for using mental energy for soothing. My transformation is meant to ensure better protection for you. He feared that undergoing the Zidian Longying's baptism in beast form would be overwhelming. Xing Nuo held Bai Xiaoyuan close. True, at this size, Even the smallest bed can accommodate you. But what if I inadvertently roll over onto you while sleeping? Bai Xiaoyuan laughed. Qi Zhu, my transformation is different from Song Shuai's. I merely shrank. I have not regressed to a juvenile state. Xing Nuo's fingers wandered, playfully scratching his belly. Bai Xiaoyuan instinctively curled his limbs, then comfortably lay on her lap, exposing his belly, though his long tail instinctively shielded certain areas. Outside the room, Lin Yeqi was seething, wishing to scratch the walls. He had taught Bai Xiaoyuan this technique to gain some time for himself, yet here he was unabashedly presenting his belly to Xing Nuo. Did he truly believe himself to be a kitten, given that Xing Nuo already adored fluffy creatures? The presence of the diminutive Bai Xiaoyuan would surely endear him to her even more. His tail thumped against the ground in frustration, wishing he could burst in and toss Bai Xiaoyuan out. Lu Ming patted Lin Yeqi's shoulder. Do not be upset. Now that Yuan has returned safely, Qi Zhu will surely spend more time with him. Lin Yeqi, though aware of this fact, found his emotions conflicted. Knowing and feeling were two different matters. I shall return to work. With that, Lin Yeqi swam off toward his room, intending to find some ungrateful individuals to vent his frustrations, even if it meant engaging in an argument. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly, hoping that negative reviews would not appear in the store's comments tomorrow. However, given Lin Yeqi's current state, it would be challenging to avoid them. Song Yuni emerged from the infirmary, remarking, that lad's possessiveness remains as strong as ever. Lu Ming replied, perhaps he will adapt over time. Song Yuni shook his head. Such tendencies are not easily altered, especially as Xing Nuo grows fonder of him. Their bond will only intensify his possessiveness. I propose we have As customize a few combat robots for him, providing an outlet for his frustrations while also enhancing his combat abilities. Lu Ming smiled, nodding, agreed, I will contact As shortly. The shop is indeed Xing Nuo's labor of love, and an abundance of negative reviews would be detrimental. Song Yuni resumed his seat on the infirmary bed, gazing at his own paws. He was acutely aware that Xing Nuo was particularly fond of his juvenile form. Yet, he hesitated to let her touch him due to his own capabilities. Should he perhaps restrain himself further? Or would it be wise to learn that shrinking technique, allowing him to diminish in size, even after recovery? Lu Ming activated the machine, beginning to examine Song Yuni's health. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xing Nuo lay sprawled on the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. She had never anticipated that molting could be such an ordeal. It felt as if her skin were glued with superglue, and every slight movement threatened to shed her outer layer. The most distressing part was her inability to move. She could only lie on the bed. Lu Ming held a specialized lamp, meticulously inspecting each scale on Xing Nuo's body. The petite Bai Xiaoyuan nestled beside her hand, asking, Qi Zhu, do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Lin Yeqi swiftly swam to her waist. It should be nearly over. Lu Ming pulled Lin Yeqi away. Do not press against Qi Zhu right now. Lin Yeqi stood upright. I was merely checking. Lu Ming did not refute anything. Lin Yeqi had also undergone shedding, making him quite experienced. Song Yuni sat on the opposite sofa and asked, has the shedding pool not yet been constructed? Lu Ming expressed his helplessness, stating that they lacked experience with the shedding pool for half-beast females. They had argued for a long time over the materials. The shedding pool required a rough texture to increase friction and aid in the removal of dead skin. However, the opposing side argued that since the one shedding was a young female half-beast, using excessively rough materials could cause injury, especially in areas not covered by scales. Hai Yueyo remarked, it's a pity that the mistress is not accustomed to underwater environments. Otherwise, we could have utilized a coral reef for shedding. Lin Yeqi scoffed. Do you think the mistress is like you? She is not suited for a coral reef. If she were to scrape some skin in the ocean, the mere irritation from seawater would cause Xing Nuo immense suffering. Xing Nuo quickly interjected, let us avoid the ocean. Lu Ming retracted his lamp, saying, at present, we can only let a Qi come. Xing Nuo blinked. What should we do? Lin Yeqi swiftly transformed into his normal size, his robust body coiling around Xing Nuo's serpentine tail. The Jiao Dragon's body began to wrap around her waist, extending to the tip of her tail. Chapter 139. You might as well collect my corpse. Xing Nuo glared at him and gave him a light slap. What are you doing? This young man wouldn't dare to try to squeeze her into a state of shock, would he? Lin Yechi whispered, "Mistress, I will serve as your shedding pool." Xingnuo was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yechi continued, "I will hold your body. You simply need to use your tail and crawl forward." The Jiao Dragon's body gently twisted and contracted, sensing the changes in Xingnuo's tail. This contact allowed him to easily perceive the state of her tail and adjust his strength to assist her shedding. Xingnuo flicked her tail and felt the Jiao Dragon entwining her with a peculiar force. She could even sense each muscle shift. For a moment, her face flushed slightly. Is this really necessary? The Jiao Dragon inched closer. "Mistress, trust me." Xingnuo turned her head away, supporting herself with her hands on the bed. "Want to crawl forward?" Luming quickly interjected, "Mistress, you cannot use your hands to crawl." Xingnuo looked up in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean?" Lin Yechi explained. "Serpents rely on muscle contractions to shed skin while gradually repairing their bodies. If you use your hands to crawl, it could tear the outer layer of scales, while the inner layer has not yet healed, leading to injury." Xingnuo turned her gaze to Luming, hoping for a precise answer. Luming nodded. "This is indeed the difficulty of shedding for half-beasts. Controlling the crawling speed is challenging." Xingnuo grimaced. "So, I really have to cocoon myself beneath him?" Lin Yechi looked slightly hurt. "Mistress, I am also your beast husband. Can you not tolerate this level of intimacy?" Xingnuo scratched her face. "It's not that. It's just too embarrassing." Lin Yechi gently nudged her. "What is there to be embarrassed about?" Luming quickly cautioned, "Do not touch the mistress's skin." Lin Yechi felt a bit weary. Xingnuo's skin was indeed somewhat delicate, but shouldn't he be so easily harmed by a slight brush? Bai Xiaoyuan suddenly swatted at him. "Listen well, you are now a shedding pool." Song Yuni interjected, "I suggest we give him a sedative." Recently, it was Lin Yechi's mating season, and encountering such close stimulation could easily lead to uncontrollable urges. At that point, if his strength were miscalibrated, Xingnuo could sustain injuries. Lin Yechi took a deep breath. "Surely it won't be that severe." Bai Xiaoyuan replied seriously, "I believe it is entirely necessary. Xingnuo is currently too delicate, and Lin Yechi's constant contact with her makes it difficult to gauge his state." Luming retrieved a large dose of sedative and suppressant from his spatial pouch. "I will monitor the situation closely." Lin Yechi's face flushed as he forcibly suppressed his anxious emotions, fearing that excessive tension might cause his scales to bristle. Xingnuo returned to the bed, her eyes gleaming with restrained amusement. Lin Yechi had indeed provoked widespread ire. They even considered giving him an injection. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced down and saw Xingnuo lying on the blanket, stifling laughter, which eased his worry somewhat. "Mistress, do not worry. We are here for you." Xingnuo acknowledged and began to twist her tail as much as possible. Her slender waist was held by Lin Yechi, while the rear half of her tail felt considerably more relaxed. Lin Yechi adjusted his body in accordance with Xingnuo's movements, their muscles contracting in a gentle caress. The intertwined tails of the serpents occasionally writhed. A faint sound, reminiscent of plastic bubbles, emerged. Everyone present perked up, anxiously watching Xingnuo. She focused her attention on her waist, where a translucent gelatinous substance had formed. Beneath it lay a patch of black new scales. Luming examined closely. "No problem. The new scales are developing well. Judging by their luster, they are significantly better than Xingnuo's previous scales." Bai Xiaoyuan approached with a box of nutrient solution. "Mistress, drink some of this nutrient solution to replenish your strength." The small tiger cradled the nutrient solution in his arms. Xingnuo felt a moment of cuteness and instinctively took a sip. Luming gently advised, "Mistress, take the shedding process slowly. Understood?" Xingnuo nodded. Having gained some experience, she was no longer as tense as she had been initially. She naturally possessed the stamina required for shedding. She pulled Bai Xiaoyuan into her embrace and rubbed her face against him. Lin Yechi felt somewhat displeased. "Mistress, why are you thinking about him at this moment?" Clearly, it is he and Xingnuo who are the main characters now. It had only been a few minutes, and she was already hugging Bai Xiaoyuan again. Xingnuo replied, "I just wanted to relax. My shell is quite uncomfortable." When she remained still, it was tolerable, merely a sense of constraint, but once she moved, It felt as though her skin was shedding everywhere. Lu also remarked, during shedding, maintaining a good mood is vital. Xingnua chuckled, playfully pressing down on Lin Yechi's head. Did you hear that? A good mood is paramount. Her teasing lifted Lin Yechi's spirits slightly. He nudged her hand with his head, considering his somewhat rough scales and consequently moderating his actions. Very well. Xingnua finished the nutrient solution in one go and resumed twisting her tail. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air. Lin Yechi attentively sensed the changes in Xingnua's body. The intimate entanglement made his eyes slightly redden. His previously cool body gradually warmed. Luming narrowed his eyes, holding a syringe in hand. With swift precision, he inserted the syringe into the gap between Lin Yechi's scales, simultaneously administering the sedative into his body. Lin Yechi stiffened, raising his neck and hissing at Luming. What are you doing? Luming calmly withdrew the syringe. Your body temperature has risen. Lin Yechi took a deep breath. I'm a normal person in mating season. Is an elevated body temperature not normal? As for the injection, are you serious? Luming replied, it is indeed serious. The mistress cannot afford any mistakes right now. Xingnua cherishes her scales greatly. Even a slight blemish would be deemed ugly. Thus, we cannot allow any flaws in the newly emerged scales. Lin Yechi, feeling exasperated, retorted with this dosage. Another injection could very well lead to my demise. Luming leisurely set the syringe aside. This amount is still manageable. Xiaoyuan leaned in to take a look. Wasn't it discussed beforehand? Necessary injections will be administered. Song Yun remarked coolly. The priority now is the shedding ritual. Remain calm and do not frighten the mistress. Just moments ago, Lin Yechi had been so angry that his Jiao dragon aura had flared up. Highway, you gaze at Lin Yechi with a sense of sympathy. For this fellow seemed to be one who lifted a stone only to crush his own foot beneath it. With such strength, he ought to contemplate how to conserve his energy instead. This time, Xingnua's molting was estimated to take around 10 hours. Consequently, Lin Yechi would be tethered to Xingnua for the same duration. Throughout this process, he needed to remain vigilant regarding Xingnua's condition. In the 140th chapter, are you not afraid of developing psychological shadows? Xingnua buried her face in by Xiaoyuan's chest, her shoulders shaking slightly. Lin Yechi, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, My lady, they are all bullying me. Xingnua lightly coughed, lifted her head, and gently patted his head. Do your best. My molting depends on you. A trickle of mental energy surged into Lin Yechi's spiritual sea. He quickly raised his head. My lady, please conserve some mental energy. Reward me after it's over. Xingnua did not insist further, composed herself, and began to exert effort. Lin Yechi felt as if he were caught in an inferno and an ice chamber simultaneously. In his embrace, Xingnua rubbed against him as if enticing him. Behind them, Lu Ming held an oversized syringe, seemingly suggesting that should he react, he would forever lose the ability to do so. It was excruciating. When the last remnant of skin finally shed, Lin Yechi nearly collapsed onto the bed, utterly devoid of the will to move. Xingnua caressed her newly grown scales, her eyes glimmering with delight. The new scales were indeed far more beautiful. Under the light, the black scales shimmered, a kaleidoscope of colors. Unable to resist, Xingnua brushed her tail. Seeing her so enamored with her tail, the others couldn't help but smile. Lu Ming casually tossed a bottle of nutrient solution to Lin Yechi. Xingnua set down her tail and gulped down the entire box of nutrient solution in one go. In her eagerness, she consumed the last bit without pause, feeling an insatiable thirst after sweating. Glancing down at Lin Yechi, who lay sprawled on the bed, she felt a twinge of sympathy. With a flick of her fingers, a small water dragon emerged, swiftly swimming to Lin Yechi's lips. Lin Yechi obligingly opened his mouth and swallowed the little dragon. Once he realized what had happened, he questioned uncertainly, My lady, was that a dragon? Xingnua nodded. Next time, I shall prepare fish. Lin Yechi quickly interjected. No need, the dragon is quite wonderful. The better the dragon was prepared, the more it indicated that Xingnua observed him with great care. He was not about to concede this opportunity to Haiwei Yu. Lu Ming advised quietly. My lady, you have just completed your molting, and your body will be somewhat weak, so it is best not to exert your mental energy for now. Lin Yechi felt a surge of frustration, but could not deny the wisdom in Lu Ming's words. He could only sulk on the bed. They simply could not stand to see Xing Nuo treat him with even a modicum of kindness. Song Yui approached him with small strides. Is your stamina so poor? This time, both of their endurance levels exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated Lin Yechi to be so feeble, nor Xing Nuo to possess such vigor. Could this also be a gift from the divine statue? Lin Yechi instantly straightened up. Who has poor stamina? It is certainly not me. He was merely exhausted from being tormented by these people. Xing Nuo cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yechi. This fellow truly was in a pitiable state, targeted by all. Bai Xiaoyuan transformed back into human form, cradling Xing Nuo in his arms. My lady, I shall take you to bathe. Xing Nuo, clutching the nutrient solution, nodded vigorously. This molting had consumed considerable energy, and she had even tapped into some of her source stone-S vitality. Hence, she needed to replenish it. Lu Ming gently lifted Xing Nuo's tail to prevent it from trailing on the ground. Bai Xiaoyuan helplessly remarked, My lady, do not drink so hurriedly. Xing Nuo nodded. Yet her pace did not slow significantly. Only upon settling into the hot spring did she let out a satisfied burp and rub her belly. The nutrient solution she had just consumed was sufficient to sustain her for a while. The warmth of the hot spring coaxed her into a state of relaxation, and she inadvertently squinted her eyes. Leaning against the edge of the hot spring, she observed Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming busily preparing towels and snacks. This scene closely resembled her first awakening. A soft splash echoed nearby. Following the sound, Xing Nuo noticed Lin Yechi, now reduced to the size of her wrist, swiftly swimming toward them. Hai Weiyu donned a bathing robe and stepped into the hot spring with deliberate grace, her robust tail swaying as she leaned against the edge of the pool. Song Yui stood hesitantly at the edge of the hot spring. His current form was too small. If he entered, he could only maintain a swimming posture. Xing Nuo's gaze shifted to Song Yui, her fingers twitching slightly. Suddenly, her long tail shot out of the water, wrapping around Song Yui and pulling him into the depths. Song Yui quickly adjusted to float on the surface. Xing Nuo retracted her tail and turned to Bai Xiaoyuan, feigning innocence as if she hadn't orchestrated the act. Hai Weiyu smirked, her tail shifting to support Song Yui on her tail fin. Song Shuai, what have you done to offend my lady? Song Yui found the situation amusing. Perhaps I was too fierce. Indeed, Xing Nuo was much more cautious around him than with others. Her playful pranks with Bai Xiaoyuan were always straightforward, yet with him, they turned sly. Hai Weiyu brought Song Yui closer. Would you like me to prepare a life preserver for you? The others perked up at this suggestion. Song Yui's aquatic combat abilities were commendable, yet the notion of him donning a life preserver in such a puppy-like state was undeniably amusing. Xing Nuo's gaze drifted toward Song Yui. She resolved that if he refused, she would have Bai Xiaoyuan transform into a small tiger and demonstrate the life preserver on her behalf. Song Yui, momentarily speechless, questioned their intentions. Did they truly wish to see him make a fool of himself? Why did Xing Nuo also sport such a gleaming expression? Casting a sidelong glance at Hai Weiyu, do you possess a life preserver? As a mere folk, Hai Weiyu's kin and subordinates belong to the Sea tribe, rendering such items unnecessary. Hai Weiyu replied, if truly needed, I can conjure one at any moment. Lu Ming produced a waterbed from his spatial pouch. Song Shuai, perhaps you should use this instead. Though he too found the idea of Song Yui in a life preserver intriguing, he preferred to avoid such potential embarrassment. After all, if something went awry, it would be their misfortune. Hai Weiyu guided Song Yui to the waterbed. What a pity. Xing Nuo also felt a sense of regret. Bai Xiaoyuan leaned closer, whispering, if my lady wishes to see, I can shrink down and demonstrate. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled. All right, next time it's just the two of us. Bai Xiaoyuan agreed. With a swift motion, he scooped Xing Nuo's tail into his palm. The delicate scales shimmered even more brilliantly in the water's glow. Why did it feel as if her scales radiated an unusual brightness? Xing Nuo tilted her head. What is abnormal? Aren't scales supposed to be bright to be beautiful? Lin Yechi concurred. In terms of luster, they are indeed shinier than typical snakekin. My lady must possess the bloodline of the royal snake, whose scales are naturally more lustrous. In the 141st chapter, everyone is targeting reckoning in autumn. Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively. It is likely due to the abundance of awakening energy I absorbed. The awakening energy she had taken and was undoubtedly more than what others had. And now, with the energy from the statue of Nuo, it resonated even more harmoniously with her. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. I believe the awakening energy plays a more significant role. Though Xing Nuo's scales were bright, their form differed from that of the royal snake. Lin Yeqi did not press his point further, acknowledging that the awakening energy likely influenced her appearance. However, had they forgotten that the awakening energy could also trigger the latent powers hidden within their bloodlines? The awakening energy and the Wangxi bloodline are not in conflict. Lu Ming chuckled, stating that as long as it does not affect the body, it is acceptable. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement, assuring them that any issues would be promptly communicated. Lin Yeqi playfully coiled his tail around Xing Nuo's serpent tail, suggesting that he should assist her with her next molt. Xing Nuo was momentarily impressed, questioning whether he feared developing psychological scars. She was acutely aware of Lin Yeqi's current condition. In a moment of reflection, she mused that the sorrow one experiences is akin to a group of eunuchs visiting a brothel. She did not believe that the others would allow Lin Yeqi to act recklessly during her molting process. Even if there were another occasion, it was likely that they would simply use a sedative to subdue him. Moreover, by the time she would mold again, Song Yuni would have fully recovered, leaving Lin Yeqi with no chance to resist. Lin Yeqi's tail stiffened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes in exasperation. Bai Xiaoyuan playfully nudged Lin Yeqi's tail aside, declaring that they would not be so lenient next time. Lin Yeqi glared at him, questioning what he considered to be leniency. Lu Ming gently picked up Lin Yeqi and placed him on the waterbed, advising him to rest well after his exertions. Lin Yeqi, feeling stiff, could not help but flick his tongue at Lu Ming. If they truly wished for him to rest, they should have placed him on the shore instead of beside Song Yuni. Did they think he was resting too comfortably? Xing Nuo felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Yeqi, sensing that he had become the target of their teasing. She discreetly tugged at Bai Xiaoyuan's sleeve, whispering that perhaps they should ease up on him. Bai Xiaoyuan sighed softly and kissed the corner of her mouth, remarking that a situation paled in comparison to her previous experiences. Xing Nuo paused, realizing that their teasing was not solely about her molting, but rather about her prior kidnapping. They were settling old scores. With that thought, she withdrew her sympathy for Lin Yeqi, recognizing that she had indeed endured her own trials. The memory of being collared and injected with needles ignited her anger. Bai Xiaoyuan offered her a piece of orange, urging her to disregard Lin Yeqi. Feeling somewhat languid, Xing Nuo settled on his lap, taking a bite of the orange. With the molting ordeal behind her, she felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. By the time her next molting arrived, she anticipated that she would feel little to no anxiety. Even looking forward to it, Lu Ming retrieved a small plate of snacks from the spatial pocket, placing it beside Xing Nuo, reminding her to have some biscuits to tide her over. Unlike the others, Xing Nuo typically consumed various foods instead of merely relying on nutritional fluids. She had not eaten anything for 10 hours. As she reached for the snacks, Lu Ming had already brought a biscuit to her mouth. Xing Nuo eagerly bit into it, relishing the delightful experience of being served. Lin Yeqi, observing the scene by the pool, glanced at Song Yuni, who sat beside him on the waterbed, and promptly buried his head in his own body. Song Yuni looked at him incredulously, questioning whether he was concerned about becoming tangled up. He had heard that Lin Yeqi had previously become so comfortable during soothing sessions that he had curled into a ball. Lin Yeqi quickly lifted his head, suppressing his anger upon seeing Song Yuni. It was merely an accident. Who would consistently get tangled up? Hai Weiyu, with a curious glint in her eyes, inquired about the sensation of being tangled. Lin Yeqi took a deep breath and retorted, suggesting she try tangling herself to find out. Hai Weiyu shifted slightly, and a robust, shimmering fishtail emerged from the water, declaring she could not get tangled. Frustrated, Lin Yeqi struck the waterbed with his tail, wishing he could give Hai Yueyu a good thrashing. Xing Nuo nestled closer into Bai Xiaoyuan's embrace, whispering that she sensed Lin Yeqi was particularly afraid of Song Yuni. Lin Yeqi's demeanor towards Song Yuni puzzled her. It seemed to be a mix of reverence and fear. Bai Xiaoyuan calmly explained that it stemmed from Lin Yeqi's previous experiences under Song Yuni's command. Lu Ming chuckled, suggesting that it was likely due to Song Yuni's strictness, which Lin Yeqi, accustomed to a more relaxed lifestyle, found difficult to adapt to. Xing Nuo blinked, reflecting on Lin Yeqi's habits, realizing they were entirely incompatible with military life. Typically, Lin Yeqi behaved as though he had no bones, often draping himself over her without a care, and was prone to fits of anger for reasons unknown. She mused about how a military unit filled with such lax members would likely not fare well. Bai Xiaoyuan concurred, expressing a sense of disappointment in Lin Yeqi's potential, lamenting that his talent was squandered. When Lin Yeqi joined the military, it was primarily for personal gain, and no one truly expected him to excel. It was indeed regrettable that such a remarkable Wangxi bloodline went unutilized. Xing Nuo gently nibbled on her orange, acknowledging that personality traits cannot be forced. She then inquired about the current situation at the front lines, wondering if there was any danger. Bai Xiaoyuan, who had gone to assist Bai Xiaoze, had not anticipated the emergence of twisted wormholes. Now that both he and Hai Yueyu had returned, the pressure on Bai Xiaoze's side would surely escalate. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her that the emperor had dispatched others to assist, so manpower would not be an issue. However, it might take some time for Bai Xiaoze to return, as various matters required attention, including the research on the Tongtian wood and the management of the distorted space. Regardless, they could not allow the insect race to proliferate unchecked. Xing Nuo's concerns did not dissipate, as the front lines were fraught with uncertainties. Even Bai Xiaoyuan and Song Yuni acknowledged the inherent dangers. Bai Xiaoyuan softly apologized for the distress this incident had caused her. Having already received messages from Bai Xiaoze that indicated her anxiety had escalated to the point where she contemplated going to the front lines to find him. She expressed her regret that the insect race could not be eradicated all at once. Bai Xiaoyuan explained that the insect race's reproductive and evolutionary capabilities were formidable, making it nearly impossible to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Moreover, he sensed an unusual intelligence among the recent insect occurrences, as though they were being manipulated by an unseen force. During his encounter with the mutated 3S level insect leader, he had been pulled into the distorted space and ultimately met Song Yuni there. Xing Nuo looked up, prompting him to continue. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled, suggesting that perhaps he was overthinking it, as the recent insects exhibited a notably higher level of intelligence and strategic thinking. Ding no blinked, acknowledging that certain insects indeed possessed elevated intelligence. Song Yuni, narrowing his eyes, inquired whether Bai Xiaoyuan had inadvertently fallen into the situation. Bai Xiaoyuan confirmed that he would review the details later. Song Yuni nodded, recognizing that with Xing Nuo present, they should refrain from discussing it further. Bai Xiaoyuan's heightened vigilance indicated that matters were more complex than they seemed. He exchanged glances with the others, who all nodded in agreement. Xing Nuo, feeling somewhat displeased, puffed out her cheeks, questioning whether they were conducting an internal meeting. Bai Xiaoyuan sheepishly chuckled, clarifying that they merely intended to discuss matters concerning the insect race. Xing Nuo pouted, conceding that she did not fully understand such military affairs. Bai Xiaoyuan smiled, reassuring her that the insect race could be quite terrifying, with some being particularly repulsive, expressing their concern about frightening her. Song Yuni pondered for a moment before speaking up, asking if the insects in her biological space shared similar characteristics of evolution and reproduction. In an instant, Bai Xiaoyuan felt a surge of alarm, asking Xing Nuo if she had insects in her biological space and what they were like. Xing Nuo contemplated briefly, stating that they did not seem to possess evolutionary abilities, as she had consistently used the same toxin on them without observing any signs of resistance. Lu Ming quietly suggested that Xing Nuo could have the robotic butler capture a few insects from her space for him to study. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement, noting that there were quite a few types of insects and inquiring if he had enough time. Lu Ming assured her that it would not be a problem. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Nuo suggested perhaps we should allow those experts in research on the insect race to investigate. After all, this matter should not be of great concern. Luming responded with a smile. Very well. He intended to conduct a preliminary screening of these insects himself to ensure there were no underlying issues before entrusting the research to individuals he deemed trustworthy. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired with curiosity, "Wife, are you not afraid of those insects?" Xing Nuo chuckled awkwardly. "Some are tolerable, while others are quite frightening. In any case, my encounters have always involved spraying them with medicine." Luming disagreed. "Such medicines are toxic and detrimental to your health." Xing Nuo replied, "I now have the butler robot handle it, so I do not have to intervene directly." Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Luming pondered for a moment and asked, "Wife, could you let me examine those insecticides? I would like to analyze their components." Xing Nuo nodded. That is not a problem. In her eyes, these insecticides were merely some form of chemical synthesis, and the composition was certainly not a secret. Luming had already resolved that, regardless of the situation, the insecticides would be his primary research focus, although Xing Nuo claimed to leave it to the butler robot. Should the residue of such substances be significant, even a mere touch could lead to poisoning. Xing Nuo shifted her focus to her biological space, issuing commands to the butler robots. After taking a bath, she felt somewhat drowsy, curling up in Bai Xiaoyuan's embrace, her head nodding gently. Bai Xiaoyuan carefully laid Xing Nuo onto the bed, his hand gently brushing against her slightly flushed cheek. He affectionately placed a kiss on her forehead before stepping out of the room and into the study. Inside, Sang Yun Yi Haiyueyo and Lin Yiqi were already seated. A light screen illuminated the room, and Bai Xiaoze wore a serious expression on his face. Another light screen continuously displayed images of Bai Xiaoyuan being pulled into the distorted space. After a long pause, Haiyueyo spoke up. "Do you think that distorted space could be man-made?" Sang Yun Yi's expression grew grave. "It is not impossible. Ultimately, we will have to await the investigation results from AZ. Given the current situation, it does indeed seem that the insect race deliberately lured Bai Xiaoyuan into that area. What puzzles me is why there were no special insects present in that space. Why draw Bai Xiaoyuan there? If the intention was merely to capture him, there would have been no need to lead the entire fleet into the area, thus granting Bai Xiaoyuan an opportunity for rescue." Lin Yiqi remarked, "It could also be a coincidence. If the insect race stumbled upon that place and believed it to be a site for a massive weapon, it is plausible they would lead people there." Luming's gaze remained solemn. He sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Bai Xiaoze stated, "We have dispatched personnel to pursue those insects, hoping for some results. As long as we can extract the insect's memories, we are bound to uncover some clues." Having enjoyed a rare good night's sleep, Xing Nuo descended the stairs, her spirits lifted. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyuan, Sang Yun, and Haiyueyo were lounging on the sofa, leisurely sipping orange peel tea. "Good morning," Xing Nuo greeted them, and the others returned her salutation. Turning her head, she spotted Lin Yiqi had transformed into a Jiao long form, feigning death on the sofa. Xing Nuo reached out to poke Lin Yiqi's belly, but he remained unresponsive. Taking a step back, she wondered, what is wrong with him? He can't be dead, can he? Luming poked his head out from the kitchen. Wearing an apron, he is just a bit tired from this morning's training. Xing Nuo continued to prod his belly. Lin Yiqi opened his mouth and released a bubble. Bai Xiaoyuan, showing a hint of distaste, moved aside, and with one hand, drew Xing Nuo closer, saying, "Wife, do not pay him any mind." Xing Nuo found it amusing. It was clear that Lin Yiqi had created that bubble using his water energy. Sang Yun remarked casually, "You should practice like this every morning. Your stamina is even inferior to that of the wife." Lin Yiqi felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Was this torturous training to be a daily occurrence? He would rather be put to death than endure this. Rolling his eyes, he fainted. Xing Nuo gasped, quickly poking him. "He can't really be gone, can he?" Luming approached, examining Lin Yiqi for a moment. "He's fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. A few more training sessions will do him good." Bai Xiaoyuan remarked disdainfully. With such little stamina, what a waste of a 3S level Jiao long bloodline. The Jiao long bloodline was exceedingly rare and offensive in nature. Yet, He merely utilized it to suppress others. In terms of endurance, Lin Yiqi might not even surpass Lu Ming, who was a mere desk worker. Xing Nuo recalled previous events with a tinge of sympathy. Could it be that the last time left him with hidden injuries? She remembered the dream where Lin Yiqi had been forcibly stripped of his scales by her other half. For them, scales were of utmost importance. Bai Xiaoyuan ruffled Xing Nuo's hair. Are you referring to the time his scales were removed? That incident is unrelated. Yu also had her scales removed by you. Yet she remains formidable. Chapter 143. Similar habits should not become obsessions. Song Yini added, this lad has always enjoyed sleeping since childhood. Perhaps he wishes to conserve his energy perpetually in standby mode. As a result, Lin Yiqi never pushes himself to the brink. Consequently, his strength has progressed more slowly than others. Lu Ming bundled Lin Yiqi up and casually retrieved an aviation treatment pod, placing him inside. The treatment pod emitted special light to assist in his recovery. Otherwise, he would surely be unable to get out of bed the next day. Although he was reluctant to use this pod, seeing Xing Nuo's worried expression compelled him to relent. Xing Nuo blinked, a smile lighting up her eyes. That is a wise thought. However, over time, the body may become stiff, right? Maintaining a reserve of energy at all times is something I, too, consider. The various source stones she initially exchanged were intended for such situations. Yet, when such thoughts turned into obsessions, they became shackles instead. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement precisely, which is why he also needs regular physical activity. As it happens, we are all at home now, so safety is not a concern. Xing Nuo curiously glanced at them. Did all of you train similarly today? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, I train with AU. Song Shuai is currently unfit, and Aiming completed half. Xing Nuo looked at Lin Yiqi, momentarily at a loss for words. Were they not all 3S level combatants? How could their stamina vary so greatly? Haiyueyo suggested, wife. You can also supervise him more in the future. Extended periods of inactivity are detrimental to his health. Lin Yiqi was the most leisurely among them, and would likely spend the most time accompanying Xing Nuo. With her supervision, she doubted Lin Yiqi would remain idle. Xing Nuo nodded, all right. I will frequently call him to train. Bai Xiaoyuan smirked, wife, we should also train together regularly. Xing Nuo agreed, of course. By the way, you all started training today, yet no one called for me. Bai Xiaoyuan explained, you should first acclimate to your body today. We will train tomorrow. New scales take time to grow and solidify, and they naturally did not dare to rush things. Xing Nuo felt both anticipation and apprehension. She hoped she would not become a second Lin Yiqi. Song Yini chuckled, rest assured, wife, your training will be tailored for you by Lu Ming. It will not exceed your physical limits. Xing Nuo exhaled in relief. That is good. Bai Xiaoyuan poured a cup of tea for Xing Nuo. Wife, try this. It is the orange peel tea made by Aiming. Xing Nuo took a sip, her eyes brightening, delicious. The tea carried a subtle fragrance of orange and a hint of sweetness. After finishing a cup, she felt significantly more alert. Lu Ming chuckled, if the wife enjoys it. I shall make more. He adhered to the principle of not wasting resources, drying the previously peeled orange skins to create orange peel tea. To his surprise, this tea was immensely popular among them. Song Yuni directly inquired, is there a substantial quantity of this orange peel tea? If possible, I would like to bring some back for my subordinates. Lu Ming chuckled, currently, there's enough to brew a pot for Xiao Bai and the others, but beyond that, we have none left. Xing Nuo immediately understood that Song Yuni was considering the well-being of his personal guard. That's simple. I still have plenty of oranges. We can let them enjoy the fruit, keeping the seeds and skins aside. Song Yuni felt a bit embarrassed and replied, thank you, my dear wife. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. Song Shuai, you cannot simply accept gifts without reciprocating. Song Yuni nodded. I have already arranged for 1,000 butler robots, 1,000 hummingbird robots, 100 energy machines, and 100 sets of transport equipment for Xiao Zhe. Xing Nuo was taken aback, wondering what this meant. Surely, those are not intended for me? Bai Xiaoyuan replied with a grin, that sounds about right. My dear wife, will you find these items useful? I am quite adept at operating them. Xing Nuo was momentarily stunned. Those are for me? Song Yuni sighed, of course your biological space is quite expansive, and with so many crops, the 3 butler robots would hardly suffice. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a twinge of jealousy, My dear wife, is your biological space truly that vast? Why have you not mentioned it to us? The mere thought of Xing Nuo managing such a large area made him uneasy. He had witnessed how she farmed before, which involved clearing the land, fertilizing, and sowing seeds. Just imagining it seemed laborious. He couldn't help but take Xing Nuo's hand and suggested, "My dear wife, let's place those machines into your biological space." Xing Nuo quickly responded, "It's not that excessive. I currently have quite a few fruit trees. The butler robots can manage for now, though I certainly wouldn't refuse more. Her farming space could be expanded, so naturally, more robots would be beneficial. The machines purchased from them would also be significantly safer." Song Yuni assured, "We will have Xiao Zhe configure the robots to operate offline, so you need not worry about information leaks." Xing Nuo nodded, "Thank you." Lu Ming added, "In fact, Xiao Zhe has already arranged for personnel to produce butler robots, and they are essentially in production now." Xing Nuo was astonished. "So soon?" Lu Ming explained, "He began organizing this when we decided to cultivate on a large scale. However, those machines are not offline yet. Modifying them for offline control is quite simple. Bai Xiaoza also intends to create the final product before returning to make adjustments for added safety." Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, "Regardless, we can leave the machines to that young man." Xing Nuo nodded, trusting in Bai Xiaoza's abilities. Lu Ming smiled. "By the way, Xiaoze just sent back a package. Would you like to see it?" Xing Nuo asked. "For me?" Lu Ming confirmed, "Of course." He quickly retrieved a white box from the spatial node. A display on the box lit up with the words, "For Xing Nuo." Xing Nuo cautiously opened it. A 10-centimeter tall panda figurine floated out of the box. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled as she reached out to touch the panda, exclaiming, "How adorable!" The plush texture instantly lifted her spirits. Authentication successful. Machine activated. A light illuminated behind the panda's head, and a 3-meter-tall giant robot emerged silently from within. Landing on the ground, Xing Nuo gasped in astonishment. "Is this a butler robot?" "It doesn't appear so, judging by the panda's red eyes." Song Yuni explained, "This is a small mech. It can autonomously attack and can also be worn by the owner for combat." Lu Ming clarified, "This little panda serves as the key to the mech." The mech emitted a deep sound. "Please name your mech." Chapter 144, Mech Gun. Xing Nuo gently held the panda, examining the mech from top to bottom. The mech was painted in black and white, with surprisingly rounded joints. Overall, it still radiated a fierce presence. Naming it posed a challenge for Xing Nuo, who lacked talent in that area. After much contemplation, she hesitantly suggested, "How about Gun?" After all, that is a nickname for pandas, and it pairs perfectly with the key. "Hiwei, you look puzzled." Gun? Xing Nuo gestured to the key in her hand. "This panda is round and plump, hence the name Gun. Hiwei, you fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Very fitting." The mech hummed, naming successful. "Mech Gun at your service, my master." Xing Nuo tightly grasped the panda key and, under Lu Ming's guidance, began to control the mech. Bai Xiaoyuan offered assistance as well. As an attack-type mech, Gun was equipped with AI support, and, with Bai Xiaoza having simplified the programming, it was relatively easy to operate. In no time, Xing Nuo mastered the controls. With a flick of her mind, she stored the mech within the key. As she manipulated the panda key, her fondness for it was evident in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyuan playfully tapped the panda's head. "What is it about this thing that you find so appealing? If we're talking about cuteness, aren't those cats even cuter?" Xing Nuo tucked the panda key into her embrace. "Do not bully it." Bai Xiaoyuan's lips twitched as he retracted his hand, wanting to explain that the panda was made of special materials, rendering it tougher than typical mechs. Lu Ming chuckled. "My dear wife, the key to the mech has been specially crafted. Its durability surpasses that of the mech itself." He emphasized this to alleviate Xing Nuo's concerns about the key's importance. Bai Xiaoyuan cast a grateful glance at Lu Ming with his explanation. Xing Nuo would surely not perceive it as an excuse. Song Yuni remarked with a smile, "Speaking of which, Xiaoze often uses the key as a hammer, doesn't he?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Xing Nuo's eyes, surprised to discover that he had such a side. Bai Xiaoyuan nudged Xing Nuo playfully. "Dear wife, shall we engage in a mech battle?" Excitement sparkled in Xing Nuo's eyes as she replied, "Yes." Bai Xiaoyuan scooped her up with one hand. eagerly heading toward the mech training ground. As they departed, Song Yuni shook his head lightly, noting how Bai Xiaoyuan easily lost himself in his affection for Xing Nuo. At that moment, Mo Bai hurriedly entered the room. General, a call from Queen. Song Yuni fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Mo Bai quickly connected the communication. A luminescent screen flickered to life, revealing the serious face of the Queen. Upon seeing Song Yuni in a state resembling a puppy, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Song Shuai, have you truly become like this? Song Yuni's transformation into a beast was a significant loss for them. She couldn't help but feel regretful, wondering if things would have been better had she intervened in his marriage to Xing Nuo. Just as this thought arose, she suppressed it. With only one S-class female among the entire empire, what could they do? Song Yuni nodded toward the Queen. Your Majesty. The Queen's body stiffened, staring in shock at Song Yuni. You still possess your rationality? This is quite miraculous. It is known that once a beast man succumbs to their primal instincts, they lose all semblance of reason. Song Yuni affirmed, I apologize for not updating you sooner. Lu Ming interjected. We intended to wait until Song Shuai regained more stability before informing you. The Queen sighed in relief. As long as you maintain your rationality, that is what matters. Her voice faltered slightly as she hesitated, disbelief etching her features. What do you mean? Song Shuai, can you truly recover? The shock of this revelation made her voice rise in pitch. Song Yuni nodded, expressing uncertainty about the extent of recovery. The Queen stepped forward, unable to contain her curiosity. Has Lu Ming developed a new medicine? Lu Ming gazed at the light screen and gently inquired, Your Majesty, are you alone at present? The Queen composed herself slightly and nodded affirmatively. Lu Ming replied matter-of-factly, Song Shuai's recovery is attributed to his wife. The Queen asked, Can she soothe the beast form? Lu Ming confirmed, Indeed, she has awakened special abilities similar to Xingyan Li's feminine aspect. She can directly provide external comfort. A glimmer of hope and apprehension surfaced in the Queen's voice. What about Arue? Lu Ming sighed softly. It remains uncertain. You are aware of his condition. It has been too long. The Queen, reluctant to accept, responded. So there is still a chance, isn't there? Lin Yechi raised his head in the aircraft chamber. I will ask the wife. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment. If we involve her, certain restrictions will be necessary. The Queen nodded. I understand. You need not worry about that. Lu Ming continued. As for the soothing process, we must thoroughly consult the wife's opinion. If she disagrees, we will not impose. The Queen's gaze dimmed momentarily as she surveyed the individuals before the light screen, yet a flicker of hope ignited. Very well. Song Yuni stated calmly. Assuming the wife agrees, I have two requests. The Queen responded, Speak. Song Yuni articulated. Considering the wife's safety, the timing must be set for after my recovery. The Queen nodded in acknowledgement. Song Yuni added, Secondly, I wish for you to keep the events of that year confidential. The Queen's eyes momentarily reddened. However, without that incident as a foundation, how could Xinhua have saved Arue in that state? Song Yuni replied, If the soothing fails, that event will haunt the wife for a lifetime, and Arue would not wish for that. The Queen questioned, She would feel guilt? Donotist. Her expression grew agitated, tears welling in her eyes. Song Yuni asserted earnestly that incident was not the wife's fault. The Queen sank in her chair, murmuring, I know. I am aware. The room fell silent, awaiting the Queen to regain her composure. After a brief moment, she gently closed her eyes and adjusted her emotions. I agree to this matter. However, you must at least allow Xinhua to try once. Song Yuni assured. We will do our utmost. The Queen, now emotionally stirred, Lin Yechi refrained from further provocation and instead offered comfort. Mother, the wife is doing well now. The Queen shot him a glance. You have only spent a few days with her. How can you be so certain? Are you not still resisting your heat cycle in beast form? Lin Yechi retorted, Mother, it was Song Yuni's fault that I transformed into a beast. My rage levels are now at 0. The Queen was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lu Ming in disbelief. Chapter 145. The Queen's Call. News of the shadows. Lu Ming spoke gently. Achi's rage levels have indeed returned to 0. He is currently in the process of regaining his strength. Fearing the queen's concern, Lin Yechi exited the treatment chamber. Look, I'm doing fine now. The queen widened her eyes. You have regressed to a juvenile state. How is that good? Earlier, upon seeing Lin Yechi in the treatment chamber, she had assumed it was merely a spatial effect of the chamber, not realizing he had truly transformed into a small dragon. Lin Yechi twisted his body and quickly shifted back to human form, presenting his light brain information to the queen. The queen blinked. You can still transform from juvenile form to human form? Lu Ming clarified. It is actually a miniaturization. A Qi inadvertently learned this skill. In this state, physical exertion is significantly reduced. The queen regarded Lin Yechi with skepticism, recalling his desire to grow robust and tall. How could he contemplate becoming this diminutive creature? Lin Yechi's face flushed slightly. Mother, that is of little importance. Just know that my greatest danger currently is Tsang Yuni. The queen smirked. Understood. But why are you still not growing? In the past, whenever Lin Yechi was bullied by Tsang Yuni, he would come to her to complain. Alas, even now, as he had established a family, he still appeared so childlike. Lin Yechi felt an urge to protest, but Lu Ming placed a hand on him. Enough. If you wish to act spoiled, do it privately with Her Majesty. Lin Yechi fumed. Who is acting spoiled? The queen slightly firmed her expression. I have come to discuss another matter with you. Tsang Yuni inquired. Please go on. The queen continued. According to the intelligence from the Special Investigation Team, they have discovered traces of the Shadow Organization's activities. Tsang Yuni's gaze turned cold. Those scoundrels dare to show themselves again. The queen's eyes reflected a hint of murderous intent. I have already sent over the specific information. Tsang Yuni stated, I will send my deputy to collect it. The queen cautioned, be careful. This time the shadows may not be easily dealt with. Current intelligence suggests they have connections with high-ranking officials in the council and have even infiltrated the higher echelons of the Female Protection Association. Lu Ming gasped. Are they planning to target the wife? Tsang Yuni's eyes glinted with fury. This is not the first time. The queen affirmed, in any case, you must remain vigilant. Your safety relies on your own efforts. Lin Yechi expressed concern. Mother, has your imperial guard been compromised as well? If there were no issues, given Lin Yechi's significance, she would undoubtedly arrange for the imperial guard to protect Xinghua. The queen reassured, your father is already investigating. There is no need for concern. Tsang Yuni's expression darkened. What worries me more is whether the insect clan has also been infiltrated. The queen inhaled deeply, her eyes wide with alarm. Do we have any leads? Tsang Yuni replied, currently, there is no evidence. We will investigate in that direction. The queen resolved. I will also arrange for personnel to expedite progress. Tsang Yuni agreed, understood. We will have Xiao Zhe keep an eye on the insect clan. The queen nodded and continued to discuss details before terminating the communication. Lu Ming turned to Tsang Yuni. You just mentioned that the shadows have targeted the wife more than once. What does that imply? Lin Yechi also pressed. What does that matter? Is it related to my elder brother? Hai Weiyu similarly scrutinized Tsang Yuni. What exactly is the shadow? Tsang Yuni refrained from answering their questions for the moment, and instead issued a command to the white-haired MO by beside him. Xiao Bai, take a team to retrieve the personnel, carrying the information and ensure their safe return. Montauk Bai bowed respectfully, understood. With that, he departed swiftly. The urgency of the situation compelled them to act promptly. Only after they had left did Tsang Yuni elucidate. The shadows are a group of mad scientist researchers. They once kidnapped the wife. Lin Yechi's eyes turned icy. Those despicable fiends, where are they now? I will take my troops and eliminate them. Tsang Yuni replied. They are well hidden, and locating them is not simple. This time, we must eradicate them completely. Lu Ming's expression grew serious. What were their previous research projects? Tsang Yuni pondered for a moment before revealing two words, cloning, fusion. Lu Ming, piecing together the information, spoke with disbelief. They intend to clone the wife? Tsang Yuni clarified. To be precise, they aim to mass-produce 3S level females. Hai Yueyo's eyes flickered. 3S? Is the wife not an S level? Surely they could not be planning to clone 3 cells and fuse them together? Lu Ming contended. That would not yield a 3S. Could it be they intend to merge a Rui's cells into the clone? Song Yuni confirmed. The wife was once a 3S level little female. Lu Ming inhaled sharply, astonishment filling his eyes. According to Song Yuni, the shadows had kidnapped Xing Nuo in the past and had successfully conducted experiments. The failure of those experiments resulted in her regression to S level. After a long pause, Lu Ming regained his voice. How old was the wife at that time? Song Yuni replied, 6 years old. Lu Ming felt tears welling in his eyes, unable to fathom the ordeal Xing Nuo had endured. Song Yuni added, I only learned of this matter by chance. The complexion of Lin Yechi turned pale, and he trembled as he asked, Are you implying that the mistress may have suffered similar torment as my elder brother? Song Yuni replied, I have not seen the detailed information, but everyone present comprehended the implications of his words. As the eldest prince, Lin Yerue had been subjected to such torture that he had become unrecognizable, and even now, he had not regained his senses. How much better could Xing Nuo possibly be? The door to the living room was forcefully pushed open, and Xing Nuo's melodious voice rang out. Next time, I shall not lose to you. Bai Xian laughed heartily. Very well, I await the challenge from the mistress. Xing Nuo excitedly flicked her tail. If you lose to me, I shall impose a penalty upon you. Bai Xiaoyuan tilted his head. Mistress, your words make me rather inclined to deliberately lose to you. Remembering the punishment that Xing Nuo had previously imposed on him, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Xing Nuo pinched his ear and lifted it. Humph, dream on. I would never use such a method. She turned her gaze back to see that several others were still seated on the sofa, but the atmosphere seemed somewhat amiss. Is something the matter? Lu Ming forced a smile. Nothing is wrong. We just watched a movie, and now we are feeling a bit melancholic. Xing Nuo slid down from Bai Xiaoyuan's embrace and reached out to touch Lu Ming's eyes. They are red. What movie had such a profound impact? Song Yuni gently replied. It was a film about combating the insectoid race. It inevitably reminded everyone of our fallen comrades. Chapter 146. Unease, Song Yuni's recovery. I see. Xing Nuo wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's neck and kissed the corner of his eye. They must have always been with you. Lu Ming scooped Xing Nuo up and held her tightly. The excessive force made her feel uneasy. She sensed that they were not merely reminiscing about their comrades. Could it be that Azay and the others were in trouble? Song Yuni felt helpless. Lu Ming's emotional state might lead Xing Nuo to misconstrue the situation, especially since Bai Xiaoyuan had just been rescued. Bai Xiaoyuan scratched his head. What is wrong with Ming? Why is he so agitated? Lin Yechi gritted his teeth. I feel like killing someone. Bai Xiaoyuan immediately tensed up. If you have that attitude, you're not welcome here. Hai Yuio said softly, I also feel like killing someone. Bai Xiaoyuan was taken aback, puzzled. Although Hai Yuio was present, his possessiveness was not so strong that he would feel such a way just because Lu Ming was embracing Xing Nuo. Was there something else at play? He gestured to Song Yuni, pointing to his light brain. Song Yuni shook his head. He did not intend to inform Bai Xiaoyuan about this matter for the time being. Given his temperament, revealing it might lead to unforeseen complications. Xing Nuo patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Is it truly that someone is in trouble? Lu Ming gently released Xing Nuo and shook his head. Song Yuni pondered for a moment and stated directly, if anyone is in trouble, it would be Lin Yerue. Xing Nuo tilted her head, contemplating. That name sounds somewhat familiar yet strange. Lin Yechi's eyes reddened as he pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. He is my brother. He has turned into a beast. We have been unable to do anything about it. Xing Nuo was momentarily taken aback before recalling. Lin Yerue, the elder brother of Lin Yechi, one of her beast husbands, a 3S male beast man. I believe I have never seen him before. Regarding this beast husband, aside from the data on her light brain, she could not recall anything. Lin Yechi nodded slightly. He transformed into a beast several years ago due to excessively high rage levels. We have been seeking ways to treat him all these years. Xing Nuo said, I shall give a try later. Perhaps I can soothe him. Song Yuni sighed lightly. Mistress, His Highness's situation is different from mine. He has been in his beast form for over 5 years. It is not so simple. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Huh? Wasn't it said that he was always out fighting the insectoids? How could he have transformed? Lin Yechi sighed. That was merely for public consumption. The situation of my elder brother is somewhat akin to that of Song Shuai, both severely injured and transformed. Xing Nuo tilted her head. If that is the case, shouldn't we go sooner? Looming interjected, it has been too long. His Highness no longer recognizes anyone. If we're to soothe him, we must prepare special restraints. Lin Yechi added, he has always remained in his adult form. Even a slight sneeze might cause injury. When Lin Yerue transformed, he was still young, and they were concerned about burdening his body, rarely using restraints for fear of impacting his growth. Song Yuni assured, we will arrange everything properly. You must also ensure that you have adequate protection during your journey. Xingnuo waved her tail. Perhaps we can forego the guards. She actually disliked being surrounded by strangers. Always feeling uneasy. Bai Xiaoyuan stated plainly, with us here, what need is there for guards? Luming remarked, in any case, this matter is not urgent. It is best to wait until Tsang Shuai has fully recovered to discuss it. Xingnuo ceased to voice further objections. Even Lin Yechi was not in a hurry, so the task of soothing might be more complicated than she had anticipated. Bai Xiaoyuan directly picked up Xingnuo and dashed upstairs. Let them be. Come, let's take a bath. There's nothing more refreshing after exercise than a soak. Xingnuo agreed. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Song Yuni quickly activated his light brain. His expression darkened. The person delivering the information had been attacked. Xiao, Bai required assistance. Ma Bai, accompanied by elite personnel, had unexpectedly fallen into a disadvantageous position. Hai Yuyo rose from the sofa. I shall go provide support. Lin Yechi twisted his neck. I shall go as well. Song Yuni said, I appreciate your help. I will have Xiao Fei guide you. A layer of specially designed metallic armor quickly enveloped Hai Yuyo and Lin Yechi as they swiftly flew outside. Luming's eyes clouded with concern. I hope we can make it in time. Song Yuni remained silent for a moment. Ming, arrange the upcoming treatment according to my physical limits. He needs to recover as much as possible. Given the current situation, their defenses may not suffice. Luming nodded gravely. Understood. I will make arrangements. After a long wait, they finally received good news. Lin Yechi's gaze was fixed intently on the list of information. The list comprised names of individuals suspected to be associated with the shadowy organization. Hai Yuyo declared, I will investigate the merchants. Lin Yechi responded, I will handle those with titles. Song Yuni nodded, I will look into military personnel. Luming added, I will handle matters related to the research institute. Song Yuni concluded, as for the Female Protection Association, we must rely on the Queen. Luming stated, I trust they have already begun addressing the situation. Time swiftly passed, and a week went by. Xingnuo withdrew her mental energy, stepping back a few paces to sit on the sofa. Song Yuni closed his eyes, his entire being enveloped in a trance-like state. Gradually, his body began to grow, and before long, he had reached a height of 2 meters. Xingnuo stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was her first encounter with such a large wolf. Those robust claws were no different from tiger claws, capable of sending a person to meet their ancestors with a single swipe. Luming meticulously examined Song Yuni's physical data. He could not help but feel puzzled. Song Yuni's height and weight seemed to have increased. While he could comprehend the weight gain, the height increase exceeded his expectations. Luming retracted his light brain. Song Shuai, please attempt to revert to your human form. Song Yuni directed his gaze toward Xingnuo. She immediately stood at attention. Am I to go outside? Song Yuni nodded slightly. Xingnuo hastily rose and ran outside. Outside the door by Xiaoyuan, by Xiaoze, Lin Yechi, Hai Yueyo, and Ma Bai were all anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing Xingnuo emerge, Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly scooped her up. Mistress, how is it? Has Tsang Shuai recovered? Xingnuo rubbed against him fiercely before expressing her mild frustration. I don't know. He went tea, let me see. After all the time she had assisted him in soothing, he chose the most critical moment to deny her a glance. Lin Yechi looked puzzled. He wouldn't let you see? Why not? Bai Xiaoze chuckled. Perhaps he is concerned that he cannot control his energy well enough to transform into clothing. Xingnuo recalled her awakening ceremony, and her previously gloomy mood lifted significantly. She glanced towards the window, only to find it completely obstructed. Lin Yechi playfully covered Xingnuo's eyes, saying, What is there to see? Song Shuai has been eating and sleeping all day for the past few days. He has probably gained a little belly. Chapter 147, Song Shuai. I did not expect you to have this side. Hai Yueyo's eyes sparkled with amusement. There is indeed a possibility. Song Shuai hasn't been training much lately. A person accustomed to intense training, who suddenly ceases to train while maintaining the same food intake, will undoubtedly gain weight. Xing Nuo whispered to Bai Xiaoyuan. I just noticed that Ming's expression seemed off. Bai Xiaoyuan's demeanor turned serious. Is there a problem? Xing Nuo replied, I'm not sure. I felt there was no issue while I was comforting him. Her current method of comfort was not merely simple. With Lu Ming's consent, she had begun to learn how to merge awakening energy with mental strength, employing the unique Daoru characteristics of the thunder element to soothe their bodies. The effects of this specialized comfort were naturally superior to other forms of consolation. Bai Xiaozi calmly remarked, perhaps it's good news. He had previously experienced the effects of specialized comfort, and the enhancement to the body was palpable. In recent days, Song Yuni had received the most comfort, and naturally, he had absorbed the most awakening energy, which should be beneficial to his body. Hai Weiyu endorsed Bai Xiaozi's hypothesis, stating Song Shuai's condition should be even better. Bai Xiaoyuan let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Hearing this, Xing Nuo also relaxed. But his physique is indeed substantial. He is nearly as tall as a yuan. Everyone fell silent. Although Tsang Lang belonged to a larger breed of wolves, it was impossible for him to be taller than Bai Xiaoyuan, who was, after all, a tiger. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Xing Nuo curiously asked, What's wrong? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, Nothing. He decided that he must compare heights with Song Yuni in the future. He could hardly believe that in his beast form, he would be shorter than Song Yuni. Finally, as everyone anticipated, Lu Ming opened the door. Song Shuai had already recovered, and in fact, he was even better than before. Bai Xiaoyuan excitedly let out a shout. Mo Bai rushed in front of Xing Nuo, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Xing Nuo, for your assistance. Xing Nuo waved her hand. It's nothing. Bai Xiaoyuan directly led everyone into the ward. Song Yuni leisurely buttoned his shirt, expressing gratitude to his wife. He had learned about his condition from Lu Ming. Although he had anticipated it, he was still filled with astonishment. His body had not only returned to its peak, but had even improved by 10 points, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. Xing Nuo waved her hand again. No need to be polite. At that moment, Song Yuni's body was still in a half-beast state, sporting a pair of fluffy ears and a swaying tail. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, Can't you revert to your human form yet? Song Yuni explained, Lu Ming suggests I first adapt to my half-beast form before returning to human form. Bai Xiaoyuan's tone lightened. Shall we have a spar? Lu Ming interjected. A yuan, Song Shuai has just recovered. He cannot engage in intense combat yet. Bai Xiaoyuan sighed with regret. All right then. Perhaps tomorrow? Lu Ming nodded yes. Hai Weiyu smiled. Actually, I would also like to spar with Song Shuai. Song Yuni welcomed the challenge. Xing Nuo's gaze was fixed on Song Yuni's tail, which was wagging behind him. Lin Yechi, somewhat dissatisfied, covered Xing Nuo's eyes and protested. Wife. Bai Xiaoyuan swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Why the sudden shout? Are you trying to scare someone? Lin Yechi huffed in annoyance. Song Yuni chuckled softly. Now that I've made some recovery, let us head home. Lu Ming kindly suggested, to celebrate Song Shuai's recovery, let us organize a small feast. Bai Xiaozi added with a smile, I have already asked the robotic butler to arrange the food. The group walked home leisurely. Xing Nuo felt a soft, furry sensation in her hand. Looking down, she saw Song Yuni placing his tail in her palm, gently rubbing against her. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled, and she reached out to grasp the tail. She distinctly felt Song Yuni's body tense up. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced over, momentarily speechless. Song Shuai, I didn't expect you to have this side. It was important to note that they were outdoors, with many of his guards stationed nearby, all staring wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Song Yuni cleared his throat, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Xing Nuo, engrossed in her own world, couldn't help but hug the tail close. It was likely she wouldn't have many opportunities to touch it again, as he might not shift into beast form in the future. Her fingers gently brushed against the tail, like feathers caressing her chin, causing her eyes to gleam. Song Yuni stood rigidly beside her, the sensation from his tail igniting a surge of energy within him. He attempted to retract his tail, but Xing Nuo tightened her grip as if in defiance. Song Yuni couldn't help but facepalm, realizing he had overestimated his self-control. Lu Ming quickly intervened, "Wife, we are in public. Such behavior is inappropriate." Bai Xiaoyuan leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Wife, an orc's tail shouldn't be touched carelessly. It can lead to complications." Startled, Xing Nuo released her grip. "Ah?" Song Yuni finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xing Nuo cautiously stole a glance at him, then whispered to Bai Xiaoyuan, "But you're the one who loves to wrap your tail around me, aren't you?" Bai Xiaoyuan felt a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly. "I have great self-control." Skeptically, Xing Nuo regarded him. "Really? You have self-control?" Bai Xiaoyuan hastily shifted the topic. "Wife, what would you like to eat later? I'll prepare it." Xing Nuo pouted. "Come on. You're just afraid I'll play with your tail." Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "By the way, my mating season is approaching." Typically, he could endure Xing Nuo's touches, but during mating season, he wasn't sure what might happen. Xing Nuo nodded, quickly turning away. "What do you want to eat later?" Hai Weiyu chuckled softly. Xing Nuo's face flushed as she exclaimed, "You guys are so annoying." After dinner, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Xing Nuo entered her farm space. The income from her shop over the past few days, combined with the comfort she provided to Song Yuni, had enabled her to acquire 2 new statues, one of a Song Lang and another of a mermaid. Now, her collection of statues had reached saturation, with several beast husbands and her own statue already purchased. Next, she could consider changing some skills or source stones. Contentedly closing the shop, Xing Nuo snuggled into her blankets and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 148, Journey to the Imperial Star. The changes of Lanbao Star. In the third-floor conference room, the remaining individuals were reviewing the reports submitted by their subordinates. Song Yuni stated, "Next, we can start arranging matters concerning Lin Yeqing." With the knowledge that his body was recovering rapidly, the queen was also diligently crafting tighter binding tools, ensuring no safety risks would arise. Lin Yeqing nodded. "From what my wife indicates, she won't refuse." Had they not intervened, Xing Nuo would have already set off to provide comfort. Lu Ming added, "There shouldn't be any issues with the medical equipment from Her Highness. The primary concern lies with the guards on the road." Hai Weiyu offered, "My personal guards will be organized under Tsang Shuai's command." Lin Yeqing said, "Mine will be included as well." Bai Xiaoza added, "Both of Yuan and I will contribute ours too." Song Yuni nodded, "All right." Lu Ming's expression bore a hint of unease. Based on the intelligence at hand, the infiltration capability of the Ning was exceedingly formidable. Song Yuni declared, "I shall arrange for them to conduct covert protection. A Yuan's personal guards will provide direct security, while Xiao Bai leads a small team in support." Given that they were still in the investigative phase, it was prudent to avoid alarming the enemy. Furthermore, Xing Nuo evidently preferred solitude, as a larger entourage would only serve as a burden to her. 2 days later, Xing Nuo stood by the window of the flying vessel, watching the ground recede into the distance, momentarily lost in reflection. Since her arrival on Lan Baoxing, apart from that instance of abduction, she had not ventured beyond its confines. The changes in the landscape below were markedly apparent after this period of development. Rows of transparent, temperature-controlled rooms had sprung up, almost entirely blanketed in green. In the distance, the farmland burst forth with a riot of colorful roses vying for attention. Amidst the blooms, one could occasionally spot a couple of temporary tents, those belonging to Bai Xiaoyuan and his personal guards, many of whom relished napping among the flowers. Further afield, they had cultivated patches of orange trees, though they were still in seedling form. Bai Xiaoyuan gently wrapped his arm around Xing Nuo's waist, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. "Wife, you have endured much these past days." Merely gazing at the scenery below, he understood that during his absence, both Xing Nuo and Lu Ming had remained vigilant. He found himself regretting not incorporating more living facilities into their residence during its construction. Xing Nuo chuckled. "In truth, I merely gave a few verbal instructions. It was the butler robots that executed everything. They are remarkably efficient, capable of handling a myriad of tasks, even operating machinery. They are hardly distinguishable from humans." Bai Xiaoyuan gazed down at the planet, astonished, for he had never imagined that one day his world would flourish with such greenery. Lu Ming approached their side, holding a glass of watermelon juice. "Wife, do try this." Xingnua accepted it, glancing around. Where is Qi? Lin Yachi had been restless since the previous night, and their concern for him was palpable. Now, it seemed he had vanished without a trace. Liming smiled. Sang Shui rendered him unconscious. Xingnua raised an eyebrow. Is this a technique passed down through generations? Is enforced slumber the standard approach? Bai Xiao Yuan reassured her. Sang Shui knows his limits. Rest assured, he will not be harmed. Sipping her juice, Xingnua inquired, are Qi and his brother close? Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. That young lad has always trailed behind his brother. When bullied, he only seeks his brother's aid. Xingnua's eyes sparkled with amusement, envisioning the young Lin, yet Qi clinging to Lin Yerue. Bai Xiao Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. He is just an immature child. Xingnua warned, he might not take kindly to that. Be cautious, or he may seek revenge. Over the past few days, she had witnessed Lin, yet Qi's furious antics, which had been quite entertaining. Bai Xiao Yuan raised his chin proudly. Am I to fear him? He would struggle to best me with even one hand. In terms of combat prowess, he was utterly confident, believing that apart from San Yuni, none could hope to defeat him. Xingnua's gaze was drawn to his tail, and she playfully tugged at it, teasing, indeed, you are the mightiest. Bai Xiao Yuan lowered his head, nipping at her shoulder. All of this is thanks to you, my wife. Xingnua immediately grew flustered, no marking allowed. She wondered where he had learned such skills. Now he could leave red marks without actually biting her. Bai Xiao Yuan promptly ceased his actions. What a pity. I could do so back on Lan Baoxing. Xingnua playfully tapped his head. No more of that. Luming glanced at the time. Wife, we should be arriving soon. Xingnua looked out the window, astonished to find that during their conversation, they had traversed a wormhole and arrived directly at the Dixing. So soon? Bai Xiao Yuan explained. This is a specially authorized direct route. He carried Xingnua to the exit, where a red carpet extended outward to a waiting craft. The area was filled with people, and to their right, a ceremonial guard was performing a welcoming tune under the command of their leader. Sang Yunyi frowned slightly. When they had discussed with the queen, they had wished for a low-key arrival. They had not anticipated such a grand reception. A tall figure stood before the vessel and approached them with long strides. Xingnua, welcome back to Dixing. I am Lin Fenghua, the head of your reception committee. Xingnua quickly greeted hello. She scrutinized the stranger, puzzled. Have we met somewhere before? She felt a strange familiarity about him. Lin Fenghua smiled. I am Lin Yaqi's father. Xingnua's eyes widened in realization. Oh, that explains the resemblance. Lin Fenghua surveyed the surroundings. Where's Xiao Qi? Xingnua sheepishly responded. That Sang Yuni interjected. He hasn't slept all night. I forced him to take a rest. Lin Fenghua smiled warmly. Thank you, Sang Shui. We have prepared a welcome feast. Please follow me. Xingnua bit her lip, an amused yet restrained smile gracing her features, wondering if he understood the implications of the enforced slumber. Bai Xiao Yuan whispered. He is far more ruthless in training than Sang Shui. Xingnua was astonished. Has he served in the military? Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. He is the leader of the Imperial Guard. Though only at the 2S level, in a real fight, I might not even stand a chance against him. Xingnua remarked. Such is the nature of exceptional talent. Bai Xiao Yuan added. This is also the reason for our dissatisfaction with Lin Yachi. His father is nearly a legend while he, on the other hand, is merely a mischievous child. Xingnua chuckled softly, scratching his ear. He dislikes that nickname. Ever since she had referred to Lin Yachi's statue as a playful snake, she had no idea how word had spread among them. They often teased Lin Yachi by calling him the playful snake. Chapter 149. The tragic Lin Yerue? Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled mischievously. Exactly what we want. To work him. They journeyed aboard the vessel to the Zilualan Palace, where the queen, staff in hand, approached with a smile. Welcome. The group bowed. We pay our respects to your majesty. The queen gently embraced Xingnua. There is no need for such formalities. This is a family gathering. Let's set aside the customs for now. Xingnua, thank you for coming. Xingnua smiled bashfully. It is no trouble at all. The queen led Xingnua toward the banquet hall. After a moment of thought, Xingnua suggested, Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent to visit Arue first. We can dine after the banquet. She had some reservations about the food here, wishing to protect her teeth, and in addition, Lin Yiqi was particularly concerned about this matter. She hoped for a swift resolution. The queen asked, "Would you not like to rest a moment?" She too wished for Xingnua to comfort Lin Yirue soon, but felt that rushing would not be wise. Xingnua shook her head. "I'm not tired. The sooner we act, the sooner we can rest." The queen glanced at Song Yuni. Song Yuni stated, "Your Majesty, let us proceed as Xingnua suggests. Having results in advance will ease Xiaoqi's mind." The queen nodded. "Very well, let us go." A commotion erupted from behind them. Lin Yiqi transformed into a dragon and burst in from outside. "How rude! Why did you not wait for me?" Lin Fenghua frowned. "What nonsense! You cannot shift forms here." Lin Yiqi quickly reverted to human form. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Hai Yueyo found the situation absurd. "Do not ask such meaningless questions." Lin Fenghua was the strongest protector of the queen, and naturally, he was present to safeguard her. Lin Yiqi huffed and fell silent, standing aside. Lin Fenghua stated, "I will lead you to see Xiao Rue. Have you decided on your party?" Song Yuni spoke directly. "We shall all go." Lin Fenghua ceased to utter any further words and led the group towards the forbidden area at the rear of the Ziluan Palace. The guards of the forbidden area were extremely vigilant, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces and watchmen every 10. Some peculiar machines floated in the sky, their protruding launch ports evoking a sense of dread. Xingnua swallowed hard, nervously clasping Bai Xiao Yuan's hand. Bai Xiao Yuan reassured her, "Do not fear. They are here to protect Lin Yirue." Soon, they arrived at the place of confinement within the forbidden area. Inside a colossal metal cage lay a golden dragon, sprawled upon the ground. Its body was bound by metallic chains, seemingly sedated. The golden dragon was in a state of unconsciousness. As they drew near, the appearance of the golden dragon became clearer. Its golden scales had been damaged, many reduced to mere remnants, revealing the skin beneath, which bore faint scars. A depression marked its golden forehead, and its once mighty limbs appeared limp, as if devoid of bones. The dragon's horns were similarly indented, exposing a hollow. Xingno gazed vacantly at the dragon, as if she had seen it long ago. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes. Bai Xiao Yuan sighed softly and covered Xingnua's eyes. "My dear wife, do not look." Xingnua came to her senses. How could he end up like this? Bai Xiao Yuan shook his head gently. "We are not entirely sure of the details." Song Yuni said, "My dear wife, those are matters of the past. The most pressing concern now is to heal him." Xingnua examined the wounds on the dragon's body. "Have none of you attempted to treat him? Many of these injuries appear superficial. With your level of healing, it should not have come to this." Lin Fenghua replied helplessly, "The vitality within him has been severed. All we can do is sustain his life." Xingnua stepped closer, placing her hand upon the dragon's claw. It was then she noticed that the golden dragon's claws had been removed. This was not merely a serious injury, but an indication of abuse. Luming retrieved some sensing plates from a nearby control panel and affixed them to the golden dragon's body, swiftly operating the machines. "My dear wife, it is ready." Xingnua nodded slightly, placing her hand on the golden dragon's forehead, allowing her mental energy to flow forth. The dragon's injuries were so severe that she dared not expend too much mental energy. She could only allow her mental strength to permeate the golden dragon's mental sea. Thread-like and gradual. Closing her eyes, she felt herself transported to a new realm. The entire space resembled the interior of shattered ice glass, countless shards floating around. "Is this his mental space?" Xingnua murmured, and as she approached, the shards began to tremble rapidly. She quickly halted her movement. Threads of mental energy floated in from the outside, settling upon a minuscule shard of glass. As more threads merged, a smaller shard began to quiver and slowly gravitated toward the larger shard. In no time, the two pieces of glass fused together. Xingnua edged closer. Although the two shards had merged, a minuscule gap remained between them. Undeterred, she recognized that her mental energy was indeed effective. Just then, a wisp of gray energy emerged from the glass shard and drifted into the center of her forehead. Xingnua understood. These must be the elements that incite the beastman's rage. Bai Xiuan's voice echoed in her ear. "My dear wife, it is sufficient." Xingnua snapped back to reality, ceasing the flow of her mental energy. Lin Fenghua stood beside Lu Ming. It seems there has been no effect. Knowing this would be the outcome, he still felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the unchanged Lin Yerue. Lu Ming expressed his regrets. This is normal. After beastification, simple mental soothing is often ineffective. Lin Fenghua quietly inquired, "Is there no alternative?" Lu Ming replied, "Next, we will employ a special soothing method, combining electricity with mental energy. Please prepare yourself mentally." Lin Fenghua was taken aback. Electricity? That could cause his already fragile body to collapse entirely. Lu Ming affirmed, "This electricity is refined from your wife's extraordinary abilities. It was used to save Song Shuai's body in the past." Lin Fenghua asked softly, "Have you undergone this soothing method yourself?" Lu Ming nodded. "Not just me. We all have experienced this form of comfort." Lin Fenghua bore an expression of reluctance. Does this soothing method serve other purposes? Even if such a method exists, it need not be applied universally. Lu Ming patiently explained. Normal soothing can calm our mental seas, while the electrified method can transmit mental energy to every corner of our bodies. Chapter 150. The Unpurifiable Fury. Lin Fenghua's eyes were filled with astonishment, never having anticipated such a soothing method. Lu Ming gently inquired, "What say you? Do you consent?" This technique does carry some stimulation for the body, so it is best to clarify to avoid misunderstandings. Lin Fenghua smiled. "Since you all have undergone this soothing method, it is only fitting that Arui does as well." Lu Ming signaled to Xingnua, "My dear wife, let us attempt the special soothing method." Xingnua nodded, placing her hand upon the golden dragon's forehead. Her mental energy, imbued with the essence of lightning, swiftly spread through every cell of the golden dragon's body. Gradually, the golden dragon began to tremble. The onlookers tensed, forming a protective triangle around Xingnua, Cungyun Yi, Bai Xiaoyuan, and Lin Yeqi. Lin Yeqi stood behind Xingnua, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yerue, a struggle evident in his eyes. Lin Fenghua sighed softly, moving to Lin Yeqi's side, patting his shoulder. "Go ahead. I will take your place here." Lin Yeqi pursed his lips and, under the puzzled gazes of the others, approached the golden dragon's side. He produced a crystal pendant, which emanated a surge of energy that he directed into the golden dragon's body. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at him. That laughed. The energy within the pendant belongs to Lin Yeqi. This crystal pendant is likely designed to store one's energy for emergencies. However, the drawback is that the output speed is insufficient. It is a slow recovery type. Judging by Lin Yeqi's demeanor, it seemed he was no stranger to this process. As Lin Yeqi's energy flowed in, the golden dragon's tremors lessened slightly. Yet before long, the golden dragon shook again. Soon, a low moan emanated from its throat. Lu Ming stated solemnly, "My dear wife, it is enough." Xingnua halted her actions, shaking her slightly dizzy head. Glancing at her attributes, her mental energy had not diminished significantly, yet she felt a peculiar sense of lightheadedness. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly caught Xingnua. "My dear wife, what is wrong?" Ming quickly. Xingnua leaned against him, murmuring, "It is nothing. Just a bit dizzy." Lin Fenghua gestured toward the side. "There's a medical room over there. Follow me." With a powerful leap, he dashed in a specific direction. Bai Xiaoyuan hurriedly carried Xingnua along. Once placed on a medical bed, Xingnua felt somewhat disoriented. Lu Ming quickly began to assess her condition. Only then did Lin Fenghua speak. Has she overexerted her mental energy? For a small female, possessing the ability to use extraordinary powers is already remarkable. Yet Xingnua had just employed her abilities for an extended duration. This was nearly miraculous. Lin Yeqi's expression grew grave. "No, such a minimal expenditure of mental energy could not possibly incapacitate my wife." Highway Yu also remarked, "The mental fortitude of the mistress is exceptionally formidable. Even after soothing us all, she appears to be unfazed." Lu Ming's expression was somewhat grave. After the soothing, dizziness ensued, an occurrence that had not transpired before. Xingnua gently closed her eyes, entering a state of detachment. In her reverie, she beheld a haze of great energy. At a mere glance, she recognized it as the violent energy recently acquired from Lin Yerue. Oddly, it had not transformed into purifying value for absorption. Her fingers lightly grazed the gray energy, which then surged into her mental sea. In that instant, Xing Nuo felt as though she were submerged in water. Strangely, even in this aqueous state, her ability to breathe remained unaffected. A sharp pain radiated from her temples. Unable to restrain herself, she clutched her head and groaned. "It hurts. Mistress, mistress, please awaken." Bai Xiao Yuan's urgent call jolted Xing Nuo back to consciousness. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the anxious gazes of several others fixated upon her. "What has happened to me?" Song Yunyi stated. "You just fainted." Lu Ming added. "Just now, your mental sea was in violent turmoil. Did you witness anything within?" Xing Nuo shook her head. "I'm not sure why, but my head is throbbing." Lu Ming inquired. "Aside from the headache, do you experience any other sensations?" Xing Nuo meticulously recalled the previous events. "I felt as though I were in water, yet I could still breathe. Then the pain in my head intensified. Beyond that, I cannot say." Lu Ming's demeanor grew solemn, a troubling hypothesis blossoming in his mind. After assisting them with soothing, Xing Nuo occasionally dreamt of events related to them, such as the incident involving Lin Yiqi's shedding of scales. Might soothing Lin Yirue evoke similar memories? He exchanged a glance with Lin Yiqi. Lin Yiqi, crouching beside Xing Nuo's sickbed, emitted a sound from deep within his throat. "Mistress, let us return to Lan Bao," Xing merely after a single act of soothing. Xing Nuo had succumbed to unconsciousness. He dared not contemplate the potential collapse should she recall the past experiments. Xing Nuo sat upright, realizing her entire being was drenched. "I feel as though, after soothing, his body has regained a modicum of strength. If only we could hold on a bit longer." Lin Yiji, agitated, interjected. "That is no longer significant." Xing Nuo stared blankly at Lin Yiqi. His eyes were red-rimmed. "Mistress, we shall cease the soothing." "We shall cease." Song Yun voiced. "Let's put the soothing on hold for now. It appears Lin Yiqi knows something. Regardless, we must clarify matters before the next soothing." Lu Ming stated. "Based on today's soothing by the mistress, he will require at least 2 days to absorb it. We will address other matters later." Lin Fenghua inquired. "Should we take him to the resting area?" Lu Ming replied. "The mistress needs further observation." Song Yun patted Lin Yiqi's shoulder. "Let us step outside to discuss." Lin Yiqi embraced Xing Nuo before slowly making his way to the door. Bai Xiao Zhe, Hai Weiyu, and Lin Fenghua followed suit into the corridor. Song Yin asked, "Now explain what transpired? Why were you so suddenly agitated?" Lin Fenghua, too, scrutinized Lin Yiqi, understanding the depth of their brotherly bond. He had not anticipated such a choice to forsake. Lin Yiqi's eyes glistened with emotion. Every time the mistress assists us with soothing, she easily dreams of matters concerning us, even experiencing them in their entirety. Song Yun inhaled deeply, grasping his meaning. "You are concerned that the mistress may recall the experiments?" Bai Xiao Zhe's expression turned grave. "It is likely she has already begun to remember, though the mistress may not have realized it." The water Xing Nuo felt was likely not water at all, but rather the nutrient solution from the experimental chamber. Lin Fenghua sighed softly. "I will convey the situation clearly to the queen. This may prove difficult." In Chapter 151, The Unpurifiable Violent Value, Part 2, Hai Weiyu remarked, "We cannot allow the mistress to take such risks." Song Yun stated, "Lin Shuai, my apologies." Lin Fenghua nodded, "I understand." He was well aware of the events from years past and recognized that Xing Nuo could not endure such burdens. Otherwise, she would not have experienced amnesia and a drastic change in temperament. After a brief discussion regarding certain matters, they entered the sick room. Xing Nuo grasped Bai Xiao Yuan's hand. "A Yuan, I wish to try again." Bai Xiao Yuan fermi dicted. "No." Xing Nuo persisted. "This time, during the soothing, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. His mental sea was filled with shards of glass. My mental power can mend it." Bai Xiao Yuan responded. "You fainted immediately after soothing him. How can we be at ease?" Xing Nuo contemplated. "Then we could reduce the amount of soothing while increasing the frequency." Song Yun suggested, "How about this? Let Lu Ming conduct a comprehensive examination of your condition. If the results do not favor soothing, We will refrain from proceeding. Xing Nuo appeared contemplative. However, given this prior fainting episode, Lu Ming will likely not agree. Bai Xiao Yuan gently ruffled her hair. Mistress, why are you so intent on soothing him? After a moment's reflection, Xing Nuo shook her head. I do not know. For some reason, seeing him makes me want to cry. I simply wish to help him. Please, allow me to try again. Song Yin cautioned. Mistress, after soothing, his pain may transfer to you. Xing Nuo softly replied. That is why I suggested smaller doses over multiple sessions. Thus, even if it hurts, it will be brief. Song Yun Yi's voice inadvertently rose. You are aware it will hurt, yet you still wish to try? Xing Nuo explained. Previously, I was unaware. After soothing him, a trace of gray energy appeared on him, and when I attempted to absorb it, the pain began. Bai Xiao Yuan inhaled sharply, wishing to scold her. Lu Ming inquired. The gray energy? Can you control it? Xing Nuo contemplated. I believe I can. Lin Yiqi retrieved his crystal pendant. Would it be feasible to store the gray energy here? If that gray energy correlates to memories linked to Lin Yirue, extracting it should pose no harm to Xing Nuo. Curiosity glimmered in Xing Nuo's eyes. By the way, what is this crystal? Does it store energy? Lin Yiqi replied. Yes, this crystal is crafted from an energy stone, capable of storing energy slowly. Ding, low-level source stone detected. Xing Nuo blinked. Stored slowly? Is there a limit? Lin Yiqi chuckled. Of course, the storage capacity is approximately equivalent to 10 of my own. Xing Nuo regarded him with uncertainty. You typically conserve energy merely to provide it to Lin Yirue? Lin Yiqi immediately turned his head away. That is not the case. I do so solely to conserve my strength. Xing Nuo affectionately patted his head. I will devise a method to soothe Lin Yirue. Next time, I will attempt to transfer that gray energy into here. Bai Xiao Yuan, feeling somewhat vexed, remarked, Mistress, did we not previously agree that you must inform us before absorbing any energy? Xing Nuo, feeling sheepish, replied, It is just that every time I soothe you, I feel a sense of progress. This time, I believe my strength had increased, allowing me to perceive those energies. So I absorbed them all at once. Reflecting on the events, she realized her impulsiveness. The gray energy likely would not equate to purifying value. With that thought, she swiftly contacted the system within her mind. System, what exactly is that gray energy? Host, that is the violent value that incites berserk behavior in beastmen. Infused with a trace of memory. Is my mental power incapable of soothing him? Each time she soothed the violent value, it could transform into purifying value. His mental sea is in disarray. Your mental power cannot establish a standard interaction within. Thus, it cannot convert into purifying value. Xing Nuo could not help but recall the scene when she assisted Song Yin Yi during the beastification phase. Her mental power entering the mental sea also yielded no feedback. Can the gray energy be purified? Currently, there are 3 methods available. The first involves absorbing it into the spiritual sea. Your mental strength can gradually assimilate and purify it. The second method is to preserve it within a source stone and then use mental power along with awakening energy to dilute and slowly purify the energy. The third method entails storing it in a source stone and then transferring the energy to a dedicated statue for purification. Xing Nuo could not help but scoff internally at the high costs. Regardless of the method chosen, a source stone with a purification value of 100 is indispensable. She reached out to take the pendant from Lin Yiqi's hand, asking, Can this pendant preserve the memories within the energy? It can, but this rudimentary item consumes a lot of energy. If you put it in, it may damage the memories contained within the energy, he replied. Jing no sighed softly, realizing that using this pendant might not be a viable option. Fortunately, she was accumulating purification value daily, and in just 2 days, she would be able to exchange for another source stone. Madam? Lin Yiqi's tense voice pulled Xing Nuo back to her thoughts. I'll come up with a solution. Next time, I'll try to preserve that energy without absorbing it, she declared. Lu Ming responded seriously. Madam, achieving this requires a high level of control over your mental strength. Xing Nuo pointed to herself and laughed. Is my control not adequate? After extensive training, Her control had become exceptionally strong, perhaps even surpassing Lin Yechi's. Song Yui remarked, "Madam's control is indeed rare." Xingnu nodded eagerly, "So let me try again. Next time, I will guide the energy out." Song Yui turned to Lu Ming. "Is that feasible?" Lu Ming expressed his reservations, concerned about the immense toll it would take on Xingnu and the possibility of her recalling something during the calming process. With a pitiful expression, Xingnu pleaded, "Ah Ming, please let me try once more. I will be careful and avoid direct contact with that energy." Bai Xiaozi suggested, "Since the madam is insistent, let her attempt it again." Lu Ming relented, "All right, but if any issues arise, we will intervene immediately." Jingnuo nodded vigorously. "Okay." Bai Xiaozi added, "That small source stone is likely unreliable. We need to consider alternative methods." Xingnuo replied, "That's fine. The papa snake can also store energy. I can keep it there." Lin Yechi, feeling somewhat wronged, leaned against the bedside. "Madam, that is not a papa snake. That is my statue, not just a papa snake." The others understood Xingnuo's plan, to store the energy within the statue. Chapter 152. The Marvelous Use of the Papa Snake. Hai Yueyu inquired curiously, "Is this universal?" Although Lin Yechi and Lin Yewi are brothers, Lin Yewi is a golden dragon, a mutated evolution of the flood dragon. Their species should be different, right? Ding no blinket. It should be universal. If not, I will just create a golden papa snake. Speaking of the statue, Bai Xiaoyuan felt a bit frustrated, while others had individual statues. He and Bai Xiaozi shared one. Lin Fenghua understood that the papa snake likely belonged to their internal team communication, so he quietly retreated outside the ward. Lu Ming hesitantly asked, "Does the papa snake have purifying abilities?" Xingnuo nodded. "Its purification is likely akin to the strength of a flying brick, directly suppressing with awakening energy." Everyone began to understand a bit more. Awakening energy itself is quite mysterious, and its functions have yet to be fully explored. It's not impossible to use countless awakening energies to purify a small amount of rage value. Song Yui suggested, "In that case, let us first experiment with the papa snake." Bai Xiaozi concurred. "If we use the papa snake for the experiment, it's best to clear the area." Song Yui replied, "I will bring this up with Her Majesty." Lu Ming glanced at the fragment of the source stone in Xingnuo's hand. "In that case, we can first try to input the energy into this fragment. If it is manageable, we can then transfer it to the papa snake." Bai Xiaoyuan stated, "This appears to be the best method." Lin Yechi could no longer contain himself, and finally spoke up, "That is not called a papa snake." Bai Xiaoyuan shot him a glance. "Tell me, how are you not like a papa snake?" Song Yui added, "We are also quite surprised by your actions today, but you seem to have missed the point." Bai Xiaozi remarked, "Regardless, since the madam is going to calm your brother, you should train more to prevent him from going berserk." Lin Yechi pressed his lips together, finally whispering, "His life force has already been severed. He is merely being forcefully sustained. Every so often, he needs to input the same source of flood dragon power, otherwise, he cannot withstand the calming." The room fell into silence. Xingnuo retrieved a box of newly developed nutrient solution from her spatial pouch, inserted a straw, and handed it to him. "You have expended quite a bit before. Drink this to replenish yourself." Lin Yechi lowered his head, unable to meet the gazes of the others. He quickly accepted the nutrient solution. "Thank you, madam." Lu Ming took out a damp towel and gently wiped the sweat from Xingnuo's body. Bai Xiaoyuan smirked, unsure of what to say. "Should we look for another fragment of the source stone?" Bai Xiaozi replied, "Fragments of source stones are exceedingly rare. That one is likely the only one available." Hai Weiyu offered, "I will send my subordinates to check various auction houses." Xingnuo proudly puffed out her chest. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes widened. "Madam, do you have one?" Xingnuo grinned, "Of course." Song Yui smiled knowingly. "No wonder your stamina is so impressive. It must be because of this." However, he did not believe that Xingnuo's mental strength was due to the source stone. Her mental strength was boundless, and her spiritual sea felt infinite. This was entirely her innate ability. Only her stamina surpassed her physical limits. Xingnuo remarked, "There is no helping it. Endurance is difficult to train. Even with various energy enhancements, surpassing them in physical strength is incredibly challenging." Lu Ming inquired, "Then, what is the grade of that source stone?" Xingnuo poked the pendant. It's certainly better than this. I can't yet sense its upper limit. Joy flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. With such a source stone, Xing Nua's safety would evidently be heightened. A bit more stamina could completely ensure her survival when necessary. Hai Yueyu chuckled. No wonder you drink the nutrient solution every day. If it were Hai Yueyin drinking this much, she would probably cry enough to open a pearl shop. Xing Nua giggled. Since I finally have this item, I certainly cannot waste it. Song Yui remarked, this is excellent, but we must also be mindful of moderation, lest you end up like Xiao Qi. Xing Nua nodded, Bai Xiaoyuan, brimming with curiosity, asked, what distinguishes this higher-grade item from the fragments? As far as he remembered, complete source stones had never been produced. Everyone had only received fragments. Those energies required active input, and not only was there energy loss midway, but over time, the energy would also dissipate, rendering them quite impractical. Xing Nua tilted her head. Perhaps it has a larger storage capacity, less loss, and can automatically absorb excess energy without requiring active input. Furthermore, it likely recognizes its master and can bind to them. Bai Xiaoyuan suddenly grew anxious. Automatically absorb energy? Xing Nua ruffled his hair and explained. It means it absorbs my surplus energy. It won't act on its own under normal circumstances. Song Yui turned to Lu Ming for confirmation. Does the madam ever experience fatigue? Lu Ming reviewed carefully, shaking his head. So far, there haven't been any issues in that regard. Xing Nua added, of course. This thing also ensures that no matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked. Only someone as bold as you would dare to use such a dangerous item. Xing Nua retorted. What is so dangerous about it? Bai Xiaoyuan countered. What if the amount absorbed is too much for your body to handle? Xing Nua insisted. That won't happen. Song Yui concluded, just in case. It's still best to observe over the long term. Fortunately, they have now arranged regular checkups for Xing Nua, allowing any issues to be promptly identified. Lin Yechi gently grasped Xing Nua's hand, brushing it against his face. They truly shared a kinship, their thoughts mirroring one another. Lu Ming remarked, since we have decided to try again, we must ensure ample rest in the coming days. The others nodded in agreement. Outside, Lin Fenghua observed their interactions with a smile in his eyes. Xing Nua's harmonious rapport with them evoked a sense of relief within him, assuring that Lin Yechi would not have to endure the previous tragedies. With a slight lowering of his eyelids, he suppressed the murderous intent that had surged within him. This time, regardless of the cost, he was determined to eradicate the shadows completely. Noticing their intention to rise, Lin Fenghua swiftly approached the door. Song Yun offered a salute. Lin Shuai, after our preliminary discussions, we have scheduled another calming session for the day after tomorrow. If this session adversely affects the health of the mistress, we will cease all calming activities. Xing Nua opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately stifled her thoughts. They too were concerned for her well-being. Bai Xiaoyuan supported Xing Nua and gently caressed her face. Mistress, please forgive us. He understood that Xing Nua wished to save Lin Yerue, but their agreement to attempt another trial was contingent upon special circumstances. If this method proved ineffective, they would have no choice but to abandon it. Xing Nua nodded, understood. It appeared that she must exercise utmost caution in the upcoming experiment. Chapter 153. Mistress, I desire roses. Lin Fenghua returned the gesture. We are immensely grateful for the efforts of Xing Nua, the female. We shall do everything in our power to assist you. Feeling a bit shy, Xing Nua wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyuan's neck and whispered, I am rather tired. Lin Fenghua replied, please follow me. They understood that the calming process could not be completed in a single attempt, and preparations were made for an extended stay. Under Lin Fenghua's guidance, they made their way to the Montian Xingdian, which was more of a complex than a hall. Located near Lin Yerue's residence, after bathing, Xing Nua lay exhausted on the bed. Although this time the drain on her mental energy was minimal, the lingering pain left her feeling fatigued, as if her body could not withstand it. Bai Xiaoyuan gathered Xing Nua into his embrace. Are you tired? Xing Nua nodded. Yes. Bai Xiaoyuan said, then rest well. We will ensure your safety. Xing Nua chuckled. But this is the imperial palace. What danger could there be? Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled. A measure of vigilance is still necessary. Dismissing his concern, she nestled into his arms and gently closed her eyes. Then I shall sleep. Good night. Xiaoyun leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her hair. Good night. In a hazy state, Xing Nuo felt as if she had returned to the water. The pressure surrounding her caused her to unconsciously furrow her brow. She struggled to open her eyes, but found it impossible. A dull pain throbbed at her temples. With previous experiences, Xing Nuo realized that she had once again entered that peculiar dreamscape. Fortunately, this time the pain was noticeably less severe. She waited quietly for what would come next. However, until dawn broke, the dream world remained unchanged. Yawning, she felt a bit dazed. Bai Xiaoyuan scrutinized her. Mistress, why do you appear increasingly fatigued? Xing Nuo sleepily buried her face in his embrace. I wish to sleep more. Bai Xiaoyuan glanced at the time. At the very least, you should eat breakfast before sleeping. With that, he lifted Xing Nuo and gently wiped her face before carrying her downstairs. Luming approached briskly. Mistress, why do you seem so lacking in spirit? The others quickly shifted their attention to her. Xing Nuo's head bobbed slightly. I had a dream all night. The previously relaxed group instantly became serious. Luming endeavored to keep his voice steady. What kind of dream? Xing Nuo replied. It was the same as before. I felt as if I fell into the water. Yet there was no follow-up. I waited all night. Lin Yechi expressed his dissatisfaction. What is there to wait for? Next time you encounter it, just use an ice spear to blast it away. Xing Nuo looked somewhat dazed. Can it really be done like that? But I can never control my actions in dreams. Lin Yechi pinched her cheek. If you have your own thoughts, then naturally you can channel your mental energy. Xing Nuo tilted her head, pondering. That may be true, but what if I fight someone in the dream and my mental energy manifests in reality? Song Yuni chuckled. That's simple. We have all undergone necessary vigilance training. It is an excellent opportunity for practice. If you cannot evade even unconscious attacks from others, it indicates inadequate training. Bai Xiaoyuan added with a smile, indeed. As long as you can consolidate your mental energy, we will be aware of it. Even Luming has no issues. Luming shot a silent glare at Bai Xiaoyuan, questioning what he meant by suggesting he had no issues. Although he was not a match for these formidable 3S attackers, it did not mean he was inept. Xing Nuo rubbed her face. All right, I will try next time. Hai Yue teased. Just be cautious in the dream. Don't use a wide range of ice. Otherwise, you might trap yourself in it. Lin Yechi laughed heartily. Surely you haven't done something like that before? Hai Yue shot him a sidelong glance. I am not of the ice element. Xing Nuo playfully poked Lin Yechi with her finger. It seems you're more prone to such mishaps. Lin Yechi felt as if a thunderbolt had struck. Was that truly how he appeared to Xing Nuo? Bai Xiaoyuan pushed Lin Yechi aside. If you want to sulk, go find a corner. Lin Yechi scoffed. Who is sulking? Mistress, I do not engage in such behavior. My ice talent is the finest. Xing Nuo displayed an expression of hesitation. She questioned the credibility of his claim, as he often boasted about his agility, yet frequently tangled himself up. Now he was proclaiming his ice talent as the best. Bai Xiaoyuan chuckled softly, leading Xing Nuo to sit on the sofa. Mistress, let us not listen to that boy's bragging. Lu Ming, also smiling, asked, Mistress, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it. Xing Nuo replied. Anything is fine with me. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, Mistress, after the meal, would you like to go for a stroll? Although there is not much to see. Xing Nuo laughed lightly. But this is the Imperial Palace. How could there be no beautiful sights? The architecture here, regardless of its stern appearance due to Lin Yerue, was designed by renowned architects. Bai Xiaoyuan stated plainly, those are all artificial. There is nothing to admire. In contrast, he preferred the flower fields or the temperature-controlled room cultivated by Xing Nuo, where the life energy was so nourishing that merely standing there revitalized him. Song Yuni agreed. That is true. The seemingly precious flora in the palace are merely imitations, far inferior to the mistress's blooms. Xing Nuo's spirits lifted further, smiling gleefully. Indeed, all of mine are genuine, especially the blue roses. They're exceedingly rare. Lin Yechi squatted beside the sofa, resting his chin on the armrest. Mistress, you are too biased. Only the foul cat and Luming possess blue roses. We want them too. Ever since we saw them in Bai Xiaoyuan's possession, we have been quite envious. Roses have always symbolized love. Xing Nuo tilted her head. But did I not gift you the Tongtianmu? That is also quite precious and has special functions. It is more practical. As for the blue roses, I have grown a few in the temperature-controlled room. They're no longer rare. Lin Yechi lamented, but that is different. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a twinge of annoyance, wishing he could strike him for being so picky. It was already commendable that the mistress gifted him something, yet he still complained. If you're dissatisfied, please return the Tongxianmu. Lin Yechi quickly recoiled, protesting, who said I dislike it. Xing Nuo, seeing his pitiful expression, felt a pang of compassion and retrieved some blue roses from her farm space. Here, these are for you. 3 for each. After distributing 3 blue roses to Lin Yechi, Xing Nuo handed the remaining roses to several others. She then took out 6 more, giving 3 each to Bai Xiaoyuan and Lu Ming. Bai Xiaoyuan gently inhaled the fragrance of the blue roses, his eyes crinkling with delight. Thank you, my dear wife. The others expressed their gratitude in unison. Xing Nuo replied, It's nothing significant. In comparison, these blue roses are indeed less precious than the Tongxianmu, which can stabilize space. Chapter 154. The Therapeutic Aroma of Flowers. The Transformation of Lin Yewi. Bai Xiaoyuan tucked the blue roses into the pocket of his chest, patting it carefully. Influenced by him, the others also trimmed their blue roses to suitable lengths and placed them in their own pockets. Hai Yueyo's eyes sparkled with affection. Although he had seen blue roses in the temperature-controlled room, these were a gift from Xing Nuo, making them all the more meaningful. For the moment, Xing Nuo chose to disregard their emotional responses, redirecting her focus to her system. Purification value, 92. A smile crept on her lips. This little shop was indeed a brilliant venture for her. She could accumulate purification value simply by sitting here. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Xing Nuo asked, Do you think placing a rose beside Lin Yewi would be effective? Bai Xiaoyuan immediately grasped her intention. Are you planning to use the rose to mitigate the fury value, gradually decreasing it? Xing Nuo nodded yes. The amount that the floral fragrance can reduce is minimal, but it is gentler. Lu Ming settled onto a nearby sofa, stating, theoretically, it is feasible. Lin Yewi can still breathe on his own, though very faintly, and he requires machinery to sustain his functions. However, even that faint breath is sufficient. Song Yui pondered for a moment before asserting, if we truly employ floral fragrance, red roses would be a better choice. Red roses are easy to cultivate, and now they are ubiquitous on landboxing. Xing Nuo often uses them to create rose pastries, and now they can even be used for baths. Blue roses, on the other hand, remain a rare variety. Lu Ming inquired, My dear wife, how many did you bring? Xing Nuo chuckled, As many as you desire. Song Yui, aware of the vastness of her farm space, was not surprised. In that case, we could attempt to use essential oils. Xing Nuo agreed, True, real flowers produce pollen, and we cannot be certain if he is allergic to it. Song Yui glanced at Bai Xiaoyuan, as he seemed to be the only one knowledgeable about essential oils. Bai Xiaoyuan explained, Rose essential oil can indeed reduce fury value, but it may be too potent for Lin Yewi. Essential oils are concentrated products. For normal beastmen, it is manageable, but for someone like Lin Yewi, whose life hangs by a thread, we must exercise extreme caution. Lumindu es truth, no wedis. I will first test for any allergens to ensure he is not allergic to the rose fragrance, and then we can use diluted essential oil. The group fell silent, trusting Lu Ming's ability to concoct the appropriate dosage. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, My dear wife, do you have any essential oil stock left? Xing Nuo, momentarily taken aback while sipping from a bottle of nutrient solution, realized she might not have any left. It seemed that apart from Bai Xiaoyuan, no one else used essential oils. After indulging in her passion for creating essential oils, she had not produced any more, preferring instead to transform roses into pastries and jams. Lu Ming suggested, if we have the machinery, it will be quite swift. I also brought some red roses, so we can make it directly. After all, their goal was not to produce exceptionally refined essential oils. Xing Nuo eagerly nodded, Great. I will assist as well. After a brief respite, the group began their preparations. With specialized machinery, the process of creating essential oils was remarkably straightforward. Xing Nuo placed a handful of roses into water, rinsing away the dust. then placed the roses into the machine. Lin Fenghua and the queen pushed open the door. From a distance, a rich floral scent wafted into their nostrils. Lin Fenghua took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body open up. The queen exclaimed, "How fragrant!" Xing Nuo poked her head out from the kitchen. "Your Majesty." "Lin Shuai, what brings you here?" As the queen approached the kitchen, she saw several people rolling up their sleeves, washing the petals. Such tasks could have been delegated to servants or robotic caretakers. It was unnecessary for them to labor themselves. Xing Nuo clarified, "We are preparing medicine for Lin Yewi, so it is better to do it ourselves." The queen picked up a rose petal, asking, "This is medicine?" Lu Ming replied, "To be precise, we intend to use the floral fragrance as medicine. Of course, this is a backup plan." Song Yui chimed in, "These roses possess a life force, which may yield results. However, we cannot guarantee it." Lin Fenghua glanced at Song Yui, who at that moment had 2 nasal plugs stuffed in his nose, perhaps due to the concentrated essential oil. The floral aroma was particularly potent here, a torment for Song Yui, whose sense of smell was quite sensitive. "Thank you all for everything you're doing for Xiao Rui." Xing Nuo smiled, suggesting, "Why don't you and Lin Shuai step outside to discuss defense arrangements?" Song Yui, especially sensitive to the floral aroma, had already sneezed several times. "Very well," he conceded. "Lin Shuai, let's go outside to talk." The subsequent treatment process indeed involved numerous matters to address. The queen offered, "I will help you wash the roses." Regardless, all efforts were for the healing of Lin Yewi, and she naturally wanted to contribute. Xing Nuo did not delay, saying, "All right, it's quite simple. Just wash them clean and place them in that machine." The queen appeared momentarily dazed. "Is that all it takes?" Xing Nuo affirmed, "Yes. It is just the process of making ordinary essential oil." The queen chuckled softly, realizing that if that were the case, her assistance would not hinder progress. Removing her jewelry, she began washing. As more roses were fed into the machine, the rich fragrance rapidly permeated the air. In the distant forbidden courtyard, the golden dragon's breathing quickened slightly, and the previously imperceptible heartbeat thumped audibly. Above the golden dragon's cage, an observation room glowed with light. The doctor sitting before the instruments rubbed his eyes, attempting to ascertain if he was mistaken. He scrutinized the instruments closely, astonished that there had indeed been a slight increase. Prior to this, Lin Yewi's heartbeat had only quickened when he received the power of Lin Yechi's dragon form. Now, inexplicably, without any prior indication, the heartbeat had accelerated. Could it be that Xing Nuo's soothing presence had truly had an effect, enabling his body to slowly recover? He focused intently on the instruments, but since the heartbeat had quickened for just those 2 seconds, the subsequent data remained unchanged. Were it not for the instruments retaining data for a certain duration, he might have thought he was imagining things. As Lu Ming entered the room, he noticed the attending physician, Mei Suzy, frowning in contemplation. "Is there an issue with His Highness's health?" Mei Suzy immediately stood. "Dr. Lu, it is an honor to meet you. I am Mei Suzy, the attending physician for His Highness." Lu Ming extended his hand. "The honor is mine. I noticed you seemed a bit unsettled." Mei Suzy quickly replied, "For some unknown reason, His Highness's heartbeat accelerated momentarily." She proceeded to explain the recent changes and previous conditions to Lu Ming in detail. Chapter 155, The Miracle of Floral Fragrance. Lu Ming took the documents, yet his mind wandered elsewhere as he subtly sniffed the air. He discovered that a faint scent of roses lingered in the observation room. Could it be that the fragrance of roses had stimulated Lin Yerwei? Contemplating this, he softly inquired, "I came here to investigate His Highness's allergens." Mei Suzy momentarily appeared taken aback, then quickly responded, "Has a new medication been developed?" However, he glanced at the distant Lin Yerwei, realizing that he was currently unable to ingest any medication and would likely require an intravenous approach instead. Lu Ming remarked, "Our lawn Bao Xing has recently restored the ancient crop, the rose. Have you heard about it?" Mei Suzy's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly, "Of course. This news is spread widely. According to ancient texts, the fragrance of flowers can induce relaxation. Does it truly have such an effect?" Lu Ming smiled. "Indeed, it alleviates stress. Hence, we wish to experiment with aromatherapy." Mei Suzy quickly returned to his machinery. Very well. I shall commence testing on His Highness immediately. As he operated the device, he asked, can rose petals be transformed into a medication? If we could directly administer it into Villainess' body, the efficacy would be significantly enhanced. Luming gently shook his head. For now, we shall not consider medication. His Highness's body simply cannot endure it. Mei Suzy cast a glance at Lin Yirue in the distance and sighed softly. Given his current condition, not only was medication off the table, but even the slightest stimulus could lead to dire consequences. Soon, the report Luming requested was completed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Yirue was weak, he was not allergic to the fragrance of roses. Nevertheless, considering his fragile state, they had to devise a protective barrier around the flowers to contain the pollen and minimize any impact on Lin Yirue. Mei Suzy sniffed the air and turned his gaze toward Luming. Dr. Liu, that must be the scent of roses emanating from you? Luming nodded, indeed. Mei Suzy, momentarily envious, hesitantly asked, is this perfume available for purchase? As soon as he uttered the question, he regretted it. Ancient crops were far too precious, and even if it were for sale, the price would likely be beyond his means. Luming chuckled. Currently, we primarily use it for culinary purposes. Once the yield increases, it will be available for sale. Mei Suzy's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it edible? Realizing his oversight, he quickly added, my apologies, I momentarily forgot. After all, roses can indeed be brewed as tea. Luming smiled. If you are interested, you may keep an eye on the small shop run by my wife. New stock may arrive at any time. Mei Suzy promptly retrieved his holographic device and smiled at Luming. Luming also shared Xingnua's shop with him. Mei Suzy saved the shop, but instead of browsing immediately, he shifted his focus back to the instruments. At that moment, the previously fluctuating data surged once more. Both Mei Suzy and Luming fixed their eyes on the readings. If a single fluctuation could be deemed coincidental, a second occurrence could not be dismissed so lightly. Mei Suzy remarked, truly remarkable for an S-class little female. Can a single act of comfort yield such an effect? Lin Yirue's current condition rendered him incapable of receiving standard comfort. He had nearly confirmed Xingnua's method of reassurance. It was likely that she had awakened some form of psychic ability similar to Xingyanla. If she could awaken such powers, directly utilizing her mental energy for comfort would not pose a challenge. Luming closely monitored the data. Although the fluctuations were infrequent, only occurring every 30 to 40 minutes, they represented a significant development for Lin Yirue. Truly, the prowess of his wife was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the training hall, countless ice needles hovered in the air, maneuvering along various trajectories under Xingnua's command. The overwhelming number of ice needles, coupled with the need to multitask, caused beads of sweat to form on Xingnua's brow. Nevertheless, she exerted her mental energy to control the flying needles. Sinuan paced anxiously outside the training room. My wife has been training for 3 hours. She mustn't continue any longer. This multitasking and external control of the silver needles is far too taxing on her mental energy. Song Yuni shook his head, observing her current state. She has yet to reach her limits. Let her practice a bit longer. Haiyuyo nodded. Her mental energy is increasing rapidly. Necessary training is still required. Bai Xiaoyuan, feeling impatient, understood this logic as well. Each time they made significant progress, they employed extreme training methods to quickly adapt to their new abilities. Yet, Xingnua was a little female. She need not push herself so hard. Song Yuni replied, this is her determination. She requires enhanced control over her mental energy. With her current level of control, she is more than capable of providing comfort, even for the most perilous cases. However, the individual she must soothe now is the critically weakened Lin Yirue, necessitating a more cautious approach. Bai Xiaozi softly advised, trust your wife, she knows her limits. Bai Xiaoyuan muttered, if she truly knows her limits, I would not be worried. Have you forgotten how reckless she was not long ago? Thankfully, that surge of energy did not cause her physical harm. Lin Yechi crouched by the window, attempting to minimize his presence. Bai Xiaoyuan resembled a tiger on the verge of rampage. He had no desire to provoke trouble. Finally, Xinghua ceased her movements, exhaling deeply. Despite her daily participation in comfort training, today's regimen had proven particularly taxing. Xiaoyuan kicked open the door and enveloped her in his arms. Wife, you must be exhausted. Allow me to take you back to your room to rest. Xinghua found it somewhat amusing. Do not be so anxious. I have retained sufficient mental energy. Xiaoyuan replied. I am aware, yet I cannot help but worry. It is uncontrollable. Xinghua stretched languidly. Very well, then I will trouble you. Xiaoyuan obediently lifted her aright. The crisp sound of beeping resonated. Song Yuni swiftly activated his holographic device. With a touch of his finger, Luming appeared alongside a light screen. Xinghua quickly inquired, Is there an issue regarding Lin Yarue? Luming's eyes twinkled with delight. According to the data, his condition is gradually improving. He understood that Xinghua was deeply concerned about Lin Yarue, so he chose to deliver this good news to her, ensuring her peace of mind for rest. Xinghua's expression brightened. So, soon? I thought it would take at least 3 more instances for any reaction from his body. The queen entered the light screen from the side. Her regal demeanor diminished. She anxiously asked, Did you say that little Rue has shown changes? Lin Fenghua gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Please remain calm. Chapter 156. All preparations complete. Another experiment. Luming quickly added, The data indicates signs of recovery. Tears welled in the queen's eyes. Signs of recovery implied the possibility of healing. Lin Fenghua also appeared elated. Luming stated seriously, Of course, this is merely indicative. We cannot guarantee the extent of his recovery. The queen nodded vigorously. We understand. Mei Suzy handed over the recently organized documents to the two. This is His Highness's data fluctuation. It has exhibited a regular pattern 7 times. The queen trembled, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her excitement. The regular occurrence signified genuine signs of recovery. Xinghua declared, I wish to see him. Xiaoyuan interjected, You had just finished training. You should rest well now. Song Yuni also chimed in, It is already 10 o'clock at night. Let us visit in the morning. Luming smiled. Wife, please take care of yourself tonight. I will keep a close watch on him. Xinghua expressed some reservations, saying, You need a rest as well. He should have a personal doctor to look after him. Luming paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, I will return shortly. Xinghua replied, I will prepare a late-night snack for you when you come back. Luming gently suggested, The housekeeper robot can handle the late-night snack. You should rest first. Reluctantly, Xinghua acquiesced. Very well. It seemed that when he mentioned returning shortly, it would not be in just an hour or 2. Xiaoyuan affectionately ruffled Xinghua's hair, saying, Wife, he knows what he is doing. Jing Nuozu fed Likli. He is the least mindful of all. Her mildly reproachful tone caused Lu Ming to smile subtly. He understood that Xinghua was concerned for his well-being. The queen stepped forward and bowed to Xinghua, expressing her gratitude. Xinghua, thank you. Xinghua waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Xinghua hurried to the restricted area. At that moment, Lu Ming was seated in the observation room, examining the collected data. Xinghua puffed up her cheeks. If she hadn't heard Song Yuni mention that Lu Ming had previously returned to sleep, she might have been inclined to bite someone. Lu Ming playfully poked her puffed cheek, smiling, Wife, I have indeed rested well. Lin Yiqi cautiously inquired, How is the situation over there? Lu Ming replied earnestly, The fluctuations are becoming increasingly regular. However, the time frame has not shortened. Lin Yiqi's expression darkened. It was indeed not so easy to recover. Xinghua comforted him. Do not rush. Such matters require patience. Healing and recovery must occur gradually. If you push too hard, what will happen then? Lin Yiqi nodded in agreement. Standing by the window, Xinghua observed Lin Yirue below and sighed. Ming, can we conduct the soothing test today? Lu Ming responded. The prince's condition is suitable for another soothing. However, regarding you. Xinghua patted her chest. Rest assured, I have prepared the necessary tools. Although she had not yet exchanged for the statue of the golden dragon, she had successfully acquired a source stone to preserve that energy. Song Yun stated, I will arrange for the area to be cleared. Whether it was the special soothing or the source stone, they intended to keep it confidential for the time being. Song Yun-yi acted swiftly. Within 5 minutes, only they remained in the entire restricted area. This time, even Lin Fenghua did not enter. Lu Ming sat in the observation room, meticulously reviewing various data. Xing Nuo approached the golden dragon and gently caressed its large head. At some point, a crystal the size of her thumb appeared in her hand, sparkling and translucent, emanating an enigmatic aura. This source stone had been exchanged the previous night. Considering the circumstances during the soothing, she had temporarily refrained from integrating the source stone into her body. Otherwise, they would all be unable to sleep due to worry. Lin Yiqi inched closer, sensing the aura from the source stone. It was indeed a source stone. Song Yun, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Next, we must figure out how to channel that energy into the source stone. Bai Xiao Yuan queried. Can a source stone only contain one type of energy? They had been gathering information about source stones over the past few days and were well aware of the rarity of such crystals. If a complete source stone could only be utilized for one person's rage value, it would be a tremendous waste. Lin Yiqi retrieved his own crystal, explaining, as long as the energy inside is depleted, it can be used for other energies. Bai Xiao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Xing Nuo held the source stone in her hand, pressing one hand gently against the golden dragon, declaring, I shall begin now. Lin Yiqi stood beside the golden dragon, also holding a fragment of source stone. The others positioned themselves nearby to prevent any mishaps. Lu Ming softly advised, Wife, let us begin with the ordinary soothing, just as before. They had heard Xing Nuo mention that her mental strength could mend the golden dragon's spiritual sea. Thus, they understood the need for a dual approach. Ding Nuo nodded, allowing a thread of mental energy to swiftly permeate the golden dragon's body. As her mental energy infiltrated, she also entered the golden dragon's spiritual sea. This time, she did not wander aimlessly as before, but instead located a fragment of the spiritual sea the size of a yellow bean, gradually feeding her mental energy into it. Upon receiving the stimulation from the mental energy, the fragment began to tremble, and soon, neighboring fragments in the spiritual sea began to quiver as well. Xing Nuo did not actively draw the fragments together. She allowed them to merge naturally. As more mental energy was introduced, the fragments of the spiritual sea began to draw closer, ultimately coalescing into a single piece. A gray energy gradually emerged from the fragment. Xing Nuo wove her mental energy into a vast net, enveloping the gray energy and slowly drawing it out from the spiritual sea. Once out of the spiritual sea, Xing Nuo, abandoning her previous caution, swiftly thrust the gray chaotic energy into the source stone. The source stone flickered slightly before settling into tranquility. Letting out a breath, Xing Nuo shook her head. Devoid of the chaotic energy's influence, she felt no dizziness this time at all. However, her sudden movement startled the others nearby. Bai Xiao Yuan asked anxiously, Wife, are you feeling dizzy again? Xing Nuo quickly shook her head. No. I was just testing to see if my head would feel dizzy. Bai Xiao Yuan found it amusing, thinking how absurd it was. With her spinning like that, she surely would feel dizzy. Song Yun-yi inquired, Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Xing Nuo glanced at her attributes. It's similar to how I feel when soothing you all. This time, I utilized a substantial amount of mental energy to envelop the chaotic energy, which likely consumed about twice the energy of a normal soothing. Other than that, there are no issues. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yiqi nervously asked, So, has there been any change in his spiritual sea? Xing Nuo replied proudly, This time, I helped him mend a fragment, although it is only the size of a yellow bean. Chapter 157. Constantly shedding scales, will he go bald? Lin Yiqi excitedly lifted Xing Nuo into the air, spinning her around. Wife, you are amazing. Song Yun, he shook his head helplessly. If you keep that up, she will surely feel dizzy. Bai Xiao Yuan swiftly intervened, delivering a light punch to Lin Yiqi, causing him to see stars, while effortlessly pulling Xing Nuo into his embrace. Xing Nuo wrapped her arms around Bai Xiao Yuan's neck. Say, Yuan, please do not spin. Bai Xiaozhe tugged Lin Yiqi aside, remarking, Do you think the wife is like you? Lin Yiqi sheepishly laughed. I was just too excited. How you teased. Your mental fortitude is lacking. Currently, Xing Nuo's soothing was still in the experimental stage, hence the amount of soothing energy was relatively small. Once they confirmed its safety, the soothing effects would only improve. Lin Yiqi understood the implications behind his words and made an effort to suppress his excitement. After a thorough examination, it was clear that Xing Nuo's body posed no issues. Lu Ming stated seriously, "Next, we can prepare for the special soothing." Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. Lin Yiqi expressed a hint of anxiety, inquiring whether the Zhidianlong Ying would elicit a surge in rage. Xing Nuo replied confidently, asserting that this would not be the case. Even if it did, there was still Yuan Shi to consider. Regardless of the intensity of a rage that might arise, she was certain she could manage it. It would merely entail a doubling of her energy expenditure. Presently, her mental capacity had increased to an impressive figure, rendering this concern trivial. The others were acutely aware of the extent of her mental prowess. The energy consumed in today's endeavor was even less than 1% of her usual expenditure. Returning to the majestic Jianlong, Xing Nuo commenced the invocation of the Zhidianlong Ying at Lu Ming's behest, channeling her mental energy through electrical currents to envelop the entirety of the golden dragon's form. Despite the considerable amount of mental energy employed, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to the dragon's gargantuan physique. A soft sound interrupted the atmosphere, awakening Xing Nuo from her soothing trance. The group instinctively tensed, redirecting their focus toward the source of the noise. A broken scale lay quietly on the ground. Technically, it was merely a small fragment, around 1 centimeter wide, devoid of its once lustrous appearance. Xing Nuo swallowed hard, instinctively retreating behind by Xiao Yuan, murmuring, "Did I injure him? How could I have caused a scale to fall while attempting to soothe him?" Lin Yiqi stepped forward, retrieving the scale. Its dull, lifeless surface lacked any sheen. He scrutinized Lin Yirui's body, but regrettably, he could discern no visible difference. Was it possible that the skin had completely lost its vitality, hence the shedding of scales? Lu Ming's voice cut through the tension, reassuring them, "Do not worry. According to the data, His Highness's condition is improving." Haiyueo softly suggested, "Could it be that he is on the verge of growing new scales?" Lin Yiqi instinctively voiced his disbelief. "That seems improbable." Haiyueo shot him a glance. "What is so impossible about it? Shedding scales after an injury, followed by regrowth, is a perfectly natural process." Lin Yiqi gazed at Haiyueo, unable to fully accept this notion. Considering Lin Yirui's current state, it seemed implausible that he could progress to that stage so swiftly. Song Yuni remarked, "As long as there are no issues with his body, we should proceed without further concern." Xing Nuo frowned, but what if he loses all his scales? A completely bare dragon would be a sight that sends shivers down my spine. Haiyueo chuckled lightly before turning away. Song Yuni added, "A bald dragon would be even better. It would allow for the growth of new scales." Lin Yiqi blinked. "Rest assured, my wife, our scales are capable of regeneration." Bai Xiaoyuan pondered, "I find this quite agreeable." "My lady, isn't there a saying that goes no destruction, no creation?" The tattered scales on Lin Yirui could very well be better off completely shedding. Observing the pockmarked scales on the golden dragon, Xing Nuo reflected that, were this a game, such a form would not be out of place as a decayed dragon. If they could indeed be entirely replaced, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. Once more, she positioned herself before the Jianlong, invoking the Jianlong Ying to provide solace. The others remained vigilant. This calming endeavor persisted for a remarkable 3 hours, during which 4 more damaged scales fell from Lin Yirui's side. With the previous one, a total of 5 scales had been shed. Lin Yiqi collected the scales, asking, "My lady, do you have an affinity for jewelry made from scales?" Xing Nuo gazed at the scales in his hand, hesitating. While she certainly appreciated beautiful scales, those he held were dull and lifeless. Even if they were cut smaller, they would hardly evoke a feeling of elegance. She laughed awkwardly, "Perhaps not." Lin Yiqi insisted, "Do not be deceived by their dullness. Once polished, they will transform into a brilliant golden hue." Xing Nuo regarded him, struggling to voice her thoughts. "You must be honest. Did you ever consider plucking scales from your brother as a child?" Lin Yiqi nodded. "Of course. His scales were so beautiful." A resounding thud echoed through the air as Lin Yechi was sent crashing into a distant wall. Lin Fenghua's expression was icy as she slowly retracted her hand. The queen observed the scene in astonishment, never having anticipated that Lin Yechi harbored such thoughts. Xingnua covered her eyes, exclaiming, "How tragic." Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, "He had it coming." The queen, intrigued, inquired, "What was that object in Little Chi's hand just now?" It seemed oddly familiar. Xingnua explained, "That was a scale from Lin Yurui." Lin Fenghua's eyes narrowed dangerously, her aura intensifying. To safeguard Lin Yechi's life, Xingnua hastily clarified, "It fell off on its own, not plucked." Lin Fenghua paused. "So, it was Lin Yurui who shed himself?" Xingnua nodded vigorously. "Yes, we are just as bewildered by the situation." Lin Fenghua swiftly approached Lin Yurui's side. Song Yuni stood nearby, indicating the location where the scales had fallen. Chapter 158. Crafting Jewelry from Scales. Are you serious? Lin Fenghua's astonishment was unmistakable. He observed that the area from which the scales had fallen exhibited a faint vitality. Xingnua peeked from behind by Xiaoyuan, emphasizing, "He truly shed them on his own. We did not intervene, not even to touch him." Lin Fenghua smiled. "I can see that." Curiosity piqued. Xingnua hurried to Lin Yurui's side, her gaze fixed on the spot from which the scales had fallen. She could discern no apparent difference. Lin Fenghua suggested, "Try channeling your mental energy into your eyes. However, this requires prolonged observation to truly notice." Xingnua complied, infusing her mental energy into her vision. Yet after some time, she found nothing amiss. Her attention shifted back to Lin Fenghua, who had likely scrutinized Lin Yurui for an extended period, noting every wound upon him. Seeing Lin Fenghua's demeanor, the queen recognized it as a positive sign, and a smile crept onto her face. It seemed the soothing effort had exceeded expectations. Xingnua remarked, "Ultimately, we must rely on the data from Luming's side." Bai Xiaoyuan produced a box of nutritional fluid from his spatial pocket and handed it to Xingnua. Accepting it without hesitation, she took a sip. In truth, although this calming process appeared lengthy, the energy expenditure was minimal. Throughout, she had endeavored to proceed slowly, expending considerable mental energy in the process of control. A flicker of concern crossed the queen's features as she stated, "I will send someone to procure specialized nutritional fluid." Xingnua quickly waved her hand. "No, there is no need." Bai Xiaoyuan explained, "My lady prefers her own concoctions. She is not accustomed to those from outside." The queen recalled prior information and smiled. "I assume these contain natural fruits?" Xingnua nodded enthusiastically. The queen continued, "Then I shall arrange for additional raw materials to be sent." Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "We're most grateful, Your Majesty." Lin Yechi limped over, "Old man, your methods are excessively harsh. Did you intend to kill me?" Lin Fenghua snorted. Lin Yechi approached Xingnua, his form appearing languid. "My lady, I am injured." Bai Xiaoyuan's brow twitched, feeling a sudden urge to strike him again. Lin Fenghua turned away, unable to bear the sight. Xingnua gently patted his head, summoning a touch of green energy, her healing technique. Applying it to Lin Yechi's wound, he comfortably closed his eyes, having experienced numerous healing techniques. It was Xingnua's that provided the utmost relief. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Lin Fenghua's face. The queen regarded the scale in Lin Yechi's hand and kindly suggested, "I believe we could have the court designer create a set of dragon-scale jewelry for you." Xingnua paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yechi exclaimed excitedly, "Right? I think that is a splendid idea." Lin Fenghua remarked, "Lin Yurui's dragon scales lack sufficient defense. It seems we can only utilize the ancient methods to create some small trinkets, since these scales were not forcibly removed." He had no objections. Xingnua inhaled deeply. "Are you all truly serious?" Lin Yechi draped his arm over Xingnua's shoulder. "My lady, you must indeed prefer my scales." Xingnua felt a bit weary and declared, "I shall refrain from such actions in the future." Lin Yechi responded, "It is of no concern." The queen smiled and said, "Leave the matter of the jewelry to me." Xingnua replied, "As long as you are happy." The group engaged in conversation as they made their way to the observation room above. At this moment, only Lu Ming was present in the observation chamber. Xing Nuo bounded into the room, asking, "How is it? Can we increase the dosage tomorrow?" She was quite experienced in this regard. Initially, Song Yunyi's calming value had also risen from low to high, and by the last calming session, there had been no restraint, much like theirs. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. "We can add just 1 point tomorrow." Xing Nuo felt helpless. This indicated that Lin Yi Rui's condition was indeed quite dire. Suddenly, the queen pointed at the instrument and remarked, "That line represents a mental fluctuation, right?" It just jumped. Lu Ming quickly leaned back slightly and nodded. "Indeed, it is a mental fluctuation. However, this alone will not awaken Lin Yi Rui." He refrained from voicing this thought. The mere occurrence of a fluctuation signified that there was a possibility for Lin Yi Rui's spiritual C to recover. Xing Nuo whispered, "Isn't the resilience of the spiritual C somewhat greater?" Lu Ming shook his head. "His spiritual C is still in the rebuilding phase. It is best to proceed gradually." Xing Nuo responded with a hint of regret. Over the course of the next week, Xing Nuo spent nearly half her time in the training room and the other half in the restricted area. Lin Yi Rui's condition showed significant improvement. Standing within the familiar confines of the spiritual sea, Xing Nuo gazed at the quarter-spherical glass fragments that had emerged before her, feelings of accomplishment swelling within her. This quarter sphere had been painstakingly woven together thread by thread. Exhaling deeply, Xing Nuo exited the spiritual sea and channeled the recently surging chaotic energy into the source stone. Bai Xiao Yuan gently wiped her forehead with a damp towel, saying, "You must be tired. Take a moment to rest." Lin Yiqi hurriedly retrieved a fruit platter from his spatial ring. Song Yun produced a small box of specially formulated nutrient fluid and placed it beside Xing Nuo. Throughout this week, they had watched her exert herself tirelessly, and the consumption of her mental energy was so alarming it left them all astonished. With one hand resting on Lin Yi Rui, Xing Nuo utilized the Zi Dian Long Ying to soothe him while nibbling on the orange Lin Yiqi had handed her. After a week of recovery, Lin Yi Rui's condition had improved enough for him to breathe independently. Coupled with the inherent defense of the golden dragon, her soothing efforts no longer required the extreme caution she had displayed at the beginning. If initially, her calming required her mental energy to be drawn out like silk thread, she could now utilize yarn. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Bai Xiao Yuan said helplessly, "My dear wife, you should drink the nutrient fluid first to regain some strength." Xing Nuo acknowledged him. Suddenly, her movements halted as she reached out, sensing a slight movement from the golden dragon in her grasp. Just as she was about to voice her observation, Bai Xiao Yuan stepped back, cradling her. The others formed a triangular formation between the golden dragon and Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in astonishment. "I wasn't mistaken. It truly reacted." Bai Xiao Yuan nodded. "Indeed. However, it appears to be an unconscious action. Such movements are particularly perilous, as we cannot predict his next actions." They waited for a full 10 minutes. Yet Lin Yi Rui showed no further signs of movement. Lin Yiqi suggested, "I will inform Mother. We should employ full-body restraints. It is the safest course of action." Xing Nuo gazed at Lin Yi Rui, momentarily reluctant. However, many areas of his body lacked protective scales. Such restraints could cause injury. With the progression of the weak S treatment, the scales Lin Yi Rui had shed increased in number. To the naked eye, several gaps could still be observed on his body. She had witnessed such restraining treatments in her dreams, where the binding straps nearly embedded themselves into their flesh. Bai Xiao Yuan stated, "Yet we must ensure your safety." Song Yun added, "Let us first observe the queen's arrangements." Given Lin Yi Rui's severe injuries, they should have considered these needs while crafting the restraining devices. Before long, the queen hurried in. Before she could steady herself, she excitedly inquired, "Did Xiao Rui move just now?" Song Yun replied, "Yes, but the movement was minimal and unconscious." The queen could hardly contain her excitement. "That is already quite remarkable." Bai Xiao Yuan cautioned, "Your Majesty, such unconscious movements can be dangerous. Therefore, we believe it necessary to implement restraining devices." The queen took a deep breath. "Rest assured, the devices are already prepared." With a command from Lin Feng Hua, 10 elite guards entered carrying 4 machines. Straps extended from machines and secured themselves around Lin Yirue. The machines were anchored in the four corners of the room. Xing Nuo poked at one of the straps and discovered it was soft like water waves. The queen patiently explained, "These straps are soft under normal circumstances, but upon receiving sudden force, they will harden and become unyielding." Xing Nuo finally relaxed. That is reassuring. As long as Lin Yirue does not suddenly go berserk, there should be no problem. Lin Fenghua stated solemnly, "These straps do have a limit. Exceeding it will be up to you to manage." Of course, if they were to break, it would indicate that Lin Yirue's body has nearly recovered, and we can intervene fully without concern. Song Yun nodded in agreement. The queen gently caressed the head of the golden dragon, her eyes brimming with tears. After so many years of waiting, they had finally glimpsed hope. Lin Fenghua tenderly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, a smile gracing his features. "Let us leave for now. Let Xing Nuo continue her soothing." The queen nodded vigorously, 2 tears sliding down her cheeks. Lin Fenghua brushed away her tears with his fingers, lifting her effortlessly in one arm as he strode towards the exit. Xing Nuo watched this scene with rapt attention, contemplating the juxtaposition of a gentle military leader and a delicate queen. Lin Yiqi, his face slightly flushed, covered Xing Nuo's eyes. "What is there to see?" Xing Nuo swatted his hand away, glaring at him indignantly. "What are you doing? A brief glance won't cost me anything." Lin Yiqi retorted, "They do this every day. It's nothing special." Xing Nuo kicked him lightly. "I find it beautiful. Is that a problem?" Lin Yiqi quickly conceded, "I was wrong." Xing Nuo peeked again, but lamented that Lin Fenghua and the others had already departed. Lin Yiqi muttered, "Your situation with Bai Xiaoyuan is quite similar." Xing Nuo blinked, realizing that he was indeed correct. Bai Xiaoyuan, smiling, remarked, "My dear wife, let's not pay him any mind." Xing Nuo nodded, "I shall return to my soothing efforts." She finished the remaining nutrient fluid and returned to Lin Yirue's side, once more employing the Zi Dianlong Ying. Lin Yirue's body trembled slightly, and a rhythmic rise and fall appeared in his chest, as if he were breathing. The soft straps, while seemingly loose, firmly secured the golden dragon. After a considerable time, Xing Nuo ceased her actions and stretched languidly. Today's task had finally been completed. She twisted her waist and wiggled her feet, moving her body a bit. The others brought food to offer her, and as she nibbled on apple slices, she mused that if this continued, she might genuinely become a little pig. Until she returned to her residence, Xing Nuo's mouth did not cease its activity. She sprawled languidly on the sofa, feeling that the most exhausting aspect of soothing Lin Yirue was not the consumption of mental energy, but rather the prolonged standing. Had it not been for the need to remain prepared for any sudden movements, she would have relocated a recliner, transforming her legs into a serpentine tail. Xing Nuo idly swished her tail, attempting to stretch every joint. Lu Ming approached with a specialized lamp, meticulously examining the scales on Xing Nuo's body. "Jing Noi Inquidet. Is it time for the physical examination again?" Lu Ming chuckled. "It is merely a slight observation of the changes in your scales." Previously, after Xing Nuo absorbed the awakening energy, she swiftly underwent a shedding process. In recent days, her absorption of the awakening energy had not ceased. In fact, it appeared to be more suited to her than before. Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat anxious, asked, "Could it be that you're about to shed?" Xing Nuo instantly sat up straight. "Surely not." Lu Ming laughed, "Not so soon." Xing Nuo sighed in relief, thankful for that. A knock at the door interrupted them, and several individuals entered, carrying boxes filled with items. A servant bowed before the group, announcing, "Xing Nuo, these are the jewels that Her Majesty has sent for you." Intrigued, Xing Nuo approached and opened a box, revealing rows of golden jewelry. She picked up a small butterfly-shaped hairpin, noting the exquisite craftsmanship that featured filigree work and the shimmering golden dragon scales that adorned the wings. As the wings fluttered, they glimmered with a golden radiance. In addition to the butterfly, the box contained more intricate designs resembling peacocks, phoenixes, golden dragons, flood dragons, and mermaids. There was even an antique makeup box encrusted with dragon scales. Rubbing her temples, she realized there were nearly 30 pieces of jewelry, ranging from simple to complex. Hairpins, brooches, belts, bracelets, and rings. This was just one box. There were still 5 more nearby. Xing Nuo gazed at the others with a hint of disbelief. Are there truly that many scales? Song Yun retrieved a pendant from the box, stating, the most precious one should be this. Xing Nuo leaned in to see a bullet-shaped gem reminiscent of jade. A bullet? Is this from ancient times? Or is it jade? Lin Yiqi suppressed a laugh. Wife, that is a dragon's tooth. It was made for my brother's baby tooth. Xing Nuo rolled her eyes, feeling an overwhelming desire to crack open their heads. I have no habit of carrying teeth. Bai Xiaozhe explained, though it is a baby tooth, its sharpness and sturdiness far exceed that of common metals. Xing Nuo pointed at the pendant. It has been polished smooth. It appears unsuitable as a weapon. Song Yin expressed regret. Wife, do you not like it? Xing Nuo scrutinized it. It is indeed beautiful, but it feels rather odd. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, if you do not like it, then we shouldn't force it. He understood why Song Yun had asked. As for the Wolf Clan, gifting teeth was a ritual of commitment. In the future, Song Yun would undoubtedly present teeth to Xing Nuo. Chapter 160. The Broken Restraint. Song Yun placed the pendant back in the box. Xing Nuo inserted the butterfly hairpin into her hair. As she did so, the butterfly began to flutter its wings gently, emitting a hint of golden light. As for the remaining jewelry, Xing Nuo stored them within her spatial pouch, estimating that she would not wear the extravagant pieces. Lin Yiqi playfully flicked the butterfly wings. Wife, do you want my scales? The black ones are quite beautiful. Xing Nuo tapped his head. Do not entertain such strange thoughts. Bai Xiaoyuan admonished. Do not speak in ways that worry our wife. He too was concerned, fearing that Xing Nuo might feel guilty due to previous events. He exchanged a glance with Lu Ming, who nodded in understanding. Later, he would find time to have a serious talk with Lin Yiqi. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yirue had shed all of his scales. From afar, he resembled a pink dragon, but upon closer inspection, one could see that something appeared to be breaking forth from the roots where the scales once were. Every time Xing Nuo beheld Lin Yirue's form, she couldn't help but laugh. It was not merely because his condition was improving. Rather, the sight of a scaleless, fleshy dragon was exceedingly comical. Under the influence of her mental energy, Lin Yirue's body instinctively moved, although the special, calming energy brought comfort to the beast man. The accompanying electric currents incited a primal resistance within them. Lin Yirue's writhing grew more pronounced, and the restraints binding him tightened fiercely. Observers noted the flesh of the golden dragon swell and relax beneath the binding force. With a soft rip, the strap at the rear tore apart like silk. With the breaking of the restraint on the golden dragon, its tail instinctively swept across. Bai Xiaoyuan's expression sharpened as he swiftly encircled Xing Nuo's waist, propelling them both back 10 meters with an explosive surge of energy. Lin Yirue let out a long howl. Lin Yiqi quickly transformed into his beast form, wrapping around Lin Yirue to secure him. Bai Xiaozhe and Song Yun rushed forward, each producing chains to bind Lin Yirue tightly. Hai Yu opened her mouth and melodic notes flowed forth. The previously agitated Lin Yirue gradually calmed, and soon soft snores could be heard. Xing Nuo observed the scene quietly, appreciating their seamless teamwork. There was offense, control, and soothing assistance. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hai Yu, yearning to learn such a soothing melody. She pondered whether she could acquire the skill after the surgery. Song Yun approached the binding apparatus with a serious expression. Logically, given Lin Yirue's recent movements, the restraints should not have been compromised. Bai Xiaozhe stated gravely, I will arrange for an analysis. Zhang Yun nodded. Xing Nuo grasped their implication. Was there an issue with the break? Bai Xiaoyuan concurred. Based on the recent movements, it should not have broken. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Is someone attempting to harm him? Lin Yirue's condition had shown significant improvement, and she believed that in about half a month, he would regain his senses. However, if anything were to happen to her during that time, Lin Yirue might never awaken. Who could it be? Countless dramas flashed through Xing Nuo's mind. Could it be that a certain prince wished to harm him? To usurp the throne? Lin Yiqi swam over, looking aggrieved. Wife, I would never do such a thing. Xing Nuo sighed. I'm not referring to you. The royal family has other princes as well. Song Yun nodded. It is not impossible. Lin Yiqi stared at him in disbelief. Song Shuai, are you serious? Song Yun replied, if you were to die, the position of your beast husband would be vacated. The likelihood of a royal family member seizing that opportunity is significant. Bai Xiaoze added, previously, your reputation preceded you. They had not harbored any ill intentions. Now, however, your demeanor has softened, and you have awakened an extraordinary ability that is bound to drive them mad. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. It is said that Xing Yin Lu is still hiding at home, afraid to venture out. Xing Nuo felt utterly helpless. Why does it always come back to me? Bai Xiaoyuan responded, because this is the most plausible scenario. Haiyu added, wife. You do not comprehend the miracle of a small female awakening an extraordinary ability. Moreover, you are an S-class. Xing Nuo pointed at herself. You all overlook one thing. I'm a half-beast. According to your research, half-beasts lack reproductive capabilities. Lu Ming descended from the observation room, stating earnestly, no, wife. Half-beasts merely have reduced fertility, not an impossibility. Xing Nuo scratched her head, feeling perplexed. In the end, she pointed at herself. Are you implying that I have become highly sought after? Song Yun chuckled softly. You have always been. Xing Nuo rubbed her neck, feeling a sudden chill. Upon recalling Xing Yin Li's unfortunate fate, she shivered. I do not wish to be the center of attention daily. Song Yun reassured her, do not worry. We will shield you from those troubles. Bai Xiaoze stated seriously, this matter will likely need to be handled by Lin Shuai. Zhang Yun Yi nodded, recognizing that whether the assailant was a royal family member or someone infiltrated by the shadows, it would be up to them to investigate. Xing Nuo asked, should the comforting continue? Lu Ming gently stroked Xing Nuo's head and replied, you should take a break today. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. Song Yun remarked, we'll leave this to Xiaoze to handle. Bai Xiaoshen nodded in acknowledgement. Xing Nuo expressed some confusion. Is he managing this alone? Perhaps we should all stay. I'm not tired anyway. Bai Xiaoze felt a warmth in his heart. I need to study those binding straps. Don't worry about me. Lu Ming suggested. Then go rest in the observation room for a bit. Xing Nuo nodded. With more people around, it will surely be easier for you. A faint blush appeared on Bai Xiaoze's face. All right. Xing Nuo blinked, her gaze subtly shifting to his neck. Indeed, a delicate pink hue began to spread across his neck. Under Xing Nuo's watchful eyes, the blush deepened until it turned a vibrant red. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed a hint of disdain. Wife, let us just head up. Xing Nuo nodded. Was he just shy? Bai Xiaoyuan replied, I suppose so. He might also feel embarrassed. He tends to blush at the slightest emotional fluctuation. Xing Nuo had long noticed this issue. Every time she comforted Bai Xiaoze, he would turn as red as a cooked shrimp. This condition seemed in need of remedy, as it was not a normal occurrence. Bai Xiaoyuan could only express helplessness. He has a physical flaw that cannot be treated. Upon hearing this, Xing Nuo felt a wave of anxiety. Does this have any other effects on his body? Chapter 161. Lin Yiqi provokes trouble and gets punished. Bai Xiaoyuan dismissively replied, there isn't much else, but his tendency to blush can greatly affect his authority. Xing Nuo's gaze drifted towards Bai Xiaoze. Indeed, as a leader, if he blushed frequently, others might perceive him as weak. Bai Xiaoyuan continued. He fashioned something akin to human skin to wear. This way, even if he blushes, no one will notice. Xing Nuo sighed. That must be quite exhausting. Bai Xiaoyuan responded, probably. He was quite withdrawn about this years ago, but he has grown accustomed to it now. He chuckled lightly. If you feel sorry for him, you might consider providing him with more special comforts. Xing Nuo's eyes lit up as she tugged at his sleeve. What if we use the energy from the Pa Shi? Would it have a healing effect? The Pa Shi she referred to was the divine statue, which automatically gathered awakening energy, a crucial resource for the beastmen. Previously, when she comforted them, she hadn't infused much awakening energy as their races differed, and she was hesitant to transfer too much at once. Bai Xiaoyuan scratched his head, unsure of the specifics. That would require Ah Ming to conduct some experiments. Xing Nuo laughed. It seems he has more work to do. She felt that since Lu Ming left the research institute, his workload had increased significantly. and he hardly had a moment to rest. Upon entering the observation room, Xing Nuo stood by the glass window, observing by Xiao Zhe and the others as they examined data by the machinery. The surrounding monitoring devices were, of course, indispensable, yet under such stringent surveillance. How was it all accomplished? Bai Xiao Yuan gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Wife, what are you thinking? Xing Nuo voiced her queries. Bai Xiao Yuan speculated. It's likely that there were issues when the items were sent. The use of binding tools indicates that Lin Yi Rue has become active. Therefore, tampering from the outside would be the most convenient and safest approach. Lu Ming handed a cup of juice to Xing Nuo, reassuring her, you need not worry. Trust them. Results should come swiftly. Xing Nuo nodded in understanding. Soon, Lin Fenghua arrived. After observing for a while, Xing Nuo lost interest and settled onto a nearby sofa. She activated her light brain to check on the shop's status. Although most of the stock had been supplied to the army, a small portion of goods remained available for sale in the shop. The shop's message board had been inundated with requests for restocking. The most liked message was from Xing Yinlo. I want slightly spicy beef jerky, small cakes, flour cakes, big meat buns, and osmanthus cakes. Please restock. Xing Nuo chuckled. It seemed Xing Yinlu regarded her shop as a wishing well. Bai Xiao Yuan leaned in to look and laughed. It seems she has a strong impression of those foods from last time. Xing Nuo replied. She has probably been cooped up at home for too long. I'll prepare a gift package for her later. Bai Xiao Yuan remained silent, resting his chin on her shoulder, watching quietly. Before long, Bai Xiao Zhe joined them. Xing Nuo blinked mischievously, a playful glint in her eyes. She quickly jumped down from Bai Xiao Yuan's lap and pounced on Bai Xiao Zhe. Bai Xiao Zhe instinctively reached out to catch her. Xing Nuo wrapped her legs around his waist and playfully planted a kiss at the corner of his mouth. Bai Xiao Zhe froze momentarily, his pupils dilating. A blush crept onto his fair face, quickly spreading to a deep crimson. Xing Nuo swiftly leaped away from his embrace, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Bai Xiao Zhe gazed at his empty arms, feeling a twinge of loss. Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. Wife, don't tease him too much. Xing Nuo giggled. I'm providing him with treatment. Perhaps with enough repetition, his condition will improve. Lu Ming laughed. Desensitization therapy may not be suitable for him. Bai Xiao Zhe rubbed his face, fully aware that it must be a bright shade of red. Song Yun, he patted his shoulder. Good luck with that. Xing Nuo seemed intrigued by the situation, sensing that it might linger for a day or two. Bai Xiao Zhe lightly touched his mouth. He didn't mind such playful antics, yet being kissed in public made him feel a rush of heat across his face. Lin Yiqi crossed his arms. At this rate, we could boil water. Both Bai Xiao Zhe and Bai Xiao Yuan turned their gazes toward Lin Yiqi. In that instant, Lin Yiqi felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by a predator. Bai Xiao Yuan and Bai Xiao Zhe exchanged glances and lunged toward Lin Yiqi. He shrieked and dashed toward the door. Hai Yu calmly reached out to close the door, leaving Lin Yiqi's south face perilously close to the doorframe. Bai Xiao Zhe kicked Lin Yiqi's rear, and with a thud, his face smacked against the door. Xing Nuo covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It seemed they shared a tacit understanding when it came to teasing Lin Yiqi. Song Yun brewed himself a pot of orange peel tea, sitting beside Xing Nuo and watching the two brothers beat up Lin Yiqi. Xing Nuo took a sip of tea, her eyes comfortably narrowing. Is it truly all right? Though she said this, her voice was filled with delight. She trusted that Bai Xiao Yuan and the others knew their limits. Song Yun lowered his head, observing Xing Nuo's smiling face, and couldn't help but smile back. They do know their limits. Moreover, Xiao Qi truly needs to train. The insect race is pressing forward aggressively, and they indeed require high-level combat power. Previously, Lin Yiqi couldn't fully dedicate himself to training due to matters concerning Lin Yirue, but now he can. Xing Nuo's eyes curved with delight. Next time, I'll join you for physical training. Zhang Yun nodded. In less than a minute, Lin Yiqi collapsed onto the floor. Zhang Yun sikit inyardli. It was evident that years of habit were not easily altered. Lin Yiqi's long-term preservation of stamina led to a hesitance in his combat. This was manageable against those weaker than him, but against someone like Bai Xiao Yuan, who was stronger, he had no power to resist. Bai Xiao Yuan clapped his hands. scooped up Xing Nuo, and settled her on his lap. Xing Nuo raised her cup. Would you like some? Bai Xiao Yuan covered her hand and downed the entire cup of tea in one gulp. Song Yuni deftly poured a cup for Bai Xiaoza. Ding no, he spatted. Has there been any result regarding Lin Yiyu? Song Yuni shook his head with regret. We traced it back to the researcher responsible for the production of the bindings. But he has been on leave for the past 2 weeks due to excessively high volatility. Xing Nuo blinked. In other words, they had been plotting from the very beginning. Chapter 162. The Mysterious Box, Xing Nuo's Bold Claim. Song Yuni nodded. Currently, Commander Lin is investigating that individual. However, given the elapsed time, it is likely that some evidence is now difficult to gather. Xing Nuo glanced at Lin Yiyu downstairs, wishing she could take him back to Lan Baoxing. If not for his fragile condition. Song Yuni reassured her, there will be enhanced defenses here, so you need not worry. Xing Nuo acknowledged his words. Song Yuni continued, if you're truly concerned, we can leave someone here. Xing Nuo shook her head. That is unnecessary. The defenses here are quite formidable. I fear that precisely because of this high level of security, they can only make their moves through those bindings. Bai Xiaoyuan remarked, once he regains his senses, we can bring him to Lan Baoxing. Song Yuni cast a helpless glance at Bai Xiaoyuan. Just considering that possibility seemed implausible. Lin Yiyu had been merely a teenager when the incident occurred, and with his mental landscape shattered, even if he regained awareness, it would likely be akin to starting anew. Under such circumstances, how could the Queen possibly allow them to take him away? Staying here is, in fact, safer. Xing Nuo stretched her neck. Such matters can only be discussed later. Lu Ming organized the data. Wife, we can head back now. Since the incident with the bindings, an atmosphere of tension had enveloped the entire Ziluan palace. Everyone was cautious, fearful of being implicated. After sending off a group of servants, Xing Nuo felt a sense of fatigue. The oppressive environment was truly exhausting. Upon opening the delivered box, she found it filled with various pieces of jewelry. Xing Nuo had lost count of how many batches she had received. Was the Queen planning to transform all the scales into jewelry? Lin Yechi chuckled. What is wrong with that? After all, those scales are useless just sitting around. Bai Xiaoza and Hai Weiyu approached the box as well. One had to admit, their craftsmanship was impressive. Xing Nuo retrieved a jewelry box from the collection. The box, adorned with inlaid gold, featured a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon seemed to dance among the clouds, appearing and disappearing. The light shimmering on the dragon's scales seemed capable of piercing through the clouds. Bai Xiaoza narrowed his eyes and activated his light brain. A barely discernible red dot flickered on the screen, indicating the very location of the jewelry box in Xing Nuo's hands. Xing Nuo's gaze remained fixed on the box, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about it. She lifted her head to speak, only to see Bai Xiaoza place a finger on his lips, signaling silence. Understanding his meaning, Xing Nuo blinked. Indeed, this box was suspicious. The others regarded her with astonishment. It was not surprising that Bai Xiaoza detected an issue with the box, given his peculiar modifications to his light brain. If the box had been tampered with, his device could detect it, whereas Xing Nuo's light brain had not undergone such alterations. Bai Xiaoza made a gesture to take the box. Xing Nuo nodded. Do you not think this pattern resembles Lin Yiyu? Lin Yechi scoffed, my brother is not that handsome. Xing Nuo stared at him in disbelief. Aren't you a brother, Khan? How can you think this is more handsome than your brother? Lin Yechi replied, it's different. This dragon is of divine beast caliber. Xing Nuo acknowledged, indeed, those capable of soaring through the clouds are all divine beasts. She tucked the box into her embrace regardless. I think it resembles him. I'll show it to him later. Perhaps it might jog his memory. Lin Yechi remarked, you've been neglecting us lately because of him. Xing Nuo blinked, have I? Lin Yechi complained, yes. Bai Xiaoyuan added quietly, you have indeed spent considerably less time with us. Lu Ming sighed, after all. His Highness's treatment takes several hours. Bai Xiaoyuan rubbed his face against Xing Nuo's wife. How about you make it up to us today? Jing no responded, Varidi. What are you planning? Bai Xiaoyuan said, I wish to be comforted. I'm currently in my heat period and have not received proper comfort. Lin Yechi looked on eagerly, wife. I want it too. Xing Nuo placed the box on the coffee table. All right, you want comfort, do you? Let us go. To the training ground. If I don't twist you into a ball today, I won't be called Xing Nuo. Lin Yechi felt his entire body go soft. I won't turn into a ball. Bai Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes. I'll go too. After all, you need someone responsible to untwist you. Lin Yechi's face turned crimson. I definitely won't this time. Xing Nuo draped herself over Bai Xiaoyuan's neck. You better be prepared. You'll be bound. Bai Xiaoyuan's Adam's apple bobbed, all right. Hai Yu lazily added, my little pet enjoys ball games. Should I bring it along? Song Yuni chuckled. He would truly become furious then. Lu Ming poured tea for the others. This is my newly prepared honey pomelo tea. Please try it. While they chatted, Bai Xiaozi swiftly activated his specialized device, beginning to trace the information source within a box. In the training room, Xing Nuo occasionally peeked out with curiosity. Bai Xiaoyuan pulled her into his embrace. Forget about that for now. Wife, did you not say you would comfort us? Xing Nuo frowned. I was merely saying that on purpose. Moreover, do you dare to accept special comfort out here? Most importantly, this place is no longer very safe. After special comfort, you would both be utterly limp. Bai Xiaoyuan sighed in frustration, realizing it was indeed inconvenient outside. Ordinary comfort should be fine. Wife, I feel so uncomfortable. His voice held a note of petulance. Xing Nuo caressed his face, noting that his temperature was indeed higher than usual. Is your heat period upon you? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded. When I have free time, it becomes particularly uncomfortable. Xing Nuo had him sit on the sofa in the training room, then straddled his lap, resting her forehead against his. Surging mental energy flowed directly into his mental ocean. Bai Xiaoyuan emitted soft, contented purrs, his body alternating between tension and relaxation in a rhythmic cycle. Lin Yechi curled up in a corner, watching the two with a sense of desolation. In Xing Nuo's eyes, Bai Xiaoyuan was always special. As long as he was present, it was rare for her attention to stray to others. Xing Nuo clung tightly to Bai Xiaoyuan, enveloped in an ethereal state. After an indeterminate amount of time, a commotion erupted outside. Xing Nuo looked at the door in confusion. What is happening outside? Could it be that there's a bomb in that box, prompting an emergency evacuation? With that thought, she hurriedly dismounted from Bai Xiaoyuan. Let us go see. Chapter 163. Crybaby Lin Yu, who bit him? Bai Xiaoyuan's expression turned serious as he thrust Xing Nuo into Lin Yechi's arms and opened the door first. Upon opening the door, he found tall, naked man pouting at him, while the others were attempting to wrap him with a piece of cloth. Bai Xiaoyuan felt a surge of anger and slapped the man, sending him crashing into the opposite wall. What are you doing? Why not subdue such a pervert immediately? Before the others could respond, the man began to whimper, bursting into tears intermittently, as if he might pass out at any moment. Just as Bai Xiaoyuan entertained that thought, the man closed his eyes and fainted. Bai Xiaozi rushed forward, using the cloth to wrap him up. Lu Ming quickly pulled out a device to conduct a check. Song Yun pressed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. This is troublesome. Xing Nuo peeked out from behind Bai Xiaoyuan, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the individual who had been sent flying. Who is that person? Not only did he manage to intrude, but he also caused quite a scene, and yet the others failed to subdue him. His identity must be rather unusual. Lin Yiqi glanced at the corner of the door, muttering, he looks a bit familiar. Xing Nuo stroked her chin. Now that you mention it, he does seem familiar. Moreover, his aura feels somewhat recognizable. Hai Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, he is Lin Yirue. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. Ah. Upon closer inspection, she understood why he looked familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to Lin Fenghua, and even somewhat to Lin Yiqi. However, his current appearance left much to be desired. While his facial features were handsome, the shiny bald head gave her an amusingly absurd feeling. Lin Yiqi quickly dashed over, his expression tense. How is he? Bai Xiaozi casually handed him a piece of clothing. You can help him put this on, Lu Ming remarked. His physical condition seems stable. He is merely in a state of extreme weakness and passed out due to heightened emotions. Xing Nuo tilted her head. What is his situation? Lu Ming explained. According to the reports from the Imperial Guards, once he regains consciousness, he will revert to his human form and rush over here. Hai Yu interjected. Wife, you must not approach him. He may bite. He has already bitten 7 or 8 people. Xing Nuo was puzzled. Isn't it usually dogs that bite? Why would a dragon bite? Lin Yiqi protested. We do not bite. Song Yun coughed lightly. Typically, it's tigers that are more prone to biting. Bai Xiao Yuan's expression stiffened as he cast a helpless glance at Song Yun, wondering why the flames of trouble were directed at him. Moreover, Xing Nuo had mentioned dogs, not wolves. Why was Song Yun so anxious? Lin Yiqi turned to Xing Nuo. Wife, I need to help him get dressed. Would you mind stepping back? Xing Nuo turned away. All right. Bai Xiao Yuan turned and embraced Xing Nuo, smirking. With that naked body, it's not like anyone would want to look. Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. In truth, referring to him as a naked chicken was already quite polite. Lin Yirui's current state could be described as little more than a skeleton. His bald head only added to the resemblance. Having relied on nutrients to survive for an extended period, his muscles had long atrophied. As he made his way here, neither the Imperial Guards nor Bai Xiao Ze dared to touch him, fearing that they might inadvertently cause him harm. One could only wonder how he managed to sneak in. Lu Ming suppressed a laugh. He is probably still functioning on instinct, not yet having regained his senses. Bai Xiao Yuan frowned. If he can find his way here, how can he still lack awareness? Lu Ming replied. It seems he sensed the presence of his wife, which prompted his journey here. Xing Nuo sighed regretfully. Hasn't he regained his senses? I thought he had reverted to a childlike state due to the reconstruction of his spiritual sea. Each time she helped him soothe his turbulent emotions, the gray, chaotic energy would carry fragments of memories, and over time, numerous memories had surfaced. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiao Yuan concurred. I also somewhat agree with my wife's perspective. Although he bites, the fact that he could come all this way suggests he possesses some awareness. Lu Ming paused. We may need to conduct a test. It's not entirely impossible. While they conversed, Lin Yiqi had already dressed Lin Yirue. He picked him up and placed him on the sofa in the training room. What should we do next? Should we take him in? Bai Xiao Yuan frowned. Whether or not Lin Yirue was aware, his actions were indeed surprising. Even if they offered him another place to stay, he would likely still come here. Song Yun nodded in agreement. It appears he has recognized his wife. The people present were not particularly surprised by this outcome. Lin Yirui's spiritual sea had been mended by Xing Nuo, and it undoubtedly still contained a multitude of her spiritual power. Thus, it was only natural for him to feel drawn to her. Hao Yu expressed concern. The primary issue now is how to accommodate him. Given his current state, he is easily susceptible to harm. Lin Yirui's skeletal appearance prompted frowns from everyone present. Xing Nuo suggested, let us leave such a challenging matter to the queen to decide. Lu Ming chuckled. This indeed warrants a report to Her Majesty. Lin Yiqi opened his mouth as if to speak, but swallowed his words. Bai Xiao Yuan shot him a glance. Speak plainly. Why the hesitation? After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yiqi finally stated, his scales are still in the growth phase, which must be quite uncomfortable for him. Xing Nuo was puzzled. We are aware of that. Ming mentioned it to us before. Lin Yiqi elaborated. When he transforms into his human form, due to the sensitivity of his skin, he may prefer to wear as little as possible. Hao Yu bluntly added, you might as well say that during this phase, he prefers to be unclothed. Xing Nuo inhaled deeply. No wonder he was previously naked. Lu Ming also found it challenging. That is true. His scales are not fully developed, and transforming into human skin would make it quite thin. Xing Nuo inquired, how do young children usually manage? Lu Ming replied, they are placed in temperature-controlled pods, usually for a few months at most. Moreover, children don't mind being unclothed. Xing Nuo shrugged. It seems challenging. Based on Lin Yirui's temperament, he likely does not enjoy being confined to a temperature-controlled room. As they spoke, Lin Yirue opened his eyes, struggling uncomfortably to pull off his clothing. Lin Yiqi quickly intervened. Brother, you need to wear that. Lin Yirue's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at him pitifully and continued to attempt to undress. Lin Yiqi, in a moment of desperation, took out a scarf and wrapped Lin Yirue up like a dumpling. Xing Nuo chuckled lightly. Be gentle. Don't hurt him. Lin Yirue looked at Xing Nuo with watery eyes. It hurts. Chapter 164. Will his hair grow back? Lin Yiqi felt somewhat fatigued. In front of the wife, you cannot be naked. Clothing is a necessity. Xing Nuo approached Lin Yirue. I understand you're uncomfortable, but we all wear clothes. She pointed to her own outfit and then at the others. Lin Yi-Rui glanced around, still feeling wronged. It hurts. Lin Yi-Chi felt a pang of sympathy. If you don't want to wear clothes, I'll take the scarf off. How about that? Lin Yi-Rui was silent for a moment. Okay. Lin Yi-Chi sighed with relief and removed the scarf. Xing Nua's eyes widened in surprise. He can't understand. Lu Ming was also taking note of the situation. Lin Yi-Rui furrowed his brow as he looked at the clothing on him, feeling an urge to remove it. After contemplating, Xing Nua suggested, what if we let him wear a dress? A strapless dress might be less irritating to his skin. Lin Yi-Chi grimaced. Wife, that would be too stimulating for us. Given his current state, wearing a strapless dress would definitely frighten a crowd. Hai Yu retrieved a set of pajamas from her spatial pocket. How about trying this? Xing Nua curiously touched the fabric, her eyes immediately lighting up. The pajamas were a light blue color, incredibly soft and smooth to the touch, feeling almost weightless in her hands. Hai Yu gently stated, if you like it, I can have someone make more later. Xing Nua cautiously asked, is it expensive? Hai Yu chuckled, not all. Lin Yi-Chi quickly added, thank you. He handed the clothing to Lin Yi-Rui. Put this on, all right? Lin Yi-Rui touched it. Okay. He took the clothing and approached Xing Nua, handing it to her. I want to wear this. Xing Nua blinked, somewhat perplexed by his thought process, and uncertainly asked, you don't want me to help you put on, do you? Lin Yi-Rui's eyes brightened. Help me wear it. Lin Yi-Chi jumped up immediately. Don't even think about it. I'll help you wear it. Without regard for Lin Yi-Rui's protests, Lin Yi-Chi carried him into the back room. Song Yun-Yi sighed, feeling a headache coming on. It seems there will be much to teach in the future. Bai Xiaozhi remarked that the child's capacity for learning and understanding appeared quite commendable. With such a foundation, it would not be a challenging task for him to recover in a short time. Xing Nua inquired if they had any experience in teaching infants, to which everyone, including Lu Ming, shook their heads. Bai Xiaoyuan cradled Xing Nua in his arms and suggested that they need not concern themselves with such matters. It would be best for Her Majesty the Queen to find a suitable tutor for the child. Just as they spoke of her, the Queen, cradled by Lin Fenghua, hurried over. Upon landing, she eagerly asked about the transformation of Xiao Rui. Xing Nua pointed toward the inner room, explaining that he was currently being assisted by Qi in changing clothes. Without a moment's hesitation, the Queen dashed into the room. Song Yuni chuckled, suggesting they move downstairs, as the Queen likely had much to discuss with Lin Yiyu, who needed time to calm his emotions. The group leisurely made their way to the reception room on the first floor, followed closely by Lin Fenghua. Song Yuni briefed him on the situation, expressing the necessity for a specialized tutor for His Highness Rui. Lin Fenghua reassured them, stating they would find suitable personnel soon. In fact, it would pose no issue even if the Queen herself were to teach him. Just then, faint cries emanated from upstairs. Bai Xiaoyuan, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his temples, suspecting it was Lin Yiyu. They hadn't rescued a whimpering child, had they? Lin Fenghua expressed concern, noting the cries sounded weak, reminiscent of kitten, devoid of any strength. Xing Nua nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fragility of his condition. Lin Fenghua, taken aback, pondered how someone so handsome in youth could appear frightening now. Soon, Lin Yiyu, supported by Lin Yechi, made his way down. He was wiping tears from his eyes while attempting to pull away from Lin Yechi's grasp, struggling in vain. Xing Nua, reclining on the back of the sofa, asked in confusion why he was crying, suspecting he had been bullied. Lin Yechi, feeling wronged, explained that everything had been fine inside, and it was only upon exiting that Lin Yiyu began to cry. Lin Yiyu boldly approached Xing Nua, accusing him of bullying. His tear-streaked face evoked a chuckle from Xing Nua, who replied, questioning how he had done so. Lin Yiyu pouted, tears streaming down. You don't want me anymore. Xing Nua laughed softly. I haven't abandoned you. I've been waiting for you here. Lin Yiyu, appearing somewhat enlightened, replied with an O. Xing Nua took a moment to observe Lin Yiyu, who had changed into the clothes provided by Hai Yueyu. The soft fabric hung loosely on him, as if it might slip off at any moment. Xing Nua gestured for him to sit on the sofa. Lin Yiyu wiped his tears and approached the sofa. mirroring Xing Nuo's position by leaning on the backrest. Xing Nuo chuckled before turning to sit properly on the sofa. I leaned over to see you. It's best to sit normally otherwise. Lin Yiyu blinked, instantly donning a smile. Lin Fenghua scrutinized Lin Yiyu, finally grasping the meaning behind Xing Nuo's earlier remark regarding his unsettling state. Considering his condition, returning to a normal state would likely require a significant amount of time. The queen approached and sat beside Lin Fenghua, her expression tinged with melancholy. It seemed Lin Yiyu had forgotten her upon regaining consciousness. Lin Fenghua gently reassured her. It is natural for him to forget you. His memories have vanished. The queen sighed softly. I am aware. It pains me to see him regard me with unfamiliarity. Lin Yechi took a seat beside Lin Yiyu on the sofa, preventing him from engaging in any inappropriate behavior. Xing Nuo held a box of nutritional liquid, just inserting a straw when he heard a gurgling sound from beside him. Following the sound, he saw Lin Yiyu rubbing his stomach, attempting to silence its growls. Xing Nuo asked whether he could consume the nutritional liquid. Lu Ming affirmed that it was permissible. Xing Nuo passed the nutritional liquid to him while taking one for himself. Lin Yiyu's eyes brightened as he mimicked Xing Nuo, eagerly sipping. The queen's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, reminiscent of Lin Yiyu's childhood antics where he imitated her every action. It appeared Lin Yiyu was quite famished, as he consumed the entire box of nutritional liquid in less than half a minute. He gazed at Xing Nuo with shining eyes, pleading for more. Xing Nuo cleared his throat and quickly handed him another box. She swiftly activated her light brain, sending a message to Lu Ming. Will his hair grow back? She felt if Lin Yiyu remained hairless, she would be the subject of ridicule. Chapter 165. The super clingy Lin Yiyu. Lu Ming, glancing at the data on the light brain, smiled. This should pose no problem. We will conduct a thorough examination shortly. Xing Nuo retracted her light brain, behaving as if nothing had transpired. The amusement in Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes was unmistakable. He had not missed Xing Nuo's earlier actions. He cleared his throat. I believe it would be prudent to take him for a full medical checkup sooner rather than later, as Lu Ming's initial examination was rather basic. The queen agreed. Very well, Xiao Rui, let us proceed with the health check. Lin Yiyu, seemingly oblivious, continued his struggle with the nutritional liquid. Xing Nuo addressed Lin Yiyu. You, Lin Yiyu, Xiao Rui, His Highness Rui? I am Xing Nuo. Lin Yiyu paused, acknowledging her. Xing Nuo. She nodded. My name is Xing Nuo. Lin Yiyu then declared. I am Lin Yiyu. Xing Nuo nodded in satisfaction. You are to undergo a health check now. Lin Yiyu contemplated. You must come too. Xing Nuo chuckled. I do not need a health check. You do. Lin Yiyu frowned, puffing out his cheeks. You must come. Lin Yechi interjected. He likely wants you to accompany him. Xing Nuo glanced at the time, realizing it was already evening. She was taken aback by the child's clinginess. Bai Xiaoyuan bluntly remarked, You are a young man. Why do you need someone with you for everything? Tears welled in Lin Yiyu's eyes as he stubbornly insisted. Xing Nuo must come. Xing Nuo found herself in a humorous predicament. Why aren't you a merman? Then I could open a pearl shop. Hai Weiyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Xing Nuo's obsession with pearls. Did she truly wish to see him cry? Lin Yechi covered his face, feeling a sense of embarrassment. So, his brother had been a crybaby in his youth? Lin Yiyu pouted, looking as if he might cry again. Xing Nuo relented. Very well, I will accompany you. Lin Yiyu blinked, instantly wiping away his tears. Xing Nuo was momentarily speechless, wondering if he was merely pretending. Yet, the tear stains at the corners of his eyes suggested otherwise. Lu Ming, with a warm smile, suggested, In that case, let us head to the Forbidden Courtyard for a health check. The group quickly rose and made their way to the Forbidden Courtyard. Song Yuni voiced a concern. Now that His Highness Rui has regained human form, where will he stay tonight? This presented a current dilemma. The place they were in seemingly lacked a sterile area suitable for Lin Yiyu's needs, and given his attachment to Xing Nuo, he likely would not want to stay in the Forbidden Courtyard. Lin Fenghua glanced at Xing Nuo and Lin Yiyu, quickly grasping Song Yuni's concern. Given Lin Yiyu's current state, it seemed implausible for him to live alone in the Forbidden Courtyard. He had just received a report from the Imperial Guards, indicating that Lin Yiyu had come through crying the entire way. Forcing him to live there would likely result in a night filled with tears. Song Yuni sighed. This is indeed a concern. Given his current state, it would be more suitable for him to reside in a sterile environment. Lin Fenghua found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether a room could be modified in time. Alternatively, they could have Xing Nuo temporarily stay in the forbidden courtyard. It was far too rudimentary compared to the palace. Lin Ye Rue followed Xing Nuo closely, yet his prolonged confinement had rendered his body devoid of strength. After taking but a few steps, he felt utterly exhausted. Pouting in distress, he lamented, "I feel unwell." The queen promptly replied, "It appears I have overlooked this. I shall arrange for assistance." Lin Ye Rue placed his hand on Xing Nuo's shoulder, reiterating, "I feel unwell." Xing Nuo's expression darkened. He had firmly resolved to accept this. He quickly reassured, "I understand you are unwell. We shall arrive shortly." Bai Xiaoze kicked Lin Yeqi, signaling him to lend a hand. Lin Yeqi intended to step forward to assist, but the almost boneless form of Lin Ye Rue left him feeling utterly at a loss. Looking down, he found Lin Ye Rue practically draped over Xing Nuo, his legs bent awkwardly. Bai Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, striving to suppress the urge to strike him. This fellow was utterly shameless. How could he have the audacity to cling to Xing Nuo? Lin Ye Rue instinctively recoiled, muttering, "He is so fierce." Xing Nuo cleared his throat. "A Yuan, he is still a child." Bai Xiao Yuan wrapped his arms around Xing Nuo, stating, "I do not care if he is a child. It is infuriating to witness." Lin Ye Rue's eyes brimmed with tears. Bai Xiao Yuan frowned. "No crying. Can you name anyone here who cries daily?" Lin Ye Rue, with tears glistening in his eyes, surveyed the room, noticing that everyone's attention was squarely on him, particularly the two individuals who bore a striking resemblance to him, their expressions equally perplexed. He endeavored to suppress his tears, declaring, "I will not cry." Xing Nuo gently caressed his face. "Now you are behaving." Lin Ye Rue's eyes sparkled with delight as he instinctively brushed against Xing Nuo's hand. This sensation felt eerily familiar, akin to the hand that had caressed him in his dreams. However, he found it puzzling that the hand in his dreams emanated a soothing energy, while this one did not. Doubtful, he nudged again but still felt nothing. Xing Nuo inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" If Lin Ye Rue persisted in this manner, he would likely suffer from chafed skin. Lin Ye Rue expressed his frustration. "Nothing, in my dreams. It feels very comfortable." Xing Nuo pondered for a moment, comprehending his meaning. "If you cooperate with the examination, I will grant you the soothing energy you desire. Is that agreeable?" Lin Ye Rue considered for a while before nodding. "All right." Although he was uncertain about the forthcoming examination, he trusted that Xing Nuo would not cause him harm. Soon, Lin Ye Rue was ushered into the examination room. Xing Nuo stood by the glass window, waving to him to alleviate his fears. Lin Ye Rue mimicked her gesture. Xing Nuo chuckled softly and lowered her hand. Bai Xiao Yuan remarked with exasperation, "What a troublesome little rascal we have saved." Xing Nuo replied with a smile, "There was little choice." He was quite young at the time of his incident, compounded by the collapse of his spiritual sea. Moreover, his prolonged coma likely caused him to lose many of his bodily instincts. His current state is already commendable. Song Yuni commented, "That technique just now seemed promising." Xing Nuo blinked. "Are you referring to the reward technique?" Song Yuni nodded. "It is worth trying. Let him retain it." Xing Nuo agreed. "I shall give it a try shortly." Bai Xiao Yuan expressed skepticism. "I find this quite challenging." Just now, the moment Lin Ye Rue entered the room and lost sight of Xing Nuo, he immediately became anxious, his gaze darting about. Had he not seen Xing Nuo, he likely would not have complied with the examination so readily. Xing Nuo contemplated, "I think I shall reside here for the next couple of days. After all, I have no particular demands regarding accommodation." Lin Fenghua expressed some regret. "This place is rather rudimentary." Xing Nuo reassured him, "It is of no consequence. It is merely for a day or two." The healing abilities of beastmen are remarkably robust. After a day or two, once his condition stabilizes, he will be able to reside in a regular dwelling. At that point, we can simply have Lin Ye Rue move in with him. Lin Fenghua and the queen bowed to Xing Nuo, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Xing Nuo." Chapter 166. The fundamentals of early childhood education. Lin Ye sat obediently at Lu Ming's request while tilting his head to gaze at Xingnuo, fearful that she might suddenly vanish. Lu Ming smiled gently. Do not worry. She will not leave you. Lin Ye shifted his gaze to Lu Ming. She treats you well. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Of course. She is my wife. Lin Ye looked at him in confusion. Wife? Lu Ming explained. It means someone you can be with forever. Lin Ye puffed up his cheeks in irritation. Mine? Lu Ming chuckled, wondering how both brothers possessed such strong possessiveness. The Lin Ye of his memories did not seem to exhibit such overwhelming desire. Lin Ye stood, reiterating mine. Lu Ming chuckled again. Yes, she's yours. Lin Ye frowned, sensing Lu Ming's overly agreeable response might be dismissive. Mei Suzi smiled and clarified. Your Highness, Xingnuo is indeed your wife. Lin Ye tilted his head. Mei Suzi patiently explained. Every young female has 8 beast husbands, which means she is the wife of 8 male beast men. Lin Ye looked out the window, anger bubbling within him. They all are? Mei Suzi confirmed. Indeed, they are all Xingnuo's husbands. Lu Ming gently pressed on his shoulder. Now sit down. Once we finish the examination, your wife will comfort you. Lin Ye blinked. Comfort? Lu Ming replied. The very energy you described as feeling good. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he obediently settled down. After a moment of thought, Lu Ming swiftly activated his holographic device, searching for videos. Fundamentals of early childhood education. Items. Fundamentals of early childhood education. Numbers. Fundamentals of early childhood education. Language. Fundamentals of early childhood education. Common knowledge. He compiled a series of videos into a playlist for direct playback. Lin Ye's attention was instantly captivated by the videos. Subsequently, he glanced at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. Lu Ming gently explained, once you learn these, you will be able to communicate better with your wife. Lin Ye's eyes brightened, fully focusing on the videos. He had previously noticed that there were certain words he could not understand. Now, he finally had the opportunity to learn. Mei Suzi cautiously tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Your Highness, is this truly necessary? Even if he has been in a deep slumber for many years, he was already a teenager before the incident. Showing him this may seem insulting. Lu Ming explained, he may have amnesia, so we must start anew. Mei Suzi paused. What about his intellect? Lu Ming replied, so far, there seems to be no issue. Further testing will provide clarity. Mei Suzi took a deep breath, stating earnestly, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Xingnuo expressed curiosity. What is it mean showing him that has captivated him so? Song Yuni chuckled. It is likely early education videos. He truly requires this now. Xingnuo laughed. It appears he quite enjoys it. Just moments ago, he had been gazing at her intently, and now, he was completely absorbed in the video. Bai Xiao Yuan commented, it is good that he can calm himself to study. Lin Yiqi remarked, given my brother's capabilities, he should only need a few days to catch up. Even if his memories are lost, he has learned before, so it should be easier to pick up again. Xingnuo nodded in agreement. Time passed gradually, and the examination was nearing its conclusion. Many of the test results required machine analysis, which would not yield immediate results. Lin Ye suddenly burst out of the examination room, exclaiming, I want. The queen could not help but cover her face. Did this boy not realize what he was saying? With so many people present, he had uttered a phrase that could be misconstrued. Lin Fenghua shook his head. One must not be so impatient. Lin Ye puffed up his cheeks in discontent. Wife promised. Xingnuo smiled. That is permissible. She pressed her forehead against Lin Ye's, sending a gentle wave of spiritual energy into his mind. Lin Ye closed his eyes, appearing to be in a state of ethereal tranquility, comfortable. Lin Yiqi felt a twinge of jealousy. Of course, it is comfortable. The essence of his wife is entirely focused on you. In order to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the soothing process, Xingnuo has been particularly diligent lately, resulting in a significant depletion of his mental energy. They were also concerned about Xingnuo's excessive consumption and refrained from calling out for soothing as they had before. Nevertheless, Xingnuo would still perform the soothing ritual every day. Lin Ye's eyes curved into crescent moons. My wife adores me. Bai Xiao Yuan's lips twitched. Ming, what you taught him? After just a few hours apart, He not only knows to call her wife, but also understands that she cares for him. Luming chuckled. I have no idea. After the soothing session, Xing Nuo withdrew his hand. We shall resume tomorrow. Lin Yerue lowered his head, slightly disappointed. Yet he understood that the energy provided was always fixed. It would only increase after certain intervals. He obediently nodded. All right. Xing Nuo gently patted his face. Good boy. Lin Yerue cautiously nuzzled against her. Xing Nuo remarked, as expected of an elder brother, you are much more obedient than a Qi. Lin Yeqi felt as though struck by lightning. My wife, this is rather biased. Xing Nuo retorted, I am merely stating the facts. Lin Yerue glared at Lin Yeqi with some discontent. I'm a bit more obedient. Lin Yeqi, exasperated, brother. You. Lin Yerue insisted. I am indeed more obedient, as my wife says. Lin Yeqi felt a pang in his chest. Luming cleared his throat. Has his accommodation been arranged? Lin Yerue immediately grew anxious. I want to stay with my wife. Luming replied earnestly. That is not feasible. Your body is currently too weak and requires a special medical room. Xing Nuo added, you have just awakened and need observation. Once you're strong enough to run and jump, you may reside outside. Lin Yerue quickly shook his head. I want my wife. Xing Nuo reassured him. How about we stay nearby? Just like this room, separated by a glass partition. Lin Yeqi interjected. Didn't you just say you would be more obedient than me? I live alone. Surely you can too. The moment Lin Yeqi finished speaking, everyone else wore an expression of disbelief. How could this fellow audaciously claim such thing? He, an adult, was using his solitary sleeping arrangement to provoke Lin Yerue? He truly had no fear of creating his own embarrassing history. Lin Yerue declared, Then I will no longer strive to be more obedient than him. Xing Nuo chuckled lightly. I will be right beside you, just separated by a layer of glass. Lin Yerue, somewhat dissatisfied, tapped on the glass. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have smashed it. Ultimately, Lin Yerue acquiesced to their requests. Chapter 167, His Memories, Determined by Himself. Luming temporarily arranged for Lin Yerue to stay in a sterile medical room. One wall of the room was entirely made of glass, originally intended for monitoring patients, now serving to allow both parties to observe one another. Lin Yerue waved to Xing Nuo, and upon receiving her response, he relaxed. He leaned against the wall, sitting close to the glass. Before him was a luminous screen displaying lessons. Xing Nuo's bed was nearly positioned against the glass, and she lay on it, curiously observing the screen. Bai Xiao Yuan, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, asked, Wife, do you wish to view those early education classes as well? Xing Nuo's interest in these surpassed even that of the films. She smiled shyly. I'm simply a bit curious. Although she retained half of her memories at her age, she had long forgotten the matters related to early education. Lin Yeqi entered the room, looking somewhat distressed. Wife, are you truly going to sleep here? Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, I promised him. Lin Yeqi suggested. Couldn't you just record a video? Xing Nuo laughed. Enough? Don't be jealous of your brother. He has just awakened and needs the most reassurance now. Besides, Lin Yerue is likely to sense her presence instinctively. If she leaves, there will surely be chaos. Lin Yeqi whispered. Then I want to stay too. The others settled onto the sofa in the medical room. Xing Nuo questioned. Aren't you going back to rest? Song Yin nodded. For us, it doesn't matter where we sleep. Hai Yueyo added. This palace is unsafe. I do not feel at ease. Bai Xiao Zhe remarked. Sometimes, such heavily guarded places are more susceptible to infiltration. Xing Nuo chuckled, sitting up straight. Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with you all. The others took their seats. Bai Xiao Zhe quickly opened his holographic device, confirming there were no issues before nodding at Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo produced the previous source stone. The chaotic energy within has been purified. However, it still retains some memories. Song Yun softly inquired. Do you intend to restore those memories to him? Xing Nuo nodded. With these memories as support, he should be able to recover more swiftly, right? However, I am concerned that these memories may still contain the traumatic experiences he endured. Thus, I have some apprehensions. Considering his previous injuries, it is likely that not everyone can bear such memories. Lin Yeqi sighed. I fear he may not withstand it. Luming also nodded. Such memories would be unbearable for his current frail condition. It is not that his psychological resilience is lacking, but rather that Lin Yerue's body is far too weak to handle such stimuli. Xingnua had no choice but to place the source stone back into her spatial pouch. Indeed, Lu Ming stated, even if we are to restore them, it should be after his body has sufficiently recovered. Song Yuni agreed. I believe it is best to prioritize his health and, in the meantime, teach him more. Once his cognition stabilizes, he can decide for himself whether to accept these memories. Besides the memories of his suffering, there are also recollections of his time with Xingnua. Whether to retain them should ultimately be his decision. Lu Ming added, the Queen just sent word. She has arranged a private tutor for His Highness, who will arrive in a few days. Xingnua nodded. That is good. Lin Yiqi observed Lin Yerue, who was diligently watching the video through the glass. Should we record a video documenting his recovery process? The current version of Lin Yerue will likely vanish soon. At that point, he will revert to being the gentle elder brother he once was. Lin Yiqi felt an impulse to capture every moment. Xingnua pondered for a moment before speaking. Has your brother never hit you? If he had ever felt the sting of fist, he wouldn't think to preserve his brother's embarrassing moments. Lin Yiqi replied, I simply feel that it is all worth documenting. Haiyue laughed. I also find it quite worthwhile. For Lin Yerue, this could be considered a rebirth. Xingnua eyed Haiyue with suspicion, sensing some ulterior motive. Haiyue winked at her. Xingnua understood. He truly intended to set a trap for Lin Yiqi. After contemplating for a while, Xingnua said, I'm not very skilled in photography. Perhaps you could handle it? After all, he is your brother. Lin Yiqi eagerly nodded. Great. I will edit it and show you later. With that, Lin Yiqi dashed out. Xingnua felt a surge of curiosity about the ensuing reactions. Would this boy end up getting beaten by his brother? She poked Bai Xiao Yuan. If it were you, would you hit him? Bai Xiao Yuan replied straightforwardly. I would let him know what it means to respect his elder brother. The amusement in Xingnua's eyes was impossible to conceal. Song Yun-yi also chuckled. It is said that Lin Yiqi has always admired this elder brother. At that time, he is likely to cry. Bai Xiao Zhe lounged lazily on the sofa. After all, he is his biological brother. There is no way he could truly harm him. We can simply enjoy the spectacle. Haiyue remarked, I believe the likelihood of a double team is quite high. Based on their interactions during this time, Lin Finghua seems to care deeply for Lin Yerue. Lin Yiqi is indeed dancing on the edge of Tiger's lair. Could it really be so? Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled. Consider the reaction of Lin Shuai. After a moment of contemplation, Xingnua gestured with her hands, based on previous experiences. I estimate he would be slammed against the wall, unable to peel himself off. However, recording such moments is merely a form of camaraderie among brothers. It shouldn't warrant such severity. Lu Ming glanced towards the adjacent room, where Lin Yiqi was capturing the daily life of Lin Yerue with a flying camera. Song Yun-yi checked the time and exclaimed, Wife master, it's getting late. You should rest. It was only then that Xingnua realized it was already 3 in the morning. Bai Xiao Yuan quickly laid her on the bed and tucked her in, urging, Sleep quickly. Xingnua nodded and closed her eyes decisively. It had been quite some time since she had stayed up so late. Soon, her rhythmic breathing filled the air. Bai Xiao Yuan's gaze softened as he opened his light brain to engage in a group chat with others, which merely concerned who would stand guard at what time, a routine they had all grown accustomed to. The next morning, as soon as Xingnua opened her eyes, she found Lin Yerue propped up on the bed, gazing at her. Upon seeing her awake, he broke into a smile, his round bald head gleaming under the light. Xingnua pressed her forehead, suppressing a smile, and waved at him. Lin Yerue eagerly responded with a greeting. Song Yun-yi opened his eyes and gently said, Wife master, you're awake? Ming has gone to prepare breakfast. Would you like to have some nutrient solution first? Xingnua glanced at the time. Having slept late the previous night, it was now nearly noon. She replied, I'm fine either way. After a brief wash, she emerged leisurely from the inner room. While Lin Yerue had already resumed watching his video, Lu Ming placed food on the table and poured juice, saying, Wife master, please come and eat. If it weren't for the concern of her staying up too late the night before, They would have eagerly roused her from her slumber at dawn. Xing Nuo suggested, "You all should eat as well." Lu Ming promptly set bowls and chopsticks for the others. Lin Yirue paused the video, looking at them with a pitiful expression. He longed to join them for a meal, but the doctor had forbidden him from leaving, specifically stating he could only consume nutrient solutions. The thought of the nutrient solution he had this morning filled him with a desire to lash out. It was utterly incomparable to what Xing Nuo had given him. Xing Nuo turned to ask, "Did he not have breakfast?" Lu Ming replied gently, "He is on a nutrient meal prescribed by a private doctor." Xing Nuo said, "I think we should give him some nutrient solution. He looks quite pitiful." Lu Ming chuckled. "All right, I will arrange that later." Jing Nuo pondered, "Do you have enough nutrient solution on hand?" Bai Xiao Yuan laughed. "Wife master, you may not know, but Blue Treasure Star has already established a nutrient solution production line." Xing Nuo was taken aback. "A nutrient solution production line? What about Yin Li's side?" Bai Xiao Yuan assured her, "Rest assured. That production line was established under the guidance of Sang Jing Yan." Xing Nuo expressed her confusion, "But we should not have any ripe fruits yet, right?" Bai Xiao Zhe replied, "The first batch produced is rose petal nutrient solution." Xing Nuo asked, "Can that be consumed?" Lu Ming chuckled, "If rose petal cakes can be eaten, why can't it be drunk?" Xing Nuo awkwardly smiled, "It just feels strange." Bai Xiao Yuan added, "Such nutrient solutions are quite popular in the military. It's just a pity that the yield is a bit low." Xing Nuo stated decisively, "That's simple. We can just expand the cultivation of roses. When we return, let's plant more raw materials." Bai Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Xing Nuo opened the system to check her data. After more than a month of development, her purification value had reached an astonishing 766. While sipping the nutrient solution, she began perusing her shop. Since its upgrade, aside from statues, nothing else had been updated. After flipping through for a while without finding anything appealing, she momentarily closed the shop, deciding to take her time with any potential exchanges later. As she regained her focus, she found a piece of beef jerky in her mouth. Bai Xiao Yuan asked with a smile, "Wife master, what were you thinking about?" Xing Nuo blushed slightly. "Oh, it was nothing." Lu Ming's eyes reflected concern. "Wife master, will you take a nap later?" Xing Nuo shook her head. No need. I was just contemplating my cultivation." Lu Ming still appeared somewhat apprehensive. Song Yun inquired, "Cultivation? Are there any skills you wish to learn, or is there something you do not understand?" Xing Nuo expressed her frustration. "I just don't know what would be good to learn. The skill shop has some options, but I feel those skills cannot compare to the Zidian series." Hai Yu's eyes lit up. "Wife master, would you like to learn sound-based auxiliary skills with me?" He recalled that Xing Nuo had previously shown interest in sound-related abilities. The key point was that sound skills required a substantial amount of mental strength, which was a perfect match for Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo inquired, "Sound-based? Isn't that your exclusive ability?" Hai Yu replied with a smile, "Indeed. We mermaids have an advantage in this area, while others would face greater consumption if they attempted to learn it." Xing Nuo blinked and shyly asked, "Can one learn to sing in tune?" Hai Yu nodded. "Of course. We merely convert mental energy into specific vibration waves to achieve the desired effect." Xing Nuo nodded. "Some understanding. I want to learn." Song Yun Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Such techniques are expansive in nature. With your mental strength, wife master, the effectiveness would be remarkable." Bai Xiao Yuan also nodded. "It's a pity you're a small female. Otherwise, you could go to the front lines." He could guarantee that if Xing Nuo learned the battle song, under such immense mental power, their combat abilities would increase by at least 20%. Bai Xiao Zhe sighed. "Let us not speak of such impractical matters. If Xing Nuo were to go to the front lines, the public opinion would likely explode." Xing Nuo blinked. "Actually, I'm quite interested in the front lines. Can I go?" Bai Xiao Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. "We don't have any precedents for that. Our small females are already extremely rare, and the front lines are dangerous. Even we can't guarantee that there won't be issues, let alone allow a small female to go there." Xing Nuo sighed softly. "All right then. I'll learn first and then see." Song Yun quietly told Hai Yu at his side, "When you teach, make sure to clearly explain the dangers of excessive mental consumption to wife master." Xing Nuo's mental energy was nearly limitless, and because of this, she had no reservations about its usage over time. Hai Yu nodded. "Rest assured, I will thoroughly explain it to her. Lu Ming poured Xingnua a cup of honey pomelo tea, saying, Wife master, sound-based skills consume a lot of energy. You must be cautious. Xingnua nodded, knowing that area of effect skills would generally require greater consumption. After taking a sip of tea, she paused. Wait, my mental energy can soothe you all. Would using sound-based skills create a range of soothing effects? Everyone present froze, staring at Xingnua in disbelief. Theoretically, it was indeed possible. Xingnua felt immensely uncomfortable under their gazes. That might just be my fanciful thinking. Haiyu instinctively replied, No. Song Yun struggled to regain his composure. Theoretically, it is quite feasible. The orcs on the front lines, engaged in prolonged combat, have very high rage levels. If such area-based sounds could calm them. However, Song Yun sighed internally, temporarily suppressing the thought. Bai Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wife master, you are simply incredible. You must first try it out with us when the time comes. Xingnua nodded. All right. Lin Yiqi said earnestly, Wife master, after you return my brother's memory, you can store your mental energy in the Source Stone. According to Xingnua's previous statement, the Yuan-Shi will automatically absorb excess mental energy, which is nothing short of miraculous. Bai Xiao's aside lightly, advising, do not push the mistress too hard. In comparison, she is more suited to conserving her stamina. Xingnua replied straightforwardly, Rest assured, I have provisions for both. Lin Yechi was taken aback, inquiring, Are you implying that you possess 3 Yuan-Shi? Xingnua nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. This particular Yuan-Shi, which carries memories, I intend to gift to Lin Yerue, allowing him to gradually absorb those memories. Although these memories may seem few, they can overwhelm most individuals if crammed into their minds all at once. Especially considering Lin Yerue's recently repaired mental C. Chapter 169. His mistress is actually a battle maniac. By Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, reflecting on how kind the mistress was to him. It was a national treasure-level Yuan-Shi, and yet Xingnua had given it directly to Lin Yerue, despite their only having interacted for a single day. Xingnua gently caressed his face, explaining, His situation is different. If I do not take care, I fear he might falter. Bai Xiao Yuan acknowledged her words. Song Yuni kindly added, The mistress's decision is wise. Although these memories span merely a decade or so, absorbing them simultaneously would impose a significant burden. Bai Xiao Yuan chose not to press further, recognizing that this was all in consideration of Lin Yerue's safety. Xingnua rolled her eyes playfully and, with a flick of her hand, conjured a Yuan-Shi. She pressed it against Bai Xiao Yuan's chest. The once tangible Yuan-Shi seamlessly integrated into his body like flowing water upon contact with his skin. Bai Xiao Yuan instinctively touched the spot where the Yuan-Shi had been, sensing a spherical crystal forming there, vast and seemingly boundless. Mistress? Xingnua smiled, saying, This is the Yuan-Shi. Her purification value had already exceeded 700. And as she had no skills she wished to learn at the moment, it was perfect for exchanging for more Yuan-Shi. Bai Xiao Yuan grew anxious, exclaiming, Mistress, it will be better for you to keep this. Xingnua waved her hand dismissively. Fear not. What I have given you is empty. Naturally, I shall retain my own. Presently, she possessed 3 Yuan-Shi within her body, 1 for mental energy, 1 for stamina, and 1 empty. As for the empty Yuan-Shi, she had yet to decide what to store in it, considering it a reserve for herself. Bai Xiao Yuan was momentarily stunned, pondering why such a precious item seemed to be in abundance with Xingnua. Xingnua chuckled. In fact, it appears that you all are more suited to utilizing the Yuan-Shi than I am, having lived on the front lines for so long. Possessing Yuan-Shi equates to having several additional lives. Song Yuni laughed. It will be better for you to keep it. Xingnua contemplated and then exchanged 5 additional Yuan-Shi, bringing the total to 6, including Bai Xiao Yuan's share. After the exchange, she still had 166 purification points remaining. She distributed 1 to each person, saying, Here, these are all empty Yuan-Shi. The others received them with astonished expressions. Lin Yechi, wide-eyed, felt as if he were dreaming. Is there really this much? He recalled how he had once searched long and hard to preserve his own energy. Xing Nuo replied sheepishly. I happen to acquire them by chance. Song Yuni instructed seriously. Once you have merged the Yuan Shi, keep this matter confidential. Lin Yechi blinked, pressing the Yuan Shi against his chest. I have a small piece of Yuan Shi to conceal my presence. Should we find a way to disguise this? The individuals present predominantly operated on the front lines, and any sudden increase in stamina or mental energy could easily arouse suspicion. Song Yuni remarked, we have been searching for Yuan Shi fragments recently. This news should have circulated. Bai Xiaozi suggested, if you provide me with that fragment, I can create a fake one. Lin Yechi casually tossed the pendant he held to Bai Xiaozi, saying, it feels like crafting an energy storage device with spatial properties would suffice. Xing Nuo tilted her head, asking, so, you mean to place a battery within the spatial nexus? Bai Xiaozi chuckled. The principle is similar. However, storing an individual's stamina and mental energy is rather complicated and requires continuous activation. Mental energy is manageable, but stamina poses more challenges. After all, extracting stamina and then transmitting it back could potentially incapacitate a person. Xing Nuo nodded, noting that since it was meant for concealment, she was not overly concerned about the specifics of its effectiveness. I also desire a fake fragment. Bai Xiaozi smiled lightly. No problem. What kind of jewelry would you like it to resemble? Xing Nuo found herself at a loss. It seems anything would work. Luming gently suggested, since we have been gathered by the mainframe, we have yet to create wedding rings. Why not fashion the fragments into wedding rings this time? Bai Xiaoyuan exclaimed excitedly. What a splendid idea. Let us create wedding rings. Xing Nuo inquired, rings? The fragments will be quite small. Will you be able to wear them as jewelry? Song Yuni laughed. Small is the norm. If large pieces of Yuan Shi fragments were to appear, it would rather seem artificial. Bai Xiaoyuan playfully nudged Xing Nuo. We are not particularly strict about jewelry. Wedding rings and talismans are quite acceptable. Bai Xiaozi chuckled. Then it is settled. The design of the jewelry will be left to a Yo. Haiyueyo nodded. No problem. Bai Xiaoyuan declared, I want 2 tigers on my wedding ring. One for me and one for my mistress. Xing Nuo retorted, I'm not a tiger. Bai Xiaoyuan grinned. Mistress, have you forgotten your Zijianhuing? It is far more striking than I. Xing Nuo beamed with pride. Indeed, the tiger shadow inherently carries the majesty of the king of beasts, exceptionally impressive. Bai Xiaoyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Thus, mistress, let us train diligently to ensure the tiger grows even larger. During this period, they had naturally observed that after training with Xing Nuo, her Zijianing had become increasingly lifelike, with the accompanying effects improving as well. Haiyueyo inquired, Mistress, when we learn sound-based skills? Xing Nuo patted Bai Xiaoyuan's large hand in a soothing gesture. I intend to begin learning shortly. Haiyueyo laughed. Very well. I shall teach you shortly. Song Yuni cautioned, a Yuan, be a bit restrained outside. Try to avoid using special soothing techniques. After employing special soothing techniques, they experienced muscle soreness for some time, impacting their combat effectiveness. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded, understood. Xing Nuo stroked his head, assuring, do not worry. I will use my mental energy to soothe you later. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, perhaps it is better to avoid that. You have been quite fatigued lately. Xing Nuo pointed to her forehead. Have you forgotten? I possess Yuan Shi. Bai Xiaoyuan countered. Even with Yuan Shi, one can still tire. Song Yuni asked, Ming, does Xiao Rui still need soothing? Lu Ming responded, his mental sea has already been repaired by the mistress. He only needs to consolidate for a few more days. As for his physical state, his human form may struggle. It will be best to pause for now. Song Yuni felt slightly more informed. If it were merely to consolidate the mental sea, it would pose no issue for Xing Nuo. Following this, Xing Nuo would undoubtedly have the energy to learn skills. Haiyueyo rose, suggesting, Mistress, let's go learn skills. Bai Xiaoyuan chimed in, I will join as well. I have relevant experience. Haiyueyo raised an eyebrow, thinking that Bai Xiaoyuan's experience would likely be of little use to his skills. Xing Nuo's eyes brightened. Right? A Yuan must also possess skills like Hu Xiao, correct? Bai Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously. My Hu Xiao is no exaggeration. Haiyueyo smirked. Are you intending for the mistress to cause harm to our allies? Bai Xiaoyuan's Hu Xiao relies on explosive power, while support and hypnotic skills require diffusion. They are entirely different categories. Xingnuo, however, was intrigued by the Shi Zihu. No, the Huho attack is quite formidable. Haiyueyo paused, casting a glance at Xingnuo, pondering if perhaps his mistress was indeed a battle maniac. Chapter 170. Do you disdain me? By Xiaoyuan exclaimed with excitement. Mistress, when you use the tiger form for Hu Xiao, the effect should be even more pronounced. Xingnuo nodded eagerly, expressing her agreement. Yes, I share the same sentiment. With the combination of Hu Xiao and the effect of the King of Beasts, our overall offensive capability should be significantly enhanced. Haiyu inquired, My lady, are you now able to utilize the mermaid form? Xingnuo affirmed with a nod, Indeed. I possess the effect of the mermaid's voice, which amplifies the effects and range of sound-based skills. A smile graced Haiyu's lips if you adopt the mermaid form. You should be quite comparable to me. For a moment, he felt a flicker of anticipation. In Xingnuo's mind, visions of transforming into a mermaid and singing melodious tunes danced vividly. Upon exiting the restricted area, Xingnuo received a message on her light brain. Lin Yirue is causing a fuss, trying to see you. Xingnuo sighed, realizing she had forgotten about him while focusing on learning skills. With a resigned gesture, she said, It seems we must return to the previous room for practice. Bai Xiaoyuan expressed his discontent. This brat is just like his brother, a nuisance. For the first time, Haiyu found Lin Yirue bothersome, as he had finally managed to secure some alone time with Xingnuo, despite Bai Xiaoyuan's presence. Returning to the room, they found Lin Yirue on the other side of the glass, wiping his tears. Lu Ming fitted a light brain onto Lin Yirue's hand and patiently instructed him on its use. In an instant, a voice message from Lin Yirue popped up on Xingnuo's device. You don't want me anymore. Xingnuo pressed her forehead in exasperation. I merely stepped out for training. I haven't abandoned you. Lin Yirue replied, I want to go too. Xingnuo firmly stated, Stop causing a scene. With your current condition, walking is already a challenge. Lin Yirue questioned, Are you disgusted by me? Confused, Xingnuo glanced at Song Yun-yi. Why is he so pessimistic? Has something happened? Song Yun-yi pondered for a moment. It could be due to the prolonged collapse of his spiritual consciousness, leaving him insecure in the darkness. Haiyu added, It may also stem from the characteristics of a fledgling. Everything here is unfamiliar to him. Xingnuo massaged her temples. He wouldn't regard me as a mother figure, would he? Haiyu chuckled. It's possible. After all, your energy represents his only source of warmth. Song Yun-yi shot a glance at Haiyu, pondering whether Lin Yirue had offended him, as he seemed to be implying that Lin Yirue's feelings for Xingnuo were different and not romantic. Lin Yirue waved at Xingnuo, calling out, My lady. Reluctantly, Xingnuo activated the light brain and sent a voice message. I do not find you repulsive. Lin Yirue furrowed his brows, looking at Lu Ming. Did my lady intend to leave just now? Lu Ming explained patiently. Your lady wishes to learn a skill, much like how you learn by watching videos. This skill is significant for her. Lin Yirue blinked. Is it related to soothing? Lu Ming replied, In a way, yes. She aims to learn to use her voice to provide comfort. Lin Yirue expressed his frustration. Can't she learn here? Lu Ming shook his head. The sound's penetration is quite strong. A specialized training room is required. Practicing here might damage the equipment. Lin Yirue bit his lip, hesitating before asking, Will my lady return to sleep tonight? Xingnuo looked at Lin Yirue and Lu Ming in surprise, wondering what they had discussed to sway his mind so easily. I will return to sleep. If you stay here, I will stay here as well. Hearing the messages on the light brain, Lin Yirue's eyes curved into crescents. My lord is succulent. A smile also appeared in Lu Ming's eyes, indeed. Lin Yirue closed the light brain and waved goodbye to Xingnuo. She reciprocated with a wave and a playful kiss gesture, then exited the room with Haiyu and the others. Lin Yirue imitated the kiss gesture, asking, Ming, what does this action mean? Lu Ming cleared his throat and patiently explained. Lin Yirue could not suppress his smile. I am eagerly anticipating meeting my lady. But I must hold back for now. Lu Ming gently remarked. Having expectations makes one cherish things more, does it not? Lin Yirue nodded. Can you tell me about your experiences with my lady? Lu Ming contemplated for a moment. Your Highness, my relationship with your lady is somewhat complex. It cannot be explained clearly in a short time. Lin Yirue opened an educational video on the light brain. I understand. I will focus on mastering the language as much as possible. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Yirue was still receptive. Once you pass the examination above, I will elaborate on everything. Lin Yirue nodded, all right. Meanwhile, under the Queen's arrangement, Xing Nuo and the others arrived at a specialized training room. The room was expansive, with soundproofing installed on the walls, ensuring that no sound would escape. Inside the training room, there were also detection devices. Haiyu opened his light brain, displaying a human anatomy diagram, and began to meticulously explain to Xing Nuo. 1 hour later, Xing Nuo concentrated her mental energy in her throat, allowing it to resonate with her vocal cords, spreading her mental energy at a specific frequency. Experiencing this unique sensation for the first time, her enthusiasm for learning soared. Gradually, ripples began to appear around the protective barrier of the training room, and the waves grew increasingly pronounced. The astonishment in Haiyu's eyes was unmistakable. Xing Nuo's progress was remarkably swift. In merely 3 hours, she had learned a simple melody. The purpose of this melody was straightforward, to uplift one's spirits. Bai Xiao Yuan retrieved a bottle of nutritional milk from his spatial pocket, saying, "My lady, why not take a break?" Xing Nuo accepted it eagerly, taking a hearty sip. After hours of practice, her throat felt as if it were on fire. Haiyu gently advised, "My lady, let's conclude today's session here. Continuing may harm your vocal cords." Xing Nuo nodded, continuing to sip. Bai Xiao Yuan handed her another bottle. "Your progress has been remarkable." Xing Nuo nodded and smiled at him. However, after such an extended vocal session, she found herself somewhat reluctant to speak. Bai Xiao Yuan effortlessly lifted her. "Come, let us return." Xing Nuo responded affirmatively. Bai Xiao Yuan gently rubbed her neck. "Does it hurt? Should I ask Ming to prescribe some recovery medicine?" Haiyu quickly produced a bottle of nutritional liquid, handing it to Xing Nuo. "This is a special nutritional liquid that is good for your throat." He realized he had overlooked this matter. Xing Nuo looked curiously at the nutritional liquid, which was contained within a seashell. The exterior of the seashell resembled a drinking cup. Reaching out to take the seashell, Xing Nuo curiously fiddled with it. "Can this be blown?" She recalled that seashells were often fashioned into horn-like instruments. Chapter 171. Bai Xiao Yuan's Jealousy. Haiyu flipped his hand and produced a small conch, about the size of half a palm. "This item is a spatial tool and cannot be blown. However, this one can." Bai Xiao Yuan glanced at him. "That item is currently of no use." Xing Nuo inquired curiously, "What do you mean by not useful?" Haiyu explained, "The sound of this conch is quite unique. Once blown, I will be able to hear it. Originally, it was an excellent signaling tool. But with your divine statue, you possess the same effect. In fact, it may even be better, offering more options, rendering this conch somewhat obsolete." Xing Nuo suddenly realized, however, "I believe it is not useless. For instance, if a Yuan had this last time, wouldn't he have been able to find me directly?" Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled softly. "My lady, this type of horn is a gift from them to you. It would not be given to a rival." Xing Nuo's gaze shifted to Haiyu. Pointing at the seashell in her hand, her inquiry evident. Haiyu smiled bitterly. "If my lady likes it, then please accept it." Xing Nuo asked, "Is it truly a gift for me?" Haiyu sighed lightly. "My lady, those who remain by your side have all chosen to become your beastly husbands. If you constantly push us away, it will make us unhappy." Xing Nuo felt a hint of melancholy. "But you all left before. I am uncertain of your intentions." Theo gazed with a somber expression, apologizing. "I am sorry for not being by your side back then." Xing Nuo replied, "You are not to blame. I have indeed caused you harm. Although this incident was only partially her fault, it was nonetheless the reason for their departure." She had no grounds to pursue the matter further. Simun gently brushed Xing Nuo's hair, declaring, "Wife, I shall always protect you from now on." Xing Nuo, feeling a bit shy, smiled softly. Bai Xiaoyuan playfully tapped Simun, saying, "All right, let the wife speak less today." In the course of their conversation, they had returned to their residence within the forbidden courtyard. As they approached the glass, they spotted Lin Yiyu blushing, blowing her a kiss. Xing Nua's lips curled into a smile. He learned so quickly. Bai Xiaoyuan pouted. Wife, you have never blown me a kiss. With a furrowed brow. Xing Nua shot him a glance. Are you possessed? Bai Xiaoyuan lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers with fervor. Lin Yiyu's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ming, what are they doing? Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, surprised that Bai Xiaoyuan would feel jealous of Lin Yiyu. However, upon witnessing Lin Yiyu's inquisitive gaze, he recalled the past between him and Xing Nua. Perhaps Lin Yiyu posed the greatest threat to Bai Xiaoyuan. Lin Yiyu, somewhat disgruntled, puffed up his cheeks, aiming. Lu Ming had no choice but to patiently explain. Lin Yiyu's face flushed with anger, and he quickly approached the glass wall, baring his teeth at Bai Xiaoyuan. Bai Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, holding Xing Nua with one arm and pressing her down onto the bed. Xing Nua felt dizzy, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. A series of rapid knocks jolted Xing Nua back to her senses. She hastily tapped Bai Xiaoyuan, signaling him to stop. Bai Xiaoyuan, begrudgingly, propped himself up slightly. Xing Nua blushed and protested. How can you be like this? There are others present, aside from Lin Yiyu outside the glass. They were not alone in the room. Hai Yu was also there. Bai Xiaoyuan gently caressed Xing Nua's slightly swollen lips, saying, Wife, there are no outsiders here. You must acclimate to this. Xing Nua pinched the soft flesh at his waist, retorting, Acclimate? How could I possibly get used to this? Bai Xiaoyuan inhaled deeply, wife. That hurts. Hai Yu sat on the sofa, quietly observing their playful banter. Xing Nua, in a fit of anger, bit his neck, whimpering, You bully me. Bai Xiaoyuan's body stiffened, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. A heat surged from deep within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Hai Yu squinted, instinctively sitting up straighter. Xing Nua touched his neck. Your temperature is rising. You won't. Bai Xiaoyuan's breath quickened. I feel unwell. Xing Nua quickly channeled her spiritual energy into his body to soothe him. Gradually, Bai Xiaoyuan's condition stabilized. Hai Yu shook his head in resignation, knowing full well that Bai Xiaoyuan should not be so easily provoked, yet continued to draw closer to Xing Nua, seemingly unafraid of losing control. Xing Nua, her cheeks flushed, murmured softly, You need to be more careful these days. There are others around. She reminded him that the boundary of their bed was not a wall, but glass. Moreover, there was even a camera inside. If he lost control, it would be disastrous. Bai Xiaoyuan was taken aback, looking at Xing Nua with incredulity. What did she mean? Wife. Xing Nua's blush deepened. No wild thoughts. Bai Xiaoyuan instinctively replied, I won't think wildly. Another series of knocks echoed. Xing Nua turned her head to see Lin Yiyu, like an enraged bull, banging against the glass. Xing Nua sighed. If you keep knocking, you'll break it. Lin Yiyu angrily opened his holographic computer, stating, No way. Xing Nua sat up, tilting her head, Why not? Lin Yiyu was momentarily speechless. Lu Ming had mentioned that such actions were only permissible between the wife and her beast husband. Xing Nua was his wife, and Bai Xiaoyuan's wife as well. Bai Xiaoyuan was allowed to do so. Yet, why did it feel so uncomfortable? He sulked on the hospital bed, glaring at the holographic computer. Xing Nua scratched her head. All right, don't be angry. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yiyu finally spoke. Can I kiss the wife in the future? Xing Nua glanced at him, yes. But only after you recover fully. Lin Yiyu lowered his head in disappointment, closing the computer. Wife must think I am unworthy. He inadvertently caught sight of his reflection and knew well how he appeared. Compared to the imposing Bai Xiaoyuan, he felt insignificant. Even his younger brother surpassed him. Lu Ming sighed softly, explaining, Your Highness, your body has been dormant for too long. You cannot be overly excited. Kissing the wife can cause a rush of blood. If your body is too weak, you may faint. Lin Yiyu looked at Lu Ming. Have you kissed her too? Lu Ming nodded, of course. Lin Yiyu glanced at his skeletal hands. Can I recover to be like Shao Qi? Lu Ming smiled, certainly. The queen should have many photos of you from your childhood. Lin Yiyu's eyes brightened as he quickly opened his holographic computer, messaging the queen. Soon, a series of photo archives were sent over. Lin Yiyu skillfully opened them. The handsome youth in the images made him momentarily dazed. Is this me? Lu Ming laughed. You and Qi are brothers. You naturally wouldn't be lacking. Lin Yu smiled. Nodding, Ming, thank you. Chapter 172, Changes After the Source Stone. Xing Nuo sat atop by Xiao Yuan's lap, holding a nutrient solution while watching Lu Ming persuade Lin Yu. Ming is truly remarkable, she thought. He managed to convince him so easily. By Xiao Yuan, holding a liter of nutrient solution, mimics Xing Nuo, sipping it slowly, yes. He has a talent for teaching children. Xing Nuo chuckled. It's mostly his patience. Lu Ming is extraordinarily patient. Hai Yu, leisurely pouring himself a cup of nutrient solution from a shell teapot, had already experienced the benefits of the Source Stone in just a few hours. If he could continually restore his spiritual energy, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient energy in the future. Xing Nuo's attention was immediately drawn to the teapot in his hand. Hai Yu had already consumed 2 cups, and the amount he poured seemed to exceed the shell's volume. Noticing her interest, Hai Yu retrieved a small box from his space ring, filled with various shell-crafted tea sets. Does the wife like these? Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Yes, I like them. Hai Yu produced several more boxes, saying, You can keep them all. I overlooked this matter. In the future, let them send any new products. Xing Nuo picked up a teapot made from a nautilus shell, asking excitedly, Are these all space items? These shells were small. The largest could hold about 300 milliliters, while the smallest was likely only a mouthful. Hai Yu nodded. Yes, each shell can hold a liter of liquid. Xing Nuo quickly retrieved a box of nutrient solution from her space ring, ready to pour it in. Hai Yu took the nutrient solution from her, saying, Let me handle it. Xing Nuo watched intently as he performed the action. Are there any precautions for using this? Hai Yu replied. The space inside the shell teapot is stagnant, lacking air, so you cannot store living things in it. Xing Nuo nodded, understanding that it was similar to ordinary space rings. Hai Yu continued, There isn't much else to be cautious about. Originally, I wanted to say that with such a large capacity, it can be difficult to control the amount of nutrient solution, making it easy to overconsume. However, with the Source Stone, you won't have to worry about that. Bai Xiao Yuan extended his hand to grasp a shell-shaped teapot, roughly the size of a half palm. Wife, I desire this, he stated. Xing Nuo turned her gaze towards Hai Yu, who chuckled lightly. Everything here belongs to you. You may arrange it as you see fit. Xing Nuo nodded at Bai Xiao Yuan and inquired, Which type of nutrient solution do you intend to consume? With a flick of his wrist, Bai Xiao Yuan conjured a water tank nearly half a meter tall. Xing Nuo rubbed her eyes, incredulous as she asked, What is this? Bai Xiao Yuan effortlessly poured the contents of the tank into the shell teapot. These are all nutrient solutions for restoring stamina. A wave of dizziness washed over Xing Nuo. She knew she had no reservations about drinking nutrient solutions, but to fill a bucket directly seemed excessive. Hai Yu remarked, Wife, when they transform into beasts and engage in combat, they expend a considerable amount of energy. Excessive energy depletion leads to fat consumption. Therefore, they typically drink nutrient solutions to replenish as much as possible. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized that the Source Stones of Bai Xiao Yuan and Bai Xiao Zhe surely contained stamina, which was paramount for them. Xing Nuo suggested, Shouldn't we research some nutrient solutions with higher recovery rates? Bai Xiao Yuan replied gently, The milk produced by our cattle seems rather unique. Ming has already taken it for testing. We might try to create nutrient solutions from it. Xing Nuo expressed her surprise. Could it be due to the corn stalks they consumed? Bai Xiao Yuan responded, It remains uncertain, but it is undoubtedly related to ancient crops. As for which ancient crop has influenced this, further research is needed. Hai Yu added, Currently, honey is still the most suitable, although it is regrettably low in yield. While they spoke, Bai Xiao Yuan and Hai Yu had already prepared the nutrient solutions. Holding the shell teapot, Xing Nuo poured herself a cup and savored it delightfully. Bai Xiao Yuan, leisurely holding the teapot, nonchalantly sipped from it. Xing Nuo's gaze shifted, noticing Bai Xiao Yuan's ease in drinking directly from the teapot. Hai Yu looked at Bai Xiao Yuan with a hint of resignation. He felt that if this continued, Xing Nuo would soon mirror Bai Xiao Yuan's behavior. Song Yun, Yi, and several others entered, witnessing the 3 of them enjoying nutrient solutions from teapots. It seems our creations may not be entirely suitable, Xing Nuo remarked. What have you made? Bai Xiao Zhe approached slowly, producing several boxes filled with thermos cups of various colors and designs. Xing Nuo chuckled softly. These must hold much more. According to their habits, these cups likely employed spatial technology. Bai Xiaozhe nodded. Each cup can hold 20 liters and accommodate 10 different flavors of nutrient solutions. Previously, they had refrained from providing her with relevant tools, fearing she might overindulge in nutrient solutions. Now, aware of her possession of several source stones, they no longer worried about her drinking excessively. Xing Nuo picked up a thermos cup, approximately 10 centimeters tall, with a simple hemispherical lid crowned with a pair of golden antlers. Turning her gaze to the remaining cups, she noticed they bore various symbols, such as tiger ears, tiger claws, wolf designs, wolf claws, mermaid tails, dragon horns, and dragon scales. Naturally, the styles were diverse, including straw cups, straight cups, and direct drinking cups. Did you raid cup store? Song Yuni laughed. These are prepared on short notice. In our focus on practicality, we overlooked that Xing Nuo enjoys aesthetically pleasing items. In the short term, she would likely continue using the shell teapot, though any cup would suffice. Xing Nuo giggled, collecting all the cups in her spatial pouch. I'll take these. You can make more for yourselves. Song Yuni nodded. Indeed, we prepared some for ourselves as well. Xing Nuo blinked and noticed Bai Xiaozhe holding a moon-white thermos cup, a straightforward flip-top design, quite ordinary. Yet it was engraved with a slender branch of the legendary Tongtian wood. Xing Nuo immediately lost interest and began to play with the shell teapot again. Hai Yu smiled. I'll have a designer send the new products to Az later. As Xing Nuo savored the nutrient solution, her mind began contemplating potential flavors for future creations. The blueberry milk flavor was her favorite, but after consuming it for an extended period, she worried it might become monotonous. Chapter 173. Lin Yao Rue. I shall not allow my wife to come to harm Song Yun. He cast a glance at Lin Yao Rue, who was engrossed in watching videos and learning, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. In merely a day, Lin Yao Rue had absorbed quite a bit of knowledge. They would soon be liberated from his place. After contemplating for a long time, Xing Nuo ultimately decided to entrust this dilemma to Lu Ming. After all, they now had source stones and were certain to discern which ones were most suitable. Noticing Song Yunyi's gaze shift towards Lin Yao Rue, Xing Nuo curiously asked, "What is it?" Song Yunyi smiled. "It's nothing. At his current pace, I believe we shall be returning soon." Xing Nuo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Bai Xiao Yuan added, "It has been quite some time since we last returned. I wonder how Lan Bao Xing is faring now." Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before their departure, they had planted numerous things, and after this period of growth, the fruits and flowers should have flourished considerably. Although the seeds she had utilized were all heirloom varieties, their growth speed surpassed that of ordinary seeds significantly. Lin Yaoqi expressed concern. Given his condition, he likely would not want his wife to leave alone. Xing Nuo replied directly, "Then let him accompany us to Lan Bao Xing Lin." Yaoqi scratched his head. "The issue is that my mother may not consent." Song Yun remarked, "I believe it is best to keep him here for now. Lin Yao Rue has much to learn, and Lu Ming lacks the energy to attend to him." Xing Nuo felt a headache coming on. In that case, he might cry himself into a stupor. Hai Yu spoke gently, "Not necessarily." Xing Nuo turned to him, and he continued, "Previously, his clinginess was due to unfamiliarity with the environment, compounded by insecurity from his prolonged unconsciousness. Once he acclimates and gains sufficient understanding, he will no longer cry out to see you." If he were in Lin Yao Rue's position, upon realizing his current appearance, he would certainly wish to avoid appearing before Xing Nuo. Lin Yao Qi stroked his chin, reflecting on Lin Yao Rue's past temperament. Indeed, it seemed accurate. The Lin Yao Rue he recalled was gentle and composed, as if he could shoulder the weight of the world. Xing Nuo found this reasoning sound. Lin Yao Rue was simply exhibiting childish behavior. He would surely improve over time. Feeling Xing Nuo's gaze, Lin Yao Rue looked up and waved at her. Naturally, she waved back, prompting Lin Yao Rue to smile broadly. Opposite him, the queen pressed her temples in exasperation. "Little Rue, focus on your studies." Lin Yao Rue replied, "Wife is watching me." The queen sighed softly. "Little Rue, your current situation is dire. You must grow stronger first." Lin Yao Rue puffed out his cheeks. "I know. I'm diligently studying. After a moment of silence, the queen continued, just now your father sent word that someone is inciting public opinion to learn about your current state. They likely intend to target Xing Nuo. You must ensure your own safety. Lin Yao Rui felt perplexed. How does my situation relate to my wife? He briefly doubted whether the queen had misspoken. The queen explained, you were gravely injured and transformed into a wild beast. Only an exceptionally rare female can heal you. Some malicious individuals may seek to capture such a female. Their methods are exceedingly cruel, and if things go awry, she may suffer the same injuries as you. Instinctively, Lin Yao Rui leaped to his feet, exclaiming, that cannot happen. In a state of emotional turmoil, his breath came in rapid gasps as he anxiously clutched his collar. He was unaware of the nature of his wounds, yet instinctively, he was resolute in ensuring that Xing Nuo remained unharmed. An inexplicable dread swiftly enveloped him. The queen promptly urged, Xiao Rui, please calm yourself. Nothing has transpired yet. We merely advise caution. Lu Ming hastily entered the infirmary, armed with a sedative. If Lin Yi Rui could not regain his composure, he would have no choice but to intervene. Lin Yi Rui, panting, inquired, Ming, will my wife be in danger? He was conscious that Lu Ming had been listening to his conversation with the queen. Lu Ming, being Xing Nuo's mate and the individual closest to her, was someone he trusted implicitly to understand her better than anyone else. He sought Lu Ming's affirmation. Lu Ming replied, yes, there's a possibility. Beyond her unique abilities, she possesses a talent for cultivating ancient crops. Such a gift may attract unwanted attention. She has been acquiring various skills to safeguard herself. Given Lin Yi Rui's current predicament, he needed to find a way to soothe him while also alerting him to the looming threat. Reluctantly, Lin Yi Rui asked, didn't they say that the little female is precious and would not be harmed? Lu Ming responded, that applies to normal individuals. The insane do not adhere to such rules. Your Highness, she may have endured similar torments as you. Lin Yi Rui felt as though he had been struck in the head. What do you mean? Lu Ming explained, your wife was once kidnapped, and upon her rescue, her personality transformed drastically, resulting in the loss of her previous memories. I have analyzed her spiritual sea anew. It had collapsed at one point, akin to your situation. The queen outside the video took a deep breath. Is that so? Lu Ming nodded gravely. However, according to the data, it seems more akin to a severance. Her spiritual sea was forcibly divided by someone. The queen fell silent for a moment. No wonder her rank dropped from 3S to S. Lin Yi Rui's eyes turned crimson. Who did this? Lu Ming replied, it was the shadow. We are currently investigating his whereabouts. Thus, your Highness, you must recover swiftly. You are of the Golden Dragon lineage. Once your strength is restored, your combat capabilities will be formidable. Lin Yi Rui endeavored to calm himself. All right, I will recover. Please assist me in formulating a training regimen. The queen sighed. Your body is not yet ready for training. Lin Yi Rui insisted. I can manage. Lu Ming interjected. What you need now is to acquire knowledge. Combat can be supplemented with mecha. The queen encouraged. Your father is already crafting your exclusive mecha. He will train you once it is complete. A smile flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Lin Shua's strength is impressive and his experience vast. He is most suited to be your mentor. Lin Yi Rui nodded solemnly. I understand. I will strive to learn. When can I commence combat training? Lu Ming replied earnestly. You may begin basic rehabilitation exercises tomorrow. Lu Ming sent the prepared schedule to Lin Yi Rui. Lin Yi Rui opened the document, feeling a mix of resignation and determination. Some characters were familiar, while others remained obscure. The queen gently reassured him, do not rush. These matters must be approached gradually. Lin Yi Rui silently nodded. Lu Ming patiently explained to him. Chapter 174. Lin Yi Rui, retrieve your memories. Xing Nuo, puzzled, asked what just happened. Why did his emotions suddenly escalate? Bai Xiao Yuan suggested. Let us wait for Ming to return before asking. Hai Yu observed the individual across the glass, silently sipping her nutritional supplement. She was taken aback that the seemingly childish Lin Yi Rui had thoughts of protecting Xing Nuo. Bai Xiaozhe nudged her and whispered, did you hear that? Among everyone, Hai Yu had the keenest hearing. Even through the glass, she was unfazed. Hai Yu replied nonchalantly, He became anxious upon hearing that his wife might be in danger. Bai Xiaozhe, slightly astonished, soon chuckled. Is that so? It is somewhat expected. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. Lin Yirui's body was recovering at an astonishing rate. In the morning, he engaged in rehabilitation while simultaneously watching videos to learn fundamental knowledge. In the afternoon, he studied the theoretical aspects of mecha piloting. In the evening, he trained with Lin Fenghua on basic combat skills until he was forcibly ordered to rest in the dead of night. Such intense study garnered admiration from Xing Nuo and the others. Had his body been able to withstand special training, he likely would have pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. After a week of recovery, Lin Yirue had visibly gained weight. His head was no longer bald. Xing Nuo poured him a glass of freshly made nutritional liquid. It is quite late now. You should rest. Lin Yirue accepted the nutritional drink, the warmth in his hands bringing him comfort. Thank you, wife. I'm not tired yet. Xing Nuo replied helplessly. Your body has not yet recovered. Overexerting yourself will only wear you down. Lin Yirue nodded. I know my limits. Xing Nuo was aware that her persuasion was futile. For days, the queen and others had also urged him, yet to no avail. Consequently, Lin Fenghua had received a scolding from the queen for teaching too late. After a moment of silence, Lin Yirue spoke. Wife, I heard that you have my memories? Xing Nuo nodded. They were extracted while I was helping you restore your spiritual sea. Lin Yirue inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a significant decision. Wife, I wish to absorb those memories. Concern clouded Xing Nuo's eyes, but you have not fully recovered yet. Furthermore, those memories may not be pleasant. You suffered greatly. I'm not sure you can bear it. Lin Yirue gently held Xing Nuo's hand, as if seeking to bolster his own courage. Wife, I have already learned everything from my father. I am prepared mentally. I can endure it. Xing Nuo glanced at Lin Fenghua on the video. Lin Fenghua responded gently. Xiao Nuo, those memories are something he must inherently bear. Trust him. Nevertheless, Xing Nuo remained apprehensive. Let me consult a Ming. If he believes that a Rui's body can endure it, I will proceed. Lin Fenghua bowed slightly to Xing Nuo. Thank you. They had initially harbored little hope for Lin Yirui's memories. Unexpectedly, Xing Nuo had managed to retain them through her formidable mental strength. Xing Nuo waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference. Soon, Lu Ming's findings were revealed. Lin Yirui's body was indeed capable of withstanding the memories. Xing Nuo handed the source stone to Lin Yirue. Integrate this into your spiritual sea. Afterwards, you need only use your mental strength to stimulate it. Lin Yirue bent down, gently embracing Xing Nuo. Thank you, wife. Xing Nuo replied, it is nothing. Lin Yirue placed the source stone against his forehead, merging it into his body. Wife, it is getting late. You should rest. Xing Nuo hesitated momentarily. I will stay here, just in case. Lin Yirue smiled softly. Do not worry, wife. I have prepared plenty of nutritional liquids to restore my mental strength. A Ming will be watching over me. There will be no issues. Xing Nuo appeared confused. Why not let me watch over you? Lin Yirue playfully ruffled her hair. Your health is more important. It is already 2 in the morning. Bai Xiao Yuan lifted Xing Nuo. Wife, let's go to sleep. Song Yin chuckled. We will keep an eye on him. Do not worry. Hai Yu added. If any issues arise, we'll come find you. Lin Yiqi chimed in. Wife, you forgot about that stone. As long as he does not foolishly activate it all at once, there should be no problems. Reluctantly, Jing Nuo acquiesced. Bai Xiao Yuan carried Xing Nuo away. Only after she was out of sight did Lin Yirue speak. Just in case, a Ming, please prepare a sedative for me. He felt confident that he could endure the memories of his past. However, this memory might reveal Xing Nuo in torment, and he must remain composed. Lu Ming swiftly retrieved a calming agent from the spatial pocket, along with a nutrient solution imbued with sedative properties, administering it to him. Song Yunyi's expression turned serious as he advised, you must pay particular attention to matters concerning the shadows. Lin Yirue nodded and reclined upon the bed, closing his eyes and beginning to stimulate the source stone with his mental energy. Lin Yirue's body stiffened, overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Xing Nuo lay on the bed, occasionally glancing in Lin Yi Rui's direction. Bai Xiao Yuan effortlessly drew her into his embrace, reassuring her, "Wife, that lad is remarkably resilient. There is no need to worry about him." Xing Nuo replied, "It's not as simple as that. You all tend to conceal things from me, fearing I will worry." Bai Xiao Yuan chuckled, "If you're anxious, we too will be concerned, and that would hinder our focus." Xing Nuo felt a wave of frustration. Bai Xiao Yuan gently massaged the back of her neck. "Rest now. I shall keep you company." As nearly 10 o'clock approached, Xing Nuo arrived at Lin Yirui's door, deliberating whether to enter. After a moment's hesitation, just as she was about to knock, a gentle voice called from behind, "Wife, good morning." Turning around, she beheld Lin Yirui, clad in athletic wear, glistening with sweat. "Have you been training?" she inquired. Lin Yirui smiled indeed. "A Ming mentioned I was ready for training, so I ran for a bit in the training room." A sense of relief washed over Xing Nuo. "That's wonderful. It seems you are recovering quite well." Lin Yirui expressed his gratitude. "I owe much to your support, my wife." Ding no chutked lichti. "I shall head for breakfast now. You should freshen up and join me soon." Lin Yirui nodded in agreement, and Xing Nuo hurried downstairs, feeling her stomach growl with hunger. Once she reached the first floor, Lin Yirui pushed open the door. Yet, as soon as it closed, his legs weakened, and he stumbled forward. Lin Yiqi rushed to his side, catching him and carefully laying him on the sofa. "Are you all right?" Lin Yirui pressed his forehead, feeling as if his head were being pierced with needles. His body trembled under the weight of exhaustion. "I can endure." Chapter 175, Truly Mad. Lin Yiqi quickly fetched a box of nutrient solution for him. Lin Yirui had spent nearly the entire night using mental energy to stimulate his memories, revisiting those hellish experiences. Fearing his recollections would blur, he even subjected himself to repeated experiences, striving to gather more intelligence. It was only when Xing Nuo sought to see him that he paused. He was not engaging in physical training at all. Rather, the mental strain from the night's recollections had nearly depleted his last reserves of energy. "Hai Yu emerged from the shadows. If your wife discovers how you've deceived her, she will surely become furious." Lin Yirui lacked even the strength to consume the last of the nutrient solution. Lin Yiqi hastily opened the box and carefully fed him. As Lin Yirui regained some strength, he inquired with curiosity, "What would happen if my wife were to become furious?" Hai Yu pondered for a moment, then replied with a smile, "She might bite." Lin Yirui's lips curled into a smile. "That is something I rather anticipate." Lin Yiqi suggested softly, "I will assist you in freshening up. Conserve your strength for now." Lin Yirui agreed, and they proceeded to the washroom. Hai Yu remained silent for a moment before muttering, "Truly mad." The memories Lin Yirui endured were chilling even to hear, yet he revisited them time and again, unafraid of his mental collapse. No, more accurately, he faced the prospect of another breakdown. Stepping slowly out of the room, he stood by the railing and saw Xing Nuo nibbling on a bun, her eyes gleaming with delight. As if sensing his gaze, Xing Nuo turned and waved. Hai Yu descended the stairs leisurely. "Good morning, wife." "Good morning. Have you eaten yet?" she asked. Hai Yu replied, "I have had the nutrient solution." Looking at the bun before her, Xing Nuo offered, "Would you like some?" Hai Yu sat beside her, took the bun, tore off a small piece, and held it to Xing Nuo's lips while casually consuming the remainder. Bai Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and quickly tore off a piece for Xing Nuo as well. As she bit into the bun, Xing Nuo asked, "By the way, where are Ming and the others?" Hai Yu explained, "They are devising Lin Yirui's training plan. His physical condition is still inferior to yours, which makes their task quite challenging." Xing Nuo empathized, recalling how long they had deliberated when crafting her own plan. Bai Xiao Yuan remarked, "That lad should have recovered some. He can now train to his limits." Xing Nuo chuckled, "One cannot say it that way. Progression must be gradual." Bai Xiao Yuan concurred, "You are correct, my wife." Hai Yu added with a light laugh, "I believe we could simply adopt your training regimen, but with double the intensity." Bai Xiao Yuan, with a mouthful of bun, expressed his discontent. "That level of training is hardly sufficient." Xing Nuo looked at Bai Xiao Yuan with exasperation. Even if she acknowledged her training intensity was not remarkable, there was no need for such disparagement. Moreover, she felt her training was quite rigorous. According to Lu Ming, It was akin to the strength of an A-level male beast man. Hai Yu smiled knowingly. Bai Xiao Yuan's expression stiffened. Wife, that was not my intention. Xing Nuo puffed her cheeks slightly. I am aware my training intensity pales in comparison to yours at the SSS level. Hai Yu was taken aback. Had she included him as well? Wife, your training intensity is already formidable. In terms of mental energy, even I cannot compare. The Merfolk tribe prided themselves on mental prowess. Yet they found no advantage against Xing Nuo's formidable mental energy. Bai Xiao Yuan added, each has their strengths. I certainly do not underestimate you. Xing Nuo leisurely sipped her tea. What are you all so anxious about? I have said nothing. The gentle curve of her eyes eased Bai Xiao Yuan's tension. Bai Xiao Yuan presented a plate of sliced steak. Please try this. It is a new creation developed by them. Xing Nuo took a delicate bite, the tender flavor lifting her spirits. Before long, Lin Yirue and Lin Yiqi descended from the upper floor, with Lin Yirue now dressed in casual attire. Xing Nuo beckoned them, come and eat. Lin Yirue sat across from her, his demeanor relaxed. After consuming the nutrient solution, his energy was swiftly replenishing, and in a short span, he felt revitalized. Lin Yiqi casually forked a piece of steak from Xing Nuo's plate and popped it into his mouth. Unbothered, she lifted the teapot, asking, would you like a cup? Lin Yiqi extended his cup toward her, inquiring, what tea is this? She replied, it's honey pomelo tea made by a Ming. Lin Yiqi eagerly added, brother, this is excellent. You should try it too. He then handed his cup to Lin Yirue. Lin Yirue found himself momentarily stunned. Was this how they typically interacted? Ding, nuo nodded. This tea is specially crafted by a Ming, beneficial for mental energy. You should drink it regularly. Lin Yiru instinctuel nodded, auricht. Lin Yiqi settled beside Lin Yirue wife. Do you have any plans for today? Xing Nuo shook her head, none, just training, and perhaps assisting you with some calming. Lin Yiqi swallowed hard. Wife, I desire special soothing, just for a moment. Given the current circumstances, he dared not be too vigorous, lest Xing Nuo's astonishing mental energy twist him into knots. Xing Nuo readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Lin Yirue asked, puzzled. What special soothing? Lin Yiqi quickly explained. It involves channeling mental energy as electricity to soothe our bodies. When you were in beast form, my wife often provided you with such comfort. Lin Yirue recalled the hesitation displayed by Lin Yiqi moments ago. Did this special soothing method have any side effects? Just now, Lin Yiqi appeared to have reservations. Lin Yiqi chuckled awkwardly, stating, it's nothing, just that this special soothing method carries an electric charge. If the dosage is too high, it can leave one feeling weak and impact combat effectiveness. Lin Yirue nodded, aware that there might be other underlying reasons. However, since Lin Yiqi was reluctant to elaborate further, he chose not to press the matter. Bai Xiao Yuan expressed disdain. You truly need to practice. Your resistance to special soothing is the weakest. Even a fish would fare better. Lin Yiqi, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, you aren't in a much better position yourself. Are you? Who is it that requires restraint? Bai Xiao Yuan scoffed. My situation is unique. He had witnessed how Xing Nuo administered special soothing to others. During those instances, Xing Nuo would never play tricks on them. Lin Yiqi had nothing to compare. Xing Nuo discreetly kicked Bai Xiao Yuan's foot. No more talking. Bai Xiao Yuan quickly nodded. All right. Lin Yiqi looked at them suspiciously. You are hiding something from us. Xing Nuo hurriedly replied. There's nothing of the sort. Just eat your meal. Xing Nuo's actions inadvertently confirmed Lin Yiqi's suspicions, and he expressed his displeasure. Here we go again. Lin Yirue shook his head in resignation. Enough, Shaoqi, just eat. Chapter 176. A Beautiful Man's Strategy Against the Insect Clan. Hai Yu gazed at Lin Yiqi in silence. Were it not for Xing Nuo's soft heart, Lin Yiqi likely wouldn't have qualified to enter. Yet he was the one who grew jealous. Finishing the last bite, Xing Nuo contentedly sipped her tea. Almost simultaneously, messages arrived on the communicators of Bai Xiao Yuan and Hai Yu. They opened the communication to find a message from Tsang Yun Yi. Bai Xiao Yuan looked down. Wifey, Commander Tsang has something to discuss with us. I shall step out for a moment. Xing Nuo nodded. All right, you go ahead. Bai Xiao Yuan shot a glare at Lin Yiqi. Take good care of wifey. Lin Yiqi quickly assured. Rest assured. Watching them leave, Xing Nuo voiced her concern. It wouldn't involve the insect clan, would it? Lin Yiqi replied. It's normal. The insect clan has been causing trouble for years. Xing Nuo inquired. Haven't they located their mother insect? Lin Yiqi lamented. The insect clan is unique, even if the mother insect is killed. Their hive can evolve a new one in a remarkably short time. Xing Nuo blinked. Her curiosity piqued. Is a beautiful man-S strategy effective? Lin Yiqi, somewhat puzzled, asked, what do you mean by a beautiful man-S strategy? He could grasp the concept in the context of beastmen, but this was the insect clan. Xing Nuo explained. It involves cultivating a group of male insects to attract the mother insects. Lin Yiqi replied helplessly. Wifey, our goal is to exterminate the insect clan, not to cultivate them. Upon hearing his words, Xing Nuo realized he had never employed such a method. She elaborated. Simply put, it means cultivating a group that the mother insects find appealing but are incapable of reproduction. Lin Yi pondered. Are you suggesting we use inferior genes to gradually weaken them over generations? Xing Nuo nodded. Yes, but I'm not entirely sure how to implement it. Lin Yi remarked. I will discuss this method with my father later. As for whether they will adopt it, I cannot say for certain. Even with some restored memories, my understanding of this world remains limited. Lin Yiqi also reflected on the process. It does seem feasible. However, executing it may prove challenging. The person responsible will likely face severe criticism. Before long, Sang Yun he descended the stairs with a few others. Xing Nuo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Their expressions suggested something significant was afoot. Bai Xiao Yuan casually placed Xing Nuo on his lap. Wifey, we have decided to return. Xing Nuo was taken aback. Oh, that is fine. But why so sudden? Sang Yun gently explained. It's not that we decided suddenly. We had intended to leave before, but we were concerned about Xiao Rui's recovery. Xing Nuo turned her attention to Lin Yi Rui. They had indeed discussed leaving previously, but fearing it would worry Lin Yi Rui, they had refrained from bringing it up again. Now, mentioning it in front of him, would he cry? Lin Yi Rui took a small sip of tea, a hint of disappointment crossing his eyes. He understood they would not remain here for long. Moreover, judging by their earlier demeanor, they likely had urgent matters to attend to. Considering the memories he had recalled yesterday, it was probably related to that shadow. He gently said, Wifey, you should leave with them first. I will recover as soon as possible. At present, he could only act like a normal person, his combat ability being nearly non-existent. Following them would not be of any assistance. Lin Yiqi whispered, Brother, I want to leave with Wifey. Lin Yi Rui chuckled softly. Of course, you must go. Remember to protect Wifey. Once I have recovered, I will come find you. Lin Yiqi breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that following Xing Nuo would provoke Lin Yi Rui's jealousy. It seemed he had overthought it. Sang Yun relaxed slightly. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Yi Rui said earnestly. The safety of Wifey depends on you all. If I recall anything, I will inform you. Sang Yun nodded. Lin Yi Rui remained silent for a moment before expressing his anticipation. Before you leave, Wifey, could you soothe me once more? I would like to experience the special, soothing method Xiao Qi mentioned. In truth, his current condition was more suited for ordinary mental soothing, yet he feared. He feared that his memories would burden Xing Nuo. Xing Nuo hesitated momentarily, glancing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled reassuringly. Given his current state, it should be fine. Just ensure it does not exceed 100 points of mental energy. Xing Nuo gave a thumbs up. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Yi Rui was momentarily stunned. Could she truly control it so precisely? Lin Yiqi chuckled. Brother, Wifey's special soothing is incredibly powerful. You must control yourself and not turn into a ball. Lin Yi Rui turned to look at him, suddenly understanding why he had both anticipated and feared the special soothing previously. So, he was worried about turning into a ball? Under Lin Yi Rui's peculiar gaze, Lin Yiqi bashfully turned away. That was just a joke. Hai smiled knowingly. Why be shy with your brother? Bai Xiaoze also chuckled. I think I should become a robot solely to assist you in untangling things. Xing Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed everyone was aware of Lin Yiqi's predicament. Lin Yiqi looked at Xing Nuo with a pitiful expression, regretting having reminded Lin Yirue earlier. Xing Nuo approached Lin Yirue's side. I will give you a brief, soothing session first, so you can gauge your own capacity. As he was still a patient, she would naturally not take advantage of him. Lin Yiru nodded. He made his way to the living room, sitting on the sofa, subconsciously gripping the armrests. According to what they said, Xing Nuo's special soothing was formidable, and he needed to be extremely cautious. Lu Ming advised, don't be so tense. It will affect the outcome. Lin Yirue could only try his best to relax his body. Xing Nuo found it somewhat amusing. Why did it feel as if she had become a fearsome beast? Sitting beside him, she gently grasped his wrist. Mental energy intermingled with electricity swiftly spread through Lin Yirue's body. His body stiffened, and his pupils dilated sharply. This energy was all too familiar to him. Even while unconscious, he had sensed this energy that inspired both fear and anticipation. Perhaps due to its stimulating nature, wherever the energy flowed, he felt a sense of relaxation. He hoped this energy could mend his body. He opened his eyes, gazing intently at Xing Nuo. Did she treat him this way while he was unconscious? Would it tire her out? He could hardly fathom how much mental energy she expended to repair his broken body. No wonder his parents always told him that Xing Nuo was a miracle, that he waking up was a miracle. Xing Nuo smiled. It won't tire me. You might feel a bit more fatigued, though. Lin Yirue subtly curved his lips. Xing Nuo noticed his ability to endure the special soothing and slightly increased her mental energy. Lin Yirue trembled slightly, uttering, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife." Xing Nuo replied, "Just focus on your feelings and recover as best as you can." Chapter 177. Is it strange to act cute with my wife? Lin Yirue reached out, tenderly caressing Xing Nuo's face. This departure meant he would not see her for a while, and the next meeting was uncertain. Sensing the longing in his gaze, Xing Nuo said, "You can also come to Lan Baoxing. I can have a you grant you access." Lin Yirue nodded. "All right, I will." Lin Yiqi leaned in, saying, "Brother, you can now use the light brain too. You could just video chat with your wife." Xing Nuo's eyes brightened, right? "It's quite easy." Lin Yirue added, "I just worry about disturbing my wife." Xing Nuo assured him, "What are you saying? I have nothing much to do on Lan Baoxing. I mostly eat, drink, and play, with a bit of training on the side. By the way, our rose garden there is stunning. Those roses have special functions. You could build a resort there, allowing you to visit any time." Xing Nuo rambled on about Lan Baoxing. Lin Yirue listened quietly, feeling a growing yearning for Lan Baoxing. Lin Yiqi patted his chest. "Leave the resort to me. I will make it the most beautiful." Lin Yirue breathed a bit heavily. "Then it's up to you, little Qi." Lin Yiqi nodded. Lin Yirue gazed at Xing Nuo, his admiration for her intensifying. She was now capable of multitasking. Even if Xing Nuo's pace was slow, the 100 points of mental energy would deplete quickly. Xing Nuo halted her actions just in time, fearing that overexertion might burden his body. After all, this technique was something even a fierce beastman like Bai Xiao Yuan could not withstand. Lin Yirue collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if he might slide off without the armrests. Lin Yiqi perched on the arm of the sofa, discreetly placing his hand on Lin Yirue's back to stabilize him. Xing Nuo expressed concern. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Lin Yirue responded honestly. "I just feel utterly drained." Xing Nuo laughed. "That's a normal reaction. Anything else?" Lin Yirue concentrated for a moment. "No, just a very pleasant sensation. I feel as if I have been renewed." This feeling was extraordinarily delightful, evoking a desire to remain in that state forever. Lu Ming approached them, just to be safe. "Let me check you." Lin Yirue replied, "Thank you." Bai Xiao Yuan pressed his face against Xing Nuo's ear. "Wife, I also want soothing." Xing Nuo patted his forehead and casually infused a burst of mental energy. "All right, you're soothed now." Bai Xiao Yuan felt slightly aggrieved. "This is the first time you've been so perfunctory with me." Xing Nuo ruffled his hair. "When we return, if you need special soothing, will you still be able to stand?" Bai Xiao Yuan grumbled. "You can't be so dismissive." Xing Nuo smiled playfully, drawing him close, their foreheads touching as mental energy surged into him. Bai Xiao Yuan instinctively embraced Xing Nuo. Lin Yiqi, feeling frustrated, muttered, "What a despicable fellow." When did you learn to act cute? Lin Ye shot him a glance. His ability to act cute surpasses yours. More importantly, Xing Nuo is particularly fond of Bai Xiao Yuan's charm. Lin Yeqi gritted his teeth, wishing to confront him. Do you believe I should record this and post it online? Bai Xiaoze raised an eyebrow. What purpose would that serve? Lin Yeqi replied angrily. I want everyone to know he is just a spoiled cat. Bai Xiaoze regarded him as if he were foolish. What do you think outsiders think of him? Lin Yeqi answered without hesitation. Wife's brain is all about romantic obsession. Bai Xiaoze nodded. So you are aware. Lin Yeqi was momentarily taken aback. Hai Yue shook his head in disbelief. For someone with a wife brain, is it strange to act cute with one's wife? It is the most natural thing. Not acting cute would be strange. Lin Yerue gazed curiously at Bai Xiaoyue, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had learned much about them from his father, Lin Finghua. He was aware that Bai Xiao Yuan was a fiercely formidable general. However, hearing their words now, he seemed to possess a remarkable ability to act cute, which greatly contrasted with what his father had conveyed. Lin Yeqi took a deep breath, realizing the truth in those words. Everyone knew he was the one with the wife brain. Acting cute was not an issue. Hai Yueyo leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, so forget about posting online. It won tea affect him. Instead of wasting time on that, you might as well learn how to act cute. Lin Yeqi lamented. The wife prefers fluffiness, not our kind. Hai Yueyo replied, don't include me in that. Xing Nuo was quite fond of his merman form. Lin Yeqi scoffed, feeling that he was the least liked. Lin Yerue lowered his head, quietly asking Lu Ming, why do I feel like they're all targeting little Qi? Lu Ming remained silent for a moment before responding. A Qi's subordinates once kidnapped the wife. They even administered muscle relaxants to her. They had learned from Lin Yerue's memories about Xing Nuo's previous abduction by the shadows and the experiences she had endured. Given that Lin Yeqi had also kidnapped Xing Nuo, it was hard to suppress his anger. Lin Yerue took a deep breath. Why would they do that? Lu Ming replied, I will explain it to you slowly later. Lin Yerue felt a surge of worry. Is my wife's health all right? Lu Ming sighed lightly. She had a fever for being frozen, but fortunately, there is no serious issue. Lin Yerue furrowed his brow. Lin Yeqi truly lacked discernment. He turned his gaze to Lin Yeqi, only to see him retracting his neck, appearing remorseful. Lin Yeqi murmured, brother, I was wrong. Lin Yerue pondered. How is the security on Lan Baoxing now? Lu Ming responded, he was able to succeed before because Zhe was worried about us. So he set up back doors for the robots. Those back doors have since been removed. Many events have occurred during this time, and it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Lin Yerue nodded, please elaborate later. Lu Ming agreed. Xing Nuo paused in her soothing process. Hanging on to Bai Xiao Yuan's neck, how do you feel? Bai Xiao Yuan, satisfied, kissed her gently, as expected of my wife. Your control is remarkable. Xing Nuo proudly lifted her chin, of course. All my training was not in vain. Song Yun, he set down his light brain. We will leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xing Nuo responded, oh, all right. Chapter 178, Preparing to Leave, Returning to Lan Baoxing. Bai Xiao Yuan inquired, wife, is there anywhere you wish to visit? It dawned on them that they had been here for quite some time, only exploring the vicinity. Xing Nuo contemplated and replied, perhaps it's best not to. If we leave the palace, we might not be able to return. Lin Yerue stated, I will inform my mother to prepare some local specialties. Xing Nuo quickly added, last time Lin Shuai mentioned he would provide us with some nutrient liquid materials. They are currently significant consumers of nutrient liquids, so anything would be appreciated. Lin Yerue chuckled, that is certainly not a problem. Xing Nuo nodded in satisfaction. Song Yun gently remarked, you and you should rest here. We will make the arrangements. Xing Nuo quickly nodded by the way, let me soothe your spiritual C once more. This had become a habitual act of hers during this period. Lin Yerue smiled. Just give me a burst of mental energy, and I'll be fine. He did not overlook Xing Nuo's actions. This mental energy, which could reach him from a distance, should not only soothe his spiritual C, but also refrain from bringing her any negative memories. Xing Nuo took his shyness for granted and did not refuse. With a flick of her hand, a dragon-shaped mental force collided gently against his forehead. Despite the rapidity of the dragon's assault, the energy within was exceedingly mild. This moment evoked an instinctual urge in Lin Yi-Rui to moan. While his body could not endure the purple lightning dragon shadow, his spiritual sea was more than capable of accommodating it. Throughout the week, she had provided him with soothing energy for his spiritual sea, accumulating to a daily total of 500 points. This recent infusion directly added another 500 points of mental energy. Lin Yi-Rui closed his eyes, savoring the nourishment of his spiritual sea. The torment brought by past memories felt like a gentle breeze, gradually being whisked away. Bai Xiao Yuan rested his chin on Xing Nua's shoulder, his long tail coiling around her waist, casting a soft gaze towards Lin Yi-Rui. Although he had not been present yesterday, others had recounted the events to him. He could not harbor any hostility towards Lin Yi-Rui. Bai Xiao Yuan whispered, "Wife master, we can bring him some nutrient solution later." They had already developed a nutrient solution capable of reducing rage levels. Even in Xing Nua's absence, it would facilitate his swift recovery. Xing Nua nodded eagerly and replied softly, "I was thinking of adding honey to it. I wonder what the effect will be." Bai Xiao Yuan suggested, "We can conduct an experiment then." Xing Nua recalled the soldiers on Lan Bao Xing and nodded in agreement, believing it would be highly beneficial for them. As the door was knocked upon, the Queen and Lin Fenghua entered, followed by two groups of people carrying boxes. Xing Nua promptly rose to greet them, "Your Majesty." The Queen grasped Xing Nua's hand. "I've heard you are returning to Lan Bao Xing, so I hastily prepared some items. You've worked hard these days." Xing Nua shyly smiled. "It's nothing much. I just discussed with the Yuan about researching some special nutrient solutions for a Rui." The Queen chuckled. "We trust your creations." Lin Fenghua produced a spatial pouch. "This is the raw material for the nutrient solution we spoke of earlier." Xing Nua expressed her astonishment. "It's actually contained within a spatial pouch. How much is in there?" She instinctively took the pouch, and upon entering its space, she was astounded by the abundance of materials. She felt as though she wouldn't need to prepare raw materials for 100 years. The Queen smiled. "This is nothing. If you need anything, just let us know." Xing Nua quickly waved her hand. "This is more than enough." The Queen reassured her, "We are all family, so there is no need for formality." Lin Fenghua added, "Xiao Yuan, make sure to keep an eye on things." Bai Xiao Yuan replied with a grin, "Rest assured, my wife's matters are my matters." The Queen led Xing Nua to a sofa. "Xiao Nua, I don't know how to thank you." Xing Nua directly responded, "It's really nothing. Please don't be so polite, or I'll feel embarrassed." The Queen laughed. "All right, I won't say more. For now, Xiao Rui must stay here. We will teach him some knowledge before allowing him to seek you out." Lin Yi-Rui was indeed their future, and regardless of the circumstances, they needed to cultivate him to a point where he could stand on his own. Fortunately, he was gradually regaining his memories, which would be beneficial for his future training. Xing Nua concurred. His body is still quite weak. He needs to eat more to regain strength. The Queen replied with a smile, "We will arrange that." Xing Nua pondered for a moment and suggested softly, he should be given more nutrient solutions to replenish his mental energy. The memories she had provided to Lin Yi-Rui were stored within the Source Stone. Once all the memories were extracted, they could preserve his mental or physical energy. The Queen assumed she was referring to the recently repaired spiritual sea that required substantial mental energy for replenishment, and she nodded in agreement. Nutrient solutions for repairing mental energy were certainly not a problem for them. Specialized personnel would be assigned to create them. However, considering that Xing Nua and her group now had ancient crops as raw materials, it was likely that the majority of the nutrient solutions would continue to come from them. Lin Yi-Rui winked at Xing Nua, smiling. "Ming has prepared a daily meal list for me, even marking the origins." Xing Nua's eyes brightened. Naturally, Lu Ming was aware of the Source Stone matters and would ensure arrangements more reasonable than others. Lin Fenghua chuckled. "With Xiao Ming's plans, we can rest easy. We will prepare according to his list." Xing Nua giggled. "There must be many of our local specialties in there." Lin Yi-Rui expressed anticipation. "The messages in the shop all say that what you make is delicious. I truly look forward to it." Xing Nua said, "I will prepare some for you. Just let us know what you like." Lin Yi-Rui nodded. "Thank you, wife master." Time quickly arrived at the departure point. Xing Nua sat in front of the aircraft. Waving to them, "Rui, focus on your recovery. I will visit you often." Lin Yirue waved back. Take care, wife master. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded at Lin Yirue before leading Xing Nuo into the aircraft. Lin Yirue gazed longingly at their departing figures. Lin Fenghua patted his shoulder. You will see them again soon. Lin Yirue nodded, raising his hand. His once broad palm now seemed bony. Lin Fenghua discerned his thoughts. Meat is the easiest to nurture. Your priority now is theoretical knowledge. Even if you regain your memories, the gap from the past few years will not be easy to bridge. If you wish to catch up, you must put in the effort. Lin Yirue bowed to Lin Fenghua. I humbly request your guidance. Lin Fenghua glanced at the departing fleet and the accompanying guard. Gome, it's time to study. Lin Yirue immediately stood at attention. Yes. Chapter 179, Ambushed the Insectoid Attack. On the other side, Xing Nuo held a small deer straw cup, leisurely sipping on the nutrient solution. After a few experiences with the aircraft, her curiosity remained intact. She frequently leaned left and right to take a look. Bai Xiaozhe smiled. Wife master, would you like to give it a try? Ding no replied. I've never piloted before. It was evident that such a device would require a driving license or something similar. When she initially operated the mecha, she merely utilized the simulation function, so even if she crashed it, it was of no consequence. But this was a real aircraft. Bai Xiaoyuan reassured her. All aircraft are on autopilot. Even if there is an issue, the AI will make corrections. Instantly intrigued, Xing Nuo exclaimed, then I want to give it a try. Bai Xiaozhe led her to the cockpit. Upon entering, the two pilots saw them and promptly stood up, bowing to them. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Xiaozhe guided Xing Nuo to the pilot seat. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, teaching her about the various buttons and commands. Bai Xiaoyuan casually took a seat in the co-pilot's chair. They were positioned at the center of the fleet, surrounded by protective vessels, greatly enhancing their safety. Xing Nuo grasped the controls of the aircraft with both hands, her eyes fixated on the prompts on the screen. Bai Xiaozhe gently held her hand. Do you see that red triangle in the dash box? Ding no nodded agilely. Bai Xiaozhe explained. The red triangle represents the aircraft, and the box is the planned route. You just need to align the aircraft with the box. With Bai Xiaozhe's assistance, the triangle nearly perfectly overlapped with the box. Xing Nuo focused on the screen, pointing at a suddenly appearing wavy line. What is that? Bai Xiaozhe squinted, quickly retrieving data. He pressed the communication button. This is the Bayou ship. We are experiencing abnormal fluctuations in the space. Please check. Xianjian ship. Xing Nuo hastily rose to her feet and approached Bai Xiaoyuan's side. They were aboard the Xianjian Hao, currently tracking the source of a spatial anomaly. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, and the entire Bayou Hao trembled as if struck by a colossal beast. Warning, warning, the hull is under attack from spatial energy. Bai Xiaozhe calmly retrieved data, his gaze darkening as he examined the information. The speed and precision of the spatial energy were alarmingly formidable. Another deafening explosion resonated, causing the vessel to emit a creaking sound under the strain. Xing Nuo swayed slightly. Have we been hit again? Bai Xiaoyuan's expression hardened as he swiftly embraced Xing Nuo. There has been an explosion within the ship. A glint of murderous intent crossed his eyes. He anticipated an infiltration. Wife, do not stray from my side. Jing no nodded alif. Bai Xiaozhe pressed a button, sealing the cockpit door. At that moment, a vortex materialized above their vessel, expanding in diameter as the energy intensified. The display screen, meant to show the external situation, began to flicker with static due to the high-intensity spatial energy. 3 escort ships swiftly flew overhead, activating their protective shields. Xing Nuo produced several pendants and handed them over. I have infused these pendants with Tong Tian Mu, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy. The pendants were crafted from transparent, droplet-shaped hollow glass, augmented with spatial technology, originally designed to disperse fragrances. She placed a potted Tong Tian Mu inside, uncertain of the results. The two quickly donned the pendants, and Xing Nuo also adorned herself with one. Meanwhile, the vortex had solidified, revealing a deep passage behind it. The expressions of everyone present grew grave, fully aware that something awaited them beyond the passage. In the next instant, countless winged insectoids surged forth from within. before they could escape the passage. Numerous beams had already locked onto them, annihilating them instantly. In the distance, a vessel fired a beam at the spatial passage, not aimed at exterminating the insectoids, but rather to stabilize the space and prevent the passage from fracturing, which could ensnare them as well. The number of emerging insectoids continued to increase. However, Bai Xiaozhe and his companions momentarily set aside the external situation to assess the interior of the Baiyu Hao. In light of the recent explosion, the condition inside the ship seemed dire. Bai Xiaoyuan inquired, "Where's the damage on the hull?" Bai Xiaozhe replied helplessly, "The engine." Xing Nuo took a deep breath. "How could this happen?" "The engine is a critical area, typically guarded heavily." Bai Xiaozhe said, "The damage is severe. We need a transfer." All 4 engines had sustained catastrophic damage. It appeared to be a trap designed to keep them stationary. Bai Xiaoyuan lifted Xing Nuo. "We must leave." Bai Xiaozhe promptly activated the backup energy and engines, managing to rise from his seat as the previous pilot. With the auxiliary power, they could still manage to move. Bai Xiaoyuan issued commands to his guards, and the personnel within the ship quickly mobilized to investigate the perpetrator. A shadow of worry clouded Xing Nuo's eyes. Whoever tampered with the engine was certainly no ordinary individual. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind rushed towards them. Bai Xiaoyuan instinctively pulled Xing Nuo back. A loud bang resounded as the incoming attack struck the cockpit door. The 3 turned towards the source of the attack and beheld the captain clad in a layer of armor, landing before them. Bai Xiaozhe's expression darkened. "It's you." The captain's voice emanated from within the armor. "Apologies, General." Bai Xiaozhe demanded, "What has the shadow offered you to betray me?" The captain, who had been his companion throughout their journey, fell silent for a moment before responding, "I am sorry." With a flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaozhe donned his armor. The captain raised his hand, and the armor's palm unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly equipped her armor, and in a blink, she and Bai Xiaoyuan found themselves secured together in the armor, their bodies pressed tightly against one another. Bai Xiaoyuan whispered, "Wife, it is rather cramped. The armor cannot expand too much. Please bear with it." Xing Nuo quickly nodded. "Just focus on what you must do." Bai Xiaoyuan forcefully swung open the cockpit door and charged out. The moment he burst through, a series of projectiles were launched towards him. He swiftly dodged to the side. With energy concentrated, an explosive force erupted. A thunderous roar resounded, sending the opponents reeling and causing them to spurt blood. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed through the passage, heading towards his guards. Just past a bend, a nearly 3-meter-tall insect charged out from the opposite passage. Bai Xiaoyuan's gaze turned cold. With a swift motion, he fired an energy projectile that struck the insectoid's head, slaying it instantly. Clearly, their prior concerns were warranted. Someone had indeed allied with the insectoids. Song Yun Yi's voice crackled over the communicator. "A Yuan, what is the situation on your end?" Bai Xiaoyuan replied, "Insectoids have infiltrated." Song Yun Yi cautioned, "Based on current observations, they seem to be spawned from larvae. Be vigilant." Bai Xiaoyuan nodded gravely, understood. If they were larvae, it indicated that these insectoids could appear without warning anywhere. Bai Xiaoyuan swiftly activated the scanning function of his armor to detect nearby insectoids. Song Yun Yi continued, "I have dispatched Lin Yiqi and Hai Yu to provide support. Stay safe." Bai Xiaoyuan affirmed, understood. Concluding the communication, he hurried toward Lin Yiqi's location. At that moment, several thumb-sized larvae dropped from a pipe, rapidly growing in size before his eyes, reaching 3 meters tall within mere breaths. Had Song Yun not mentioned earlier that these were larvae, Xing Nuo might have suspected they were under a shrinking spell. The larvae, though not particularly powerful, were easily dispatched by Xiaoyuan with a single swipe of his claw. However, the number of larvae spilling from the pipe continued to increase. In no time, the entire passage was filled with the bodies of the insectoids. Bai Xiaoyuan raised his arms and fired a shot, instantly vaporizing the mass of corpses that had clogged the passage. "Warning, warning, spatial distortion detected. Please evacuate immediately." The armor's warning had barely finished when a massive spatial vortex slammed into the vessel. The sheer force of the spatial tear rent the very fabric of the space the vessel occupied. When the vortex dissipated, A gaping hole was left where the ship once stood, and Bai Xiao Yuan and Xing Nuo vanished from sight. Hai Yu piloted her armor. Hovering at the site where the void had appeared, did we arrive too late? Lin Yiqi was equally anxious. Damn it. Is this yet another scheme by that shadow gang? Bai Xiao Zhe quickly approached, his armor carrying someone. The spy has been captured. Yu, this is now your responsibility. Ensure he speaks. A beam of light emerged from Hai Yu's armor, drawing the captive into the containment chamber. Song Shuai is already relocated to the Tsang Qianghao. We should proceed there as well. Lin Yiqi urgently inquired, what about the wife? Bai Xiao Zhe replied, we will have to devise another plan to locate her. Now that the spatial distortion has ceased, it is impossible to detect the coordinates on the other side. Lin Yiqi clenched his fists in frustration, resigned to follow them away. It seemed they had achieved their objective, as no Zerg appeared to obstruct them along the way. Upon landing on the Tsangxiong ship, Lin Yiqi rushed into the command room. Song Shuai, we must rescue the mistress. Song Yui responded, just now, the spatial fluctuations have indeed halted. We need time to determine our position. Lin Yiqi struggled to compose himself. How did those rascals manage to do this? Bai Xiaozi temporarily retracted the mecha. The previous spatial distortion was likely part of their experiment. Hai Wei remarked, I did sense the approximate location of the coordinates. However, without a means to counteract the spatial distortion, we are left at a disadvantage. When they previously rescued Bai Xiaoyuan, they had managed to briefly halt the spatial distortion, but that was accomplished with the cooperation of dozens of ships. They must devise a way for individual vessels to possess the ability to resist or stabilize the space. Bai Xiaozi stated, during this time, we have been studying Tongxiemu. Based on its principle of stabilizing space, we have made initial progress, but it has yet to be equipped. Lin Yiqi, growing anxious, exclaimed, you should have installed this sooner. What do we do now? Who knows what those scoundrels will do to the mistress? Even with Bai Xiaoyuan here, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Observing Lin Yiqi pacing anxiously, Song Yui narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped his chest pocket. A blue rose was pinned to his pocket. Just as Lin Yiqi was about to complain that this was not the time to flaunt the blue rose gifted by the mistress, Xing Nuo popped her head out from the pocket and waved at them. Her tiny form was concealed beneath the blue rose. Had they not redirected their attention, it would have been nearly impossible to notice her. Lin Yiqi's eyes widened in surprise. He was just about to shout. Hai Weiyu swiftly slapped the back of his head. Silence. What good does rushing do? Lin Yiqi immediately closed his mouth. Xing Nuo clung to the edge of the pocket, her eyes crinkling with delight. At that moment, a small black tiger also appeared at the pocket's edge. Lin Yiqi stared in astonishment, gesturing to inquire about the situation. Song Yui shot him a meaningful glance, prompting Lin Yiqi to stand at attention. Next, Xiao Yu, you are responsible for locating the coordinates. Xiao Zhe, equip the prepared tools as quickly as possible. Xiao Qi, go find Lin Shuai. We need support at all times. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. Lin Yiqi gritted his teeth. If I catch those shadowy bastards, I will ensure they are ground to dust. Hai Weiyu promptly dragged him out. Quickly go find your father. We are merely personal guards here, and our numbers are insufficient. Lin Yiqi huffed, understood. Song Yui pointed at the pocket. Xing Nuo blinked and gestured to him. The guards at the right side of the entrance have issues. Song Yui nodded in acknowledgement. Xing Nuo hurriedly retracted her body, cradling the small black tiger, and with a thought, returned to the system's space. Upon landing, Xing Nuo enlarged her form, cradling Bai Xiaoyuan in her palm, her eyes sparkling with wonder. I never imagined I could shrink to such a size. What she did not anticipate was that she could also learn this shrinking skill, provided she transformed into a half-beast form. It was nearly impossible to shrink while in human form. The small black tiger stretched its body and gradually transformed into a humanoid shape. Bai Xiaoyuan held Xing Nuo. This situation is indeed perilous. Upon boarding the ship, Xing Nuo had felt unwell. Taking the opportunity to move about, she naturally discovered the problem. Song Yui then devised a plan based on the information Xing Nuo sensed. Xing Nuo nodded. By the way, who are they? They even have arrangements within the military. Some appear to be from the Forbidden Army. Bai Xiaoyuan replied, it's still unclear for the moment, but I trust they can handle it. Chapter 181. By Xiao Yuan. I implore the mistress for mercy. Xing Nuo flicked her tail. I wonder if that robot could deceive them. By Xiao Yuan chuckled. We must have faith in Xiao Zhe's craftsmanship, especially since those two robots contain some scraps of source stone fragments. Xing Nuo nodded. All right then. By Xiao Yuan glanced around. Mistress, may I tour your biological space? Xing Nuo replied. The other areas are filled with cultivated crops. Would you like to see them? By Xiao Yuan shook his head. I've seen plenty of ancient crops. Mistress, I wish to see where you reside. He felt a tinge of concern. What if Xing Nuo lived in a tent or something of the sort? Xing Nuo pointed in a direction. By Xiao Yuan strode forward, and before long, he encountered a 3-story cottage. In front of the door stood 8 statues. Arriving at the statue of the white tiger, By Xiao Yuan reached out to touch it. A surge of potent, awakening energy coursed into his body. He inhaled sharply, glaring at Xing Nuo. Why is this energy so fierce? The energy he had just felt was somewhat burdensome even for him. Yet Xing Nuo seemed unfazed, claiming it to be gentle. Was she not worried about harming her own body? He quickly examined Xing Nuo closely. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Xing Nuo swayed slightly from his scrutiny, hastily responding. Stop. Bai Xiao Yuan ceased his movements. Xing Nuo shook her head. I wasn't injured by the statue. You nearly injured me. Bai Xiao Yuan retorted. Isn't it because you were deceiving us? Xing Nuo pressed her hand on the white tiger statue. The statue emitted a faint glow, channeling awakening energy into Xing Nuo's body. Bai Xiao Yuan felt it carefully, astonished. How can there be such a disparity? When he touched it earlier, the energy had surged in like a flood. Now, it flowed to Xing Nuo like a gentle stream. Xing Nuo giggled. Perhaps it's due to similar energies repelling each other? Bai Xiao Yuan lifted Xing Nuo once more. This is good. It won't burden your body. Having witnessed it firsthand, he felt entirely reassured. Xing Nuo playfully rubbed his face. Would you like to absorb some awakening energy? This energy can coexist with stamina within the source stone. While she absorbed some awakening energy daily, the majority came from the statue of Nuo. The energy from the other statues was comparatively lesser, resulting in the astonishing levels of energy contained within them. Bai Xiao Yuan said, Let us first see where you live. Very well. Xing Nuo led him to her small cottage. Upon entering the room, Bai Xiao Yuan frowned. This is far too small. Xing Nuo smiled shyly. It is indeed a bit lacking compared to yours. Bai Xiao Yuan said earnestly, Mistress, you ought to reside in a larger house. I shall have someone customize a mobile villa or arrange for some robots to construct one. Xing Nuo quickly replied, No. I find this quite satisfactory. I enjoy it. Bai Xiao Yuan understood that she preferred smaller homes, yet this one was exceedingly small. Pushing open her bedroom door, Bai Xiao Yuan lowered his head to enter. In the tiny room stood a bed measuring 1.80 meters, accompanied by a wardrobe and a desk. For a moment, he felt as if there was no place to stand. Xing Nuo scratched her head, knowing her small room might discomfort Bai Xiao Yuan. Let us go downstairs. The living room is more spacious. Bai Xiao Yuan scooped up Xing Nuo. Mistress, you have been wronged. Xing Nuo was at a loss for words, half laughing, not at all. Enough of this. You should absorb some awakening energy. All right, Bai Xiao Yuan stood up, heading toward the door. How much should I absorb? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Bai Xiao Yuan's head collided heavily with the door frame. Xing Nuo burst into laughter. Bai Xiao Yuan rubbed the spot he had bumped into and emerged, bowing his head. Wife, perhaps we should raise the door a bit higher next time. Xing Nuo stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. All right. Upon returning to the statue, Xing Nuo directly stated, Absorb as much of this awakening energy as you can. I usually draw from the Nuo statue. Hearing her words, Bai Xiao Yuan promptly approached his own statue and began to absorb the awakening power. Xing Nuo casually sat on the tail of the Nuo statue and started to absorb the awakening energy as well. Time passed, and Xing Nuo rubbed her belly, feeling hungry from the energy absorption. Across from her, Bai Xiao Yuan was gritting his teeth, focused on drawing in energy. Xing Nuo decided to head to her small kitchen to prepare a meal, as there were plenty of ingredients in the spatial pocket. Considering Bai Xiao Yuan's preference for meat, she retrieved a large piece of beef, planning to make beef tomato soup and beef dumplings. Just as she was about to start, Bai Xiao Yuan walked in. Wife, I'm here to help. Xing Nuo handed him the meat. You can handle the cutting. After all, he was not skilled in other tasks. They were enjoying their time here, while chaos erupted outside. Lin Fenghua, upon hearing the news of their predicament, swiftly arrived with the Imperial Guards and troops from the Second War Zone. The entire incident site was nearly surrounded by warships, with 30 teams dedicated to measuring coordinates. Song Yui and Lin Fenghua conversed in a secret chamber for quite a while, and no one knew what they discussed. Eventually, Lin Fenghua transferred command of the Second War Zone troops to Song Yui and returned to the Imperial Star with his guards. Xing Nuo lay on her bed, reading a book. Given the current situation, she had no intention of activating her light brain, fearing it might be compromised. Bai Xiaoyuan sat on the small bed, feeling quite uncomfortable. Xing Nuo, feeling a bit helpless, suggested, "Shall I set up a mattress for you in the living room?" Her bedroom was on the second floor, consisting of 2 rooms, 1 hall, and 1 bathroom, alongside a small storage room. The living room was at least larger than her bedroom. Bai Xiaoyuan pulled Xing Nuo into his embrace. "I brought my personal items. If necessary, I can just sleep on the floor." Jing Nuo acquiesced, said, "Alicht." Bai Xiaoyuan buried his face in her neck, the scent enveloping him, igniting a heat within. "Wife, is this place secure?" Xing Nuo replied, "At least I don't feel any danger here." Bai Xiaoyuan gently kissed her earlobe, his body shifting into a semi-beast form. His long, thick tail brushed against Xing Nuo's wrist. "Wife, I desire you." Xing Nuo was taken aback, momentarily confused by his meaning. Bai Xiaoyuan lifted her chin and kissed her deeply on the lips. Xing Nuo's eyes widened in surprise as she realized his intention. Pushing him away, "They're all searching for the bad guys. What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoyuan clasped her hand. "Wife, I have been suppressing myself for too long." He lightly nibbled on her ear, his tone playful. "I beg for your compassion." Xing Nuo's face flushed with embarrassment. "How can you be like this?" This behavior of his was simply too outrageous.